Roland was originally a white-collar worker on Earth. That day, because he worked too late and was too tired, he accidentally drove into the river on his way home, and he and his car sank to the bottom of the river. However, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange world filled with magic and martial arts. In this world, there were not only dragons, elves, dwarves, mermaids, and undead, but also gods and various legendary races. Even more astonishingly, he became the son of an earl in Cape Brun, Portland Province, in the Holy Dragon Empire. But fate didn't give him much time to catch his breath, presenting him with a difficult choice between two options. He could choose to remain within the family, accepting its protection and managing a portion of the property, becoming a family baron who could enjoy wealth and honor. Or he could choose to venture out, take over a fiefdom, and build his own career. Roland, without much hesitation, decisively chose the path of entrepreneurship. This wasn't to pursue Napoleon's achievements, but because he had obtained a mysterious task panel. By completing the tasks posted on the panel, he could obtain various rewards, including magic, supernatural abilities, and gold and silver treasures. At that moment, he silently recited the mantra. Immediately afterward, a semi-transparent panel, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. Mission: own your own territory. Reward: breakthrough in strength. The task seemed incredibly simple, almost without any difficulty. But Roland harbored doubts about the reward. He was currently just an ordinary bronze knight. Could simply completing this task really allow him to break through and become a silver knight? This is far too easy. However, this question can only be answered once he arrives at his own fiefdom, Cancer Island. By this time, they have been sailing at sea for a full 8 hours. According to the original plan, it would take another 6 hours to reach Crab Island. If we add the 10 hours it would take to travel from War Banner City to the port, it would take a full day and night to finally set foot on our territory. Roland stepped out of the cabin and onto the deck, gazing at the boundless blue sea before him, a sense of anticipation rising within him. The simple sloop was slowly sailing towards the distant Crab Island, carried by the sea breeze. After an unknown amount of time, Roland was dozing in his cabin when he was suddenly awakened by a series of urgent and noisy knocks on the door, accompanied by the hoarse, dry voice of the butler, Robert. "Master! Master! Come out quickly! We're almost at Cancer Island." Upon hearing this, Roland sat up abruptly, his expression shifting dramatically. Cancer Island, they had arrived. He immediately got out of bed, walked a few steps to the door, opened the cabin door, and then rushed onto the deck. At this moment, more than 20 servants had gathered on the deck. These were all his followers who had embarked on the sea route with him. They looked at the lush island in front of them with a relieved expression on their faces. Most of them had never seen the sea in their lives, and after drifting for more than 10 hours, they were exhausted both physically and mentally. Their faces were pale, and their steps were unsteady, as if they had been drained of their energy by a succubus. Upon seeing Roland appear, everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and bowed respectfully. Master! Roland, however, did not bother to respond. He walked straight to the bow of the ship and, gazing at the approaching island, couldn't help but feel excited. This was his territory? The lush, seemingly endless island before him gradually lifted his spirits, which had initially been slightly disappointed. And perhaps the system mission was about to be completed. He thought to himself, wondering how much this would improve his strength. If he could really be promoted to Silver Knight, that would be wonderful. At this moment, a dozen people had gathered at a simple port on the island, eagerly watching the approaching sailboat. They were probably the administrators and their accompanying management personnel of Cancer Island. The ship quickly approached the port, and at the captain's command, the sailors immediately began to busy themselves, furling the sails and slowing down. Before long, the sailboat was steadily moored at the dock. Without the slightest hesitation, Roland stepped onto the deck and slowly walked down to the ship's railing. In that instant, the mission panel he had been constantly monitoring finally showed a new change. Mission: own your own territory, completed. Reward: advancement in strength. A completed mark appeared after the mission, but to Roland's bewilderment, he didn't perceive any improvement in his strength. He hadn't even seen a slight increase in power, let alone been promoted to Silver Knight. Just as he was wondering, a warm welcome pulled him back to reality. Your Excellency, welcome to Cancer Island. This island will shine brighter because of you. Roland looked closely and saw a middle-aged man with thinning hair and a slightly overweight build bowing to him with one hand on his chest. Behind him, more than 10 other people bowed in the same manner. Roland nodded slightly, and with a composed smile, asked, "Are you the administrator here, Sir Clayton?" A hint of surprise flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he quickly replied, "That's me. You actually know my name, sir." As Lord, Roland had naturally researched the intelligence on Crab Island before arriving. He knew that the administrator named Clayton had been serving there for nearly 10 years. However, in Roland's view, Clayton lacked exceptional talent. After 10 years, the island remained impoverished and backward, showing no signs of improvement. Otherwise, why would his father, Earl Rowena, have exiled him here? As for the title of knight, it was more of a symbolic decoration with no real meaning. In essence, Clayton was just an ordinary commoner wearing a title. Roland smiled and replied, "I've certainly heard that Crab Island is well governed under Knight Clayton's rule." Clayton was overjoyed upon hearing this, unsure if it was true or not. Roland then mounted the mount that had come with the ship and followed Clayton and his party to Pearl Town, the only city on Crab Island. Horses were extremely rare on the island, and most were low-quality broilers. Of the nearly 40 men in the entire group, only 5 were allowed to ride horses. Besides Roland's own prize horse, the rest were the captain of the guard, Andre, his butler, Robert, and Clayton, and his lieutenant, Oliver. The rest of the crew had to travel on foot. In addition, there were 3 horse-drawn carriages, fully loaded with supplies that Roland had brought from Warbanner City. The cargo was almost full, and it would probably take several trips to unload everything. Fortunately, Pearl Town was not far from the port, only a 10-minute walk away. Rows of low buildings gradually came into Roland's view, and the residents, dressed in tattered clothes and thin in build, looked at the group with numb but somewhat curious eyes. Dilapidated, desolate, filthy, and hungry. This was Roland's first impression upon entering Pearl Town, and he couldn't help but frown. Having grown up in the prosperous Warbanner City, he found it hard to imagine such a dilapidated and impoverished life. Although he had known that his territory wouldn't be very good, reality still slapped him hard in the face. As soon as the group stepped into Pearl Town, several guards brought by Clayton brandished their whips, angrily beating the residents who had gathered on the street. "Get out of the way! You filthy fellows, don't offend the Baron's eyes." With shouts and jeers, whips lashed out at the people, who scattered in panic, screams echoing throughout. Seeing this, Roland shook his head and said, "Just disperse them. There's no need to whip them." Upon hearing this, Clayton looked embarrassed and quickly echoed, "Understood. Your Excellency is truly merciful." He immediately ordered his men to put away the whips to avoid further angering the nobleman. Roland's entourage looked at him with surprise. Everyone knew that in Warbanner City, Roland was a notorious playboy who bullied the people and committed all sorts of evil deeds. How come he had changed so much on Cancer Island? Was he putting on an act? Or had he really changed? Whether it's true or not, it's at least a good thing for the common people. Even Andre cast a strange glance at him. This knight, who had once served the Count and always looked down on Roland, was now somewhat wavering. Robert, the butler, looked on with surprise and suspicion, clearly having noticed the subtle change. At Roland's signal, the guard stopped using force and could only force smiles and patiently persuade the onlookers on the street to leave. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, they finally arrived at the most luxurious courtyard in Pearl Town, the Lord's Mansion. But this luxury was only relative. Compared to the dilapidated and low-rise houses in the town, it was quite impressive, but if it were in Warbanner City, it would only be the residence of a middle-class family, and it did not deserve to be called a noble mansion at all. It was nearly evening, and the Lord's Manor was brightly lit. Clayton had made all the necessary preparations early on, with fine food and wine ready. As soon as Roland and his party stepped into the manor, they saw a table laden with dishes and bottles of wine laid out on the table. For the ordinary people of this island, these were delicacies they would only see once in their lifetime. "Sir, you must be tired from your journey and quite hungry. Please take your seat and enjoy your meal," Clayton said with a broad smile. Roland smiled and nodded, stepping to the head of the table, raising his glass with a polite smile. "Thank you, Sir Clayton, for the welcome feast. Please, everyone, make yourselves at home. Cheers." With that, he downed his drink in one gulp. Upon tasting it, Roland frowned slightly. The wine was astringent and pungent, of extremely poor quality. He had never tasted such a rough wine. Although it was a Portland specialty, it was worlds apart from the Romanée, Connie from the Earl of Connie, that he usually drank. The latter was smooth and fragrant. This glass in his hand was like stale, rancid water, utterly unpalatable. However, considering his current situation, he could only silently endure it. Cancer Island doesn't produce wine, and resources are scarce. This wine was already a rare treat. Fortunately, he had brought several cases of Romanée Conti, which he could use to satisfy his craving later. The others, however, paid no heed, praising the wine and downing it in one gulp. Roland, on the other hand, quietly put down his glass, picked up his plate, and began to enjoy the food on the table. Although the ingredients were ordinary, the cooking was excellent, making it a truly rare feast. In this barren land, these dishes and wines were an extreme luxury. Everyone drank and laughed heartily, enjoying themselves to the fullest. The banquet only came to an end late at night, when the campfire was extinguished and the guests were satisfied. The next morning, Roland sat up in bed, feeling a growing sense of unease. He discovered that despite cultivating all night, his strength remained unchanged, and although the task on his panel was clearly completed, the reward had yet to arrive. Filled with doubt, he decided to seek out Andre, the only silver knight on Crab Island, hoping he could provide answers. Upon arriving at Andre's residence, he found the man shirtless, practicing with a spear. His muscles were sculpted like steel, and fiery red battle aura emanated from him, his imposing presence like a mountain. Andre's fighting spirit is fire-based, extremely aggressive. With a flick of his spear, the surrounding air seemed to ignite. Sensing Roland's arrival, Andre withdrew his fighting spirit, nodded in greeting, and said calmly, "Good morning, sir. It's rare to see you at this time." Roland was somewhat speechless, knowing full well that Andre was not convinced of his nominal lord status, especially after his father had forcibly appointed Andre as his squire. After all, Andre used to sleep in late every day while nestled in the arms of beautiful women, never showing his face until noon, so his early rising was naturally surprising. Roland didn't say much. He knew that the existence of Andre, the Silver Knight, was his biggest trump card in order to gain a foothold on Cancer Island. Status was just a facade. What truly commanded respect was power, and Andre was the most reliable power in his hands. Although Andre was not loyal to him, he was an upright man and would not betray him once he agreed to be his squire. Roland got straight to the point, saying, "Andre, I want to know how to be promoted to Silver Knight." Upon hearing this, Andre raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "You want to advance to silver? But your current strength seems..." Roland smiled lightly. "I don't know either, but I have a feeling that I may be able to break through soon." Andre did not refute, though he did not believe it in his heart. However, he still fulfilled his duty and began to explain the method of promotion. He said in a serious tone, "To become a Silver Knight, you must first cultivate your bronze battle aura to its limit, filling your entire body and reaching the peak where it can no longer be increased." After saying that, he gave Roland a meaningful look, clearly doubting whether he had the perseverance and willpower. Roland looked slightly embarrassed. His battle chi was only at the initial bronze level, and it would probably take at least 3 to 5 years to reach its peak through normal cultivation. But he still shamelessly pressed on. "And what happens after you reach the peak?" Andre was quite frank. "If you have enough talent, you can break through by continuing to cultivate. If you don't have enough talent, you have to rely on life and death battles to unleash your potential. Back then, I broke through while fighting monsters to the death." Roland seemed to be deep in thought. His arduous training last night had yielded no results, clearly indicating that it wasn't the first method. He began to consider whether he should activate the system rewards through combat. He looked up and said seriously, "Andre, fight me." Andre was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Sir, you don't really think you can break through, do you?" Roland replied with a smile, "Who knows? Maybe I'll get lucky. I'll just treat it as practice." Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, Andre said no more and nodded slightly. "As you wish." With that, he flicked his spear and threw a spare iron spear at Roland. Roland caught the spear. Its weight made his arm feel heavy, but he quickly adjusted his grip, pointing the tip directly at Andre. "Sir Andre, please enlighten me." As soon as he finished speaking, he launched the first attack. His spear, imbued with Azure Battle Aura, whistled out. It was his Water Attribute Battle Aura, which perfectly countered the Fire attribute. Andre watched him charge, his expression calm. He didn't use his full strength, but deliberately suppressed his battle aura to a low-level bronze level, matching Roland's. The blue spear closed in instantly, but Andre simply swept the spear across the ground, easily deflecting the attack. Undeterred, Roland pressed forward, changing his spear from a thrust to a sweep, aiming for Andre's waist. But to Andre, this attack was nothing more than child's play. He easily deflected it with a flick of his spear. Nevertheless, Roland did not back down. On the contrary, his fighting spirit was rapidly rising. Since transmigrating, this was his first real battle, and his blood was boiling. His predecessor had spent his days indulging in a life of luxury and had no practical combat experience. Now, he had finally rediscovered the passion a martial artist should have. The two continued their exchange in the courtyard. Although it was called a battle, it was actually a one-sided offensive by Roland and a constant defensive stance by Andre. To onlookers, Andre appeared to be nothing more than a patient sparring partner, completely unconcerned about Roland's attacks. The servants who had been watching also rushed over, and they were all surprised to see that the Baron was actually sparring with Captain Andre. But they all understood that this was just a sparring match, and only Roland was actually making a move. However, as time went by, although Roland's battle aura gradually depleted, his skills improved rapidly. At one particular moment, a move his predecessor had painstakingly practiced flashed into his mind: Water Dragon's Roar. That was a high-level technique that his predecessor had never been able to master and ultimately chose to abandon. But at this moment, Roland suddenly understood its essence, a flash of inspiration striking him. He widened his eyes, channeling all his remaining battle energy into his spear, and thrust it high into Andre's chest. A roar like a dragon's cry erupted from the tip of the spear, blue battle aura condensing into a dragon, charging forward with immense force. Andre's expression changed drastically, and he blocked with his spear. Bang! A loud explosion rang out. Andre was actually forced back 2 steps by this attack. He exclaimed in shock, "My lord, you've actually learned this move?" But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly noticed that Roland had closed his eyes, and his aura surged like a tsunami. Andre's expression changed drastically. He immediately waved his gun to drive away the onlookers and stood guard to protect Roland from being disturbed. At this moment, Roland felt as if he had entered a magical realm. A mysterious power surged within him. At his nearly depleted battle, chi rapidly recovered and surged. He understood. The mission reward had arrived. His battle chi first quickly returned to full strength, and then began to compress and evolve, its color gradually deepening from light blue. Finally, it transformed into a vast expanse of azure battle chi, so dense it almost overflowed from his body. At that moment, as if a dam had been breached, the surging battle chi filled every limb and bone. The next second, Roland suddenly opened his eyes. He had broken through. Silver Knight achieved. Feeling the surging power within him, Roland truly understood the meaning of each realm is like ascending to heaven. At this moment, he was full of confidence, absolutely certain that he could easily win even if he fought against 100 of his past selves. Andre, who was guarding nearby, was already dumbfounded with astonishment. He was about to speak when he heard Roland sincerely say, "Thank you, Andre." Andre seemed not to have heard clearly, paused for a moment, and stammered, Sir, you really broke through and became a Silver Knight?" As he spoke, he subconsciously corrected himself by using the formal you formal. Roland chuckled softly and said slowly, "Just as I said, Lady Luck has been on my side." Andre gasped, his face filled with shock. He couldn't help but speculate. "Could it be that you've been hiding your strength all this time, sir?" Roland did not answer. He knew that denying it would seem too absurd. After all, no one had ever done anything like jumping directly from the initial bronze level to silver. He remained silent, but Andre mistakenly took it as tacit agreement. Considering Roland's status as an illegitimate son, Andre felt a certain understanding. He was no stranger to the story of an unappreciated member of a collateral branch, hiding his talents and quietly accumulating power within the family. Seeing Andre's overthinking expression, Roland didn't bother to explain. He simply laughed and patted Andre on the shoulder. "Let's have another party tonight, until we're all drunk." Andre replied with a smile, "Until we're all drunk. Wishing you a speedy promotion to Gold Knight, sir." Soon after, news of Roland's breakthrough to become a silver knight spread throughout Pearltown. The old butler Robert was overjoyed, as if all the credit belonged to him. While boasting to his servant, he muttered, "I knew long ago that you were extraordinary, sir. When the Earl was choosing people, I was the first to volunteer. But everyone remembers that he cried for 3 days and couldn't eat." The cook, Orem, couldn't help but tease, "That's right, you were so excited back then that you didn't eat or drink for 3 days. Ha ha! The servants burst into laughter, and the scene became incredibly lively. Robert, exposed, looked embarrassed and quickly shouted, "What are you laughing at? Hurry up and prepare the banquet. If anything goes wrong at the party, I'll deal with you all." The servants scattered, but their laughter still echoed. Meanwhile, Administrator Clayton and Lieutenant Oliver also came to offer their congratulations, but Roland didn't entirely believe the smiles on their faces. These two had been operating on the island for many years, and if he hadn't come to take over, they would have long been local tyrants. They were naturally wary of the arrival of a powerful lord. However, Roland wouldn't touch them for the time being, as he was short-handed and none of them were familiar with the administrative operations of Cancer Island. He planned to observe for a while first. If the other party performed well, it wouldn't be impossible to continue using them. After declining the congratulatory invitations from everyone who came, Roland finally had time to open the mission panel to check the changes. The reward had arrived, and he couldn't wait to see if any new quests would appear. Sure enough, the panel updated. Quest: Establish the Lord's Majesty reward. Detailed map of Cancer Island and the surrounding 100-kilometer sea area. Roland's eyes lit up at the reward. In this unfamiliar land, a complete map was undoubtedly extremely valuable, an indispensable tool for development, exploration, and trade. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ponder how to establish his authority. Although the townspeople outwardly treated him with utmost respect, deep down, they probably still regarded him as a spoiled brat. His outrageous reputation at Cape Brun had already spread far and wide. After a moment's thought, a meaningful smile appeared on Roland's lips. As night fell, Pearltown was bustling with activity as a grand victory celebration was held in the central square. Distinguished guests from all walks of life gathered, and even Roland's servants sang and danced, creating a vibrant and lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, the common people in the distance could only watch the feast with longing. They were starving every day, black bread was the norm, let alone sausages and steaks, and even white bread was a rare sight. But they dare not approach, and could only watch from afar, drooling. Roland ate his dinner, gazing thoughtfully at the crowd. He knew that in this world, class barriers were incredibly rigid, and the lowliness of commoners was ingrained in their very bones. This system is the core of his rule, and he cannot change it in the short term. But what he can do is avoid becoming the kind of aristocrat who leeches off the people. At least the people under his rule don't have to be so desperate. So he beckoned to his old butler, Robert, and whispered a few words in his ear. Robert's eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh, my God, how can this be?" But seeing Roland's face grow cold, he quickly changed his tune. "However, if you insist, sir, I have no choice but to comply. You are truly the most benevolent lord." Then Robert picked up the food and walked to the edge of the banquet. Addressing the commoners watching from afar, he announced loudly, "The Lord has shown great mercy. Today, every household may come and receive a cream cake. 1 cake per household, and anyone who dares to take more, I'll chop off their hand." The common people stared at the tempting cake in his hand, their mouths watering. But no one dared to touch it, suspecting it might be a trap, until a little girl couldn't resist the temptation and secretly slipped out of the crowd. "Annie, come back," the mother cried out in alarm, but it was too late. The little girl ran quickly to Robert. Her mother hurriedly picked up the child and turned to leave in a panic. Roland stepped forward, smiling as he stopped them. "Wait a moment." The mother stopped in alarm, looking at the handsome, blonde-haired young lord, momentarily at a loss for words. "My lord, what are your orders?" Roland crouched down, looked at the little girl, and smiled. "Your name is Henry, right? Would you like to eat this cake?" The little girl swallowed hard without hiding her drool and nodded in her childish voice. "Yes." Roland handed her the cream cake. "Here, this is for you." Henry happily accepted the cake. "Thank you, sir." Her mother quickly apologized. "Sir, I'm so sorry. I will definitely teach her a lesson." Roland waved his hand without saying anything more. The girl stared happily at the cake, but the mother looked anxious and hurriedly left with her child in her arms. Seeing this, the surrounding commoners finally believed that the new lord had not lied and began to carefully form a queue. Roland left the distribution to Robert and quietly slipped away from the edge of the party. The party continued, the campfire gradually died down, and the excitement eventually faded away. The following day at noon, Roland summoned the main officials of Cancer Island to the Lord's Manor for another meeting. Because the banquet the previous night had lasted until late, and everyone had drunk quite a bit, he had deliberately postponed the meeting until noon. The summons was not unexpected, as a new lord had to handle a series of affairs upon taking office. After lunch, the officials went to the lord's mansion one after another, where Roland was already waiting in the main hall. Oliver arrived first, pushing open the door with a broad smile and a hand on his chest in a curtsy. "Thank God for letting me see you again, Your Excellency Roland." This obsequious attitude pleased Roland. At least outwardly, the respect was there. Immediately afterward, Administrator Clayton entered, his manner equally respectful, though noticeably more composed than Oliver's. After greeting Roland, he found a seat, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant, but steady and dignified. Roland was not averse to this style. As long as someone was capable, loyal, and had a peaceful personality, they were more trustworthy. Subsequently, the remaining officials arrived one after another, totaling more than a dozen people, each with a different appearance and attitude. Some were as obsequious as Oliver, while others were as composed and calm as Clayton. Roland remembered them all. However, not everyone behaved appropriately. 5 minutes into the meeting, a figure sauntered into the hall. It was none other than Captain Dennis, a renowned powerhouse on Crab Island, a peak bronze knight, and commander of over 10 knights. He entered with a flushed face, reeking of alcohol, and staggering steps, as if he hadn't yet sobered up. Lord Roland, I drank too much last night and overslept this morning. I'm late, are you all right?" He let out a burp as he spoke, plopped down, and then pulled out a flask from his pocket and started drinking. This sight made Roland's eyes suddenly turn cold. Dennis was clearly provoking him on purpose. The other officials lowered their heads in silence, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Everyone knew that Roland was the new lord and could not be offended. But Dennis, relying on his strength and recklessness, was not someone they could easily provoke. Clayton's face darkened, and he was the first to rebuke. "Dennis, Lord Roland has called a meeting, and you dare to be so insolent." Dennis, however, didn't care at all, and with a smirk, he replied nonchalantly, "I was drunk last night. My alcohol tolerance isn't good." As he spoke, the flask was still twirling in his hand. He was clearly still drinking, yet he claimed to be still hungover. Clayton was about to continue his reprimand when a laugh interrupted him. "Captain Dennis, today is Lord Roland's first meeting since taking office. Is this appropriate?" Oliver spoke, a smile on his face, but his tone carried a hint of coldness. Dennis snorted and retorted sarcastically, "Fatty, since when have you been so nosy?" Oliver coldly replied, "This is an adult matter, so naturally it's my business. How is it meddling?" Dennis sneered, "You lackey, come and fight me one-on-one if you dare." These words made Oliver's face flush red, clearly enraged, but he was no match for Dennis and could only suppress his anger. Just as the atmosphere was about to become tense, a cold, sharp voice rang out. "Dennis, do you have absolutely no regard for my orders?" The voice came from above, and everyone turned to look at Roland, who was expressionless and spoke in a cold tone. Dennis, however, remained unperturbed, took another sip of his drink, and chuckled. "How could I not care? You told me to come, so I came." Although he spoke respectfully, his tone and attitude lacked any respect whatsoever. It was blatant provocation. Roland couldn't help but sneer. Did Dennis think he could disregard authority just because he was the strongest person on the island? He was now a silver knight, and even without Andre's help, he could easily defeat his opponent. So he stood up from his seat, slowly walked down the steps, and stood in front of Dennis. "Dennis, I am now, in my capacity as Lord, removing you from your position as captain of the guard." The words had barely left his lips when the crowd erupted in uproar, stunned by Roland's directness. Clayton and Oliver couldn't help but gasp, both glancing at Andre, standing to the side. If Dennis were to suddenly attack now, no one could restrain him except Andre, the Silver Knight. Surprisingly, Andre seemed oblivious, closing his eyes to rest and remaining silent. This only deepened everyone's confusion and tension. Dennis stopped feigning drunkenness. His face instantly darkened, and he stared coldly at Roland. Are you sure you want to do this? Roland did not back down. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and said calmly, What if I'm sure? Dennis's face grew even colder, and he gritted his teeth and said, You're just a kid exiled here. Without me, no one in Pearl Town could withstand the magical beasts in the forest. These words made Roland look at Clayton and Oliver, whose expressions were indeed grave, clearly understanding that Dennis's words were not empty rhetoric. But Roland remained unmoved, his composure unchanged, because he knew he still had Andre. Dennis immediately saw through Roland's intentions and burst into laughter, his tone full of sarcasm. He said that although Andre was exceptionally strong, he couldn't possibly defend Pearl Town alone, and once the defenses were breached, Roland would be helpless. Roland, however, remained calm and composed, simply smiling slightly and replying in a nonchalant tone that he had his own methods and Dennis didn't need to worry about it. Dennis scoffed, his face full of disdain, saying that without his guard, Roland wouldn't last more than a few days. Roland remained calm, even smiling knowingly, and said, Aren't you mistaken about something? Dennis paused, raised an eyebrow, and asked what he was trying to say. Roland slowly said, What makes you think those guards will necessarily listen to you? Dennis laughed loudly after hearing this, and confidently said that he had a deep bond with the guards and that they would never betray him. Roland did not refute, but simply waved his hand and ordered, Go, summon all the guards from Crab Island. A moment later, 18 elite guards were summoned to the main hall of the Lord's Mansion. The scene was solemn, and everyone seemed somewhat uneasy. Although the guard force numbered nearly 100, only these 18 truly mastered battle aura and reached the level of bronze knights. The others were merely ordinary warriors and naturally did not need to participate in this contest. 18 guards stood in a line, bowing to Roland and the other dignitaries before nervously awaiting orders, not daring to make a move. Roland looked at them, suddenly smiled, and uttered words that shocked everyone present. I intend to remove Dennis from his position as captain. Would you rather follow him or follow me? Everyone's expression changed, unsure how to react, and they could only lower their heads in silence, the atmosphere instantly freezing. Dennis, however, laughed, saying smugly, You see, without me, they wouldn't dare move. Roland remained unmoved, then changed the subject. Follow me, and your salary will increase by 50%. This statement caused many of the guards' eyes to waver. After all, their salaries were already meager, and Dennis's frequent deductions had long fueled resentment. Even so, they dared not openly defy Dennis. Their fear of him, ingrained over the years, was deeply rooted. Seeing this, Roland said coldly again, I'm only giving you one chance. If you don't give your opinion after 10 counts, you and Dennis will be dismissed. He then began to count down. 10, 9, 8. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and the guards were sweating profusely, yet they still dared not move. As the countdown reached 3, 2, someone finally made up their mind and stepped forward, saying, Lord Roland, your subordinate is willing to follow you. With the first person taking the lead, the others also stepped forward to express their opinions. Me too. Willing to serve you, sir. In the blink of an eye, all 18 guards had submitted to Roland, without exception. Dennis's face immediately turned extremely ugly. He laughed in anger and coldly looked at the guards, cursing, You traitors, aren't you afraid of my methods? His eyes were sinister, and the guards trembled slightly when he glared at them. They were chilled to the bone as they recalled the scenes of their colleagues being beaten to death in the past. Roland saw their fear, waved his hand, and ordered them to retreat and leave the hall temporarily. The guards breathed a sigh of relief and quickly retreated to a distance. At this moment, Roland stared at Dennis and asked with a cold smile, What else do you have to say? Dennis's face darkened, but he still forced a smile and said, I admit defeat. Is it all right if the captain quits? He turned to leave, but Roland's voice suddenly rang out. Dennis, did I say you could leave? Dennis stopped in his tracks, turned around abruptly, and angrily retorted, What do you want to do? Attack? Then let Andre do it. He spoke arrogantly, as if he was certain that Roland wouldn't dare to touch him. Roland simply sneered, To deal with you, I don't need Andre. I can handle it myself. Everyone was stunned, not expecting Roland to take matters into his own hands. Dennis was stunned at first, then laughed loudly and mocked. You're only at the early bronze stage, and you dare to challenge me. But Roland said calmly, you're out of touch. I'm no longer at the early bronze stage. Dennis sneered, completely unconcerned, confident that his fire-based battle aura could suppress everything. The next second, he drew his long sword, his battle aura erupting, crimson flames instantly rising, bringing with them a wave of heat. He roared and slashed at Roland with his sword. Many people exclaimed, watch out! Others shouted for Andre to make a move. But Andre remained motionless, seemingly having anticipated the outcome, standing silently in place. The blade flashed sharply, instantly closing in on Roland. However, at that very moment, Roland's battle aura suddenly erupted. A bright blue light burst forth, instantly suppressing Dennis's flames. The next second, Dennis's longsword was directly deflected by the powerful battle aura, and he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the stone wall. With a loud bang, Dennis coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, unable to move. He looked at Roland in horror and murmured, you are a silver knight. Everyone was stunned, looking at Roland as if he were a complete stranger. Roland slowly walked towards Dennis, a cold smile in his eyes. Since you chose betrayal, you don't need to leave alive. Hearing this, Dennis's face turned deathly pale, and he repeatedly begged for mercy. I was wrong. Spare me, sir. You can't kill me. Roland remained unmoved. Dennis struggled and roared. You can't do this. If you kill me, Master Rhodes will not let you off. At the mention of Rhodes, Roland's eyes turned cold, and he instantly understood the source of Dennis's confidence. However, he didn't care and coldly replied, this is the fate of traitors. As soon as he finished speaking, Roland struck down with his palm, and azure battle chi surged into Dennis's body like a tide, instantly ending his life. Dennis's eyes widened, and he collapsed unwillingly onto the floor of the hall. Roland slowly turned and surveyed the crowd. This time, no one dared to harbor the slightest dissent. They all bowed their heads, submitting to him in utter submission. After Roland personally killed Dennis, there was no further dissent on Crab Island. Everyone was completely convinced of his authority, and no one dared to challenge his prestige. This battle allowed him to firmly establish himself on Crab Island and solidify his reputation as the Lord. 3 days later, peace returned to the island, and Roland began to systematically understand the situation of the entire Crab Island. He carefully investigated the island's population, financial income and expenditure, food reserves, as well as the output and crises of various cash crops and resources. But as Roland learned more, he discovered that the actual situation on Cancer Island was even worse than he had initially estimated. Just as he was frowning over the situation on the island, a panicked guard suddenly rushed into the Lord's mansion. Sir, something terrible has happened. The guard's face was filled with terror, and his voice trembled slightly, clearly indicating that he had encountered considerable trouble. Roland frowned and asked in a deep voice, what is it? What kind of behavior is this, all this panic? The guard immediately recounted what had happened, and Roland's face instantly darkened upon hearing it. Without delay, he ordered, go fetch Andre and Oliver. Come with me to handle this. Before he finished speaking, Roland rushed out the door and headed towards the scene of the incident. Andre and Oliver quickly joined him, and the three headed straight for the depths of the Dolan Forest. Along the way, Roland recounted the events to the two of them. It turned out that a mid-level magical beast, the Wind Wolf, had suddenly invaded a village near Pearl Town, killing more than a dozen villagers. After committing the crime, the Wind Wolf fled into the Dolan Forest, leaving the village in ruins. This Wind Wolf was incredibly powerful, equivalent to a silver knight in human terms. Allowing it to roam freely within their territory would pose a serious threat. Roland decided to personally lead the pursuit. He and Andre would be responsible for killing it, while Oliver would serve as their guide. Oliver's face turned pale upon hearing that it was a mid-level magical beast. Though timid, he dared not disobey his lord's orders. He knew in his heart that with the two silver knights, Roland and Andre, his only responsibility was to lead the way. Following the trail of the fleeing wind wolves, the three plunged into the depths of the forest. Look this way, there are footprints. Andre, with his sharp eyes, was the first to spot the wolf paw prints on the ground. Roland rushed over and saw a large, messy patch of footprints clearly visible, their size causing him to frown. This wind wolf is quite large, he muttered, growing increasingly wary. Andre nodded. I estimate this wolf is at least 3 meters long. Upon hearing this, Roland and Oliver couldn't help but gasp. However, they were already deep in the forest and had no choice but to press on. They continued following the footprints, but the deeper they went into the forest, the more dangerous it became. They proceeded cautiously, and 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. The three of them were resting by the campfire. They encountered many wild beasts in the past 2 days, but did not provoke them. As long as they did not attack first, they ignored them. Their goal was clear, to kill the wind wolf and avenge the dead villagers. Suddenly, a sharp wolf howl came from the depths of the forest, and the three of them immediately tensed up. That wolf is howling. Hurry over. Roland was the first to get up and rush towards the direction from which the sound came. Andre and Oliver followed closely behind, and the three of them ran through the woods for more than 10 minutes. Then Roland raised his hand to signal them to stop and whispered, pointing ahead, "Look, isn't that it?" In the open space ahead, a giant wolf over 3 meters long was devouring its prey, a bloody scene that was nauseating. What shocked them even more was that there was a smaller wind wolf beside the giant wolf. They were clearly a pair. "Two." Andre cursed under his breath, his expression turning serious. The situation had suddenly become tricky. 2 mid-level magical beasts were not to be underestimated. Roland and Andre quickly discussed tactics, and a few minutes later, Andre launched the first attack. He unleashed his fighting spirit, wielding his sword and charging towards the giant wolf. His strikes were like bursts of flame, terrifying in their power. The giant wolf roared as it met his attack, and the two clashed instantly, unleashing a deafening clash. Meanwhile, another little wind wolf attempted a sneak attack, but was stopped by Roland. "Little wolf cub, come find me," he roared, his blade flashing like lightning, forcing the wind wolf back. The four instantly engaged in fierce combat, and amidst the flashing swords, Roland gradually became exhausted. Though a Silver Knight, this was his first time facing a life-or-death battle, and he was nearing his limit. He gritted his teeth and persevered, shouting in his heart, "Andre, finish that over there quickly." Andre, however, grew increasingly fierce in battle, suppressing the giant wolf and forcing it into a corner. Just as the giant wolf was retreating steadily, it suddenly let out a long howl to the sky, then turned and fled. "Try to run?" Andre was taken aback for a moment, then gave chase. The giant wolf was incredibly fast, and it looked like it was about to disappear into the forest, but in the next moment, a cold light shot out from afar. It was Oliver. He had finally made his move, and the arrow struck the giant wolf accurately in the leg, causing it to falter. This brief pause gave Andre an opportunity. He roared and leaped up, unleashing a blazing slash. Flames swept across, and the giant wolf howled in agony before being engulfed, its corpse collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Witnessing its companion's gruesome death, the other wind wolf panicked and fled. Roland seized the opportunity to slash its back, blood splattering, but it didn't stop its escape. However, Andre reacted even faster, a blazing sword light slashing down from the sky. The wind wolf didn't even have time to scream before it was cleaved in two, its corpse flying 10 meters away. With both mid-level magical beasts dead, Roland finally breathed a sigh of relief, bracing himself with his long sword and panting heavily. "Sir, are you all right?" Andre rushed over, his eyes full of respect. Roland waved his hand. "I'm fine, just a little tired." Oliver also rushed over, his face full of amazement. "My God, we really killed 2 wind wolves?" Roland smiled. "This is all thanks to Andre." Andre shook his head earnestly. "If it weren't for you holding that little wolf back, I wouldn't have been able to concentrate." Roland looked artillery. "That's why the three of us worked together to win this battle." Andre simply smiled and nodded, saying nothing more. Then, he dragged the 2 slain wind wolves together and placed them by the campfire. Oliver, looking at the 2 wolf carcasses, was beaming with excitement, almost jumping for joy. "Lord, this is incredible. Mid-level magical beasts. Every part of them is valuable. They can fetch a fortune." Indeed, mid-level magical beasts are quite valuable on the market. Even the most common, one can fetch at least 100 gold coins. While wind wolves aren't rare, their strong combat power attracts many buyers, naturally earning them a good price. Oliver pointed at the 2 wolves and said excitedly, "The smaller one is worth 120 gold coins, and the larger one is worth at least 200. Roland had no concept of these prices, so he turned to look at Andre. Andre nodded in confirmation. That's about the price in Warbanner City. If you sell in Triumph City, the price will be even higher. Hearing this, Roland finally showed a long-lost smile. He originally brought only 1,000 gold coins with him on this trip, but after deducting expenses for supplies, he now only has a little over 300 left. If he doesn't find a new source of income, he estimates he won't be able to survive until the end of the year relying solely on the tax revenue from Crab Island. This trip to the forest brought in an extra 300 gold coins, effectively doubling his assets and solving his immediate problem. He smiled and said to the two of them, "You two have both done a great job this time. Go back and deal with the wind wolf properly, and I will give you a reward." "Thank you, Lord," the two replied in unison. The three continued to rest around the campfire, the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant, their fatigue completely gone. Perhaps the scent of the wind wolf's blood had scared away other wild beasts, for the night was exceptionally quiet. Not even a mouse dared to approach. That night, they finally slept soundly. At dawn, the three set off. The two wind wolf carcasses were tied to Andre and Oliver's war horses respectively, forcing them to travel on foot. However, the mountain path was rugged, and riding a horse wouldn't get them very fast. Instead, the two walked more steadily. Roland, on horseback, was only thinking about getting back to Pearl Town as soon as possible. They encountered no further danger along the way, a journey that was unexpectedly smooth. Finally, before sunset, they successfully emerged from the Dolan Forest. In the distance, the outline of Pearl Town finally came into view. Roland quietly opened the system task panel, glanced at it, and finally saw an update. Task: establish your lord's authority. Reward: detailed map of Cancer Island and the surrounding 100 kilometers waters. The task is marked as complete, but the reward has not yet been credited. It seems it will unlock at some point. Just as they were about to enter the town, the townspeople noticed their return. However, what first attracted everyone's attention was not the three people, but the corpses of the wind wolves on the backs of the two horses. "My God, those two wild dogs are huge. They're almost as big as calves," a woman exclaimed. The man next to her frowned and said dismissively, "Are you blind? Those aren't dogs, they're wind wolves, magical beasts, don't you know?" The moment the word monster was uttered, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, gasping in astonishment. After all, the townspeople had never seen a monster corpse before. The appearance of the two wind wolves immediately drew a crowd. Mayor Clayton soon heard the news and rushed over to greet him. "Thank God, Lord, you're finally back. I've been on tenterhooks these past 2 days." He beamed, his chubby face almost squishing into a ball. Roland smiled and said calmly, "Thank you for your hard work." At this moment, Oliver, looking smug, pointed at the wind wolf and said, "Hey, look what good stuff we brought back." He led over 2 horses, with the wind wolf's carcass hanging high on their backs. Clayton stared in disbelief. "My God, it really is a wind wolf? And there's more than one." Oliver grinned smugly. "Of course, the 3 of us took them down together. It was a thrilling and dangerous experience." Clayton, seeing his exaggerated claims, looked on with suspicion. "I believe you, Sir and Andre, but you, a bronze knight, were probably hiding in the back, weren't you?" Oliver blushed with embarrassment and was about to retort when Roland spoke up. If it weren't for Oliver's accurate shot from a distance, Windwolf would probably have escaped. He made a significant contribution. Clayton then put aside his doubts and nodded. "So you're quite a capable little soldier after all. I underestimated you before." Oliver, beaming with pride, declared without a hint of politeness, "Of course." Everyone couldn't help but laugh at his smug expression. After dinner that evening, Roland returned to his room alone. Lying in bed, he couldn't fall asleep. The mission reward was still not credited to his account, leaving him full of questions. He recalled how the last reward appeared and vaguely understood that the system would deliver the reward to him in some natural way. He frowned, pacing back and forth in the room, pondering where the reward might be hidden. His gaze swept around the room, finally settling on the rows of neat bookshelves, the books spotless, clearly cleaned daily. A thought struck him. Could the reward be hidden among these books? With that in mind, he randomly picked up a book, A 1,000-Year History of the Holy Dragon Empire, a history book commonly kept in noble households. He flipped through a few pages, finding the content quite interesting, but this was clearly not the time for historical research, so he put the book back. Then, he pulled out another book, Young Alabin, a novel about a young boy's cultivation journey, the opening of which was rather engaging. He glanced at a few pages and put the book down, reminding himself that now was not the time for leisure reading. The reward was the key. He began to flip through the books one by one, his fingers quickly tracing the spines, picking out books on different topics, such as the application and control of bronze battle chi. As Roland flipped through more and more books, including a comparison of fire and water auras, the encyclopedia of low-level monsters, the secret of a noble woman, and the kind duchess, he couldn't help but want to immerse himself in them. The richness of the contents on the bookshelf exceeded his expectations. But he resisted the urge to read all night and continued searching for clues until he pulled out a special book from a corner. The Adventures of Relos. Relos was a famous explorer 100 years ago who, according to legend, traveled all over the continent and even went to the polar ice caps and the depths of the ocean. This book records his adventure stories, compiled by later generations, and while it contains a mix of truth and fiction, it still carries considerable weight. Roland casually flipped through it, and before he had read more than a few pages, he heard a thud as something fell out of the book. He looked down and saw a folded piece of animal hide, thick and resilient to the touch like some kind of map. Excitedly, he unfolded the hide, and upon seeing its contents, his pupils constricted sharply. This was the reward he had been waiting for. The map, titled Detailed Map of Crab Island and its Surroundings, was signed by Relos. His eyes lit up, and he immediately unfolded the map. The animal hide was 1 meter square, and the information was exceptionally detailed. As he examined the map, he grew increasingly excited, for the map was marked with exceptional detail. He quickly located his current position, Pearl Town, and the map showed that the surrounding terrain remained largely unchanged. Moreover, the Dolan Mountains, the northern wastes, the southern swamps, and many unnamed islands were clearly visible. But what shocked him most on the map were the mineral deposits marked in red, especially 3 of them. Northern Wasteland, small iron ore. Dolan Forest, small gold ore. Southern Swamp, rare small magic crystal ore. Roland couldn't help but gasp, his eyes fixed on a magic crystal ore. Magic crystals are a form of hard currency on the continent. A small piece can sell for 10 gold coins, and the larger the crystal, the more valuable it is. Even the smallest mine is worth over 100,000 gold coins, making it a veritable wealth bomb. Meanwhile, Cancer Island's annual tax revenue is less than a few dozen gold coins. This is practically a windfall. But after the initial excitement, Roland's smile slowly faded, because reality was far more challenging than he had imagined. The swamp's terrain was complex, teeming with magical beasts and poisonous insects, making mining extremely difficult. Not to mention, he didn't even have a single miner under his command. He had considered collaborating with his father. If Count Rowena knew of this, he would surely step in to resolve all the difficulties. But a problem arose. He might be driven off Cancer Island under various pretexts, becoming a pawn once again. Thinking of this, Roland abandoned the idea of cooperating with his father and secretly decided to wait until he was strong enough before making a move. Then, his gaze fell on the location of the gold mine on the map, which turned out to be near their stone house in the wilderness. This suggests that the exploration team may have discovered some clues back then, but for some reason, nothing came of it. However, the gold mine was located in a remote area with difficult roads, making mining feasible, so Roland had to abandon it for the time being. Finally, his gaze settled on the iron mine in the northern wasteland, less than 10 kilometers from Pearl Town. The road was entirely flat and easily passable. Although it was a small iron mine, it was easy to mine and wouldn't attract too much attention from powerful forces, making it an ideal starting point. Roland quickly calculated in his mind. If this iron ore could be mined, the island's financial predicament could be initially alleviated. He decided to arrange mining as soon as possible. Even if it was only a partial profit, it would give him leverage for greater development. Thinking of this, he smiled contentedly, lay down peacefully, and fell asleep, his mind already picturing a glorious future. In his dream, he sat on his throne, with countless subjects kneeling at his feet, shouting, "Long live the Emperor." Beautiful women served him, and giant dragons coiled on either side of him. In reality, he slept soundly until dawn the next day, his face still lingering with the afterglow of his dream. The sounds of impact echoed from the training ground. Roland was receiving swordsmanship instruction from Andrew. Swing the sword at a higher angle. It'll be more efficient and less strenuous. Your feet need to be steady, so you don't lose power. Although he was only practicing the most basic swordsmanship, this was precisely Roland's weakest point. In the past, he was lazy, frivolous, and idle, never putting his heart into cultivation and failing to master the fundamentals. This battle with the Wind Wolf exposed this fatal flaw. He possessed strength but lacked practical combat experience. If Andrew hadn't intervened and saved him, he would probably be wolf food. So that very night, he asked Andrew to guide him in his cultivation every morning, though Andrew initially thought he was just saying it casually. To everyone's surprise, Roland arrived on time the next morning, practicing diligently for over an hour. Andrew's gaze towards him shifted from disdain to admiration. After finishing his sword practice, Roland went to his room to shower, then immediately checked the system interface to see if any new missions had been issued. As expected, the quest panel has been updated. Quest: food supplies on Cancer Island seem to be running low. Please resolve the food crisis on the island as soon as possible. Reward: the follower of the strong. A food crisis? This news surprised Roland. He knew that things were tough on Cancer Island, but he never imagined that even getting food would be a problem. Just as he was about to go out to find out what was going on, he had only taken a few steps out of the room when he ran into Clayton coming towards him. "Good morning, sir." Clayton greeted him with a bow, his attitude remaining respectful. Roland nodded in response, and noticing that his expression was unusual, he asked, "What brings you here?" Clayton looked slightly embarrassed and stammered, "Sir, I am no longer able to solve the current food crisis." Roland raised an eyebrow and asked directly, "Is there not enough food on the island?" Clayton looked surprised, as if his thoughts had been exposed. "My God, sir, you are truly insightful. I haven't even had a chance to report this yet." Although Roland didn't show it, he felt a little flattered by Roland's flattery. He smiled and said, "I had a feeling about this, and I was just about to ask you about it, but I didn't expect you to come first." Then, getting straight to the point, "So what's the current situation with the grain?" Clayton hurriedly replied, "The island is less than 2 months' worth of food reserves, and the next harvest won't be ready for another 3 months. What's worse is that the crops are not growing well this year, and the yield may not even reach 60% of that of previous years. Even if we manage to make it to the harvest season, we won't survive the coming winter." Upon hearing this, Roland's face darkened. The situation was indeed worse than he had anticipated. He pressed further, "How was the food shortage resolved in the past?" Clayton shook his head and smiled bitterly. "In previous years, we could make up for it by buying some. But this year not only is the harvest poor, but tax revenue has also dropped, and we can't even raise enough money to buy grain." Roland understood immediately, summarizing it in one sentence. "We don't have enough to grow, and we can't afford to buy them." However, he did not panic. After thinking for a moment, he instructed his servant to call Andre over. Andre is now the captain of the Cancer Island Guard. Soon, Andre entered, stood at attention, and saluted. "Sir, what are your orders?" Roland got straight to the point. "Remember those 2 wind wolves we hunted last time?" Andre nodded. "I remember. Take their corpses to War Banner City and sell them now. You can probably get 300 gold coins for them. Then use this money to buy a batch of grain as soon as possible." Andre nodded immediately. "I guarantee I'll complete the mission." Roland then looked at Clayton. "Will these 300 gold coins last until next year?" Clayton nodded in response. "Buy more whole grains, that should be enough." But he added, "However, Pearl Town is still short of medicine, iron ingots, and a lot of daily necessities." Roland sighed and asked, "Is there really no surplus on the island?" Clayton gave an awkward smile. "I had a little surplus last year, but the market is so bad this year that I've spent it all. I can't even collect taxes, so I'm basically out of money." After hearing this, Roland reluctantly took out another 100 gold coins from his purse and handed them to Andre. "Use this money to purchase other supplies and bring them back with you." That morning, Andre, carrying the corpse of the Wind Wolf and the gold coins, boarded a ship and headed to the mainland. Oliver was also with them, since Andre wasn't good at negotiating prices, and with the season Oliver around, they might be able to save a lot of money. The sailors on the ship could also help with unloading cargo, saving the need to send additional personnel. Standing on the dock, watching the simple single-masted sailboat sail away, Roland understood the value of the gold coins even more clearly. After finishing this mess, he found himself with some free time. However, he soon remembered something else, so he took Clayton and 2 guards and called on the blacksmith Gillett, and together they headed to the northern wasteland. Gillett was a short, stocky old blacksmith with a full beard, and it was said that he had some dwarf blood. Looking at his physique, Roland felt that it was pretty much the right person. "Master, why did you bring me to this desolate place?" Gillett asked nervously. He was working diligently at the blacksmith shop when he was suddenly summoned to this remote place, which inevitably caused him to have all sorts of wild thoughts. Clayton was also puzzled and could only follow along with a confused expression. Roland ignored their thoughts and said directly, "Actually, it's not a big deal. Last time I passed through this area with Andre and Oliver, I suspected there was an iron mine hidden underneath." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. "Iron ore? That's no small matter." Oliver looked on incredulously. "Sir, you're not joking, are you?" Clayton shook his head repeatedly. Back then, the Earl sent several teams to explore, but they didn't find any mines. Roland smiled slightly. "People can make mistakes. Let's get closer and take a look." He was confident. After all, this iron ore mine was a place personally marked by the legendary Explorerellos. The group continued on their way, and soon they arrived at Pearl Town, which was only 10 kilometers away. Although Roland didn't bring a map, he relied on his memory to circle around the wasteland several times and finally confirmed the location. "This is it," he said, then jumped off his horse and began to examine the ground. Unfortunately, it doesn't look special at all and is no different from the surrounding wasteland. Clayton asked doubtfully, "Is that really it? It looks so ordinary." At this moment, Gillett suddenly lay down on the ground, dug the soil with his hands, and sniffed it from time to time. Seeing his expression, everyone couldn't help but laugh. "You're not really going to find iron or by your nose, are you?" Clayton joked. To everyone's surprise, Gillett became excited, and his eyes lit up. "That's right. I can smell it. There's definitely the smell of iron ore down there." Everyone was stunned, and Clayton even wondered if he had taken his joke seriously. Roland's eyes lit up. "Are you sure?" "I guarantee it," Gillett exclaimed excitedly. "I've been able to smell ore since I was a child. It's definitely an iron mine down there, and it's not deep below the surface." After saying that, he picked up his pickaxe and started digging. 2 guards joined in to help, and soon they dug a pit 2 meters deep. Immediately afterward, the pickaxe struck again. A crisp clang rang out. A fist-sized piece of ore was unearthed, its surface faintly revealing a metallic luster. "Iron ore. It really is iron ore," Gillett shouted excitedly. Roland took the ore and examined it carefully. Although he didn't know much about it, he could tell that it was no ordinary stone. Clayton stared at the ore, his expression shifting from surprise to awe. Only at this moment did everyone truly believe that Roland had not misjudged. Beneath this neglected wasteland, indeed, lies an iron mine. While it cannot immediately turn around Cancer Island's fortunes, it is enough to reverse its current financial predicament. Roland couldn't help but burst into laughter. With this iron mine, Crab Island can finally rise. Chapter 10. Lady Catherine. After confirming the existence of iron ore in the northern wasteland, Roland quickly prepared to organize a team to develop the mine. No one is more professional at mining than Gillett, at least on Crab Island, so the establishment of the mine was entrusted to him. Clayton, on the other hand, posted a recruitment notice in Pearl Town that same day on the bulletin board in the central square. Soon, the notice was surrounded by passers-by, and to prevent people from not being able to read it, Clayton even had someone read it aloud. "Recruiting miners? Do we have mines on our island? How come I didn't know that?" someone asked with a puzzled look. The official in charge of reading the announcement immediately explained. This is an iron mine that our great lord just discovered in the northern wasteland. It's only 10 kilometers away from Pearl Town, which is very convenient." Upon hearing that an iron mine had been discovered on the island, everyone showed expressions of surprise and delight. Although they wouldn't share in the profits from the mine, an iron mine would need miners. On Cancer Island, all industries were in decline, and finding work was truly difficult. Then, very quickly, someone asked the question that everyone was concerned about. "How much do miners earn here?" Everyone was staring intently at the official. He held out a hand, smiled, and said, 5 silver coins a month. That's not a low wage, even in War Banner City. In addition, the mine also provides room and board. Upon hearing that it would cost 5 silver coins a month, everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Normally, finding a job here costs only 3 silver coins, and there are many people vying for it. But now, they're offering 5 silver coins a month. Immediately, everyone excitedly raised their hands. I'm signing up. I'm signing up. The recruitment of miners went very smoothly. In just one day, more than 50 miners were recruited, and many more were eliminated due to age or health reasons. According to Gillet's plan, these 50-odd people should be enough for the initial mining of the iron ore. If the iron ore mine gets on track, then more people may need to be recruited. Meanwhile, under Clayton's command, teams of carpenters and stonemasons arrived at the mine to build houses for the miners to live in. The once desolate and lonely northern wilderness has become unusually lively. Roland entrusted this matter to Clayton and Gillet. He would occasionally go to the mine to check on the progress, and when he saw everyone working diligently, he would show a satisfied smile. And just like that, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. These past 2 days, Roland has been quite relaxed. He doesn't need to worry about things at the iron mine. Clayton and Gillet have taken care of them. He simply gets up every day to practice his martial arts and spends his free time reading the books in his room, which he finds quite interesting. But today, Roland had to put down his book because Andre and his men have returned. Upon receiving the news, Roland immediately rushed to the dock, where he saw the dilapidated sloop moored nearby and one person after another carrying out bags of grain. Andre was standing by the dock, watching them work. When he saw Roland arrive, he immediately strode over and said respectfully, "My lord, I have not failed you. I have completed the task you assigned me." Roland also smiled and said, "Very good. Thank you for your hard work, Andre." Andre shook his head and said, "Aside from the slightly bumpy boat ride, there wasn't much of a hardship on this trip." Seeing how serious he was, Roland smiled and said nothing more, instead asking directly, "So, how much did you get for those 2 wind wolves?" Andre said, "I was very lucky. The price of Warcraft items has been good recently. I sold the 2 wind wolves for a total of 360 gold coins, and then I used all of those gold coins to buy food." Roland was very satisfied with the price. He had originally expected to sell it for only 320 gold coins, but unexpectedly he made an extra 40 gold coins for free. Standing by the ship, watching the full load of grain being unloaded, Roland felt increasingly joyful, because it means that his mission can be completed. However, Roland repeatedly opened the system panel along the way, but the task still showed as incomplete. Roland finally breathed a sigh of relief when the last bag of grain was unloaded from the ship, because the task panel has finally changed. Mission: food supplies on Cancer Island seem to be running low. Please resolve the food crisis on the island as soon as possible. Completed. Reward: the following of the strong. However, once the mission was completed, the reward gave Roland a headache. Followers of the strong? Who is this so-called strongman? Were they now? Completely clueless, Roland could only shake his head helplessly. Based on past practice, this so-called strongman should appear at the right time. At that moment, Andre, who was still standing to the side, suddenly spoke up again. "By the way, my lord, when I returned to War Banner City this time, the earl asked me to deliver a letter to you." Roland frowned upon hearing this. His father, Rowena, was actually writing to him. He then accepted the letter from Andre, and seeing that there was nothing amiss at the dock, rowed back to the lord's manor. Back in his room, he frowned and opened his father Rowena's letter. The letter contained very little information. "The 5th of next month is the anniversary of your mother's death. Remember to return and pay your respects." Upon seeing this, Roland's expression became slightly dazed. He had no recollection of this so-called mother, as she had died in childbirth. Roland once suspected that this might be the reason why his father, Rowena, was so hostile towards him. After all, if he hadn't been born, his mother wouldn't have died. In previous years, it seemed that his father, Rowena, would not specifically ask him to go to the ancestral temple. As for this year, it might be because he has come of age. Roland had no objection to this, and secretly noted down the date as the 5th of next month. After all, she is my mother, so it is only right to pay my respects. After that, Roland's life returned to normal. Every morning, he still followed Andre in training, and under Andre's guidance, his strength improved rapidly. Progress at the iron mine was also rapid. In just 3 days, houses sprang up, adding a new touch to the barren land. However, what worried him was that the system task was still not completed. Follow the strong. Where exactly is it? Until this day, Oliver suddenly approached him with something to report. "Sir, our fishermen have found a person at sea and would like you to come and take a look." Roland looked at him with a puzzled expression and said, "It's perfectly normal to rescue someone who has fallen into the water. What's so interesting about that?" However, Oliver said it somewhat mysteriously. "My lord, the person who fell into the water seems to be of unusual status, perhaps even a noblewoman. She said she wants to meet you, so I think you should be allowed to take a look." Noble? Roland himself was just a minor baron, yet he managed to salvage a nobleman from the sea. If the nobleman had drifted over from a nearby continent, he might even recognize him. So he didn't ask any more questions and followed Oliver. At this moment, in the ruling hall of Cancer Island, a woman who was soaking wet and looked extremely disheveled was sitting in a chair. However, even so, her clothes and demeanor made it clear that she was not an ordinary person. Clayton had gone to the mine to take charge, so Oliver was in charge here today. Upon seeing this woman of unusual status, he immediately went to report to Roland. Soon, Roland appeared in the council hall and immediately spotted the woman sitting in the chair. It must be said that this woman is truly beautiful, with delicate and refined features, a head of jet black hair cascading down her back, and magnificent robe that clung tightly to her body, perfectly showcasing her graceful figure. Oliver stepped forward first to introduce himself. "Your Excellency Catherine, this is the lord of this island, Baron Roland." The woman carefully examined Roland for a few moments, then slowly extended her snow-white right hand and said, "Hello, Your Excellency Baron Roland. My name is Catherine Filth. Thank you for saving my life." Firth? Roland thought about it carefully, but he couldn't seem to recall the surname. Perhaps this woman wasn't a noblewoman from Cape Brun. Roland smiled, gently took his hand, and said, "Hello, beautiful Miss Catherine. It's my good fortune to be able to help you. Noble etiquette is very particular. Generally speaking, if a lower-ranking noble meets a higher-ranking noble, the lower-ranking noble should place one hand on his chest in a gesture of respect, while the higher-ranking noble only needs to nod in return. If they are nobles of the same rank, they can either exchange a hand gesture with one hand on their chest or a handshake. If a high-ranking nobleman is greeted by a low-ranking nobleman, he should not offer a handshake, but rather a handshake. In this case, the low-ranking nobleman should shake hands and bow slightly. Now, this Catherine is actually taking the initiative to shake hands with me, so based on this, I would assume that she is at least a baron or even a viscount. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some commoners did not understand the etiquette between nobles and used it indiscriminately. Roland very gentlemanly gently shook Catherine's small hand. Cool and soft. This was his first impression, but it wasn't the time for him to dwell on it. He still had many questions, so he asked directly, "Beautiful Lady Catherine, are you also a nobleman?" Catherine nodded and said, "Yes, Your Excellency Baron, I am indeed a nobleman." Roland raised an eyebrow. Although Catherine had acknowledged her noble status, she had not revealed her title. Roland had hoped to deduce her title or family from her attire, but unfortunately, the family crest on her clothes seemed to be damaged and unrecognizable. A mysterious woman. Roland thought to himself, but suddenly a thought popped into his mind. Followers of the strong? Could it be that this Catherine is my reward for completing the mission? Chapter 11, The Violet Empire. Thinking about this, Roland became even more curious about Catherine. At this moment, Catherine spoke up. "Your Excellency, I have something I'd like to discuss with you privately. Would that be all right?" Upon hearing this, Roland raised an eyebrow and said, "Of course. If you don't want to go there, let's talk at my lord's manor. Is that all right, madam?" Catherine smiled and nodded. "Sure." Afterwards, Roland took Catherine away from the Hall of Regents and returned to his study. For a beautiful woman to dare to be alone with a strange man so boldly suggests that she is either servile or powerful. Roland believes she prefers the latter. Upon entering the room, Roland broke the silence first and spoke. "Miss Catherine, I didn't know you'd specifically asked me to be alone with you. Is there something you need to say?" Catherine looked at Roland, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. "Lord Roland, I wish to follow you and become your knight. Is that all right?" Roland was stunned when he heard this. Could it really be a reward for completing a mission? But isn't this reward method a bit stiff and not quite smooth? After all, it doesn't make sense for a woman who appears out of nowhere to suddenly say she wants to follow you. However, Roland did not believe there was anything wrong with the system. So he pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Miss Catherine, you are also a noblewoman, while I am merely a minor baron. Why do you follow me?" Upon hearing his words, Catherine gave a wry smile and said, "Although I am a nobleman, my family has long since fallen into decline. I have the status of nobleman, but no family territory or wealth. Now, my family is dwindling, and I am the last one left. At this point, I have no choice but to follow other nobles. Rather than follow others, I would rather follow you. After all, you are my savior." There was some truth to what he said, but Roland only believed it to a certain extent. So he looked at Catherine and said seriously, "Miss Catherine, if you want to follow me, at least let me know who you are." Upon hearing his words, Catherine took a deep breath and then spoke. "Of course, Lord Roland. I, Catherine Filth, a Viscount of the Violet Empire, have lost everything due to my family's decline. I have spent all my family's wealth to buy a ship full of Violet Empire's specialty spices to sell in the Holy Dragon Empire. However, I did not expect that a storm would occur on the way. The ship would capsize and all my property would be completely lost. I have nowhere to go, so I can only seek your protection." Upon hearing her words, Roland showed a surprised expression. He hadn't expected that Catherine was a Viscount, and even more unexpectedly, that she was from the Violet Empire. The Violet Empire is located in the south of the Holy Dragon Empire. Of course, there are also some weak kingdoms and duchies between the two countries. 100 years ago, the Violet Empire and the Holy Dragon Empire had a fierce battle, but the two sides were evenly matched and could only end up with no result. But the relationship was very bad. Fortunately, 100 years have passed, and the Holy Dragon Empire and the Violet Empire have not had any major conflicts since. So their relationship is now relatively peaceful, and trade between them is very frequent. Regardless of the circumstances, the status of nobility is universal. Even if two people belong to different countries, they will still recognize each other's noble status. Roland knew that Catherine had other places to hide, but he didn't delve into it further. However, there was something else he was more concerned about. Followers of the strong? How strong can this powerful person be? I also deeply sympathize with your plight, Viscount Catherine. I cannot offer you much help. I can only accept your allegiance as the Lord of Cancer Island, Baron of the Holy Dragon Empire, and Roland Warbanner. Upon hearing this, Catherine smiled with satisfaction, then placed one hand on her chest and said, "Thank you, kind Lord Roland." Originally, her title was higher than Roland's, but since she had become Roland's follower, she naturally had to express her respect for him. Roland returned the greeting slightly, and then asked the question that had been bothering him. "Ms. Catherine, may I inquire about your capabilities?" Catherine nodded. "Of course, sir. I am actually an intermediate wind mage." "Magician." Roland was startled, then overjoyed. It was actually a mage. You must know that the status of a mage is far beyond that of a knight like Roland. Every mage is a rare and noble being. Although Roland was somewhat puzzled that a mage, especially a mid-level mage, would follow him, he did not delve into it further. What if this is the power of the system? Hey. Then, Roland extended his right hand to Catherine and said with a smile, "Welcome to Cancer Island, Ms. Catherine." Catherine also took Roland's hand, bowed deeply, and said, "Thank you for taking me in, Lord Roland." If Catherine hadn't been there, Roland would probably have jumped for joy. He then hurriedly went out and called Robert over, asking him to arrange a more luxurious room for Catherine. Robert looked at the incredibly beautiful Catherine, a knowing smile on his face, and then said, "Yes, sir. I'll go arrange a room for Miss Catherine right away." After Catherine left, Roland's excitement subsided slightly, and then he suddenly remembered the system mission. So, I hurriedly opened the task panel to take a look. Sure enough, things changed again, which also confirms that Catherine was indeed a reward given to him by the system. Now, a new mission has been issued. Task. Although the food crisis on Cancer Island has been temporarily alleviated, it's a long-term solution that can't address the immediate problem. Only by increasing food production on Cancer Island can this issue be completely resolved. Please investigate the reasons for the reduced food production on Cancer Island and resolve this problem. Reward: salt-tolerant crops. Upon seeing the updated mission, Roland was startled, then instantly became excited, his breathing quickening. He wasn't excited about the mission itself. It's the reward for the task below. Salt-tolerant crops. If this is true, does it mean that in the northern wilderness, on these hundreds of square kilometers of desolate land, as long as the irrigation canals are connected, one can grow crops? That area is dozens of times larger than all the arable land on Crab Island today. If that's the case, then Cancer Island will be completely free from the food crisis. With food, he can start expanding the population of Cancer Island and even have a large amount of food to sell and earn more gold coins. Huff, huff. Thinking of this, Roland's breathing became increasingly rapid. He didn't want to stop for even a moment longer. Robert, prepare the horses for me. Oliver was puzzled by Roland's sudden order. He didn't understand why Roland suddenly wanted to inspect the village again, since they had just gone together recently and Roland hadn't said anything. However, he had to carry out Roland's orders, even though he didn't understand Roland's intentions. Accompanying them was Ms. Catherine, who had just become Roland's follower. She was unfamiliar with Cancer Island, so taking her out would help her understand the place where she would be living from now on. Oliver wore a strange smile when he heard that Catherine had become Roland's night follower. One could only guess what filthy thoughts were going through his mind. As for Andre, he sent most of his guards to the mine to protect it. Recently, for some unknown reason, many animals, even low-level magical beasts, have appeared on the wasteland where animals were not common before. The construction team at the mine was attacked several times, but fortunately only a few people were injured and no major losses were caused. However, the construction efficiency was greatly reduced. Therefore, in order to maintain normal construction at the mine, Roland specially sent Andre to guard the mine. With him there, the mine became much calmer, and the construction speed returned to its previous level. Soon, Roland and his group arrived at Wheat Village. Master, gentlemen, what brings you here? The speaker was Zach Sickle, the village chief of Wheat Village, an old man with tattered, dirty clothes and a face full of wrinkles. He was constantly patting the dirt off his body, looking at everyone with a nervous and awkward expression. Oliver looked at him with disdain and said, "Old Zach, how many days has it been since you showered? I can smell the stench on you from far away." Old Zach chuckled and said, "Lord Oliver, I took a shower this month. I don't smell any odor on myself." It has to be said that old Zach really smelled bad. Roland couldn't help but frown. Last time he came here to patrol, he just took a quick look and didn't have much contact with old Zach. Or rather, he just happened to run into old Zach taking a bath last time. However, he didn't come to check on his personal hygiene this time. He came to check on the growth of the wheat. While Roland could tolerate the unpleasant smell, Catherine couldn't. She covered her nose and waved her hand. Instantly, a gentle breeze swept in, and the unpleasant smell in the air vanished. Everyone else who witnessed this scene was visibly shocked, because they finally realized it too. This Lady Catherine was actually a noble magician. It's worth noting that even in War Banner City, a low-level mage would be the center of attention, let alone on Crab Island. You're actually a mage? Oliver was so shocked that he was almost incoherent. Roland saw this, glanced at him, and said, "Calm down, Oliver. Don't scare Catherine." Catherine clearly couldn't stand this scene and didn't care. Oliver then realized his mistake and regretted his earlier failure. However, Roland paid no more attention to him, but looked at old Zach and said, "Old Zach, take me to see the wheat field." Upon hearing this, old Zach hurriedly bent down and said, "Yes, sir. I'll take you there right away." After saying that, he strode forward and walked towards the wheat field. In just 2 minutes, the group arrived at a wheat field. There were still only 2 months until the harvest, but the wheat seedlings looked short and green, and the ears of wheat that had formed on them were sparse, as if they were malnourished. Roland had already dismounted and come to the wheat field. He squatted down and carefully observed the wheat seedlings. The more he looked, the more his brows furrowed. In his previous life, he also came from the countryside. Although his family grew rice instead of wheat when he was a child, the two were very similar. Seeing the state of the wheat seedlings, he knew there must be a problem. So he turned to old Zach beside him and said, "Old Zach, how much do you think you'll produce this year?" Old Zach looked at Roland and said hesitantly, I don't know either, but these wheat seedlings aren't growing well. I feel they're only about 60% of last year's size at best. 60%, which is about the same as Clayton's previous prediction. After hearing what old Zach said, Roland pondered for a moment and then asked again, "Do you know where the problem lies? Why is this year's wheat yield so low?" Old Zach shook his head and said, "I don't know either, sir. We used to farm like this, but the yields weren't like this before. So how do you usually grow vegetables?" Roland continued to ask. So, old Zach explained to everyone their usual methods of farming. Chapter 12, Finding a Solution. It must be said that there were no lazy people among the more than 100 people in the entire Xiaomai village. When food was already scarce, if they were lazy, they would only starve to death. They are indeed very dedicated to farming, as can be seen from the clean wheat fields where not a single weed can be seen. Every day, they go out to work before dawn and don't return until the sun is almost setting. Despite their hard work and dedication, the wheat field remains stagnant and lifeless. We weed and catch insects here every day, and we never skimp on watering, but it's as if this land is cursed. The harvest is getting worse year by year. If this continues, I'm afraid not a single wheat will grow here. Please, sir, you must help us find a solution. Old Zack, his face full of wrinkles, pleaded sadly. Without him saying so, Roland naturally wanted to help them solve the problem, not just because of the system task. Because all this land is his property, and most of the grain produced here must be handed over to him. Ultimately, if this problem is not resolved, he will be the one who suffers the most. Roland continued to observe the wheat seedlings on the ground. Although he didn't understand planting, he still tried to glean some clues from them. Oliver saw him observing the wheat seedlings, so he also squatted down and pretended to look at a wheat seedling, though he didn't really think much of it. He didn't think that a high-ranking man like Roland could understand the dirty and tiring work of farming. At this moment, Roland picked up a handful of soil and examined it carefully. He even put the soil in front of his nose and smelled it before finally letting it fall. Then, he stood up with a frown, seemingly deep in thought. Then, he suddenly turned to look at old Zack and said, "Old Zack, what do you do with the wheat stalks after the harvest?" Old Zack was taken aback, then quickly said, "Reporting to the master, we take the wheat stalks after the harvest to our homes to start fires, and sometimes the dairy village will also bring some over to make fodder for the cattle and sheep." Roland heard this, his brows furrowing further before asking a question. "What fertilizer do you use in the fields?" "Fertilize?" Old Zack was taken aback and blurted out, "What is fertilization?" Roland looked helpless, already having a pretty good idea of the answer. So he turned around, mounted his warhorse, and said, "Let's go. Let's visit other villages." Even after they had all left, old Zack was still frowning and muttering to himself. Fertilizing? What is fertilizing? He thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out, so he had to sigh. The nobleman's words are so profound. I can't understand a word of them. Meanwhile, Roland and his group continued their patrols to other villages. Potato Village, Tomato Village, Pea Village. I visited each village one by one, and basically every village was facing the same crisis as Xiaomai Village, but their crop production did not seem to be as severe as Xiaomai Village's. By this time, Roland had a pretty good idea of why the crop yield had decreased. So he mounted his horse again and headed to another village, Dairy Village. Although it's called a dairy village, it doesn't actually raise only dairy cows. It also raises sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, and beef cattle. The place was originally named this because it was specifically used for raising dairy cows to supply milk to Pearl Town. Later, as it expanded into other farming businesses, it continued to use this name. "Oh, Your Excellency, what a pleasant surprise to have you come to my filthy place." A plump woman, carrying an iron fork, said with a look of surprise. This woman was Mrs. Orlam, the village chief of Cow Village, and the only female village chief among the 8 villages. She was incredibly obese, almost comparable to the village's cows. "Oh my God, Orlam, did you fall into a cesspool? You smell worse than old Zack." Oliver kept talking while covering his nose. Orlam, however, didn't care at all and instead laughed heartily. "Ha ha, Oliver, you know what's going on in my village. I'm with those cows and sheep every day. How can I not smell? I'm not as delicate as you. I can't stand this little bit of stench." Oliver snorted and said, "I'm not afraid of the smell. I'm just afraid your stench will offend the adults." Roland also smelled the odor, but he didn't pay any attention to it. On the contrary, Catherine covered her mouth and was about to vomit. She quickly waved her hand to summon a breeze, but the smell was everywhere and could not be blown away no matter what she did. Seeing this, Roland said to her, "Catherine, just wait for me outside. I can go in by myself." Catherine, feeling as if she had been granted a pardon, quickly said, "Thank you, sir." After saying that, he turned around and hurriedly ran towards the village entrance. Roland dismounted and went to Lady Orlam's side, smiling as he spoke directly. "Mrs. Orlam, could you show me around your farm?" Orlam was surprised that Roland was actually not afraid of the stench here, so he laughed and said, As long as you don't mind the smell here, you can look anywhere you want. After saying that, he turned around and led Roland inside. Oliver really didn't want to go into this filthy, smelly place, but seeing that Roland had already gone in without any disgust, he had no choice but to hold his nose and follow him in. Along the way, other villagers bowed their heads and bent over when they saw them. "Good afternoon, sir." Before we knew it, it was almost noon. Led by Orlum, Roland visited the pigsties, cattle pens, sheep pens, and chicken and duck pens in their village. It must be said that Orlum was indeed quite capable in animal husbandry. Each enclosure was well managed by her, and the ground was very clean, with no trace of feces. However, no matter how much cleaning was done, the stench could not be eliminated. After looking around, Roland already had a crucial question in his mind. "Mrs. Orlum, it's clear that you manage these livestock very well. You are indeed a qualified village head." Orlum smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment, sir. It's just what I should do." Seeing Orlum's humility, Roland's impression of her improved even more, and then he asked his question. "But Mrs. Orlum, I have another question I'm curious about. I see that your pens are so clean. I'd like to know how you deal with the livestock manure." Lady Orlum was taken aback that the noble lord would care about excrement, but she still explained, "Is there any use for that manure? It's not only smelly here, but it also easily breeds mosquitoes, swine fever, and other things. So whenever my people see manure in the pen, they will remove it." Roland raised an eyebrow and continued to ask, "Where did you remove all this excrement? Can you take me to see it?" Lady Orlum was increasingly puzzled. She couldn't understand why the lord was so fixated on these excrements. A troubled expression appeared on her face as she spoke. "Sir, those things smell awful and disgusting. I'm afraid they'll taint your noble body. You'd better not go see them." Roland shook his head and said firmly, "It's okay. Take me there." Seeing this, Mrs. Orlum could only nod helplessly and say, "Since you insist on seeing this, sir, I will take you there." After saying that, he led the way for Roland and the others. Oliver, on the other hand, felt increasingly uncomfortable. He was already suffocating as soon as he entered the village, and now he had to go see those filthy excrements. However, since Roland didn't mind, he didn't dare to turn around and run away, so he could only hold his nose and follow. Soon, the group arrived at a wasteland not far from the dairy village. There, they saw small black mounds, which were piles of manure. Roland counted them roughly and found that there were dozens of them, scattered all over the wasteland. Upon seeing this, Roland's eyes lit up immediately. He hurriedly walked to the nearest pile of dung and examined it closely. He found that the dung piles had turned almost black and were loose and no longer sticky. Even the smell didn't seem so bad anymore. Roland understood that this was because the excrement had fermented here and was now the best fertilizer imaginable. The others all wore strange expressions when they saw Roland staring at the pile of dung with obvious interest. They had long heard that noblemen had all sorts of weird fetishes, but they had never seen anyone like Roland who liked to smell excrement. Soon, Roland returned, then burst into laughter and said, "Mrs. Orlum, you've done me a huge favor. No, you've saved our entire Pearl Town." Mrs. Orlum was completely bewildered, not understanding what Roland was talking about. If Roland were just a commoner, she would definitely have called him insane. Roland, unaware of what they were thinking, simply laughed and spoke to Oliver beside him. Oliver, now, immediately summoned all the village chiefs to the governing hall for a meeting. Oliver was puzzled, but he quickly replied anyway, "My lord, I will send someone to inform you immediately." In the afternoon, inside the government building of Pearl Town. At this moment, the village chiefs of the 8 villages on Crab Island sat together, a rare occurrence. They didn't understand why Roland had summoned them, but since he was their master, they did whatever he said. Soon, a handsome figure appeared in the room. It was Roland. Oliver was also with them, and even Clayton was summoned back from the mines, along with a number of other officials. Seeing that almost all the high-ranking officials of Cancer Island had arrived, everyone realized the importance of the matter and became increasingly curious. "You must all be wondering why I've gathered everyone here, right?" Roland looked at everyone and said with a smile. Everyone nodded, puzzled. Even Clayton and Oliver were completely baffled. Roland ignored their expressions and continued speaking. "In recent years, our Cancer Island has encountered a great crisis, which I believe everyone is already aware of. That is, the grain yield of our arable land has been decreasing year by year. and it is now even unable to feed the residents of our island. Everyone knows about this problem, but there's no solution. Now that Roland has summoned them for a meeting to discuss this matter, one can't help but wonder if the Lord has found solution. The village chief's eyes lit up. Roland had, of course, discovered the reason for the decline in grain production, the loss of fertility from a land. Farming here doesn't involve fertilization. Instead, it relies entirely on the soil's own fertility. Moreover, the harvested straw isn't burned and returned to the soil. As a result, the soil's fertility only decreases with each planting, leading to lower and lower crop yields. The solution to this problem lies in the piles of fermented manure outside the dairy village. By burying this manure in the soil's fertility can be greatly replenished, and the malnourished crops will regain their vitality. Roland spoke eloquently and fluently, carefully explaining his speculations and solutions to everyone, leaving them all stunned. Bury manure in the fields? Is the grain produced from that kind still edible? Will it smell bad? Everyone had deep suspicions. Chapter 13 Mission completed. Sir, Master, although I also hope the crops can recover quickly, but is this really all right? Old Zack said hesitantly. The others shared the same thought and couldn't help but nod in agreement. Roland didn't want to explain further to them, as it would only waste time, so he said in a slightly angry tone, "These are my orders, and you must obey them." Seeing their lord's resolute attitude, everyone could only nod helplessly. "As you wish, sir." So, Roland made this a top priority. Clayton was unable to leave because he was in charge of many matters related to the establishment of the mine, so this matter was naturally handed over to Oliver. It was only then that Roland realized he didn't have many capable people at his disposal. When he came to Cancer Island, he only brought a group of servants and a few guards, and he didn't have a single managerial talent. On this desolate crab island, there are hardly any literate people, let alone any capable administrators. Oliver thought the Lord's idea of hitting him on the head was unreliable, but he couldn't disobey Roland's orders, so he had no choice but to accept it. Soon, horse-drawn carts and ox carts began to haul away the manure that had been piled up for who knows how long from the dairy village, and then transported it to various villages. Nowadays, crops are grown on all the land in the village. If there are no crops, it is best to mix them into the soil when plowing. Now that there are crops, the only option is to pile the manure on the surface of the crops, which will naturally be less effective. However, as rainwater seeps in, the fertilizer from the manure will also seep into the soil. It's just a matter of time. And so, every day that followed was the same. Countless cartloads of manure were transported from Dairy Village and buried in the fields of various villages. And the piles of manure outside the Dairy Village are gradually decreasing. However, Roland was still not satisfied with this, because there were still too few cars in the town, and the villages were too far apart. So, even after a week, less than a quarter of the land had been completed. However, only half of the manure outside the dairy village remained. This meant that even if all the manure were taken away, it would only be enough for half of the fields, leaving the other half without fertilizer. On this day, Roland was checking the construction progress at the mine. The number of workers at the mine had increased to more than 100. The miners' living quarters were ready, and on the other side of the living quarters, a larger smelting area was under construction. Under Gillet's command, small-scale iron ore mining was already underway. Fortunately, this iron mine is an open-pit mine, so the excavation is not too difficult. Under Gillet's command, a small pit has been dug out, and truckloads of ore are being transported out of the pit and piled up next to it. "Oh, Your Excellency, do you see these? These are all top-grade iron ore. You must be blessed by Lady Luck to have found such an iron mine." Gillet stood in front of the pile of iron ore and said excitedly. Roland didn't understand these iron ores, but he figured Gillet wouldn't say anything out of line, which improved his mood considerably. You know, he's had a lot on his mind these past few days. Besides the fact that the mission has not been completed, another reason is that he has almost no gold coins left. Developing this iron mine is a huge project, and he has invested almost all of his funds in it. If he can't find any ore, he will really go bankrupt. How long will it take to smelt the iron ingots? Roland asked with a look of longing. Gillet shook his head upon hearing this, and said, "Oh, your lordship, your demands are far too urgent. Look at the smelter next door. The roof isn't even finished yet, and we're short-handed. We also have too few wagons. I heard you sent them all to Holmanur. That's astonishing. Is manure more valuable than iron, or? Roland was completely bewildered by what he heard. He knew all this all too well, but ultimately, money was the only solution. Sometimes, Roland even thought about taking Andre to the Dolan Forest to see if they could hunt a few more mid-level magical beasts to sell for money. However, he quickly abandoned this unreliable idea. Intermediate magical beasts are rare, and you can't just find them whenever you want. Moreover, if he encountered a powerful intermediate magical beast, he might lose his life, let alone make any money. Moreover, the shortage of workers is also very serious. However, the entire town of Pearl only has a population of just over 2,000. If the mine adds more workers, then 1/10 of the population of Pearl will be here. Roland also realized the importance of population, but the food problem has been a major obstacle in Pearl Town, preventing the town from expanding its population. Perhaps once the food crisis is over, it will be time to find a way to increase the population. Just as Gillett was grumbling incessantly to Roland, suddenly, a war horse galloped from afar. Roland squinted and recognized the man as Oliver. He was taking a dump. What's he doing here? My lord, we finally found you. Oliver galloped up to Roland, dismounted, and said excitedly. Roland frowned slightly and said, Oliver, you look so panicked and agitated. It's not like a good manager. What's wrong that made you rush over here? Oliver quickly took a deep breath to control his emotions, but in the end he couldn't suppress his feelings and said excitedly, Sir, those crops. Roland was startled and quickly asked, What happened to the crops? Oliver couldn't hide the joy on his face and said, Why don't you go and see for yourself, sir? No sooner had Oliver finished speaking than Roland mounted his steed and galloped toward Pearl Town, quickly leaving Oliver's inferior horse far behind. After speeding all the way to Wheat Village, even the superior horse under Roland, which had a trace of magical beast blood, couldn't help but pant heavily, lying on the ground with its belly heaving violently. Sir, you've arrived. My God, please come and see our wheat. When old Zack saw Roland approaching, he immediately spoke with great excitement. Without him saying anything, Roland had already run to the wheat field. At this moment, the wheat that had been wilting and withered had changed. Tender green buds sprouted from the branches, and the withered leaves returned to their vibrant green color. They even seemed to have grown much taller than before. Not far from this field, there are several wheat fields that have not been composted. The wheat there is still wilted and lifeless, just like before. Upon seeing this, Roland understood completely. I was right. The fertility in these fields really had been lost. Old Zack, meanwhile, wiped away his tears and said, Master, do you see? These wheat plants have recovered. They will definitely produce more wheat in the future, and we will have bread to eat and will no longer go hungry. Roland was also filled with emotion, looking at old Zack with his wrinkled face. Old Zack, don't worry. With me here, you'll never go hungry again. Old Zack nodded repeatedly, speaking excitedly. Sir, you must be sent by God to save us. God? Maybe. Anyway, I don't know how I came to be. At that moment, Oliver, Clayton, and Catherine all arrived. When they heard that the crops in the fields had miraculously recovered, they were all in disbelief and hurriedly chased after them. Oh my God, sir, you have truly saved our entire Pearl Town. You have actually brought these crops back to life. Clayton looked at the crops with a shocked expression and said. Catherine looked at Roland with surprise. She hadn't expected that Roland's previous absurd behavior would actually save the crops. Roland, having recovered his composure, smiled and said, These are methods I saw in an old book, and I never expected them to actually work. In short, everything is moving in the direction Roland has set. However, at this moment, Roland suddenly frowned and said, However, we still have some problems. After saying that, he pointed to the fields in the distance that had not yet been composted and said, The dairy farm is running low on manure, but we still have large areas of land that haven't been composted. What do you suggest we do? Upon hearing his words, everyone's smiles vanished instantly, and they frowned in deep thought. After a long while, Oliver tentatively spoke. How about we go to Cape Brun and buy some cow dung? Nobody wants it, so it should be cheap. You actually have to pay money to buy it. Spending money is now a problem for impoverished Roland. He said this with displeasure. Oliver, don't you know the state of our Pearl Town's finances right now? We can't even come up with a single gold coin. Go to Cape Brun to buy cow dung. Even if the cow dung is free, the manual collection, the carriage transport, and the sea transport all cost gold coins. Upon hearing his words, Oliver also showed an embarrassed expression. At this moment, Roland suddenly spoke. In fact, not only cow dung, but also human excrement can be used as fertilizer. Roland had long been disgusted by the excrement that could be seen everywhere in the streets of Pearl Town, and this was a good opportunity to solve this problem that affected the appearance of the city. Upon hearing Roland's words, the others were immediately taken aback. However, Roland soon revealed his thoughts. His method was to build a public toilet every 300 meters along the streets of Pearl Town, with a huge septic tank dug underneath, forcing all residents to relieve themselves in the toilets. After the excrement fermented naturally, it became qualified farmyard manure. However, this slow pace is not enough to make all the fields fertile. After thinking for a while, Roland offered another solution. The solution was to send people to dredge the silt from the rivers and ponds and fill the fields with it. This would achieve the same effect. If that's still not enough, then you can only harvest wild grass or burn trees, and then bury the remaining ashes in the farmland, but the effect is definitely not as good as manure. Having heard Roland's method and witnessed his abilities, everyone had no doubts about him and immediately agreed. However, due to a lack of manpower, Clayton had to be recalled to handle the matter. As for the mine, Gullet and Andre were temporarily put in charge, and I could go there more often as needed without any major problems. Now that everything was in place, Roland took a deep breath and opened the mission panel. Instantly, a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, the mission was completed. Task. Although the food crisis on Cancer Island has been temporarily relieved, it's a long-term solution that can't address the immediate problem. Only by increasing food production on Cancer Island can this issue be completely resolved. Please investigate the reasons for the reduced food production on Cancer Island and resolve this problem. Completed. Reward: salt-tolerant crops. Chapter 14, Statham returns. The task has been completed, but the reward of salt-tolerant crops is still nowhere to be found. Roland guessed that the salt-tolerant crop must be hidden somewhere in the northern wilderness, and perhaps someone would find it tomorrow. Of course, it's also possible that it won't be discovered until a month later. Roland, of course, wouldn't just sit there and wait. After returning to the Lord's Manor, Roland quickly summoned Statham, the vice-captain of the guard. Statham is a middle-aged man. Perhaps due to genetics, most of his hair has fallen out, making him look older. However, his strong physique and muscles make him a force to be reckoned with. He is a top-tier Bronze Knight, and perhaps one day he will be promoted to Silver Knight. His strength is not to be underestimated. Before Roland brought Andre, Statham was the captain of the guards on Crab Island. It wasn't until the powerful Andre arrived that he had to step down and become the current vice-captain. With the powerful Anderson assisting him, Roland hadn't paid much attention to Statham before, but now that the population was tight and Anderson couldn't leave the mine, he thought of Statham. "My lord, I heard you are summoning me," Statham said excitedly, patting his chest with one hand. He needed to make a good impression on this new lord. His brilliance had been overshadowed by Andre before, but today he finally got his chance. Roland sat down in his chair, put down the book in his hand, and then smiled and said, "Statham, how long have you been on Cancer Island?" Statham quickly replied, "I have lived here since I was born, for 42 years now." Roland nodded and said, "That's good. I happen to have a task for you to complete. It would be best if you were familiar with Cancer Island." Upon hearing his words, Statham's heart skipped a beat. "I don't think the master wants to send me to the Dolan Forest or the Southern Swamp, do I? With his strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back." Seeing Statham's tense expression, Roland probably guessed what he was thinking, so he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't send you to dangerous places. You just need to wander around the northern wastelands." "There is no danger on the northern wastelands," Statham said, patting his chest in assurance. "Don't worry, sir. What do you need me to do? I will definitely complete the task you assign me." Roland thought for a moment, realizing that directly asking him to find crops would seem too deliberate, so he smiled and said, "Statham, as you know, we have now discovered an iron mine in the northern wasteland, which is of great significance to the development of our Crab Island. Therefore, I suspect that there may be other minerals in the northern wasteland. Your task is to go to various places in the northern wasteland and discover other mineral resources." Statham was taken aback when he heard his words, and then said somewhat awkwardly, "But sir, I don't recognize those minerals. I'm afraid that even if I come across them, I won't be able to find them." Roland didn't expect him to actually discover new minerals, but he still smiled and said so. Tomorrow, take 2 clever men with you to Gulet to learn some resource exploration skills. If you don't find anything, it's not your fault. Just go and do your best. Upon hearing this, Statham didn't hesitate any longer and spoke directly. Your subordinate will absolutely not let you down, sir. I will take men to learn from Gulet right now. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Upon seeing this, Roland quickly stopped him and then said, "Also, if you see anything else interesting on the way, such as useful plants or medicinal herbs or other things, please pay attention and come back to tell me." Statham didn't understand what good things the northern wasteland could have, but since Roland had said so, he kept it to himself and turned to leave. Seeing Statham leave, Roland felt a huge weight lifted from his shoulders. All that's left to time. If I'm truly blessed by Lady Luck, perhaps good news will arrive tomorrow. Before we knew it, another week had passed. Busy days are always so fulfilling. The construction of the mine is still ongoing. By this time, the smelter is more than half completed, and a large amount of iron ore has been piled up on the wasteland. It is just waiting for the smelter to be completed so that iron ingots can be smelted. One steel-making furnace has been temporarily built in the smelter. If it is not enough, more can be built. According to Gulet's prediction, the mine will be completely completed by the end of this month at the latest, and then it can be put in a normal operation. As for fuel, unfortunately no coal mines have been found on Cancer Island. So a group of people have been organized to cut down trees and burn charcoal at the edge of Dolan Forest. A lot of charcoal has been piled up at the mine. However, this is only a temporary measure. When we have gold coins in the future, we will definitely have to buy coal from the mainland. The water source is a 2-kilometer-long canal dug from the nearby Dolan River, so there will be no water shortage here for the time being. According to Gulet's reply, this canal will be dug into a canal in the future. In this way, the iron ingots smelted here can be transported directly to Pearl Town by river and even go out to sea to trade with the mainland. Coal from the mainland can also be delivered directly to the mine by cargo ships, saving transportation and labor costs. It has to be said that Gulet is indeed a talent. I didn't expect that he would have planned such a distant place before the mine was even built. Seeing that the entire mine was in good order, Roland did not interfere any further and handed the matter over to Gulet, while Andre was responsible for the safety of the entire mine. I don't know what happened in the Dolan Forest, but recently animals and even low-level magical beasts have been running out of it, and many of them have come to the mine, causing some chaos. Fortunately, Andre has been suppressing them forcefully and protecting the safety of the mine, so nothing serious has happened. Meanwhile, Oliver's manure-collecting project finally came to an end, and the dozens of manure mountains outside the dairy village disappeared completely. Unfortunately, even after exhausting all the manure piles, only half of the fields in Pearl Town were composted, and the remaining half remained barren and lifeless. However, Roland did not give Oliver time to rest, but instead assigned him to Clayton for assistance. At this time, thanks to Clayton's efforts, public toilets were springing up in Pearl Town, covering a small part of Pearl Street. At first, people were very curious about these strange buildings and didn't understand what they were for. When they heard that they were there to make things convenient for them, they were all stunned. Do you have to poop indoors? Can't you just relieve yourself on the street? Is the Lord worried that we'll get sunburned or rained on while we're pulling the cart? At first, no one was willing to go inside to relieve themselves. However, in this feudal or even slave society, there were no human rights. Anyone who dared to relieve themselves in the street would be beaten with a stick. If they committed the offense again, their pants would be pulled down and they would be tied to a pillar in the street. Of course, this method was only used against men. After punishing a few people, no one dared to urinate or defecate in the street anymore. Everyone consciously went to the toilet to relieve themselves. After all, being stripped of your pants and tied up in the street is just too humiliating. If that thing is a bit big, it's fine, but if it's too small, then I'll be too embarrassed to show my face. Oliver was sent to dredge silt in the Dolan River, which had been in disrepair for years and was severely clogged. This opportunity would allow him to both fertilize the fields and restore the Dolan River's flow, achieving 2 goals at once. However, this is a long-term operation that cannot be resolved in just a few days. The Dolan River originates from the Dolan Mountains, where several tributaries converge. It flows through the Northland Wilderness, enters Pearl Town, and finally empties into the ocean at the dock. The Dolan River is not a small river. It has been silted up for so many years that it cannot be cleared in just a few days. But this is just as good. The silt dredged from the riverbed should be enough to compost the remaining fields, and there may even be some left over. The excess silt will not be wasted. It can be piled up on top when new crops are discovered in the northern wasteland. Everything was under Roland's control, and they were rapidly advancing forward. However, what worried him was that a week had passed, but there was still no news of Statham, whom he had sent to explore the northern wastelands. Are we out of danger? Roland was filled with worry. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, Statham was a top-tier Bronze Knight, and he also had 2 ordinary Bronze Knights under his command. With his strength, even if some low-level magical beasts ran out of the Dolan Forest, they would definitely not be a match for them. What he's more concerned about now is whether Statham has actually found the salt-tolerant crop that the system rewarded. Time ticked by second. As the sun was about to set and darkness was approaching, the 3 figures slowly returned to Pearl Town. Sir, Vice Captain Statham and the other 2 are back. Robert, the old butler, immediately informed Roland of the news. Roland had specifically instructed him to notify him immediately if Statham returned. Roland was having breakfast: a golden brown cod fillet, a sandwich made of fine bread, a vibrant and delicious vegetable salad, and a glass of sweet and rich fruit wine. However, at this point, he had no appetite for dinner anymore. Robert, go and call Statham and the other 2 over here, Roland said excitedly. But after saying that, he suddenly remembered something and quickly added something else. Serve 3 more dinners, just like I did, plus 1 more sandwich each. Before long, 3 dinners appeared on the previously empty dining table, and Statham and his 2 companions were brought into the restaurant. My lord, your subordinate is back. The 3 men placed one hand on their chests and spoke to Roland. Seeing how travel-worn the 3 of them looked, Roland knew they had suffered in the wilderness these past few days, so he immediately asked them with concern. Come on, you haven't had dinner yet. Sit down and eat with us. Upon hearing Roland's words, the 3 of them immediately showed expressions of being flattered and surprised. It's important to know that nobles generally don't eat with commoners. The 3 of them then carefully sat down at the dining table, and seeing the delicious food on the table, they couldn't help but start eating small bites. These are foods reserved for noblemen. They don't usually get to eat them. However, they soon abandoned their inhibitions, perhaps because they were too hungry. They wolfed down the food in front of them, and then drank the fruit wine in one gulp. Then, looking at Roland across from them as he ate elegantly, and thinking about how they had wolfed down their food just now, the 3 of them couldn't help but feel ashamed. Nobles are nobles. Even their meals are so elegant. Seeing that they had finished dinner, Roland could no longer suppress his impulse, and hurriedly asked, Statham, how's your exploration in the northern wasteland going? Statham immediately recounted what had happened to the 3 of them in the northern wasteland. Chapter 15, First Arrival at the Watermelon Field. The 3 set off from Pearl Town to the northern wasteland, where they wandered for 7 days, enduring wind and rain, and their only food consisted of cold fried beans and dry bread. Moreover, they encountered many dangers along the way. As mentioned before, for some reason, many animals or monsters escaped from the Dolan Forest, and they encountered monsters several times along the way. Based on the idea of avoiding battle if possible, they mostly chose to avoid encountering magical beasts. Ordinary low-level magical beasts did not dare to easily offend the 3 Bronze Knights, so most of the time they escaped unscathed. However, sometimes danger is unavoidable. Just yesterday, when they explored the area where the northern wasteland and the Dolan Forest met, 3 low-level magical beasts, giant horned sheep, suddenly rushed out of the forest and attacked the 3 of them. Fortunately, Statham was strong, and after a hard-fought battle, the 3 of them finally defeated the 3 giant rams. Only the other 2 suffered minor injuries, which were not serious. Finally, only today have the 3 of them completely explored the entire northern wilderness. Hearing about their experiences over the past few days, Roland sighed. He hadn't expected the northern wasteland to be so dangerous. Luckily, Statham was sent. Otherwise, it would have been very dangerous for an ordinary Bronze Knight. However, Roland was more concerned about another issue. Did you find any mineral deposits, or anything else interesting on this trip? Roland asked tentatively, his heart pounding faster than usual. Upon hearing his words, the 3 shook their heads in disappointment. Roland's expression immediately changed. Didn't you notice? I'm sorry, sir. We haven't found any mineral deposits and have failed to meet your expectations, Statham said with a guilty look on his face. Roland's face showed disappointment, but he still managed to smile and said, "It's all right. Finding even one iron mine in the northern wasteland is already a stroke of luck. It's normal not to find any others." But as soon as he finished speaking, Statham suddenly frowned and said something. "However, sir, although we haven't found any minerals, we have found this thing. I wonder if it's of any use." After saying that, Statham took out a green, spherical object with patterns covering its surface from the bag beside him. Upon seeing this, Roland was immediately stunned, because he was extremely familiar with this thing. This is just a watermelon. Instantly, Roland's face lit up with ecstasy. He hurriedly took the watermelon and examined it closely until he finally confirmed that it was indeed the same watermelon from Earth. He had never seen a watermelon in this world, so there was no doubt that this was a salt-tolerant crop that the system had rewarded him with. "Bring me a knife, Robert," Roland shouted excitedly, his mouth watering. The taste of watermelon had only existed in his dreams, and he never thought he would be able to eat it again in his life. Soon, Robert brought over a knife. Without hesitation, Roland cut the watermelon in half, revealing a bright red flesh to everyone. Yes, it really is a watermelon, exactly the same as the ones on Earth. Immediately afterward, he quickly cut the watermelon into several small pieces, then picked up a piece and was about to stuff it into his mouth. "No, sir." Statham and his two companions were immediately startled and quickly tried to stop them. Roland stopped the watermelon near his mouth, looked at them with a puzzled expression, and said, "What's wrong?" Statham quickly explained, "My lord, you can't just eat this. What if it's poisonous? Why don't I try it first?" Roland laughed immediately. Watermelon can be poisonous? In his previous life, Roland had eaten hundreds of watermelons and had never been poisoned. Ignoring the three people's attempts to stop him, he took a bite of the watermelon. Instantly, a burst of sweet juice erupted in his mouth, sweeping over all his taste buds and invigorating him. Yes, that's the taste. This watermelon is even tastier than some of the most prized varieties on Earth. Then, Roland quickly finished the slice of watermelon in a few bites and picked up another slice to eat. The others watched as Roland ate with great relish and couldn't help but swallow hard. Statham swallowed hard and said it after Roland had finished another piece. Sir, is this really edible?" Roland wiped his mouth and said with a smile, "You'll know once you try it." Seeing that Roland seemed to be all right, the others couldn't contain their curiosity and each picked up a piece, then took a bite. Instantly, their eyes widened. What is this? It tastes so delicious inside." They quickly devoured the watermelon in a few bites, almost finishing the rind completely, before reluctantly putting it down. Roland saw their appearance and said with a smile, "How is it? Is it delicious?" Statham quickly replied, "It's absolutely delicious, 100 times better than the pears we grow on our island. I just don't know what this fruit is. I've never seen it before." Roland thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "I once read about this fruit in an old book. It was called watermelon and was originally a specialty of the distant western continent. I just don't know why it was introduced to our island. I saw in an old book again. Your lordship is truly well-read." The three looked at Roland with admiration. Roland was unaware that his casual remark had inadvertently made him look impressive. After all, in a society where literacy rates are in the single digits, people who read a lot are always respected. At this point, Roland asked another question. "By the way, Statham, where did you find this watermelon, and how many are there?" Statham quickly replied, "We found these watermelons in the northwestern part of the northern wasteland. There were quite a lot of them, but I didn't pay attention to the exact number. Anyway, there was a large area of them." Hearing this, Roland was finally relieved. He was afraid that the system would be stingy and only give him a watermelon seedling, and then he would have to carefully cultivate it. If only there were a large patch of them now, we could just pick them directly. Thinking of this, he laughed and said, "Ha ha, then take me there tomorrow." "Yes, sir," the three of them said in unison. But then Statham suddenly said something. "And sir, we've also brought back the carcasses of the 3 giant rams. What should we do with them?" Roland raised an eyebrow, then noted that the corpses of low-level magical beasts were also quite valuable, though far less so than mid-level ones. They were still worth 20 or 30 gold coins each. In other words, the carcasses of these 3 giant rams might be worth between 70 and 100 gold coins, though the exact price would depend on their size. Logically, the three of them killed the 3 giant rams on his orders. And since they were his subordinates and the island was his territory, the 3 giant rams should belong to him. However, Roland was not the kind of person who would hoard everything. He knew that sharing benefits was the key to making his subordinates more loyal. Thinking of this, Roland said, "Store those 3 giant rams first. I'm going to War Banner City in a while, and I'll transport them there to sell. I'll take half of the money from the sale, and the 3 of you can split the other half yourselves." Upon hearing this, Statham and the other 2 immediately showed expressions of ecstasy and exclaimed in unison, "Thank you, sir. You have to understand that in today's society, an average person's annual income is only about 1 gold coin. However, after deducting half of the income from these 3 giant horned sheep, the 3 people would receive more than 10 gold coins, which is equivalent to more than 10 years' income for an ordinary person. It's no wonder they were tempted. Then the 3 of them left. Roland immediately opened the mission panel. To his disappointment, the mission still hadn't been updated. He understood that this might not count as receiving the system reward. Only when he personally went to the watermelon patch tomorrow would the reward be credited to his account. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel a little itchy. In that case, the tasks will be updated again tomorrow. I wonder what the system will reward him with for the next task. Early the next morning, a caravan set off from Pearl Town, heading towards the northern wilderness. There were quite a few people on this trip. Besides Roland, Statham, and the other 2, there was also Catherine, Old Zack, and the village chiefs from several other villages. After all, these watermelons would need someone to look after them and grow them, and these villagers were professionals at that. As for the watermelon field that Lustanson and the others mentioned, it was located in the southwest of the northern wasteland, almost close to the sea. Roland estimated the distance from Pearl Town to be about 30 kilometers. In this era of slow travel, this is already considered a long distance. But it's all worth it for these delicious watermelons. Along the way, the group passed through a mine under construction. Roland greeted Andre and Gullet, who were both astonished by Roland's team. However, Roland did not tell them his purpose, but spoke to them mysteriously. "When I come back later, I'll bring you a delicious treat that you've never tasted before." Hearing this, the 2 became even more curious as they watched Roland and his group venture deeper into the wasteland. Tasty? What delicious food could there be in this wasteland? After nearly 2 hours of travel, Roland and his group finally arrived at the watermelon patch that Statham had mentioned. From afar, everyone could see a patch of vibrant green suddenly appear on the once desolate wasteland, standing out starkly and strikingly. When Roland saw this huge watermelon field, he burst out laughing. This was far more than he had expected. Soon, the group arrived at the watermelon patch. "Oh my God, what are these? They're all round and plump, and they look like they're edible." The village chief of Tomato Village was a middle-aged man named Johnson. Perhaps because he ate too many tomatoes, he looked quite young, and it was he who was surprised at this moment. Old Zack still smelled bad, and no one wanted to get close to him, but he still came over and said something in a condescending manner. "I, Old Zack, have lived for over 60 years and have never seen anything like this before, but the fact that it can grow in the northern wastelands is definitely extraordinary." Others followed suit. After all, in the past, they had only seen some weeds in the northern wilderness. They never thought that such a large area of plants could grow here and even bear fruit. While they were discussing this, Roland walked straight to the watermelon patch, picked one, cut it into small pieces, and said with a smile, "This is called a watermelon. It's what I brought you to see. Try it, it's delicious." They had never seen a watermelon before, and although it looked delicious with its green skin and red flesh, they were hesitant to eat it. However, when they saw that Roland, Catherine, and Statham had started eating first, they felt relieved and began to eat boldly as well. Instantly, everyone's eyes widened. "This is so delicious. Is this food that God bestowed upon the mortal world? It's so delicious," Johnson said in shock. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that the others had already started eating their second slice. He immediately became anxious and hurriedly picked up a slice of watermelon and continued to eat, afraid that he would miss out if he didn't eat enough. Chapter 16: Arrival in Victoria City. Only when everyone's stomachs were bulging and they could eat no more did Roland order people to start picking watermelons. However, they only had 3 carriages for this trip, and even if they were full, they wouldn't be able to carry many more. They would have to make several more trips to carry them. He also instructed everyone to transplant several watermelon seedlings back to plant. It would be great if they could be successfully planted in Pearl Town. Even if they couldn't be planted in Pearl Town, it would be much more convenient to plant them in the nearby wasteland. While everyone was happily picking watermelons, Roland stood aside, muttered something, and opened his mission panel. As he expected, only by personally arriving here could he receive the mission reward. The new tasks were updated again after the task rewards were credited to the account. Task: you seem to have solved the problem of reduced food production, but a new difficulty has arisen. Haven't you noticed that you're completely out of gold coins? Without gold coins, how can your territory develop? Please earn 1,000 gold coins. Reward: 500 people. Upon seeing this task, Roland raised an eyebrow. 1,000 gold coins seemed like a lot, and in the past he would have been at a loss as to where to start. But now, he had already come up with a solution in a flash. And the reward: 500 people. This was a godsend for Roland. Pearl Town only had a population of just over 2,000, and now that the mine was growing larger, it would definitely need even more labor. The newly discovered watermelons will need to be planted and cultivated, and it's even possible that a new watermelon village might be built. This also includes Roland's other ideas, all of which require a large population to realize. Previously, he didn't dare to recruit too many people because he had no money or food. Moreover, given the conditions on Crab Island, he couldn't recruit more people either. So this reward is a godsend for him right now. Looking at the reward, Roland couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, they quickly filled the 3 carriages, and then the group turned around and headed back to Pearl Town. When passing by the mine, Roland shared more than a dozen watermelons with Andre and Gillet, and the two exclaimed that they were delicious. However, there are too few watermelons now, and Roland is hoping to earn gold coins with these watermelons. If they are widely planted in the future, each resident of Crab Island can get one. After another 2 hours of slow travel, the group finally returned to Pearl Town, and all 3 cartloads of watermelons were unloaded and stored at the Lord's Manor. Of course, to ensure everyone's trip wasn't in vain, Roland distributed 10 watermelons to each village. The Lord's heart is as vast as the sky. Everyone was overjoyed and praised him. Then, they dug up 10 watermelon seedlings from the watermelon field. One of them was given to a village in Roland to plant, while the other 3 seedlings were placed in a wasteland near Pearl Town. The soil and climate there were the same as in the watermelon field. If they couldn't be planted in the village, then they could only be planted here. Having accomplished something that had been on his mind, Roland was in an extremely pleasant mood. With nothing else to do, he went to the training ground to practice his martial arts. Time flies, and 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. July 5th will arrive in 3 days, the anniversary of my mother's death. It is said that his mother had a difficult childbirth when she gave birth to him. Although she went through great hardships to bring him into the world, her health deteriorated rapidly. She only lasted for a month before passing away without saying goodbye. Although Roland had no feelings for this mother, she was still the one who gave him life, and he still felt grateful. Today is the day he prepares to board the ship so that he can return to War Banner City by tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, the dock was bustling with activity as many people were constantly moving goods back and forth. It had been a long time since such a prosperous scene had been seen at the Pearl Town dock. The goods they needed to transport were watermelons, which had only been discovered recently. Roland had high hopes for this rare fruit. Whether we can complete this task of earning 1,000 gold coins depends entirely on this batch of watermelons. Before boarding the ship, the workers had already counted the watermelons. There were a total of 2,000 watermelons to be loaded onto the ship. This meant that the ripe watermelons on the ground had been harvested. The rest were not yet ripe, and would need to wait for a while before they could be harvested. As for the 10 watermelon seedlings that were transplanted, to Roland's disappointment, they did not grow successfully in other villages. They all died within 3 days. On the contrary, the 3 watermelon seedlings planted in the wasteland not far from Pearl Town were not affected and grew well. But this is good, because it means that no one else will be able to successfully grow watermelons for a while. After all, no one would specifically think of growing watermelons in barren saline alkali land. In this way, at least this unique business can last longer. Besides these watermelons, the shipment also included a batch of iron ore that had just been smelted at the mine. Although there wasn't a large quantity, iron ore was a hard currency, and there was no reason why it wouldn't sell. The rest were some wild game. Recently, Many animals had escaped from the Dolan forest, bringing Roland a considerable harvest. He even unexpectedly hunted 2 low-level magical beasts. Combined with the 3 giant horned sheep from before, these alone were worth over 100 gold coins. As cargo was continuously loaded onto the sloop, the waterline on the hull rose visibly. According to Roland's estimation, the sailboat was far too small and dilapidated, with a carrying capacity of only a dozen tons. It was almost fully loaded with 2,000 watermelons, several tons of iron ingots, and other items. It took all morning for people to load all the goods onto the ship. Then, as the sailors untied the lashing ropes and hoisted the sails, the sloop finally slowly sailed away from the dock and headed out to sea. That night, on the deck of the ship, a graceful figure stood at the bow, gazing up at the brilliant starry sky, lost in thought for a long time. "Catherine, it's so late. Aren't you going to rest?" Looking at the mysterious woman before him, Roland couldn't help but step forward and speak. Catherine turned to look at Roland and said softly, "My lord, you weren't sleeping either." Roland knew that Catherine's background was not as simple as he made it out to be, but although he was curious, he would not force Catherine to tell him. He seemed to see an unyielding sorrow in Catherine, wondering what she had gone through to make such a young woman so heartbroken. Roland didn't understand women, so he could only offer words of comfort. "Catherine, I don't know what you've been through, but now that you're in this new place, forget about those unpleasant experiences and start a new life. I will always support you." Upon hearing his words, Catherine's face showed a touched expression. Then she smiled and said, "Thank you, sir. I will live well. I'll go and rest now." After saying this, Catherine bowed to Roland and then rose to walk towards the cabin. Seeing this, Roland shrugged, unsure if his words had any effect, and returned to his cabin. Of course, their rooms are separate. The next morning, the dilapidated sloop finally arrived at Cape Victoria Harbor. Although his small, run-down sloop was not particularly eye-catching in the harbor, the family crest of the battle flag at the top of the mast made its presence not to be underestimated. It's a 2-hour drive from Victoria City to War Banner City, but the vibrancy here is in no way inferior to that of War Banner City. Busy maritime trade easily breeds a prosperous economy. Victoria City is a prosperous port city. Relying on maritime trade, Victoria City has become the second largest city in Cape Brun after Banner City. Many people have suggested moving the War Banner family's lordship to Victoria City, but since this era was still in the land power era, the proposal was not ultimately adopted. The lord of Victoria City is Viscount Monar Bolton, a former subordinate of Count Rowena, the father of Roland. He had fought alongside Rowena through thick and thin, achieving great feats of valor. In the end, Rowena recommended him to the Empire, where he was bestowed a title by the Emperor of the Holy Dragon Empire and became a glorious imperial viscount. However, unlike Rowena, he did not inherit the title. He was just an ordinary viscount, and if he died, his successor would only receive the title of baron, which could then be passed down through generations. Similarly, Viscount Monar was also a powerful gold knight. Although his strength was far inferior to that of the top gold knight Rowena, he was still one of the strongest in Cape Brun. After disembarking from the ship, Roland did not go directly to War Banner City by carriage, but instead went to Viscount Monare's manor. The War Banner family crest on the carriage prompted the Monar family servants to immediately open the gates. The Bolton family and the War Banner City family were brothers for generations, and Viscount Monar and Earl Rowena shared a bond even deeper than that of blood brothers. Upon receiving news that someone from the Janchi family had arrived, an old man immediately ran out from inside. "Oh, it's young Master Roland? What brings you here? It's been so long since I've seen you. You're as charming as ever." This man was none other than old Piltover, the butler of the Bolton family, a shrewd and cunning old man. Roland didn't like him before because he was always more enthusiastic when facing his brother Rhodes and sister Loria than when facing him. He knew it was because he was not favored by his father, Count Rowena. However, even though he knew the reason, it didn't stop Roland from disliking the old man. When Roland saw him, he simply grunted in response without any expression and then asked a question. "Is Uncle Monar home?" Piltover was unfazed by Roland's coldness and smiled naturally as he spoke. "I'm sorry, young Master Roland. The master is out and not at home." He had approached Monar to promote the watermelons he had brought. Only by letting more nobles know how delicious the watermelons were could he increase their value and earn more gold coins. "Oh, look who this is. Isn't this my eternal brother, Baron Roland?" At that moment, a rough voice came from behind, and Roland couldn't help but smile. This man was Fry Burton, son of Viscount Monarch. Like Roland, he was once a good-for-nothing playboy. The two were once close comrades in arms, causing chaos in Warbill City, Victoria City, and even the entire Cape Brun. But who would have thought that this kid secretly attended tutoring classes behind Roland's back and actually became a Silver Knight 2 years ago? This made Roland grit his teeth and directly issue a statement to sever ties with him. Although they had less contact afterward, their relationship was actually still quite good. "Ha! You rude and ugly pig beast. It's been a year, and you still look the same." Upon hearing his words, Flet's smile vanished instantly, and he gritted his teeth. "You sissy, I'm the real knight. You're only fit to be the mistress of counts and dukes." However, despite all this, Flet was actually incredibly jealous of Roland's good looks. Even though his mother was also incredibly beautiful, fate made him inherit his father's genes. Roland laughed loudly and said nothing more. Instead, he took a few steps forward and punched Fleet hard in the chest. Flet didn't care at first, but suddenly he felt a huge force coming from him, which made him feel a sharp pain in his chest. He immediately showed a look of surprise and said, "My brother, you've also been promoted to Silver Knight." Chapter 17, Father and Son Meet. Roland chuckled and said, "You're allowed to sneak around to become a Silver Knight, but I'm not allowed to improve myself properly? I'm the glorious lord of Cancer Island now." Flet paused for a moment after hearing his words, and then said, "Rolank, you've changed. I think Uncle Rowena would be very happy to know. Why bring up something you shouldn't talk about?" Roland shoved Flet's hand away and said unhappily, "I don't have time today. I have to rush back to Warbanner City. There's no point in coming here specifically. I just wanted to bring you and Uncle Monar something interesting." After he finished speaking, 2 of his men came over from behind carrying 2 bags, which contained a total of 20 watermelons. "Something interesting?" Flet was taken aback, then opened the bag and saw that it contained green spheres. Just as he was about to ask what they were, Roland took out a knife and cut one of them open. Immediately, red pulp and juice appeared inside, making it look like a fruit. Roland then introduced himself. "This fruit is called watermelon, and it's a specialty of our Cancer Island. It's the only place on the entire continent where we grow it. It tastes especially delicious. You should try it if you don't believe me." Flet was naturally not afraid that Roland would harm him, so he picked up a piece and took a bite. Suddenly, a sweet sensation exploded in his mouth. Flet's eyes widened instantly, and then he finished the watermelon in a few bites. "What kind of fruit is this? It's absolutely delicious." Flatter stared, his eyes wide with shock, he said. Seeing his expression, Roland was not surprised, and then smiled and said, "Consider these watermelons a gift for you and Uncle Monar. If you finish them, you can come find me again, but of course, you'll need gold coins later." Upon hearing this, Fletcher became immediately unhappy and exaggeratedly remarked, "Oh, my dearest brother Roland, you're talking to me about gold coins? Don't you know that gold coins will tarnish our brotherhood? You should give me another 200 of these watermelons." Roland dismissed his offer with disdain, chuckling as he spoke. "My dear Fletcher, you have no idea how poor I am now. I don't have a single gold coin left. Crab Island is not like your prosperous Victoria City. My 2,000+ citizens are waiting for me to use gold coins to buy food to fill their stomachs." Flet was well aware of the harsh conditions on Crab Island, and upon hearing his words, he couldn't help but feel indignant on his behalf. Uncle Rowena is so biased. Why did Rhodes and Loria get a prosperous little town, while you were sent to that desolate island? Roland didn't pay attention to his words, and just smiled and said, "Actually, Cancer Island is not bad either. At least there are watermelons to eat there." Upon hearing his words, Flet fell silent. In Cape Brun, Rowena's authority was unquestionable, but he still wanted to help his brother, so he said so. "Brother, don't worry. I'll let my father try these watermelons today, and I'll also take a few to other nobles and wealthy people in the city. I'm sure they'll be interested too." Roland immediately smiled and said, "Thank you so much, Fletcher." Afterwards, Roland turned and left the Bolton family manor, got into a carriage, and continued his journey towards Warbanner City. But Flet didn't lie to him. He immediately took the watermelons to his mother and other important people at home to taste. After obtaining their willingness to buy them, he took the watermelons to visit several important families in Victoria City one by one. Soon, this delicious fruit spread among the nobles and wealthy in Victoria City. Unfortunately, Roland only left 20 watermelons, so the nobles and wealthy could only try a small piece at most. If they still wanted to eat it, sorry, they would have to exchange it for gold coins. After he said that the watermelon was very rare, everyone offered to buy it at a high price. In the end, after a lot of scrambling, they agreed on an exorbitant price of 30 silver coins per watermelon. Seeing how popular watermelons were, Flet couldn't resist the urge to try them himself. After thinking for a moment, he hurriedly sent someone to War Banner City to tell Roland the news. While Flet was still busy promoting the watermelon, Roland finally arrived in War Banner City. Looking at this magnificent and familiar city, his feelings were quite complicated. If it weren't for the anniversary of his mother's death, he wouldn't really want to come back here. We arrived at the Earl's mansion. The servants were all startled to see Roland return and hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Young Master Roland. Several of the maids even blushed slightly when they looked at Roland, whose beauty was indeed incredibly alluring to them. Before, Roland might have been somewhat interested in them, and might have even hooked up with one and taken her back to his room that night. But now, he is no longer the Roland he used to be. Young Master, you're finally back. When the old butler Albert saw him, he said with a look of surprise and excitement. Albert had watched Roland grow up, and he felt a kind of familial affection for Roland. Roland also respected this elder of the family very much, and quickly said respectfully, Grandpa Albert, I'm back. How are you feeling? Good. I'm perfectly fine, young Master Roland. Robert's face crinkled with laughter. Then suddenly, as if struck by a sudden thought, he hurriedly spoke. All right. Master said this morning that if you come back, he'll take you there. Young Master, come with me quickly. After saying that, he led Roland and walked forward. Soon, the two arrived at Rowena's study. Roland stood at the door, his feelings extremely complicated. Although the man inside was his father, he never felt any fatherly love from him. All he felt was endless scolding and cold stares. Perhaps this is why Roland became rebellious later on. However, what is bound to happen will eventually have to be faced. Roland took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and went inside. There sat a well-built man, engrossed in reading a book at his desk. Roland slowly approached him and spoke softly. Father. Rottweiler did not respond, but continued reading his book. Roland stood still, waiting quietly. Several minutes later, Rowena put down his book, then slowly raised his head to look at his son, who looked remarkably like his deceased wife. Roland, it seems you've changed a lot since arriving on Cancer Island. If it were before, you would have slammed the door and left by now. Rowena looked at Roland and said expressionlessly. Roland smiled slightly and said, Yes, Father, I can't stay a child forever. People always have to learn to grow up. After becoming the Lord of Cancer Island, I also understand the meaning of responsibility. Upon hearing his words, Rottweiler, who had been expressionless, showed a hint of surprise, but quickly regained his composure and said calmly, I heard you've been promoted to Silver Knight. Roland nodded and said, Yes, lucky you. Rottweiler fell silent after hearing this. He didn't think Roland was just lucky. Advancing from Bronze Knight to Silver Knight wasn't about luck, but about accumulating strength. Previously, Roland's performance in War Banner City was merely that of an ordinary Bronze Knight, far from being a Silver Knight. However, just a few days after arriving at Cancer Island, he broke through to the Silver Knight level. This shows that Roland's previous strength was just a facade. In fact, he had already reached the level of a top-tier Bronze Knight. As for why Roland wanted to hide himself and disguise himself as a good-for-nothing playboy, Rottweiler thought about how harshly he had criticized and belittled Roland in the past. A pang of guilt welled up in my heart. It was probably my usual attitude towards him that made him feel insecure, which is why he wanted to hide himself. Rottweiler thought he had figured this out, but he will never know that Roland wasn't faking it. He was genuinely useless. Thinking of this, Rowena's voice softened slightly, and then she said, Roland, you must remember that I will always be your father, and I will never harm you. You don't need to hide so much from me. Roland probably understood what he meant, but this kind of thing was hard to explain, and there was no need to explain it, so he could only nod and say so. Yes, father. Seeing that Roland had calmed down considerably and was no longer as unreliable as before, Rowena smiled with satisfaction and then continued. I heard you also discovered an iron mine on Cancer Island? Roland nodded and explained the situation of the iron mine. Finally, he said, Father, I brought 10 tons of iron ingots here to sell. Upon hearing this, Rottweiler raised an eyebrow and said, Oh, you're pretty quick. You've only just discovered the iron ore, and you've already smelted iron ingots. Roland smiled slightly and said, There just happens to be a talented person on the island named Gullet who is good at these kind of jobs, so the speed is indeed quite fast. Seeing Roland's achievements, Rowena began to regard him in a new light. Then he smiled and said, You don't need to sell those iron ingots to anyone else. I happen to need them too. I'll buy them at 10% more than the market price. Right now, 1 ton of iron ingots costs about 20 gold coins. 10 tons would cost 200 gold coins. I'll buy your iron ingots for 220 gold coins. How about that? Roland naturally wouldn't refuse, and he grinned, saying, Of course, father, but those iron ingots are still in Victoria Harbor. You can go there to pick them up at any time. Then Roland told him about what he had been doing during that time. This included using cow dung as fertilizer, which saved the crops. Together with Andre, they killed 2 mid-level magical beasts, the wind wolves. Sent people to dredge the silt from the Dolan River. When public toilets were being built in Pearl Town, disobedient people would take off their pants and tie themselves to pillars. Upon hearing this, Rottweiler couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh and said, You're still so unreliable. How could you do that? It's so embarrassing. Ha ha ha. He was laughing heartily, but there was not a trace of sympathy in his eyes. After laughing twice, Roland said, All right, father, I recently discovered something interesting on Cancer Island. Upon hearing this, Rottweiler, surprised that there was another discovery, immediately raised an eyebrow and said, Is there some other surprise you want to tell me? So Roland told them about finding the watermelon. After saying that, he called his men from outside the door to bring over a watermelon and put on the table. Is this the watermelon you were talking about? Rottweiler looked at the green spherical object in front of him with surprise, and then said, Is it really as delicious as you say? Roland smiled and said, Father will know once he tries it. After saying that, he took out a small knife he was carrying, cut the watermelon open, and handed it to Rottweiler. Rottweiler took the watermelon and took a bite without hesitation. Then he closed his eyes. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes and said, A delicacy. After saying that, he disregarded his father's authority and ate the entire watermelon on the table. Finally, he touched his belly, a satisfied expression on his face, and said, Roland, how many of these watermelons do you have left? Roland made no attempt to hide anything and spoke directly. I brought 2,000 with me, but Uncle Menard needs a batch. Upon hearing this, Rowena spoke without hesitation. Keep 500 watermelons for him, and send the remaining 1,500 to me. As for the price, it'll be the price he gave you plus 50%. Hearing this, Roland smiled with satisfaction. It was much easier to deal with a big buyer who bought everything at once than to painstakingly sell to each customer one by one. As for the price of watermelons in Victoria City, it probably won't be too low, since Fletcher wouldn't let himself suffer a loss. Chapter 18 Frères Milan. Afterwards, the father and son continued to talk for a long time. In Roland's memory, this was the first time he had talked so much with his father. Until Rowena suddenly spoke. Roland, are you still resentful that I've been so harsh on you all these years? Roland looked at him, hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Rottweiler sighed and said, I used to dote on you. After all, you were my and your mother's only child, but you disappointed me so much later. Roland also thought about his previous absurd behavior, and a slightly embarrassed expression appeared on his face. Roland was certainly not a likable guy in the past. At that moment, Rottweiler suddenly chuckled and said, Fortunately, you've turned over a new leaf. It's not too late. Roland smiled, but didn't say anything. Then, Rowena suddenly spoke again. Roland, I only made you a lord of Cancer Island because you were so incompetent. If you wish, I could transfer you to another, more prosperous territory. Upon hearing his words, Roland raised an eyebrow. Cancer Island is not as desolate as you might think. The treasure on it is known only to him. You finally managed to establish yourself here, and now you want to kick me out? Roland knew Rowena meant well, but he wouldn't agree. The remote and isolated location of Crab Island allowed him to break free from Rottweiler's control and do what he wanted more freely and boldly. So he said it without hesitation. "No need. Father, although Cancer Island is desolate and remote, I have become familiar with it after a month here. I believe that as long as I work hard, I will be able to govern Cancer Island well." Upon hearing his words, Rowena showed an approving expression. However, although Roland rejected his suggestion, he couldn't let Roland suffer a loss. So after thinking for a moment, he said, "In that case, I support you. But if you have any problems that you can't solve right now, you can tell me, and I can help you." This is what Roland is waiting for. He's lacking a lot right now. We are short of money, food, and manpower. There are also horses for transportation, oxen for plowing, medicines for treating illnesses, coal for iron smelting, and almost everything else. But all of this boils down to one problem, a lack of money. So he spoke without hesitation. "Father, I need a lot of gold coins to build Crab Island. As you know, I didn't bring many gold coins with me when I went there." He was telling the truth. When Rhodes and Loria took up their posts in the territory, Rowena gave each of them 3,000 gold coins, while he only gave them 1,000 gold coins. The difference was too great. Knowing he was in the wrong, Rowena smiled awkwardly and agreed to Roland's terms, sending over 30 gold notes worth 100 gold coins each. Upon seeing so many gold coins, Roland's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly opened the system panel to take a look. To his disappointment, the system task was not completed. Can't obtaining gold coins in this way be called earning gold coins? However, Roland wasn't worried about the mission, because his ship's cargo was enough to sell for 1,000 gold coins. Afterwards, Roland left Rowena's study, and soon after, news of Fletcher arrived. A watermelon costs 30 silver coins. If Rottweiler gives him 500 watermelons as he wishes, he can earn 150 gold coins. Rottweiler can then buy another 1,500 watermelons at a 50% markup, which costs 45 silver coins each, for a total of 675 gold coins. Therefore, 2,000 watermelons can be sold for a total of 825 gold coins. That's outrageous profit. However, this only applies to this year. Next year, the watermelon will likely spread to a smaller area. Once those nobles and merchants know that this watermelon can only be grown in saline alkali land, the price of watermelons will soon plummet, and then they won't be able to make any money. Watermelons, this money tree, can make money for 3 years if you're lucky, but if you're unlucky, it might collapse completely next year. That afternoon, the butler Albert delivered the gold coins, 1,000 gold coin notes plus 25 gold coins. Besides the 825 gold coins from selling watermelons, there are also 200 gold coins from selling iron ingots. To Roland's surprise, he earned 1,000 gold coins from just these 2 items. That way, perhaps the mission can be considered accomplished. Roland quickly opened the quest panel and took a look. Task: you seem to have solved the problem of reduced food production, but a new difficulty has arisen. Haven't you noticed that you're completely out of gold coins? Without gold coins, how can your territory develop? Please earn 1,000 gold coins. Completed. Reward: 500 people. Sure enough, the words completed after the task were particularly eye-catching. As for the 500 people who will be rewarded, it is unknown how or when they will appear in his territory. This is beyond his control, and he can only wait. In the afternoon, the 5 low-level magical beast corpses, along with many animal pelts, meat, and other goods on Roland's ship, were all sold out, totaling 160 gold coins. The 5 low-level magical beast corpses alone sold for 120 gold coins, which was within his acceptable range. However, of these 120 gold coins, about 30 belonged to Statham and his 2 companions, and he would have to return them to them upon returning to Crab Island. These goods were bought up directly by a big merchant in Victoria City. After dealing with these things, Oliver also brought the gold coins to War Banner City and handed them over to Roland. At this point, Roland had 4,185 gold coins, which was an enormous sum that could drive anyone crazy. With these gold coins, Roland could do many things again. Outside War Banner City, on Starshine Mountain, Roland's mother, Frere Milano, is buried here. She is said to be a very kind and beautiful woman who is also very kind to her servants and never scolds them, even when they make mistakes. The servants in the house would always show expressions of deep longing whenever they mentioned her. Lady Frail is the most beautiful and kindest noble woman I have ever met. What is most touching about Madame Fry is not her stunning beauty, but her kind and pure heart. This is how the old servants in the family described her. However, Roland only heard these things from others. He had no impression of his mother at all, and he was not even clear about her background. The elders in the family were also unclear about the matter, only knowing that after Count Rowena returned from a campaign, he brought Lady Fry back with him. The two then married and had a son named Roland. Of course, Lady Fry passed away not long after. Frail has not been with the Banner family for long, but she has left a deep impression on everyone. At this moment, only Rowena and his son Roland remained in front of Freyr's grave. All the other servants and guards have been driven away. Roland laid a bouquet of white lilies at the tombstone, then bowed deeply for a long time to express his respect for his mother, before stepping aside to silently watch his father, Rowena. At this moment, Rottweiler had lost his usual imposing and domineering aura. His eyes were bloodshot, and Roland could see an unyielding sorrow on his face. Sometimes, Roland even wondered if Rottweiler would shed tears if he wasn't there. At this moment, Roland also felt some sympathy for his father. Although Rottweiler had more than one wife, Freya, everyone knew that Freya was always his favorite. But now, the person I love most is forever resting in the ground. It was only after a long time that Rowena finally snapped out of her sad memories, looked at Roland beside her, and said softly, "Roland, you should always remember your mother. She gave you life. If she hadn't chosen to give birth to you during your difficult childbirth, she wouldn't be sleeping here now." Upon hearing this, Roland was filled with awe, a tribute to this selfless maternal love. "Understand, father. I will always be grateful for mother's sacrifices." Rowena nodded with satisfaction. If he had brought Roland to worship before, Roland would have just given a perfunctory reply and then taken the opportunity to run off to have fun. This is also one of the reasons why Rowena previously harbored deep resentment towards Roland. Afterwards, the father and son went down the mountain together. Life had to go on, and the strong-willed Earl of Rowena would not be swayed by a woman. The next day, Roland's brother Rhodes and sister Loria also returned to War Banner City. Tonight, there was a grand ball in War Banner City, and many noble young men and women from the entire Brunshort, and even the surrounding earls or marquises' territories came to participate. These young men and women, full of youthful passion, all dream of finding a sweetheart at the dance. Roland was not originally interested in this, but Rowena insisted that he participate because he was now an adult and indeed needed to find a suitable wife. Although Roland is only 16 years old. "Oh, isn't this my dear brother Roland? It's been months since I last saw you. I heard you've been promoted to Silver Knight. That's such a pleasant surprise." Roland was strolling around War Banner City with Catherine when he unexpectedly heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he saw that it was none other than his blood brother, Rhodes. Although the relationship between the two was not harmonious, it was not bad either. After all, Rhodes had looked down on Roland before, so the two did not communicate much. Upon seeing Rhodes, Roland smiled slightly and said, "Rhodes, it has indeed been a long time. I heard that your Black Gold City is developing very well." Rhodes' territory is called Black Gold City, named for its abundant coal production. Although Black Gold City is only 1/10 the size of Crab Island in the Roland territory, its population is more than 10 times that of Crab Island, and its tax revenue is dozens of times that of Crab Island. It is an incredibly prosperous small city. Rhodes was taken aback when he saw Roland's polite and courteous demeanor, then walked over and said slowly, "Roland, I heard you'd changed before I came, and now that I see you, you really are different from before." Roland smiled slightly and said, "Nothing has changed. I'm still just myself." Rhodes shook his head and said, "Apart from your enviable handsome appearance remaining unchanged, your eyes and your temperament are completely different from before. Now, you finally have a bit of an aristocratic air about you. Can I take this as your approval of me?" Roland said with a smile. Rhodes heard this, laughed twice, then patted Roland on the shoulder and said, "That is indeed a compliment to you, Roland. Only someone like you deserves the battle insignia on your chest." "Thank you for your concern, Rhodes," Roland said. Rhodes then changed the subject and said, "I heard that your territory, Crab Island, is quite nice, and you've even discovered iron ore there." Upon hearing this, Roland smiled again and said, "Yes, Lady Luck has smiled upon us. A small iron mine has indeed been discovered on Cancer Island." Rhodes' eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said, "Oh, my dear brother, smelting iron ore requires a lot of coal. As far as I know, your Crab Island does not produce coal, while my black gold city has no shortage of coal. I think perhaps we can cooperate." Upon hearing this, Roland raised an eyebrow. Although he also wanted to cooperate with Rhodes in exchange for coal, he did not expect that Rhodes would take the initiative to propose it. Chapter 19, Meeting with Rottweiler. Upon hearing Rhodes' suggestion to cooperate, Roland was somewhat puzzled, so he showed a regretful expression and said, "I'm sorry, my dear brother. Although I would love to trade coal with you, there's nothing on Cancer Island that you need. As for gold coins, I do have some." Rhodes smiled and said, "Roland, I have more gold coins than you do. I don't need them. The watermelons you brought back are the best bargaining chip." Watermelon. This was not unexpected for Roland. If there's anything else worth remembering on Cancer Island, it's the watermelon. Watermelons for coal? Roland didn't mind, so he smiled and said, "If you need a watermelon, I can indeed trade with you, but the price?" Rhodes interrupted him directly, saying, "I heard that my father bought your watermelon for 30 silver coins, so how about I exchange it for coal with you at that price?" Currently, the market price of coal is about 1 gold coin per ton, which means that roughly 3 watermelons can be exchanged for 1 ton of coal. Upon hearing this, Roland's eyes lit up. "I really got a great deal this time. However, this price is only valid for this year. It will definitely be different next year. In a few years, once watermelons have spread, it may be necessary to exchange 100 watermelons for 1 ton of coal." With that in mind, Roland agreed without hesitation. Rhodes was equally satisfied, and the two sides reached a pleasant cooperation agreement. Black Gold City has no shortage of coal, so Rhodes doesn't care about that. Afterwards, the two brothers chatted for a few more minutes before parting ways. Unlike Roland, Rhodes was the eldest son of Count Rowena and was to inherit Rowena's estate, becoming Count Brunhorn and ruling the city of Warbanner. Therefore, he had no suspicion of Roland, because no matter how hard Roland fought, he could only accept his rule in the end. However, Rottweiler is currently in his prime, and it's uncertain when Rhodes will be able to take over his mantle. That's why he took over a territory, which can also be considered as gaining experience in managing his own territory. After Rhodes left, Roland, along with Catherine and Oliver's group, continued to stroll around the city of Warbanner. They needed to purchase a large amount of supplies to take back with them. The most important thing is food. Although the problem of reduced food production on Cancer Island has been solved, there is still some time before the harvest. Moreover, another 500 people will soon join Cancer Island. If we don't save up some food, we may face another food crisis. Afterwards, Roland also needed to purchase a large number of horses and oxen, not only for hauling goods, but also for the expansion of the Crab Island Guard, which would require war horses. In addition, various daily necessities are also urgently needed by the people on the island. These are very miscellaneous, such as cotton, linen, books, banknotes, etc. Oliver had already compiled a list of these, and he started collecting them yesterday when he came over. It wasn't until evening that Roland returned to the Earl's mansion, changed into a magnificent suit, and prepared to attend the grand banquet that evening. Then, as night fell, the party officially began. With his stunning looks, Roland instantly attracted the attention of young girls and even noble women. However, it seemed that his reputation was not very good. These women kept glancing at him, but none of them ever came close to him. It seems that his reputation as a spoiled brat has spread throughout Cape Brun and even beyond. Roland couldn't help but let out a wry smile. But that was just right, as it saved him from being disturbed. He simply sat quietly to the side, sipping his delicious red wine and watching the young men and women at the ball, all experiencing their first stirrings of love. Some of them had even drunk some wine and were so infatuated that they were already embracing each other to the music. Soon, Roland also spotted Rhodes, who was drinking red wine with a beautiful lady in an incredibly gentlemanly manner, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. The woman looked at him with sparkling eyes. Roland believed that, if Rhodes were willing, this woman would spend a wonderful night with him tonight. Elsewhere, his younger sister, Loria, came into view. Loria was wearing a black evening gown and looked absolutely stunning. However, unfortunately, her somewhat thin figure prevented her from fully showcasing the beauty of the gown. Loria and Roland made eye contact, but she quickly looked away. Compared to Rhodes, Roland and Loria were more distant. Even though they both lived in the Earl's mansion, they hardly ever spoke to each other. At this moment, Loria was surrounded by 3 handsome noble boys. Compared to Loria's beauty, her status as the daughter of the Earl of Rowena and the Baron of Tulip City was even more attractive. After all, she was only 15 years old. In this world, women are considered adults at 15, but there aren't many women who receive a title at that age. It must be said that Loria is indeed an outstanding girl. However, Roland was not interested in the ball and simply sat alone, enjoying the wine and food. Roland left the venue after the ball ended. The next day, early in the morning, Roland arrived at his father Rowena's door, as Rowena specifically requested to see him. Lots and lots. Father, I've come. Roland knocked on the door and said calmly, Roland, come in here for a moment. Upon hearing this, Roland pushed open the door and went inside. Chapter 20 Brave Rescue of Drowning People. As soon as I entered Rowena's study, I heard his voice. I heard you get along very well with Viscount Wilt's daughter from Oak City. Do they get along very well? It's like they've blended perfectly together. Even Loria knew about this, so it's not surprising that it reached Rottweiler's ears. So he readily nodded and said, Yes, father. Rottweiler nodded, chuckled, and said, Although Wilt is ugly, his daughter is stunningly beautiful. If you two get along well, I have no objection. Roland didn't want to explain anything about this for the time being. He just smiled and didn't say anything. Seeing that Roland remained silent, Rowena did not press further, but instead said, What's wrong? What brings you here today? Do you want to go back to Cancer Island? Roland nodded and then said, Yes, father. But before I leave, I want to take a few martial arts manuals back with me to practice. And Andre also needs to learn new martial arts techniques. Rottweiler didn't seem to care about the matter and continued reading as he spoke. Albert will take you to the martial arts pavilion later. You can choose a few water-based martial arts techniques and one fire-based martial arts technique. Roland smiled and said, Thank you, father. I'll be leaving now. After saying this, Roland bowed and left Rothan's study. Only after Roland's figure had completely disappeared from his room did Rowena raise his head and mutter to himself, Roland, what other surprises do you have in store for me? After leaving Rowena's study, Roland went straight to Albert and then to the most heavily guarded martial pavilion in the Earl's mansion. The guards standing at the gate were all silver knights, much stronger than Roland himself. This wasn't Roland's first time entering the martial pavilion, but it was the first time he had seriously chosen a martial art. Soon, he began to carefully select from the martial arts pavilion. In fact, there weren't many martial arts techniques inside, so the selection process wasn't difficult. Soon, he found a martial art that suited him. Whirlpool Slash, Water, Severing Flow, Water Wave Shield. All three are water-based martial arts techniques. The first is a group attack, the second is a powerful single-target attack, and the third is a defensive technique. It can be considered a pretty good combination. In addition, he selected a fire-based martial arts technique for Andre called Flame Dragon Break. This is an extremely powerful martial art, but it requires immense strength to unleash. Andre, as a top-tier Silver Knight, should be able to bring out the full power of this martial art. After selecting these martial arts manuals, Roland left War Banner City with Catherine, Oliver, and several guards and servants, with only the old butler Albert seeing them off. They arrived empty-handed, but returned with over a dozen cartloads of goods, making it a worthwhile trip. Then, they spent 2 hours getting to the port of Victoria City, and another 2 hours loading the goods onto the ship. The once empty ship was now fully loaded again. Roland was somewhat dissatisfied with this. Now that he could buy goods with gold coins, he felt even more that the ship was too small. He could have bought some more grain to take back. It's time for a new boat. Roland couldn't help but think to himself. Then, as the small, dilapidated sailboat gradually raised its sails, the ship slowly left Victoria Harbor. This little boat would sail on the sea for more than 10 hours before reaching Crab Island. The scorching sun baked the sea, and apart from the sailors, everyone else sat in the cabin, leisurely drinking wine and eating delicious watermelon and other fruits. This is a white wine that the Earl of Connie just made last month. It's the last batch. Luckily, we arrived in time and managed to grab 20 bottles. These few bottles alone cost me 50 gold coins. Roland took a sip of white wine and said with a look of enjoyment, 50 gold coins, then a bottle of wine would cost 2.5 gold coins, which is equivalent to 2 years' income for an average person. Oliver was shocked to hear this. Although he was a top-level manager on Cancer Island, he usually only drank cheap wine that cost 2 or 3 silver coins a bottle. He had never tasted such a top-quality wine before. So he immediately gripped the wine glass with both hands, looking at the shallow amount of wine inside, afraid that he might lose his grip and spill the wine. Then he slowly raised the wine glass to his lips, took a small sip, and instantly, the sweet aroma of grapes filled his mouth, cooling his previously feverish body. Fine wine. It's so much better than the swill I used to drink. Oliver stared wide-eyed, then could no longer resist and downed the rest of the wine in his glass in one gulp. Only after seeing that the glass was empty did he awkwardly show his embarrassment and say something. "Excuse me, sir. I've never tasted such delicious wine before," and I couldn't resist. Roland couldn't help but chuckle softly and said, "It's all right. We still have more than half a bottle left." After saying that, he poured another half glass of wine into Oliver's glass. Oliver's face showed excitement and gratitude as he spoke. "Thank you for the reward, sir." In contrast, Catherine, sipping her white wine, behaved quite differently from Oliver. She remained expressionless throughout, except for a polite smile when Roland poured her wine. Otherwise, she showed no other reaction. As Roland observed Catherine's reaction, he felt increasingly that she was different from everyone else. A down-on-his-luck Viscount? Oh no, a mere Viscount could not possibly cultivate such refinement and temperament. Roland found Catherine increasingly mysterious. However, since the other party was keeping it a secret, Roland didn't want to investigate further. After all, everyone has secrets. Speaking of secrets, is there anyone with a bigger secret than yourself? The journey was smooth and calm, and even on the ocean, the sailboat sailed quite steadily, allowing everyone to have a good night's sleep. As dawn approached, Roland was still savoring every moment with Vivian in his sweet dream, but then an anxious knock on the door interrupted his reverie. Master, there's an emergency outside. We've discovered someone has fallen into the water." Amidst the sailors' anxious shouts, Roland got up somewhat irritably. "If you're always at sea, you're bound to run into a few drowning people. What's so strange about that? And yet you dare to disturb my sweet dreams." So, he opened the hatch with a displeased expression and said, "It's just a few people who fell into the water. Can't you just pull them out?" But the sailors seemed a little nervous and said, But sir, there were more than just a few people who fell into the water." Roland remained unconcerned, yawning as he spoke. "There are a few people there. Just rescue them all." The sailor swallowed hard and said, I don't know either. Anyway, there were hundreds or thousands of them in the sea." Upon hearing his words, Roland's previously dazed mind instantly cleared, and his body stiffened abruptly. So he hurriedly pushed the sailor aside, ignoring the mess on his clothes, and rushed straight to the deck. Because he knew his reward has arrived. 500 people delivered right before my eyes in this way. Upon reaching the deck, Roland was instantly shocked by what he saw. Not far ahead, a ship several times larger than their own sailboat had capsized in the ocean, with countless people crammed onto the sinking vessel. Many more people were scattered and adrift in the sea. Those who were lucky managed to grab onto a piece of wood, while those who were unlucky could only rise and fall with the waves. Upon seeing this, Roland could no longer contain himself and roared in fury. "Hurry up and save them, you bastards! These are all my rewards. If I drown, they'll be discounted. Why is it that other protagonist system rewards are credited directly to their accounts, while I have to work so hard to get mine?" Roland couldn't help but complain to the system in his mind. The sailors on the ship were startled by Roland's roar and quickly sped up their rescue efforts. One by one, people who had fallen into the water were pulled up by them, including men, women, the elderly, and children. Oliver and Catherine rushed onto the deck to help rescue the person who had fallen into the water. Before long, the deck of the ship was filled with the rescued people. They all couldn't help but hug each other and weep, seemingly grateful for their survival and saddened by their tragic experience. "Sir, please save my child. He is still in the water. Please save my husband. I beg you. My fiancé is also in the water. My mother hasn't boarded the ship yet. Please." The small boat was filled with a cacophony of cries and shouts from the crowd. Roland wanted to continue rescuing people, but at that moment, Captain Jack rushed over and said something. "Sir, we can't save any more people. Our ship is overloaded. If we save any more, we might sink too." Roland looked at the dozen or so people who had just been rescued on the deck and was startled. "Does this mean my reward will be reduced by 30%? The system rewarded him with 500 people, but now there are far more than 500 people who have fallen into the ocean, and in the end, he can only get a little over 100. Even without the system rewards, Roland hoped to save as many people as possible. This was his most primal thought. Acts of bravery and helping others are things that Roland had ingrained in his body from his previous life. What should I do? Should I throw away all the cargo on the ship to save more people? Just as Roland was at a loss for what to do, a surprised voice suddenly came from the side. Ah, it's the fishing team. The fishing team is coming. Roland's eyes lit up, and he quickly turned his head to look. He saw two ships appearing on the distant ocean. Aren't those ships from the Pearl Harbor fishing village? It was just dawn, and they happened to be out fishing when they encountered this scene. Soon, with the help of these two fishing boats, more people who had fallen into the water were rescued, and everyone got busy again. Although these two fishing boats were much smaller than Roland's boats, fortunately, they had just set sail and were not carrying any cargo. Much later, after the capsized ship had completely sunk and all the people who had fallen into the ocean had been recovered, everyone collapsed on the deck, seemingly exhausted. Although they were exhausted, they all had bright smiles on their faces. Being able to help others can sometimes be a truly joyful thing. At this moment, all three boats were packed with people. Roland didn't know how many people he had saved, and all of these people who had fallen in the water showed either joy at surviving or tears. After all, what is more precious than life? Then, under Roland's orders, the three ships, dragging their incredibly heavy bodies, headed towards Crab Island. Chapter 21, The Kingdom of Landon. What should have been a half-hour journey took a full 2 hours to finally return to Pearl Harbor because all three ships were severely overloaded. The people rescued from the water were organized by the sailors and fishermen to disembark one by one and come to this unfamiliar land. Soon after, Clayton received the news and arrived at the docks with his men. "Oh my God, sir, where did you save these drowning people? I've never seen so many drowning people in my entire life," Clayton said with an exaggerated expression. Roland was also extremely happy at this moment, as this mission reward was hard-earned. Then, looking at the hundreds of people densely packed on the dock, he spoke to Clayton. "Go and count their numbers and tell me right now." Although the system rewarded him with 500 people, Roland thought that the number of people rescued might not be accurate enough, and he still needed to count them carefully. Upon receiving the order, Clayton immediately led his men to conduct a head count of everyone on the docks, and the data was quickly transmitted back. There are 568 people in total. "Oh my God, they are so lucky. It is your kindness, sir, that has saved these poor people." Clayton was always thinking about how to flatter someone. Roland was used to it and didn't seem to mind it. Upon hearing Clayton's numbers, Roland also showed a satisfied expression. "Looks like I exceeded my reward expectations." Then he opened the system panel. Sure enough, the previous task had disappeared, and a new task appeared before him. Quest: Your kindness has saved most people and increased the population of your territory significantly. However, esteemed Lord, you already had only a vague understanding of the territory's population situation. Now that even more people have arrived, you must be even more confused. Perhaps you should have a population census of Cancer Island. Therefore, please conduct a detailed census on Cancer Island. Reward: 3 intermediate potions. Seeing the newly released task from the system, Roland breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seemed that the task was not difficult, and he did indeed need such population survey data. Regarding the population of Crab Island, Roland only knew that there were more than 2,000 people in total, but he had no idea how many there were, how many men, how many women, how many children, how many commoners, or how many slaves. The lack of this data has indeed had some adverse effects on my management of Cancer Island. Therefore, even if this mission hadn't been issued, Roland would have needed to investigate the population of Crab Island sooner or later. In short, this task was exactly what he wanted. Upon seeing the mission reward, Roland frowned slightly. 3 doses of Intermediate Potential Potion. Intermediate Potential Potion, which can be given to Bronze Knights or low-level mages, can increase their chances of breaking through to Silver Knight or Intermediate Mage to a certain extent. However, Roland is now a Silver Knight, so these potions have no effect on him. And even if he could use it, he wouldn't, because this potion works by overdrawing the user's physical potential to achieve a breakthrough. Even if the breakthrough is successful, the possibility of breaking through to the next level of strength is greatly reduced. However, this doesn't mean that the Intermediate Potential Potion is useless. On the contrary, it is extremely valuable. In War Banner City, a single Intermediate Potential Potion can be auctioned for more than 200 gold coins, and it is not often sold. Each time it is sold, It attracts many people to compete for it, because although this potion may cut off the user's future path to advancement, there are actually many more people who have no chance of breaking through. In that case, why not give this potion a try? Isn't it better to live in the moment? Why bother with a vague and uncertain future? Thinking about the rarity of this intermediate potential potion, Roland felt much better. At worst, he could auction it off and earn several hundred gold coins. However, Roland didn't intend to do that because he wasn't too short of gold coins right now, and he also knew how to use the potion. Instantly, a figure with thinning hair flashed into his mind. Statham, deputy captain of the Pearl Town Guard team. He was already over 40 years old, but his strength was still stuck at the Bronze Knight level. Statham had been at the peak of the Bronze Knight level for more than 10 years. Statham had given up all hope of breaking through to Silver Knight. Without confidence, the possibility of breaking through was even lower. If Statham were given a mid-level potential potion, he would still have a high probability of successfully breaking through to Silver Knight, although he might not be able to break through to Gold Knight in the future. Would he care? Someone who can't even break through to Silver Knight wouldn't dream of breaking through to Gold. And people like Statham are not uncommon. Thinking of this, Roland smiled slightly. 3 intermediate-level potential potions mean that 3 more Silver Knights may be added to Cancer Island, which will be a huge boost to the overall strength of Cancer Island. Meanwhile, Roland, whose thoughts had returned to their normal state, began preparing to arrange the mission. By this time, things at the mine had basically gotten back on track, and Clayton was finally able to relax a bit. In fact, Clayton was also a Bronze Knight, and if he showed enough loyalty, Roland wouldn't mind giving him a mid-level potential potion. However, compared to the honest Statham, the cunning Clayton could never completely put Roland at ease. This fat guy still needs to be tested further. Meanwhile, Clayton and Oliver were comforting the rescued people who had fallen into the water, and at Roland's behest, they were also beginning preparations to settle them in. A total of 568 people. Pearl Town doesn't have enough housing for them, but fortunately it's summer and the temperature is hot, so even if they live in the wild, they don't have to worry about catching a cold. So everyone discussed it and decided to temporarily build some simple thatched huts for them outside Pearl Town. Although they couldn't shelter them from the wind and rain, they would be enough to block out the sun. As for their accommodation, if they wish to stay on Crab Island, Roland is happy to provide them with new housing and work. After all, the mines, the watermelon fields, the canal digging, and the house construction all require a large workforce. As for food, thanks to Roland's purchase of a large amount of grain, there was no need to worry about not having enough to eat. Just then, as Roland was pondering the issue of settling these people, Oliver suddenly ran over and whispered something. "My lord, the leader of this group wishes to thank you in person." Upon hearing this, Roland initially didn't care, but after realizing what was happening, he showed a surprised expression and said, "What, the leader of this group? Are they all in cahoots?" Oliver said, somewhat incredulously, "Yes, sir. Although it seems a bit unbelievable, Clayton and I have confirmed that apart from a few sailors and dirty slave traders, the vast majority of these people are from the same family, and the slaves being sold this time are from them." Hiss! Upon hearing this, Roland couldn't help but gasp. A large family of over 500 people was actually transported away as slaves and prepared to be sold. Keep in mind that even the Earl of Brunshorn, to which Roland belongs, doesn't have more than 500 people, even including all the servants and guards. What exactly is going on? Roland was extremely puzzled and quickly went to the group of people. The one leading them was a man in his 50s with a somewhat weathered face, but with incredibly wise eyes. When Roland came over, he immediately placed one hand on his chest, bowed deeply, and said with utmost sincerity, "Thank you, kind Lord of Cancer Island. It is your kindness that saved our family. We are truly grateful." Everyone else, men and women, old and young, all bowed deeply to Roland. Only a few men seemed slow to react. Seeing everyone bow, they slowly bent down, but only slightly. Oliver immediately whispered an explanation from the side. "We've already confirmed it. Those men are the slave traders on this ship." Upon hearing this, Roland frowned. Those men had fierce expressions and strong builds, and didn't seem like people to be trifled with. Fortunately, they had just come out of the water, so their complexions didn't look too good. So he whispered a few words in Oliver's ear. Upon hearing this, Oliver immediately ran to the side and whispered something to one of the guards. The guard then turned around, mounted a warhorse, and left the dock. Roland, however, focused his attention on the old man in front of him. Saving you may be God's plan. I was just doing it as a matter of course. Roland returned the greeting to the old man. But when the old man saw Roland's actions, he hurriedly declined. My lord, you've misunderstood. We are not nobles, so you don't need to bow to us. Roland was stunned. This family has more members than my family, yet they're not a noble family? The old man then explained again. Your Excellency, my name is Cain Buffett, a merchant from the Kingdom of Landon. These people behind me are all my kinsmen. Merchant? Roland's face showed a strange expression. It's not unusual for a business person to be involved, but if a family can build such a large business empire, they would generally try to obtain a title and thus enter the ranks of the nobility. But this family is still a commoner. As for the Kingdom of Landon, Roland was not familiar with it. From his rudimentary geographical knowledge, the kingdom seemed to be located in the northeast of the Holy Dragon Empire, bordering the Winter Empire, and was quite far from Cape Brun. Although Roland was extremely curious about why they had become slaves and why they had come here, he did not pursue the matter further, as it was not convenient to do so here. So he asked the question that concerned him. Mr. Cain, what are your plans for the future? Upon hearing his words, Cain's face showed a troubled expression, and his eyes held a hint of pleading as he spoke. If your lordship doesn't mind that we have a large population, we hope to stay on Cancer Island and become your subjects. When Roland heard his pleading words, he raised an eyebrow. This result was not unexpected, but the other party's tone made him a little suspicious. However, the result was the same anyway, which suited Roland's wishes. Then Roland smiled, stretched out his hands, and said, In that case, I, Roland Warbanner, Baron of Cancer Island in the Holy Dragon Empire, welcome you to join my... But before he could finish speaking, a frantic voice suddenly came from the crowd, trying to stop him. I disagree. Everyone turned their heads at the sound. Roland also turned his head to look. The person who uttered those words was none other than those slave traders from before. Roland narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, Who are you? One of these people stepped forward, bowed slightly to Roland, and then spoke in a firm tone. My noble lord, these criminals of the Buffett family are all slaves of the Marquis of Devon. You cannot accept them as your subjects. Marquis de Devon? This was no small title. The rank was 3 levels higher than his own. Unfortunately, Roland had never heard of it. However, Cain, who was standing to the side, offered an explanation. Marquis Devon is a nobleman of the Kingdom of Landon. Upon hearing this, Roland was immediately relieved. If it were a noble from the Holy Dragon Empire, he would have been worried about causing trouble. But since the other party was a noble from the Kingdom of Landon, it was a different story. Although he was just a minor baron, did the other party dare to cause him trouble? You must know that behind you stands a vast Holy Dragon Empire. A tiny, ignorant Kingdom of Landon, unaware of the vastness and remoteness of the world. Roland was completely unafraid. Chapter 22, Crab, Island Development Strategy. Cain stood to the side, watching the silent Roland, feeling incredibly anxious. The young nobleman before him was merely a minor baron, yet he was about to face a marquis. Is he really willing to go against a powerful marquis for the sake of ordinary commoners like them? At this moment, Roland chuckled and said, You're saying these people are slaves of the Marquis of Devon? The leading slave trader thought Roland was afraid and immediately smiled and said, Of course, the entire slave ship belongs to Marquis Devon. Then, Roland turned to Cain and asked, Cain, are you slaves of the Marquis de Devon? Upon hearing this, Cain immediately became excited and said, No, Your Excellency, do not believe his lies. We are commoners. Our entire family are commoners. It was that evil Dibon who used his schemes to seize all our family's property and is now going to sell us all to the Violet Empire. Your Excellency, we are not slaves. We are commoners. Roland smiled when he heard this, and then spoke to the slave trader. Did you hear that? They're not slaves, but commoners, so they have their own independent personalities. They are not the property of our Dibon family, and they have the right to choose to live here. Upon hearing this, the slave trader's face darkened, and he said, My lord, do you really intend to oppose these criminals and the powerful Marquis of Dibon? Roland ignored his threat, pointed to the ground, and said, Look where this is. The slave trader frowned and said, It seems to be in the waters near Cape Brun. Snap! Roland snapped his fingers and grinned, revealing his teeth. That's right. This is Cape Brun Crab Island in Portland Province of the Holy Dragon Empire, not your distant kingdom of Landon. Upon hearing this, the slave trader's face darkened, and he said, My lord, what exactly do you mean? Roland smiled slightly and said, What I mean is, on my turf, you have to listen to me. I'm taking over all of these people today. At this point, his expression turned cold, and he said, As for you, it's normal for a few people to go missing when such a large ship sinks. The slave trader seemed to understand Roland's words. His expression changed, and he said angrily, My lord, don't think we're easy to mess with. At worst, we'll both be injured. As soon as they finished speaking, their battle auras erupted from their bodies, including 3 silver knights and the rest bronze knights. Roland didn't care about that, because Andre has arrived. Andre, Catherine, why don't we each take one? We haven't fought in a long time. As you wish, my lord. Andre and Catherine nodded in agreement. Then Roland laughed heartily and said, Then today we'll show you the strength of Cancer Island. Before he could finish speaking, Andre drew his longsword and charged directly at the leading slave trader. Catherine murmured a few words, and instantly a wind blade shot out from in front of her. On the contrary, Roland was a step behind them, but he also rushed over quickly with his longsword. Bite! A crisp sound rang out. Roland's full-force attack was blocked by a silver knight who drew his sword. Roland sensed that the opponent's strength seemed to be on par with his own, but they had just been pulled ashore and were still in a weak state, not yet recovered. Roland then launched several more attacks, forcing the silver knight to retreat repeatedly, almost unable to withstand Roland's onslaught. But just then a furious roar suddenly came from the side. Lord Marquis Debon will avenge us. Roland turned his head and saw that in an instant, the leading slave trader was killed on the spot by Andre's powerful flaming slash, and was no longer alive. Meanwhile, another silver knight was also tightly bound by Catherine's wind-binding technique and unable to break free. Then, to his horrified surprise, 2 terrifying wind blades instantly extinguished his life force. Roland couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. He had chosen the weakest opponent, but he still hadn't defeated the last one. The remaining bronze knights, seeing their leader killed, instantly lost their will to resist and surrendered. When Roland saw that only his side was still fighting, he became a little anxious. So he quickly gathered all his fighting spirit and unleashed his ultimate move, Water Dragon. However, before he could finish shouting, the silver knight opposite him suddenly threw down his long sword, knelt down, and raised his hands high. My lord, I surrender. I surrender. Seeing his companions being killed one by one completely shattered his spirit. Roland's words came to an abrupt halt. He was just about to unleash his ultimate move when you surrendered. Where was he supposed to vent his raging fighting spirit? However, in the end, Roland's long sword remained hovering above his head, without striking down. Oh, great lord, it was your extraordinary strength that made the enemy give up resistance. You are truly a mighty knight. Clayton's fawning arrived as expected, as he ran to Roland's side and showered him with compliments. Roland blushed slightly upon hearing this. The other party's surrender was not out of fear of him, and this praise made him feel ashamed. Andre and Catherine came to his side and said, Your Excellency is truly valiant. Roland blushed even more, so he could only cough twice, point at the surrendered people, and say, Tie them all up and send them to the mines to work. Soon enough, the surrendered knights were shackled and led to the mine. When Cain and his family of over 500 people saw that Roland actually dared to take them in, they finally cried tears of joy and shouted, Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Staying on the island meant they lost all their wealth, but at least they retained their status as commoners. If they had been captured by the minions of Dibon, they would have been reduced to pathetic slaves. And next, this new blood-joining Cancer Island will take root and grow, strengthening the island's power. After returning from Cape Brun, Roland was unusually free, spending most of his time practicing the 3 new martial arts manuals he had brought back. These 3 martial arts techniques are significantly more difficult to master than Water Dragon Chant. Even with Roland's diligent practice over the past few days, he has only gained some superficial understanding and is still far from mastering them completely. Originally, Roland didn't care about this, believing it was because these 3 martial arts techniques were too profound. It wasn't until recently, when he saw Andre unleash a powerful and imposing fiery dragon strike, that his defenses were completely breached. Andre mastered the same martial arts technique in just a few days, while I haven't even gotten a clue yet. It seems I'm not suited for cultivation. Roland couldn't help but show a helpless expression, but fortunately, apart from the problem he encountered in his cultivation, everything else was progressing very smoothly. Regarding the population survey on Crab Island, Roland had already given instructions to Clayton and Oliver on the day he returned to the island. The two initially thought Roland simply wanted to count the island's population, but when they heard his idea, their faces immediately fell. Roland demanded that they not only accurately count the population on the island, but also compile a complete list of each person's family, gender, age, occupation, strength, and other specific information. Roland even had an even more impulsive idea. He thought it would be possible to issue an identity card to every resident of Cancer Island, with each person's basic information and a unique number on it. This identity card would then serve as proof of the resident's identity on Cancer Island. Upon hearing Roland's outlandish idea, Clayton and Oliver both thought Roland must have hit his head, but under Roland's strong insistence, the two still had no choice but to follow his orders. In the past few days, the two of them have acted very quickly and have basically completed the population statistics of Pearl Town. Next, they will go to the villages outside the town to conduct surveys. Roland expects that the census will be completed in another 4 or 5 days. When the mission rewards arrive, I can once again enhance the strength of Cancer Island. In addition to the task of conducting the census, the resettlement of the more than 500 members of the Kane family has also been basically resolved. The young and strong were sent to the mines or to dig canals. Roland was not a heartless lord. The workers in the mines and on the canals had meat to eat every meal, and they also had enough rest time. Their wages were also 30% higher than others. Roland did not treat them unfairly. These two places alone have absorbed nearly 100 workers. Those who could read and count among the remaining people were assigned to Clayton's team to assist them in conducting the census, which greatly accelerated the progress of the census. The remaining people were assigned to cultivate watermelon fields in the wasteland near Pearl Town. There wasn't much work there, making it suitable for women and older people. The remaining elderly, women, and children live in tents where Roland provides them with their daily food needs. This was not a burden for Roland, who had earned a large sum of gold coins. If he could, he would even hope that the system could send him another 500 people. With the census and the issues concerning these 500-plus people largely resolved, Roland was much more relaxed. However, Clayton and Oliver seemed to have aged several years from the strain he had put on them. The two had complained to Roland more than once that they should find someone to share their workload, otherwise they feared they would die of overwork. Roland was not a heartless boss. He also wanted to find more people skilled in internal management, but he couldn't find any particularly suitable candidates. Talent? Roland was getting a headache just thinking about this problem. But just then, Kane suddenly arrived at the Lord's manor and found him. "My lord, I have something I'd like to say to you. Is that all right?" Kane said with utmost respect. Roland looked at the old man with surprise, not understanding why he was looking for him. Did he have a problem with the arrangements he made for his people? "However, you are welcome to voice your opinions. But I might not change." "Of course. Mr. Kane, what brings you here? We can sit down and talk." Roland also spoke with utmost gentlemanly manners. "Thank you, sir." Kane bowed deeply and then sat down in a chair. "What's wrong, Kanes? Do you have a problem with my arrangements for your people?" Roland chuckled and said. Upon hearing this, Kane quickly shook his head and said, No. Sir, you misunderstand. I came to see you for no reason. We're just a group of rootless wanderers. We are already very grateful that you have taken us in. How could I possibly have any objections?" Upon hearing this, Roland also showed a puzzled expression and said, "So what brings you here this time is?" Only then did Kane speak seriously. "My lord, I've had nothing to do these past few days, so I follow my people to Pearl Town and the surrounding area. We visited the town, the surrounding villages, the mines, and the watermelon fields. I found that you have made a good plan for the future of Crab Island, but I still feel that you haven't fully explored the potential of Crab Island." Upon hearing this, Roland became interested and said, "Oh, really? Then tell me, what areas do I need to improve?" Kane finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Roland's eager eyes. Their family had just arrived on Cancer Island and wanted to gain a stable position, so they had to demonstrate their value. As the head of his family, Cain transformed his clan from a small-time merchant family into one of the wealthiest in the Kingdom of Landon. It must be said that his vision and abilities were truly remarkable. Now, he will use his advantages to secure a more favorable position for his family on Cancer Island. Cain thought for a moment, organized his thoughts, and then spoke. My lord, I believe that if Cancer Island wants to achieve greater development, it can take the following steps. Roland looked at Cain with a curious expression. First of all, I think we should develop a shipping fleet for maritime trade. It seems that there is only one adult ship and a few fishing boats on Crab Island. Sometimes, goods from Crab Island even need to be transported by merchant ships from Cape Brun, which will only increase our cargo costs. Chapter 23, Swearing an Oath to the Goddess of Fortune. Upon hearing his words, Roland frowned and said, But Mr. Cain, I have to stop you here. What you say make a lot of sense, but I regret to inform you that a good cargo ship is very expensive. More importantly, I don't have any shipping or trade personnel here, and I don't even have enough skilled sailors, so I'm afraid it will be very difficult to assemble a shipping fleet. Cain smiled confidently upon hearing his words and said, My lord, you don't need to worry about manpower. Our family started out in maritime trade and has many skilled sailors and trading talents. If you trust me, I can assemble a shipping fleet for you in a short period of time. Roland didn't doubt his words, but he still said with some reservations. However, the economy of Cancer Island is not developed at present. It seems that the products and goods of Cancer Island alone are not enough to support a shipping fleet. Cain seemed to have had this in mind for a while, so he spoke up directly. We can start by assembling a merchant fleet, and this fleet won't necessarily only be able to transport goods from Crab Island. If the amount of goods from Crab Island is insufficient, we can still conduct transshipment trade in other coastal cities and earn gold coins. Even so, we will definitely not lose money. Roland seemed somewhat tempted by his idea, but he was still hesitant. Building a fleet was a huge investment, which made him have to consider it carefully. At this moment, Cain showed an excited expression and said, And sir, I have an even better idea. A better idea? Roland looked at him with a puzzled expression. My lord, I have already tasted the delicious watermelon. It is a unique product of our Crab Island. I have traveled to many places by merchant ship, but I have never seen this before. Therefore, I believe that if we sell watermelons, they will definitely become the new favorite of all nobles. Roland said with some disappointment, Cain, don't you know? I've already been selling watermelons to the public, and at a high price. It's certainly a good business. However, the watermelon production is too low right now. Your idea of relying on watermelons to feed a fleet is probably not going to work. Cain's opinion was nothing new, and Roland was somewhat disappointed in him. However, Cain smiled mysteriously and said, Sir, of course I know all that. What I mean is we just need to use these popular watermelons as bait and sell the other goods as well. Bait? Roland frowned, looking puzzled, and asked, Cain, I don't understand what you mean by bait. Cain smiled and explained, Without a doubt, these watermelons will become a hot commodity among all nobles, so they will inevitably be in short supply. Therefore, I think we can require the nobles or merchants who purchase watermelons to purchase our other goods at the same time in order to sell the watermelons to them. Holy crap! Upon hearing Cain's words, Roland was immediately shocked and couldn't help but blurt out, Isn't this just bundling? Bundled sales? Cain's eyes lit up when he heard the new term, and he said, The adult's description is absolutely accurate. That's right, this is bundled sales. Roland couldn't help but scrutinize Cain. This guy's a genius. He actually came up with such a ruthless sales method for later generations. In his previous life, Roland was terrified of those family bucket meals. But now the initiative is in my hands. Moreover, watermelons are only available for a year or two. After that, other places started growing them, but the market for them didn't pick up. Not making money when you can is the mark of a fool. Then Roland laughed and said to Cain, Then Cain, I grant you permission to assemble a caravan for Crab Island, but we don't have many watermelons and goods right now. You can use my ship to test the waters first. As for the bundled goods, Roland thought for a moment, then quickly came up with an idea and continued. I'll give you a letter. You can go to my sister Loria's tulip city to buy a batch of tulips. The best tulips can be used for ornamental purposes or for making potions. Our prices are the same as others. I'm sure those vain nobles won't mind buying more tulips for the sake of watermelons. At this point, Roland couldn't help but laugh. Cain couldn't help but laugh along. Then, Roland got excited and ordered someone to open the bottle of Earl de Cantai white wine he had bought, and he drank it with Cain. Cut him to death. The two clinked glasses. Then, Roland drank it all in one gulp and asked again with hope. So, Mr. Cain, besides developing a shipping fleet, do you have any other ideas for Cancer Island? Cain also downed his drink in one gulp, then smiled and said, There's one more thing, and I think there's room for improvement. Tell me quickly. Roland's eyes lit up as he spoke. Cain chuckled and continued. Currently, the most valuable assets on our Cancer Island are those watermelons and that iron mine. Now that we have maximized the profits from the watermelons, we can also extract the maximum profits from the iron mine. Upon hearing his words, Roland frowned in confusion and said, But iron isn't only found on Crab Island. There's even more in other places, and the price of iron ingots is stable and uniform. We don't have any room to maneuver. Cain shook his head and said, Sir, do you know how much a 10-kilogram iron ingot is worth? Roland thought for a moment and then said, About 2 silver coins. Cain continued to ask, What if we could forge this iron ingot into a longsword? Roland seemed to understand something and continued, Even the worst quality longsword costs at least 10 silver coins. Cain nodded and then continued, That's right. Primary products can only yield meager profits. Only products that have been processed and modified, giving them new utility, can yield much higher profits. Roland was utterly shocked as he listened to Cain's incredibly advanced economic theory. You see, even in his previous life, this was a well-known truth. Cain Buffett truly possesses business acumen that is ahead of its time, living up to his surname. However, Roland still had questions. But how should we process the iron ore? I feel that smelting it into iron ingots is already our limit. Cain shook his head and said, I had a conversation with Master Gillett at the mine this time, and I have to admit that Master Gillett is definitely an excellent blacksmith. Moreover, he doesn't seem happy lately. Now that the mine is on track, Master Gillett keeps talking about going back to the blacksmith shop. So I think that maybe we can develop a foundry village in Pearl Town and use Master Gillett's technology to cultivate more excellent foundry talents. That way, we can directly export iron products and make more profits. Hearing Cain say this, although it wasn't as amazing as the previous bundled sale, it was indeed a feasible solution, so he nodded and said, Then I'll call Gillett back later. Since he wants to be a blacksmith, let him come back and be a blacksmith. Afterwards, the two continued drinking and chatting. Cain offered a few more suggestions, which Roland found reasonable and kept in mind. Until the very end, the two had almost finished the bottle of wine, and Cain's head was starting to spin. He then raised the last glass, his face flushed, and smiled as he spoke. My lord, I can see that you are a magnanimous lord, and I feel at ease following you from now on. Roland smiled and said, Cain, I am but a minor baron, and with your talent, don't you feel it's a waste for you to be by my side? Cain shook his head and said, I have seen many nobles in this world, and most of them are hypocritical, selfish, and incompetent. Only in you, sir, can I see excellent qualities such as honesty, humility, and magnanimity. Although you're only a baron now, I see boundless potential and a bright future in you. Roland was stunned by Cain's barrage of flattery. He had to admit that Cain was indeed a talented man. Even his flattery was much more palatable than that crude Clayton's. Then Cain suddenly stood up, placed one hand on his chest, bowed deeply to Roland, and said, I, Cain Buffett, swear before the god of destiny that I will lead the Buffett family to follow Lord Roland to the death, generation after generation. If I break this oath, may I and the Buffett family be forever sunk into the depths of the sea. Seeing Cain so solemnly swear to follow him, Roland was also surprised. This was the first time Cain had used an oath to follow him. Only in this way could it be considered a true and complete submission to him. Even Andrew and Catherine had never expressed their loyalty with such solemnity. You must understand that in this society, vows are not as worthless as they were in the past. There are really gods in this world, and no one dares to lie about the gods. Roland quickly burst into hearty laughter, then helped Cain up and said, I can't promise you anything. I can only promise you that you'll never regret the decision you made today. Ha ha ha. That's for sure, sir. Cain also trusted his own eyes. The two then continued talking for a long time until almost noon before Cain got up and left. Roland quickly issued his latest orders. Cain Buffett was appointed as the chief financial officer of Cancer Island, responsible for the island's economy, finance, trade, and fleet formation. Everyone was quite surprised by this. This Cain is just a newcomer who has only been here for a few days, yet he has been so highly valued by the Lord. Clayton and Oliver, in particular, felt a sense of crisis. The two of them, who used to complain about being too busy, immediately shut up and dared not say another word. They then hurriedly got to work. Meanwhile, Gillett was also summoned back to the mine by Roland and told him about his idea of having him build a foundry village. Now that the mine has been built and is on track, there is no longer any need for Gillett to stay there. The mine was then put in charge of a man named Lansrot. Lans was also an official of the Pearltown government. He had been assisting Gillett since the mine was established, and now that he had officially become the person in charge of the mine, his efforts had finally paid off. When Gillett heard that he could return to blacksmithing and even bring people to blacksmith with him, he was so excited that he stood up and kept thanking Roland. Then he hurriedly ran out to share the good news with someone. Having arranged all these things, Roland breathed a sigh of relief. It's so nice to have someone help you think. It's so comfortable to be a brainless lord. Time continued to pass, and 5 days went by without us even realizing it. Over the past 5 days, Roland has been patiently honing his martial arts skills. Although he has not yet fully mastered the 3 martial arts techniques, he has made significant progress. Cain, relying on Roland's ship, successfully assembled a meager fleet consisting of only a single-masted sailing ship. Now they are waiting at the dock for enough watermelons to be loaded onto the ship. Once enough watermelons are loaded, they will immediately set sail and embark on their first trade voyage. As for the progress on Gillett's side, it was somewhat slow, but Roland still assigned him a few apprentices. To establish a foundry village, there must be enough blacksmiths. What Roland was most looking forward to was that Clayton and Oliver had not disappointed him these past few days. After their hard work, they had finally completed the first census of Crab Island. Oh my God, sir, this census was quite a hassle. But thankfully, as you wished, we have finally completed your task. Clayton, carrying a thick stack of books, placed them in front of Roland and said breathlessly, "I'm so fat." Roland picked up a book at random, turned to the first page, and saw that it contained information about a man named Ike Torton. The information was extremely detailed, including the man's name, gender, age, strength, whether he was a commoner or a slave, whether he was literate, the names of his parents, wife and children, and his hair color, eye color, or other characteristics. Seeing this, Roland couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. The system asked him to conduct a detailed population census. Is this detailed enough? So, Roland put down his book and slowly muttered to himself as he opened the mission panel. He felt that the mission should be completed. Quest. Your kindness has saved most people and increased the population of your territory significantly. However, esteemed Lord, you already had only a vague understanding of the territory's population situation. Now that even more people have arrived, you must be even more confused. Perhaps you should have a population census of Cancer Island. Therefore, please conduct a detailed census on Cancer Island. Completed. Reward. 3 intermediate potions. Sure enough, the words completed appeared before his eyes. Chapter 24 Danger is approaching. Seeing that the mission was completed, Roland finally felt relieved. However, he didn't know when he would receive the 3 intermediate potential potions as a reward. There was nothing Roland could do about it. He could only wait for the system to deliver itself to him in some way. Afterwards, Roland closed the mission panel and picked up the census data next to him again. This is a summary of information that details the population situation on Cancer Island. Currently, there are 2,952 people on Crab Island, including 1,532 men and 1,420 women. The male-to-female ratio seems somewhat unbalanced, and the total number is less than 3,000, which disappoints Roland. We need to continue expanding the population of Cancer Island through other means. Roland thought to himself. There were only 2 nobles, Roland and Catherine. There were 2,366 commoners and 584 slaves. However, on Cancer Island, there seems to be little distinction between commoners and slaves. Apart from their different statuses, they all live in the same poverty. In terms of strength, there are 4 intermediate-level professionals, Roland, Andre, Catherine, and the slave trader who was captured recently. As for beginner-level professionals, there are 36. Overall, the strength of Cancer Island is still weak. The others were all ordinary people who had not comprehended battle chi or magic. Judging from the occupations of the people, the vast majority are engaged in planting and animal husbandry. The majority of the rest are miners and manual laborers, and a small number are merchants and managers. Looking at the report, Roland couldn't help but shake his head. The population structure of Cancer Island is still too thin, consisting mostly of ordinary people and low-skilled workers, with too few highly skilled talents. Ultimately, on Cancer Island today, Roland can only consider a handful of people to be truly talented. Andre and Catherine were naturally included, as was the newly joined Kane, and also the forging master Gillett. As for the others, including Clayton and Oliver, they were still a little lacking and did not have the ability to stand on their own. After looking at it for a long time, Roland put down the population information in his hand and then smiled at Clayton, who was waiting to the side. You and Oliver have worked hard these past few days. I'll have someone send you 2 bottles of white wine later. You two should get some rest these next couple of days. Clayton was flattered and immediately said excitedly, "Thank you for the reward, sir." The following morning, with the last batch of watermelons loaded onto Roland's ship, the first trade voyage of the Crab Island shipping fleet officially began. At this time, the ship was only loaded with 500 watermelons, far from being fully loaded. Because of the bundled sales policy that Kane had mentioned earlier, they still needed to purchase a batch of goods in other cities and sell them together with these watermelons. So they had deliberately reserved space in the cargo area. They carried with them a letter from Roland to Loria, intending to first purchase a batch of top-quality tulips in Tulip City, hoping that the lovely girl would give them a discount. If that wasn't enough, they might also purchase some wine or silk, as these items were valuable and highly sought after, and should bring the fleet a substantial profit. Meanwhile, the old Roland ship was repainted and renamed. Pearl. The town on Cancer Island is called Pearl Town. The port on the island is called Pearl Harbor, and the merchant ships on the island are called pearls. Roland is really obsessed with the word pearl. At first, Roland thought it was named Pearl Town and Pearl Harbor because the place was rich in pearls, but after inquiring, he found that Crab Island did not produce pearls, and no one knew the origin of the name. Once everything was ready, at Roland's command to set sail, the simple single-masted sailing ship, Pearl, finally slowly departed from the harbor. As Roland watched the Pearl sail further and further away until it finally disappeared completely from his sight, his mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. I hope this fleet won't make me lose money. Roland couldn't help but mutter to himself. At that moment, he had no idea that a legendary caravan that would one day rule the entire ocean had officially begun its journey. Wow! Roland swept his sword horizontally, and his body spun twice with incredible speed, unleashing a surge of powerful battle aura that sliced through the 7 or 8 straw dummies around him. Roland immediately planted his long sword in the ground to support himself and began to breathe rapidly. After so many days of practice, Roland has finally mastered the basics of the Whirlpool Slash, giving him another powerful move when facing an enemy siege. As the name suggests, the Whirlpool Slash imitates a whirlpool in water, using one's fighting spirit to swirl and sweep away surrounding enemies. Although it's not difficult to understand, it's actually very difficult to master. Moreover, this move consumes a lot of battle chi. Even Roland could only spin twice before he couldn't control himself and had to stop. When a maid saw Roland, she quickly went over and helped him to a chair to rest. After sitting for a while, Roland's feeling of weakness dissipated considerably. However, cultivation also requires a balance between work and rest, so he no longer had the idea of pushing himself too hard. 3 days had passed since Kane and his Pearl merchant ship left. During these 3 days, in addition to practicing martial arts, Roland's most important task was to find the whereabouts of the intermediate potential potion. Unfortunately, in the end, we gained nothing. Roland also completely gave up on actively searching, leaving everything to fate. But just as he was about to go back to take a bath, suddenly, the old butler Robert came over and said with an admiring expression, "Master is truly an outstanding person. I heard the power of your move outside, just now. As expected of you, you have mastered a new martial art in such a short time." Roland remained non-committal to the flattery. If someone like himself was already a dragon among men, then someone like Andre must have become a god or an immortal. Old Robert had no idea that his attempt at flattery had backfired. However, Roland didn't seem to care, and just said somewhat lazily and tiredly, "What's wrong, Robert? At this time of day, you're usually in the kitchen supervising the maids washing vegetables. Why are you here today? Robert, however, smiled, his face crinkling with wrinkles, and said, Didn't you recently say that if anyone discovers something strange, they should report it to you? So I just received the news and came to tell you. Upon hearing his words, Roland became instantly interested. The strange thing was, of course, the intermediate potential potion that Roland had been longing for. However, he couldn't say it outright, so he could only describe it this way. What strange thing? Where did it come from? Roland asked curiously. Robert frowned, shook his head, and said, Sir, it's an iron box that 2 fishermen salvaged from the sea. I don't know what's inside. It said to have been left behind by the ship that sank recently. They couldn't open it no matter what they tried. They heard that you offer rewards for collecting these strange things, so they brought it over. Upon hearing his words, Roland's face lit up with excitement, because he had a strong feeling the mission reward is almost here. So, ignoring his exhaustion, he immediately got up and ran outside. Upon arriving at the Lord's Manor courtyard, sure enough, there were 2 fishermen dressed in tattered clothes standing there with expressions of fear and trepidation. Beside them was an iron box about half a meter high, which was now covered with a few traces of rust. The ground beneath it was covered with seawater. Upon seeing Roland come out, the 2 immediately knelt down, speaking nervously and humbly. Greetings, sir. Although they had seen Roland from afar before, this was the first time they had come into close contact with their lord. Looking at Roland's handsome and dashing appearance, the 2 became increasingly nervous. Roland walked straight up to them and said with a smile, Get up. Where did you find this box? The 2 slowly got up from the ground, and then the older fisherman on the right stammered nervously. Master, we found this on the beach. We were originally going to collect some clams to eat, and then we saw this box. We heard that you like these things, so we brought it to you. Roland nodded without saying anything, but squatted down and carefully examined the iron box. The iron box was square and appeared to be made of fine iron plates. It had a lock on it, and there were some fresh scratches on the lock and around it, indicating that the 2 fishermen had tried to break it with stones but failed. Seeing this, Roland felt he should be able to break through, so he waved for the people next to him to leave, then picked up the long sword he hadn't put down yet, and his fighting spirit instantly erupted and gathered on the longsword. With a loud shout, Roland slashed his sword fiercely down at the lock. With a loud clang, the lock was instantly severed by Roland and flew far away before falling to the ground. Roland looked at the long sword in his hand, which had developed a chip, and understood why the 2 fishermen hadn't opened the lock. This didn't seem to be ordinary refined iron. It was much stronger than the long sword in Roland's hand. If it weren't for his battle aura, he probably wouldn't have been able to cut the lock with a single strike. But now is not the time to worry about these things. The most important thing now is whether the quest reward that Roland is so eager for is actually included. So he waved to signal everyone to wait outside, and only after they had all left did he reach out and open the cabinet door inside. Instantly, a burst of multicolored light flashed in Roland's eyes. Pearls, agate, rubies, and diamonds. Half the box was filled with dazzling jewelry. Roland gasped in shock at the sight. Even with his limited knowledge of jewelry, he knew that these jewels were absolutely valuable, worth at least several thousand gold coins, which was equivalent to all his assets. However, these were merely unexpected surprises, not Roland's intended purpose. So he took out all the jewelry and continued searching inside. Finally, he found a wooden box that had been soaked. When he opened it, he found 3 mysterious purple potions inside. Without a doubt, these 3 potions are the intermediate potential potions that Roland has been longing for. Roland hurriedly put the potion away, then continued rummaging through the box, where he found a letter that had been soaked. When Roland took it out, he saw that the papers were stuck together and could not be torn apart. Something that could be placed together with jewelry and intermediate potential potions must be very important. It must be a secret letter from Marquis Debon. Although Roland was very curious, he could not see the contents at the moment and could only put the letter away. Maybe you'll see it once the letter dries. After searching for a while longer to make sure there was nothing of value left, Roland picked up the jewels on the ground as well. Then, after calling out twice, the 2 fishermen who had left, along with Robert and his servant, came back in. Roland's face was beaming with joy as he looked at the 2 fishermen and spoke magnanimously. Robert, go to the storeroom and give each of them 10 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Robert immediately jumped up and said, Oh my God, sir, do you know what 20 gold coins means? That's a whole 20 gold coins. Upon hearing his words, Roland frowned and said, Robert, aren't you going to obey my orders? Robert was helpless. Although he was frantic inside, he could only say so. Since you insist, sir, then we can only grant your wish. Soon after, he took out 20 gold coins from the storeroom and handed them to the two fishermen with a pained expression. The two fishermen stared tremblingly at the gold coins in their hands, still in disbelief. They had never touched gold coins before in their lives. Thank you for the generous gift, sir. The two immediately knelt down again, kowtowing excitedly. When Roland saw them kowtowing to him, he was not pleased. Instead, he frowned and said, Are you slaves from the fishing village? What are your names? The two nodded, then hurriedly spoke. Sir, my name is Hoggins. Sir, my name is Dallet. Roland looked at the two of them, thought for a moment, and then spoke to them. So, Hoggins, Dallet, I now formally inform you, in my capacity as Baron of Cancer Island, that from this moment forward, you are no longer slaves. I will restore you to the status of commoners. The two were stunned when they heard this. It wasn't until a while later that the two of them came to their senses, and then they burst into tears, frantically kowtowing and screaming. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Seeing this, Roland shook his head, said nothing, and left. Even long after Roland had left, the two of them continued to kneel and bow in gratitude in Roland's direction. From then on, the two of them were no longer slaves. It is no longer anyone's property. Rather, they are real people with independent personalities. Roland did something very small, but it changed the lives of two weathered men. By this time, Roland had already returned to his room. He didn't care about the two people's reactions because he was more concerned about his mission. The quest should have been updated by now. So he silently set it and opened the task panel. Sure enough, a new mission has been issued. Quest, Young Lord. Your recent developments have been smooth sailing, and your territory has made significant progress. Are you perhaps feeling complacent with your achievements? However, unbeknownst to you, a great crisis lurks behind this prosperity. You are completely unaware that danger is already approaching. It is said that a powerful pirate group in the vicinity has taken an interest in your territory, and they may arrive at any moment. Therefore, young lord, prepare for a valiant battle and eliminate these villains who covet your gains. Reward, the blessing of the sea god. Roland's expression immediately changed. Chapter 25, The Redbeard Pirates. Pirate. Roland had no idea that there were pirates in this sea area, and that his territory was being targeted by them. The mission didn't mention the strength of this group of pirates, so Roland didn't know anything about their background. However, Roland dared not be careless. Perhaps he was about to face his first battle to defend his territory. After thinking for a moment, he called Robert over. Robert, send someone to inform all the high-ranking officials on Cancer Island to go to the administration hall. There's an important announcement to make today. Robert realized that something big was about to happen, so he hurriedly ran out to find someone to inform everyone. In less than an hour, almost all of the high-ranking officials of Crab Island arrived at the governing hall meeting room, including Clayton, Oliver, Andre, Catherine, Statham, Gillett, as well as the village chiefs of the 8 villages, the port managers, and nearly 20 other people. Apart from Kane, who was on the ship at sea, this was the first time Roland had gathered so many people together for a meeting. At first, the people greeted each other and joked around casually when they arrived. But as more and more people came, they realized that something big was about to happen. So they stopped talking and waited cautiously for Roland's arrival. Once everyone had arrived, Roland strolled over to the scene. He didn't sit down, but instead glanced around at everyone before looking at Clayton and asking, Clayton, do you know if there are any pirates in these waters? Clayton was puzzled as to why Roland was asking this, but he answered truthfully anyway. Of course I know, sir. Pirates on the high seas are like flies in toilet. They are unavoidable. Roland frowned and said, Get to the point. Who are these pirates? Upon hearing this, Clayton dared not act rashly any longer and immediately spoke up. There are countless pirates in the ocean, but in the waters near Cape Brun, the Redbeard pirates are the dominant force. Besides them, there are some scattered pirate ships, but they are all too weak. The Redbeard pirates. This was the first time Roland had ever heard of such a force in the vicinity. So he continued to ask, So what is the strength of this Redbeard pirate crew? Clayton seemed quite familiar with these things and quickly replied, This Redbeard pirate crew is extremely powerful. It is said that the captain, Redbeard is a top-tier silver knight, and he has 6 or 7 other silver knights under his command, along with a couple hundred other men in 6 or 7 warships. They are a tyrant in the surrounding waters, and many merchant ships have suffered greatly at his hands. Upon hearing this, Roland was startled. He hadn't expected the pirates to be so powerful, even stronger than himself. "How do you know all this so clearly, Clayton?" Roland asked with some confusion. Clayton chuckled and said, "My lord, this is no secret. Anyone who lives in this area regularly knows about the Redbeard pirates." Oliver, Statham, and Goulart all nodded in agreement with Clayton's statement. Then, Clayton asked with some confusion, "By the way, sir, I don't know why you're asking us about the Redbeard pirates. We don't actually have much contact with them." The others also looked at Roland with curiosity. Looking at everyone's eyes, Roland made no attempt to hide anything. So he took a deep breath and spoke directly. "I have some very bad news for everyone. As far as I know, the Redbeard pirates have their eyes on our Crab Island and may attack us soon." Upon hearing this, everyone stared at Roland in disbelief. Finally, Clayton broke the silence, speaking in a somewhat nervous tone. Sir, you must have misunderstood something. This Redbeard pirate crew has never attacked us." Roland also looked puzzled and said, "Why do you think he won't attack us?" Clayton quickly explained, "Because our Crab Island is the territory of the Holy Dragon Empire, and is the land of your father, Earl Rowena. Even if the Redbeard pirates encounter our ships, as long as they see the sign of our Crab Island and the insignia of the War Banner family, they always just pass by directly and never make a move." Oliver chimed in, "Yes, sir. Your father, Earl Rowena, is so renowned that even the Redbeard pirates dare not provoke him. Logically speaking, they would not attack our Crab Island." Upon hearing this, Roland frowned slightly and asked again, "So who are they attacking?" Clayton continued to explain. "The Redbeard pirates usually attack passing merchant ships, and they never attack the merchant ships of the Empire's high nobles or nearby nobles. They only attack ordinary merchant ships or merchant ships of nobles from distant places. Moreover, the Redbeard pirates have a set of rules when robbing merchant ships. They only take half of the goods and assets on board, and then let the rest of the ship go. It is precisely because the Redbeard pirates leave a certain bottom line when robbing that the Empire has tolerated their existence. If the Redbeard pirates were wiped out, other pirate groups would come, and perhaps those other pirate groups would be even more ruthless than the Redbeard pirates." Upon hearing this, Roland also showed a rare interest in the Redbeard pirate crew. It seems that this Redbeard is not a reckless person, but rather has some strategy and acts very cautiously. So why did he still come to attack Cancer Island? Roland was somewhat puzzled. However, the system is unlikely to malfunction. It was set above that he would come, so he will naturally come. So, Roland spoke to everyone with utmost seriousness. "My information is very accurate. The Redbeard pirates will definitely attack our Crab Island. We are about to face a life-or-death crisis." When everyone heard what Roland said, they no longer had any doubts. After all, they didn't think Roland would joke about something like this. They couldn't help but become extremely nervous. God, we've only just started to have a good life. Why are we being subjected to suffering again so soon? Old Jaco, the village chief of Xiaomai village, cried out in grief. Clayton was sweating profusely with anxiety, and Oliver was in a similar state. Only Roland, Andre, and Catherine remained relatively calm throughout the entire event. Seeing everyone's panicked state, Roland frowned and then slammed his hand on the table next to him. A loud cracking sound rang out. The panicked crowd instantly snapped back to reality. "Look at you all. The enemy hasn't even arrived yet, and you've already lost your composure. How are you going to win against these vicious pirates like this?" Roland Kirstangridy. Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads in shame. Their performance just now was indeed too pathetic. They hadn't even thought about how to defeat the Redbeard pirates. Roland glanced at everyone and calmly said, "However, don't panic too much. We are not without a chance of winning against the Redbeard pirates." Clayton immediately exclaimed with delight, Yes, yes. As long as our Lord requests support from Earl Rowena, not to mention the Redbeard pirates. Even the Greenbeard pirates wouldn't be a match for us." Everyone was suddenly jolted awake. "That's right. Our Cancer Island has a powerful backer. Lord, you're the Earl of Rowena's own son. How could a father not come to help when his son is in such great danger?" Upon realizing this, everyone's expressions immediately relaxed. However, Roland's next words quickly plunged them into an icy abyss. Excuse me, gentlemen, I do not intend to ask my father, Earl Rowena, for assistance. Everyone was stunned, staring at Roland in disbelief. Roland, however, spoke calmly and composedly. Even without my father, with careful planning, we can still defeat the Redbeard pirates. Oliver whispered a reminder. But sir, the Redbeard pirates have more silver knights than we do. The gap in top-tier combat strength cannot be made up for in any other way. Roland looked at him, smiled slightly, and said, Who says we silver knights have fewer than them? Everyone was stunned. No matter how they counted, they could only think of 3 silver knights or intermediate mages on their side. At this moment, Roland looked at the puzzled crowd and slowly reached into his robes. Then, he took out 3 bottles of unknown purple potions and displayed them to everyone. Chapter 26 Pirate Attack. Everyone looked puzzled as they saw the 3 mysterious purple potions that Roland took out. This is a bottle of intermediate potential potion worth over 200 gold coins. It's normal that they haven't seen it before. Originally, Roland's idea was to give Statham only 1 bottle, with Clayton and Oliver depending on the situation. However, the situation was critical, and he could no longer keep anything to himself. Everything was centered on improving his own strength. These 3 are intermediate-level potential-enhancing potions, Roland said calmly. However, some of the people looked puzzled, as if they had never heard of this thing before. For example, Old Ja and the other village chiefs, Andre, Catherine, and Gillett remained calm and composed, without any change in their expressions. As for Clayton, Oliver, Statham, and the others, they instantly showed expressions of shock and fervor, their breathing becoming rapid. They've been at the peak of Bronze Knight for far too long. This bottle of intermediate potential potion means they'll most likely finally be able to break through to Silver Knight. The 3 of them stared fervently at Roland's hand, their bodies trembling with excitement. Sir, are you really going to give us such a precious medicine? Clayton couldn't help but speak, his voice almost trembling. Roland nodded, looked at the 3 of them, and said with a smile, Clayton, Oliver, Statham, I know that the 3 of you have been stuck at the peak of Bronze Knight for many years. This bottle of intermediate potential potion should be able to help you break through to Silver Knight. Upon hearing that the 3 bottles of medicine were truly for them, the 3 men's hearts couldn't help but race again. However, at this moment, Roland's tone turned cold, and he continued, However, can you guarantee that you'll be loyal enough to me? Upon hearing this, the 3 of them immediately understood. Smack! 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 The 3 immediately knelt on one knee, placed one hand on their chests, and then lowered their proud heads to Roland. I, Clayton Triss, hereby swear to the goddess of fate that for the rest of my life I will be forever loyal to Lord Roland Warbanner. If I break this oath, may my soul be burned by the fires of darkness for all eternity, never to find peace. This oath was indeed too cruel. Roland nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that someone had set an example, Oliver and Statham also chimed in. I, Oliver Hughes, swear by the goddess of fate. I, Statham Jason, swear to the goddess of fate. As the 3 finished reciting their oath, Roland seemed to feel a strange power flowing into their bodies from the void. This is the power of oaths, signifying that the gods have accepted their vows. Roland didn't know if it was true or not. After all, there were too many people who broke their oaths and were not punished. However, in this world, you can never lack reverence for the gods, even for the most powerful and invincible dragon knights. Seeing the 3 make such a vow, Roland didn't hesitate any longer and handed them 3 intermediate potential potions, then said, Use it as soon as you get back, and break through to Silver Knight as soon as possible. When the Redbeard pirates come, we will need you to fight them. The 3 of them immediately said excitedly, Yes, sir. The others looked at the 3 of them with envy. They were just ordinary bronze knights, not even having grasped the essence of battle aura. In their eyes, Silver Knights were already an unattainable existence. Afterwards, the group continued to discuss strategies for dealing with the Redbeard pirates. Andre, immediately expand the guard to 150 men, and all guards should undergo intensive training during this period. Have people on duty around the coast every day, ready for war at any time. Understood, sir. Andre nodded and said, Gillett, now put aside your current orders and focus all your efforts on forging swords and bows. Make sure every guard has a suitable weapon. Gillett immediately patted his chest and grinned. Don't worry, sir. As long as you have enough iron ingots and enough manpower, my apprentices and I will definitely be able to make it for you. Jareth, when your fishing village is out fishing every day, remember to keep an eye out for any suspicious boats near the island. If you spot one, report it immediately. Sir, I will keep a close watch on the situation in the sea. Clayton, you are in charge of leading a group of people to dig traps outside Pearl Town. Make sure to set traps on every road leading into Pearl Town. Yes, sir. Oliver, the arrow towers on the outskirts of Pearl Town are all abandoned. You must immediately organize people to repair them and arrange for soldiers to guard them day and night. Understood, sir. Statham, you'll be in charge of the security of Pearl Town, the mines, and the watermelon fields for the next few days. While defending against attacks, you also need to ensure that order is maintained throughout the entire Crab Island. Understood, sir. Roland kept issuing orders and implemented almost every method he could think of. Others also offered many good ideas. At this moment, everyone on the entire Cancer Island was united by Roland. The meeting finally ended after half a day. Clayton, Oliver, and Statham immediately rushed out, undoubtedly heading for a breakthrough. At this point, only Catherine remained available to Roland. However, Catherine was one of his trump cards, and Roland wanted to save her for the most crucial moment. After all, a sneak attack from a mage is not something an ordinary knight can withstand. The scales of victory might tip in her favor. Even after the meeting ended, Roland remained in place for a long time, pondering the matter. Only after realizing that he hadn't overlooked any issues did he get up and leave. However, he did not return to the Lord's Manor, but instead went to the mine with Catherine. There is another powerful fighter here, and if he is willing to fight for him, Roland wouldn't mind pardoning his previous crimes. At this very moment, in the mine, the Silver Knight Canet was carrying 2 baskets of iron ore on his back and then throwing them into the furnace. If his hands and feet hadn't been bound, he could have carried twice the amount of iron ore. Thinking of his current miserable state, Carnet couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for his fate. He was just an ordinary commoner who, through his own efforts, finally became a powerful Silver Knight and successfully followed the powerful Marquis d'Ibon. Just when he thought his future was bright, his first mission ended in failure. Fortunately, I surrendered quickly enough, at least I survived. Therefore, Carnet was convinced that as long as he surrendered quickly enough, no one could kill him. At this moment, Carnet had to be thankful that he had chosen a weak lord, which allowed him to react in time and save his life. The other 2 Silver Knight companions were killed by their powerful opponents in just a few moves, without even a chance to surrender. Although he, a dignified Silver Knight, can only mine here now, he is already very lucky to have survived. Just then, as Carnet was preparing to return to carry more iron ore, a pair of exquisite, gleaming leather boots suddenly appeared before his eyes. Carnet looked up and immediately exclaimed in surprise, "You're not that weak." Roland narrowed his eyes. Carnet immediately realized what was happening and quickly turned around. Is it a lord as radiant as the sun? At this point, Carnet's heart began to pound wildly. I almost let it slip. If it got out, I'd be in even more trouble. Roland gave him a look that said, "You're smart to know what's good for you," and then said calmly, "Your name is Carnet, right?" Carnet nodded immediately, forced a smile, and said respectfully, "Yes, sir. I didn't expect you to know my name." Roland looked him up and down, his clothes tattered and battered, and then said, "I heard from the supervisor here that you've been quite obedient these past few days. You only eat 80% of what others eat and work twice as much as others." Carnet nodded vigorously and said, Yes. I can't repay your kindness and spare my life, sir. The only way I can repay your kindness is to work harder and eat less." Hearing his words, Roland looked at him blankly. Roland couldn't understand how he, who was the one who had caused this situation, had become Roland's benefactor. Have you always been this shameless? Roland looked him over curiously and said. Carnet immediately chuckled and said, "I'm sorry, sir. I've been bullied since I was little. It's become a habit. This guy's quite interesting." Roland looked at him with interest and said, "Carnet, I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. Do you want it?" Yes. My lord, whatever your orders, I'm willing to sacrifice my life for you." Carnet answered without hesitation. Roland had no doubt about the hypocrisy of his words, but he didn't care and said, "There may be an enemy attacking my territory recently. If you can help me defeat them, I can let you leave." Carnet was about to happily agree when he suddenly saw Roland's ambiguous smile and realized what was happening, breaking out in a cold sweat. Oh no, we almost fell for their trap. So he quickly realized what was happening, forced a fawning smile, and said, "My lord, you have spared my life. From now on, my life belongs to you. It is my duty to defeat the enemy for you. I will follow you to the death from now on." Roland then showed a satisfied expression and said, "You said it yourself. I didn't force you. Of course, it was all my own choice to repay a debt of gratitude." Carnet said with a fawning smile. Roland didn't care whether what he said was true or false. Even if he was lying, it didn't matter. As long as he dared to harm him, Roland could kill him at any time. If he performs well enough in the future, Roland wouldn't mind gaining another follower. So Roland ordered his men to remove the shackles binding Canet. If Canet made the slightest movement, Catherine could instantly slice him in two. Of course, Carnet didn't have the guts. Afterwards, Roland took him back to Pearl Town and handed him over to Andre to help him train the guards. With the powerful Andre by his side, Canet became even more hesitant to move. And even if he has ulterior motives, so what? At most he can kill a few people, and then he can only hide in the dangerous Dolan Forest, where he will eventually become food for monsters. He can't leave Cancer Island by himself. Roland believed that Carnet, who valued his life so much, wouldn't be that stupid. Thus, Cancer Island entered a state of emergency, with everyone at the meeting doing their best to complete their tasks and contribute their strength to resisting the Redbeard pirates. The ordinary residents, though they hadn't received any news of an impending pirate attack, seemed to understand what was going on when they saw the pirates all geared up. The entire Cancer Island was filled with a chilling atmosphere. The next day, good news arrived. As expected, Clayton, Oliver, and Statham all successfully advanced to Silver Knights, which greatly boosted the overall combat strength of Crab Island. At this point, Cancer Island now has 7 intermediate-level professionals. They are Anderson, Catherine, Roland, Carnet, Clayton, Oliver, and Statham. The Silver Knights' combat strength is already comparable to that of the Redbeard pirates. Moreover, since the Redbeard pirates will not send out their entire force during their invasion, there will definitely be some left to defend their base. Therefore, Roland's side may even have the advantage. Moreover, Roland and his crew had made preparations in advance, while the Redbeard pirates were completely unaware that their plan to raid Crab Island had been exposed, which was one of Roland's advantages. However, one thing that worries Roland is that the strength of the Redbeard pirates remains unclear. They only knew that the leader of the Redbeard pirates was a top-tier Silver Knight, but they didn't know the strength of the other Silver Knights. If there were a few senior Silver Knights, then Roland's advantage in combat strength would disappear. However, Roland also has his own trump card. Never fight a battle you're not prepared for. This is something a great-grandfather once taught him. Meanwhile, on a remote island, 5 warships slowly sailed away from the port. On the largest flagship, a cold, sinister figure stood at the bow, gazing into the depths of the sea. His fiery red beard was particularly striking. In the dead of night, Pearl Harbor was shrouded in darkness, and all the residents were fast asleep. They were completely unaware that at that very moment, 5 warships were slowly approaching them from outside Pearl Harbor. The weather today is not pleasant. Although it is not raining, dark clouds cover the entire sky, and the bright moon has disappeared. The whole world is plunged into darkness. At that very moment, 5 warships like ghost ships appeared outside Pearl Harbor. However, they did not go directly into Pearl Harbor. Instead, they slowly came to a flat beach outside Pearl Harbor, anchored, and launched their small boats. Everyone boarded the boats and slowly approached Crab Island. Redbeard looked at the dark Pearl Town in the distance, a cruel smile spreading across his face. I heard a new lord has arrived on this island. I hope this nobleman has delicate skin. A one-eyed pirate, carrying a large sword on his shoulder, spoke with a ferocious expression. But Redbeard looked at him and sneered, saying, "Gi, this lord is Rowena's own son. If you're not afraid of angering him, you can go ahead and give it a try." The one-eyed pirate, Gi, said without a care, "Boss, we'll leave Cape Brun after this job, so why are we afraid of Rottweiler?" Redbeard snorted coldly and said, "In any case, it is not a wise move to offend a top-tier gold knight. I hope you can keep a tighter grip on your subordinates." AI said nonchalantly, "I'll try my best, if this lord isn't that charming." Redbeard turned his head away and stopped talking to him, because by then, their small boat had already reached the shore. One by one, the ferocious-looking pirates jumped off the ship, gazing excitedly at Pearl Town in the distance, as if they were looking at a delicious piece of roast meat. Redbeard led the way, laughing excitedly as he spoke. Ha ha ha, brothers. Gold coins and women are all up ahead. Let's charge. Ha ha ha. After saying that, he led everyone and charged headlong towards Pearl Town. However, what they didn't know at that moment was, in Pearl Town, some people— I didn't sleep. Chapter 27 Fierce Battle Inside the City. At this very moment, behind the low city walls of Pearl Town, hundreds of elite warriors held their breath, solemnly awaiting the arrival of the bandits. Just as the pirates' ships approached Crab Island, they were spotted by Roland's guards, and the news quickly reached Pearl Town. The soldiers, who had already practiced several times, sprang into action instantly. Within minutes, they all got out of their warm beds and went to their battle positions. At this moment, they were just waiting for Roland's order to launch a deadly attack on the invading pirates. Roland frowned deeply. Although he was prepared, he couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, this was a moment that concerned his life and death. Andre, are you confident you could defeat Redbeard? Roland looked at his greatest asset, Andre, and asked in a low voice. Andre, however, remained completely unfazed and coldly replied, "Leave Redbeard to me. I'll make him regret coming to Cancer Island." Seeing Andre's confident demeanor, Roland was finally at ease. Then, he looked up at the graceful figure high above, which gave him even more confidence. Similarly, Clayton, Oliver, Statham, and even Carney, who had just joined Roland, were all incredibly nervous. They had long heard of the Redbeard pirates' power and ruthlessness. Meanwhile, Redbeard had led over 100 pirates on a frantic run to the outskirts of Pearl Town, where they saw the low, dilapidated city walls and the pitch-black town within. The pirates couldn't help but reveal cruel smiles. Nothing is easier than killing a sleeping person. Redbeard laughed heartily and directed his men, shouting, "Brothers, charge! Whoever grabs the gold coins gets to spend them. Whoever grabs the woman gets to sleep with her." Ha ha ha! The deputy commander, Gu Ai, standing to the side, also shouted excitedly, "Whoever gets the noble title can loot it, but none of you are allowed to compete with me for it." Redbeard looked disgusted. Seeing this, the other pirates also kept a distance from Gyra. Unlucky. However, just as the pirates were excitedly rushing towards Pearl Town, inside, Roland, peering through a small observation hole in the city wall, narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly raised his right hand behind him. Then, with an icy expression, he gave the order, "Release the arrows." In an instant, the warriors who had been hiding behind the city wall stood up abruptly, raised their bows and arrows without hesitation, and then resolutely let go. The cold arrows shot out rapidly towards the pirates outside the city walls. Then he drew his bow and shot an arrow again, completed in one go. Redbeard noticed the commotion on the city wall immediately and saw the arrows flying towards him. His expression changed drastically, and he shouted loudly, "Oh no, an ambush!" However, it was too late at this point, as the first wave of arrows had already arrived. Redbeard instantly unleashed a burst of red battle aura like a raging fire. With a few casual swings of his greatsword, he cleaved through the incoming arrows, rendering them utterly ineffective against him. However, the other pirates were not so lucky. Especially those pirates who hadn't even grasped the essence of battle chi had no way to dodge these sharp arrows that came from the darkness, obscuring the sky. Instantly, a series of pitiful screams erupted from their mouths. "Ouch! I've been shot in the thigh. Help me! I've been shot in the chest. Someone come quick, help me!" The cries of the pirates rose and fell, echoing throughout Pearl Town. The town's residents, who were already fast asleep, were also awakened by the cries. They rushed forward to close the doors and windows, and, holding their children, hid under the covers, trembling with fear. Meanwhile, Redbeard, seeing the heavy losses on his side, flew into a rage and roared, "All Silver Knights, charge! Break through their defenses!" But what awaited him was an even colder arrow. Andre gathered his fighting spirit into the arrow, seized the opportunity, and shot it at Redbeard. Redbeard also sensed that this arrow seemed different from the others. He could feel a tremendous threat emanating from it. Then, He roared, his entire body erupting with fiery red battle aura, and raised his greatsword high, slashing fiercely at the arrow. A loud bang was heard. The seemingly unstoppable arrow was actually cut down by Redbeard, and Redbeard's previously sprinting figure was suddenly halted. "Andre, is it you? How did you know we were coming?" Redbeard roared angrily. Without a doubt, the only person on the entire island who could pose a threat to him was Andre, a top-tier silver knight who had come with Lord Roland. He had already found out all of this. Andre didn't shy away. Instead, he jumped onto the city wall, laughed heartily, and said, "Redbeard, your plan to raid Cancer Island was discovered by our lord long ago. So today I've come here specifically to give you a surprise. Ha." Redbeard was secretly shocked. He didn't understand how his secret had been exposed. Could there have been a traitor on his side? Meanwhile, the pirates' cries continued to echo throughout the land, and Redbeard had no time to ponder these questions. "Brothers, keep charging." Redbeard took the lead, arriving at the edge of the wall first. Then, with a roar, he jumped onto the wall without hesitation. The surrounding warriors immediately put away their weapons and hurriedly fled in all directions. Redbeard's fighting power was beyond their ability to stop. But just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "Redbeard, I am your enemy." Then, a figure, also surging with fiery red battle aura, slowly walked towards him. This man was none other than Andre. The two top-tier silver knights, both having awakened fire-type battle aura, now directly targeted each other. Meanwhile, the other 5 silver knights led their men and finally stormed the city walls. Outside the walls lay countless gruesome corpses. After just a few rounds of shooting, the pirate crew had lost nearly half of their men. Upon seeing this, Roland immediately led Clayton, Oliver, and the others to stop the Silver Knights. However, to Roland's alarm, he sensed 2 exceptionally powerful auras within the enemy's group. They're all veteran Silver Knights. On Roland's side, however, they were all ordinary Silver Knights, and in terms of strength, they had already fallen behind. The pirate crew also discovered the strength of Roland and his group. Although their numbers were similar, they were all ordinary Silver Knights, and the pirates finally gained a slight advantage. Once they eliminate this group and help the commander eliminate Andre, the island will be completely under their control. As for the pirates who had just died tragically, they didn't care at all. These were just cannon fodder, and no matter how many died, they didn't deserve any sympathy. At this moment, AI's eyes were fixed on Roland, completely mesmerized. Roland felt the disgusting gaze and frowned, only to see an extremely obese man staring at him with such a repulsive look. Redbeard Pirates Vice Captain, AI. Roland had already memorized the characteristics of several important figures in the Redbeard Pirates. Legend has it that he was fond of men. Roland felt a chill run down his spine. Being stared at by such a person was more unbearable than eating a pound of excrement. "Ha! You must be that noble lord. As long as you surrender and serve me well, I promise I won't hurt you." AI stared greedily at Roland. For the first time he had ever seen such a handsome nobleman, and he was now almost unable to control his arousal. Roland felt nauseous and said with a disgusted expression, "Let your dad go to hell to serve you. You're dead today. I, Roland, said it myself. You guys." AI burst into wild laughter. Then, he looked at his companions around him, a cruel expression on his face, and said, "Brothers, leave that nobleman to me. Kill the rest of you." Ha! Do you really think we're easy targets?" Roland's face turned cold. Then he glanced at the graceful figure hidden on the high platform and secretly made a hand gesture. Chapter 28: The Demise of the Redbeard Pirate Crew. Instantly, the pirates, led by AI, revealed ferocious expressions and roared as they charged towards Roland and his men. Roland, undaunted, raised his long sword high and shouted, "For our homeland, charge!" Roland took the lead, charging ahead of the enemy. The low city walls were no match for the pirates. Only they could keep them out and prevent the people inside the city from being harmed. Clayton and Oliver, who were initially extremely tense, were instantly filled with excitement when they saw Roland raise his long sword and charge forward first. They roared and charged after him. Only Carnet's eyes darted around, his figure slowed, and he fell behind everyone else. Seeing Roland and his group of ordinary Silver Knights charging in recklessly, AI revealed an even more arrogant smile. At this moment, He was already fantasizing about pinning this delicate, noble lord down beneath him, and his blood was burning with desire. However, just as the two sides were about to clash, suddenly, Gu Ai felt a tremendous danger approaching from behind him. He suddenly turned his head and looked. He then discovered that two enormous wind blades had appeared behind him, hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed. Following the direction of the wind blades, he saw a mysterious woman coldly watching him. A magician! Gu Ai cried out in horror. According to their intelligence, there isn't a single magician on Cancer Island, and this is a powerful intermediate-level mage. Instantly, Gu Ai broke out in a cold sweat, but there was no time for him to think about it anymore. If he were hit by those two wind blades, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured and lose his fighting ability. In the end, only death awaited him. Therefore, he had no choice but to abandon his attack on the front, turn around abruptly, unleash a torrent of yellow energy from his entire body, roar, and raise the giant sword in his hand to block in front of him. Boom! Boom! Two loud collisions rang out in succession, and Gu Ai's body instantly staggered back more than 10 steps before finally managing to block the two giant wind blades. At this moment, Gu Ai was extremely grateful that he had awakened Earth-type Battle Chi, which had amazing defensive capabilities. If it were any other Battle Chi, he would probably be seriously injured by now. But just as he was congratulating himself on escaping death, suddenly, another sense of danger came from behind him. He then realized that there was a group of enemies opposite him. But then, a cold voice suddenly appeared behind him. "Aren't you getting excited too soon?" There wasn't time to turn around. Gu Ai suddenly gathered all his fighting spirit and placed it all on his back for protection. Boom! Another loud bang rang out, and Gu Ai felt a huge impact coming from his back, and a mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth. Before he could react, Roland struck again, chasing after him once more. Court death! With a roar, Gi raised his greatsword, dragged his heavily wounded body, and turned to fight back against Roland. But just then, he suddenly felt a strange force appear beside him, and his previously agile figure and movements suddenly became sluggish. Gu Ai's expression changed, and she looked up again. The woman on the high platform was looking at him with a cold smile. Wind binding technique. Gi Rord Inanja. Go and kill that female mage right now. Otherwise, none of US will escape. Another veteran Silver Knight, a blonde swordsman, immediately withdrew from the melee upon hearing Gi's words and ran towards the high platform where Catherine was. With the absence of this veteran Silver Knight, the pressure on the remaining 3 Silver Knights among the pirates, Clayton, Oliver, Statham, and Carney, was instantly reduced, and they finally gained the upper hand. Canet, who had been hiding and dodging, also began to unleash his full power, with invisible wind-type battle aura surging out. If he didn't perform well now, would he wait until he couldn't win to show his strength? Meanwhile, the remaining nearly 100 pirates outside the city walls finally rushed inside, but they soon realized they were wrong. Bang, bang, bang! In an instant, the pirate who had rushed into the city lost his footing and fell uncontrollably into a pre-dug trap filled with sharp branches. However, after a few screams, he fell silent. The once arrogant pirates were suddenly terrified, and their surging figures stopped in their tracks, no longer daring to advance. The warriors of Cancer Island once again drew their bows and arrows, mercilessly unleashing a barrage of cold arrows at them. One by one, the pirates fell to the ground under the barrage of arrows. Some were not fatally wounded, but could only lie on the ground and wail in pain. They tried to keep charging forward, but soon new traps appeared, killing them instantly. At that moment, they watched their comrades fall one by one, and finally, they lost all will to fight. Crying and screaming, they turned and fled in terror. Trying to escape? How could Roland let them escape? The warriors who had been holding bows and arrows immediately put them away, drew their long swords, and roared as they charged towards the panicked pirates. The low city walls, which had initially only slightly hindered them, now became their final resting place. Before they could even climb the city wall, the warriors of Cancer Island were already behind them, slashing down without hesitation. A one-sided massacre has left no chance of turning the tide. I surrender. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. Spare me. Completely terrified, the pirates dropped their weapons, cried out, knelt on the ground, and begged for mercy. Instead of continuing to kill, the soldiers simply tied up the surrendered enemies with ropes and took them away. These pirates are all strong laborers who don't need gold coins. Sending them to mine would be perfect. However, Roland himself preferred the idea of labor reform, hoping that these criminal pirates could completely repent and start anew through labor. Thus, all the pirates who attacked Crab Island, except for their leader Redbeard and the 5 Silver Knights, were wiped out. As for their battle, it was no longer something these guards could interfere with. While the battle on Roland's side was intense, the fight between Andre and Redbeard became even more fierce. The two fiery red figures clashed repeatedly, and the low city wall was blasted open by the aftershocks of their battle, leaving a trail of ruins in their wake. Flame slash. Andre roared and unleashed his ultimate technique. A fiery red flame burst forth, carrying boundless power, and slashed towards Redbeard. Redbeard was equally unwilling to be outdone. A blade of fury. In an instant, the two fiery red blades collided fiercely. Boom! A loud bang was heard. The powerful impact caused both of them to stagger back a few steps, their eyes fixed on each other. In this round, the two were evenly matched, and neither could gain the upper hand. Redbeard, surrender. Your pirate crew is about to be wiped out. Andre said coldly. Redbeard burst into laughter and said, as long as I, Redbeard, am still alive, my pirate crew can be rebuilt at any time. What does it matter if these good-for-nothings die? Andre snorted coldly and said, you don't even know if you'll survive today. Redbeard's expression turned serious, and he narrowed his eyes as he spoke. On the entire island, only you are worthy of being my opponent. Once I've dealt with you, I don't care about anyone else. Andre said coldly, take care of me, then I'll see what you're capable of. After saying that, Andre's figure moved again, rushing towards Redbeard at high speed. The two fiery red figures collided fiercely once again. Catherine, watch out! Roland shouted to Catherine on the distant high platform. Catherine looked down at the figure and, without hesitation, launched 2 small wind blades. However, the figure was exceptionally agile, dodging left and right to avoid Catherine's 2 wind blades. In just a few breaths, he arrived at the foot of Catherine's tower and then quickly climbed up the tower. As the other person drew closer, Catherine remained unusually calm, gently waving her right hand and silently reciting a phrase. Instantly, arrows formed from wind rained down on the opponent like a storm, while a wind-binding spell descended upon their head. This is an area of effect attack, which the opponent cannot dodge at all. They can only gather their fighting spirit and use their body to withstand it. Bang, 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 bang. A series of crisp sounds rang out, and the figure that had been climbing rapidly came to an abrupt halt, unable to advance an inch. Then, 2 more wind blades came. He dared not withstand this attack again. Climbing atop the tower, he could not dodge it. He could only let go in anger and fall from the tower, barely avoiding the 2 wind blades. Upon landing, finding himself unable to climb to the top of the tower, he swung his greatsword and slashed fiercely at the wooden tower. Since you can't climb up, then I'll make you roll down. Meanwhile, Roland relentlessly pursued the heavily injured GI, but he was unable to gain the upper hand. GI's formidable strength rendered Roland's all-out attacks futile. On the contrary, Clayton and his group of 4, outnumbered, fought a fierce battle and finally achieved their goal. A piercing scream rang out. Statham slashed down with his sword, and a pirate of the Silver Knight level was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood splattering everywhere, already lifeless. After one of the opponents died, the disparity in strength between the 2 sides became significant once again. Clayton and his 3 companions fought with increasing ferocity, and within 2 minutes, the other 2 were also killed on the spot. At this point, only 3 members of the Redbeard pirates remained, stubbornly resisting. When Gu Ai saw that almost all of his men were dead, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted loudly, Redbeard, Jones, let's retreat. After saying that, ignoring the other 2, he blocked Roland's attack with a single strike, then turned around and, dragging his heavily injured body, fled frantically towards the city's outskirts. At that very moment, a loud boom came from not far away. The tower where Catherine was located was cut in half by the pirate named Jones and began to collapse from top to bottom. However, no one was worried, since they had never seen a wind mage die from a fall before. With a wave of her hand, Catherine sent a gentle breeze that carried her falling body down to the ground. The pirate named Jones, having clearly heard Guai's cries, stopped chasing her and turned to flee. Catherine's lips curled slightly as she cast another wind-binding spell at the figure. Jones, who had been speeding away, suddenly stopped, and his running speed decreased sharply. Damn it! Jones felt his movement being obstructed and couldn't help but curse. Roland, naturally, couldn't let their two leaders escape, so he immediately shouted, "Everyone, follow me and chase after them. Catherine, you go and help Andre deal with Redbeard quickly." However, just as Roland finished speaking, Andre's voice came from afar. "Don't interfere. This is a fair duel between me and Redbeard. It's a matter of knightly honor." Upon hearing this, Catherine did not go over, but instead followed Roland to pursue Gerald and Jones. Upon hearing this, Roland couldn't help but feel a toothache. The most important thing now is to end the battle, but Andre stubbornly insists on his so-called chivalrous spirit, leaving Roland helpless and at a loss. Although Andre is sometimes too rigid, he is someone you can completely trust. Roland can entrust his back to him without reservation. Jones, who was restrained by the wind-binding technique, was quickly caught up by Roland and his group. Perhaps Jones, as a seasoned Silver Knight, didn't care about these ordinary Silver Knights, but what worried him was the presence of a mid-level mage. In this way, he had absolutely no chance of winning or even escaping, so he gritted his teeth, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "My lord, I surrender." Without hesitation, Jones threw down his weapon, lay prostrate on the ground, and gave up resisting. Just as Roland was about to make a move, he saw this and immediately stopped, then said to the person behind him, "Treat prisoners well. Quickly tie him up with specially made high-grade animal sinew rope." Soon, Jones was bound hand and foot and escorted back to Pearltown. At this moment, the pirate GI had already disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, he was seriously injured, and his bright red blood dripped all the way. The group followed the blood and searched all the way, but finally lost all trace of him at the beach. Did that fat pig jump into the sea? If so, we'll have a hard time finding him. Clayton frowned as he spoke. Roland frowned as well, but there was nothing he could do. Finding a needle in a haystack. It's virtually impossible for someone to find it by jumping into the ocean. However, given Guai's severe injuries, jumping into the sea would be tantamount to suicide for him, with a pitifully small chance of survival. So, Roland could only frown and say, "Immediately send people to search along the coast. If Guai is dead, he should have been washed ashore." Soon after, the guards began searching along the coast. Meanwhile, Roland and the others returned to Pearl Town, where Andre and Redbeard were still locked in a fierce battle. The group raced all the way back to Pearl Town. To their surprise, only one solitary figure stood on the battlefield. It was Andre. He was panting heavily, his hands resting on his long sword, his body covered in sword wounds, and bright red blood dripping from them. Beneath the long sword he held with both hands lay a muscular body, with a striking red beard on it. Andre won. Seeing Andre's horrific condition, the crowd could hardly imagine the fierce battle that had taken place between the two of them while they were leaving. Fortunately, Andre was the ultimate victor. "Andre, are you all right?" Roland rushed over and asked with concern. Andre forced a smile and said with difficulty, "They're just some external injuries, nothing serious. I also want to thank you for the book Breaking the Flame Dragon that you gave me, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to defeat Redbeard." At that moment, Anderson's body suddenly swayed, almost falling over. Statham and Carnet quickly supported Anderson's body from either side. Seeing this, Roland hurriedly said, "Statham, Carnet, you two take Andre to get his wounds treated and then get some rest. The rest of you stay with me and clean up the battlefield." So Statham and Carnet helped Anderson away from the battlefield, and the others, along with a group of guards, began to clean up the battlefield. They collected all the corpses scattered on the ground and transported them to the Dolan Forest to dump them. In the Dolan Forest, which is teeming with wild beasts, these more than 100 corpses could disappear completely in a few days. People hunted prey in the forest for food, and today's group is considered to be giving back to humanity. Of course, these are just the corpses of ordinary pirates. As for the corpses of Redbeard and those leaders, Roland and his men left them behind. These people are criminals wanted by the Empire with incredibly high bounties. Redbeard alone has a bounty of 1,000 gold coins, and the rest of them together have a bounty of 600 gold coins. It's a pity that Gu Ai's body is missing. Otherwise, he could have completed the 300 gold coin bounty. A busy night. The next day, when the residents of Pearl Town got up and opened their doors after a night of terror, they did not seem to find anything unusual about Pearl Town. Apart from the broken city walls, the collapsed towers, and the indelible bright red bloodstains on the ground, everything seemed the same as usual. However, even from these things, the residents could see the bloodshed and cruelty of last night. At dawn, as all of Pearl Town began a new day, Roland and his companions did not get a proper rest despite having worked hard all night. At this moment, they were sailing the high seas, cutting through the waves in the powerful ships they had captured from the Redbeard pirates. If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they'll grow back in the spring. With Redbeard dead, there was nothing left of his base. Roland's mission was to strike at the heart of the enemy and completely wipe out the remaining pirate crew. He was now incredibly eager to find out just how much wealth the Redbeard pirates had accumulated over the years, having roamed the waters of Cape Brun. Full speed ahead. Thinking of this, Roland couldn't help but shout out loud. Instantly, the already rapidly advancing ships accelerated even further. Chapter 29, Changing the World. Mermaid Island is located nearly 100 kilometers east of Crab Island in the open sea. It is a small island with a small area, located at the easternmost edge of the Raylos exploration map in Roland's possession. If it were any further away, the island would not appear on the map. According to the legendary explorer Raylos' markings on the map, Mermaid Island is said to have been named after a group of beautiful mermaids who once lived there. However, this was just Raylos' name for the island. Now, decades, or even centuries later, the people living on the island are more accustomed to calling it by a new name. Skull Island. This island was the target of Roland and his crew's journey. The Redbeard Pirates base was located on this Skull Island. Or perhaps the island was named Skull Island after the arrival of the Redbeard Pirates. The road ahead is long. In this technologically backward era, ships could only sail by wind or human power. Even though it was only a short sea distance of less than 100 kilometers, Roland and his crew had been sailing for half a day and still hadn't reached their destination. This speed is too slow. Sailing on the high seas really takes too much time. Roland stood at the bow of the ship and said with a helpless expression. Roland had checked the mission panel earlier, but was surprised to find that the mission did not show a completion status. Upon closer inspection of the mission details, it became clear that the mission objective was to eliminate the Redbeard pirates. However, while Roland and his crew had wiped out the pirates attacking Crab Island, remnants of pirates still lingered on Skull Island. Therefore, he has not completed his mission. So, whether it was for the Redbeard pirates' treasure or to complete the system mission, he had no choice but to come here. Hearing Roland's words, Carnet, who was standing to the side, yawned boredly and said something. This is only 100 kilometers. I once sailed from the Kingdom of Landon all the way to the Violet Empire. Those months felt like an eternity. Oliver chuckled beside him. That would be an inhuman life. I still feel more at ease when my feet are on solid ground. At this moment, Catherine, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. If I have enough materials, I can inscribe a simple wind-based array on the ship to increase its speed. Upon hearing this, Roland immediately showed a look of surprise and said, Really? What materials do you need? Catherine thought for a moment and then said, 100 kilograms of magic crystals, 1 kilogram of mithril, 10 wind spirit tree fruits, and 10 mid-level wind-type magical beast cores. Catherine listed a long list of materials, each one incredibly valuable, some of which Roland had never even heard of. The materials Roland is familiar with alone would cost tens of thousands of gold coins, which is far beyond his means. Roland quickly interrupted, saying, Forget it. This is too extravagant. I can't afford it right now. Upon hearing this, Catherine simply nodded without saying anything. Clayton, standing to the side, laughed and said, The fastest way is still by teleportation array. If we could build a teleportation array on Crab Island, it would be much easier for us to return to the mainland. This is even more unpredictable. Building a teleportation array requires not only extremely precious materials, but also the supervision of a mage more powerful than a high-level mage. Even the lowest level teleportation array requires tens of millions of gold coins to build. There are only 2 teleportation arrays in the entire province of Portland, and the cost of each teleportation is incredibly high, making it unaffordable for ordinary people. Everyone just smiled and ignored him. Just then, the observer on the ship's lookout tower suddenly sounded a horn. Everyone's spirits lifted. Hearing the bugle call from the watchtower means that we are about to reach land. Sure enough, soon after, a small island slowly appeared before everyone's eyes in the distance. Roland's face lit up with joy, and he shouted, "Everyone, prepare for the landing operation." This time, Roland and his crew arrived in 3 ships belonging to the Redbeard pirates, each of which was at least twice the size of Roland's own vessel. Under the cover of these pirate ships, nothing seemed amiss on Skull Island. Everyone assumed that Redbeard and his crew had returned in triumph. The pirates on one of the island's watchtowers even whistled excitedly. Unfortunately, what they were about to experience was not a celebration, but a slaughter. Soon, the 3 warships slowly approached Skull Island. Although there were 5 ships when they set off, only 3 returned. But the pirates on the island were not surprised. They had been through many naval battles, and it was not unusual for them to lose ships. Besides, this time they were going to conquer a nobleman's territory. At this moment, Roland and his men were on high ground, and the pirates on the dock could not see what the ship looked like. Instead, they took the initiative to secure the mooring lines that the ship had thrown down. "Ha, boss, how many gold coins did you steal this time? Don't forget about us brothers who guard the island." "Gold coins are useless here. You need women. I heard they conquered a noble territory this time, and they must have kidnapped a lot of women. I must have one this time. I want a woman too." "Fuck you. Didn't you already get one? I'm already tired of that woman. Give me a new one, and I'll trade this for you." "Pa, I don't want your used shoes." The ship had just arrived, and before anyone had even disembarked, the pirates on the ground were already arguing over the division of the loot, and some even started fighting each other. However, their smiles quickly came to an abrupt end, because a body was thrown off the ship. On the corpse, the fiery red beard was particularly striking. "Your leader and everyone else on this voyage have been wiped out by me. You should all surrender now." Roland leaped onto the bow of the ship, looking down at the pirates on the dock with a cold smile. The pirates were startled when they saw Redbeard's corpse fall in front of them. Then, hearing Roland's words, they gritted their teeth and shouted, "Everyone, avenge our leader." After saying that, the group of people drew their long knives and rushed toward the bow of the ship. Roland shook his head helplessly, feeling sorry for these strong laborers. Then he jumped down and landed in the crowd with a thud. Whirlpool slash. Roland immediately activated the area of effect attack technique he had just mastered. Instantly, Roland gripped his long sword and began to spin wildly like a whirlpool in the ocean. In just 3 laps, the group of pirates who had surrounded him were slashed by the swordlight, screaming in agony as arms and heads flew everywhere, and blood splattered nearly 10 meters high. Statham and Clayton were no less formidable, leaping off the bow and slaying the stubborn pirates with their swords. Especially Catherine, who, with a wave of her hand, unleashed a wind blade that cleaved enemies in her path into pieces, becoming a nightmare for all pirates. Finally, seeing their comrades die one by one before their eyes, the remaining pirates could no longer bear the fear. They threw down their weapons, wept bitterly, and surrendered. Roland waved his hand to stop the attack, then looked at them, shook his head, and said, "I told you to surrender long ago, but you wouldn't listen. Now you can't blame me." Then, the soldiers who had followed also jumped off the ship and tied up the surrendered pirates. Meanwhile, Roland and his group, numbering nearly 100, charged directly towards the Redbeard pirates' lair. The people on the dock were all low-level thugs. The 2 remaining Silver Knights of the Redbeard pirates were not here, so the real battle had not even begun. At this moment, in a village not far from the dock, the pirates on guard quickly spotted a group of figures running towards them. At first, he thought it was Redbeard and his men returning in triumph, but when he saw them clearly, his expression changed drastically. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Clang, clang, clang. The shouts of pirates, accompanied by the tolling of bells, echoed throughout the village. Soon, pirates, armed with weapons, rushed out of the house. "Who is it? Who dares to invade Redbeard's territory? Haven't killed anyone in days, and today someone delivered themselves to my doorstep. Ha ha ha." It must be said that the Redbeard pirates were indeed well managed. The pirates reacted very quickly, and in just a moment, more than 100 pirates arrived outside. Two imposing pirates stood at the very front, and their expressions immediately changed when they saw the approaching crowd not far away. Because they saw that familiar red. Without hesitation, Roland swung the weapon away again. Even in death, Redbeard could not find peace. His body was once again thrown into the air by Roland, before crashing heavily to the ground in front of the pirates with a loud thud. Boom! Redbeard fell, kicking up clouds of dust. Redbeard has been killed. You should all surrender now. Roland held his long sword in his hand and said, domineeringly. The people behind them also raised their weapons, aiming them at the pirates opposite them, and a tense atmosphere permeated the entire village. At this moment, the previously clamoring pirates fell silent. Upon seeing Redbeard's corpse, everyone showed expressions of fear. After all, in their hearts, Redbeard was an invincible being. So they all turned their heads and focused their attention on the two pirates leading the group. Without a doubt, these two were the only remaining leaders of the Redbeard pirates, and the two silver knights who had escaped death. Although Roland knew nothing about their strength, as long as they weren't as powerful as Redbeard, Roland believed he had no chance of failure. That's certainly true now. One of the pirates was a seasoned silver knight, while the other was merely an ordinary silver knight. The pressure instantly fell on the two of them, and their expressions shifted rapidly. However, when they saw the powerful aura deliberately released by the 5 silver knights on Roland's side, they were even more frightened. What frightened them even more was the beautiful and mysterious woman beside them. Whirlwinds swirled around her, as obedient as pets. Wind Magician. At this point, their fighting spirit was completely shattered. With a wind mage present, they could not possibly be a match for this group. The two men exchanged a glance, then threw away their weapons, raised their hands, and said, "We surrender. Don't kill us." Roland waved his hand behind him, and soon warriors came forward with ropes specially made from monster tendons and tied the two of them tightly together. When they reached the Silver Knight level, especially the senior Silver Knights, ordinary ropes or chains can no longer bind them. Only ropes made from the sinews of magical beasts or chains made from mysterious alloys can restrain them. Seeing that their two most powerful leaders had surrendered, the other pirates lost all will to resist and laid down their weapons, surrendering with their hands raised. However, a few stubborn individuals dared to resist and were immediately killed by Roland and his men, which completely shocked everyone. Then, Roland's soldiers rushed forward and tied up all the pirates to prevent them from resisting or escaping. The rest of the people rushed into the village and searched house by house. Soon, people were driven out of the houses, mostly women and some children. Some were terrified, some were excited, some were numb, and some were crying their eyes out. Without a doubt, these people were kidnapped by the Redbeard pirates. The men became accomplices to the pirates, while the women became their tools for venting their frustrations, suffering endless humiliation here. In a cellar, they even found a group of women who had been tortured beyond recognition. These women had refused to submit to them and had therefore suffered inhuman treatment. Roland watched this scene with a livid face. Although he had long expected that Redbeard and his gang of beasts would do some heinous things, Roland still could not suppress his anger when he saw it with his own eyes. "Look around. Are any of your enemies here? If so, just kill them." Roland looked at the group of women who were tortured beyond recognition and spoke to them. Upon hearing this, the women immediately showed expressions of excitement and hatred in their eyes. Then, dragging their broken bodies, they pointed out the beasts who had persecuted them one by one in the crowd. Those who were identified immediately showed expressions of terror and shouted loudly at Roland. Sir, you just said you wouldn't kill us if we surrendered." Roland, however, smiled slightly and said, "I will not kill you. They're the ones who will kill you. What does it have to do with me?" Then, a warrior handed long swords to the women. The women picked up the swords and mercilessly slashed at the pirates who had harmed them, cutting them into pieces before finally giving up. Meanwhile, on the field, the heart-wrenching screams of pirates echoed endlessly. The suffering they were enduring was a fitting reward for the sins they had committed. Roland felt a sense of relief only when the group of women finally dropped their swords and collapsed onto the blood-stained ground, weeping bitterly. At this point, after this massacre, a third of the pirates who had surrendered were killed by the women, leaving only 60 or 70 pirates on the field. The remaining pirates were all incredibly grateful that they hadn't treated these women with the same cruelty they had shown the dead. At that moment, This group of vicious criminals suddenly understood the principle that good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds are punished. Then, Roland sent his men to drive all the pirates outside the village to await their fate. The women and children were also properly taken care of by Roland's men, and the injured women were already receiving treatment from the ship's doctor. With this, the Redbeard pirates were finally and completely wiped out. Roland took a deep breath, opened the mission panel, and then a slight smile crept onto his lips. Quest, young lord, your recent developments have been smooth sailing, and your territory has made significant progress. Are you feeling complacent with your achievements? However, unbeknownst to you, a great crisis lurks behind this prosperity. You are completely unaware that danger is already approaching. It is said that a powerful pirate group nearby has taken an interest in your territory, and they may arrive at any moment. Therefore, young lord, prepare for a valiant battle and eliminate these villains who covet your gains. Completed. Reward. The blessing of the sea god. As Roland expected, the mission was finally marked as completed. As for the sea god's blessing, Roland was filled with anticipation. In this world, anything associated with the word God is not simple. They are all invaluable treasures. The blessing of the sea god sounds like something extraordinary. However, at this moment, there was still a problem troubling Roland. That's the blessing from the sea god. How will the system reward me? Just then, a shout suddenly came from afar. My lord, we have discovered a statue of a god here. Roland raised an eyebrow. Is a mission reward coming soon? So Roland hurriedly ran towards the statue. Chapter 30, The Pirate Gang's Treasure. The statue was found in Redbeard's room, the most luxurious house in the entire village, which is easily recognizable. My lord, it's this statue. We feel it's no ordinary object. One of the guards pointed to a statue next to him and respectfully addressed Roland. Roland immediately stepped forward and discovered that it was a male statue with a human torso and a fishtail, holding a sharp trident, wearing a crown with a bare, strong upper body, long hair hanging down his back, and a resolute and cold face. It looked lifelike and radiant, and the sculpted eyes seemed to be watching you at all times. It is certainly no ordinary object. Even an ordinary person can tell a glance. Judging from the statue's clean and tidy appearance, the exquisite food offered in front of it, and the two pits in the ground in front of the statue, it can be seen that Redbeard must have attached great importance to this statue and worshipped it every day. Could the man in this statue be the sea god? Roland looked at it and roughly knew the answer in his heart. At this moment, for some reason, as Roland stood next to the statue, he felt his water-based battle chi become more active, and his control over it seemed much more agile. It was indeed a treasure. Roland's eyes lit up. If he cultivated in front of this statue in the future, his cultivation speed would probably increase a lot. To Roland's disappointment, he still did not feel the blessing of the sea god, but he was certain in his heart that the sea god's blessing was definitely on this statue. So he couldn't help but approach the statue again and examine it closely. Unconsciously, the more he looked at the statue, the more fascinated he became, to the point that he could no longer perceive anything around him. Suddenly, a voice burst into his mind. In the name of the sea god, I bless you. Then, a blue light descended from the statue and landed on Roland. Roland felt a warm and comfortable sensation all over his body, and his water-based battle chi instantly surged and expanded. His previously stagnant strength began to rise rapidly at this moment. It was a mysterious and indescribable feeling, and Roland didn't know how to describe it. It was a long time before Roland slowly opened his eyes, staring at the statue in front of him with disbelief. He felt that his understanding of water-based battle aura was becoming increasingly profound, and his strength had also increased dramatically in the short time he had just passed, almost reaching the level of a senior Silver Knight. So, once he regained his senses, Roland did not hesitate any longer, bent down, and bowed deeply to the statue of the sea god. Thank you for your blessing, Lord Sea God. Although Roland was not a believer in God, he still needed to show sufficient respect to the sea god who had given him such great help. Then, he turned to the guards beside him and said, Wrap this idol in the finest silk, then pack it in a box and send it to my room on the ship. Yes, sir. The guards nodded and then immediately went to find the silk cloth. Roland slowly opened the system panel. Now, the mission should be complete. Quest, young lord. Your recent developments have been smooth sailing, and your territory has made significant progress. Are you feeling complacent with your achievements? However, unbeknownst to you, a great crisis lurks behind this prosperity. You are completely unaware that danger is already approaching. It is said that a powerful pirate group nearby has taken an interest in your territory, and they may arrive at any moment. Therefore, young lord, prepare for a valiant battle and eliminate these villains who covet your gains. Completed. Reward. Blessing of the Sea God. Viewable. Roland was taken aback because the system task had not changed. At first, he thought it was because the task reward had not been credited to his account. But upon closer inspection, he found that 3 more words had appeared after the reward. Can I view it? Roland raised an eyebrow. Did he have to check it before he could be considered to have fully received the reward? So he didn't hesitate to check it out. The Blessing of the Sea God. Effect 1. Accelerates the cultivation speed of water-based battle chi or magic. Effect 2. Reduces the probability or intensity of storms in the sea area near the statue. Effect 3. Gain the favor of the mermaid race. Roland was startled. He originally thought that the sea god's gift could accelerate cultivation, which was already an extremely abnormal effect. However, he did not expect that it would have 2 other effects. Undoubtedly, Effect 2 is also very important for Roland, as it can greatly reduce the chance and intensity of storms on Crab Island. You know, every year during storm season, Crab Island loses a lot of houses and crops. As for Effect 3, Roland was completely clueless. How much favor do you have with the merfolk? It is said that hundreds of years ago, humans seem to have communicated and traded with the mermaid race. Some romantic novels even often told beautiful stories of human men and mermaid princesses. However, that was many years ago. Later, something happened to the mermaids, and all the mermaids withdrew from the coastal waters and went to the depths of the ocean. Since then, humans have never had any contact with the mermaids. At least that's the knowledge Roland gained from books. Therefore, he doesn't think that the current so-called favorability rating among the merfolk is of any use. After all, the mermaid race is gone, so what's the point of having their favorability? Maybe it will be of some use. Who knows? We might encounter a mermaid clan someday. Who knows? Roland then put aside his random thoughts and reopened the mission panel. As he expected, after checking the contents of the Sea God's Blessing, the quest panel was finally updated again. Mission. Congratulations on your resounding victory. Your territory has weathered a crisis, and you may feel a sense of relief. However, unfortunately, a new crisis is imminent. Haven't you noticed the unusual activity in the Dolan Forest lately? Many animals and magical beasts have fled from it, as if something within terrifies them, preventing them from lingering. Therefore, for the safety of your territory, please investigate the truth behind the anomalies in the Dolan Forest. Reward. A rare mount. When Roland saw the mission, his brows immediately furrowed. When they were building the mines and watermelon fields, they noticed that animals and low-level magical beasts would occasionally escape from the Dolan Forest, causing some minor trouble for their work. Although they were curious as to why these animals had come to the desolate northern wilderness, they didn't pay too much attention to it. Now, seeing the system mission, Roland was certain that something bad had indeed happened in the Dolan Forest. According to the mission prompt, there was no doubt that if this danger was left unchecked, it would pose a huge threat to his territory in the future. It seems I have no choice but to go to Dolan Forest again. Roland thought to himself thoughtfully. Last time, Roland, Andre, and Oliver only circled the outskirts of the Dolan Forest, but this mission is clearly not so easy to complete. This time, we'll probably have to go deep into the Dolan Forest. Roland shook his head, no longer thinking about it, and looked at the mission rewards instead. A rare mount. Rare? Just how rare? Is it even rarer than his father's fire dragon horse? Roland remained non-committal. His current mount is still a red mane horse he brought from Warbanner City. It is said to have a trace of the bloodline of the mid-level magical beast, the Crimson Blood Demon Horse. Whether it is endurance or speed, it is considered top tier among ordinary horses. However, it was still just an ordinary horse, with no possibility of progressing further. Crab Island is quite large, and it takes Roland a lot of time to travel back and forth between Pearl Town, the mines, and the watermelon fields. If he had a better horse, he could save a lot of time. It's so-so, I guess. Roland commented on the award. After all, even without this new mount, it wouldn't have a significant impact on me. Afterward, Roland closed the quest panel and began his raid on the Redbeard Pirates' territory on Skull Island. It must be said that the Redbeard Pirates, who had dominated the waters of Cape Brun for more than a decade, were indeed quite wealthy. Guided by the two surrendered Silver Knights, the group quickly discovered the Redbeard Pirates' treasure trove. The treasure vault was located under the bed in Redbeard's room, where there was a secret entrance. No one knew how to open it, but with no skill required and only brute force, Roland and the others quickly smashed an entrance open. A passage about 1 meter wide appeared before them. The looted treasures were usually transported to Redbeard's room, where he would dispose of them. So, although no one knew how to enter the treasure vault, they knew it must be in Redbeard's room. Before Redbeard was alive, no one dared to covet these treasures. Now that Roland has defeated Redbeard, these treasures naturally belong to him. Looking at the dimly lit tunnel, Roland couldn't hide his excitement. He took a deep breath and went straight in. Catherine and Clayton, along with the other high-ranking officials, followed him in. As for Carnet, Roland didn't trust him, so he didn't let him come in. The rest of the people waited outside. After walking 3 or 4 meters along the passage, a huge treasure vault appeared before their eyes. Instantly, everyone was stunned, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Because at this moment, right before their eyes, a pile of dazzling gold and jewels, piled up on the ground like trash, formed a small mountain of gold. The originally dark treasure vault now shimmered with golden light, and the simple vault seemed to become magnificent. Roland couldn't help but swallow hard. The wealth of the Banner family was far beyond what pirates like Redbeard could match, but Roland had never seen so much gold and jewels piled up so casually before. Therefore, this still greatly shocked Roland, the rich second generation. For Clayton, Oliver, and Statham, who had always lived in poverty on Crab Island, this scene was an overwhelming shock. Even years later, when they held high positions in the Empire, they could not forget the awe they felt when they saw that pile of gold coins in the underground vault. Only Catherine showed a slight look of surprise before quickly regaining her composure, as if these gold and jewels were not enough to move her heart. Oh my God, there are at least 50,000 gold coins here, no, 100,000 gold coins, I guarantee it, definitely no more than that. Clayton's massive body heaved violently as he spoke with immense excitement. Oliver kept clutching his chest, his eyes fixed on the pile of treasures, swallowed hard, and stammered. I can't describe how I feel. How many merchant ships must have been robbed? Statham wasn't much better off than the other two. After all, the scene was truly breathtaking. Catherine, however, remained completely calm. Soon, Roland, who was the first to recover from the shock, walked slowly to the pile of gold and jewels, grabbed a handful of thick gold bars, handed them to them, and laughed heartily. Ha ha! Everyone who sees it gets a share. You all contributed a lot to defending Cancer Island and defeating the Redbeard Pirates. You can keep these for yourselves. We'll reward you for the rest when we get back. The three of them were immediately flattered and accepted the gold bars handed over by Roland, each receiving 3 bars, worth at least 300 gold coins. Thank you for the reward, sir. The 3 men gripped the gold bars tightly and spoke excitedly. These 3 gold bars alone are worth 10 years of their salaries. When Roland handed the gold bars to Catherine, she shook her head and refused. My lord, I don't need gold coins. Seeing this, Roland said helplessly, Catherine, it seems we only have gold coins left. I really have nothing else to give you. But Catherine shook her head, pointed to a corner of the vault, and said, If you are willing, sir, you may bestow that staff upon me. Staff? Where did the staff come from? Roland was taken aback, then looked in the direction Catherine was pointing. Sure enough, a dusty staff was found abandoned in a corner of the vault. Compared to the glittering gold and jewels, it was indeed particularly inconspicuous, which explains why Roland hadn't noticed it. So, Roland stepped forward, picked up the staff, and wiped it lightly. Instantly, the transparent gems embedded in the staff began to shine with dazzling brilliance. Roland raised an eyebrow. It really is a treasure. Anything that Catherine has her eye on must be something special. Without a doubt, the staff was far more valuable than the 3 gold bars. After all, anything related to magic or magicians was never cheap. However, Roland wasn't bothered by it. After all, he only had Catherine as a mage, and the staff seemed to be a wind-type magic staff. Giving it to Catherine was making the best use of it and also improving the strength of his territory. Without hesitation, he handed the magic wand to Catherine. Seeing this, Catherine hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Sir, Are you sure you want to give it to me? This staff might be more valuable than you think. Roland laughed heartily, completely unconcerned. No matter how precious this magic wand is, it's just a useless fire poker in my hands. Only you can bring out its true value. Upon hearing this, Catherine no longer refused, but directly accepted the magic wand and solemnly placed one hand on her chest and bowed. Thank you for your kindness, sir. Your heart is as vast as the ocean. Roland smiled slightly and said nothing more. If the system were to issue a notification at this moment, Roland thought that a series of notification sounds would be constantly flashing through his mind. Catherine's favorability +1. Catherine's favorability +1. Catherine's favorability +1. Thank you so much for your love, readers. Please feel free to urge me to update, leave positive reviews, and even read the update reminder ads. These are all great encouragement for me. Hee hee. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 31, King Knight, St. Louis. Soon, Roland and the others carefully examined all the items in the vault. The vast majority of them were valuable items such as gold, silver, jewelry, or antiques, but there were also some other interesting things. These are all beast cores of magical beasts. There are 120 low-level ones, 18 mid-level ones, and 1 high-level beast core. Catherine found a sack in a vault, then counted the contents, and said, upon hearing her words, Roland's eyes lit up. High-level magical beasts are beings that require even a gold knight to defeat. Roland quickly ordered his men to put the beast cores away, but he didn't intend to sell them, since he was already flush with gold coins. He remembered that Catherine had mentioned that to inscribe a wind-based acceleration array on the ship, he would need beast cores, and that beast cores had a wide range of uses, so he might need them in the future. There's something else here that looks quite valuable, Oliver said from the side. He was carrying an exquisite wooden box, inlaid with several colorful gemstones. It was clearly no ordinary object. The fact that something could be contained in such a precious box naturally piqued Roland's curiosity. So he took the wooden box, examined it, but still couldn't open it. This seems to be a gadget made by the goblin race. It's hard to open without a trick. Clayton guessed from the side. Seeing this, Roland was also a little angry. So he pulled out his dagger, pried off the gems from the wooden box one by one, and then punched it without hesitation. With a bang, the wooden box instantly shattered into pieces. At that moment, a scroll made of some unknown animal hide appeared in Roland's hands. Then he slowly unrolled the scroll. A map appeared on the animal hide. Roland felt the map looked familiar, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. But soon he suddenly realized, isn't this my own territory, Cancer Island, on this map? The wasteland, the swamp, the Dolan Forest, and the Dolan River all echo the scenery of Crab Island. What surprised Roland even more was that a treasure chest was marked somewhere in the Dolan Forest on the map. Treasure map. Below the map, there is a line of smaller text. The burial site of St. Louis, the King Knight. Upon seeing this, Roland's heart began to pound uncontrollably, and he hurriedly rolled up the scroll and put it into his pocket. King Knight St. Louis. His name was so famous that even Roland was well known to him. That was a powerful figure who resounded throughout the entire Holy Dragon Empire 50 years ago, surpassing even the Amethyst Knight. Countless novels and stories were based on his tale, making him undoubtedly one of the most influential figures of that era. Legend has it that his strength had reached the pinnacle of the King Knight realm, and he was just one step away from breaking through to the legendary Knight realm. Moreover, he also had a dragon-like magical beast battle pet whose strength was no weaker than his, making his power truly awe-inspiring in that era. However, what puzzled everyone was that just when St. Louis was at the height of his power, he suddenly disappeared, and disappeared completely, and no one ever saw any trace of him again. Countless people have searched for his whereabouts without finding a single clue. However, no one expected that the powerful St. Louis would ultimately perish in his own territory, the remote and barren Crab Island. What puzzled Roland even more was, how exactly did St. Louis die? If he was murdered, then what kind of terrifying power did the person who killed him possess? At that moment, Roland suddenly understood. Redbeard, who had always been relatively well-behaved and dared not provoke the territory of the Warbanner clan, suddenly made a desperate gamble and attacked a remote and impoverished Crab Island. Now, everything makes sense. So, Roland quickly coughed twice to interrupt everyone's curious gazes and said, "All right, there's nothing left here. Everyone, please get out." After saying that, He led the way out of the treasure vault. The others understood that Roland didn't want them to know the contents of the scroll, and wisely followed him out of the vault. Afterwards, Roland arranged for people to sort and pack everything in the vault and move it out, instructing Statham to lead a team of bronze knights to guard it 24 hours a day. These are the very assets that have enabled his rise to power, and he cannot afford to lose them. Meanwhile, Roland continued to ponder the problem of Skull Island, his original intention being to relocate everyone on Skull Island to Crab Island. However, I eventually gave up on the idea. He is currently just a minor baron with only the barren Crab Island as his territory, and if he wants to advance further, he must expand the Empire's territory. Nowadays, the Holy Dragon Empire is becoming increasingly strict in its enfeoffment of nobles. In principle, the title of earl or above cannot be obtained without military merit. Currently, the Holy Dragon Empire and its surrounding areas are relatively stable, and there is no possibility of a large-scale war in the short term, so it is impossible for new high-ranking nobles to emerge. The land on the continent has long been divided up by various nobles. If Roland wants to expand his territory, he will have to set his sights on the ocean. On this endless ocean lie countless islands and riches, but unfortunately, it is now the era of land power, and the Empire does not value the ocean. This has become an opportunity for Roland. If one develops stealthily and quietly builds up an ocean empire, it's not impossible, is it? Roland couldn't help but fantasize. Skull Island can serve as a forward outpost for exploring the ocean. Beyond Skull Island lies the uncharted waters, untouched even on a map of the legendary Explorerellos. There are dangers there, but also opportunities. Moreover, Skull Island is not without its merits. It has enough land to support hundreds of people, and the surrounding waters are rich in cod, sturgeon, and various other fish, all delicacies sought after by nobles on the mainland. In addition, the island has a fine dock that provides shelter for passing ships from storms or a place to rest, making it a transit point for fishermen. More importantly, if I want to continue exploring the deep sea in the future, I can use Skull Island as a springboard to expand my control. With this in mind, Roland quickly came up with a plan. Skull Island should not be abandoned. On the contrary, it needs to be vigorously developed. There are now only 60 or 70 captured pirates left on the island, along with more than 200 women and children. Naturally, Roland can't let these pirates stay. Their greatest value lies in mining at the mines. As for the women and children, Roland planned to move half of them back to Crab Island, and then move 100 able-bodied men from Crab Island to form new families with them. There are quite a few poor bachelors on Cancer Island who can't afford to get married, so they probably wouldn't look down on these women who were abducted by pirates. These people are the initial capital for the development of Skull Island. As the population grows, Roland will find ways to further expand the population of Skull Island. Now that the gold coin crisis has been completely resolved, Roland has become increasingly aware of the importance of population. No matter what you do, you need labor, but his territory only has 3,000 people at most, which is not enough to support his grand goals. Therefore, Roland had to find a way to expand its population again. The fastest way to expand the population is just one word: purchase. Now that Roland is flush with cash, he's not stingy with spending gold coins to acquire the more important population. It seems we'll need to discuss the purchase of slaves with Cain when his fleet returns. Roland thought to himself. Subsequently, Roland quickly put his idea into practice. The healthy and strong women were left on Skull Island, while the women who were weakened, sickly, or even disabled by the pirates were taken back to Crab Island for treatment. After a busy morning, Roland finally finished arranging things on Skull Island. He then assigned a bronze knight guard named Jerry's son to lead 10 men to stay on Skull Island. After a month, they would be replaced by others, which was fair and just. After everything was arranged, Roland led more than 70 bound pirates, along with nearly 100 women and children, onto a ship and began their return to Crab Island. As the 3 ships sailed further and further away, Skull Island finally fell into complete silence. With a smooth journey, the sailing time was more than an hour faster than on the way there. It only took Roland and his group a little over 3 hours to arrive at Crab Island. Roland personally supervised his men as they returned the treasures to the Lord's manor. These were the very things that would allow him to develop his business, so he couldn't help but be extra careful. Upon his triumphant return, there was no welcoming party or grand banquet. Roland immediately threw himself into his work, working overtime. The women and children who were brought back need to be resettled. The pirates would be sent to the mines. The soldiers who participated in this battle deserve a reward. We also need to send 100 strong laborers to Skull Island. Although they were all trivial matters, they still required a lot of Roland's energy. Fortunately, Clayton and Oliver could share some of the burden for him. The next day, Roland's orders were carried out swiftly. A new batch of free labor was sent to the mine, especially 2 silver knights, which greatly boosted the mine's production efficiency. The women and children brought back were also placed in newly built temporary housing. Roland was not short of money at this time and had already begun to plan the expansion of Pearl Town. Roland's goal is to expand Pearl Town into a town that can accommodate at least 10,000 people. Although there are only 3,000 people here now, but the future looks promising. The reward scheme for annihilating the Redbeard pirates has also been released. Andre and Catherine played the most important roles and were each rewarded with 500 gold coins. Clayton and his fellow newly promoted Silver Knights were each rewarded with 200 gold coins. Finally, the other soldiers were rewarded according to their merits. The more enemies they killed, the more they were rewarded. On average, each person could get nearly 20 gold coins. Just from this one meal, Roland lost nearly 5,000 gold coins. However, Roland didn't feel bad about it because these were all what they deserved and these gold coins were stolen, so he really didn't care about spending them. The recall order was issued early this morning. People have been signing up one after another to go to Skull Island, and it is estimated that in a few more days, we will have enough people to go. With everything arranged, Roland was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief and focus his attention on the mission. Something strange has happened in Dolan Forest. It just so happens that the location of the treasure map obtained from the Redbeard Pirates Vault is also in the Dolan Forest. Perhaps on this trip, we can dig up the treasure map as well. Sometimes Roland would wonder if the anomalies in the Dolan Forest were related to this treasure map, which was also the burial place of the King Knight St. Louis. Without a doubt, whether it's to complete the mission or to find the treasure of the King Knight St. Louis, this journey will be fraught with danger, so Roland must bring his strongest lineup. That is Anderson and Catherine. The others are all mediocre, and bringing them along would not only be useless, but could also easily hinder the team. Actually, there were 2 veteran Silver Knights among those who surrendered from the Redbeard Pirates this time, but Roland didn't trust them, otherwise they would have been a good choice. Roland originally wanted to set off for the Dolan Forest as soon as possible, but unfortunately, Andre was still recovering from the fierce battle with Redbeard, so the idea of going to the Dolan Forest had to be postponed. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Over the past 3 days, Pearl Town has finally gathered 100 adult men to go to Skull Island, and they have already set sail. I initially thought it would take longer, but when I heard that there were over 100 single women on Skull Island, it immediately attracted a large number of single men to sign up. Presumably, once they arrive, they will soon be able to start new families with those women. On this very day, Andre, whom Roland had been longing for, finally finished healing and came out of his room to the Lord's Manor. Andre, your injuries are all healed, right? Roland asked with a concerned look. For some reason, when Roland met Andre this time, he felt that he seemed different from before, that something had changed, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Thank you for your concern, sir. I have recovered and there is nothing wrong with me, Andre said with utmost composure. Looking at Andre, Roland felt more and more that his aura was different from before, so he couldn't help but ask, Andre, why do I feel like you're a little different than before? Andre remained silent for a moment. Then he slowly spoke. Perhaps it's because I've grasped a sliver of the secrets of Golden Battle Chi. Upon hearing this, Roland was startled, then instantly overjoyed and exclaimed excitedly, What? Andre, you've been promoted to a Gold Knight. Andre shook his head and said slowly, That's not the case. I've only glimpsed a bit of the secrets of Golden Battle Aura. I still have a long way to go before I become a Golden Knight. Upon hearing his words, Roland couldn't help but burst into laughter. Without a doubt, Andre's strength has improved once again. Given enough time, he will surely be able to successfully advance to the rank of Gold Knight. Although he is still a Silver Knight, he is no longer the same person he was before. Once Andre is promoted to Gold Knight, his own strength will be greatly enhanced, and the magic crystal mine in the southern swamp can also be included in the development plan. However, the more important thing now is to complete the system task, so Roland directly stated his purpose. Upon hearing this, Andre didn't say much, but simply replied, Andre will obey your orders, sir. As for Catherine, Roland had already told her, so she naturally had no objections. So Roland said to Andre with a smile, "In that case, let's get ready today and set off first thing tomorrow morning." Chapter 32: Mysterious Beasts in the Dolan Forest. Early the next morning, Roland, Andre, and Catherine rode their war horses away for Pearltown. This time, instead of going through the northern wasteland before entering the Dolan Forest as before, they headed directly east into the depths of the Dolan Forest. Of the three, Roland was still riding his red mane horse, while Andre and Catherine had also changed into new war horses. Although they were inferior to Roland's horses, they were still much better than the previous inferior horses. Pearltown is only 10 kilometers away from the outskirts of Dolan Forest. Soon, the three figures disappeared into the vast forest. Andre and Catherine didn't know why Roland insisted on entering the Dolan Forest, but since it was the Lord's request, they wouldn't object. However, for the sake of his safety, Andre couldn't help but ask about the purpose of the trip. "My lord, what is the reason we're going to the Dolan Forest this time? I feel that I am responsible for your safety and should know the answer." After thinking for a moment, Andre still asked the question. The three of them had already entered the forest, and there was no one else around. After thinking for a moment, Roland decided to reveal his purpose, since even if he concealed it, they would still find out when they arrived at their destination. Since that's the case, it's better to be honest with each other. Roland believed in Andre and Catherine's loyalty to him, or rather, he believed in their character even more. So, Roland thought for a moment, and then spoke as he rode his horse. "We have two purposes for this trip. First, there have been unusual occurrences in the Dolan Forest recently, with many animals and magical beasts escaping from it. I suspect that a powerful magical beast has appeared in the Dolan Forest, so we must investigate and make thorough preparations." Andre and Catherine were aware of the recent frequent occurrences of animals and magical beasts escaping from the Dolan Forest, so they nodded in agreement and then looked at Roland. "There's a second point." Roland took a deep breath, then pulled the treasure map from his pocket and said, "Catherine should have seen this scroll. I found it in the Redbeard Pirate's treasury." Catherine nodded, indicating that she understood. Could the second reason be this scroll? Roland looked at the two of them again, and then said with utmost seriousness, "This scroll is extremely important. It's a secret between the three of us. I hope you can keep this secret forever." The two of them realized the seriousness of the situation and spoke solemnly. "Don't worry, sir. I will keep this a secret to the death." Then Roland nodded and slowly began to speak. "This is a treasure map." The two of them immediately raised an eyebrow. In this magical world, treasure maps are not uncommon. They often appear at auctions and even on roadside stalls. However, most of them are scams. The few genuine treasure maps are worth as much as the treasure itself. Sometimes, you might go to great lengths to find the treasure, only to discover that the treasure you find can't even cover the expenses you incurred along the way. Most people who go treasure hunting end up losing a lot of money. However, judging from Roland's appearance, this treasure map doesn't seem to be so simple. Roland took a deep breath, looked at the two of them, and spoke slowly. "This treasure map is about St. Louis." St. Louis. The two who had been calm instantly widened their eyes. Even Roland knew the name of the King Knight St. Louis, so how could they not know it? "Is it St. Louis, the knight-errant from over 50 years ago?" Andre said excitedly, his voice trembling. This was the first time Roland had ever seen the usually composed Andre like this. For all knights, St. Louis is their ultimate fantasy. One who doesn't aspire to be a knight of St. Louis is definitely not a good knight. Roland nodded and said, "Of course. Besides that person, who else would dare to deserve such a title?" Andre's face flushed red instantly, and his breathing became rapid. Catherine, perhaps a magician, didn't have such a deep obsession with St. Louis, so she was calmer than Andre, and asked with utmost seriousness, "Has your excellency confirmed the authenticity of this treasure map? Could it be that St. Louis ultimately disappeared in the Dolan Forest?" Roland nodded and said, "I spent the whole night reading through books and documents. According to the records, St. Louis did indeed head east and disappear into the vast sea. So it is very likely that he did indeed perish on Cancer Island." Hearing this, Catherine took a deep breath and stopped talking. Whether the treasure map is real or fake, it's worth exploring as long as there's even the slightest possibility. Because this is the treasure of St. Louis, the King Knight. As soon as even the slightest news gets out, the strongest people in the entire Holy Dragon Empire, or even the entire continent, will flock to it. Andrew and Catherine finally realized the seriousness of the matter. The two looked at each other, then extended their palms and said with utmost solemnity, "I, Catherine Felter, hereby swear to the goddess of fate that I will never reveal any information about the treasure of St. Louis to anyone. If I break this oath, I will be condemned by the magical elements and will never be able to practice magic again for the rest of my life. I, Andrew Wilder, hereby swear to the goddess of fate that I will never reveal any information about the treasure of St. Louis to any other person. And if I break this oath..." The two made an extremely solemn vow. Although Roland had great faith in their character, he did not mind them demonstrating their loyalty. Oaths are sometimes effective and sometimes ineffective. Roland didn't care. What he cared about more was the two men's character. After that, Roland held nothing back and showed the treasure map to the two of them. This location is deep within the Dolan Forest. Legend has it that there are golden magical beasts there, but I don't know if it's true or not. Andre said solemnly. Roland frowned, shook his head, and said, "More than 10 years ago, my father, Rowena, sent a hunting party here, and they did kill a few golden magical beasts. Since then, no trace of golden magical beasts has been seen in the Dolan Forest. However, even if we were to encounter a golden magical beast, the three of us would not be without the power to fight it." Andrew grasped a sliver of the secrets of the Golden Knight, and his strength increased dramatically. It could be said that he had 1 foot already in the realm of the Golden Knight. Catherine, on the other hand, received the blessing of that mysterious magic staff, and her strength also skyrocketed. Originally, she was only at the level of a senior intermediate magician, but with that magic staff, she now possessed the strength of a top-level magician. Otherwise, Roland wouldn't have dared to venture deep into the Dolan Forest. The three then continued eastward into the depths of the Dolan Forest. At first, they occasionally saw traces of hunters, but as they ventured deeper, they entered a completely deserted area. This is a paradise for wild beasts and monsters. Huge footprints could be seen on the ground from time to time, left by some animal or monster, as well as some animal bones. The three of them proceeded very cautiously and carefully into the depths of the Dolan Forest. They had walked for an unknown distance when the sun was high in the sky. It turned out that the three of them had been walking for half a day without realizing it. However, they did not encounter any danger along the way. Apart from some ordinary animals passing by, the powerful magical beasts could sense the danger of the three of them and dared not approach easily. But this is exactly what they wanted. But just when they thought they had reached their destination safely, suddenly, "Careful!" Andrew suddenly drew his sword and pointed it into the dense forest ahead. However, Catherine was even faster than him. 2 wind blades, even larger and faster than before, suddenly flew past the two of them and then instantly attacked the dense forest ahead. With a scream, the 3 figures rushed forward. However, nothing was seen on the ground except for a pool of residual blood. It should be a mid-level magical beast, and definitely not an ordinary mid-level magical beast. Otherwise, it would have no chance of escaping from Catherine's wind blades. However, as long as we follow the blood trail, we will definitely find it. Andre rubbed the bloodstains on the ground with his hands, frowning as he spoke. Roland shook his head and said, "No need. They're just mid-level magical beasts. They're not our target. Let's hurry on our way." Andrew nodded in agreement, and the 3 of them continued forward, heading deeper into the Dolan Forest. As the 3 ventured deeper into the world, they encountered more and more magical beasts, and the dangers became increasingly severe. Nearly 10 bronze magical beasts and 2 silver magical beasts have died at their hands, but unfortunately, they couldn't take them with them. In the end, they could only dig out their magical cores and discard their bodies. For this alone, Roland lost over 1,000 gold coins. My heart was bleeding silently. And something even more dangerous is on the horizon. "Sir, stop. Something's wrong here. We think we're surrounded." Andre stopped Roland, his brows furrowed, and said. Catherine moved closer to Roland, and the two of them protected Roland from the front and back. Then she frowned slightly and said, "There's a monster in front, behind, to the left, to the right. We're definitely surrounded." Roland was startled, but remained calm and said, "What kind of monsters are these? 4 of them have appeared at once." Catherine shook her head and said, I don't know, but we'll find out if we try. After saying that, Catherine launched a wind blade in each of the 4 directions and then disappeared into the forest. Instantly, the 4 demonic beasts realized they had been exposed. They stopped hiding, dodged the wind blade, roared, and charged out. Only then did the 3 of them finally see the true appearance of the 4 magical beasts. There were 4 enormous and ferocious saber-toothed tigers. The 2 in front and behind were particularly large, like small mountains, and looked incredibly impressive. The 2 on the left and right were slightly smaller, but they were no less formidable. At this moment, Roland also had to become cautious, and Andre gripped his longsword tightly, speaking solemnly. The 2 saber-toothed tigers in front and behind are top-tier, mid-level magical beasts, while the 2 on the left and right are slightly weaker, but still mid-level enhanced magical beasts. We must be careful and go all out. Of course, I'll do my best to protect myself. You 2 can fight with peace of mind, Roland said with great self-awareness. With his strength, he could only barely deal with a mid-level enhanced magical beast. Not causing trouble for everyone is the greatest help he can offer. As they were talking, 4 saber-toothed tigers bared their teeth and slowly approached them with ferocious eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became incredibly oppressive. Andre and Catherine were naturally not afraid of the 4 saber-toothed tigers, but they also had to spare some attention to protect Roland, which would inevitably limit their performance. Meanwhile, the 4 saber-toothed tigers are already poised to strike. They could pounce on them at any moment without mercy. Just then, as they were preparing to launch their attack, Andre's battle aura had already coalesced into a sword light, and 3 wind blades were floating in front of Catherine. Suddenly, a roar, seemingly from ancient times, echoed from the depths of the forest. The 3 of them were immediately jolted, staring in horror at the direction deep in the forest. The 4 saber-toothed tigers, as if they had seen something incredibly terrifying, immediately abandoned their attack on Roland and his 2 companions, turned and ran, disappearing from sight in a moment. The 3 of them, including Roland, looked at each other, their faces turning extremely grim. There's probably a golden magical beast inside. Otherwise, those 4 saber-toothed tigers would never have fled in such a panic, Andre said with an extremely grim expression. At this point, Roland was certain that the mysterious magical beast that had unleashed that roar was the cause of the anomalies in the Dolan Forest. The mission requires me to investigate the truth behind the anomalies in the Dolan Forest. Although I was not required to kill the monster, simply hearing its voice is not enough. I need to continue and find out more about the monster. Andre and Catherine were unaware of Roland's mission. They only wanted to find St. Louis's treasure peacefully and avoid the mysterious beast. Fortunately, they seemed to be moving in the same direction. This saved Roland from having to explain to them, so he said it directly. No matter what, even if this magical beast is a golden magical beast, we must go and take a look. If all else fails, with Catherine's control, we can still retreat. Andre and Catherine were also reluctant to leave easily. After all, the allure of the St. Louis treasure was simply too great. So the 3 of them left their horses where they were and slowly continued forward toward the direction of the mysterious beast deep in the jungle. Thank you so much for your encouragement, dear readers. This is my debut post, and I desperately need your positive reviews, requests for more updates, donations, and even ads urging me to update. Thank you all for your support. Woo! Praise be to Roland. Chapter 33, Taming the Twin-Winged Dragon Wolf. The 3 continued their journey deeper into the Dolan Forest. Along the way, they encountered no more magical beasts or even a single animal. It seems that all the creatures in the vicinity have been frightened away by the aura of that mysterious magical beast. Andre frowned and said, this situation made him somewhat uneasy. Every now and then, the roar of the mysterious beast would echo through the air, and the 3 of them could clearly feel the distance between them constantly closing. After the 3 of them continued walking cautiously for a few more minutes, they came to a dense jungle before them. They could sense that the mysterious beast was just beyond this jungle. They could even hear the breathing of that mysterious magical beast clearly. Andre gestured for the 2 to be quiet, and then the 3 of them held their breath and moved their feet carefully, afraid of making the slightest sound as they slowly approached the jungle. It took the 3 of them nearly 3 minutes to walk just a few dozen meters through this last stretch of jungle. In an instant, a mysterious creature came into view, and the three of them stared at each other in shock. Because what was right in front of them at that moment? It was actually a legendary subdragon monster. A woo, a woo, a woo. A creature with wings on its back and horns on its head, yet resembling a giant wolf, was rolling around incessantly in the clearing outside the jungle. Its previously terrifying roar now seemed. What does it sound like? Like cheerful laughter. Roland was stunned. This mysterious monster, it just doesn't feel right. Mischievous? Roland looked at Andre and Catherine with a puzzled expression. This seems to be a whelping dragon. Catherine thought for a moment and said doubtfully. However, what she said was indeed quite accurate. After all, the seemingly terrifying magical beast at the moment was only about 2 meters long. You should know that an adult subdragon magical beast can be nearly 10 meters long, and the stronger it is, the larger its size becomes. The real dragons are even more so. Legend has it that the guardian dragon of the Holy Dragon Empire is hundreds of meters long. Once it takes flight, it blots out the sky and is terrifying. As Roland looked at the whelp cub, the treasure map in his pocket suddenly flashed through his mind, and the location of the treasure was nearby. Could it be that this dragon cub is related to St. Louis? Yang Luo then voiced his doubts. The two men raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, as if it were no coincidence. St. Louis's mount is a 2-winged dragon wolf, which is said to be a subdragon beast born from the mating of a fire tribute dragon and a giant wolf-like magical beast. Legend has it that this 2-winged wolf dragon has 2 wings on its back, a single horn on its head, and a wolf-like body. It is skilled in melee attacks and proficient in fire magic. Roland had recently studied information about St. Louis, so he had memorized all of this information. The two heard Roland's words and then looked at the wyvern beast again. Hey, isn't this exactly what it looks like? But St. Louis's 2-winged dragon wolf is already an adult magical beast. Could this cub be its offspring? But that's over 50 years ago. Andre asked, puzzled. Catherine, clearly more knowledgeable, shook her head and said, this is not surprising. Sometimes, it takes hundreds of years for a real dragon to hatch its egg. The more powerful the bloodline, the longer it takes to hatch. So it is not surprising that this 2-winged dragon wolf took 50 years to hatch. Roland and Andre nodded. Oh, I see. I've gained even more useless knowledge. So, this little dragon is the offspring of St. Louis's mount, but it doesn't seem to be as strong as I thought. I don't know why those magical beasts are so afraid of it. Andre asked, puzzled. The knowledgeable Catherine explained again. This is not a matter of strength, but a matter of bloodline suppression. This whelp has the bloodline of a dragon flowing through its veins, and it is a 3rd-generation whelp. It is incomparable to those whelp magical beasts whose bloodline has become so diluted that it is negligible. The dragon aura emanating from it alone is enough to make even magical beasts 1 level higher than it more fearful. No wonder. What do you think the strength of this dragon cub is? Roland asked curiously. Andre frowned and said, when I heard its roar just now, I felt that it should be a high-level magical beast. Now that I have seen its true appearance, I think it is at most a mid-level magical beast. Catherine nodded and said, even the weakest dragon hatchling, once hatched, will be at least a high-level magical beast. Therefore, this whelp should not be a high-level magical beast. At most, it is a top-tier, mid-level magical beast. Upon hearing their words, Roland's eyes lit up, and he said, does this mean we can handle it? The two nodded. No problem. As long as you give the order, Catherine and I are confident that we can kill this whelp within 5 minutes. Andre said confidently. Upon hearing this, Roland was immediately startled. Kill this whelp? Impossible. This is a treasure. So, he couldn't help but tentatively ask, do you think I have any chance of taming this pup of a 2-winged dragon wolf? The two looked at him in surprise, seemingly not expecting Roland to have such an amazing idea. However, since she was her own mother, Catherine patiently explained. My lord, the wyvern possesses a powerful and noble dragon bloodline, which means it will never easily submit to humans. There are only 2 ways to subdue a wyvern with such a profound bloodline. The first is to guard it before it hatches. The person it sees first after hatching will have a very high probability of becoming its follower. The second method is to conquer it with great strength, but the probability of this is not high. Many proud magical beasts would rather die than submit to humans. Upon hearing his words, Roland frowned deeply. At this moment, He was extremely suspicious that this two-winged dragon wolf was a mission reward given to him by the system. A rare mount. Isn't the Wyvern Warcraft mount rare enough? This is a flying dragon-like magical beast. Roland quickly opened the system to check. If this two-winged dragon wolf was the cause of the anomalies in the Dolan Forest, then his mission should be complete. After all, the system task only requires you to find the cause, not to solve the problem. As Roland had predicted, the mission was already complete when the mission panel appeared. Mission, congratulations on your resounding victory. Your territory has weather crisis, and you can finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, unfortunately, a new crisis is about to unfold. Haven't you noticed the unusual activity in the Dolan Forest lately? Many animals and magical beasts have fled from it, as if something within terrifies them, preventing them from lingering. Therefore, for the safety of your territory, please investigate the truth behind the anomalies in the Dolan Forest. Completed. Reward, a rare mount. No, I can't kill this cub. I must tame it, Roland said firmly. Catherine looked helpless and said, My lord, you should give up this delusion. Besides, even if you want to subdue it, you need to have the strength to defeat it. This wolf should be a top-tier, mid-level magical beast. You do not have the ability to defeat it. That hit me hard. However, Roland didn't take it to heart. At this moment, he already had a plan in mind. If he did this, and with the subtle help of the system, he might actually be able to subdue this two-winged dragon wolf cub. After all, this was originally a reward for my own mission. The system will provide some assistance, more or less. So he whispered his thoughts to Andre and Catherine. Upon hearing this, the two looked at Roland in surprise. Then, Catherine said with a very complicated expression, If you insist, sir, I certainly have no problem with it, although I think the probability is almost pitifully low. Andre felt the same way and said with some difficulty, If you insist, sir, then I can give a try. At Roland's nod, Andre and Catherine exchanged a glance, then with a whoosh, leaped out of the jungle. At this moment, a pup of a two-winged dragon wolf was playing leisurely on the grass. It climbed up a small mound of earth again, and then rolled down from it, each time accompanied by its joyful howling. It was not yet a month old, and had never seen its parents. It only knew that it seemed to have been sleeping here for a long time, and then suddenly woke up and crawled out of an egg. Moreover, it seemed that all the animals were afraid of it. As long as it roared, the animals would be so frightened that they dared not move. Therefore, it felt that it should be the most powerful being in the world. This carefree life made it incredibly comfortable. When it was hungry, it would catch a wild animal, roast it, and eat it. After eating its fill, it would play on the slide. When it was sleepy, it would go to sleep in the cave next to it. Its life was incredibly fulfilling. But on this very day, while the two-winged dragon wolf was happily playing on the slide, suddenly, with a whoosh, two figures suddenly darted out from the nearby bushes. What's this? It looked at the two figures with a puzzled expression. It was the first time it had ever seen such a long, thin creature with two legs. Before it could react, two attacks slammed into its body. It felt a sharp pain. It had never been bullied like this before. So it roared and shot out a stream of flames from its mouth. Seeing Andre and Catherine make their move from a distance, Roland also tensed up. This is it. Andre and Catherine showed no concern as they faced the flames spewed from the dragon cub's mouth. They simply dodged them in a flash, and the trees behind them were instantly blasted apart by the flames. This dragon cub is only at the level of a top-tier, mid-level magical beast. Facing two humans of equal strength, it has almost no chance of winning. Moreover, it clearly lacks combat experience, and its actual combat power is significantly reduced. After dodging the fire attack, Andre darted forward and instantly reached the wyvern cub's side. He then slashed down with his sword, and the wyvern cub let out a painful cry. It then turned around and angrily bit Andre, but he easily dodged it. Before the baby dragon could react, a sudden pain shot through its back. It turned around and saw that the woman was attacking it from behind. The dragon cub became enraged again and spewed flames at Catherine once more, but Catherine easily dodged them again. In the time that followed, Andre and Catherine continued to attack the whelp, but as instructed by Roland, they did not attack with full force. Otherwise, they could have defeated it much earlier. After being brutally tortured by the two for a full 10 minutes, the whelp cub was bleeding profusely from many parts of its body. It finally realized that it was no match for these two humans, and a look of terror appeared in its eyes. Then it hurriedly flapped its still weak wings and slowly flew into the sky, trying to escape from here. However, it had only taken off a few meters when Catherine suddenly pointed at it with her staff and waved it lightly. A huge gust of wind swept in, disrupting the airflow. The wyvern cub, which was already extremely clumsy in flying, was immediately thrown into a panic and lost control of its body, plummeting straight down. With a loud thud, the dragon cub crashed heavily to the ground. And this was accompanied by the relentless attacks from Andre and Catherine. The baby dragon felt the two men attacking it, and pain kept assaulting its body. Unable to resist, it could only wail in agony and grievance. "Mother, can you please save your poor Long Long?" Just then, as the whelp cried out for its mother, a roar suddenly reached its ears. "Let go of that little dragon." Suddenly, Roland jumped out of the bushes, holding a long sword, and shouted coldly at Andre and Roland. Andre felt embarrassed, his cheeks flushed red with shame, but he still said awkwardly, "This subdragon is our prey. Why should we let it go?" The intelligence of a baby dragon is no less than that of a human child. Since it's a performance, it should be as realistic as possible. Compared to the awkwardness of Andre and Caitlin, Roland's performance was completely natural and seamless. He slowly raised the long sword in his hand and said coldly, "With the long sword in my hand." After saying that, he suddenly rushed towards the two of them. Andre was instantly enraged, then abandoned the whelp and charged towards Roland. The two instantly engaged in fierce combat, while Catherine continuously unleashed wind blades at Roland, but it seemed her accuracy was off as each attack grazed past Roland. And so, the three of them engaged in a fierce battle. Nearly 5 minutes later, suddenly, Roland unleashed a powerful attack, instantly overwhelming Andre and Catherine, who then cursed angrily. "I will be back." The two then disappeared into the jungle and vanished without a trace. Roland, dragging his battered body, came to the side of the equally wounded two-winged dragon wolf cub and said with difficulty, "All right, little one, I've chased them away. You're saved. Hurry up and go." The two-winged dragon wolf cub looked at Roland and kept rubbing its huge head against him. Seeing this, Roland managed a weak smile and said, "What's wrong, little guy? Why aren't you leaving yet? Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you when those two humans come back." But the two-winged dragon wolf still refused to leave, biting Roland's clothes and refusing to let go. Seeing this, Roland could only say helplessly, "Little guy, what are you doing? Do you want to come with me?" The pterosaur wolf cub immediately nodded. Roland looked troubled, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. He could only suppress his excitement, feigning a troubled sigh, and then looked at it seriously before speaking. "Since that's the case, then you'll stay with me from now on. I'll protect you just like I did today." The little guy immediately broke into a joyful smile, and his battered body couldn't help but wriggle happily. And at that very moment, the little guy suddenly stretched his head out in front of Roland. Roland was startled, as if sensing something, and then his right hand unconsciously and slowly reached out to the little guy's head. In an instant, Roland felt a connection forming between his soul and the little guy's. This is contract of recognition of master. Roland was startled. He never expected that the little guy would entrust his future to him so easily. It was an unconditional trust, and from then on, the little guy would never betray him again. At this moment, Roland felt a pang of shame. "I feel like a bad uncle who scams children." After recognizing its master, the little guy became even more excited and kept rubbing its big head against Roland. All Roland could do was keep stroking the little guy, who enjoyed Roland's touch, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Meanwhile, Andre and Catherine hid in the jungle, looking on in bewilderment at Roland and the two-winged dragon wolf cub in the distance. They originally just wanted to cooperate with Yang Luo to dispel his impossible idea, but now, it seems, my lord, has this dragon really been subdued? Andre swallowed hard, speaking in disbelief. Catherine was equally shocked and could only stare in disbelief. "It seems so." Then, the two exchanged a glance and walked directly out of the jungle. "My lord, you have successfully subdued it?" Andre asked incredulously. The little guy was cuddling with Roland when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. He turned around and saw that it was the two people who had bullied him earlier. Suddenly, The little guy bared his teeth, and a flame was about to burst from his mouth. Seeing this, Roland quickly stroked the little guy's head and comforted him. "Don't lay a hand on them. They're on our side. One of our own." The little guy looked at Roland and the two of them with a puzzled expression, his head constantly turning between the two. Its nascent brain is not yet capable of comprehending such complex relationships. Those two are clearly enemies, so why does the master say they are his own people? But suddenly, the little guy had a flash of inspiration. Then I figured out. Instantly, a look of grief and indignation appeared on its face. "Oh, whoa." The little guy looked up at the sky and roared. "Hey, a little dragon here has been scammed. Is it too late to call the police?" Seeing the angry little guy, Roland kept trying to calm him down for a long time before he finally accepted the reality. Roland kept wiping the sweat from his brow. "It takes more effort to coax this little one than to coax my girlfriend in my past life." Then, looking at the enormous creature in front of him, Roland couldn't help but smile. The task should be completed now, and the new task should be issued. So he opened the task panel to take a look. However, a strange expression soon appeared on his face as he looked at the little guy in front of him. Because his task panel hasn't been updated. This means that my reward hasn't actually arrived in my account yet. So that means, actually, this little guy isn't my mission reward? Roland's mind is a little muddled. This is such a pleasant surprise. It seems it wasn't the system's power that allowed me to tame this little guy, but rather that this little guy was truly foolish. To sum it up in 2 words. So gullible. I have to say, I'm incredibly lucky. Such a shoddy performance managed to fool a 3rd-generation subdragon. Since this little guy isn't my reward for completing the mission, where is the real reward? Roland was somewhat helpless. However, now is not the time to dwell on this. He has more important things to do. That is to find the treasure left behind by the King Knight St. Louis. Now that even the descendants of St. Louis's mount have been found, his treasure must be nearby, and the little guy must know that. So, at Roland's instruction, the little guy led the 3 of them to a hidden cave, which would have been hard to find if it hadn't been for him. The 3 humans and 1 beast had only walked a few dozen meters into the cave when they came across a huge skeleton lying on the ground. Beside this enormous skeleton sat a human skeleton, dressed in exquisite armor, with a sword stuck in its side. Without a doubt, this place is the treasure that Roland and his companions have been searching for. This enormous skeleton is St. Louis's steed, the 2-winged dragon wolf. And the skeleton clad in armor beside him was St. Louis, the kingly knight who roamed the continent 50 years ago. At this moment, no matter how powerful they were back then, they have all turned into a pile of bones. Roland was filled with emotion. Chapter 34, Main Quest appears. Alas, he must be St. Louis, the king knight who roamed the continent. It's a pity that such a powerful figure has fallen here. Roland sighed and said. Andre was incredibly excited. After all, his idol was lying right in front of him, and although only a skeleton remained, he was still worthy of utmost respect. The distinct scars on the armor still testify to the unimaginable battle St. Louis experienced before his fall. Roland still doesn't understand who could have killed St. Louis here. However, the matter is long gone, and perhaps no one will ever know the answer. Then, the 3 of them bowed deeply to the skeleton of St. Louis, and only stood up after a full minute. This is respect for the strong, even though this powerful figure has turned into withered bones. Then came the part Roland was most concerned about. Touching the corpse? Oh no, touching the bones. After all, he was a powerful figure of his generation. Even if he left behind just a few things, it would still be a considerable fortune. The 3 slowly walked to the skeleton. It was clear that St. Louis's armor was no ordinary item, but unfortunately, it was riddled with wounds and in terrible condition. The sword stuck in the ground next to it was also dull and lifeless, and even its blade was covered with tiny cracks. It was hard to imagine what kind of powerful attack this sword had suffered. Even if these 2 pieces of equipment are damaged, they are still invaluable treasures. Perhaps Gillett would be somewhat interested in them. Roland thought to himself. The 3 then continued their investigation. It looks like he's holding something in his hand. Catherine reminded her. Upon closer inspection, Roland saw that the skeleton was holding what appeared to be a scroll in its right hand. Could there be a message left by St. Louis on it? So Roland quickly took out the scroll, opened it, and took a look. My name is St. Louis. By the time you see this, I will already be dead. Roland felt a chill run down his spine, as if something incredibly terrifying was on it. He quickly examined the scroll closely and discovered that it appeared to be made of monster hide, not human skin. He breathed a sigh of relief and then continued reading. Unfortunately, I pursued the path to ultimate strength all my life, but I never expected that I would perish on this deserted island in the end. It is a pity that my companion Jenny also perished here with me. But fortunately, she laid an egg. I hope that its offspring will find a reliable owner in the future and will not end up like its mother. Seeing this, Roland realized that Jenny was the huge skeleton beside him. Roland turned to look at the little dragon beside him, who was carefree, climbing up and down its mother's ribs, having a great time. What a filial son dancing like a disco dancer in front of a grave. Yang Luo ignored it and continued to look at the animal hide. All right, enough with the chit-chat. I don't have much time left, so let's get down to business. I've been flying east across the ocean this time, commissioned by the Emperor of the Holy Dragon Empire to investigate the mystery of the disappearance of the mermaid race. After all, the mermaid race and humans used to have very close relations, and we humans also need a lot of precious marine products, so the Emperor of the Holy Dragon Empire wants to resume trade with the mermaid race. Jenny and I flew eastward, and fortunately, there were many islands along the way where we could stop and rest. Even so, it took us a whole month of flying before we finally discovered traces of the mermaid race on an island. The merfolk were surprised by my arrival, but they were also very welcoming. They greeted me with the highest honors, and I had a wonderful time. However, I never forgot my responsibility. After spending a month in the territory of the merfolk, their leader, the strongest of the merfolk, finally decided to meet me. Their palace is located at the deepest part of the sea. They gave me a specially made pearl to put in my mouth so that I could breathe underwater. Their palace is a beautiful palace made of crystal, far more beautiful than the palace I saw in Holy Dragon City. And it was here that I met their king. He was an incredibly imposing man. He didn't seem to welcome my arrival. He didn't answer my question about why they had left the coastal areas. After gifting me a large amount of treasure, he urged me to leave their territory and rejected the proposal to resume trade with humans. But I was still not giving up. I stayed in the palace for a few more days, but then the king avoided me and kept sending people to remind me that I should leave. I don't understand why he refused my request. After all, resuming trade with humans would also be of great benefit to them. Until that day, a weak mermaid girl secretly found me and told me an incredibly shocking truth. The king before was not the true king of the mermaid race. The real mermaid king had been imprisoned in an underwater dungeon. The little girl begged me to save their king. I wanted to investigate this matter thoroughly, so I agreed to the little girl's request. Then, led by the little girl, the two of us sneaked around, avoiding countless eyes and ears, and finally arrived at the deepest part of the underwater prison. Here, I saw a man nailed to a stone pillar. It turns out that this man is the true king of the mermaids. It is said that he has been imprisoned here for hundreds of years. And from him, I got an incredibly terrifying message. So that's why the mermaids retreated from the near sea. It was because an evil force suddenly appeared in the depths of the ocean. This force first took control of the mermaids in the deep sea, and then ordered all the mermaids to retreat back to the deep sea. The reason for this is because of this evil being. He covets the position of the sea god. He attempts to use the polluted blood of the mermaid race to diminish the divine power left behind by the sea god in this world. However, because the polluted mermaid race no longer has the ability to reproduce, he must maintain a group of unpolluted, normal mermaids in the mermaid population to provide him with more mermaids. Once the sea god's divine power is completely gone, he can take his place and become the true sea god. Then he can control the entire ocean, then set foot on land and conquer the whole world. Upon seeing this, Roland's expression immediately turned to shock. I've only been in this world for a few months. How did I end up with the ultimate mission to save the world? Roland felt his abilities were limited, so he hurriedly continued reading. Unfortunately, just as we were preparing to rescue the true king of the mermaid race, we were discovered by a group of evil mermaids. Soon, countless powerful mermaids, led by the corrupted mermaid king, launched an attack on me. They seemed to be terrified that I would spread the news and pursued me relentlessly. I wasn't afraid of them at first, but the underwater world isn't my area of expertise. There were many strong fighters there, and I finally managed to escape the seabed with my badly injured body. Then I mounted Jenny and began a frantic westward escape. I need to tell the Knights Hall this news as soon as possible. And those evil mermaid warriors never gave up their pursuit of me. We fought many fierce battles along the way, but they outnumbered me, and I was no match for them. After fleeing westward for nearly a month, we arrived at this island near the sea. My companion, Jenny, could no longer withstand the long journey and fell here. However, there were only 3 enemies left. I knew I could not return alive, so I exhausted all my remaining life potential and killed the 3 of them here. My life finally came to an end. So Jenny and I hid in this cave, quietly waiting for death. Jenny used her last strength to lay her undeveloped egg. I found a piece of animal hide and recorded everything that had happened. Then, on the map I always carried, I found this island, drew it as a treasure map, tied it to a bird, and sent it away. If I'm not mistaken, you must have obtained this treasure map. You guessed perfectly. Roland touched his nose and continued reading. So, my destined one, I, St. Louis, hereby request that you deliver this letter to the Knights Hall for me, so that all of humanity may know about the mermaid race's conspiracy, stop that evil being's plan to become a god, and save all of humanity. Fortunately, that evil being is expected to take about 100 years to succeed. If we discover it early, humanity can prepare in advance. Finally, to thank you for your help, if you see anything useful on me, please take it. But unfortunately, I have nothing left except a ring. In the very end, if you could bury these old bones of mine, I would be so grateful. This letter ends here. Roland's face was extremely grim. If what the letter said was true, then his Crab Island would be under the most direct threat from the merfolk. However, such a large task is not something that a mere silver knight like myself can handle. Knights Hall? This is the holy land of human knights, filled with powerful figures. If you want to eliminate the threat of the merfolk, going to them is definitely the right thing to do. Correspondingly, the holy land for mages is the Mage Tower, whose strength is no less than that of the Knights Hall. Meanwhile, Andre and Catherine were watching Roland with curiosity, equally intrigued by the contents of the document. Roland was about to speak frankly with them when suddenly, the previously dormant mission panel popped up automatically in front of him. Roland was startled. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. Then, a word slowly appeared on it. Main quest. Save the corrupted mermaid race. Mission reward. Unknown. Limited time offer. 50 years. Upon seeing this, Roland was stunned. He hadn't expected that all this commotion would result in a new main quest, and that the original quest hadn't disappeared either, with both existing together. The difficulty of this task is unimaginable, so without a doubt, the unknown reward is equally generous. Fortunately, the final 50-year time limit relieved Roland. 50 years was enough for him to do a lot of things, and looking at it this way, it didn't seem so urgent anymore. So he took the letter back, and he would have to think about how to handle the matter afterward. However, seeing the curious looks in Andre and Catherine's eyes, Roland still spoke. St. Louis said we should help him bury his remains. The 2 men looked at each other with disbelief. This whole roll of animal hide is just this one sentence on it. However, Roland seemed unwilling to tell them, and they were helpless. Then, in accordance with St. Louis's last wishes, the 3 men dug a deep pit for him and gently placed his remains inside. Of course, before that, all his valuable possessions had been taken by Roland, but apart from the sword armor, only a ring that had been removed from his fingerbone remained. Is this all the mighty St. Louis possessed? Roland was extremely dissatisfied. If this were a game world, a boss like St. Louis would definitely unleash a screen-filling barrage of light. Roland couldn't help but examine the ring himself, which even St. Louis had specifically mentioned, but he still couldn't find anything. No matter how you looked at it, the ring was just an ordinary, unremarkable ring. However, Catherine, with a hint of doubt in her eyes, slowly stepped forward and said, "Sir, may I take a look at this ring?" Roland raised an eyebrow, handed her the ring, and said, "What's wrong, Catherine? Do you recognize this ring?" Catherine examined it carefully in her hand for a long time before taking a deep breath and speaking with great solemnity. "Yes, sir. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a spatial ring." Space ring. Roland was immediately jolted. What does a spatial ring mean? It's an essential artifact for time travelers. Now, am I finally going to get one? Andre also stared at the ring in shock. A spatial ring. Even the Earl doesn't have one. In the entire province of Portland, legend has it that only the Grand Duke of Triumph possesses one. Seeing their shock and doubt, Catherine spoke. St. Louis practices water attribute battle chi. This spatial ring must have been specially made for him, so it can only be opened by injecting water attribute battle chi into it. You can try it, sir. Space rings cannot be bound to a single owner and can be used by anyone. Therefore, to prevent them from being stolen or falling into the wrong hands, the owner will specifically add certain conditions for their use when making a space ring. For example, it can only be used by those who possess specific attributes of fighting spirit or magic, or those who must reach a certain level of strength, or only males can activate it. This reduces the probability of the space ring being opened by others, but of course, it cannot completely eliminate this risk. Since St. Louis practices water attribute fighting spirit, he would definitely add this restriction as well. At least when Catherine held it in her hand, it was unusable. Upon hearing this, Roland didn't hesitate any longer and directly poured the battle chi within his body into the ring. In an instant, a mysterious space appeared in his mind, leaving him utterly astonished. However, the space was not large, only 3 meters long, wide and high, and to Roland's disappointment, there were only some gold coins scattered inside, and there seemed to be a martial arts manual. Roland clearly remembered that St. Louis had said in his will that the merfolk had given him many treasures, but he hadn't seen a single one. Roland took out the martial arts manual directly, and then said with some disappointment, "It is indeed a spatial ring, but it only contains some gold coins and this martial arts manual." Catherine was equally puzzled upon hearing this. Logically speaking, a powerful figure like St. Louis shouldn't have only this much. However, she quickly remembered something and then spoke to Roland. "My lord, don't be disappointed. I suspect that St. Louis not only added attribute restrictions to this spatial ring, but also added strength restrictions. It's possible that your strength is too weak, so you only opened a part of the space inside the ring. Most of the space is still hidden and you can't use it. So that's how it is," Roland suddenly realized. But these words stung Roland again. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face as he looked at Catherine and said, "Catherine, how do you know so much?" Catherine's expression changed, and she said calmly, "You'll know once you read more books." Roland remained non-committal. He didn't believe that Catherine's profound knowledge could be learned from books, but since Catherine was unwilling to elaborate, he didn't press her further. Just as Roland continued to study the spatial ring in his hand, a sudden hiss came from the cave. The three of them were startled and immediately picked up their weapons, preparing for battle. However, Little Dragon suddenly became excited and took off running towards the depths of the cave. Upon seeing this, Roland and his two companions hurriedly followed. However, when they followed Xiaolong and turned a corner, they saw a scene that puzzled them. The little dragon was seen playing happily with a crimson beast with horns on its head, shaped like a horse. However, only the little dragon was having fun, while the beast was terrified and dared not move. This is a mid-level magical beast, the fire dragon horse, a top-tier mount, Andre said excitedly from his side. As a knight, he naturally had a deep understanding of mounts. Roland looked at the fire-breathing horse with a strange expression on his face. "No way. This fiery dragon horse is my real reward." At that moment, Xiaolong also saw Roland and then trotted over after the fire dragon horse. The fire dragon horse stared stubbornly at Roland, but under the coercion and enticement of the little dragon beside it, the fire dragon horse finally lowered its proud head to Roland. "My lord, it is showing its submission to you," Andre said excitedly. "Surrender? Is it that simple?" So, Roland couldn't help but gently touch the head of the fire dragon horse. But unlike with the little dragon, no master-servant contract appeared. This shows that although the fire dragon horse has submitted to him, it may still rebel if he treats it badly in the future or if it encounters danger. Regardless, this fire dragon horse is now his. A rare mount. Doesn't this perfectly meet the requirements? So, Roland quickly opened the quest panel to take a look. Sure enough, the original task had disappeared, and new task had appeared on the panel. The reward for the mission really is this fiery dragon horse. Chapter 35, Kane's Return. Mission: your performance has exceeded my expectations. You have perfectly resolved the crisis on Cancer Island, and you can finally focus on developing your territory. However, you have discovered that the territory's population seems too small, and there is a severe shortage of manpower everywhere. which is seriously hindering the territory's development. Therefore, my lord, please expand the territory's population as soon as possible and increase it to more than 10,000. Reward: 5 intermediate soul imprint potions. A new mission has been released, requiring the territory's population to be increased to over 10,000. Currently, the total population of Crab Island is just over 3,000, meaning that nearly 7,000 more people are needed to complete the mission. This will almost double the population of Cancer Island, and the increase in population is not just a simple increase in numbers. Correspondingly, many supporting facilities and conditions need to be improved. For example, food supplies need to be increased, housing needs to be added, the number of doctors and guards needs to be expanded accordingly, and enough jobs need to be provided in the territory, etc. This is not a simple matter of recruiting people. If these supporting conditions are not in place, the increase in people will not only fail to become a driving force for the development of Cancer Island, but will instead become an unstable factor. However, Roland was not too worried. He had already begun to expand Pearl Town, and increasing the population was also part of his plan. The system's task happened to be the same as his plan. Moreover, expanding the population by 7,000 is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It requires a long period of gradual accumulation, which gives Roland and Crab Island time to adapt. I thought about it for a while. Roland believed that the task was not too difficult to complete, it just required time. In this era, population was also a commodity, and the fastest way to increase the population was naturally to buy slaves. It seems we'll need Cain to go out and buy slaves when we get back. I wonder when he'll be back. Roland thought to himself. As for the intermediate soul branding potion, which is a reward for completing the mission, it is a rare control potion that can brand the soul of a silver knight or an intermediate mage, allowing them to be manipulated. This doesn't sound very honorable, so the potion is prohibited in some places. However, even without the ban, few people would use this potion because the soul imprint potion requires an extremely rare soul spirit grass, and the cost of just one bottle of this potion is over 10,000 gold coins, so it is not worthwhile to use it to control the silver knight. Moreover, as long as there is a higher-level professional, such as a gold knight or high-level mage, they can remove the soul mark on his body. It is easily destroyed by others, so this potion is not very practical. However, Roland didn't think so. Even the most powerful Andre on Crab Island had not reached the level of a golden knight, and Roland did not believe that anyone could destroy this potion. He currently has 3 silver knights captured from the Redbeard pirates mining in the mines, which is a huge waste of their talents, but Roland is really worried about letting them go. This medicine appeared at just the right time. With this in mind, Roland already had a plan in mind. Afterwards, Roland, Catherine, and Andre also emerged from the cave and began their return journey. But this time, they brought 2 new companions with them. The 2-winged dragon wolf cub, which Roland had gotten used to calling Little Dragon, seemed to like the name very much, as it would come running over as soon as Roland called it. As for the fiery red dragon horse, Roland directly called it Fire Dragon. The name was incredibly domineering, and the horse had an arrogant personality. It didn't really obey Roland's commands, and Roland had to put pressure on it through the little dragon before it would obediently follow his orders. Sometimes Roland even felt that the fire dragon had not been tamed by him, but by the little dragon. Roland rode the little dragon at breakneck speed on the ground the whole way. Its flying skills were not very good, and Roland tried to fly, but fell quite hard. Andre, Catherine, and the fire dragon followed behind, galloping all the way. In just a few minutes, the 3 of them arrived at the place where they had dismounted earlier. They saw that the 3 war horses were still tied up in the same spot. Suddenly, Roland appeared on his little dragon, which terrified the 3 war horses so much that they collapsed to the ground, their bodies convulsing. This was the bloodline suppression of the inferior by the superior. "Calm down, little dragon. You've scared my war horse half to death." Roland gently patted the little dragon's head and said helplessly. Xiao Long proudly raised his head, looking at the 3 war horses with disdain. However, he slightly withdrew his aura, and only then did the 3 war horses slowly recover and stand up again. At this moment, Andre and his companion, along with the fire dragon horse, also arrived. Upon seeing the magnificent fire dragon horse, the 3 war horses, who had been terrified, immediately moved closer and began rubbing their noses against its body. These 3 war horses were all Mares, seemingly attracted by the magnificent fire dragon. Without hesitation, the fire dragon kicked two ordinary war horses, which immediately let out painful howls and ran away into the distance. Only when facing Roland's red-maned horse did it sniff it a few times with a look of disgust and then kick it away again. However, the red-maned horse seemed unwilling to give up. It turned around, stuck out its rear end, and kept moving closer to the fire dragon. The fire dragon kicked it a few more times, and then, facing the red-maned horse's approaching rear end again, it climbed onto it with a look of disgust. Snap, 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 snap. Roland stared at the scene in utter shock. A blush instantly spread across Catherine's face. On the contrary, André showed an excited expression. Looking at André's excited expression, Roland thought to himself, this guy probably doesn't have any weird fetishes. André rushed to Roland's side and said excitedly, "Great! If they can conceive, we'll have another hybrid fire dragon horse, which will definitely be much better than the red-maned horse." Upon hearing André's words, Roland finally understood why he was so excited. At the same time, André's words also gave him a hint of inspiration. Fire Dragon was indeed an excellent warhorse, but now that Roland has Little Dragon, its position has become somewhat redundant. Moreover, it has a proud and arrogant nature, making it difficult even for Roland to ride, let alone give it to someone else. So Roland has never figured out how to deal with Fire Dragon Horse. However, this scene gave Roland a new idea. Perhaps, let the Fire Dragon be a professional stallion in its own territory. Let it revel every night and be happy every day, and then dedicate its genes to create a group of excellent war horses for its territory. The Fire Dragon Horse is a mid-level magical beast. Roland doesn't have high requirements. As long as its offspring can maintain the bloodline of a low-level magical beast, that will be enough. Thinking of this, Roland dared not disturb them any longer and quietly watched the Fire Dragon and the red-maned horse being affectionate and entwined. Catherine watched as André and Roland stared intently at the thing, and a look of disgust, as if she were looking at a pervert, crept into her eyes. Catherine suddenly felt that she might have followed the wrong person. Roland had been waiting for more than 10 minutes, but the Fire Dragon horse was exceptionally powerful and showed no signs of venting its power. Roland was getting impatient, so he said to André, "André, you all wait here. After the Fire Dragon is done, take the red-maned horse back and take good care of it. Maybe we can really get another excellent warhorse." André immediately nodded in agreement. Only then did Catherine suddenly understand what the two men were thinking, and she couldn't help but feel ashamed of her own filthy thoughts. Roland then mounted the little dragon, and with a whoosh, his figure disappeared from their sight. Roland sat on the broad back of the little dragon, freely feeling the wind blowing across his cheeks. This extreme speed was the dream of every man. When it encounters a ditch or river, the little dragon flaps its two wings and leaps into the air, easily crossing the wide ditch with a single bound. The speed of the little dragon was incomparable to that of the red-maned horse. They were worlds apart. Originally, it took Roland and his two companions a whole day to reach the depths of the Duocan forest, but he, riding the little dragon, saw the town of Pearl in just 3 hours. At this moment, the guard standing on the watchtower of Pearl Town in the distance also saw a black dot appearing from the direction of Dolan Forest. At first, he did not know what it was, until he saw a giant wolf with wings on its back. Immediately, he showed a look of horror. Just by looking at the little dragon's appearance, even an ordinary person could tell that it was definitely not an ordinary magical beast. Enemy attack. Monsters are attacking from the direction of Dolan Forest. The guard quickly sounded the alarm and shouted urgently. Soon, a well-trained team of guards arrived at the east side of Pearl Town, which faces the Dolan Forest. Leading them was the surrendered general, Kenneth. Hearing the call, he rushed over immediately, intending to make a good impression and impress everyone. However, when he saw the terrifying appearance of the two-winged dragon wolf, he was startled. What kind of warcraft is this? I don't recognize it. However, just by looking at it, Kenneth knew that this monster was not to be trifled with, and that he was probably no match for it. Just as he was about to shamelessly back down, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a human figure on the monster's body. Upon closer inspection, Carnet finally saw it clearly. Isn't that the figure sitting atop this mysterious magical beast his lord? Carnet was startled. Lord, you're so powerful. You only went to Dolan Forest for a day or two, and you already brought back a magical beast mount. Then, he hurriedly shouted, Open the city gates. Open the city gates. The Lord has returned." Upon hearing this, the guards recognized Roland and hurriedly pushed open the city gate. Unfortunately, Xiaolong was incredibly fast and had already reached them. Suddenly, the little dragon spread its wings, then leaped up, its massive figure instantly taking flight. It then carried Roland directly over the low walls of Pearl Town and into the town. Puff! The little dragon landed, stirring up a gust of wind. A woo! Accompanied by a wild roar. Little Dragon makes a dazzling appearance. Everyone was so frightened that they took several steps back, then stared in shock at the enormous monster before them. If their lord hadn't been sitting there, they would have run away long ago. Roland, with a thud, jumped down from behind the little dragon and laughing loudly as he looked at the terrified expressions on everyone's faces. "Don't be afraid, everyone. Its name is Xiaolong, and it's my partner. Don't let its scary appearance fool you. It's actually very gentle." Little Dragon didn't seem to accept Roland's introduction and immediately bared his teeth, fiercely revealing his incredibly sharp teeth. This startled everyone, causing them to take several steps back. Xiaolong then revealed a smug expression and roared with joy. Left with no other choice, Roland patted the little dragon and, under everyone's watchful eyes, led it all the way back to the Lord's mansion, scaring countless adults and children along the way. However, in the following days, as Xiaolong appeared more and more often, everyone began to accept its existence. It doesn't seem as fierce as it looks. Sometimes on the street, some bold children even curiously run over and touch its soft fur. Xiaolong doesn't seem to mind children, letting them touch him. But if adults come, he'll bare his teeth at them, scaring them so much they run away in a panic. The fire dragon was brought back by Andre and his men, who then quickly selected more than a dozen female warhorses and sent them to it. However, it seemed to have entered a sage mode and ignored these mares for the past few days, which made Andre very anxious. Andre also settled the red-maned horse in a safe place and arranged for special care of it, feeding it the best tender grass and fresh milk to supplement its nutrition, ensuring that it could successfully conceive a dragon's offspring. However, turning a dragon into a stallion can't be rushed. You can't force someone to do something like that. You can only try to put it with Mares and see if some unexpected love can happen. In just 3 minutes after Roland and his men returned from the Dolan Forest, a simple single-masted sailboat slowly approached the harbor. Kane and his fleet are back. Upon receiving the news, Roland rushed to Pearl Harbor immediately. This is the first time his fleet has returned from a voyage, and, as the owner of the fleet, he should come to welcome them back. "I have fulfilled my mission, sir." Kane looked travel-worn, but he spoke with a smile. Upon hearing this, Roland knew that the voyage was secure, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. With Kane's abilities, he should be able to make a lot of money. Roland thought to himself. However, when Kane told Roland about their find, he was still incredibly shocked by it. Chapter 36, Mining Gold. "My lord, our total income from this voyage was about 2,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins were used to purchase urgently needed supplies for Crab Island, and the remaining 1,000 gold coins were brought back by me." Kane handed a large, heavy bag of gold coins to Roland. Upon seeing this, Roland felt a little dazed. In the past, these 2,000 gold coins would have been nearly 10 years' worth of tax revenue for Crab Island. But now, Karen's fleet has easily brought them back after a month of sailing. It must be said that maritime trade is indeed the fastest way to acquire wealth. As long as you have ships and goods, you can obtain a continuous stream of wealth. Roland wouldn't care about 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins now, but it's a steady stream of income, which is extremely important to Crab Island. "Thank you for your hard work, Kane. I'm very satisfied with your performance. Ha ha ha. Come on. I've already had a sumptuous feast prepared. We can talk about the fleet later." Roland laughed and said that he was never stingy with his efforts towards his capable subordinates who could bring him value. At this moment, an even grander plan was slowly forming in his mind. After a night of revelry, Cancer Island prepared a long-awaited banquet for the return of Kane's fleet. The sailors, who had been adrift on the ship for a month, also indulged themselves wildly, drinking bottles of fine wine as if they were water, which made the old butler Robert look on with heartache. However, Roland didn't care, because their value far exceeded that of the fine wine. Roland then rewarded each sailor with 20 gold coins, while the captain, first mate, and other managers received even more. As for Kane, who was in charge of the fleet, Roland directly rewarded him with 100 gold coins. This amounted to nearly 30% of the profits from this trade trip. Such a generous lord is rare in this world, and everyone expressed their sincerest gratitude to Roland. It wasn't until the next day, after everyone had sobered up, that Roland called Cain over. He needed to discuss the development of the shipping fleet with Cain. My lord, your bundled sales strategy is very successful. As long as we continue to follow this method, gold coins will flow into our pockets like a river. Cain said with great pleasure. He made huge profits from nobles and merchants by relying on watermelons, a unique specialty of Crab Island, and bundling them with other ordinary goods. However, Roland did not seem pleased, but calmly asked in return, "What if there are no watermelons? How would you make a profit then?" Hearing this, Cain's face darkened, and then he said, "If that's the case, then we have no advantage over other fleets. We can only make a meager profit through ordinary transit trade. Doing trade requires exclusivity and special products. Without these, we can only earn a meager fee." Roland nodded and said, "Besides watermelons, Cancer Island really doesn't have any other specialties, and the production of watermelons is also limited. As you can see, we have captured 5 sailing ships that are even bigger than the Pearl. I plan to expand the fleet, but relying solely on watermelons may not be enough to support such a large fleet. What do you think we should do?" Cain had naturally seen the 5 medium-sized ships docked in the port yesterday. He initially thought they were other trading fleets, but when he heard that Roland had led the team to wipe out the Redbeard pirates and seize the ships, he immediately developed even greater respect for Roland. After a moment's thought, Cain spoke seriously. If Cancer Island wants to develop, it must expand its shipping fleet. However, we do not currently have the strength to significantly expand our fleet. Although we have enough transport ships, we do not have the corresponding personnel. In my estimation, the navigation personnel on our island can only expand 2 ships at most. Roland nodded slightly, approving of his statement. No matter the era, talent is the most important thing. If I hadn't met Cain, I probably wouldn't have been able to build even a single shipping ship. Cain continued speaking. As for the goods, the production of watermelons is indeed too small, at most enough to support the trade of 1 transport ship, and the rest can only be used to load other goods on the island. However, it is impossible to make the same huge profits as watermelons. The goods that our Cancer Island has include ironware, fish products, animal products, etc. Apart from the ironware made by Gullet, which has some characteristics and has some additional profits, the other goods do not have any advantages in comparison. However, the essence of trade is to exchange one's surplus goods for one's essential goods. Therefore, we still need to sell these surplus goods, even if the profit is meager. My suggestion is that I lead 3 ships to continue maritime trade. If there are not enough goods on Cancer Island, then I will engage in transshipment trade to ensure that the fleet can be self-sufficient while earning some profit. At the same time, I will recruit more trainee sailors to learn on board. Once these sailors have gained experience, we can expand the fleet again. Hearing Cain's words, Roland knew that this was a helpless move. After all, it was impossible to reap huge profits from every voyage. Many maritime merchants went bankrupt because of a single voyage. But Cain didn't finish speaking. "However, my lord, whether our shipping fleet can grow bigger and stronger depends most importantly on this island. As long as the island's economy is prosperous and its resources are abundant, the fleet will naturally have the confidence to trade with others." Roland nodded thoughtfully and said, "The fishing village has doubled in size, and the amount of fish produced will increase significantly. In addition, the waters around Skull Island are rich in cod and salmon, which may become the main products of our Crab Island in the future." Then Roland suddenly shook his head and said, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's do it the way you said. However, I have a new task for you." Cain quickly replied, "Please give your orders, sir." Roland looked at him and said directly, "Slaves. I need a lot of slaves. Besides trade, your mission on this voyage is to help me buy 7,000 slaves." Upon hearing his words, Cain was immediately startled and said, "So many slaves? Why is this, sir?" Roland shook his head and said, "Our population on Cancer Island is too small to support the development of Cancer Island. 7,000 people is just an initial plan. After these people are settled, I may have more needs." Hearing this, Cain didn't ask any more questions and simply said, "My lord, since you have made your decision, I will naturally carry it out resolutely. However, 7,000 people is not a small number, and it will take some time to complete. Roland nodded and said, "That's no problem, but I have a few requests. First, when you buy slaves, you should try to maintain a balanced male-to-female ratio. Second, buy as many slaves as possible with special skills, whether they're craftsmen, sailors, farmers, bards, brewers, sculptors, painters, or even bronze knights or silver knights. As long as they have talents in various fields, you can buy them for me. Gold coins are not a problem." Cain immediately agreed upon hearing this. Roland then gave him 20,000 gold coins as funds to purchase slaves, and Cain returned to Pearl Harbor to begin preparations for the fleet's second voyage. After Cain left, Roland did not rest. Instead, he took out Relos's exploration map and studied it carefully. Finally, his gaze fell on a place on the edge of the Dolan Forest. There's also a hidden gold mine there. Previously, Roland was afraid of the dangers of the magical beasts in the Dolan Forest and dared not mine. But now his strength has greatly increased, and he has also subdued the most dangerous two-winged dragon wolf in the forest. Theoretically, there should be no high-level magical beasts in it. Thinking of this, Roland quickly called Oliver, Goulart, and Statham over. The three were puzzled by Roland's summons. Recently, the entire Pearl Town had been undergoing expansion, and Oliver was extremely busy. "The three of you, I have a new task for you." Upon hearing this, Oliver's face fell, and he said, "My lord, I still have a lot of things to deal with in the city. Please spare me." Roland smiled slightly and said, "Leave these things to Clayton. From now on, you will focus entirely on this new task." Hearing this, Oliver breathed a sigh of relief and then said, "In that case, I'll follow your instructions, sir. But what are your tasks, sir?" Gillett and Statham also looked at Roland with curiosity. Roland smiled and said, "Oliver, do you remember the time we fought those two wind wolves near that little stone house in Dolan Forest?" Oliver quickly said, "Of course I remember. Your figure as you slayed the wind wolf will forever be etched in my heart." Roland shook his head helplessly. He didn't like such crude flattery, so he spoke directly. "Actually, last time I was there, I discovered there was a gold mine underground, but we didn't have the strength at the time, so I didn't deal with it. Now that we have the ability, I've decided that the three of you will lead the team to develop that gold mine." Upon hearing this, all three of them showed expressions of shock. "My lord, are you sure? You've really discovered gold mine?" Even the smallest gold mine is worth over 100,000 gold coins. If there really is a gold mine, then Crab Island could become rich overnight. Roland nodded and said, "Of course, you can trust me unconditionally. So from now on, the three of you will immediately organize a mining team to go there and build a gold mine, and strive to dig out gold this month." The three exchanged glances, feeling a great sense of responsibility, but still nodded in agreement. 2 silver knights were dispatched at once, putting Roland's manpower under strain once again. These days, only Catherine and Andre are relatively free. However, Andre has been cultivating recently, trying to break through to the level of a golden knight, and Roland didn't want to disturb him. Otherwise, Andre would be the most suitable person to mine the gold this time. Then, Roland continued to look at the map. Upon seeing the magic crystal mine deep within the southern swamp on the map, Roland frowned and pondered for a long time before finally shaking his head helplessly. The situation in the southern swamp is even more complex and dangerous than in the Dolan Forest. Poisonous insect traps are everywhere, and various magical beasts are hidden in the swamp. Many of them are very troublesome, poisonous magical beasts, which pose a great threat even to silver knights. Without the golden knight, there's no guarantee of success in the magic crystal mine. Perhaps once Andre breaks through to the golden knight level, he can give it a try. In the days that followed, Crab Island continued to develop steadily according to Roland's plan. The task of renovating and expanding Pearl Town was entirely assigned to Clayton, which made him complain endlessly. However, despite his complaints, he still had to continue doing what needed to be done. As a result, the dilapidated appearance of Pearl Town began to undergo tremendous changes. Meanwhile, Oliver, Gullet, and Statham also made a preliminary discovery of a gold mine at the location Roland had told them about. This excited the three of them so much that they immediately organized a team to start building a new mine. Perhaps in the near future, gold could be produced here. The matter of Fire Dragon Horse becoming a stallion is also progressing quite smoothly. Although Fire Dragon Horse doesn't look down on ordinary Mares, after spending more time with them, or perhaps it's just its nature, it has developed a relationship with several ordinary Mares that goes beyond friendship. These mares were then given special care and were served by dedicated staff, thus escaping their fate of being ridden. Overall, everything is going well on Cancer Island. With nothing to do each day, Roland would ride the little dragon to wander around the island at lightning speed. What would normally be a 10-hour journey could be completed in just 2 hours under the dragon's sway, greatly saving him time. It had been a week since the shipping fleet left. According to previous predictions, they would need another week to return to Crab Island. Although Roland was anxious to complete the mission, he had no choice but to accept it. While Roland was idly reading a book in his room, he suddenly picked it up and a piece of paper fluttered down from the bookshelf. Roland frowned, somewhat forgetting what this was. But he quickly came up with an idea. Isn't this the letter I found in the safe on that Marquis Debon's slave ship? It got wet, so Roland put it on the bookshelf to dry, but he got so busy later that he completely forgot about it. Since he had nothing else to do, he put down the book in his hand, unfolded the letter, and began to read it with curiosity. However, as he watched, Roland's expression darkened. I urgently need tips, positive reviews, and requests for more updates. And more updates via ads. Chapter 37, The Storm Arrives. My dearest friend, Marquis Otto. Upon seeing these words, Roland's eyes narrowed. Marquis Otto, whose full name is Otto Berland, is a powerful lord in the province of Portland. His territory encompasses the entire Berland Highlands and most of the Sacramento Plain, an area several times larger than Cape Brun. It is a prosperous economic and trade center with a dense population. The lord of this territory, Otto Berland, is a powerful amethyst knight. Although his strength is not as great as that of the triumphant duke, he is still a top-tier expert. How could Marquis Dibin of the Kingdom of Landon be associated with Marquis Otof of the Holy Dragon Empire? The two are worlds apart. Roland was somewhat puzzled, but then continued looking down. But the more Roland looked, the more alarmed he became. The letter revealed that Dibin and Otof were secretly plotting to overthrow the Grand Duke of Triumph. Otof was powerful, but his title and territory had not been improved for a long time due to the Grand Duke's oppression. His mind seemed to be starting to wander. The Duke of Triumph wields unparalleled power in Portland Province, and as long as he exists, he will forever suppress the Marquis of Berland, preventing him from ever rising to prominence. I watched it all the way to the end. The 60th birthday of the victorious Duke will be in 3 months. Everything is ready. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Upon seeing this cryptic statement, Roland was also taken aback. Could it be that Berland and Deb One are planning to assassinate him on the Grand Duke's birthday? 3 months later, Roland looked at the date on the letter, which was still a month ago, meaning that the Grand Duke's birthday was in 2 months. However, the letter did not explain the details of their actions, but even so, Roland could tell that the two were definitely plotting something big. After reading the letter, Roland's expression grew increasingly serious. Originally, this kind of high-level game seemed to have nothing to do with him. Unfortunately, the Marquis of Otof's territory was located south of Cape Brun, and the two territories were closely connected. This wouldn't have been a problem in itself, but what was more unfortunate was that Roland's father, the Earl of Rowena, had a very bad relationship with the Marquis of Otof. Otof had long coveted the prosperous Cape Brun and had plotted a rebellion by several viscounts of Cape Brun against Rowena. If it weren't for the suppression by imperial law and the Grand Duke of Triumph, Otof would probably have taken over most of Cape Brun by now. This sowed the seeds of hatred between the two. Afterwards, Rottweiler gained more and more favor from the Grand Duke of Triumph, who also seemed to be grooming Rottweiler to keep the disobedient Marquis Otof in check. So, the conflict between the two eventually became open and irreconcilable. Thinking of this, Roland's brows furrowed even more. If Otof and Debon's conspiracy succeeded and the Grand Duke of Triumph fell, leaving Portland Province without a leader, Otof would surely use his power to seize the territories of other nobles. Rowena, who had always opposed him, would likely be the first to suffer and meet a bad end. He had to pass the message on to his father, Rowena, in a timely manner, and then Rowena would report it to the Grand Duke of Triumph. Roland originally intended to send Andre to complete the mission, but after thinking about it, he decided to deliver it himself. So he immediately ordered people to prepare boats. In just 1 hour, preparations for the voyage were complete. The ship was still the same small vessel that Roland had used before. Now that Kane and his crew had a new ship, they naturally replaced the old and dilapidated vessel. The name Pearl was changed to the new flagship, and the small ship was renamed the Crab Lord. Roland didn't mind a small boat. It was small and easy to set sail, required less than half the crew of other ships, and wasn't much slower. Overall, the Crab Lord's sailing costs were the lowest. This time, Roland only took Andre and Catherine with him, and he didn't say much about what it was about. Even though Andre and Catherine were the people he trusted most, he would not reveal this secret. The voyage was tedious. Roland stood alone on the deck, gazing into the distance, while Andre was engrossed in his cultivation in the cabin. Recently, Andre had been spending more and more time in seclusion, and Roland sensed that it might not be long before Andre became a glorious golden knight. This was also a great joy for Roland. Catherine was also meditating with her eyes closed in the cabin. Even at this moment, she was tightly holding the magic wand that she had seized from the Red-Beard pirates, as if the wand had magical powers. Only Roland was doing nothing. But just then, several ships suddenly appeared in the distance ahead, heading towards the waters near Crab Island. Roland was stunned. Cancer Island is just a sparsely populated and economically depressed island. What are they going to Cancer Island for? Could they be pirates? But the Red-Beard pirates had already been wiped out, so there shouldn't be any pirates in the surrounding waters anymore. However, as the ships drew closer, Roland discovered that they were just ordinary merchant ships, and he could even vaguely recognize some of the noble insignia on some of them. However, at this point, Roland still didn't understand why they were heading towards Crab Island. "Captain Jack, go ask them what they're doing there." Roland frowned and called to the captain beside him. Upon hearing this, Captain Jack immediately climbed up the ship's mast, then took 2 flags and signaled them with the common maritime flag signals. Flag signals were invented by the legendary navigator Christopher Columbus. They enable ships to communicate with each other through hand gestures. After many years of development, flag signals have become a complete system for transmitting maritime information. Any information related to navigation can be communicated through flag signals. Soon, someone on the opposite ship responded using flag signals. Upon receiving the message, Captain Jack immediately climbed down and went to Roland's side, saying with some concern, "Sir, they said there's a huge storm brewing in the sea ahead, and it's getting closer and closer to Crab Island. They've come to this area to take shelter from the storm." Storm? Looking at the clear blue sky and calm sea ahead, Roland was somewhat incredulous. However, these merchant ships had no reason to lie. After thinking for a moment, Roland said with some doubt, "Let's keep going." He wanted to see if there really was a storm ahead. Upon hearing this, Captain Jack immediately ordered his sailors to move forward. Along the way, they kept seeing ships heading towards Crab Island, also seeking shelter from the storm. The Cancer Lord continued forward, but after only about an hour, it could see in the distance that dark clouds, almost blotting out the sky, accompanied by streaks of lightning, were approaching. There really was a storm, and a huge one at that. Roland could even see a ship in the raging waves like a leaf being battered by the waves, in a very dangerous situation, at risk of capsizing at any moment. However, at this moment, Roland had no intention of sacrificing himself to save others. He immediately shouted, "Turn around, return to Cancer Island at full speed." With his command, the small hull of the Cancer Lord quickly turned around and then sped towards Cancer Island, and the storm in the distance was gradually moving away from them. As Roland watched the storm recede into the distance, he seemed to understand something. This must be the effect of the sea god's blessing. After several more hours of sailing, the Cancer Lord returned to the port of Cancer Island empty-handed. The port was already full of ships, and many more were unable to dock and could only float in the waters outside the port. Pearl Harbor, which was usually very peaceful, suddenly became noisy, with hundreds of sailors disembarking from their ships to rest and relax in the harbor. The once dilapidated tavern at the port suddenly became bustling with people, shoulder to shoulder. The tavern owner, Carl, was both surprised and delighted to see this scene. As he watched his aged wine being drunk bottle by bottle and silver coins flowing into his hands, he hurriedly called his men to go to Pearl Town to purchase more wine. These sailors didn't enjoy drinking elegant, sweet wines. They were much more interested in strong rum and vodka. Many sailors gathered together, picked up dice cups, and began gambling. Shouts and cheers filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Some sailors were even preparing to go to Pearl Town to find women. But when they heard that there were no brothels in Pearl Town, they left with disappointed looks. Seeing all this, Roland's mind began to race. These sailors spend most of their time at sea, Which one of them doesn't have half a gold coin, or even a single gold coin on him? Now that they've come to Crab Island, it gives Crab Island the opportunity to earn the gold coins they possess. Not only the ship docking fees, but also the ship supplies, ship repairs, and the crew's food, drink, and entertainment expenses are all sources of income that generate substantial profits. If the scale is expanded, Cancer Island could even be developed into a trade transit center. Geographically, Crab Island is located in the middle of the shipping route between the Winter Empire, the Holy Dragon Empire, and the Violet Empire, making it a suitable trading hub. However, we are still far from this goal. It will require huge investment and long-term support before we can see results. Cancer Island is blessed by the sea god and is a natural harbor for sheltering from storms. With each storm, more and more sailors will come to know about this treasure land. Then Roland's eyes lit up, and he waved to one of his men, whispering a few instructions. Soon, the subordinate ran quickly towards Pearl Town. I can't make big money right now, but making small money is no problem. Soon, groups of people from Pearl Town arrived. Some set up tables, and others set up small stalls at the dock. Some sold various delicacies, others sold drinks and fruits, weapons and armor, and still others set up gambling tables. The sailors were quickly drawn to the delicious food and entertainment, and pulled out their silver and even gold coins. To Roland's surprise, the best-selling stall was run by a middle-aged woman with graying hair who was a tailor. One by one, the sailors lined up with their torn clothes to have them repaired by this woman. It seems that most sailors are still poor. However, Roland saw a man who had just lost more than a gold coin at the gambling table, and a little while later, he came over with several tattered pieces of clothing to repair. You should know that one gold coin is enough for him to buy hundreds of pieces of clothing. Indeed, we should save where we should and spend where we should. As Pearl Harbor bustled and clamored, the storm in the distance continued to draw ever closer. At first, people were a little panicked and rushed to board the boats to prevent them from being blown away or capsized, but they were stunned when the storm actually arrived. At this time, the sun was still shining brightly over Cancer Island, and a gentle breeze was blowing. The terrifying storm was gradually weakening in the waters around Cancer Island, and finally, it completely dissipated 3 kilometers away from the island. Everyone found it incredible and exclaimed that this was a land blessed by the sea god. If someone were to fly high into the sky at this moment, they would see that the entire ocean is covered by a rolling, terrifying black cloud, as if the end of the world has arrived. In the midst of this terrifying darkness, there was a small point of light. No matter how the surrounding darkness churned, it could never be completely swallowed up, as if by divine intervention. And so, the name Cancer Island became widely known among the sailors and merchants. This terrifying storm lasted for 3 whole days before gradually subsiding, and the terrifying black clouds that covered the entire sea area finally dissipated and disappeared completely. The hundreds of crew members and sailors stranded there, along with more than 20 ships, finally left Crab Island. With the departure of the last merchant ship, Crab Island finally returned to its former tranquility. And this time, Cancer Island also reaped huge rewards. This group of crew members, sailors, and merchants brought Crab Island hundreds of gold coins in revenue. Moreover, not all of these gold coins were earned by Roland. A significant portion flowed into the hands of ordinary people on Crab Island, becoming their wealth. In the future, this wealth will continue to circulate within Crab Island, ultimately benefiting everyone. With the storm gone, Roland once again embarked on his journey to War Banner City. However, before leaving, under his supervision, Pearl Harbor finally accelerated its expansion. Roland's ultimate goal was to enable Pearl Harbor to simultaneously accommodate hundreds of ships for resupply. By then, Crab Island will become an important trading port in the entire sea area, and with the increase in trade and the gathering of people, a large amount of gold coins will continue to flow into Roland's pocket. However, this requires long-term development and careful management. At this moment, Roland has more important things to do. After a 10-hour voyage, Roland finally arrived at the port of Victoria at Cape Brun. Without time to talk to his best friend Flet, Roland immediately changed into his warhorse and headed for War Banner City. I urgently need tips, positive reviews, and requests for more updates. Thank you so much, everyone. Chapter 38, Heading to Jubai City. The old butler Albert was surprised by Roland's sudden visit, since they all had their own territories to manage and generally wouldn't return unless there was a reason. However, when he heard Roland's request, he showed a regretful expression and said, "Young Master Roland, I regret to inform you that the master is not in the city at the moment." Roland asked with a curious expression, "Where did father go? When will he be back?" Albert said with a worried expression, "It seems that there has been a conflict between the northern part of the empire and the Winter Empire recently, and a master has been summoned to the front line." Upon hearing his words, Roland's expression changed instantly. The Frosty Winter Empire. That's a behemoth located in the northern part of the continent. Its strength is in no way inferior to that of the Holy Dragon Empire. The two countries had always lived in peace, so why did a conflict suddenly break out recently? At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Roland's mind. The Kingdom of Landon is located between the Winter Empire and the Holy Dragon Empire, isn't it? Could this conflict between the two countries be related to the Kingdom of Landon? At that very moment, Marquis de Brun of the Kingdom of Landon, together with Marquis Otoff, seemed to be plotting to assassinate the triumphant Duke. Is it just a coincidence that the two are related? Roland thought a lot, but he had no evidence. It was all just his guess, and he needed more evidence. Then, Roland stood there and began to think. With his father, Rowena, absent, how could the messages he possessed be delivered to the Grand Duke of Triumph? With his mere baronial status, he fears he will never see the triumphant Grand Duke again. So, after thinking it over, he made up his mind and asked, "Which city is my father in now?" Albert had no idea what Roland was thinking, and simply answered truthfully. Before the master set off, he said that it seemed that this trip was to Jubii City in Gutmont Province, and not only the master, but also many nobles and powerful people in our Portland Province were conscripted. Gutermont Province rejects the northern city. I've heard of this place. It said that 200 years ago, the soldiers of the Holy Dragon Empire stopped the invasion of the Winter Empire's million-strong army here. So ever since then, this city has been called Jubii City, the front line of the battle between the Holy Dragon Empire and the Winter Empire. Then, Roland took a deep breath, looked at Andre and Catherine, and said, "Let's go. We're heading to Jubii City." After saying that, he mounted his horse and turned to leave. Andre and Catherine stared at Roland in astonishment, not understanding why he was so determined to find Rowena. However, Catherine was only stunned for a moment before following him expressionlessly, while Andre, after realizing what had happened, instantly blushed and his breathing became rapid. He then hurriedly mounted his horse and followed. For a true knight, only the battlefield is where they can demonstrate their strength and achieve great deeds. And Andre was a true knight. His longing for the battlefield stirred his emotions. It took Albert a while to finally react, and then his expression suddenly changed. "Oh no, young Master Roland is heading to Jubii City. Quickly inform the master." But in an instant, he suddenly woke up. The master is also in Jubii City. How can I notify him myself? He then immediately tried to send men to intercept Roland, but the three of them had already disappeared. Albert was sweating profusely and kept pacing around in a panic. Andre and Catherine didn't question Roland's crazy idea of going to North City. After spending so many days together, they knew that Roland was not a mindless and impulsive person. Since he made this decision, he must have his reasons. However, the journey from Jiangxi City to the distant Jubii City is not easy. It would probably take 2 months to travel on horseback. 2 months? The daylily buds have all gone cold. Therefore, they need to use a teleportation array to quickly reach Jubii City. However, Jiangxi City does not have a teleportation array, so they need to go to Triumph City, the city of Triumph Duke, and use the teleportation array in Triumph City to reach Jubii City. Although the two cities are both in Portland Province, they are not close to each other. The three traveled a long distance, changing 3 war horses along the way, and finally arrived at Triumph City, the center of Portland Province, within 3 days. The moment Roland arrived outside Triumph City, he was instantly awestruck by the magnificent and towering city. He vaguely remembered that his father, Rowena, had brought him to Triumph City many years ago, but he was young then. Now, returning, he was still deeply impressed. In Roland's eyes, War Banner City was already incredibly prosperous and grand, but compared to Triumph City, it was like a small house looking at a large house. The two were simply not in the same league. Upon seeing Triumph City, Roland couldn't imagine what the Holy Dragon Empire's capital, Holy Dragon City, would look like. Andre was even more shocked than Roland. He had never left Cape Brun in his life, and he could not imagine what a city more prosperous and magnificent than War Banner City was like. The shock in his heart made him stand there for a long time, staring blankly with his mind blank. Only Catherine glanced up at the towering walls of Triumph City before lowering her head, her expression as calm as ever. The magnificent city of Triumph seemed ordinary to her. It took Roland a while to come to his senses. He then woke up the still-shocked Andre, and the three of them slowly walked into Triumph City. The entrance fee alone costs a full 5 silver coins. Roland is a nobleman and does not need to pay. Although Catherine is also a nobleman, she cannot prove it, so she and Andre need to pay 10 silver coins together. The entrance fee for just the two of them was almost a month's salary for an ordinary person on Cancer Island. Even so, people still came and went in endless stream. The three of them went straight to the Triumph City teleportation array without stopping. They didn't need a guide, as the teleportation array was located right in the center of Triumph City. Horseback riding was not allowed inside the city. It took the three of them half an hour just to walk from the city gate to the city center. It must be said that Triumph City was enormous in scale. The teleportation array was guarded by many powerful warriors, all of whom were at least silver knights, and there were even a few gold knights. After all, this teleportation array cost tens of millions of gold coins to build, so of course it needs to be heavily guarded. Compared to other places, there were far fewer people near the teleportation array. After all, this was not a place that ordinary people could use. The cost of using the teleportation array once was enough for an ordinary person to squander for a lifetime. Roland led Andre and Catherine to an official next to the teleportation array and said, "Hello, the three of us want to go to Jubii City." Upon hearing his words, the official looked up at the three of them, then lowered his head again and said expressionlessly, 1,000 gold coins per person, 3,000 gold coins in total. Upon hearing this, Roland gasped in shock. 1,000 gold coins is enough to feed all the residents of the entire Crab Island for several months. Is it that expensive? Andre couldn't hold back any longer and blurted it out. The official, however, spoke with an impatient expression. Our prices are clearly marked. There's a price list over there. You can check it yourselves. This wasn't his own territory after all, and even a dragon like Roland had to keep to himself. So he walked over to the notice board and saw that it listed the prices for teleporting to various cities in the Holy Dragon Empire. The price is related to the transmission distance. The farther the distance, the higher the price. The lowest price is for teleporting to Byron City in Portland Province, as the two are the closest, so it only costs 100 gold coins. Teleportation to Holy Dragon City, the capital of the Holy Dragon Empire, costs 600 gold coins, which is also quite expensive. As for the 1,000 gold coins to Jubii City, it is considered high price in the price list, but it is not the highest price. The city at the very top of the price list is Oasis City in the far west of the Holy Dragon Empire, which costs a whopping 3,000 gold coins. This means that the distance between the two cities is 3 times farther than that to Jubii City. Although Roland felt a pang of regret at the cost, he had no choice but to spend it. So he took out 3 gold notes worth 1,000 gold coins and handed them over. The official then looked at Roland with surprise. At first, he didn't think that a mere baron would be willing to spend so many gold coins. But now, looking at Roland again, he showed him more respect. He then took the gold notes and said with a smile, "My lord, I've heard there's a war going on in Jubii City right now. You'd better be careful and stay safe." Roland smiled slightly and said, "Thanks for reminding me." The three then stepped into the teleportation array. This was the first time Roland and Andre had used the teleportation array, and they were both quite nervous, taking a deep breath involuntarily. Catherine, however, remained expressionless and utterly calm. Roland couldn't help but think more highly of Catherine. At that moment, the official placed a seemingly very precious magic crystal into the slot of the teleportation array, cast a spell, and activated the teleportation array. This person is actually a magician. This was Roland's last thought before he left. Then he felt a dizzying sensation, and his whole body floated up as if weightless. This lasted for a full 10 seconds until the feeling of weightlessness gradually disappeared and his feet suddenly felt solid, as if he had touched the ground. Only then did Roland finally come back to his senses. Instantly, Roland felt a chill run down his spine. Jubii City is located in the northernmost part of the Holy Dragon Empire, and its temperature is much lower than that of Giant Crab Island. Then Roland focused his gaze and finally saw clearly what was happening before him. Compared to the bustling and colorful Triumph City, Jubii City is not so exquisite and beautiful. Black city walls, black houses, and soldiers wearing black armor make it a city with black as its main color, and a somber atmosphere pervades everywhere. Roland and his two companions quickly stepped out of the teleportation array, curiously looking around the city. The official managing the teleportation array merely glanced at the three of them before speaking. "Where did you come from? How strong are you?" The three were taken aback, but Roland still told the truth. "We come from Cape Brun, Portland. In terms of strength, the two of us are silver knights, and this lady is a mid-level mage." Upon hearing this, the official frowned and said unhappily, "What's going on? Didn't we say we'd only recruit gold knights and above? Why are silver knights joining us to make up the numbers?" Upon hearing this, Roland understood that the other party had misunderstood, so he quickly explained, "We weren't conscripted. We're here to find someone." Upon hearing this, the official's expression softened slightly, and he then spoke. "I see, but what are you doing here in this chaos?" His task was not only to register visitors, but also to identify spies, so everyone who came here had to be questioned by him. Visitors who were not summoned were of utmost concern to him. After all, who would come to this place for no reason? Upon hearing his words, Roland simply replied, "I am Lord Roland Warbill, Baron of Cape Brun Crab Island, Portland Province. My father, Earl Rowena of Cape Brun, has been summoned here. I'm here to speak with him urgently." Upon hearing his words, the official frowned slightly and then said, "This name seems vaguely familiar, but if you're looking for someone, I can't help you with that. You'll need to go to the military and political headquarters and ask around." Upon hearing this, Roland nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you for reminding us. We'll head over now." After saying that, he casually held out a gold note with a face value of 100 gold coins and extended it into the other person's hand. The other party discreetly put it away, and their smile grew even brighter as they spoke. "Then I wish you all the best." Roland nodded, said thank you, and then left the teleportation array. The military and political hall was not far from the teleportation array. The three of them arrived at their destination in just 3 minutes. The guard at the door glanced at them, but did not say anything. The three entered the military and political hall, where they saw people coming and going in a hurry, their steps so fast that Roland could hardly keep up. But now is not the time of focus on these things. He wants to know where his father, Rowena, is, but everyone here comes and goes in a hurry, and Roland doesn't know who to look for. "Hello, may I ask where the Earl of Rowena is located in Portland?" Andre stopped one of them and asked politely. The man merely glanced at Andre and said, "Have no idea." He then left in a hurry. Andre then asked a few more people, but still no one paid them any attention. Roland's face was grim. It was the first time he had ever been ignored like this, but at this moment, they could only endure it. But just as Roland was feeling somewhat helpless, suddenly, a voice rang out. "Who are you? What do you want with Rottweiler?" The three turned around and saw a man in silver armor slowly approaching them, speaking with a cold expression. Roland didn't know this person, but he still told him the truth. "The Earl of Rowena is my father. I have come to see him because I have something urgent to tell him." Upon hearing Roland's words, the man raised an eyebrow, examined Roland carefully for a while, and indeed found some resemblance to Rottweiler. He then slowly spoke. "Are you Rhodes, the son of Rowena?" Roland was somewhat surprised to hear this, not expecting that the other party knew his brother's name, but he still explained. "Rhodes is my elder brother, and I am my father's youngest son, Roland." After saying that, he asked in return, full of curiosity, "May I ask how you know my father, sir?" The man shook his head and said, "I'm the Lord of Chasm, Portland Province. I have had many encounters with your father, so I naturally know him." Upon hearing this, Roland immediately showed a look of surprise. The Lord of Casson City seems to be named Dufit, who is also an imperial earl. His territory is not far from Cape Brun, and Roland still has some recollection of him. So he quickly asked, "Lord Dufit, may I ask where my father is now?" Upon hearing Roland's words, Dufit's expression turned grim. Roland was instantly jolted. A bad feeling began to rise from the bottom of my heart. "I desperately need your encouragement. Donations, requests for more updates, positive reviews, and even advertisements. All are needed. Thank you for your encouragement." Chapter 39, The Crisis of the War Banner Family. Lord Duffet, what has happened to my father? Roland asked with some concern. Although he had no feelings for his father, Rowena, he had to admit that the entire War Banner family depended on him alone. If something really happened to him, he would definitely not have a good life either. Duffet said with a serious expression, Your father, Earl Rowena, led a team on a mission 7 days ago, but he hasn't returned. We've sent people to search for him, but we haven't found anything. Upon hearing this, Roland was immediately alarmed and couldn't help but worry about Rottweiler's fate. Andre's face turned pale instantly, revealing a panicked expression. Rottweiler had always been his role model. What mission did he go to complete? Where did he go? Roland quickly pressed for an answer. Upon hearing this, Duffert frowned, shook his head, and said, This is a military secret. I definitely can't tell you. And even if you did know, what could you do about it? At this point, his expression became extremely solemn as he looked at Roland and continued. You must understand, this is a war between empires. Even your father, Rowena, and I are just grains of sand in this war, and we could be wiped out at any moment. There are hundreds of amethyst knights and magisters from our Holy Dragon Empire alone, and there are even king knights and archmages among them. Once the war breaks out completely, only 1 out of 10 of us might survive. So, you must understand the cruelty of war and not act on emotion or make unnecessary sacrifices. Upon hearing this, Roland's expression turned even more grim. He wasn't acting on emotion. The War Banner family simply couldn't do without Rowena. Right next to Cape Brun, there was a menacing Otof. If something happened to Rowena, could Roland, Rhodes, and the 3 siblings Loria alone protect this legacy? Roland doesn't believe they have that ability, at least not now. However, thinking about this, a question suddenly arose in his mind. Lord Duffet, has Marquis Otof been summoned here? Duffert gave him a strange look, not understanding why Roland suddenly mentioned Otov, but he still told the truth. The Marquis of Otov seems to have contracted a strange illness and is bedridden, so he has not been summoned. Upon hearing this, Roland showed an expression of certainty. Now, he was even more certain that the sudden outbreak of war between the Holy Dragon Empire and the Winter Empire was closely related to Otov's plot to assassinate the triumphant Duke. Even a dignified Amethyst Knight can get sick. Doesn't anyone have any doubts? Could it be that the conflict between the Winter Empire and the Holy Dragon Empire was to facilitate their assassination of the triumphant Duke? However, the Grand Duke of Triumph does not seem to be worthy of such devotion from the 2 great empires. Or rather, the other way around. Was the assassination of the victorious Grand Duke intended to facilitate the war between the 2 countries? Thinking of this, Roland seemed to understand something. Perhaps for the Holy Dragon Empire, the death of a triumphant Grand Duke wouldn't have such a big impact. But what if other Grand Dukes also encountered such a conspiracy? Roland couldn't imagine what chaos would ensue in the Holy Dragon Empire if the dukes of the major provinces were suddenly assassinated. If this is the case in Portland, then other provinces will likely be in similar turmoil. Thinking of this, Roland couldn't help but gasp. However, all of this was just his speculation. Perhaps the other party was only targeting the Grand Duke of Triumph. However, none of that mattered to him right now. What he truly cared about was Rottweiler's safety, so he asked again with utmost seriousness. Lord Duffet, please tell me about my father's situation. After all, he is my father, and I cannot bear to watch him fall into danger. Duffet looked at Roland, his heart filled with emotion. What a filial child. I'd only ever heard that he was incredibly unruly. Indeed, rumors can destroy a person. Duffert frowned and pondered for a moment after thinking about his words, then said, I can't make that decision myself, but I can take you to see Lord Viren, the commander of the 3rd Legion of the Holy Dragon. He is mine, your father's direct superior. If he is willing, you'll get the answer you want. Roland's eyes lit up. At that moment, Duffet suddenly spoke again. Lord Viren is a seasoned Amethyst Knight, so watch your words. Veteran Amethyst Knight. Without a doubt, this would be the strongest person Roland has ever seen, except for St. Louis, who has already turned into bones. Roland nodded, then followed Duffet up the stairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, in front of a large red door, Duffert knocked on the door with utmost humility and said, Your Excellency Dragon, Duffet requests an audience. No sooner had he finished speaking than the previously closed door suddenly opened by itself. There was an elderly man with half-white hair, but an extremely meticulous appearance. Looking down at a map on the table, his brows furrowed, as if he had encountered some problem. "What is it, Dufit?" Wei Long said without turning his head. He said. Dufit hurriedly beckoned Roland and the other two to come in, then bowed and said humbly, "Lord Wei Long, I have something to report to you." Then Dufit told Wolon about Roland's identity and his demands. Upon hearing this, Wolon finally looked up from the map and fixed his gaze on Roland, calmly saying, "Your Rottweiler's son?" Roland felt as if Wolon had seen right through him, leaving him with no secrets. He broke out in a cold sweat and said, "Yes, Lord Byron." Then Wolon glanced at Andre and Catherine behind Roland, a hint of interest in his eyes, and asked, "What is your purpose? With your strength, you are not capable of saving Rottweiler. On the contrary, you are likely to get yourself into trouble." Upon hearing his words, Roland shook his head firmly and said, "None of that matters, because he is my father." In reality, Roland only wanted to protect his own territory. Without the protection of Rowena, the entire Cape Brun would probably be swallowed up by Otov. Although his own Crab Island was in a remote corner, it would probably not escape its fate either. Although the Imperial Continent clearly stipulates that nobles within the Empire are not allowed to fight each other, the law has loopholes. Faced with huge profits, there will always be people who take risks. Such cases are not uncommon in the history of the Empire. The Empire would not punish a still powerful nobleman for the sake of a fallen nobleman. Wolon stared intently into his eyes, and seeing the determination in Roland's gaze, he smiled slightly and said, "I can grant your request, but you should be prepared for a crisis." Roland nodded and said solemnly, "Certainly." Then, Wolon looked down at the map and said, "Your father's mission was to investigate a canyon 50 kilometers northeast of Jubii City, where a portion of the Winter Empire's logistical supplies are said to be hidden. Rowena hasn't sent back any news, but the mission must continue, so..." At this point, he looked up at Duffert and said, "You'll be in charge of this mission, leading a special team of 100 to complete the unfinished task in Rottweiler." Upon hearing this, Duffert immediately spoke up, "Roger that, Lord Byron." Then, Wolon looked at Roland and said with a smile, "You should join our Holy Dragon Army's 3rd Legion. Go with Duffet and search for your father's whereabouts." Roland nodded immediately and said solemnly, "Roger that, Lord Byron." Then Wei Long chuckled twice and said, "But don't worry too much. As far as I know, there are no powerful amethyst knights in the stronghold. With Rowena's strength, even if he is no match for them, he should be able to protect himself." Hearing this, Roland felt a little relieved. Rotvena's strength is that of a top-tier gold knight, below the amethyst knight, and he fears no one. Then, Wyron continued, "Duffet, you should prepare to leave first thing tomorrow morning." The group nodded in agreement, and were about to leave when a voice suddenly came from behind them. "Kid, you seem like a good guy. Here, take this for self-defense. It might come in handy." As soon as he finished speaking, a scroll was thrown over, and Roland hurriedly caught it and looked at it with a puzzled expression. Crystal Shield. Water-based protective magic can withstand attacks from those below the level of a purple crystal knight. The stronger the attacker, the shorter the duration of the attack. Roland showed a grateful expression and said, "Thank you, Lord Byron." Then, the 4 of them turned around and continued to leave. After the 4 of them left, Wei Long stared blankly at the empty doorway, lost in thought. It was unclear what he was thinking. Roland pondered for a long time about the letter between Daibone and Otov, but still did not hand it over. He could have given it to Duffet or Willon, but he did not choose to do so. After this incident, he also realized that some of the nobles in the Holy Dragon Empire might have already rebelled, just like Otov. This might be related to the fact that the current emperor of the Holy Dragon Empire is not very wise and lacks the power to control and unite the nobles within the empire. Even though Duffet and Willon seemed to remain loyal to the Holy Dragon Empire, Roland did not rule out a darker possibility. So after much deliberation, he decided to keep this information to himself. If he could rescue Rowena, that would be ideal. Otherwise, he would have to find a way to get the information to the Grand Duke himself. Fortunately, there are still 2 months until the day of the conspiracy, so he has plenty of time. After Roland and his group left, they said goodbye to Duffet. The 3 of them then went to the streets of Jubii City. He felt that this operation was not safe and that he needed to have some trump cards up his sleeve. Fortunately, Jubii City has been plagued by war for many years, So there are quite a few shops here that sell combat and protective equipment, the largest of which is called the Bohemia Trading Company. Roland and Andre purchased a set of superior armor and a long sword here, which were much better than what the two of them had before. Catherine chose a magic robe, but it cost more than Roland and Andre combined. Therefore, it must be said that being a mage is an expensive profession, and without the backing of a powerful force, it is difficult to achieve outstanding success. Besides giving the three of them brand new equipment, Roland took them to the apothecary to buy some potions and then some magic scrolls. Perhaps these things could save their lives in a critical moment. This one meal unexpectedly cost Roland a full 20,000 gold coins. Although Roland felt a pang of regret, he knew that these were things he couldn't skimp on. Only after everything was prepared did Roland speak solemnly to Andre and Catherine. Catherine, this mission is extremely dangerous. I'll ask you one last time. Are you really willing to come with me? If not, you can return to Cancer Island. Upon hearing his words, Andre spoke with utmost seriousness. A coward can never become a powerful knight, and Lord Rowena has been kind to me, so it is time for me to repay him. Upon hearing his words, Roland nodded in agreement. Andre's answer was not unexpected. Catherine, however, remained expressionless as she spoke. I'm willing to go. That's it. Roland has never understood Catherine, and he still doesn't, but he trusts her quite a bit, probably because of the system. Seeing that the two hadn't left, Roland was a little touched and said earnestly, You two must believe me. You will absolutely not regret the choice you made today. The next morning, Roland and his two companions changed into brand new armor and arrived at the gate of Jubii City. 100 people had already gathered there, led by Defet, who was dressed in full military attire and ready to go. He and Rottweiler are both top-tier gold knights, but in terms of actual combat, it is said that he is no match for Rottweiler. The two have fought several times, but Defet has never won. After that, there were 3 senior gold knights, 7 ordinary gold knights, and the remaining 90 were all silver knights. It was clear that Varen attached great importance to this mission. After everyone had made their preparations outside Jubii City, at Defet's command, 100 knights mounted their war horses and galloped swiftly north of Jubii City. Roland and his two companions were naturally among the crowd, following in the footsteps of their father, Rowena, and galloping swiftly towards the northern canyon. Rottweiler, you absolutely can't die. Roland silently recited in his heart. Please give us a good review, a tip, and urge us to update. Chapter 40 Attack in the Mountains. Their destination was Nailin Canyon, about 50 kilometers northeast of Jubii City. It was said that a stronghold was hidden there, suspected to be planted by the Winter Empire. Rowena was sent there to investigate the situation and then disappeared without a trace. 200 years ago, Nailin Canyon was also part of the Holy Dragon Empire's territory. However, the Frostwinter Empire was incredibly powerful at the time, forcing the Holy Dragon Empire to retreat more than 100 kilometers. Finally, they managed to stop the enemy at Jubii City. The two sides then fought for several more years, with each side winning and losing, neither able to gain the upper hand, and neither able to defeat the other. Finally, they signed a ceasefire agreement. 100 kilometers north of Jubii City was designated as a buffer zone between the two countries, and neither side was allowed to station troops or occupy the land. Because this place is unmanaged, it is rife with bandits and extremely chaotic, with many criminals hiding here, including some powerful individuals. According to the original agreement, the Winter Empire was not allowed to establish a base in Nailin Canyon, and the Holy Dragon Empire was not allowed to send troops to investigate. However, since the two sides were already on the verge of breaking off relations, they no longer needed to pay too much attention to the agreement. 100 men, lightly armed and riding at full speed, could complete the mission in just one day if all went smoothly. However, it probably won't go so smoothly, otherwise Rottweiler wouldn't have encountered danger. Drive, drive, drive. 100 fine horses galloped away, and after a few breaths, they gradually disappeared from view of Jubii City. Scouts cleared the way ahead, constantly relaying messages back to the front, while the mages were surrounded in the very center. Their frail bodies were extremely vulnerable to injury in the event of a surprise attack. As for Roland, he followed closely behind Duffet. Along the way, we could see some lone or scattered people from time to time, and it was hard to tell whether they were bandits hiding here or spies from the Winter Empire. Faced with Roland's 100 cavalrymen, The men immediately turned their horses around and fled. In this chaotic place, when facing a powerful enemy, the first thing to do was to run away. Moreover, this 100-man cavalry regiment is a considerable force even in the entire chaotic land. Soon, the cavalry regiment had advanced 10 kilometers, and here they came to a fork in the road. They were now completely far from Jubii City, and Jubii City had no idea what was happening here. Dufit waved for everyone to stop, then took out a map, glanced at it, and turned to Roland, who was standing to the side, and said, "Both roads lead to Nailing Canyon. Which one do you think your father will take?" Roland frowned as he looked at the fork in the road ahead. If he wanted to find Rowena, he couldn't afford to take the wrong turn. Meanwhile, the scouts ahead returned. They had traveled several kilometers forward, and the two roads seemed to be no different. After thinking for a moment, Roland asked, "How many men did my father bring with him?" Duffert said directly, "About 50 people should be enough for reconnaissance." 50 men is quite a lot of traffic on this kind of narrow road. So Roland dismounted and began to observe the roads on both sides. He found that the trampling marks on the grass and trees on the right side of the road were significantly more severe than those on the left side, and these marks did not seem to be very old. So Roland returned to his horse, pointed to the road on the right, and shared his thoughts and discoveries. Duffert showed an appreciative expression and said, "You have a keen eye for observation. I think you're right. Let's go to the right then." Then, at his command, the troops rushed into the right-hand road. However, what they didn't notice was that after they left, several war horses in the distance also turned around and left. They're being followed. However, Roland and his companions were unaware of this. Meanwhile, Roland and his group slowed down along the road. The terrain here was complex, unlike the open plains they had just passed. It was easy for traps to be set and for ambushes to be launched. A dozen scouts took turns scouting ahead to ensure the road ahead was safe and unobstructed. Meanwhile, Roland continued to carefully observe the tracks on both sides of the road. Suddenly, Roland noticed a tattered piece of silk hanging on a tree branch on the right side of the road, seemingly caught while running. Roland raised an eyebrow, picked it up, and returned to Duffert's side, saying, "I found this nearby." Duffert raised an eyebrow and said, "This is indeed the clothing your father and the others wore back then. The color and pattern match perfectly. We specially went to a shop in the city to buy it. I still remember it a little." Hearing this, they were now completely certain that Rottweiler had headed this way, which relieved Roland. The group then moved slowly forward, continuing for nearly 10 kilometers, where Roland discovered more traces of Rotvina and his companions. Just then, Duffert's expression suddenly changed, and he waved to signal the team to stop. Roland was taken aback, looked at him, and said, "What's wrong, sir?" Duffert frowned and said, "One of the scouts is a minute late. He hasn't returned yet." They sent out more than a dozen scouts to continuously explore the area, with the plan being to return after 5 minutes of exploration, meaning it would take about 10 minutes for a scout to go out and come back. Just now, one of the scouts was late. They are all rigorously trained and generally do not make mistakes. Then, Duffert continued shouting, "All personnel on high alert." Instantly, everyone drew their weapons, their eyes scanning their surroundings with extreme caution. Then, the scouts who had been sent out earlier all returned to the group. As they expected, one of the scouts disappeared. "It's Stella. He hasn't come back." That's what the scout captain said. A quick head count revealed the missing person. Then Duffert continued to ask questions. "Which area is Stella in charge of?" The scout captain answered instantly. He was responsible for scouting the situation on the mountain to the left. Duffert snorted and said, "I don't care who's playing tricks. I'll show them what I'm capable of." Then, he glanced at the people behind him and said, "I'll take 30 men over there to take a look. The rest of you stay put and stand by. If I don't come down in 20 minutes, you can come over here." After saying that, he dismounted with 30 men and charged forward, then climbed up the mountain on the left, with Roland and the other two following behind him. The mountain road was rugged, but for this group of people, all of whom were Silver Knights, it was as easy as walking on flat ground. Soon, they found a corpse ahead, which was none other than the scout Stella. His body was covered in wounds, and the fire element had almost burned his clothes, leaving the wounds charred black. He was killed by a fire tribute knight. Duffert frowned and said, then raised his right hand. Soon, a man leading a hunting dog came over. The dog sniffed the corpse a few times, then ran off in one direction. Duffert explained from the side. This is a mid-level magical beast, the Black Earth Hound. It has an extremely strong sense of smell, not only for scents but also for distinguishing differences in battle aura and magical elements. Following it will lead us to the murderer. After saying that, he led his team to follow. Roland was about to say something, but Dufit had already walked away. He always felt there was something fishy about this. After thinking about it, he followed them anyway, but whispered something to Catherine and Andre beside him. I feel there's a conspiracy involved. We shouldn't get too far ahead. We should stay in the middle or back of the group. The two nodded upon hearing this. The three then ran towards the direction of the group. Soon, they followed the trail of the Black Earth Hound to a mountain hollow. At that moment, the Black Earth Hound, which had been running ahead, suddenly let out a painful howl, and then it limped back. Dufit's face lit up with joy, and he shouted loudly, "Ha ha! You're hiding here, trying to run away." After saying that, he took the lead, brandishing his giant sword, and charged forward. Instantly, the wind and clouds surged, and the surrounding trees were shattered and destroyed by the overflowing battle chi. Dufit is a wind elemental golden knight, so his strength is naturally incredibly powerful. A cold voice came from the other side. "You're all scum of the Holy Dragon Empire. None of you are going to escape today." In an instant, dozens of figures appeared on either side of Roland and his men, almost twice as many as they did. Roland's expression changed instantly, and his battle aura surged out wildly. However, seeing his own people surrounded, Dufit was not panicked at all, but instead laughed and said, "You think you can stop me with just this few people?" Upon hearing this, the other party let out another cold laugh and said, "Are you stronger than that Earth Elemental Knight who came last time?" "Earth Knight? Could they be talking about Rowena? He's an Earth-type knight." Roland was startled, but Dufit scoffed. "As expected, our team was attacked by you last time too. Tell me, where are they now?" The other party did not answer, but said coldly, "You'll see him when you die." Then a black figure suddenly darted out, accompanied by endless flames, and rushed towards Dufit. It was the fire elemental powerhouse who killed Stella. Undeterred, Dufit charged straight at them head-on. With a loud bang, the two collided violently, and the fire and wind battle energies reacted strongly, almost forming a whirlwind of fire. The other people around also rushed over. However, Roland and his companions were not alarmed. They took out a scroll from their pockets and tore it open. In an instant, countless flames rained down from the sky and crashed onto the ground among the enemy's group. These were just ordinary intermediate-level fireball spells, but they still caused great shock to the enemy. After all, magic scrolls are incredibly precious, and who would use them without a reason? Moreover, 30 people were using them together, and this one use alone consumed tens of thousands of gold coins. Those on the opposing side, who didn't have time to dodge, were instantly injured by the flames. Although the large fireball wasn't enough to kill them, it did cause them some damage and trouble, and several people were already injured and unable to fight. Before they could recover, Roland and his group pulled out another scroll and tore it apart. In an instant, giant wind blades appeared out of thin air like scythes and attacked the opponent. The giant wind blade was significantly more powerful than the fireball. Instantly, several people on the opposing side who couldn't dodge in time were killed on the spot, with only a scream escaping their lips. Tens of thousands of gold coins have been squandered again. Upon seeing this, the leader of the men in black's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Dufit and said, "That's quite a feat. I don't believe you have any magic scrolls." Dufit swung his sword directly at the opponent, who dodged it. Then Dufit smiled coldly and said, "What do I care if you don't believe me? I'm rich, so what?" After saying that, he suddenly shouted loudly, "Brothers, smash them. Keep smashing them to death with the scrolls." Soon enough, everyone pulled out their magic scrolls again. Upon seeing this, the man in black gritted his teeth and roared, "Get out of here!" Faced with magic scrolls raining down on them, they had no way to fight back. The previous two waves had already caused them considerable damage, and if another wave came, apart from a few golden knights, the rest of them probably wouldn't be able to hold on. Upon hearing the man in black's order, the others immediately turned and fled. The same applies to the men in black. However, Dufit roared in anger, "Everyone else can run, but you can't." The man in black laughed loudly without turning his head. "I want to run. You think you can stop me? Ha ha!" But in that instant, his smile abruptly vanished. At that moment, he felt an invisible force binding him. making his movements a little slower. His expression changed drastically, and he blurted out, "Wind binding spell. You have a wind mage here. Impossible. We've investigated, and there were no wind mages on your mission." Upon hearing this, Duffert's expression turned cold, and he said, "As expected, there's a traitor among us. I'll deal with you first, then I'll expose that traitor." Without further hesitation, he slashed down with his sword. Seeing that escape was impossible, the man in black had no choice but to turn around and fight back. However, at this point, he had already fallen into a disadvantageous position, being forced to retreat repeatedly by Duffet, and was almost powerless to fight back. At that very moment, Catherine raised her staff again in the distance and softly chanted, "The surge of the wind." Duffet, who was fighting in the distance, instantly felt the wind elemental battle chi within his body become active, and its circulation speed increased. His already unparalleled aura became even stronger. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. Duffet's sword finally came down. This time, the man in black finally couldn't hold on any longer. With a scream, he was sent flying backward, crashing through several trees before falling heavily to the ground, completely incapacitated. Roland stared at the scene in utter shock. This was the first time he had ever witnessed such a clash of strength, and he couldn't even imagine how shocking it was. Meanwhile, Duffet had already returned carrying the man in black and threw him to the ground. "Tell me, where are those people who came 4 days ago?" Duffet patted the man in black's cheek and spoke slowly. Roland couldn't help but feel nervous. Finally, we can find information about Rottweiler. Chapter 41, The Trail of Rottweiler. However, the man in black was quite stubborn and said with a sneer, "They've already been killed by us. I killed them with my own hands." However, Roland didn't believe him and looked at him coldly, saying, "You're lying. With your strength, there's no way you could have killed that leader. His strength is far superior to yours." The man in black's expression changed, and he said, "Oomph. So what if he's strong? We outnumber him. It's no problem for us to wear him down." Hearing this, Roland breathed a sigh of relief. Although Rottweiler had encountered danger, he should not have been killed by the other party. Then, Roland looked at Duffet and said, "Loldu, this man is lying. You must have many ways to interrogate the enemy. I won't get involved." Duffet said with a cruel smile, He, don't worry about that. He can't beat your dad in a fight, but he's no match for me when it comes to torturing people." Then, Roland turned around and looked at the distant mountains. At this moment, there was a crowd of people at the foot of the mountains. It must be that the group left behind saw that they had not returned and came to look for them. At the same time, a pitiful scream came from behind him. No, stop it." For a full 3 minutes, the black-clad man's pitiful screams echoed throughout the entire forest. Just by listening to the sounds, Roland knew that he must have suffered inhuman torture. However, he is indeed a tough guy, and even so, he has persisted until now and refuses to give in. Ultimately, he was only human, and the immense pain completely shattered his will. "Just kill me. I'll talk. Please stop." At this moment, Roland slowly turned around, and the man in black was pale, his eyes were lifeless, and his chest was heaving violently. There were no visible wounds on his body, but everyone knew that he had suffered unimaginable pain. "Why didn't you do this earlier? You had to waste a bottle of soul-devouring potion on me. This stuff is not easy to get." Duffet said with a cold smile. Then he asked directly, "May I have your name?" "Derek Leo," the man in black hurriedly said, no longer daring to hide anything. "Are you from the Winter Empire?" Duffet asked again. Even though he had a general idea in his mind, he still wanted the other party to confirm it personally. The man in black hesitated for a moment, but then nodded and said, "Yes, I am a squad leader of the 8th Legion of the Southern Expeditionary Army of the Winter Empire. My mission this time is to attack the reconnaissance army of your Holy Dragon Empire in the Chaotic Lands." Upon hearing this, Duffet and Roland exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of shock in each other's eyes. Then, Duffet asked with an extremely solemn expression, "How did you know we were from the Holy Dragon Kingdom's army? And how did you know we would be setting off at this time?" Upon hearing this, Derek, the man in black, hesitated again. However, thinking of the torture he had just endured, his body trembled with fear, and he couldn't help but speak out. "We have a spy in Jubii City, and he's the one who sent the message over." Upon hearing this, Duffet and Roland's expressions changed immediately, and then Duffet hurriedly asked, "Who is that spy? What's his name?" However, Derek shook his head and said, "I don't know who it was. He contacted our commander, and then the commander relayed the message to me. We have received relevant intelligence about your previous team and your current team. So the previous team was victorious because of our ambush, but you failed because of incorrect intelligence. We didn't know you had a wind mage here, and that you had prepared so many magic scrolls." Upon hearing this, Roland's expression darkened, and he pressed for an answer. "Were the last team wiped out by you?" Derek shook his head again and said, "No, we eliminated most of them, but a small number of them hid in a cave that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. We can only surround them from the outside and do not have the ability to eliminate them in a short time." Upon hearing this, both Duffet and Roland were delighted. "Then you didn't kill the strongest golden knight in the previous team, did you?" Derek quickly shook his head and said, "Of course. It was precisely because he was too powerful that we didn't wipe out the entire previous team, allowing him to escape with the remaining members, although he was also seriously injured." Roland then asked the question that concerned him most. "Where are they now?" Derek hesitated again, but looking at Duffert's sinister smile, he couldn't help but tremble, and then hurriedly said, "They are resisting in a cave about 15 kilometers to the east. We were planning to launch a general offensive today, but we didn't expect you to come again." "How many of you are there? What is your strength?" Duffet asked, squinting. "About 50 people. The leader is a top-tier gold knight. There are 3 other gold knights, and the rest are silver knights." Duffet and Roland exchanged a glance. Then Duffet, with a stern face, spoke directly. "Take us there right now." Derek was deathly pale, but he gritted his teeth and took a step. At this very moment, on a mountain range in the chaotic land, there was a rather inconspicuous cave. At first, it was extremely narrow, barely wide enough for one person to pass through, but after walking several dozen steps, it suddenly opened up into a bright and spacious area. Roland's father, along with the remaining 20-odd men, took refuge in this cave. At this moment, Rowena was pale and had a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that he was seriously injured. "Lord Rottweiler, what should we do next? Should we just wait here?" A knight beside him said with a look of grief and indignation. Rottweiler, who was resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them upon hearing his words and said, "There are dozens of enemies lying in wait outside the cave. If we go out, it will be like lambs to the slaughter. If I were not injured, I could fight them, but now I am less than half as strong, and the chance of breaking out is extremely slim." The man continued indignantly, "Hiding here is just waiting to die. If they gather their forces and launch a full-scale attack, or directly seal off the cave and cut off our food and water supply, we will still die anyway, so we might as well fight them." Rottweiler frowned at him and said, "Ender, you're being too pessimistic. As long as we hold our ground here, I believe Jubii City will send people to rescue us." The man named Ander said with a disdainful look, "Save us? They're the ones who sold our whereabouts. You expect them to come and save us?" Upon hearing this, Rottweiler couldn't help but show a helpless expression on his face and offered words of comfort. "You must believe that the army in Jubii City is ultimately our Holy Dragon Empire's army. Those few spies cannot control the overall situation." Andorra had nothing to say, but turned away with a gloomy face. Outside the cave, about 50 people were crouching and watching the narrow entrance on the cave wall. "Lord Johnny, that Rowena is too powerful. He's already seriously injured, yet he's still managing to withstand our attacks time and time again," a burly knight said with a helpless expression. Johnny's knight, a middle-aged man with brown hair, spoke softly while eating his food. "Lavina, Earl of Cape Brun, Portland. His family rose to power through war. Lavina's strength is said to have reached the top level of Gold Knight, but in my opinion, he's probably already halfway to Amethyst Knight. It's normal that we can't win." The knight, hearing this, became a little anxious and said, "What should we do then? Are we just going to wait here forever?" Johnny said calmly, "Don't worry. Derek and the others have gone to deal with another group. Once they return, we'll launch a full-scale attack. No matter how strong Rowena is, with his severe injuries, he can't possibly stop our advance." The knight immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, "With Lord Derek personally taking charge, there shouldn't be any problems." Just then, a sudden tremor came from the woods in the distance, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Johnny smiled upon hearing this and said, "They're back. Looks like we can go back and get some rest today." But no sooner had he finished speaking than a lithe figure leaped out of the bushes in front of him, holding a great sword high in its hand. Whirlwind slash. The moment the figure appeared, Johnny sensed something was wrong. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly held his sword horizontally in front of him. Bang! A loud cracking sound rang out, and Johnny's body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the distant rock wall. "Everyone, prepare for battle." Ignoring the physical pain, Johnny roared. Even without him saying it, the others had already been awakened by the huge commotion. Seeing their leader being knocked away by a sword, they all showed shocked expressions and then hurriedly drew their swords to prepare for an attack. At that moment, figures suddenly sprang out of the woods, their numbers growing until there were nearly 100 people in total. Johnny and his accomplices immediately showed expressions of horror. According to their intelligence, only a team of about 100 people had set out from Jubai City this time, but there were so many people here now. Did that good-for-nothing Derek fail to kill even one of their opponents? Johnny couldn't help but curse inwardly. Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the woods and appeared before him. Isn't that his partner, Derek? At this moment, Derek was tightly bound by a special rope, looking at Johnny with a face full of shame. Looking into those eyes and at that expression, Derek instantly understood. That beast has betrayed us. Derek, you son of a bitch. Johnny roared angrily. Derek's face turned bright red, and he finally said with a look of shame, "You haven't experienced my pain. You don't understand me." "I understand you, you old man. You lost, and you still brought people here. You've completely betrayed us." Johnny roared furiously. However, at this moment, Dufit interrupted their conversation with a grin and said, "Derek performed very well, so I decided to spare his life. As for you, if you resist stubbornly, then I really won't show any mercy. Don't say I didn't give you a chance." Johnny said dismissively, "Oomph, I would rather die than surrender to the Holy Dragon Empire. Don't even think about it. If you keep talking, you'll assume I'm doomed. Although you outnumber me, my forces are just as strong." But just then, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "What if we join them?" Johnny turned his head sharply, and his expression changed drastically. Because at some point, Rowena and the remaining 20-odd people who had been hiding in the cave also came out. They heard the commotion outside the cave and realized that reinforcements had arrived. Although Rottweiler and his men were a bunch of remnants, no one dared to underestimate them as long as Rottweiler was around. Roland finally saw Rottweiler and exclaimed with delight, "Father, are you all right?" Upon hearing Roland's call, Rowena finally noticed him and looked puzzled. "What are you doing here?" Roland knew this wasn't the time to chat, so he quickly shouted, "I'll talk to you after I've dealt with these people." Rowena nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He naturally knew which was more important. Johnny and his group were drenched in sweat. They used to be the ones surrounding others, but now they were the ones being surrounded, and they could be killed at any moment. At that moment, Dufit's cold voice came again. "Everyone, launch a full-scale attack in 10 seconds. Kill without mercy." 10, 9, 8. Johnny was drenched in sweat, and his body trembled slightly. 7, 3, 2. Johnny looked at his men, who were all looking at him with pleading eyes. He knew that if he gave the order, they would risk their lives without hesitation. But looking into their pleading eyes, Johnny was struggling terribly. 1. Dufit gave his final order, and just as he finished speaking, a forlorn voice rang out. "We surrender." Then, with a bang, Johnny threw his weapon. Seeing this, his men were both saddened and overjoyed, and then they threw down their weapons and surrendered. Dufit smiled victoriously, then waved his hand, and his men rushed forward, tightly binding the enemies, including Johnny, who was also bound by a rope made of special magical beast tendons. Even a top-tier gold knight could not break free. "Ha ha, my brother Rottweiler, how are you doing now?" Dufit laughed heartily and walked over to Rottweiler. Rottweiler, pale-faced and clutching his chest, forced a smile as he spoke. "I'm good for nothing except that I can't die. Isn't not dying the best thing? Ha ha ha." At that moment, Roland arrived in front of Rottweiler. Chapter 42 returned to Cancer Island. "Father, I'm so glad you're all right," Roland said with an excited expression. Rottweiler looked at him with a puzzled expression and said, "Weren't you on Cancer Island? How did you end up here?" Before Roland could answer, Dufit suddenly burst into laughter. Lavina, I envy nothing about you except having such a good son. If it weren't for him, we might not have been able to come and save you. Then, Dufit recounted in detail how Roland had rushed to the North City to request the commander's assistance in rescuing Rowena. Upon hearing this, a touch of emotion appeared on Rowena's face. Although he still didn't understand how Roland knew he was in trouble or why he had come here, none of that mattered anymore. At this moment, it's all about the bond between father and son. Although Roland had no feelings for Rottweiler, he didn't mind creating a father-son relationship with him. However, at this moment, Dufit suddenly spoke. Lavina, you're injured. I'll send a team to escort you back first. Besides rescuing you, I also need to continue your previous mission. Indeed, their mission on this trip was only to find Rowena. Their real mission was to check on the situation at the Nailing Canyon outpost. But Rottweiler shook his head and said, You don't need to go. I've already investigated the situation at that outpost in Nailing Canyon. It is indeed a logistics and supply warehouse of the Winter Empire, and it is very heavily guarded with hundreds of people on guard, including at least 3 top-tier gold knights. Upon hearing this, Dufit asked in confusion, How did you know? Rottweiler forced a smile and said, I was ambushed and ended up like this after I completed my mission and was on my way back. Upon hearing his words, Dufit immediately smiled, laughed heartily, and said, Ha ha, if that's the case, then our operation has been a complete success. Let's head back now. Ha ha ha. Dufit was overjoyed. As the person in charge of this operation, if he performed the mission well, he would naturally be appreciated by his superiors, gain military merit, and it was not impossible for him to be promoted to the rank of Imperial Marquis in the future. So the group ended the operation and began their return to Jubii City. Throughout the journey, the group proceeded with extreme caution, guarding against enemy attacks. Fortunately, they escaped unscathed, and the enemy seemed to have grown afraid of them, no longer daring to launch any further attacks. Several hours later, the group of over 100 people finally arrived at the foot of Jubii City again, returning in triumph. General Wei Long received news of their return immediately and was astonished. All told, their mission only lasted half a day. They should be trying to find out about the situation at the Nailing Canyon outpost right now. So why are they back already? Did the mission fail? General Willon frowned immediately, and then summoned Dufit and Roland to an audience. However, when he saw Rottweiler, who had come in with him and was pale-faced, he showed a look of surprise and said, Rowena, you're all right? You're really back? Rottweiler bowed respectfully and said, Yes, sir. Thank you for sending Dufit and the others to rescue me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have lost my life this time. Hearing this, Willon felt a pang of shame. He hadn't really believed they could bring Rottweiler back. The mission was just a side job of finding him, but he never expected they would actually find him. So he quickly said, It's good that you're back. You've suffered a lot this time. Go back and rest to heal your wounds. Then, a hint of hesitation appeared on his face, but he still spoke. You can try this medicine. It will help you recover from your injuries. After saying that, he took out a bottle of mysterious blue potion from his body. Rottweiler took the medicine, a surprised smile on his face, and said, Thank you for the reward, sir. Wei Long smiled and said, You deserve all of this. Don't worry, I will report your contributions, and you will definitely receive a generous reward. Rottweiler bowed again in thanks, then turned and left. Meanwhile, Willon looked Dufit and Roland up and down, then raised an eyebrow and said, Tell me, what exactly happened on your trip? So Dufit described in detail everything that had happened on their trip. Willon was quite surprised to hear this, since things seemed to have gone too smoothly. Those magic scrolls are all yours, aren't they? Willon looked at Dufit and said. Dufit nodded and said, My strength is not as good as Rowena's. If even he can't complete the task, I naturally have to be well prepared and careful. Gold coins don't matter, but I must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Willon showed a satisfied expression and said, Very good. I heard you captured dozens of enemies this time, including 2 top-tier gold knights. Dufit grinned and said, Indeed, it's fortunate that Roland brought Ms. Catherine, who is a wind mage. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to catch her. Wei Long smiled and said, Since you've had such a fruitful haul this time, then the magic scrolls you spent will be credited to our 3rd Legion. Dufit immediately beamed with joy. But Wei Long's expression turned serious again, and he said, These people are very important. Go and interrogate them immediately. You might get some important information. Duffert nodded and said with certainty, "Don't worry, sir. I'll go right now and get everything they know out of them." After saying that, he turned around and strode out of the room. Roland turned to look at the three people beside him, including Roland, and said with a smile, "Very good. Your performance this time was also excellent. Now, do you have any requests? As long as they are not excessive, I can grant them." Upon hearing this, Roland thought for a moment and then spoke. "I have a request. I wonder if you can grant it? Tell me about it." Roland raised an eyebrow and said, thinking to himself that Roland was about to ask for an exorbitant price. However, Roland's answer was beyond his expectations. "If possible, I hope you can grant me permission to take a few of those captured enemies with me. My territory is short of talented people, and I'm really worried about not being able to find any." Roland said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Roland glanced at Roland, then smiled and said, "That's it. That's not a problem. After these people are interrogated, I can send you a few people, but I can't cover the delivery fee. You'll have to pay for it yourself." Roland's face lit up with joy, and he said, "Thank you, sir." Rowena spent a full day recuperating in the city of Jubii before his health finally improved, and Roland found him immediately. Seeing Roland approaching in a hurry, Rowena couldn't help but ask a question with some curiosity. "What's wrong, Roland? Is there something you need?" Roland nodded solemnly and said, "Father, I have something to tell you, and it is very important. You must be very curious as to why I came here to find you, and that is precisely the reason." After saying that, he took out the letter that had been unexpectedly seized from his pocket. At first, the content was ordinary, but as it went on, Rowena's expression turned to shock. He looked at Roland in disbelief and asked urgently, "Where did you get this letter from?" Roland said it truthfully. Upon hearing this, Rottweiler's face turned extremely grim, and he gritted his teeth and said, "If this is true, then we need to report this news to the Grand Duke of Triumph immediately." Upon hearing this, Roland nodded and said, "However, this requires you, Father, to inform him personally." Rottweiler nodded and said with a cold smile, "Then I'll report this to the Grand Duke of Triumph tomorrow. He'll surely have a way to deal with this traitorous Otav." Roland nodded and said, "Otav has always coveted our land. If their operation succeeds this time, then we at Cape Brun will have no good days ahead." Rottweiler frowned and said with a cold smile, "This Otav is incredibly audacious. He won't get away with this." After everything was settled, Roland stayed in Jubii City for a full week before finally preparing to return. Because General Willon and his men had finally finished interrogating all the captured prisoners, and Willon kept his word and handed over 10 prisoners to Roland. These 10 prisoners were all well-behaved and were bound with special ropes, making it impossible for them to escape. However, what concerned him even more was the strength of these 10 people. Soon after Roland confirmed the strength of the 10 people, a smile appeared on his face again. 10 people, all of them are Silver Knights. However, among them are 3 top-tier Silver Knights, 3 veteran Silver Knights, and the remaining 4 are ordinary Silver Knights who were deceived. Seeing this lineup, Roland's face became even more excited. With their addition, the strength of Roland's Crab Island would more than double. If they encountered trouble again, they would finally not have to worry about having no one to use. The reason Roland waited until today was to bring these 10 people back. As for Rowan's father, Rowena, after troubling Rowan with the letter he had given him that day, he rushed back to Triumph City, Portland Province, the very next day. A week has passed, but he hasn't come back or received any messages. There was no need for Roland to wait any longer, so he bid farewell to Defet and General Willon, and then returned to Triumph City with Andre, Catherine, and 10 captured Silver Knights. The entire 13,000 gold coins were instantly consumed, causing Roland immense heartache. If he hadn't robbed the Redbeard pirates and made a fortune, Roland probably wouldn't have been able to afford the travel expenses. Swish, swish, swish. Another wave of dizziness and weightlessness washed over them, but soon the feeling vanished. Everyone understood that they had arrived at their destination. Roland turned his head and glanced around. Wasn't this the magnificent Triumph City? Moreover, the person in charge of the teleportation array is still the same person. However, Roland had no time for idle chatter. His first priority was to return to Cancer Island as soon as possible. Unbeknownst to them, Roland and his group had been out for 10 days. Fortunately, the mission was completed. As for the matter of the triumphant Duke, he had already informed everyone, and what happened after that was beyond his control. War Banner City is quite far from Crab Island, and with 10 prisoners lagging behind, Roland estimates that this trip back to the island will probably take 5 days and 5 nights. Roland had no patience to go home slowly with him, so he took the lead and sped off, rapidly approaching Cape Victoria Harbor. The 10 men were left to Andre and Catherine to manage. With their combined strength, controlling these 10 bound silver knights would be no problem. He didn't bring Xiaolong with him this time because Xiaolong was too eye-catching. Otherwise, Roland's trip would have taken half the time. As for the fire dragon horse, it definitely won't be brought out. Now it revels every night, interacting emotionally with different Maras every day, contributing its strength to Roland's future nightly legion plan. For 2 whole days, Roland had been living a life of hardship, sleeping outdoors, and not getting a proper rest. Finally, he arrived at Victoria Harbor at Cape Brun. He then hurriedly departed from Victoria Harbor and boarded a ship heading towards Crab Island. Sometimes Roland couldn't help but fantasize that it would be wonderful if a teleportation array were built on Crab Island as well. However, the investment of tens of millions of gold coins meant that Roland could only dream about it. Finally, after nearly 10 hours of drifting on the ship, Roland was able to set foot on the familiar land once again. Nearly 10 days had passed since Roland last left Crab Island. Everyone on the island, having learned of Roland's return, rushed back to report on their progress during this period. In short, everything went very smoothly on the island. In particular, the gold mine in the Dolan Forest was beyond Roland's expectations. Yesterday, the first piece of gold was officially extracted, with a total value of about 10 gold coins. However, this is just the beginning. The quantity will definitely continue to increase, and it is not impossible to refine thousands or even tens of thousands of gold coins in a month. In short, this gold mine can bring in at least 100,000 gold coins for Crab Island. That's the minimum. If you're lucky, it could bring in hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Everything was progressing very smoothly, and the island was becoming increasingly prosperous. The expansion of the Pearl Harbor docks was also in full swing. Everything seemed so wonderful. Chapter 43, Slaves Arrive at Port. However, the problem of insufficient manpower is becoming increasingly serious. With a population of only 3,000, Crab Island simply could not support so many projects. Due to the mining of gold and the expansion of the port, the expansion of Pearl Town had to be temporarily suspended, and the reclamation of new farmland also came to a standstill. However, just when Roland was at his wit's end, 3 large ships slowly docked at Pearl Harbor and announced that they wanted to see the Lord there. Roland was a little confused, but he still headed to the docks. At this moment, a richly dressed middle-aged man was sitting in a newly built restaurant outside the dock, waiting. When he saw Roland approaching surrounded by people, he immediately stood up, placed one hand on his chest, bowed deeply, and said respectfully, "You must be Lord Roland, the Lord of Cancer Island. It's such an honor to meet you." Roland nodded slightly to him, then looked at him carefully for a few moments, making sure he didn't recognize him, and asked curiously, "Sir, I heard you were looking for me, but I don't seem to recognize you." The man quickly put on a smile and said, "I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Edward Coles, and I'm the head of the Albatross Company in the eastern part of Portland." Albatross Chamber of Commerce? Upon hearing this, Roland seemed to have some recollection of it. It seemed to be a fairly large merchant guild with influence throughout the Holy Dragon Empire. It was said to be backed by Grand Duke, though he didn't know if that was true. Even after learning the other person's identity, Roland still didn't understand why they had come to find him. However, the merchant named Edward continued with a smile. "Are we here to deliver goods to Lord Roland?" "Deliver goods? What kind of goods should we deliver?" Roland asked, puzzled, as he had not ordered any goods from outside. "Slaves. 3 ships full of slaves. Mr. Kane ordered them from our trading company." Edward said with a smile that although Lord Roland's title was not high, he was a very important client, so he had to treat him well. "Slave." Upon hearing this, Roland's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "So it's Kane. How many slaves did you send this time?" Edward pulled a document directly from his pocket and said with a smile, "There are a total of 2,120 people, including 1,100 men and 1,020 women. They are all healthy, disease-free, and high-class slaves. This is the list of the slaves. Lord Roland can take a look. If there are no problems after the inventory, you can sign it." Roland took the slave list, which listed the names, genders, and ages of each slave. It was very simple, but it was enough for Roland. So he handed the list to Clayton, who was standing to the side, and said with a smile, "Clayton, go and gather a few men to bring all the slaves off the ship, and then carefully inventory them according to this list, making sure there are no mistakes." Clayton nodded, then gathered a dozen or so men and began unloading people at the dock. With a total of 2,000 people, just counting and tallying them would probably take half a day. Roland and Edward sat in a restaurant near the port, chatting and drinking wine. "Mr. Edward, it must have been difficult for you to gather so many slaves." Both of them had drunk a few glasses of wine and were slightly tipsy when Roland asked casually. Edward chuckled and said, "When I heard Kane say he wanted to buy 7,000 slaves, I was shocked. You know, it's not easy to find that many slaves. But what is our Albatross Merchant Guild for? Is there anything we can't do?" Roland said with a rosy complexion. "That's right. I've heard that your Albatross Merchant Guild has a Grand Duke backing it. Its strength goes without saying." Edward burst into laughter upon hearing his words, then turned to look around before moving closer to Roland and whispering with a chuckle. "One Grand Duke alone cannot support the Albatross Chamber of Commerce. To be honest, our Chamber of Commerce has at least this many Grand Dukes supporting it." After saying that, he slowly extended both palms. Roland was immediately shocked. Could it be that the Albatross Merchant Guild was backed by 10 Grand Dukes? That was quite a force to be reckoned with. It should be noted that there are only about 30 Grand Dukes in the entire Holy Dragon Empire, and the Albatross Merchant Guild has already gained almost a third of their support. It seems I need to cultivate a good relationship with this Albatross Chamber of Commerce. Roland thought to himself. Then, the two clinked glasses and drank a glass of wine, and their intoxication intensified. Roland asked his question again. "Mr. Edward, where did you get these slaves from?" Edward smiled mysteriously and asked in return, "Lord Roland, what do you think is the easiest way to acquire slaves?" Two words instantly popped into Roland's mind, and then he blurted them out. "Bah!" Edward smiled in agreement and said, "That's right. These slaves were captured from the battlefield." Battlefield? Roland became increasingly curious. In recent decades, the Holy Dragon Empire and its surrounding areas have maintained a relatively peaceful atmosphere, and it seems that no war has occurred. Even now, the North and the Winter Empire are on the verge of war, but it is just a show of force, and the two countries have not actually started a war. Roland asked, puzzled. "A battlefield? But there doesn't seem to be any war breaking out anywhere right now." Edward smiled and shook his head, saying, "Lord Roland, your information is still out of touch. Don't you know? The Grand Duchy of Deland in the southern part of the empire was recently destroyed by the Violet Empire. A large number of soldiers, civilians, and even nobles have been enslaved. Our merchant guild went to great lengths to transport these slaves here." Was the Grand Duchy of Deland destroyed by the Violet Empire? Roland was unaware of this news. Although it had nothing to do with him, he felt uneasy considering the tense situation between the northern part of the empire and the Winter Empire. It seems that the peace that has lasted for decades is about to be completely shattered. Why did the Violet Empire destroy the Grand Duchy of Deland? Roland asked curiously. Upon hearing his words, Edward revealed a lewd smile and then whispered something. "Hee, you've come to the right person. I heard that a prince from the Grand Duchy of Deland secretly had an affair with a royal concubine during his visit to the Violet Empire, and even got her pregnant. How could the prestigious Violet Empire possibly save face after that? That's why they sent troops to destroy the Grand Duchy of Deland." Roland was stunned. This is so melodramatic. However, a man's dignity is indeed unbearable, and Roland expressed his understanding. The two then continued drinking and making merry until Clayton returned. "My lord, we have finished the count. There are indeed 2,120 slaves in total. However, 80 of them have died, 110 are in danger of death, more than 300 have contracted diseases, but they are not fatal. The rest are very weak, but their bodies are still relatively healthy." Upon hearing this, Roland turned to look at Edward. Edward burst into laughter and said, No problem. We'll deduct the fees for those who died or were seriously ill, and I'll give you a 50% discount for the sick ones. How about that, Lord Roland?" Roland raised an eyebrow, nodded, and said, "That's good. So how much will it cost in total?" Upon hearing this, Edward, who had been drunk, immediately sobered up, did some calculations with his hands, and then said with a smile, Based on the current market price of 10 gold coins per slave, this batch of slaves should be worth 18,000 gold coins. However, these slaves of mine are all top quality. Most of them are strong and healthy soldiers, and there are even some bronze knights. In addition, there are some nobles among them. In that case, let's calculate the price at 15 gold coins. What do you think? Roland turned to look at Clayton beside him, who nodded slightly, seemingly agreeing with Edward's statement. Roland nodded and said, "Okay, go on." Edward then closed his eyes and calculated for a few more seconds before opening them and saying with a smile, "Since Lord Roland is also one of our major clients, and according to Mr. Kane's plan, we will be shipping a large number of slaves over later, I'll offer you a discounted price of 25,000 gold coins in total. How about that?" Roland was perfectly comfortable with the price, considering he had recently spent tens of thousands of gold coins just in Jubai City. So he smiled slightly, extended his right hand, and said, "It will be a pleasure to do business with you, Mr. Edward. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you, Your Excellency Roland." The two couldn't help but burst into bright laughter. This was a win-win deal. Roland got the population, and Edward got the gold coins. For the next period of time, Roland did not continue to accompany Mr. Edward. Nearly 2,000 new people had arrived, and he needed to make proper arrangements for them. Edward did not linger. After replenishing some fresh water and supplies at Pearl Harbor, the 3 large cargo ships slowly departed Pearl Harbor. At this moment, more than 2,000 people were sitting densely packed on an open space outside Pearl Harbor, including the dead and the seriously ill. "Clayton, send someone to bury all those corpses, otherwise it will cause trouble if it triggers a plague. Also, have you called the doctor yet? Those who are sick must be treated well. I paid gold coins for them." Roland gave the order to Clayton, who was standing to the side. Clayton immediately said with a worried look on his face, "Yes, sir. I've already made the arrangements, but with so many people coming at once, Oliver and I won't be able to manage them all." Hearing Clayton's complaint, Roland smiled and said, "There are nearly 2,000 people here. If we do a good job of scouting, we should be able to find some talented people who can help you with some of the work." Clayton nodded non-committally. At that moment, Roland thought of something and said, "These people have been on the boat for too long and have little water and food. Go and prepare some food and water for them quickly, and make sure they don't get sick again." Clayton agreed and hurriedly left. Shortly afterward, someone came and cleaned up and buried the 80 bodies. Roland even ordered that tombstones be erected for them, with their names written on them. The town's only 2 doctors were also hurriedly summoned to treat the sick slaves. Fortunately, most of the patients were suffering from dysentery or malnutrition, which were not considered difficult or complicated diseases. However, there were still some seriously ill patients who could die at any time. For those things that were truly beyond saving, Roland didn't force the issue. Just then, a large amount of food and water was delivered from Pearl Town. Seeing the slaves wolfing down their food, Roland smiled with satisfaction. With a total of 2,000 people, managing them alone is a huge problem. Moreover, many of these slaves are captured warriors, even bronze knights. If these slaves were to unite, they could have a huge impact on Crab Island, and might even rebel. However, Roland would not allow such a thing to happen. All the adult males were shackled and handcuffed, and Roland didn't intend to remove them now. Otherwise, it could easily lead to an out-of-control situation. To prevent such a situation, Roland specifically summoned the 2 silver knights, Statham and Cannet, along with 100 guards. With them around, these people probably won't dare to have any bad intentions. Meanwhile, Clayton had already led his men to register this group of people, a necessary step for everyone who came to Cancer Island. Compared to Edward's rudimentary population list, Clayton's census was significantly more complex, which meant it would take much longer. Fortunately, it's the height of summer now, so even if you stay here at night, you won't feel cold. Roland arrived at a high slope and looked down at the densely packed 2,000 people. The composition of these 2,000 people is complex. In addition to captured soldiers and civilian refugees, there are also powerful bronze knights and captured nobles. Roland now wants to distinguish these people clearly. As for ordinary people and refugees, they can be used without worry. They can be assigned to various positions tomorrow. Whether it's mining or expanding the port in Pearl Town, they are needed. Those soldiers also need to be used with caution. If we're not careful, they could gather together and become a new force. If we can't control them, it could bring new chaos to Cancer Island. As for the captured nobles, Roland had to be even more careful. Compared to the soldiers, the nobles, who were skilled in intrigue, were much harder to control. Moreover, some of these people might hold higher titles than himself, and getting them to obey the commands of a mere baron is no easy task. Of course, if all else fails, Roland wouldn't mind making an example of someone to deter others. Roland stood on the high slope, pondering these questions while looking down at the crowd below. However, he soon noticed something strange. In one spot in the middle of the crowd, compared to the chaotic formations of people elsewhere, there were several dozen people who clearly maintained a simple formation, seemingly protecting someone. Roland looked in the middle of the group and saw a woman with dirty and tattered clothes and an obscured face sitting cross-legged on the ground. And at that very moment, the woman looked up and glanced at Roland in the distance. Instantly, a pair of clear and bright eyes appeared in Roland's line of sight. When she realized that Roland was also looking at her, she immediately showed a flustered expression and then hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look around anymore. Roland, however, raised an eyebrow slightly and narrowed his eyes. This woman is extraordinary. Such temperament cannot be cultivated without the education and immersion in the life of an aristocratic family. In addition, dozens of people surrounded her in the middle. Roland suddenly fell into deep thought. Chapter 44, please be more dignified, sir. It took an entire afternoon to register and tally all 2,000 people. By then, it was already getting dark. Roland ordered water and food to be brought over. With food, drink, and rest available, everyone's mood remained relatively stable. Meanwhile, Roland looked at the latest statistics and began to study them carefully. Of the current 2,000 people, only 600 are ordinary civilians without any power. These people were forcibly taken by the army during the war. You should know that one head is worth 10 gold coins. Of course, this is the final price. They may have gone through several sales before finally reaching their hands. Roland could use this department with some confidence, assigning them to different places to work based on their individual strengths. For example, those with forging experience are sent directly to the blacksmith village in Guled. Since the start of Kane's high value-added plan, Crab Island has gradually abandoned the method of directly selling iron ingots. Instead, it has handed over the iron ingots to the blacksmith village in Guled to be processed into weapons, armor, or farm tools, and other iron products for sale. This not only creates some employment on the island, but also increases export profits, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As Kane's fleet grew from 1 ship to 3, the demand for iron product from the blacksmith village increased dramatically, leading to a severe shortage of manpower in the village. Gillett had complained to him about the lack of manpower more than once. Roland looked at the statistics table, which listed 20 people with forging experience, mostly forging apprentices, but also 3 forging masters. Although they weren't master level, they could still provide Gillett with a lot of help. So Roland directly assigned these 20 men, along with another 30 strong young men, to the blacksmith village. He also assigned many other talented individuals with special skills, such as teachers, painters, musicians, poets, horse trainers, acrobats, and chefs, to appropriate positions. Some of these people may seem to have no effect. For Pearl Town on Cancer Island to develop, it must accept all kinds of talents and professions. Only in this way can Pearl Town become truly prosperous and lively, and become more vibrant. As for the remaining 300 slaves who had no skills, Roland assigned them all to work in iron mines, gold mines, port expansion, Pearl Town expansion, and farmland reclamation. These people were quickly absorbed into the workforce. Of the remaining 1,400, 1,200 were ordinary soldiers from the Grand Duchy of Deland. This number far exceeded the size of the guard on Crab Island, and if not handled properly, it could easily trigger a riot. Fortunately, they were all ordinary people who had not comprehended the power of battle chi. As long as the Silver Knight and Bronze Knight were present, they could not cause too much trouble. These people were also sent directly to various mines and construction sites. At each location, Roland would arrange at least 10 Bronze Knights and 1 Silver Knight to guard it, to ensure that nothing went wrong. As for the remaining 200 people, 100 of them were ordinary Bronze Knights without titles. These 100 people were already a huge force on Crab Island. Roland both loved and hated them, wanting to use them, but also fearing that they would slip out of his control. Therefore, these 100 Bronze Knights cannot be removed from their shackles for the time being. They need to wait until their strength increases further and they have enough silver knights to keep them in check before they can be used with peace of mind. The remaining nearly 100 people were all nobles from the Grand Duchy of Deland, most of whom were barons of the lowest rank, but there were also a few viscounts. As for earls and above, they would not be sent here. Their strength was mostly at the level of bronze knights, with a few being ordinary people. There were none of them being silver knights, since silver knights were not at that level. Roland looked at the statistics table of the nobles and quickly found the information of the girl in the crowd. Selina Sheffield recently inherited her father's title of Baron of Los City in the Grand Duchy of Deland. She is a bronze knight, and her profile seems unremarkable with nothing special about her. However, Roland didn't think so. At this moment, he could clearly see that although the girl's clothes were tattered and her face was dirty, a group of bronze knights were protecting her closely in the middle, which was definitely not something a mere baron could do. Roland pondered for a moment, then stood up and led Clayton to the group of nobles. As long as they could subdue these nobles, this group would be fine. Although Roland knew things wouldn't be that simple, he still had to give it a try. My esteemed former nobles, greetings. I am your lord, Baron Roland. First, I feel deep sympathy for your plight. After all, you were once nobles, and now you have fallen to slavery. It is truly unfortunate. However, now that I am your lord, while I cannot restore your former noble lives, I can guarantee that as long as you submit to me, I will allow you to live the lives of ordinary people, unlike other slaves who are whipped and abused daily. Roland stood before this group of former nobles and shouted loudly. But before he could finish speaking, a disdainful voice suddenly came from the crowd. Baron Roland, you're nothing but a down-on-his-luck baron, while I am the Viscount of Riyar City in the Grand Duchy of Deland, and my father is an even more noble earl. You think you can make me submit to a baron like you? You must be dreaming. In the crowd, a blond, blue-eyed man in his early 20s looked at Roland with a sneer and said. Roland looked him over with interest for a few moments, and then said, Oh, is that so? This noble Viscount, can't you even see the situation now? Viscount of Riyar City? This is no longer the Grand Duchy of Deland, and the Grand Duchy of Deland has already been destroyed. Your Viscount title and your father's Earl title are worthless now. Your current status is that of my slave. Don't you understand? The young Viscount's face flushed red, and he spoke rapidly. I'm a nobleman, not a slave. You want me to submit to a mere baron like you? That's impossible, never. People around him hurriedly pulled him back, telling him not to talk nonsense, but he remained silent. As Roland heard his words, the smile on his face faded, and his eyes grew colder. He looked at the other man, gave a cold laugh, and said, Since that's how you are, then don't blame me. I don't need any extra nobles here. Only slaves who submit to me. Then, he gave Statham a wink, and Statham immediately understood, drew his long sword, and walked towards him. Upon seeing this, the young man immediately became nervous and hurriedly stammered out a loud message. You, how dare you kill me? I'm a nobleman. I'm a viscount. Killing me is insubordination. However, when he saw the indifferent Statham approaching him with a long sword, he could no longer contain his fear and said in terror, No, don't come any closer. I'm willing. However, before he could finish speaking, Statham had already rushed in front of him and then slashed down with his sword. With a snap, a round head rolled off and hot blood gushed out, staining a large area of the ground red. People around immediately screamed in terror and retreated in all directions. Upon seeing this, Roland revealed a disdainful smile, then glanced around at everyone and said coldly, Now, is there any noble lord who does not wish to submit to me? Stand up and speak to me, and I will certainly persuade you with reason. Upon hearing Roland's words, the nearly 100 nobles exchanged horrified glances, then knelt down and hurriedly cried out, I'm willing to submit to you, my lord. I'd love to. Everyone knelt down before Roland and kowtowed repeatedly. Roland's lips curled up slightly as he smiled and said, You've done the right thing. My previous promises still stand, as long as you submit to me. However, the moment his eyes fell on the girl, his brows furrowed slightly, because he noticed, although the girl was kneeling before him like everyone else, her knees never actually touched the ground, and she did not complete the act of kneeling. Pretending. Even at this point, they still refused to let go of their pitiful sense of dignity. Roland looked at the girl, seemingly deep in thought. Then, he pointed to the girl and said to Statham next to him, Statham, Go and bring that girl here. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the girl with a puzzled expression. The girl, upon hearing his words, immediately showed a surprised expression, and the dozen or so bronze knights around her also tensed up. However, after her reassurance, she quickly calmed down and watched as the girl got up and walked towards Roland. Selena, Shepherd greets, Your Excellency. The girl bowed deeply and spoke to Roland with utmost respect. Roland looked her up and down. Although she was wearing tattered clothes and had dirty makeup on her face, Roland could still tell from her graceful figure, bright eyes, and snow-white skin on her neck that she was definitely a beauty. It's a bit dirty, but it can still be used after washing. Who exactly are you? Roland raised an eyebrow and asked. Selena's eyes flashed. Then she lowered her head and explained. My lord, I am Baron of Los City, Grand Duchy of the land. I already told them this when they came to investigate. However, Roland shook his head and said, No, you're definitely hiding something from me. Selena remained silent. Roland smiled slightly and said, Maybe we can go over there and talk. Roland pointed to a pavilion nearby and said that there was no one else there. Selena hesitated for a moment, but then nodded and said, I'll follow your instructions. The two then moved away from the crowd, but did not disappear from their sight. Otherwise, Selena's group of guards would probably have followed them. At this moment, only the two of them were present, and no one could hear their voices. Selena, your identity is not ordinary. Perhaps you should be honest with me. After all, I am your lord. Roland said calmly. Selena remained silent for a long time before speaking. My lord, I am truly just an ordinary baron. Roland's lips curled up slightly as he spoke. Although I am a magnanimous person, I will absolutely not tolerate the presence of someone whose background and purpose are unknown around me. Then, Roland pointed to the group of nobles and continued. Those dozen or so men who were with you just now were your guards, right? They seem to only obey your orders. If you all gathered together, a dozen or so bronze knights could indeed cause some chaos in my territory, and I will not allow that to happen. At this point, his expression turned cold. So, if you're still hiding things from me, then I'll have no choice but to kill all your guards. That's the only way to ensure the safety of my territory. You better think it through before answering my questions. Upon hearing this, Selena bit her lip, looking at Roland with a face full of grief and indignation. In the end, she gritted her teeth and said, I can be honest, but you have to promise not to hurt them. Roland said calmly, I can guarantee that. I can also keep your secret so you can live a good life on Cancer Island. Hearing this, Selena took a deep breath, her expression calming down again, and then slowly spoke. My real name is Selena Constantine. Constantine? It seems that the king of the Grand Duchy of Tranquility was from the Constantine family. Then Roland raised an eyebrow and looked at Selena, saying, Are you a princess of the Grand Duchy of Deland? Selena gritted her teeth and nodded. Roland was not surprised by this. Since he had already anticipated that Selena's identity was unusual, he had naturally guessed this possibility. Then, Roland smiled slightly and said, I'm very curious. How did you escape from the Violet Empire? As far as I know, your entire Constantine family was captured. Selena shook her head and said, Because I am my father's illegitimate daughter, many people do not know of my existence, and I was not in the palace at the time. So I disguised myself as an ordinary baron and ran away. But I did not expect to be caught by them and sold to a slave trader. That's how I ended up here. Hearing this, Roland believed her. The fact that those nobles didn't recognize her showed that she wasn't very famous, which was consistent with her status as an illegitimate child. So Roland continued to ask, So what are you planning to do now? Seek revenge. Upon hearing Roland's words, Selena gave a bitter look and said, My lord, are you joking? The power of the Violet Empire is beyond our imagination. I have long given up on the idea of revenge. I just want to live a peaceful life in anonymity. Roland was obviously joking, so he smiled and said, If you just want to live a good life, this is indeed a good place. Selena looked at him and said seriously, You are indeed a good lord. Perhaps I can really live a good life here. Roland extended his right hand and said with a smile, Welcome, Ms. Selena, to Cancer Island. I'm sure your arrival will bring new surprises to this land. Selena extended her right hand and gently shook hands with Roland, smiling as she spoke. I'm just a slave now, but now that I have joined this place, I will definitely make my contribution. Roland felt Selena's soft, delicate hand and couldn't help but rub his fingertips against it a few times. Selina quickly withdrew her hand, her face slightly flushed, and said, "Sir, please be more dignified." After saying that, he turned around and jogged away. Chapter 45 population exceeds 10,000. The next day, the nearly 2,000 people were assigned to various jobs. Roland not only provided them with food and lodging, but also gave them a monthly salary of 6 silver coins, which surprised and delighted them. After all, they had never heard of slaves receiving wages. With their arrival, the construction of various projects on Crab Island has accelerated. According to Roland's estimate, the expansion of Pearl Town and the port may be completed this year. As for farmland reclamation, it is a long-term project that will continue as long as there is suitable wasteland for planting. That same afternoon, Andre and Catherine escorted 10 silver knights back to Crab Island. They were not trustworthy and were imprisoned for the time being. After returning home, Andre immediately went back to his house. "My lord, I feel that I have already touched the threshold of the Golden Knight realm. Please grant me enough time to train properly." These are Andre's original words. Upon hearing this, Roland was naturally extremely excited. If Andre could be promoted to Gold Knight, many of his problems would be solved. For example, the captured Silver Knights can be largely deterred from their evil intentions with the presence of Gold Knights. Also, the magic crystal mine in the southern swamp can be planned for mining. That's a mine that's 10 times more valuable than a gold mine. Therefore, Roland naturally agreed to Andre's request, allowing him to focus all his efforts on breaking through. Catherine continued to meditate with that mysterious staff every day, and no one knew what benefit she had gained from it, but the power of her wind blades had visibly increased. Currently, her actual strength is only that of a senior intermediate mage. If she were to combine that mysterious magic staff with her, she could barely reach the level of a top intermediate mage. However, she also felt that she had reached a bottleneck. Perhaps in the near future, she would be able to break through to the level of a top-tier intermediate mage. With the help of that mysterious magic staff, she would probably have few rivals below the level of a gold knight. Roland was eagerly anticipating their breakthrough. Soon, 3 days had passed. On this day, 3 large merchant ships slowly approached Pearl Harbor, but they were none other than Cain and his crew returning from their voyage. Cain immediately went to the Lord's manor to report to Roland. "My lord, I have fulfilled my mission. The voyage went very smoothly," Cain said with an uncontrollable smile. Upon hearing Cain's words, Roland smiled broadly and replied, "That's great. Tell me, how was your haul this time?" Cain smiled and continued, "This time, our cargo volume was nearly 10 times that of the first trip. However, due to the shortage of watermelons, the profit margin was not as high as last time. We earned nearly 10,000 gold coins on this voyage." 10,000 gold coins? Roland was immediately startled. It's important to understand that they didn't take many goods from Crab Island out this time, especially the most sought-after watermelons, which were only about the same as the last trip. This means they can't do large-scale bundled sales to make a profit and can only earn a meager price difference through transit trade. Roland thought that a profit of 5,000 gold coins would be amazing, but it exceeded his expectations by more than double. "How did you manage to do it?" During the recent storm, many merchant ships docked here, and most of them complained that business was difficult and they could barely break even. Roland asked curiously. Cain smiled slightly and said, "In maritime trade, the most important thing is not the size of the fleet, but having a keen business sense. They just import goods in a familiar city and sell them in another familiar city. This mature import and export method is safe, but it cannot capture the greatest profits. For us traders, the most important thing is to be able to discover the greatest value of goods. Maximum value." Roland seemed to understand something. For example, this time, the batch of ironware produced on our island was originally planned to be transported to Victoria Harbor in Brunswick to be sold, which would have earned me about 300 gold coins. However, on the way, I heard that there seemed to be some fighting in the south, so I transported the batch of ironware directly to the Duchy of DeLand in the south. As a result, I earned more than 3,000 gold coins in one go, and the profit almost increased tenfold. Grand Duchy of Tranquility. Upon hearing this familiar name, Roland was somewhat surprised. However, what impressed people most was Cain's performance. It must be said that Cain is indeed a business genius. Roland couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, and then said, "So what's next? Do you have any plans?" Cain nodded and said, "Of course. First of all, I want to continue to expand the size of the fleet. After all, we still have a few ships that were captured from the Redbeard pirates last time, and our manpower is almost fully trained and can handle the task. Roland nodded and said, "Of course, I would support you even if you expanded the fleet to 10 ships, as long as you have the ability." Kane then continued, "Secondly, after the fleet expands, I plan to divide it into 2 fleets, each with 3 ships. The 2 fleets will operate independently, each responsible for the northward and southward routes respectively. As long as the 2 fleets can thoroughly understand these 2 routes, they can ensure their continued survival in the future." Upon hearing his words, Roland hesitated for a moment before speaking. "But if the fleet is split in 2, who will be in charge of the other fleet? I don't know anyone here except you." Kane, however, spoke directly. "I've already decided on the person in charge, Angie Heaton. He's also a very experienced navigator, and after these 2 voyages, his business acumen has improved a lot. He's fully capable of leading the new fleet." Angie Hilton. Roland was not familiar with the name and needed to learn more about the person before drawing any conclusions. So he nodded and said, "Then let him come to see me tomorrow. If there are really no problems, I can agree to your request." Kane smiled and nodded. After chatting for a while, Kane left the Lord's Manor and went to the port to direct the fleet to unload cargo and rest. This time, they also brought a large quantity of goods that Crab Island urgently needed. Besides food, there are also some essential daily necessities, gourmet food, and fine wines available on the island. Of course, he also purchased nearly 1,000 slaves, who were the most scarce resource on Cancer Island. They were all carefully selected from slave markets in major cities, and each one was a superior slave. These slaves had simple backgrounds and little power, and were directly assigned to various project sites, which accelerated the project progress once again. Soon after Kane left, Roland sent someone to deliver Angie Hilton's information. Angie Hilton was also rescued from that capsized slave ship, and based on the information available, he and Kane seem to have no connection whatsoever. However, Roland doesn't think so. The fleet is very important to him, and he doesn't want it to slip out of his control. Kane may seem to submit to him, but no one knows what he's really thinking. Dividing the fleet in 2 might seem to weaken Kane's control, but what if Angie Hilton and he were already in cahoots? "My current control over the fleet mainly comes from the 10 bronze knights I sent up and about half of the crew and sailors who are native to Crab Island. However, this doesn't seem to be enough. I also need to strengthen my control over the fleet." Thinking of this, Roland stroked his chin and began to ponder. The next day, Angie Hilton arrived at the manor as promised to see Roland. This was a man in his early 30s, not particularly strong, and dressed rather haphazardly, but a glint of wisdom would occasionally flash in his eyes. Roland spoke with him for almost an hour. It must be said that Angie is indeed a talented person. He has his own unique and brilliant understanding of both navigation and commerce. Although he is a bit less experienced than Kane, he is still a rare talent. If this person is trustworthy, Roland is indeed very willing to agree to Kane's proposal. Even if he doesn't know what the other party is thinking, Roland will still agree to Kane's proposal, but he needs to take some precautions. Roland then ended their conversation and immediately agreed to Kane's proposal, much to the delight of both Kane and Angie. At this time, the fleet was still resting in the port, and the next voyage was expected to be in half a month. Because war had broken out in both the north and the south, the price of weapons and iron products was rising continuously, and they needed to wait for the blacksmith village of Gullet to continue to forge more iron products. Then, 10 days passed by in the blink of an eye, and everything proceeded as planned. Cancer Island entered a crazy era of infrastructure construction. The once dilapidated and dirty Pearl Town is undergoing a vigorous renovation. The dirty and bumpy dirt roads on the streets have been paved with thick stone slabs, so even if you pass by on a rainy day, you won't get filthy. Toilets have sprung up one after another in Pearl Town. Nowadays, residents are used to using the toilets. If anyone still relieves himself in the street, he will not only be punished by the guards, but will also be despised by his neighbors. After seeing their clean and tidy front door, they realized how dirty and disgusting the streets had been before. Although the port expansion is progressing rapidly, with its ship capacity increasing by nearly 50% compared to before, it is still not enough to accommodate all the ships on the sea. After the last ocean storm, more and more merchants and captains have come to know about Crab Island, knowing that it seems to be able to calm storms. Although it may be a coincidence, they still hope that it will bring them good luck. As more and more ships docked, Pearl Harbor became increasingly lively, bustling with people, even more so than Pearl Harbor itself. Moreover, these merchants, sailors, and crew members were exceptionally generous, whether it was gambling, eating, drinking, or having fun. Roland had his men count the days spending at Pearl Harbor. The average daily spending of these people was 100 gold coins, which meant that nearly 3,000 gold coins would flow into Crab Island every month. Although most of these gold coins were earned by the residents, Roland still managed to get a share of the profits through taxes and management fees. Moreover, these residents who earn gold coins will inevitably spend them on Crab Island. Since the main supplies on Crab Island are transported in and sold by Roland's fleet, in the end, these people's gold coins will still flow into Roland's pocket. Then Roland will use these gold coins to either invest in the island or to continue purchasing goods outside. As for these people, they received food, clothing, beef, and other necessities. This is called a win-win situation. Given the popularity of Pearl Harbor, Roland thought he should double the size of the port's expansion. Besides here, the situation at the iron ore mine will also see a surge again with the addition of a large number of workers, and the daily output will almost triple. Meanwhile, things are finally getting back on track at the gold mine. It can now smell a dozen or 20 gold coins for Roland every day. At this rate, earning 5,000 gold coins a month will not be a problem. The reclamation of new farmland has also made good progress. The arable land on Crab Island has increased by 30% compared to before Roland arrived, and fresh blood has flowed into various villages to share the burden of these newly arrived people. Everything was slowly developing in the direction Roland had planned. On that very day, 5 more huge merchant ships sailed into Pearl Harbor. Roland initially paid them no mind, but when he heard that all 5 ships were flying albatross symbols, he became instantly excited. Because he knows, the person I've been longing for has arrived. The person who came was still Edward Hilton, whom Roland knew well. "Ha ha, respected Lord Roland, look what I've brought you," Edward said to Roland, who had arrived at the port, with a big laugh. Roland couldn't help but smile as he spoke. "Mr. Edward, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. How many people have you brought with you this time?" Edward grinned and then said, "I brought you 4,000 men this time. Originally, it was 5,000, but Kane suddenly sent a message saying that he had gathered 1,000 men himself. So this is all that's left. 4,000 people." Roland was overjoyed. His Cancer Island now has a population of 6,000. If he adds these 4,000 more people, he will be able to meet the system's requirement of 10,000 people. The mission can finally be completed. Roland was overjoyed. Chapter 40 SAXS mission is finally complete. One by one, people disembarked from the ship in an orderly fashion. Each of them had a face full of panic and exhaustion. They had been adrift on the ship for several days, going hungry every day, and their bodies were on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Roland provided everyone with food and fresh water, which helped them alleviate some of their physical fatigue. Lord Roland, although these 4,000 men are of slightly lower quality than the previous 2,000, they're perfectly capable of getting things done. Edward continued talking nonstop from his side. Roland also noticed that this batch of slaves was indeed of much lower quality than the previous batch. The previous batch of slaves consisted mainly of able-bodied men and women and some children, but this batch included many elderly people with gray hair. Although Roland was not entirely satisfied, he did not refuse. After all, 4,000 slaves was no small number, and he was content as long as he could gather them. He couldn't ask for too much. Despite this, Roland still feigned a troubled expression and said, "Mr. Edward, there are quite a few old men and women in your batch. What else can you do with these people besides feeding them my food?" Edward immediately offered an awkward explanation. "Ha ha ha, there are indeed some flaws, but these old folks aren't entirely useless. I think they were all teachers at some academy before. You can have them teach people to read, haha. If Lord Roland really doesn't like it, that's fine too. Just keep a record of these old folks, and I won't charge you later." College teachers? Roland raised an eyebrow. If that were really the case, he really wanted these old men. However, he still shook his head and said, "Is that all? These are all burdens. They bring me no value whatsoever. I think no wise lord would accept them." Upon hearing his words, Edward could only shake his head awkwardly and helplessly and said, "Lord Roland is indeed right. Since you don't want them, then I have no choice but to take them back." Upon hearing his words, Roland understood the meaning of taking them back. It seemed their final destination would be this endless ocean. These slave traders never treated slaves as human beings, especially slaves who had no value. Roland sighed and said, "Forget it. Judging from their physique, they probably can't withstand another voyage. Let them stay. Anyway, I don't need a few more pieces of bread." Edward immediately put on a flattering expression and said, "Lord Roland is truly the most benevolent nobleman I have ever met." In his heart, he was probably cursing Roland as an idiot. However, Roland didn't care about any of that. Instead, he continued to observe the disembarking slaves. Clayton was still leading a group of people to count the number of people. The enormous workload made them complain endlessly. It wasn't until almost noon that the last slave finally disembarked from the ship, or rather, was thrown off because he had become a corpse. Just like last time, many people did not survive the long journey and eventually collapsed in the cabin, never to live again. Compared to the 80 people last time, the death toll was higher this time. In the end, nearly 250 people were thrown off the ship before the ship was completely cleared of slaves. As before, Roland sent people to bury the more than 250 people. Those whose names were known were given a tombstone carved on a wooden board to prove that they had been there. The 6 slaves also received timely medical treatment. The slaves, who were initially terrified, gradually calmed down upon seeing this scene. A lord who can achieve this level of competence must be quite capable. Meanwhile, Roland was already engaged in a heated bargaining session with Edward. There are now 4,500 slaves, but 250 have already become corpses, and nearly 300 are seriously ill, and it is unknown whether they can survive. 500 are in slightly better condition, but it is hard to say what will happen to them. In addition, there are 300 elderly people who cannot work, and nearly 500 children. So, in reality, there are only about 3,000 slaves left with any value. Roland's calculations left Edward momentarily bewildered. He had brought 4,500 slaves with him, but Roland's calculations showed that he now only had 3,000. But listening to him say that, Edward felt that something was wrong, but it didn't seem like there was anything wrong with it. This shouldn't be. I can deduct the gold coins from the dead, the 6 slaves, and the old man, but I can't give the others to you for free, otherwise I'll be a loss. Edward pondered for a long time before finally speaking. Roland smiled slightly and asked, "So, Mr. Edward, how do you think this price should be calculated?" Edward glanced at Roland stealthily, then spoke. "These slaves are worth 10 gold coins on the market, but since Lord Roland is our honored guest, we can sell them to you for 9 gold coins each." Upon hearing this, Roland shook his head without hesitation and pointed at the group of people. "Look at these people. Which one looks like a normal person? If they were like the soldiers, nobles, and slaves of the last batch, I could accept the higher price. But these people look like refugees fleeing disaster. They're all skin and bones. Just feeding them and making them strong enough to work will cost a lot of gold coins." Edward broke out in a cold sweat. Most of these slaves were indeed refugees they had bought at low prices, but he hadn't expected Roland to see through it. So he forced a smile and said, Then we'll lower the price a bit, 8 gold coins per person. That's the bottom line. Any lower than that is beyond my authority to decide." Roland smiled slightly and said, "Are those patients and children really worth 8 gold coins? And I seem to have noticed that some of them have difficulty walking. Mr. Edward, you wouldn't be sending me some disabled slaves here, would you?" Edward was startled, then quickly forced a smile. "How could that be? They might have been injured on the ship. How about this? I'll give you a discount of 1 gold coin, so it'll be 7 gold coins per person." Roland stared intently at him. Edward was on the verge of tears when he said this. This is really the lowest price ever. Can it go any lower? Hearing this, Roland felt it was about time, so he did some calculations and said, "According to what we just said, after deducting the corpses, the sick, and the elderly slaves, there are about 3,600 people left. At 7 gold coins per person, that's 25,200 gold coins. How about this? I'll offer 24,000 gold coins. Let's settle on this deal. I feel this price is the most reasonable." Edward stared at him blankly, his lips trembling a few times, but in the end he nodded with a bitter face. Seeing this, Roland smiled with satisfaction. This time 4,000 people arrived in Hong Kong, double the number of the 2,000 last time, but the cost was almost the same. Although the quality of the slaves had dropped significantly this time, Roland was not too concerned. Although these people could not fight and did not have bronze knights, they could still farm and mine without any problems. Soon, Roland had the gold coins brought over and delivered to Edward's ship. Looking at the boxes full of gold coins, Edward finally smiled and laughed as he spoke to Roland. Lord Roland, it's been a pleasure doing business with you. If you ever want slaves or other goods again, be sure to come to me. Ha ha ha. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory price. Roland nodded and said with a smile, Of course. Trust me, I'll definitely have plenty of opportunities to contact you in the future. The two then chatted for a few more minutes before Edward led all his men back to the ship and slowly left the port. Roland watched their departing ship, suppressing his excitement, and then slowly opened the mission panel. He felt that the mission should be completed. Quest. Your performance exceeded my expectations. You perfectly resolved the crisis on Cancer Island, allowing you to finally focus on developing your territory. However, you've discovered that the territory's population seems too small, with a severe shortage of manpower everywhere, seriously hindering its development. Therefore, my lord, please expand the territory's population as soon as possible, increasing it to over 10,000. Completed. Reward, 5 intermediate soul imprint potions. Sure enough, 3 small words appeared after the task description, but the reward was still nowhere to be found. Intermediate soul imprint potion. Roland urgently needs this. Based on past experience, rewards usually arrive within 3 days through various means. Roland cannot be too hasty. Afterwards, Clayton led nearly 100 people to register the identities of these newcomers to Cancer Island. After registration, they were sent to the blacksmith village to make an identity plaque for each of them. With this plaque, they were considered citizens of Cancer Island. As for the arrangements for these people, they remain the same as before. However, it seems that those mines or construction sites cannot absorb so many workers all at once. Fortunately, Pearl Town had expanded considerably by this time, and many of the newly built houses in the neighborhoods were uninhabited. Roland then instructed Clayton to issue a notice. Anyone with a skill can apply for a shop in a new district as a place to operate, such as a barber shop, small restaurant, clinic, boxing gym, pub, theater, etc. This can absorb too much labor and make the new district prosperous and lively quickly. Of course, these shops weren't given away for free. They were rented out at a certain rate. However, these slaves didn't have a single gold coin, so the rent would be deducted from their future income. If they lose money opening the shop and can't afford to pay the rent, there's nothing Roland can do but suffer the loss himself. In addition, there is startup capital. Roland can also provide low-interest loans, but this money must be repaid regardless. So Clayton relayed Roland's message to everyone. Immediately, many slaves' eyes lit up. They were all people with skills before, and they would certainly be happy to return to their old ways. Soon, a group of people surrounded Clayton and his friends and began to apply for the program. Of course, this policy applies to the entire island. If people from mines or villages also want to operate businesses in town, they can also submit an application. However, at Roland's behest, these applications had to be approved by him to prevent anyone from submitting them unqualifiedly. It was already noon the next day, but the 4,000 people still hadn't been settled. At this time, there were still nearly 2,000 people stranded on the open ground of the port. However, with the free food and water provided by Roland, they didn't have any complaints. After all, wasn't life here much more comfortable than on the ship? Today, Roland did not go to the port, but sat in his study, staring blankly at the nearly 100 application letters on the table. He hadn't expected everyone to be so enthusiastic, especially since these were applications that had already been screened by Clayton and his team. Many unqualified applications have been rejected outright. However, since I said I would review it personally, I have to grit my teeth and finish it. I can't lose face in front of my subordinates. So he picked up an application and looked at it. Name, Tony. Gender, male. Application content. Request to open a barber shop in a new neighborhood. Below is an introduction to Tony. It turns out that he had more than 10 years of experience as a barber in a small town in the western part of the Holy Dragon Empire. He was very skilled, but he fled due to a disaster and eventually sold himself into slavery in order to get a bite to eat. Roland felt deep sympathy for Tony's experience. But the fact is, Roland quickly signed his name on the application. After all, just hearing his name makes you feel like he works in this line of work. Then, Roland took out a second one. This was an application to open a clinic. Roland looked at it for a while, then made annotations and ordered someone to examine his medical skills. If his skills were satisfactory, he would approve the application. Over the next period of time, Roland carefully studied each application, but only a few were approved directly. Some were rejected outright, while others required further investigation. Just as Roland rubbed his eyes and picked up another application, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and he uttered a soft, "Huh." Name, Rutf. Gender, male. Age, 68. Application content. Request to open a gold product store in the new district. Alchemy? Roland looked curious. To open an alchemical product shop, one must at least know alchemy, which is a rare profession. Alchemists would be sought after by nobles and powerful forces no matter where they were. If Rutef was really an alchemist, he would have no worries about food and drink no matter where he was. So how did he end up as a slave? Roland was puzzled, so after thinking for a moment, he ordered someone to summon this man named Rutf. He wanted to meet this Rutef in person and see if he was a real or fake alchemist. If it's fake, then throw it to feed the fish. What if it's true? Roland couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Chapter 47. Andre promoted to Gold Knight. Soon, a short, scruffy, and filthy old man was brought before Roland. Roland looked him over curiously and said, "You're Rutef? I heard you're opening an alchemy shop." The old man blew on his beard, then raised his head and said with a smug look on his face, "Yes, I want to open an alchemy shop here." Doesn't this old man know his place? He's a slave, yet he's so self-righteous. However, Roland didn't care for the moment and continued to ask curiously, "But are you an alchemist? If not, how do you open it?" Rutf looked at him with an expression as if he were an idiot and said, "Isn't that obvious? If I'm not an alchemist and don't know alchemy, how am I supposed to open an alchemy shop?" Roland was a little embarrassed by his retort. After all, he was his lord. However, alchemists were said to be arrogant and eccentric, so Roland decided not to argue with him. However, Roland still had some doubts about his identity, so he asked, "Rutef, if you really are an alchemist, then I can approve your application. However, how will you prove your identity? After all, alchemists are not common." Upon hearing this, Rutfe immediately began to puff out his beard and scratch his head incessantly, saying, "If you have an alchemy lab here, or some simple alchemical tools and materials, I can demonstrate it for you on the spot." Roland slowly shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I don't have those things here. Perhaps you should think of another way." Rutf immediately became anxious. As an old man, it would be too difficult for him to survive here without a skill. So he thought for a moment, and then said with a reluctant expression, "All right, I'll let you off easy. I have a few potions that I made before, and I can sell them to you at a discount. These potions are enough to prove my point." "Medicine?" Roland immediately became interested and said, "What kind of medicine? Let me see it." Soon, Rutf rummaged through his tattered clothes and pulled out a piece of rag wrapped around his head. He carefully unwrapped the rag and saw 5 small, pale purple vials of potion in front of him. Upon seeing this, Roland was immediately startled and blurted out, "Intermediate soul imprinting potion." Rutf also looked surprised and said, "You recognize these medicines too?" Roland didn't recognize it, but since the system mission reward was also 5, he immediately made the connection. Looking back now, it really was a mission reward. So he smiled and said, "I happen to have read about this medicine in a book before, so I know a little about it." Rutf nodded in understanding, then said smugly, "Well then, does this prove that I am a true alchemist?" Roland nodded, then smiled and said, "Of course. How much is this medicine? I'll take it." However, he couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Damn system, it's supposed to be my reward, but I still have to spend gold coins to buy it." Rutf hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, and then spoke. "How about 100 gold coins each?" "Oh no, 80 gold coins will be enough." 80 gold coins? Roland raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected it to be so cheap. Normally, a single intermediate level potion would cost tens or even hundreds of gold coins. So, Roland took out 100 gold coins and said with a smile, "Here are 100 gold coins. With this money, you can open an alchemy shop." As Roland accepted the 5 intermediate level soul imprinting potions, his heart began to pound uncontrollably. The reward should have arrived by now. Rutf was equally excited and laughed heartily as he spoke. "Ha ha! Don't worry with me, Rutf. Here, I dare say this alchemy shop will become the most powerful alchemy shop within 1,000 miles. You're just bragging." As far as Roland knew, there were quite a few high-level alchemists in Portland province alone, and even in Triumph City, there were alchemy masters. This old geezer was quite good at bragging, saying that the area within a radius of 1,000 meters was about the same. However, Roland did not expose his boasting, but instead smiled and said, "All right, I've approved your application. Now you can go find a shop to open. If you need any help, just let me know." Rutf immediately showed an angry expression and said, "Do you know what? All my alchemical tools were thrown away by those despicable slave-trapping crews. Now I can't work without them." Without hesitation, Roland spoke directly. "Don't worry, Rutford. I'll send someone to buy you a set of alchemy tools in a bit." Upon hearing this, Rutf immediately smiled and said, "Oh, did you also give me the set of tools, sir? Thank you so much, sir." This was the first time the old man had called him sir, and he wanted him to give him a set of alchemy tools for free. However, Roland didn't care. Compared to an alchemist, the value of those alchemical tools was negligible. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Rut finally left the Lord's Manor and headed to the new district to select a shop. It wasn't until Rut left that Roland finally had the chance to check his mission panel. If I'm not mistaken, the task should have been updated by now. Soon, a semi-transparent panel appeared before his eyes. Sure enough, the mission has been updated. Mission: your territory's population has expanded to a certain size, and you need sufficient time to assimilate them. However, besides bringing labor, the increase in population will also bring some chaos. Among these newcomers, some have not truly submitted to you. After all, your territory is too weak, lacking even a single gold knight. Therefore, please acquire a gold knight in your territory as soon as possible. Only in this way can you completely subdue these restless people. Reward: the secrets of magic. Upon seeing this, Roland was immediately stunned. Golden Knight? There is no such powerful being on our island. But fortunately, Andre seems to be on the verge of a breakthrough. Once he breaks through, this mission can be completed smoothly. However, breakthroughs are mysterious and difficult to achieve. Some people feel they're just one step away, but they may be stuck for several years. So he immediately sent someone to check on Andre's condition. Soon, the news arrived. Andre remained in seclusion, and no one dared to disturb him. There was nothing Roland could do about this. He could only pray that Roland would break through and emerge from seclusion as soon as possible. The reward for the mission, however, left Roland somewhat puzzled. The mystery of magic? Could the quest reward grant me mastery of magic? If that's the case, then it's truly astonishing. Dual cultivation of magic and martial arts? Such talents have appeared in history, but they are extremely rare because they require exceptional talent. And even those with the talent to master both magic and martial arts are not guaranteed to become powerful. Because practicing both magic and martial arts will inevitably lead to distraction during cultivation, resulting in slow progress in both martial arts and magic, ultimately causing more harm than good. Therefore, unless you have exceptional talent, it is best to specialize in one discipline and never try to do both. However, Roland didn't care about this at all. After all, he is a person with a system. Although this system is a bit frustrating and annoying, it is still useful. Thinking of his imposing figure in the future, wielding a greatsword in his left hand and a staff in his right, Roland couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. 3 days later, to Roland's surprise and disappointment, someone finally broke through, but it wasn't Andre, whom he had been longing for, but rather the intermediate mage Catherine. After several days of seclusion, Catherine finally broke through to the level of a top-tier intermediate mage. With the help of that mysterious magic wand, her combat power was approaching that of a golden knight. Catherine's emergence from seclusion brought Roland a slight sense of relief. Recently, the population of Cancer Island had surged, especially the number of silver knights, which had increased by more than 10, exceeding his control. Fortunately, the 5 intermediate-level solemn printing potions sent by Rutf were just what they needed, and Roland used the potions on the 5 strongest among them. Therefore, unless they encounter a golden knight or a high-ranking mage to remove the potion's effects in the future, they will never be able to betray them and will only be able to obey their commands. So this medicine is indeed useful, but it's also somewhat useless. After all, golden knights are not too rare. Fortunately, there are no golden knights on Cancer Island, so as long as they are on the island, we can use them without worry. 3 days later, just as Roland had been eagerly anticipating, Andre finally emerged from his training room. Roland already knew the news in advance and was waiting anxiously at his door. It wasn't until he saw Andre that Roland finally couldn't contain his excitement. At this moment, Andre was more reserved than before, and his aura was more peaceful. If the previous Andre was a sword with its sharp edge fully exposed, then now he was a sword that had been sheathed. Only when he drew his sword could his sharpness be seen. "Andre, you succeeded," Roland said with some excitement. Andre looked at Roland, who was waiting for him, and smiled before speaking. "Yes, sir. I have advanced to the rank of Gold Knight. Thank you for your concern." Roland took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and laughed as he spoke. "Aha! You are the first Golden Knight on our Cancer Island, and the whole island should celebrate. Tonight we will hold a grand bonfire party to celebrate for you." "Ah!" Andre initially wanted to refuse. After all, he wasn't one to like being flamboyant. However, Roland insisted on doing so because he had his own plans. He wanted to use tonight's party to spread the news that Andre had become a Golden Knight in order to deter those petty thieves. That night, after a long hiatus, Cancer Island was once again engulfed in revelry. A grand bonfire soared into the sky, illuminating the entire central square, and the newly formed band played one beautiful piece of music after another, making the atmosphere even more joyful. However, the happiest people were the ordinary residents of the island. On this day, each of them received a piece of soft white bread and a cup of rich milk, a delicacy they could only enjoy on holidays. Meanwhile, Roland took the opportunity to announce that Catherine had become a top-tier intermediate mage, and his influence was no less than that of Andre. At Roland's signal, Catherine unleashed 2 massive wind blades, shattering a distant tree into pieces, shocking everyone present and bringing the bonfire party to a climax. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Roland couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. In the distance, among the crowd, an equally beautiful woman looked at Catherine with some surprise and confusion. As Selena looked at Catherine's figure, she couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. She felt like she had seen Catherine somewhere before, but she couldn't quite place her. After thinking for a long time, she still had no clue, so she could only shake her head and shake off the distracting thoughts in her mind. Maybe I've mistaken someone for someone else. Then, her gaze involuntarily fell on Roland, who was standing to the side. This weak lord seems to be growing faster than he expected. Although Selena did not have the grand ambition of seeking revenge against the St. Laurent Empire or rebuilding the Grand Duchy of Delan, she did have some of her own ideas. Although she was an illegitimate child and had been pampered since childhood, she was not just a pretty face. The Lord of Low City that she mentioned earlier was not made up. She did not want to be an ordinary woman. So, she made a decision in her heart. Task. Your territory's population has expanded to a certain size. Completed. Reward. The secrets of magic. After the bonfire party, Roland did not go to sleep, but instead studied his mission. The mission is complete. Now it's time for the rewards. The mystery of magic? This reward made Roland incredibly excited. His dream of mastering both magic and martial arts might just come true. However, on Cancer Island, the only magician Roland knows of is Catherine. It seems he must go and ask her for advice tomorrow, hoping she can give him an answer. Otherwise, if even Catherine can't help him get the reward, Roland really won't know how to find it. Besides the mission rewards, with Andre's promotion to Gold Knight, he can finally mine the magic crystal mine he's been longing for. The most painful thing is to be powerless to do anything about a gold mine. Once Roland starts mining this magic crystal mine, he will never have to worry about gold coins again for a while. Roland plans to start mining the magic crystal mine in the southern swamp as soon as he receives the mission reward. Chapter 48, Territory Specialties. What is magic? Catherine looked at Roland with a puzzled expression. She didn't understand why he would suddenly come running over to ask her this question so early in the morning. Roland nodded and made up a reason. Yes, I recently read a knight novel in which the knights controlled both martial arts and magic, so I wanted to see if I could do that too. Upon hearing his words, Catherine immediately frowned, finding this unreliable adult rather difficult to handle. My lord, I think you should devote more energy to the development of the territory, rather than reading some meaningless knight novels, let alone these ethereal magic and martial arts cultivations. Roland smiled and said, I only look at it in my spare time. You should tell me the answer quickly. Well, if I could do it too. After all, there have been people like that in history, haven't there? Catherine wanted to say something more, but seeing Roland's inquisitive eyes, she took a deep breath and said helplessly, Magic is not actually magical. It is just another kind of power, just like battle aura. The only difference is that the methods of controlling and the forms of expression of these two powers are different. Moreover, magic and battle aura each have their own advantages and disadvantages. You don't need to pursue magic so much. Upon hearing her words, Roland showed a look of understanding and then hurriedly asked another question. Then how did you master magic in the first place? Catherine hesitated for a moment before speaking. To master magic, you must have magical talent. With magical talent, you can sense the existence of magical elements. I sensed magical elements in my meditation. Most magicians are like that. There's nothing magical about it. Upon hearing this, Roland showed a curious expression and said, Catherine, can you teach me how to meditate? Catherine was somewhat speechless, but she still taught Roland a set of beginner meditation techniques, which were not a secret. Afterwards, Roland sat down cross-legged at Catherine's house and began to meditate. Looking at the convincing-looking Roland, Catherine couldn't help but cover her forehead and shake her head. Is there really a future in following this lord? After a long while, just as Catherine had expected, Roland woke up with a look of disappointment and muttered something. That shouldn't be the case. Isn't this how you get the reward? Award? Catherine didn't understand what Roland meant by the reward, but she pretended to be concerned and comforted him. My lord, it is extremely rare for someone to comprehend both magic and battle aura at the same time. It is normal for you to fail. However, Roland did not seem to give up. Instead, he turned to look at Catherine again and said, Catherine, there must be other ways, right? Catherine didn't understand why Roland was so persistent, but if she didn't want him to keep dwelling on this issue, she might as well just use reality to shatter his idea. So, Catherine said helplessly, there is another way. Some people have magical talent, but they are unable to sense the existence of magical elements. In that case, a magician is needed to use his magic to enter their body and guide and stimulate their senses. Upon hearing this, Roland showed an amused expression and said, Really? Then Catherine, shall we give it a try now? Without waiting for Catherine's reply, he entered a meditative state again. Catherine looked helpless, but still reached out her hand to Roland's body. Soon, Roland felt a strange energy slowly entering his body. Roland knew that this was Catherine's magic, but he still couldn't grasp the true form of this power. It failed again. Roland stood up somewhat dejectedly and said, It seems this is still not right. Something must be wrong. What do you think, Catherine? Something went wrong? I'm afraid there's something wrong with your brain. However, Catherine still offered words of comfort. My lord, you have awakened water attribute battle chi. If you truly have magical talent, then it is highly likely that your magical talent is also water attribute. I am a wind mage, and I may not be able to activate the potential within you. I see, Roland said thoughtfully. Water attribute mage? But there's only one mage on the entire Crab Island, Catherine, and she's a wind mage. Where can we find a water mage? However, just as Roland was frowning and struggling with his thoughts, a clear, crisp voice suddenly rang out. Lord Roland, what are you and Miss Catherine doing here? Roland was startled awake. He turned around and saw that it was Princess Selena in distress. He asked her in surprise, Selena, what are you doing here with Catherine? After returning home last night, Selena couldn't stop thinking about Catherine. After thinking about it all night, she felt more and more that she had met Catherine before, so she couldn't help but come over to meet her. Catherine also saw Selena at this moment. Her brows furrowed slightly, but then quickly relaxed as if nothing had happened. Oh, I just saw that Miss Catherine's magic was particularly powerful last night, so I wanted to ask her for some advice. Roland nodded, but waved his hand dismissively and said, I don't even understand magic. What are you asking me for advice? Do you think you're a magician or something? Selena looked at Roland blankly and said, My lord, aren't you a knight? Of course you wouldn't understand. And how do you know I'm not a mage? Upon hearing his words, Roland exclaimed, Huh, and then looked at Selena, saying, Are you a magician? Selena stared wide-eyed, nodded, and said, Yes. Sir, don't you know? Roland thought for a moment. It seemed that Selena had never told him that she was a magician, and she had never demonstrated magic in front of him. So how would he know? However, now is not the time to concern ourselves with these details. Roland suddenly showed a concerned expression, then forced a smile and said, Selena, I bet you're a water mage. Selena looked surprised and said, How did you know, sir? I am indeed a novice water mage. Why? So this is where the mission reward was waiting for me. Roland couldn't help but curse the system in his heart for being shameless. Then, He couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha, never mind that. Selena, come and do me a favor." Selena looked at Roland with a puzzled expression. Catherine, standing to the side, helplessly explained the reason for the situation. After listening, Selena gave an awkward smile and said, "Sir, you truly have lofty aspirations." Catherine then quipped from the side, "Why don't you give it a try for the master? If he really comprehends magic, then you could be his magic mentor." Selena knew Catherine was joking and gave a helpless smile before speaking. "Then I'll give it a try. Maybe it really will work." After saying that, she walked to Roland's side and touched his shoulder with her slender, white hand. Then, the pale blue magic power in her body slowly flowed out and merged into Roland's body. At that moment, Roland felt a special energy enter his body again. However, unlike before when he had no reaction, Roland had a vague feeling about this energy, as if he could vaguely see its true form. There's hope. Roland was overjoyed and immediately entered a meditative state, focusing more intently on perceiving the blue magic. At the same time, a faint blue fluorescence began to emanate from his body. At this moment, Catherine and Selena also suddenly opened their eyes wide and looked at Roland, whose eyes were closed with surprise. The two looked at each other, both seeing shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Roland seems to be reacting to magic. Could he really be able to grasp the secrets of magic? The two were stunned and couldn't believe it. They had only ever seen beings who could simultaneously master both martial arts and magic in thick history books. Meanwhile, Roland, who was still meditating, was also increasingly aware of that magic power. Moreover, the scattered water magic elements outside his body were slowly attracted to him and then flowed into his body. Finally, Roland suddenly opened his eyes and burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I get it. So this is magic. Ha ha ha." He raised his right hand, and a faint stream of pale blue water gathered and swirled in his palm. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the water splashed onto the ground. Catherine and Selena were still in shock, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Although Roland's performance just now could not even be called magic, it was enough to prove that he had grasped the secrets of magic. "And master, you've really mastered magic." Although Catherine had seen it with her own eyes, she still found it hard to believe and stammered as she asked. Selena stared intently at Roland, wanting to hear his answer. Roland looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression and said, "Weren't you the ones who helped me comprehend magic? Why are you asking me now?" Upon hearing his words, the two of them completely believed this impossible possibility. Oh no, he truly grasped the secrets of both magic and martial arts. He became a rare figure in history, skilled in both magic and martial arts. Even after Roland left, the two were still somewhat dazed, unable to fully accept the reality. "Miss Catherine, do you think the master already anticipated that he would be able to comprehend magic?" Selena, thinking about everything that had just happened, said with a mixture of disbelief and confusion. Catherine naturally understood at this point that Roland probably already knew she possessed magical talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly come looking for her. There seems to be some unknown secret hidden within Roland. But who doesn't have secrets? So she shook her head, looked at Selena, and said seriously, "You must keep it a secret that the master has comprehended magic. You must not reveal it to anyone, understand?" Selena felt the oppressive aura emanating from Catherine. Her heart tightened, and she hurriedly spoke. "I will not reveal a single word, Miss Catherine." Catherine nodded. Then, Selena looked at Catherine and finally asked the question that had been troubling her for so long. "Miss Catherine, haven't we met somewhere before? I have a feeling that I know you well." When Catherine heard her words, she simply said something cold. "Never seen it before." After saying that, he turned around and went back into the house. But when Selena saw her, she became even more convinced that she must have seen her before. "I must figure this out myself," Selena thought to herself. Meanwhile, after returning to his room, Roland played a few simple spells with great interest before focusing his attention on mission. "Now that I have grasped the secrets of magic, shouldn't a new mission be set for me?" Then a thought crossed his mind, and the task panel appeared before his eyes. Sure enough, a new mission has been issued. "Quest. You've done a great job, Lord. With the powerful Golden Knight, your territory is once again secure, allowing you to focus on its development. However, you've discovered that as summer fades, the watermelon harvest in the northern wasteland is dwindling, insufficient to support the trade needs of your territory's fleet. Therefore, Lord, please find another specialty product to enrich your island's goods. Task reward. Territory specialty products *2. Upon seeing this mission, Roland raised an eyebrow. Local specialties? It seems there's nothing else besides watermelon. Specialty products, as the name suggests, are products that are unique to a local area and have a strong competitive advantage over similar products from other places. For example, the wines from the Earl of Connie, oak product from a Vivian family estate, or perhaps the violet flower potion of the Violet Empire. Ice crystals, a specialty of the Winter Empire. These are all well-known local specialties, and some territories were even established based on a single specialty. For example, the city of Tulip, where Roland's sister Loria lives, was established because of its abundant tulips, and the city prospered because of tulips. What delighted Roland was that the mission reward consisted of 2 more local specialties. In other words, if one completes this task, 3 new territory specialties will be added to Cancer Island. Undoubtedly, this will greatly promote the economy and development of Cancer Island. But what made Roland frown a little was, where exactly can we find this local specialty? The fact that the system can issue this task means that there must be some special products on the island that have not yet been discovered. Roland thought for a long time, but still couldn't come up with a single clue. Specialty. Where can I find local specialties? Chapter 49, The Swamp Python Appears. Roland has already instructed Clayton to issue a notice in Pearl Town regarding the search for local specialties. Anyone who discovers new local specialties will be rewarded by the government with between 10 and 100 gold coins, depending on the discovery. After the announcement was sent out, the entire Cancer Island went a little crazy. Although they didn't know what the territory's special products mentioned in the announcement were, as long as they found them, the reward would be enough for decades of their wages. As a result, the residents of the entire island would go out to look for so-called local specialties whenever they had the chance, hoping that good luck would come their way. Some daring individuals even ventured into the Dolan Forest or the southern swamps to explore, and indeed, the gold coins were enough to drive people crazy. However, Roland did not focus on this matter. Finding local specialties depends on luck and fate, and spending too much time on it would be counterproductive. Moreover, he had something even more important to do at that moment. In the morning, Roland gathered the island's top combat forces together, including not only the Golden Knight Andre and the Wind Mage Catherine, but also 3 top Silver Knights captured from Jubii City and 5 veteran Silver Knights. In addition, there were a group of Bronze Knights and ordinary warriors. Of course, the mining master, Gillet, also came along. He was in charge of mining this magic crystal mine. Even Selena, that little girl, insisted on coming along. Roland, a mere novice mage, wouldn't even look at her, but after she promised to teach him 2 water spells, he agreed to her request, treating it as a trip with her. In short, this operation assembled a team of nearly 100 people, making it the largest operation Roland has undertaken since he came here. No one knew why the Lord had summoned so many people on such a large scale. However, Roland did not hide it. After all, if he hid it now, everyone would find out when the excavation began, so it was better to be honest. I recently received information that there is a magic crystal mine deep in the southern swamp. So our trip there is to investigate whether it is true or not. If it really exists, we will need to open up a path for it. Roland stated the purpose of his trip directly. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Magic cristallore. Even if they've never eaten pork, they've seen pigs run. They naturally know how precious magic crystal, or is. Its value is more than 10 times that of gold. In short, nothing in this world related to magic is cheap. Magic crystal mines? Are you sure, sir? There are magic crystal mines in the southern swamp. Clayton asked in shock. Compared to them, Catherine and Selena, being mages, were even more shocked. Only they understood the importance of magic crystal or to mages. My lord, are you telling the truth? Where did you get this information? Catherine asked, her eyes wide. The reactions of the crowd were clearly beyond Roland's expectations, so he thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Not necessarily. I only received a piece of information, and it may or may not be true. So our purpose in coming here is to confirm the authenticity of this magic crystal mine. As for the information, I found it in an ancient book." Ancient books? This lord doesn't usually read much. However, that doesn't matter. Regardless of the source of this information, it's worth checking out. After all, this is a precious magic crystal mine. Soon after, the fully equipped team slowly advanced towards the southern swamp. According to the map on Laelos, the magic crystal mine is located at the deepest part of the southern swamp, about 100 kilometers away from Pearl Town. However, this is the straight line distance. The actual distance is definitely much longer. Of the nearly 100 men, only about 30 rode warhorses, while the rest had to walk, so their pace was naturally slow. Roland estimated that it might take them 2 or 3 days to reach their destination, provided they did not encounter any danger along the way. At this moment, Roland, riding on a little dragon, took the lead. With the speed of the winged dragon wolf alone, Roland was confident that he could reach his destination within half a day. However, this was not a battle he could fight alone, and he did not have the strength to sweep away the southern swamp by himself. After about half a day, the group finally arrived at the edge of the southern swamp. The ground beneath their feet had begun to become wet and muddy, and the trees around them were becoming fewer and fewer. The land in front of them was covered with weeds, and hidden among the weeds were puddles and muddy areas. All of this may seem unremarkable, but everyone knows what kind of risks are hidden beneath this patch of grass, mud, and puddles. I'll lead the way in a bit. Everyone follow my steps. Roland sat on the little dragon and turned to ask the question behind him. The swamp is fraught with danger. In addition to the various poisonous insects and monsters hidden within, there are also the hard-to-find swamp mud that can swallow a person whole. It may look like a peaceful place, but if you step on it, you will sink deep into it and be unable to extricate yourself until you are completely swallowed up. If it were Roland and his group of knights with battle aura, they would naturally not be afraid of this. However, if this magic crystal mine were to be developed, there would inevitably be a large number of ordinary people passing through, so Roland had to protect them from this risk. Roland's mount, the twin-winged dragon wolf, was powerful and fearless of the various poisonous insects and magical beasts in the swamp, so it naturally took on the role of clearing the way. At Roland's command, the little dragon immediately roared excitedly to the sky. "Awoo! Awoo! Awoo! Awoo!" Then, it dashed off into the swamp, leaving behind huge footprints on the ground. The group then quickly followed in Xiaolong's footsteps, moving forward steadily. With Xiaolong leading the way, their speed was not much slower than before. However, along the way, as the group passed by, some venomous snakes and centipedes would always jump out from the grass or mud to attack them. But everyone was prepared and had all changed into thick-soled animal skin boots, so these snakes and insects could not break through their defenses. Everything seemed to be in no danger. However, as the group ventured deeper into the southern swamp, they gradually discovered that progress was becoming increasingly difficult. The ground beneath their feet was becoming softer and softer, and with each step, their feet sank deep into the mud, slowing their pace considerably. The appearance of snakes, insects, and venomous creatures is becoming more and more frequent, but fortunately, no magical beasts have appeared so far. Just as everyone was struggling to move forward, suddenly, the little dragon in front let out a panicked cry. Its enormous body seemed to be stuck in a patch of mud in front of it, unable to get out. It kept raising its limbs, but only sank deeper and deeper. The venomous snakes, centipedes, and other poisonous creatures hidden in the mud were also awakened by the little dragon's struggles and rushed out to bite its body. However, unfortunately, their attacks could not break through the little dragon's tough skin. Seeing its panicked state, Roland, sitting on the little dragon's back, couldn't help but cover his forehead with a helpless expression, then patted its head and said to it, "Don't move around, just flap your wings and you can get up." Xiaolong was stunned. "Yes, I have wings too. How could I forget?" So it hurriedly flapped its huge wings, and its body, which had been sinking, slowly rose up, finally breaking free from the soil. "Oh!" The little dragon, now free, couldn't help but let out another long roar to the sky. "Sure enough, this little difficulty is no match for me, little dragon." The little dragon fluttered in the sky for a while before landing on the ground beside it. Roland also ordered his men to mark the swamp to prevent anyone from accidentally wandering into it. The group, which had been at a standstill, began to slowly move forward, following Xiaolong's steps. As night fell, the group finally stopped and found a relatively flat and dry spot to set up camp. It wasn't complicated at all. They simply laid out thick animal skin mats on the ground, sprinkled snake and insect repellent around them to prevent bites, lit a campfire, and started eating their dinner. Roland was the same. He was sitting around the campfire with Andre, Catherine, Selena, and Clayton slowly eating the food in their hands. Unlike the others who had cold bread in their hands, Roland naturally didn't. He reached into the bag hanging on the little dragon's back and took out a large piece of high-quality beef. However, this action was just a cover. The beef was actually taken out of his spatial ring. He then cut the beef into several pieces and slowly roasted them over the campfire. Soon, a fragrant aroma filled the air. Upon smelling it, Catherine and Selena instantly found their dry bread tasteless. Selena stared intently at the meat in Roland's hand, looking pitiful as she spoke. "You actually have roast meat to eat. Can you share some with me? This dry bread is really awful." The others thought the same thing, but none of them were as shameless as Selena and dared not say it outright. Roland, naturally aware of everyone's thoughts, smiled slightly and said, "Ha ha, don't worry, each of you will have one." Then, he handed out the grilled beef he had prepared to everyone present. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The others responded with smiles. Just then, suddenly, a huge black shadow attacked. Everyone was shocked. Then I felt a gust of wind, and the dark figure had disappeared. While I looked down again, I found that the roasted meat in my hand had vanished. Only the powerful Andre and Catherine acted swiftly, quickly dodging the attack. Everyone hurriedly turned to look at the dark figure that had been speaking, only to see it happily munching on the roasted meat it had just snatched. Seeing this, Roland's face darkened, and he immediately slapped her hard across the face, saying, "Xiaolong, you're not allowed to do that later. Do you hear me?" Xiaolong let out a couple of nonchalant sobs, trying to get rid of Roland. Left with no other choice, Roland went back to the pack on the little dragon's back, took out another large piece of beef, and returned to the campfire to roast it again. This time, everyone knew they had their share, so they all came to help. This time, everyone finally got to eat delicious beef. However, what made them a little uncomfortable was that Xiaolong's huge and terrifying head was sticking out to the side, pitifully staring at the roasted meat in everyone's hands. Left with no other choice, Roland had to promise it that he would make roast meat for it when they got back. Xiaolong then retracted his head in satisfaction. However, just as everyone was having dinner, suddenly, the bushes not far from them rustled a few times. The one who reacted the fastest was naturally the Golden Knight Andre. He suddenly stood up and roared, "Enemy attack! Prepare for battle!" Upon hearing his words, everyone abruptly put away their dry bread, picked up their weapons, and stared intently at the swaying bushes in the distance. Roland also gave Catherine a direct look. Catherine understood instantly, and soon after, 2 wind blades struck the bushes. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the bushes. Before anyone could react, a gigantic snake of enormous size slowly emerged from the grass. Upon seeing the giant serpent, everyone showed expressions of fear, especially the bronze knights and ordinary warriors. Warcraft. Moreover, it appears to be a mid-level magical beast, incredibly powerful. However, just as everyone was about to make their move, suddenly, another dark shadow flashed by, accompanied by an excited howl. "Oh!" It turned out that the dark figure was actually the Mount Little Dragon. At this moment, he charged directly at the giant snake and bit down. Naturally, the giant snake would not sit idly by and wait to die. It also opened its huge, blood-red maw and bit Little Dragon. The 2 magical beasts immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Catherine, standing to the side, frowned and said, "This is a mid-level magical beast, the crimson-striped python. Once it reaches adulthood, its strength can reach the level of a top-level, mid-level magical beast, making it extremely dangerous." Extremely dangerous? Roland remained non-committal. Regardless of whether it could defeat the little dragon, even if it does, so what? They still have Andre, the Golden Knight, to guard their side, so Roland isn't in a hurry. Selena, seeing the 2 magical beasts locked in fierce combat, immediately tensed up and hurriedly said, Quick, let's go help Little Dragon. What if it can't win?" Roland quickly stopped the group from acting impulsively, and then calmly said, "Little Dragon needs to fight to grow stronger. Don't worry, it's a sub-dragon magical beast. It won't suffer any losses." Roland had already realized that although the 2 of them seemed to be fighting fiercely, Little Dragon was not actually using his full strength. It's playing tricks on you. Giant Snake. Chapter 50 is just around the corner. "Oh!" Little Dragon roared to the sky again. Instantly, Its powerful dragon bloodline was activated, and the giant snake instantly revealed a look of terror in its eyes. It has to be said that this is the power of bloodline. However, at this critical moment of life and death, the giant snake would not admit defeat. So, it suppressed its fear and launched another attack on the little dragon. When Xiaolong saw that the giant snake dared to resist, he was furious. In the past, in the Dolan forest, as long as he released the aura of his bloodline, all kinds of animals and magical beasts would be so frightened that they would lie on the ground and tremble. But this giant snake actually dared to resist. Isn't this a provocation against the dignity of Lord Little Dragon? There are so many people watching. Instantly, a scorching fireball formed in the little dragon's mouth, and then, carrying immense energy, it shot towards the giant snake without hesitation. The giant snake sensed the danger and instantly coiled its body into a ball. Its scales hardened, greatly enhancing its defense. Boom! At that very moment, the enormous fireball slammed into the giant snake's body. At the same time, a scream came from the giant snake's mouth. As the smoke cleared, a huge wound was seen on the giant snake's body, the flesh charred black, and bright red blood flowing out continuously. The giant serpent's strongest defense couldn't even stop a fireball from the little dragon. Keep in mind, both of them are top-tier, mid-level magical beasts. Seeing the giant snake's pathetic state, the little dragon let out an arrogant and triumphant laugh. Awoo! The giant snake finally realized that it was no match for the little dragon, so it quickly turned around and tried to escape. Seeing this, the little dragon hurriedly flapped its wings and chased after it. However, this giant snake was exceptionally cunning. It plunged headfirst into the mud, and in an instant, half of its body was buried in the soil. If it goes completely inside, then you really won't be able to find it anymore. The little dragon immediately started howling in a panic, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, only its tail remained. Just when everyone thought the giant snake was about to escape, suddenly, a crimson figure descended from the sky and grabbed the giant snake's tail. When everyone looked, they realized that the man was actually Andre. I just saw him standing next to Roland. How come he suddenly ran over there? Get up! Andre let out a furious roar, then raised both hands sharply upwards. Then, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The giant snake, which had burrowed underground and only had its tail visible, was slowly pulled out of the soil by Andre. Finally, Andre gave it his all and slammed it down. The giant snake was completely pulled out of the soil and then slammed onto the ground to the side. Little Dragon finally arrived and, no longer daring to play, bit down hard on the giant snake. The giant snake let out another shrill scream, its enormous body twisting and writhing, but it was unable to break free from the little dragon's jaws. Later, the giant snake's body twisted less and less until finally, it stopped moving completely and became lifeless. The little dragon slowly opened its huge mouth, then proudly raised its head and roared to the sky. Oh, Roland was a little exasperated. He had almost lost track of the person just now, and yet he still had the nerve to yell here. Andre stood aside, watching all of this with a smile. In truth, this giant snake is nothing more than a matter of one strike from him. But Roland seems to want to train this mount, so Andre will cooperate. Seeing the giant snake finally fall into Xiaolong's mouth, the crowd cheered enthusiastically, which made Xiaolong even more proud, and he almost tilted his head back. This giant snake was enormous, nearly 7 or 8 meters long and as thick as a water bucket. If it were sold, it would definitely be worth 500 gold coins. However, everyone has more important things to do right now, so the body can only be left here for the time being and will be transported back on the way back. After the attack that night, things calmed down considerably. There were far fewer monsters and even fewer poisonous insects, as if everyone knew that this group of people was not to be trifled with. The night passed uneventfully, and everyone got a good rest. At dawn, the team set off again, heading deeper into the swamp. Compared to the previous day, this day's journey was significantly more difficult. The swamps that could swallow people appeared more frequently, and even the little dragon fell into them several times. Fortunately, it was strong enough to use its wings to break free from the swamps time and time again. Not only that, the venomous insects and ferocious beasts they encountered were also significantly more numerous and powerful than the day before. Scorpions the size of a foot, centipedes the length of an arm, and venomous snakes as tall as a person were everywhere, terrifying the onlookers. A single bite could result in immediate death from poisoning. Roland and his group also prepared a lot of antidotes, which should be able to save the lives of anyone who was poisoned. Fortunately, so far, no one has been bitten by these poisonous creatures. Although these poisonous creatures are powerful, they have not escaped the category of wild beasts and have not become powerful magical beasts, so their threat to everyone has always been limited. However, as the group ventured deeper into the swamp, the figures of Warcraft finally began to appear more and more frequently. Squeak! Suddenly, a spider the size of a wash basin burst out of the grass and attacked the human standing nearby. However, people were prepared. A silver knight swung his sword and instantly cut the giant spider in two. The dark green blood seeped into the ground, corroding the nearby weeds and causing them to fall. Without a doubt, this giant spider is highly venomous. If bitten by it, one would likely lose their life. Steel-toothed spider, a low-level magical beast with sharp, venomous teeth. It is also agile and adept at ambushes, making it extremely dangerous. The erudite Catherine explained from the side. Along the way, they had already been attacked by magical beasts many times. Although they were all low-level magical beasts, they were all highly poisonous, extremely dangerous, and difficult to deal with. Besides the steel-toothed spider, there are also highly venomous centipedes, venomous vipers, green-eyed poison lizards, and the like. These magical beasts weren't very valuable. On the market, each one was worth at most 20 gold coins, so Roland didn't care. However, Catherine offered a reminder from the side. These things may not be of much value, but I've heard that alchemists are very interested in them. Upon hearing this, Roland immediately thought of the new alchemist Rutef. Although he didn't know how skilled Rutef was in alchemy, he figured these things were probably something Rutef needed. So Roland ordered his men to collect all the dead poisonous insects. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's rare to see a spider this big, but luckily we can handle it. Clayton stared curiously at the corpse of the steel-toothed spider. Roland looked at the spider, shook his head, and said, "This is probably just the beginning. We are still a day's journey from the core of the swamp. The magical beasts, they're definitely stronger than those here. Later on, there will definitely be intermediate magical beasts, and it's not impossible that even high-level magical beasts will appear." Upon hearing this, Clayton's expression changed. Intermediate-level magical beasts are on the same level as him, but he lacks the confidence to defeat one, especially a highly poisonous one. As for advanced-level magical beasts, he doesn't even dare to dream of them. So, he said with a somewhat unpleasant expression, "My lord, if that's really the case, do you think we can still win?" Roland smiled and said, "Don't worry, we are not weak, and I will not risk everyone's lives." Upon hearing his words, Clayton's expression immediately softened. Afterwards, the group continued their journey forward. It wasn't until evening that the group finally stopped, looking exhausted. They then found a safe place to set up camp and began to establish their camp. Today we walked for longer than yesterday, but covered only 80% of the distance we covered yesterday, because there were far more dangers and difficulties along the way than yesterday, which seriously affected everyone's pace. As always, people scattered insect and snake repellent around the camp, but it was clear that this stuff wasn't very effective against the monsters. Therefore, they had to shrink the size of the camp and then send people to stand guard 24 hours a day to protect everyone's safety. However, this is clearly not enough to completely protect everyone from harm. A scream rang out. Everyone was suddenly awakened and saw that a venomous snake had somehow entered the camp and bit a soldier. Instantly, the soldier's face turned black and he fell into a coma. In an instant, the venomous snake was cleaved into several pieces by the surrounding warriors with a single sword strike. "Doctor, quickly apply the medicine to him," someone shouted hurriedly. Soon, a doctor from Pearl Town rushed over with his medicine box. He hurriedly took out the antidote and fed it to the wounded soldier, then kept squeezing out the poisoned blood around the wound with his hands. Unfortunately, despite more than 10 minutes of rescue efforts, the soldier still succumbed to his injuries. Everyone looked sadly at their companion. They had been laughing and talking together all day. How could he have suddenly disappeared at night? Roland looked at the dead warrior, sighed, and said, "If you want to develop, you will inevitably have to make sacrifices." Then he turned to Clayton and said, "When I go back this time, I will give the family of this fallen soldier compensation of 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins. Clayton was taken aback by Roland's extravagant spending. In this era, 10 gold coins could buy a slave, and a human life was worth only that much. However, he could not disobey Roland's orders, and it wasn't his gold coins that were being spent, so he nodded and agreed. Yes, sir. Everyone else stared at Roland in shock upon hearing his words. They too hadn't expected Roland to be so magnanimous. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Roland shook his head slightly and said, 100 gold coins is nothing to a young life. After saying that, he sighed and turned to leave. Upon hearing his words, everyone looked at him with a hint of reverence. Catherine and Selena both stared blankly at Roland. They never imagined that Roland would be such a noble and benevolent lord. After this incident, everyone became even more serious and rigorous in their defenses. In addition to this one, several more magical beasts came to ambush them, but they were all killed by the group and did not cause any serious consequences. Finally, dawn broke, and the group left the camp to continue their journey towards the heart of the swamp. Those poisonous insects prefer dark, damp, and cold environments. The daytime environment is much safer than the nighttime environment, but even so, danger is still constantly approaching. As Roland had predicted, as they got closer to the heart of the swamp, signs of intermediate-level magical beasts began to appear. Roland sat on the little dragon, flapped his wings, and flew above the group, then closely monitored the situation below. However, the grass below is lush, making it difficult to spot anything unusual. But then, Roland suddenly noticed a figure flash past on the left side of the group. So he quickly shouted loudly, "Something's happening on the left." No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 enormous wind blades flew from Catherine's hands and hurtled into the bushes on the left. In an instant, a large patch of weeds was cleaved into pieces by the wind blades, flying everywhere. At the same time, a shrill scream suddenly came from deep within the bushes. Andre remained expressionless as he instantly darted into the bushes, followed by a flash of light. Soon, Andre returned to the group with the same expressionless face, but this time he was dragging a huge lizard in his hand, and the lizard was clearly dead. Intermediate-level magical beast, venomous claw giant lizard. Catherine raised an eyebrow and quickly recognized the true identity of the magical beast. This wasn't the first mid-level magical beast they'd encountered today. There had been several before, but Roland had spotted and warned them in the sky beforehand, so they hadn't caused much damage. However, Xiaolon's flying skills were not proficient. After flying for a while, he had to land to rest. Fortunately, nothing happened during this time. Guided by Roland, the group slowly approached the deepest part of the swamp. As the game progressed, Catherine and Andre's actions became more frequent. Everyone else was equally on high alert, and everyone here felt a strong sense of crisis. At this moment, Roland took out the map drawn by the legendary explorer Rellos and began to study it carefully. After looking for a long time, his gaze finally settled ahead. In the distance, a mountain peak appeared, standing out prominently in the flat, low-lying swamp. When Roland saw the mountain peak, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. That mountain peak was their destination. The legendary magic crystal mine was hidden there. According to Roland's estimate, they were still about 2 or 3 hours away from the mountain peak. We'll be there soon. Roland's face couldn't help but show some excitement. Chapter 51 Encounter with a High-Level Monster. That mountain peak is our destination. Everyone, full speed ahead. Roland, riding on a little dragon's back, shouted loudly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that they would arrive soon. After all, Yingluo had had a very difficult time in the swamp. Subsequently, the group's speed indeed increased significantly. Roland flew in the air above them, listening to everything around him and spotting hidden risks in advance. During this final stretch of the journey, the number of attacks on the team increased significantly. In just 2 or 3 hours, they were attacked more than a dozen times. Among them were even several top-tier, mid-level magical beasts. But fortunately, Andre was powerful enough to kill them all one by one. Even so, Roland's side still suffered the sacrifice of nearly 10 warriors. Roland's face was terribly grim at this moment. He had never suffered such a great loss in all the time he had been on Cancer Island. Fortunately, in the end, the group finally reached the mountain peak at the deepest part of the swamp. At that moment, the soft, damp ground beneath their feet hardened, transforming from muddy ground into solid rock. It's strange that there's a mountain here. Selena stepped onto the long unseen, solid ground and said with a look of wonder. However, this mountain peak was indeed very abrupt. The entire southern swamp was flat and boundless, but here, a mountain peak suddenly appeared. Although this mountain peak was not particularly tall, it was still strange enough. Clayton remarked with surprise. I've been on Cancer Island for over 20 years, and I never knew there was a mountain in the southern swamp. I've learned something new today. Roland slowly descended onto the mountain, then leaped off the little dragon, squatted down, and began to study it. If he's right, the magic crystal mine should be either on or below this mountain range. However, prospecting was not his forte, so he stood up and said to Gillett beside him, Gillett, there should be a magic crystal mine here. Use your expertise to investigate and find out exactly where it is. Gillett remained non-committal about Roland's words. After all, magic crystal wasn't something that came easily. However, being a lord after all, Gillett still cooperated and began to investigate. However, after searching around, they still found nothing. Forgive my bluntness, sir, but to me this is just an ordinary mountain peak with no magic crystal mines or anything like that. Perhaps the ancient book is wrong. Upon hearing his words, Roland frowned, but he did not give up. He still firmly believed that a magic crystal mine existed here. After all, this was a place personally marked by the legendary adventurer Rellos. How could it be wrong? So, Roland thought for a moment and then said, Everyone is scattered across this mountain searching. If you find magic crystals or anything else useful, report back immediately. If you encounter danger, call for help right away. Upon hearing this, the group quickly dispersed to various locations and began to explore the area towards the mountaintop. To Roland's surprise, the group did not encounter any danger along the way. However, Roland soon figured out. This mountain is located in a swamp, and the wild beasts and magical creatures in the swamp are used to life in the wet mud and are not adapted to the dry and hard land here. So there are almost no wild beasts and magical creatures here. This saved Roland and his team a lot of trouble. Just then, a shout suddenly came from afar. A cave has been discovered here. Upon hearing this, Roland quickly arrived at the cave, where a dark entrance, 2 or 3 meters wide, appeared before them. Roland looked at the dark cave and frowned slightly. The pitch-black entrance made him feel slightly uneasy for some reason. Meanwhile, the other explorers also rushed back. The mountain was not large. It only took 10 minutes to run from the foot of the mountain to the top. Nothing particularly special was found elsewhere. Seeing that everyone had returned, Roland turned around, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Catherine, Andre, along with 3 top silver knights and Gillett, come in with me. The rest of you will wait here. Upon hearing his words, those whose names were called stepped forward one after another. However, a dissenting voice rang out. No, I want to go in too. It was Selena who spoke. Roland glanced at her and said, It's very dangerous in here. With your strength, you'd better stay outside. Selena shook her head, unconvinced, and said, Don't worry, I'll take good care of my safety. You don't need to worry about me. I'll just stay here and watch. Roland looked at her, his brows furrowing slightly. As a princess of the Grand Duchy of Delan, it's normal for Selena to have some means of self-protection. So Roland nodded and said, All right, you come along too, but I can't guarantee your safety. Selena immediately grinned and said, I don't need you to protect me. Besides, if you get into any danger, I might be able to help you out. Roland took Selena's words as a joke, so he gave the order, and the group, led by Roland, went into the cave. Xiaolong was just the right size to squeeze in, so he happily followed along. Soon after entering the cave, the originally bright light gradually dimmed until it became completely dark. The group had to light torches to see the path and continue forward. To their surprise, the cave became increasingly spacious as they ventured deeper inside. This is strange. The mountain isn't very big, but the cave is quite large. Could it be that the mountain is hollow? As Gillett walked, he said with a puzzled expression. Roland also noticed something and said, Based on our angle of inclination, we should be heading downhill, and this mountain may be much larger below than we can see. The group nodded, said nothing more, and continued forward. After walking for nearly 10 minutes, the group still hadn't reached the end of the cave. In fact, the cave seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Just then, the little dragon suddenly became excited and quickly ran to a corner not far away, seemingly biting something, before returning to Roland's side. Roland looked at it with a puzzled expression and said, Did you find anything, little dragon? The little dragon grinned, and then a purple light appeared in its mouth. Roland was immediately startled to see a fist-sized purple crystal being held between the little dragon's teeth. Then his heart couldn't help but pound faster. Isn't this the magic crystal mine I came here specifically to find? He quickly reached out to take the magic crystal out, but Xiaolong hurriedly shut his mouth and shook his head repeatedly. I found this sparkling gem by chance. I can't give it to you. The two understood each other perfectly. Roland instantly grasped Xiaolong's meaning, and a bead of sweat appeared on his face as he spoke. Don't worry, this stone is still yours. I just took it to look at it, and I'll return it to you after I'm done. Xiaolong looked at Roland with disbelief, but still spat out the purple gem. You mustn't lie to my sparkly stone. Roland took the magic crystal and excitedly told everyone. Look, what is this? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and immediately spotted the purple crystal in Roland's hand. Catherine saw it first and blurted it out instantly. Magic crystal. The others saw it too, and all of them showed shocked expressions before rushing over. My God, is this really a magic crystal? Selena said, equally shocked. Compared to the knights, the mages reacted more strongly to the magic crystals, because they were the ones who truly needed them. The mining master, Gillet, also had exceptional eyesight and recognized the magic crystal at a glance, and couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. Magic crystals! Magic crystals! There really is a magic crystal mine here. Seeing everyone staring at his gem with envy, Xiaolong became nervous and quickly swallowed the magic crystal back into his mouth, refusing to take it out again. Roland didn't care. Instead, he patted the little dragon's head and laughed heartily. Great job, Xiaolong. You're our lucky star today. Xiaolong comfortably half closed his eyes. However, she bit her lip tightly and refused to let go, fearing that her gem would be stolen. Roland laughed and addressed the crowd. I have a feeling that the real magic crystal mine is down below. Let's continue down. After saying that, he led the way and walked down again. Now everyone had a glimmer of hope and eagerly followed suit. Afterwards, the group continued their journey downwards. Along the way, the group would occasionally find scattered magic crystals, and the frequency of their appearances increased as they ventured deeper into the area. At this moment, Xiaolong's mouth was already bulging out to both sides. He wanted to stuff more of these sparkling gems into his mouth, but he really couldn't swallow anymore. Everyone had some magic crystals in their pockets. In response, Xiaolong could only express his protest by sobbing. Just then, a violent shaking sound came from all around, and pieces of gravel fell from above. What happened? Roland gestured for everyone to stop, then frowned and said, Was there an earthquake? Selena said with a hint of fear. However, at this point, the shaking became more and more rapid. Andre suddenly realized something. His expression changed, and he said, It's footsteps. Something is approaching us. Upon hearing his words, everyone's expression changed immediately, and then, feeling the increasingly close vibrations, they realized it was the sound of footsteps. Moreover, it seemed that the sound was coming from not far in front of them. Roland shouted urgentement. Everyone, prepare for battle. Everyone hurriedly took out their weapons and aimed them at the cave ahead, and the footsteps grew closer and closer. Everyone couldn't help but show a hint of tension, except for Andre and Catherine, who were extremely cautious but didn't seem nervous at all. Before long, the voice was almost right in front of them. Perhaps a mysterious beast will appear before everyone at any moment. Sure enough, just 2 breaths later, a purple figure finally rushed out of the cave ahead. Upon seeing this figure, everyone's expression immediately changed. The figure was enormous, standing over 4 or 5 meters tall, and its entire body was enveloped in purple aura, as if it were composed of pieces of magic crystals. What kind of monster is this? Roland said in horror, because this monster doesn't seem to look like a monster. Catherine's expression changed at this moment, as if she had thought of something, and she hurriedly said, This is mineral essence. It is said that after a long period of accumulation in some ores, there's a very small probability that a creature called mineral essence will be born. Mineral concentrate? Roland had never heard of such a thing. However, now is not the time to focus on that, because at this moment, the mineral spirit has already charged over. I'll lead the attack. You guys wait for the right opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Andre roared and drew his longsword, charging forward fiercely to meet the attack. With a loud bang, Andre's crimson figure was suddenly sent flying backward, while the monster's figure finally came to a stop in the distance, staring fiercely at everyone. So, Andre, what's the monster's strength? Roland helped Andre up and asked with concern. Andre shook his head and said, I'm Fine. This monster should only be a high-level magical beast, about the same strength as me. But I don't know if it has any other tricks up its sleeve. I'll go up and try again. After saying that, Andre drew his sword again and leaped away. Seeing that Andre dared to attack first, the monster was enraged. Then, a bolt of purple lightning suddenly appeared from its mouth and shot towards Andre without hesitation. Everyone was horrified when they saw this. This is a lightning-type monster. That's what Catherine blurted out. They had no choice but to be shocked, because mages and magical beasts who wielded the lightning element were extremely rare, and each one was a powerful being. This was also the first time Roland had ever seen a lightning-type creature, and the mere sight of its lightning-streaked attacks sent shivers down his spine. Andre noticed the monster's movements, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly withdrew his attack and drew a circle with his long sword in front of him, instantly creating a fiery shield. Catherine instantly cast a spell on Andre, creating a semi-transparent shield that enveloped him. Guardian of the Wind, intermediate wind magic. At that moment, the sphere crackling with lightning finally arrived beside Andre. Boom! A violent explosion rang out, causing the entire cave to tremble. Debris kept falling from above, as if the entire cave was about to collapse. Chapter 52, Top Grade Magic Crystal. The scattered electric light after the bombardment caused Roland to feel a tingling sensation, let alone Andre, who was going head-to-head with the monster. Fortunately, with Andre's own protection and Catherine's assistance, he did not suffer too much damage. Catherine, you stay here and assist Andre, Roland said seriously. Catherine nodded and said, Don't worry, sir. Although I am no match for this monster, I can still cause it some trouble. After saying that, she looked at the monster attacking in the distance, and, with a wave of her hand, cast a wind-binding technique. In an instant, the once incredibly swift monster froze. Andre seized this opportunity and unleashed his ultimate move. Fiery Dragon Break. Suddenly, a giant dragon, seemingly formed from flames, appeared from Andre's long sword and surged toward the monster, engulfing it in flames in an instant. Everyone's eyes lit up. Is a monster about to be defeated? But just then, an extremely angry roar erupted from the endless flames, followed by a surge of purple lightning that instantly dispelled the flames. The monster reappeared, and a large purple crystal had been chopped off its shoulder, but it didn't seem to have suffered much damage. This guy is made entirely of magic crystals, so even if he gets injured, he doesn't have blood and doesn't feel pain. At that moment, the monster's head suddenly turned, looking towards Catherine in the distance. This is the woman who caused me to suffer a great loss. So, it abandoned Andre and angrily surged towards Catherine. As expected, support roles still attract too much aggro. Everyone's expression changed instantly. They were all standing with Catherine. However, Roland was not nervous. He simply shouted loudly, Don't worry, everyone. Can't we stop this beast? As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen magic scrolls suddenly appeared in his hand. These were all things he bought in Jubii City, but he didn't use a single one of them. He just kept them here to smash this guy. The others, however, were completely unmoved by Roland's encouragement. They were at most peak Silver Knights, and had no power to resist this gold-level monster. As a result, the others couldn't help but step back. Roland saw it, but didn't say anything. He simply pulled out a magic scroll and threw it at them. Intermediate Earth Magic, Swamp Spell. In an instant, the ground beneath the monster's feet turned into a swamp, and its once ferocious body came to an abrupt halt, slowly sinking into the mud. The monster was a little confused and hadn't reacted yet, but soon it understood. With a burst of anger, it leaped up, trying to break free from the mud's restraints. However, at that moment, two enormous wind blades flew right in front of it. At this moment, it had not yet completely broken free from the swamp's grip and could only watch helplessly as the two wind blades crashed into its body. Bang! Bang! Two loud explosions rang out in quick succession. The monster roared angrily again, and two visible scratches appeared on its body. Then, in a fit of rage, it leaped out of the swamp without hesitation and in its eyes there was another Roland. However, Roland and Catherine remained calm as the monster drew closer. "Hey, big guy, have you forgotten about me?" A cold voice came from behind. While Roland and Catherine were stalling for time, Andre had already caught up from behind. The monster, blinded by rage, suddenly realized that its greatest enemy was yet to come. There was no time to turn back. Flames slashed. A crimson sword light, carrying boundless power, descended from the sky. Boom! Another loud crash rang out, and the monster's body was slammed to the ground by Andre, with clear cracks appearing all over its body. But the monster seemed oblivious to pain, roaring as it rose again, its body crackling with lightning, its eyes fixed on the crowd. Upon seeing this, Roland immediately felt a sense of foreboding. "Run, everyone! This monster is about to unleash a powerful attack." By this time, everyone else had already run far away, leaving only the three of them beside the monster. Splash! Catherine unleashed 3 consecutive wind shields upon the 3 of them. However, Roland knew it was too late. Without further hesitation, he hurriedly called out, "Andre, come here quickly." Andre thought Roland was going to protect him, so he flashed forward and stood in front of him. At that moment, Roland also produced a magic scroll in his hand, and without hesitation, he activated it. Instantly, crystals appeared in front of them, protecting the 3 of them in the center. At the same time, a giant dragon formed from lightning struck the 3 of them with earth-shattering force. Boom! The enormous impact caused the crystal shield in front of the 3 to shake violently, as if it would be shattered by the lightning at any moment. But even after a long time, when the lightning completely dissipated, the crystal shield remained firmly protecting them. Seeing this, Roland breathed a sigh of relief. This magic scroll, given to him by General Waylong of Jubii City, is indeed incredibly powerful. The monster, seeing that they had actually blocked its ultimate attack, was startled and lost all will to fight. It ran into the depths of the cave without looking back. Upon seeing this, Roland laughed heartily, then immediately removed the still-present crystal shield and shouted, "Strike while the iron is hot. Let's go after him." After saying that, the 3 of them quickly chased after him into the depths of the cave. Seeing this, the others hurriedly followed. The little dragon, who had previously disappeared, let out a howl and trotted after them. Andre was the fastest, and in just a few breaths he was at the forefront of the group. Then, around a bend, Andre stopped abruptly, his eyes filled with shock. "What's wrong, Andre? Has the monster disappeared?" Roland hurriedly followed, then turned around and saw. So Roland stood there too, his eyes filled with the same shock. In the blink of an eye, the space ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a vast, empty space over 100 meters wide. However, this was not enough to shock them so much. What truly shocked them was the awe-inspiring purple halos that filled the space. This enormous space was entirely composed of magic crystals, purple in color, which emitted a magical glow even in the darkness. Catherine finally arrived, and even she, with her vast experience, couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. The others arrived last, and were equally stunned by the expanse of purple. The once incredibly precious magic crystals are now everywhere here. No, even this cave is made entirely of magic crystals. How many gold coins is that worth? Roland couldn't imagine it. His original estimate was 200,000 to 300,000 gold coins, but now it seems that it is far more than that. Even if it is worth 1,000,000 gold coins, Roland doesn't think it is impossible. However, just as they were in shock, suddenly, Selena's voice rang out abruptly. "Look, what's moving over there?" Following Selena's gaze, Roland and the others saw, within the purple cave, another purple figure, seemingly moving slowly. In an instant, Roland saw it clearly. Isn't this the monster that just escaped in? Its body is also made of magic crystal, and it's been hiding inside for a while without being discovered. Meanwhile, the monster was devouring the magic crystal or on the ground, crushing pieces of magic crystal into its mouth and swallowing them. Upon closer inspection, it is clear that many of the cracks on its surface have disappeared. Upon seeing this, Roland panicked. That beast is eating its own gold coins. So he quickly called out to Andre and Catherine. "It's that beast. It's recovering from its injuries. Let's go. Don't give a chance." After saying that, Roland rushed into the space first. Andre was even faster, overtaking Roland in a few steps. Then, with a flash, he arrived beside the monster. Flame slash. Andre unleashed his ultimate skill without hesitation. The monster spat out the magic crystal in its mouth, and then an angry bolt of lightning shot out from its mouth. In the blink of an eye, Catherine added a shield to Andre, and then in the next instant, another wind-binding spell landed on the monster's head. Bang! This time, Andre did not defend. Instead, he used his sword light to cleave through the monster's lightning. The sword light, still powerful, instantly landed on the monster's head. The monster tried to dodge, but found that its body seemed to be bound by something. It shuddered and managed to break free from the restraint, but it was too late to run away. Andre's sword struck the monster's head with a resounding blow. A crisp, clear sound. Suddenly, half of the monster's head exploded and scattered in all directions. Even so, it did not lose its fighting ability. It roared angrily and then began to flee frantically. How could Roland and his men let it escape again? While Catherine's wind-binding spell was still on cooldown, Roland threw out another green scroll without hesitation. In an instant, a vine sprouted from the pure magic crystal beneath the monster's feet, binding the monster's limbs to the spot. Its fleeing figure suddenly stopped. The monster roared angrily, its body trembled, and the vines turned into fragments and debris. But that was enough. Andre arrived again at this moment. Fiery dragon breaks. A sword, carrying boundless momentum, swept towards the monster. This time, the monster seemed to know that it could not escape, so it gave up running away, turned around suddenly, and a violent bolt of lightning shot out from its mouth. However, it was no match for Andre's sword. The fierce lightning was almost powerless against Roland's flames and was instantly annihilated in the scorching fire. Andre's sword flashed once again, landing on the other half of the monster's head. This time, however, Andre did not give it another chance. All that could be heard was the monster's furious roar, and then, with a bang, the other half of its head exploded, and its enormous body finally collapsed with a crash at this moment, completely lifeless. Andre was half squatting on the ground, panting heavily. The continuous use of powerful moves also puts a heavy burden on him. Seeing this, Roland finally breathed a sigh of relief. It has to be said that this monster really caused them a lot of trouble, but fortunately they managed to get rid of it without any major problems. At that moment, Catherine rushed to the side of the monster's corpse, which was more like a pile of broken magic crystals than a corpse. What are you looking at? That monster is dead. Roland asked, puzzled. Catherine, however, showed an excited expression, picked up a piece of the monster's corpse, and said, These are all top-grade magic crystals. Mineral beasts are formed from the essence of minerals, while this magic crystal beast is formed from the essence of magic crystals. Therefore, the magic crystals on its body are all of the highest grade. Upon hearing this, Roland was also startled, and then hurriedly squatted down to pick up a piece of the corpse to examine it. Sure enough, this magic crystal was much darker in color than the surrounding magic crystal, or the value of a top-grade magic crystal is 100 times that of a regular magic crystal, and its uses are also very wide-ranging. It is a very precious material. Catherine continued to explain. Roland quickly stopped her and said, Understand. In short, this monster is a treasure trove. Catherine nodded in agreement. Roland then hurriedly called out to the people behind him. You guys hurry back and look for it. There were monster fragments over there too. Collect them all here. People immediately scattered and went to search in all directions. Roland ordered his men to dismantle the enormous corpse piece by piece and pack it into bags. The monster's corpse alone is worth over 100,000 gold coins. Roland couldn't even imagine it. Then, everyone placed all the prepared monster corpses onto Xiaolong, intending to carry them away later. Meanwhile, Gillet had already gotten to work, excitedly surveying the cave from all sides. My lord, this is simply a gift from heaven. This magic crystal mine is so easy to mine. All you need is a pickaxe. Even I can mine magic crystals. Ha ha ha. Gillet laughed heartily as he spoke. Seeing this, Roland smiled and said, Nagulet, the mining of this magic crystal mine is also entrusted to you and Clayton. Gillet immediately patted his chest and said, Don't worry, sir. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Chapter 53 Maryland. Of the nearly 100 people who came with them, half were miners. Under Gillet's command, they immediately began digging for magic crystals. It has to be said that this magic crystal mine is truly exceptional. As far as Roland knows, most magic crystal mines are buried deep underground, and just digging out the mine shaft is a huge undertaking. However, this magic crystal mine has a natural cave that leads directly into the mine, allowing for direct mining of magic crystals and saving the time and effort of digging a tunnel. Moreover, the mine is huge, warm in winter and cool in summer, and can shelter from the wind and rain. Miners can live here directly, which is extremely convenient. Even in thunderstorms, mining can be carried out inside without being affected. It is simply a perfect magic crystal mine. Hearing the clanging sounds of mining coming from all around, Roland showed a satisfied expression. But just then, suddenly, Catherine's voice came from inside the mine. "My lord, come and take a look at this." Roland turned his head and saw Catherine looking at him with a joyful expression in the distance. "Have we found something good again?" Roland rushed over and saw Catherine squatting on the ground, fiddling with a weed. "What's wrong, Catherine? Have you found something interesting again?" Roland also squatted down and asked with a curious expression. Catherine smiled gently and said, "My lord is indeed wise." Roland immediately became interested and asked, "Is there something else valuable here? Tell me quickly, what is it?" Catherine brushed aside the weeds on the ground and said, "This is it." Upon hearing her words, Roland looked down, then looked puzzled and said, "You're saying this weed is a treasure?" Catherine nodded and said, "Don't you find it strange, sir? There's no water here, so how do these grasses grow?" Upon hearing this, Roland frowned as well. Because Catherine was right, the cave was extremely dry, without a drop of moisture. So how did these weeds grow? This is indeed a bit strange. You should know why, Catherine. Roland looked at Catherine and said. Catherine nodded and looked at Roland with a smile. "I must say, sir, your luck is simply incredible. Sometimes I even wonder if you are the son of Lady Luck." "Oh." Roland suddenly found it interesting. From what she said, it seemed that this weed was no ordinary thing. "Just tell me what this is," Roland said with a wry smile. Seeing this, Catherine stopped teasing Roland and spoke directly. "This grass is called the demon spirit grass. It is a precious magical medicine that can grow as long as there is sufficient magic power, so it can survive even without water." Magic spirit grass? Roland seemed to have heard of this potion as well. Demon spirit grass? Is that the kind of potion that can be used to make magic recovery potions? Roland asked, puzzled. Catherine looked at Roland with some surprise and said, "You are indeed very knowledgeable, sir." Then he continued, "However, the uses of the magic spirit grass go far beyond that. It is not only the main ingredient in magic recovery potions, but also in many other magic potions. It can be said that the magic spirit grass is more valuable than magic crystal or..." Upon hearing this, Roland's body suddenly trembled. Then he turned his head and scanned the entire mining area, discovering that many magical grasses were growing on the ground, walls, and even the ceiling. No one knew the value of the demon spirit grass, and as people came and went, countless demon spirit grasses were trampled upon. Upon seeing this, Roland's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly shouted, "Don't move." Everyone who had been busy suddenly stopped, then turned around and looked at Roland in confusion. Then, Roland quickly shouted again, "Everyone, look at the grass under your feet, and be careful not to step on it. This is a precious magic spirit grass, so please be very careful." Magic spirit grass? Looking at the seemingly ordinary weeds at their feet, no one could tell that they actually had such a noble lineage. So after that, everyone continued working, but they had to be careful to watch their step on the magic grass. Otherwise, they might accidentally step on one. However, this severely hampered everyone's mining progress. Not only did they have to be careful when walking, but they also had to be very selective when mining, avoiding places where the magic grass grew. "My lord, these demonic herbs are too scattered. If this continues, we won't have anywhere to put our pickaxes down." Gillet approached Roland with a complaining expression, saying that even on the way here, he had to carefully avoid the magic grass on the ground. Roland also noticed the problem, and his brow furrowed slightly. But before he could speak, Catherine's voice came through. "My lord, this problem is not difficult to solve." The two turned to look at Catherine, who was standing to the side. "Oh, Miss Catherine, do you have any good ideas?" Gillet asked in surprise. Catherine nodded and said, "That's right. Although these magic spirit herbs are precious, they're not delicate plants. We can harvest the mature ones first, and then transplant the immature ones to the same area. This way, it won't affect everyone's life and mining. Upon hearing this, Roland's eyes lit up, and he said, "This is a good idea." After saying that, Roland quickly arranged for people to take action. First, the mature magic grasses are harvested. The harvesting method is very simple. You can pull them up by the roots with just a gentle tug. Then, the immature demon spirit grasses were pulled out one by one and transplanted onto a wall on the west side of the cave. With many hands making light work, the group finished processing the demonic herbs in just 1 hour. The scattered magic spirit grasses were now planted uniformly on the west side of the cave, as well as on the surrounding walls and the cave ceiling, places that wouldn't interfere with mining. There are still quite a few magic spirit grasses there, but Roland didn't plan to harvest them for the time being. This was to allow new magic spirit grasses to continuously grow. Roland, of course, understood the principle of not exhausting resources. Seeing the mine bustling with activity again, Roland smiled. At his feet lay a pile of demonic grass, nearly 1,000 of them, according to the count just now. Based on current market prices, a single magic spirit grass is worth between 10 and 20 gold coins. In other words, these magic herbs alone are worth tens of thousands of gold coins, and there are even more in the cave at this time. If all of them are added together, they're probably worth more than 200,000 gold coins. Moreover, this money is not a one-time transaction. The magic spirit grass grows rapidly, and there will be a continuous supply of magic spirit grass in the future, which can continuously provide Roland with a large amount of gold coins. But just then, Roland suddenly exclaimed in surprise, as if he had thought of something. Is this demon spirit grass considered a local specialty? Thinking of this, Roland felt a surge of excitement. Roland was completely clueless about the territory's special products. Several days had passed since the announcement was issued, but there had been no results. Perhaps this time, we can complete the mission. Quest, you've done a great job, Lord. With the powerful Golden Knight, your territory is once again secure, allowing you to focus on its development. However, you've discovered that as summer fades, the watermelon harvest in the northern wasteland is dwindling, insufficient to support the trade needs of your territory's fleet. Therefore, Lord, please find another specialty product to enrich your island's goods. Completed. Task reward. Territory specialty products *2. Just as I expected. Upon seeing the words mission completed after the task, Roland couldn't help but smile. Now that the mission is complete, the 2 special products of Roland, which were the rewards, are no longer enough. He knew that someone would discover new local specialties in the next few days and hand them over to him. Then, with 3 specialties, Cancer Island would no longer have to worry about running out of goods. For the next 2 days, Roland and the others remained in the mine until everything was completely settled. Only then did Roland lead 20 of his men back to Pearl Town, while the others stayed behind to continue mining the magic crystals. As for the living supplies for the dozens of people left here and the transportation of the magic crystal, or they'll be mined, Roland already had a plan in mind. If it weren't for the fact that his spatial ring shouldn't be exposed, these problems would actually be quite simple. However, nowadays, we can only resort to the old methods. Roland initially estimated that he would need to arrange for Little Dragon to go to the mine from Pearl Town once a week, bringing living supplies on the way there and bringing back the extracted magic crystals on the way back, which would be quite convenient. After arranging everything, Roland and the others set off to return to Pearl Town. Having learned from the previous experience, the group returned much faster this time, taking less than 2 days to emerge from the southern swamp and return to Pearl Town. They encountered some dangers and troubles along the way, but all of them were safe and sound and did not cause them too much trouble. Each person will be rewarded with 50 gold coins, and then given 3 days off to rest freely. Roland spoke generously to those who returned with him, which drew laughter from the crowd. As for Roland, he returned to the Lord's Manor. While the others could rest, he had no time to rest. First up was the application for shops in the new district of Pearl Town. And just a few days away, a pile of applications had appeared on the table. Roland couldn't help but sigh and then picked up the applications one by one to examine them. Gradually, Roland divided the originally tall stack of applications into 3 piles. The smallest pile contained only a dozen or so applications that had been approved. The middle pile was filled with applications that were pending review. The pile on the far right, which also contained a considerable number of applications, consisted of those that Roland had rejected outright because they were simply too unreliable. A woman named Marilyn actually applied to open a brothel. Oh my God! Roland rejected her application without hesitation. It took Roland the better part of a day to finally finish processing all the applications. Thinking that he had already approved quite a few shop applications recently, Roland got up, ready to go, and take a look at the new district. The old town of Pearl is small, while the new town is more than 3 times the size of the old town. Although it is large, the population is not large. However, Roland believes that with the addition of new residents, it will become as prosperous as the old town. Soon, Roland arrived in the new district alone. People coming and going saw Roland and immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, sir. Apart from a few native residents, the vast majority of these people were slaves purchased by Roland. Although there was not much difference in treatment between commoners and slaves on Crab Island, they dared not disrespect Roland in the slightest. By this time, many shops had already opened in the new district. Barber shops, small clinics, tailor shops, small restaurants. Although there weren't many people in front of each shop, every shop owner had a satisfied smile on their face. They were nothing but a group of slaves. They thought their days ahead would be miserable, but they never expected that they would end up becoming bosses. This was something they wouldn't have dared to even imagine before. Therefore, some people's respect for Roland was genuine. Soon, Roland spotted a familiar face on the street. Alchemist Rutef. At that moment, he was sitting leisurely in the sun at the entrance of the shop. Unlike other shops that had some customers, Rutef's alchemy shop was completely empty. Roland walked helplessly to Rutf's side and said, "Rutford, I think you should work harder, otherwise you might not be able to afford your rent." Rutf then noticed Roland standing to the side, who exclaimed dramatically, "Sir, I want to work too, but there are no materials here, so I can't do anything about it." At this time, a set of alchemical tools had also been delivered, but unfortunately, Rutef had no alchemical materials to use. Upon hearing this, Roland raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "I do have some materials here, but I don't know if you'll need them." Afterwards, Roland told Rutf about the various poisonous insects, snakes, and other venomous creatures they had collected in the southern swamp, as well as the magic grass they had found in the mine. Upon hearing this, Rutf immediately became serious, then pondered for a moment before speaking. "These things are indeed useful. Perhaps I can use the corpses of those poisonous creatures to concoct a new type of poison." "Poison? Nice one." Upon hearing this, Roland immediately smiled and said, "In that case, I'll arrange for someone to bring over those poisonous creature corpses right away. Or, if you need any other materials, you can tell me, and maybe I can help you find them." "Haha, what I want most is the divine material dragon scale. If you can help me find it, that would be wonderful." Roland gave him a speechless glance, then turned and left. Dragon scales. This old man really dares to think. Chapter 54, The Thieves. Soon, Roland ordered his men to send all the poisonous insects and creatures killed in the southern swamps to Rutf's shop. Upon seeing so many poisonous creatures, Rutf became excited and shouted, "Wow, my God, there's so much. I feel like I can concoct a high-grade poison. Advanced poison that can work on high-level magical beasts, and it's still very useful for Roland in his current situation." At the same time, Rutf also gave Roland a list of needs, which consisted of common or slightly rare materials. After all, an alchemist here couldn't be wasted, and even if he only refined some common things, he could still earn a lot of gold coins. Of course, Rutf would have to pay for the gold coins needed to purchase these materials, but unfortunately he didn't have any, so the two parties agreed to use the goods as compensation after the materials were finished. Roland initially thought the offer was quite good, but it wasn't until he returned to the Lord's manor that he remembered. This Rutf is clearly his own slave, so logically all the gains he has should belong to him. However, Roland quickly shook his head. If you treat him like a slave, he won't treat you like a master. Roland is still able to be tolerant towards talented people. Roland then handed the purchase list to his subordinates, who, based on the current frequency of ship round trips, should be able to deliver it within 5 days. Just after Roland returned to the Lord's manor, Oliver came looking for him again. "My lord, since you posted the notice about finding local specialties, many people have come up to offer various items. Would you like to take a look?" Oliver said with a wry smile. He didn't understand why Roland would issue such an announcement, which resulted in the government hall being piled with a bunch of useful and useless things. He wanted to throw them away, but he didn't dare, fearing that they were things Roland was looking for. So he quickly came over to ask Roland to take a look. Specialty. Roland calculated that it had been about 3 days since he completed the mission. If he was right, the 2 territory specialties that were the mission reward should be among this pile of things. Roland agreed, and then followed Oliver to the government hall. Roland's manor was not far from the Pearl Town government hall. They arrived at their destination in just 2 minutes. Upon entering the administration hall, a strange and foul odor wafted over. Roland couldn't help but cover his nose and frown as he spoke. Oliver, can't you be a little more hygienic? Smell this. It's like there's a rotten fish in front of me. It's disgusting. Oliver didn't cover his nose, as if he had gotten used to the smell, and just said helplessly, My lord, you are right. This smell is indeed that of a rotten fish. You are truly wise. Upon hearing this, Roland was immediately stunned. I was just making up an analogy. How did it happen to be accurate? What happened? Roland asked, puzzled. Oliver said with a wry smile, You'll understand once you follow me, sir. After saying that, he led Roland towards the warehouse. Soon, the 2 entered the warehouse, and instantly, an even more foul odor fiercely assaulted Roland's nostrils. Roland quickly covered his nose, pointed to a pile of things in the warehouse, and said, What's going on? Why is there so much trash here? Oliver said helplessly, Sir, these are the local specialties that the townspeople have presented to you. Specialty? Roland is faz darkend. He wanted to turn around and leave, but thinking of his mission, he forced himself to endure the stench and went inside. The room was cluttered with a jumble of things, indicating that people were reacting strongly to the announcement. Oliver then provided an explanation. We have received a total of 108 so-called local specialties. Sir, is there anything you need? Without him saying anything, Roland was already examining it. Picking up a red stone at random, it has to be said that the stone is indeed quite beautiful. But no matter how Roland looks at it, it is just an ordinary stone, nothing special. What kind of local specialty is this? Even those dim-witted noble lords wouldn't spend gold coins to buy a stone. Roland threw the stone aside and said, This stone is useless. We'll throw it away later. Then, Roland continued to examine the fruit. This time, he picked up a slightly wilted one. Seeing this, Roland turned to Oliver and said, What's this? Oliver examined it carefully and said, This is a port fruit. We do have quite a lot of them on our island, but they taste a bit sour and astringent, so they're not exactly a delicious fruit. Upon hearing this, Roland threw it away immediately. Then he continued to examine these so-called local specialties one by one. Unfortunately, most of these specialties are useless or very ordinary things, and cannot be considered specialties of Cancer Island. After he threw out 56 items, finally, suddenly, Roland caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance amidst the stench. Following the scent, he picked up something in surprise, turned to Oliver beside him, and asked, What is this, Oliver? In Roland's hand was a bottle, and a delicate fragrance emanated from it. Upon seeing this, Oliver quickly picked up a register and searched carefully before speaking. This is a fruit wine brought up by a man named Trina. He said it was made by himself using port fruit, and it's especially delicious. He then put away the register, smiled, and said, That's all what he said. I'm not sure if it's actually delicious or not, but considering it's made from those sour port fruits, I don't think it'll be too tasty. However, Roland became interested in the fruit wine. Perhaps because he had been surrounded by the stench here for so long, the aroma of the wine seemed particularly tempting at this moment. So he immediately ordered 2 glasses to be brought over, poured some wine, one for Oliver and one for himself. Oliver, I feel like this isn't as bad as you say. Maybe we should give it a try. After Roland finished speaking, he made a toasting gesture and then drank the fruit wine in his glass in one gulp. Oliver shrugged when he saw that Roland had drunk it all and said, I hope you are right, sir. After saying that, he drank the fruit wine in his glass in one gulp. At that very moment, their eyes lit up almost simultaneously, and they looked at each other. Good wine, the 2 said in unison. Although this fruit wine is not as fragrant as wine, its sweet and sour taste is particularly stimulating to the taste buds, giving people a novel experience. Those noble girls in particular must really love this flavor. In an instant, Roland even figured out the target customer group for this fruit wine. Then, Roland smiled slightly and said to Oliver, I'll talk to Trina later and ask him to expand the production of this fruit wine. I think the nobles and wealthy people on the continent will be interested in this wine. Oliver, of course, knew this and excitedly agreed. Then, Roland continued to examine. Only when he saw the fish that was already incredibly foul-smelling did he disgustedly order his men to throw it out. Instantly, the smell in the warehouse became much fresher. Unfortunately, after Roland had seen almost everything, he still hadn't found anything of value. Finally, something else appeared before his eyes. There was a crab, about the size of a wash basin, lying pitifully on the ground. Its body was shriveled, and it was emitting a faint stench. It was unclear how long it had been dead. Roland's eyes lit up. Isn't this the crab that Roland loved to eat most in his previous life? And this crab is the size of a wash basin, even bigger than a king crab. You should know that in his previous life, Roland had only eaten expensive king crab a few times, and he never expected to meet its relative here. What's this? Roland said, with some excitement. Oliver pulled out the register, looked it over, and then frowned. This was sent by a man named Johnson. This thing is called an ironshell crab. I don't understand why Johnson sent this thing here. It's incredibly ugly and useless. Roland looked at him in surprise, only then realizing that crabs had not become food for humans in this world. However, Roland knew how delicious they were. So Roland continued to ask, where do these iron-shell crabs grow? Are there many of them? Oliver put away the register and then said exaggeratedly, oh, these things are found on many coastlines on our island. They live on the reefs or near the seabed. Sometimes during mating season, they all crawl ashore. They are so dense that you can't see the end of them. You have no idea how many there are. You can't count them all. But then Oliver seemed to remember something and continued. Oh, by the way, speaking of which, the name of our Cancer Island comes from these iron-shelled crabs. So that's how it is. Roland had never understood why Crab Island was called Crab Island. It turns out there really are giant crabs here. However, Roland was still somewhat pleased to hear that there were many iron-shelled crabs on the island. Although the people here don't eat crabs, eating habits can be changed, and Roland believes that the people here will also come to like this delicacy. Then, Roland had a sudden realization. So, is this iron-shelled crab the second specialty reward for the mission? So, Roland opened the system panel directly. The task of finding local specialties was slowly fading away, and then a new task was gradually being generated. Just as I expected. It turns out that the territory specialties rewarded by the mission are Portobello fruit wine and iron shell crab. Meanwhile, a new mission has been created. Congratulations. You've discovered a new specialty on your territory. Each specialty plays a vital role in the territory's economic development. Continuously developing new specialties is an excellent way to increase your territory's wealth, greatly enhancing its development potential. However, unfortunately, danger and accidents always seem to strike unexpectedly while you're wholeheartedly developing your territory. It's said that a group of thieves are eyeing your sea god statue, and they will arrive in 5 days. So please do your utmost to protect the sea god statue. Quest reward, Scepter of Poseidon. Upon seeing the mission, Roland's eyes narrowed instantly. Someone actually tried to steal my sea god statue. How is that possible? It is important to know that this sea god statue is of great significance to himself and Cancer Island. It is precisely because of the sea god statue that the area around Cancer Island has always been calm, making Cancer Island a safe haven for all passing ships and bringing great wealth to Cancer Island. In any case, the Poseidon statue must not be stolen. However, Roland knew nothing about the identities and strength of the thieves, so he was somewhat unsure of himself. Roland couldn't help but ponder in a warehouse how to protect his sea god statue safely. Fortunately, the system gave me a time frame of 5 days. During those 5 days, the Poseidon statue remained safe, giving me enough time to think things through. So, Roland shook his head, putting the matter aside for the moment, and turned his attention back to the two specialties before turning to Oliver and speaking. Oliver, have Trina and Johnson come to collect the prize money tomorrow. As for the exact amount, Roland thought for a moment and then spoke directly. Let's give them the highest amount, 100 gold coins. However, Oliver's focus wasn't on the gold coins, but on Johnson. He said in utter astonishment, "What? That iron-shelled crab can be considered a local specialty? These things are everywhere. Everyone in Pearl Town knows them." Roland looked at him and said with a smile, "This is certainly a local specialty, but since you all know about iron-shelled crabs, Why hasn't anyone brought one up? Oliver said with a look of regret. Who knew you would take a liking to this thing, sir? 100 gold coins. Even for Oliver, that's a considerable fortune. Upon hearing his words, Roland smiled slightly and said, Here's what we'll do. Have someone catch a few iron-shelled crabs and bring them to my place later. Then you'll understand why I chose them. Oliver could only nod helplessly. After instructing Oliver to follow up on the expansion of porter wine production, Roland got up and left the warehouse, returning to the Lord's Manor. That evening, Oliver indeed personally brought 10 iron-shelled crabs to the Lord's Manor and presented them to Roland. Sir, I've caught these iron-shelled crabs for you. I really can't figure out what they're for, Oliver said with a puzzled look. Roland smiled slightly and said, You'll find out in a moment. Afterwards, Roland ordered his men to send the 10 to the kitchen. However, the kitchen staff seemed somewhat helpless in the face of the sudden appearance of 10 iron-shelled crabs. Fortunately, Roland taught them a very simple cooking method, but they still couldn't understand what was edible about this ugly creature. Is this a new quirk among the nobles? The cooks were puzzled. Chapter 55, How could it possibly be them? Steaming is the simplest and most delicious way to cook iron-shell crabs, so there's no need to make things difficult for the cooks. Soon, they brought 10 steamed iron-shell crabs to Roland's table. At this moment, Catherine, Selena, Oliver, and Andre were all present. Oliver had already guessed that the 10 bowls contained the iron-shelled crabs he had delivered today, but the others were curiously looking at the covered plates. They didn't understand why Roland would suddenly call them over for dinner, especially since today didn't seem to be any special day. Sir, have you obtained some delicious food to share with us today? Selena said with some doubt, but she wasn't looking forward to it. After all, she was a princess of the Grand Duchy of Delan, and she had tasted all kinds of delicacies. She didn't think there was anything worth looking forward to on this remote island. Roland smiled and nodded, saying, Yes, today we discovered a very special and delicious food that no one has ever eaten before, so we want everyone to come try it. Food I've never eaten before? Hearing his words, everyone else's interest was piqued, and even Selena finally felt a little hopeful. Perhaps this place will actually bring me some surprises. Then, at Roland's signal, the servant stepped forward and slowly removed the lids from the plates. In an instant, a golden yellow, ugly creature appeared before them. Selena, who was holding a fork and about to eat, was startled and threw the fork away, exclaiming in surprise, What kind of monster is this? It's so ugly. The others were also startled, and they slowly withdrew their outstretched hands. Catherine recognized what was on the plate and said in confusion, Sir, isn't this the iron-shelled crab from Crab Island? Why did you catch it? How can you eat this thing? Selena also spoke up hastily. Yes. This thing looks like it's inedible. Sir, you didn't come here tonight just to play a prank on us, did you? Although Andre did not put down his knife and fork, his furrowed brows showed that he also found the dish unpalatable. Only Oliver, who already knew the truth, looked at them with a wry smile. Roland, however, paid no attention to their words and continued to elegantly tie his napkin in front of him, then smiled and said, I'm not joking with you all. Today's dish, the iron-shell crab, is our food. I hope you can give me some feedback after you've tried it. If it's really good, then it will become a specialty product of our Crab Island and be sold all over the mainland, bringing a lot of gold coins to Crab Island. The group exchanged bewildered glances. They didn't want to eat it, but Roland's suggestion to try the iron-shell crab seemed to be official business, and for the future development of Crab Island, they couldn't refuse. Finally, Selena forced a smile and said, But sir, this iron-shell crab is covered in a hard shell, and there doesn't seem to be anything worth eating. Roland smiled and said, Just watch me and eat it the way I do. After saying that, Roland actually used both hands to pry open the hard shell on the back of the iron-shell crab. Good heavens! Eating with your hands directly? That's not how a nobleman should behave. However, Roland didn't care about these hypocritical aristocratic etiquettes, because at this moment, the golden crab roe inside the iron-shelled crab was already in front of him, making his mouth water. Roland has not eaten crab in a long time. Then he picked up a spoon, scooped out a generous amount of crab roe, and swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, an overwhelming feeling of satisfaction filled his mouth, and his eyes lit up. Isn't this 10 times tastier than king crab? King crabs don't have such delicious crab roe to eat. Then he quickly ate the delicious crab roe one bite after another, and then began to eat the tender crab meat. paired with the special sauce. The taste was simply indescribable. Seeing how much Roland was enjoying his food, the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Then they looked at each other again. Why don't we give it a try? It looks delicious. Then, the group followed Roland's method, directly breaking open the iron-shelled crab's hard shell, taking out spoons, and scooping out loads of crab roe stuff into their mouths. Instantly, their eyes lit up. This is actually so delicious. They grew up without ever thinking that crabs could be eaten. They've missed out on so much over the years. So, the group had no time to think anymore and hurriedly followed Roland's example, greedily devouring the iron-shelled crab in front of them. Roland was very skilled. In just 10 minutes, the whole iron-shelled crab was reduced to a pile of iron shells. He even peeled off the legs and ate all the tender crab meat inside. The iron-shelled crab was enormous. After eating just one, Roland was already 6/10 full. This was because he was a cultivator. If he were an ordinary person, he would probably be stuffed by now. Meanwhile, Andre, Catherine, and the others followed Roland's example and ate the entire iron-shelled crab until only a pile of scraps remained. Oh no, I can't eat anymore. My stomach is going to burst if I eat anymore. Selena patted her belly button and said with a satisfied look on her face. Catherine was also full, and she would occasionally cover her mouth with her hand, seemingly embarrassed to hide her burps. Oliver and Andre also looked normal. Compared to the magician, the knight's physical strength and appetite were much stronger. Even Andre wasn't full yet. He seemed eager to try another iron-shelled crab on the table, but when he saw everyone had stopped, he felt a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Roland said with a smile, Andre, I'm not full either. How about we have another one? Oliver, what about you? Want one too? Roland's words were like a gentle breeze, making Andre feel particularly comfortable and easing his embarrassment. So he nodded, a rare smile appearing on his face, and said, Then I'll have another one with you. Oliver grinned and said, Then I'll have one more. So the three men each peeled open another crab. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that the three of them finished eating the second iron-shelled crab. Compared to Andre's natural demeanor, Roland and Oliver were clearly quite full. Roland downed a glass of wine in one gulp, which finally eased his stomach a little. Then, he flashed a charming smile and looked at everyone as he spoke. So what do you think? Is this iron-shelled crab delicious? Selena excitedly answered immediately. Of course it's delicious. I've rarely eaten such delicious food before. The others nodded in agreement. It is indeed a rare delicacy. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Roland continued to ask questions. Do you think those noble lords on the mainland would like this iron-shelled crab? This time, however, Catherine answered first. Of course, but they will definitely hesitate at first, but once they taste it, they will absolutely love this delicacy. However, it seems that we need to find a way to get those nobles to be the first to try it. Undead. This answer was not unexpected, and he already had a plan in mind for how to promote this iron-shelled crab dish. This world is a society with a very strict hierarchy, and the higher the rank of a noble, the more likely they are to be imitated by others. I remember a while ago, the emperor suddenly took a liking to women with black hair. As a result, among the noble women, those with black hair became the object of everyone's pursuit, and noble women of other hair colors also dyed their hair black, directly triggering a fashion craze. The same applies to promoting iron-shelled crabs. As long as those in power like to eat them, those below will naturally follow suit, and the crabs will become a sensation throughout the aristocratic circles. As for other wealthy people without titles, they will flock to the aristocratic circles. Therefore, Roland's most important task now is to find someone of high enough status to lead the way in eating the iron-shell crab. But who is this person? The emperor would certainly be the best choice, but unfortunately, Roland doesn't have that kind of influence. His own father, Count Rowena? While it was feasible, Roland still felt it was somewhat lacking. Although this method could quickly promote the iron-shell crab to Cape Brun, it would require a significant amount of effort and time to expand it to other parts of Portland province. So who would be suitable? Soon, a somewhat blurry figure appeared in Roland's mind. Grand Duke Triumph. It seems that the Grand Duke's birthday is in a month, and his father, the Earl of Rowena, has already sent a message to invite him to attend the Grand Duke's birthday ceremony, which is said to have been said by the Grand Duke himself. After all, it was around that time that Marquis Debin and Marquis Otoff assassinated the Grand Duke Triumph. Roland believed that the Grand Duke Triumph would be fully prepared, and that he, as the hero who exposed the conspiracy, should be praised by the Grand Duke Triumph. Roland's mind began to race. The matter concerning the two territories' specialties has now come to an end. From expanding production to successfully brewing the Portor fruit wine, if things go smoothly, the first batch of wine might be ready in a month. At that time, it could be taken to Triumph City along with the Iron Shell Crab. Roland's mind is currently focused on the mission. After all, there were only 4 days left before that mysterious group of thieves came to steal the Poseidon statue. Roland had to be fully prepared. He didn't want to be caught off guard. You know, the reward for this mission is the Scepter of Poseidon. As the weapon of the sea god, the sea cucumber scepter is undoubtedly an extremely powerful artifact, and its water attribute is perfectly suited to Roland, making it exactly the treasure Roland needs. Soon after, Roland discussed the matter with Andre, Catherine, and the others. They were all startled to hear that someone was going to steal the Poseidon statue, but they did not doubt the veracity of Roland's information. After a long discussion, everyone finally settled on the best solution and got to work. For 4 whole days, Roland personally oversaw the matter, leaving no time to concern himself with other aspects. With their strong support, all preparations were finally completed on the last day, and all that remained was to wait for the arrival of the mysterious group of thieves. Roland was incredibly curious about this group of thieves. Who would have the time and inclination to steal their own Poseidon statue? Could it be the Redbeard pirates? But the Redbeard pirates had already been wiped out. Except for one vice captain who was nowhere to be found, the others were either killed or captured. Therefore, Roland did not believe it would be them. Who was that? Roland was completely baffled. Fortunately, the answer will be revealed today. Time slowly passed, and night gradually fell. Outside the light, it was the time when those dark beings were most jubilant. At this moment, Roland was lying in his room, but he was not sleeping and could not sleep, because he's waiting for the thieves to arrive. Although he had made ample preparations, he still felt a little nervous. The statue of the sea god was in his room, quietly placed on a shrine on the wall, with fresh offerings placed in front of it. Worshipping the statue of the sea god was the first thing Roland did every morning. The powerful influence of the Neptune statue transformed Roland, an unbeliever, into a devout follower of the Neptune. Of course, at least on the surface. Roland had originally tried to put the sea god statue into his spatial ring for added security, but for some reason, the ring couldn't hold it, so he had to give up on the idea. Then, time continued to pass, and before they knew it, several more hours had gone by, and finally, it was midnight. Roland couldn't help but yawn. Waiting is often the most boring thing, and he was getting a little impatient. He kept urging the group of thieves to come over. Just as he was getting bored, a soft, delicate voice suddenly drifted over. Roland was startled and turned his head to see a stream of water slowly seeping into the room through the crack in the door, then gathering into the shape of a small person. Advanced water magic. Water golem. He used water to create a puppet to help him fight. Although the puppet was not very strong, it could confuse them or play a role in some key situations. Advanced water magician. Roland was a little surprised, but it was not unexpected. Then, the little figure formed from water slowly reached out its hand and gently removed the latch from the door. Squeak! As the latch was removed, the door was slowly pushed open. Then, several figures quietly slipped into their room. When Roland saw this group of people, he was immediately shocked. How could it be them? Chapter 56, The Appearance of the Merfolk. Roland considered many possibilities: pirates, traders, and even forces from other surrounding territories. He wouldn't be surprised if they appeared. But the person who appeared before him now truly shocked him. For people sneaked in, or rather, the word for should be in big quotation marks, because they are not real humans. They carried the scent of the sea and had a fishy smell, which Roland could clearly smell even though he was some distance away. What confirmed Roland's suspicions about their identities was, this group of people still retained some of their original characteristics, such as scales. Several of them have a small scale on their face. Mermaids. Or perhaps the fishmen. Or both. Roland's main mission is to save the merfolk race from extinction. He originally planned to complete it when he became stronger, but unexpectedly, they appeared on their own today. Without a doubt, those who came today must be corrupted mermaids. As for why they came to steal the statue of the sea god, Roland had no idea. The 4 fishmen, upon entering the room, quickly noticed the sea god statue placed on the shrine, and they too showed expressions of excitement. Then, a leading merman slowly extended a staff and gently touched the sea god statue. At that moment, a magical scene unfolded. Both the sea god statue and the staff began to emit a bright blue light. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. He excitedly spoke in a language that Roland couldn't understand, and then reached out to grab the sea god statue. But then, suddenly, a merman behind him tugged at him and pointed in Roland's direction. Roland was lying on the bed, fast asleep. The merman then revealed a cruel expression and pointed at Roland. The subordinate understood his meaning, then pulled out a sharp dagger and slowly walked towards Roland, who was not far away. Roland watched him approach, but he wasn't flustered at all. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. The merman approached the bed with a cruel expression, then without hesitation, raised the dagger in his hand and plunged it in. But in an instant, he sensed something was wrong. He stabbed quite a few people to death. The feeling of a sharp blade entering the body was not like that of a single person. Even so, the person lying on the bed still had not woken up. In an instant, he understood. The person lying in bed wasn't a person at all. This is a trap. His pupils constricted sharply, and in a panic, he immediately cried out. Gurgle. But he had only just opened his mouth before he could even speak. Suddenly, a series of cold lights flashed all around, revealing countless incredibly sharp arrows, all hidden within the house, which Roland had finally activated. Countless arrows flew wildly in this small room. The merman who came to kill Roland was instantly hit by 2 crossbow bolts. He then realized what was happening and hurriedly used his battle aura to block the remaining arrows. Only then did he have time to shout. There's a trap. Needless to say, the leader of the mermen was also startled by the sudden arrows. He was accidentally grazed on the arm by one of them, but fortunately, he instantly put on a shield, which blocked all the arrows. As for the other 2, they didn't have his strength, and they were both injured to some extent. However, by the time they realized what was happening, the arrows had no effect on them. The leader of the fishmen, realizing he had been ambushed, hurriedly grabbed the sea god statue, trying to escape. However, before his hand could even touch the sea god statue, it suddenly fell off the shrine and disappeared. The fishman saw the dark hole in the shrine and realized that there was a mechanism on it. By then, the sea god statue had fallen through the hole and disappeared somewhere. This matter is beyond saving, so he hurriedly shouted, Everyone, get out of here! However, as soon as they set off, they discovered that the ground beneath their feet was incredibly muddy, which bound them to the spot. The merman leader turned cold, and with a gentle wave of his staff, the mud beneath his feet vanished, returning to solid ground. However, just as they were about to leave, suddenly, more vines sprouted from the ground and wrapped around their bodies. The merman leader's eyes turned cold, and his body trembled, causing the vines to turn into fragments. Then, he showed an angry expression and spoke in human language. Who are you? If you got the guts, come out and fight me. These little tricks won't work on me. However, before he could finish speaking, suddenly, cold frost condensed on their bodies, and they froze. However, this had no effect on them. With a wave of his hand, the merman leader sent a beam of blue light down on them, instantly dispelling the layers of icy frost. No one answered them, so the merman leader gave a low shout, led his 3 subordinates out of the room, and ran towards the outskirts of the city. But along the way, things were a little strange to them, because they were no longer subjected to the control they had been under before. But just a short while after they ran out of the city, they suddenly stopped again. Unseen gusts of wind bound them tightly to their spot. Wind binding technique. Then, a graceful figure slowly walked from afar. It was none other than the wind magician, Miss Catherine. The merman leader looked at Catherine and narrowed his eyes as he spoke. You must be Catherine, the wind mage on this island. You're just a mid-level mage, no match for me. You should call out that knight named Andre, or any of the others lying in ambush. Catherine was also surprised to hear that he recognized her. And just then, snap, 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 a round of applause suddenly rang out, and then Roland appeared in the distance. Of course, Andre and a dozen silver knights also appeared, surrounding the 4 mermen in the middle. I never expected to see the legendary mermaid race here. It's truly an eye-opening experience, Roland said, clapping his hands. The mermaid leader looked at Roland, smiled faintly, and said, You must be Baron Roland, the lord of this place. Roland wasn't surprised that the other party recognized him. After all, he even knew Catherine, let alone himself as a lord. This also suggests that the group of mermaids must have conducted research on Cancer Island beforehand. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known the situation there so clearly. That's right. I didn't expect you to know so much. It seems you've been planning this for a long time. But unfortunately, since you've come here to steal my Poseidon statue, you're not welcome here. Roland smiled slightly and said. The mermaid leader's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to speak with a smile. You humans have a saying, no fight, no friendship. Since you know why we're here, how about we make a deal? Roland raised an eyebrow and said, Oh, what kind of deal? The mermaid leader spoke directly. Give me the statue of the sea god, and I can give you treasures worth 10 million gold coins. Hiss. It has to be said, Roland was tempted. 10 million gold coins. Even a triumphant duke would be tempted. However, when it came to exchanging his own Poseidon statue, Roland knew which was more important. Roland looked at him, but didn't answer. Instead, he asked a question in return. What do you want a sea god statue for? The mermaid leader answered directly. Our mermaid race are believers of the sea god, so this is just to retrieve the sea god statue. Believers in the sea god? You have long since abandoned your faith in the sea god and embraced evil, yet you still dare to act in the name of the sea god. Roland couldn't help but sneer inwardly, and then said, But the sea god statues were originally placed in various places for people to worship, so why did you take them back? The mermaid leader paused for a moment, but still spoke. This is a divine decree issued by the sea god. We don't know why. After all, we cannot fathom the thoughts of God. Roland really wanted to expose their true colors and see how they would react, but he knew he couldn't reveal his own secrets like that. Roland would never hand over the Poseidon statue, so his most important task now is to buy time. So he pretended to be interested and said, Really? 10 million gold coins, that's a lot. All the wealth on Cancer Island combined doesn't even amount to that much. The mermaid leader smiled slightly upon seeing this and said, Indeed, if Baron Roland agrees, I will send someone with treasures worth 10 million gold coins within 10 days. Nobody believes you. If you take the Poseidon statue and come back, I, Roland, will write my name backwards. However, Roland didn't want to break ties with them yet, so he said with a smile, Why don't you bring the treasure over first, and then we can exchange money for goods? The mermaid leader frowned and said, We urgently need the Neptune statue. We can't wait that long. Roland shrugged and said, Well, there's nothing I can do about that. After all, we're not close, so why should I trust you? When the mermaid leader saw that Roland refused, his expression turned cold, and he said, Baron Roland, I think you'd better agree to my conditions. You should know that we are not just these 4 people. We represent the entire merfolk. Oh, you dare threaten me. So, Roland sneered without any politeness. So what if you're a mermaid? I have the powerful Holy Dragon Empire and even all of humanity behind me. Do you think your mermaid race can fight against us humans? The merfolk leader's face darkened, and he spoke. Do you really think your tiny island can attract the attention of the human race? Do you really care about the fate of a mere baron like you? The words may be rough, but the principle is sound. However, even though the principle is correct, Roland still wants to have a discussion with him. However, just as he was about to retort, suddenly, one of the mermaid leader's subordinates let out a panicked cry. I feel a bit weak, and my fighting spirit has become sluggish. Upon hearing this, the others quickly tried it, and it turned out to be the same. The mermaid leader tried it as well, and found that the magic power in his body was indeed circulating more slowly than before, and he also experienced some slight numbness. Suddenly, the scene from before flashed through his mind, and his expression changed drastically as he spoke. The arrow was poisoned. Seeing this, Roland finally realized that the poison in them had taken effect, and he couldn't help but show a smug smile. These are high-grade poisons that Rutef just refined. They are highly toxic even to golden knights and high-level mages. Today, we'll test their effects on them to stop Rutef from bragging. Only now do we realize we've been poisoned. Isn't it a bit too late? Roland looked ludely. The human leader looked at Roland with a grim expression and said through gritted teeth, You weren't trying to negotiate with us at all. You were stalling for time, waiting for the toxin to take effect. Roland grinned and said, Congratulations, you got it right. But there's no reward. At this moment, The mermaid leader roared and said, "I'm going to kill you." Having said that, he angrily waved his hand, and a series of sharp water arrows shot towards Roland. Seeing that the other party was about to attack, Roland hurriedly retreated, and then, under Catherine's whirlwind, the water arrows were all deflected and shot into the sky. The opponent was clearly a powerful high-level mage. Although he was poisoned, Roland was not willing to risk his life. Andre rushed over at that moment, shouting loudly, "Your opponent is right here." Flame slash. A burst of fire surged up and slashed directly at the mermaid leader and his group. Seeing this, one of his men hurriedly raised his fork to block, but was directly cut in two by Andre's blazing sword light. A piercing scream rang out, then abruptly ceased. Only the body split in two on the ground proves that this person was once here. Hurrah! Several mermaids cried out in pain. Andre, however, spoke expressionlessly. "Although you are all at the gold level, you have only 20% of your strength due to the poison. You should surrender now. Don't even think about it." He raised his staff again, and nearly a dozen puppets made of water appeared around him. Andre shook his head and swept his sword horizontally. In an instant, the puppets turned into a puddle of water and disappeared. Andre then approached again and said, "Surrender now? You can't even beat me alone. There's no chance of turning the tide." If Roland hadn't said he needed a prisoner to interrogate for information, Andre would have already brought down his sword. "Don't even think about it. We will always be with the great sovereign." At this moment, the two weaker henchmen let out a frenzied howl and charged towards Andre. They were met only by Andre's blazing sword light. The sword light vanished. The two were already lying on the ground, lifeless. The leader's expression was incredibly complex. He seemed to want to surrender, but something was controlling him, driving him into madness. Until finally, his eyes turned completely bloodshot. "The great ruler is with me." Then he raised the staff high, and a massive storm slowly formed in the sky. Andre turned and glanced at Roland. Roland shook his head helplessly. Andre then understood his meaning, stepped forward, and slashed down with his sword. A mage without defense is a lamb to the slaughter. Even a high-level mage can only fall to Andre's sword. Roland slowly approached their corpses, shook his head, and said softly, "I also want to let you go, but unfortunately, it seems your ruler does not agree." Then, he turned to the people behind him and said, "Take all these mermen back." It was chaotic. The once noisy place had returned to its usual tranquility. If it weren't for the patches of bright red blood still seeping on the ground, probably no one would know what had happened here. Chapter 57, The Scepter of the Sea God. TSK, TSK, TSK. I never thought I'd see the legendary mermaid race in my lifetime. What an eye-opener. Inside the Lord's manor, Oliver stared in astonishment at the 4 mermaid corpses. The others were also looking at the corpses with curiosity. "My lord, why do you think they came to steal your sea god statue?" Catherine asked, puzzled. This was also Roland's question. However, this sea god statue was not just an ordinary statue, but a statue possessing the sea god's divine power, so perhaps it would be of some use to them. I don't know either, but something that can bring back the long-lost merfolk must be quite important to them. Roland shook his head and said. Then, they began to examine a pile of miscellaneous items nearby, all of which had been taken from the 4 of them. The first thing that catches the eye is the 2 enormous pearls, almost the size of eggs. Roland has never seen such large pearls before. If they were taken out, they would surely drive the noble ladies crazy. Holding the 2 enormous pearls, Roland felt his water-based magic and battle aura become more active. Roland was slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, these 2 pearls were not just ornaments, but 2 magical items that could significantly enhance water-based powers. So he stuffed the 2 pearls into his pocket. Then, his hand suddenly felt empty, and the pearl entered his spatial ring. Then, Roland went on to examine other things. There were also several portions of food made from some kind of fish, which were probably their rations and not of much use. There was another book, but it was written in a script that Roland couldn't understand. It was probably a script unique to the merfolk. Roland kept it safe, thinking it might come in handy someday. The rest are just useless junk. Aside from the magic wand in the mermaid leader's hand and the short blades under his command, Roland was not interested in the short blades, but instead focused his attention on the magic wand. He remembered that the reward for this mission was called the Scepter of the Sea God. Could this staff be the legendary Scepter of the Sea God? However, looking at the simple staff in his hand, Roland quickly shook his head and dismissed the idea. Generally, task rewards take several days to arrive in the account, but there has never been a precedent of instant payment. However, Roland still habitually opened the mission panel to take a look. Instantly, his eyes widened, and he looked incredulous. How could that be? Congratulations! You've discovered a new specialty product on your territory. Each specialty product plays a vital role in the territory's economic development. Continuously developing new specialties is an excellent way to increase your territory's wealth and greatly enhance its development potential. However, unfortunately, danger and accidents always seem to strike unexpectedly while you're wholeheartedly developing your territory. It's said that a group of thieves are eyeing your sea god statue, and they will arrive in 5 days. So please do your utmost to protect the sea god statue. Completed. Quest reward. Scepter of Poseidon, viewable. The task reward now had the words viewable added to it, just like when I obtained the Poseidon statue. This also proves that he has indeed obtained the scepter of the sea god. Roland couldn't help but look at the simple, worn-out magic wand in his hand. Could it really be it? I need to study this carefully myself. Afterwards, Roland greeted everyone, ordered the disposal of the 4 merfolk corpses, and returned to his room, where he began to carefully examine the old and simple staff. The mighty scepter of the sea god is surprisingly understated. Roland couldn't figure out what was going on, so he poured his magic into it, but there was still no reaction. So he opened the quest panel and started looking at the details of the scepter of Poseidon. Instantly, a semi-transparent message appeared before his eyes. Roland was also stunned, his mouth agape in shock. Poseidon's scepter, the weapon of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Function 1. Can sense the location of other Poseidon components. Effect 2. Can summon a phantom of the sea god to aid in battle, sealed. Effect 3. Increases the effect of water-based energy tenfold, sealed. Effect 4. Increases the speed of cultivating water-based energy tenfold, sealed. Effect 5. No water-based energy can harm the scepter holder, seal. Effect 6. Holding the scepter allows one to command the sea creatures, sealed. Effect 7. Sea god's bloodline, sealed. Effect 8. Sea god's record, sealed. Looking at the detailed information about the scepter of the sea god, Roland couldn't help but be shocked. Not only him, but even the Emperor of the Holy Dragon Empire would be astonished. Using water-based energy amplifies the effect tenfold. Does this mean that I can also achieve this effect when using water-based battle aura? If so, that would be amazing. With my current Silver Knight level, if I were to combine it with the Scepter of the Sea God, I would probably be able to stand up to a Gold Knight. This includes a tenfold increase in cultivation speed, and it should be applicable to both magic and battle aura. Unfortunately, these 2 effects are still sealed, so there's no point in saying anything more. He could understand the 6 effects mentioned above, but he didn't understand the next 2. Fortunately, the system provided detailed explanations. Poseidon Bloodline. A precious bloodline of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Possessing it allows one to inherit Poseidon's legacy. Note, it can only be fully activated after collecting all other Poseidon components. The records of Poseidon. The cultivation techniques of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Note, it can only be fully activated after collecting all other Poseidon components. Upon seeing the last 2, Roland was utterly shocked. What does this mean? Does this mean that once I collect all the Poseidon parts, I can become the new Poseidon? It feels like the will of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Has the sea god fallen? Roland couldn't help but think to himself. Otherwise, the mermaid race wouldn't have been controlled by an evil force, while the sea god remained indifferent. Then Roland shook his head, giving up his wild thoughts. This matter was far too advanced. He was like a tiny ant, utterly powerless to influence it. So he turned his attention back to the scepter of the sea god. Unfortunately, most of the power of the scepter of Poseidon was sealed at this point, and only the first effect was useful. Sensing other Poseidon components, Roland nodded thoughtfully, then grasped the scepter of Poseidon and began to quietly contemplate its meaning. Sure enough, after a long time, he sensed that there were 6 faint energies in other distant places, 2 of which were in the depths of the sea and 1 on the 4 continents. However, Roland could only sense their general location at this time. He had no idea exactly where they were. Roland slowly shook his head. These are not things I can access right now, so I should think of a way to break the seal on the scepter of the sea god. The system also provided a prompt regarding this. Sufficient sea god power is needed to break the seal on the sea god scepter. Poseidon's power? Roland couldn't help but turn his gaze to the sea god statue beside him. If there's anywhere else that possesses the power of the sea god, then the only place Roland knows of is this statue of the sea god. Perhaps this is why they came to steal the statue of the sea god. They also want to use the statue to unlock the scepter of the sea god. Thinking of this, he followed the example of the mermaid leader and slowly brought the scepter of the sea god closer to the statue of the sea god. Sure enough, when the two came into contact, both the statue of the sea god and the scepter of the sea god emitted a beam of azure light. Roland's eyes lit up. There's hope. Roland watched the scene unfold with anticipation. Then, after a long time, when Roland was almost asleep, the azure light on the Poseidon statue and the Poseidon scepter slowly dissipated and returned to its original state. Roland quickly picked up the scepter of Poseidon and saw that its previously worn and dark surface now seemed to have brightened up a bit. Poseidon's scepter, the weapon of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Function 1. Can sense the location of other Poseidon components. Effect 2. Can summon a phantom of a sea god to aid in battle. Effect 3. Increases the effect of water-based energy tenfold, sealed. Effect 4. Increases the speed of cultivating water-based energy tenfold, sealed. Effect 5. No water-based energy can harm the scepter holder, seal. Roland's face lit up with joy. Sure enough, the scepter of Poseidon had unlocked one of its effects. Phantom of Poseidon. Although it was just a phantom, it was still a phantom of a god. Roland didn't know how powerful this phantom was, but it must be quite strong. Definitely not gold grade. Could it be amethyst grade? Or perhaps we could take our imaginations to a whole new level. Regardless, Roland now had one more trump card to save his life. A month later, I went to Triumph City. With the scepter of Poseidon, I felt more confident. Roland then tried to put the Poseidon scepter into his spatial ring, but unfortunately, like the Poseidon statue, the scepter could not be put in. Could it be because these two items are of too high a level and the spatial ring is not high enough? Roland frowned as he thought. At this moment, he couldn't understand it either, but fortunately, the scepter of the sea god was not very big, only about half a meter long, so there was no problem carrying it with him. Meanwhile, the sea god statue on the other side dimmed, and Roland understood that this was because the divine power on it was being lost. Therefore, if Roland wants to break the other seals on the Poseidon statue, he must restore the divine power on the Poseidon statue. Roland understood at that moment. The statue of Poseidon acts as a converter, transforming people's faith in Poseidon into stored power. In an era where Poseidon has disappeared, this is the only way to obtain his divine power. No wonder the sea creatures came to steal the sea god statue. Roland speculates that there may not be many Neptune statues left in the world. Or perhaps I am the only one left. Then, Roland frowned and began to think. To unlock the scepter of the sea god, one must obtain a large amount of the sea god's power. And to obtain the sea god's power, one must obtain a large amount of faith power. Previously, the sea god statue was kept in his own room for him to worship alone, and the power of faith he gained from it was pitiful. It seems I have no choice but to mobilize the entire island to worship the sea god and pay homage to his statue. Roland thought to himself thoughtfully. However, it seems inappropriate to simply place the sea god statue there for people to worship. The sea god statue is not large, and it would be bad if it were stolen. Roland frowned and pondered for a while. Soon, an idea popped into my mind. After figuring out the matter of the Poseidon statue, Roland remembered that he had already received the current mission reward, so the new mission should have been issued by now. So, on a whim, he opened the task panel. Sure enough, the information above has been updated. Mission: well done, Lord. You successfully thwarted the merfolk's theft plan and even unexpectedly obtained the scepter of the sea god. Congratulations. However, the evil merfolk won't give up easily. They will continue to come looking for the sea god's statue and scepter. Fortunately, that evil being seems to be facing some trouble lately and doesn't have the energy to deal with you, so you can finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, you must prepare in advance. If the scepter of the sea god is unsealed, it will greatly enhance your strength, giving you the confidence to face that evil being. So, my esteemed lord, please strive to unseal the first 5 effects of the scepter of the sea god. Task reward: a leap in strength. Looking at the mission, Roland frowned slightly. He had exhausted all the divine power on the Poseidon statue and had only managed to break one seal. Including the one seal he had already broken, he would need to break 3 more seals to complete the mission. I wonder how long it will take to complete the task. Roland couldn't help but shake his head, then turned his attention to the mission rewards. A leap in strength? What does that mean? Does it mean I can directly upgrade to a gold knight? What about magic? Will it also increase along with it? The mission rewards hadn't arrived, and Roland didn't understand what the so-called leap actually entailed. I remember my first mission reward was called Strength Advancement, which seemed to imply a more aggressive leap forward, at least at the gold level. Roland thought to himself, regardless, this is a very satisfying reward. The next day, Roland called Oliver over and told him his idea. His idea was to build a giant sea god statue, over 10 meters tall, in the center of Pearl Town, and then hide his own small sea god statue inside it. He would then have people spread the glorious deeds of a sea god, so that people would spontaneously come to the sea god statue to worship. Of course, he didn't say anything more than that. He only mentioned that he wanted to build a giant statue of Poseidon. Oliver's face showed a strange expression when he heard his words. My lord doesn't seem to be a believer in the sea god. However, he didn't say it aloud. Instead, he thought for a moment, then looked troubled and said it tactfully. But sir, building such a huge statue is very expensive. It would cost at least several thousand or even tens of thousands of gold coins. Now that our Crab Island is in dire need of reconstruction, wouldn't it be better to spend these gold coins on more important things? Chapter 58, The Perilous Holy Dragon Empire. Oliver's advice was of course useless. With Roland's repeated emphasis, the construction of the giant sea god statue was officially put on the agenda. However, there were not enough craftsmen on Crab Island, and more skilled craftsmen needed to be recruited from Cape Brun. Although Cancer Island is located in a remote area, with a high monthly wage of 50 silver coins, there should be no problem finding workers. Oliver was then put in charge of this matter and devoted himself to it, while Selena handled the other administrative affairs on the island. That's right, it's Selena. She seems to have a great interest in management, and it is said that she was once the lord of a city that was 100 times more powerful than Pearl Town. Roland believed her words. After all, she was a princess, and it was normal for her to have a medium-sized city as her fief. Subsequently, Roland selected several talented individuals from among the newcomers to Cancer Island. Although they did not possess Kane's talents, they were capable of assisting with minor tasks. Everything on Cancer Island is running smoothly and efficiently. As for Kane, it has been almost a month since he last left the island. 2 days ago, news came from the sea that their fleet seemed to have returned to the waters off Cape Brun. If he didn't return soon, Roland was starting to suspect that he was planning to escape by boat. This time, Roland has prepared ample goods, all of which are unique products, which will definitely allow Cancer Island to make a fortune in gold coins. In addition to the weapons, armor, and other iron products forged in the Gillett Iron Mine village, there are also thousands of fresh watermelons picked in the past few days. Several watermelon farms have now been established in the northern wasteland, producing 300 to 400 watermelons every day, enough for Kane to conduct a long-distance trade. There are also the newly harvested magic spirit grass and magic crystal or from the magic crystal mine. Since the last return, Roland has sent a little dragon to escort hundreds of miners there, and when they returned, they brought back a portion of magic crystal or in magic spirit grass. Now the Lord's Manor has accumulated quite a lot. This stuff is a valuable commodity. Roland won't have trouble selling it. There were also iron-shelled crabs, and Roland caught a batch, but not many. It seems that the outside world does not accept this novel food, so he only caught some to test the taste of the people on the mainland. Meanwhile, the gold mine in Dolan Forest is producing more and more gold, providing Crab Island with tens of thousands of gold coins a month. Pearl Harbor was becoming increasingly well-developed, sometimes even more prosperous than Pearl Harbor Town. Especially during stormy weather, the area outside Pearl Harbor was crowded with ships, hundreds or even thousands of wealthy merchants and sailors, bringing a lot of income to the island. In conclusion, Cancer Island is now thriving, and Roland is no longer the impoverished Cancer Island it once was. Around noon, just as Roland had expected, 6 familiar ships slowly docked at Pearl Harbor. It was Kane and Angie's fleet that had returned. Roland was incredibly excited about their results this time. My lord, you're still as handsome as ever after a month. After Cain disembarked, he approached Roland with a smile, bowed, and said. Angie then walked over, smiled, bowed, and said, My lord, we're back. Isn't that obvious? I saw it all. After a month apart, the two seemed to have gotten a bit tanned, and their skin had become somewhat rough, indicating that life at sea was not easy. You two have worked hard. Come on, I prepared a delicious lunch for you. Roland smiled and said. Afterwards, the two of them followed Roland back to the Lord's manor, where a sumptuous feast had already been prepared and was quietly waiting for people to enjoy it. The two of them ate and slept on the boat the whole way. Although they had no shortage of food and drink, most of the time they could only eat food that had been stored for a long time. It was not common to eat fresh food, especially vegetables and fruits. Then, led by Roland, the two of them started eating and drinking heartily, no longer caring about their image. Watching the two wolf down their food, Roland appeared particularly elegant, slowly putting a small piece of food into his mouth with his knife and fork, chewing it gently. Have a drink, or you'll get stuffed. Roland asked a servant to pour a glass of wine for the two of them and said, Thank you, sir. The two men said this, then took the glasses and drank them down in one gulp. The moment the wine touched their throats, both of them froze for a moment, then looked down at the wine in their glasses. What kind of wine is this? I've never had it before, Cain said in surprise. Roland smiled slightly and said, What? Cain, doesn't this taste good? Cain quickly shook his head and then said, No. On the contrary, this wine is incredibly delicious and has a very unique taste. Angie nodded and said, It's definitely a novel flavor, sweet, smooth, and delicious. Upon hearing their words, Roland couldn't help but smile and said, Do you think this wine has a market? Cain immediately stood up and said excitedly, Of course, this wine is perfect for women. I think noble ladies and wives will definitely enjoy it. Roland nodded and said, That's good, but there's one more thing here that you should try. Then, Roland ordered 3 iron-shelled crabs to be served. Cain and Angie stared in astonishment at the iron-shelled crab that was served and said, This is edible. Roland smiled and said directly, Of course, no one who's tried this has said it's not delicious. You could try it like I have. So, Roland once again gave a lesson on how to eat crab. Having traveled the world, the two were quite receptive to new foods. Seeing that Roland had started eating, they followed suit and cautiously began to try it themselves. However, compared to Roland's elegant demeanor, the two men's movements were incredibly clumsy. But after they tried it, their eyes widened in surprise, seemingly astonished by the deliciousness of the iron-shelled crab. Then, the two of them, without any instruction, devoured an iron-shelled crab even faster than Roland. Seeing Roland still slowly peeling a crab leg, Cain said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry, sir. This food was really delicious, and I couldn't resist finishing it all. Hearing his words, Roland put down the crab leg in his hand and then asked, Do you think there will be a market for this iron-shelled crab outside? Angie immediately answered, Of course. I think once those nobles try this iron-shelled crab, they will definitely fall in love with it. Roland smiled with satisfaction and then said, In that case, I'll give you a mission for your next voyage, to promote these 2 things to the continent, whether it's the Holy Dragon Empire, the Violet Empire, or the Winter Empire. Are you confident? Upon hearing Roland's words, the two exchanged a glance, then stood up and spoke solemnly. Sir, we will definitely complete the mission. Roland smiled, then said nothing more. The 3 continued their lunch, and the 2 of them, still wanting more, each ate another iron-shelled crab before finally stopping, satisfied and clutching their bellies. They then reported their findings to Roland. Cain's trade route was south to the Violet Empire, while Angie's was north to the Winter Empire. However, the two did not sail too far, only reaching the border between the 2 countries and the Holy Dragon Empire before turning back. Even so, they still earned a considerable income. Cain earned a profit of nearly 20,000 gold coins from this voyage, while Angie earned a profit of 15,000 gold coins, which was almost double the profit from the previous voyage. Roland was very satisfied with their gains from the trip, but he was more concerned about something else than the gold coins. Cain, Angie, what's the situation at the borders of the Holy Dragon Empire, the Violet Empire, and the Winter Empire? Roland asked with a somewhat serious expression. Upon hearing Roland's words, both men's expressions darkened. In the end, Cain shook his head and said, The situation between the Holy Dragon Empire and the Violet Empire is not optimistic. Both countries have deployed 1 million troops on their borders, and tensions are high. The borders are almost closed. I originally wanted to continue south, but the Violet Empire does not welcome our Holy Dragon Empire's merchant ships, so I had no choice but to turn back. Angie, standing to the side, frowned and spoke. It's similar on the Winter Empire's side. It's even more serious than on the Violet Empire's side, because I heard that there have been many clashes between the two sides, and one of them even resulted in hundreds of casualties. I'm in a similar situation to Cain, which is why I had no choice but to turn back. Upon hearing their words, Roland felt as if a storm was already gathering above the Holy Dragon Empire. The Violet Empire and the Winter Empire, which had been coexisting peacefully for decades, or even centuries, launched attacks on the Holy Dragon Empire almost simultaneously. Roland did not believe this was a coincidence. He sensed that a crazy conspiracy was rapidly brewing. War is coming soon. What do you think? Roland said quietly. The two of them weren't fools, of course. They took a deep breath, then shook their heads helplessly and said, "Yes, this is a war between empires, and who knows how many cities and villages will be destroyed. I just don't know if our place will be spared. Crab Island, being isolated in a corner of the world, might be better off, but Roland doesn't believe he can escape unscathed if the Holy Dragon Empire falls." Just as Roland was filled with worry, Cain revealed even more terrifying news. Furthermore, I've also heard a rumor that some disputes seem to have begun to occur in the western part of the Holy Dragon Empire and the Ghana Empire. Cain hesitated for a moment before speaking, but then quickly added something else. However, I only heard it from some merchants who traveled far away, so I don't know if the news is true or not. Roland's eyes widened when he heard his words. He did not believe the news was unfounded. If that happens, the 4 empires on the entire continent will face a one-sided situation of 3 against 1. What's wrong with the Holy Dragon Empire? Why did this suddenly trigger an attack from the other 3 great empires? Roland was somewhat helpless. He didn't care about the fate of the Holy Dragon Empire, but as a nobleman of the Holy Dragon Empire, if the Holy Dragon Empire was destroyed, he was afraid that his own territory would also be lost. Roland thought about how he had worked so hard to transform the desolate Crab Island into the prosperous place it is today, and he was determined not to give it up to anyone else. Then, Roland sighed helplessly and stopped talking. Cain and Angie will probably rest for a while before embarking on their next voyage. They are both experienced sailors, so you don't need to worry about the preparations before setting sail. They will take care of them themselves. Roland temporarily set aside other issues such as magic crystal mines, port wine brewing, and the breeding of fire dragon horses. His most important task right now is to build the statue of Poseidon. Roland originally planned to build a Poseidon statue that was over 10 meters tall, but that would take about a month, and Roland couldn't wait that long. So he changed his plans at the last minute. First, build a 3-meter-tall statue of the sea god for people to admire, and then simultaneously build the 10-meter-tall statue of the sea god on the other side. At Roland's urging, the 3-meter-tall sea god statue was completed in just one day and then erected on a specially made platform in the central square. In the middle of the statue, Roland deliberately left a small space and then placed the genuine Neptune statue inside. People coming and going would habitually stop to pray and worship when they saw the newly erected statue of the sea god in the square, even though Roland did nothing. After all, people who live on the ocean will more or less have some belief in the sea god. However, Roland was not satisfied with their efficiency. If they relied on such scattered worship and prayers, when would they ever be able to restore the divine power in the sea god statue? So Roland directly planned a grand sea god sacrifice. On this day, on Crab Island, for the first time ever, everyone stopped what they were doing and came to the central square of Pearl Town. They had all received the news yesterday that their lord would be holding a grand sea god worship ceremony here today, and they were all required to attend. The crowd did not support Roland's unreliable decision, but unfortunately, Roland was the lord of Cancer Island, and he insisted that no one could refuse him. So today, nearly 10,000 people crowded the central square of Pearl Town, almost filling it to capacity. Then, Roland stood in front of the sea god statue, made an extremely devout expression, and shouted loudly, "May the great sea god forever protect Cancer Island." Then he bowed deeply. The inhabitants of Crab Island knelt down and then shouted along with Roland, "May the great sea god forever protect Cancer Island." They then kowtowed. Chapter 59, Tenfold Acceleration. The worship ceremony is not something that can be done by simply kowtowing and shouting slogans. It has a complete and complicated process, but Roland doesn't have any professionals with that expertise, so he has to keep everything simple. In fact, most of the people had already developed some faith in the sea god, since Cancer Island had been calm and undisturbed by storms for some time, which they could all feel. Therefore, under Roland's leadership in the worship, the crowd did not merely go through the motions. A considerable number of people were still praying devoutly. If Roland were to produce the real Poseidon statue at this moment, he would discover that the statue is faintly emitting a deep blue light. The entire worship ceremony lasted for half an hour, ending with Roland giving everyone present an egg. After everyone stood up, they looked at the eggs in their hands, and their faces lit up with joy, exclaiming that the trip had been worthwhile. Believe in the sea god, and you'll receive an egg. Let's come again next time. Then Roland announced that from now on, they should come here to pray once a week at this time. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, clutching the eggs in their hands, feeling their faith in the sea god grow even stronger. Then, with a shout from Roland, the crowd dispersed and left the central square. Roland, however, waited until midnight when no one was around before quietly arriving at the square and taking out the real statue of the sea god. At this moment, Roland seemed to sense that the originally dull and ordinary sea god statue now seemed to have gained an indescribable charm, and its originally dull expression seemed to have come alive. Upon seeing this, Roland's face lit up with joy. This must be because it absorbed the power of faith. Afterwards, Roland took the Poseidon statue back into the room, took out the Poseidon scepter again, and pressed it close to the Poseidon statue. In an instant, Roland could see with his naked eye that a faint blue light slowly gathered from the Poseidon statue into the Poseidon scepter, and both of them were emitting a faint glow at the same time. Isn't this just a power bank charging a phone? A thought flashed through Roland's mind, and the description was incredibly apt. He knew that this transmission would take time. It had taken half an hour last time, and this time, with significantly more divine power, it would inevitably take even longer. However, Roland did not dare to leave, so he sat quietly to the side and waited. Nearly an hour later, as the faint light emanating from the Neptune statue and the Neptune scepter gradually faded, Roland understood that the transmission of divine power between them had finally ended. So Roland quickly picked up the scepter of Poseidon to examine it. Poseidon's scepter, the weapon of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Function 1. Can sense the location of other Poseidon components. Effect 2. Can summon a phantom of a sea god to aid in battle. Effect 3. Increases the effect of water-based energy tenfold. Effect 4. Increases the speed of cultivating water-based energy tenfold, sealed. Effect 5. No water-based energy can harm the scepter holder, seal. Effect 6. Holding the scepter allows one to command the sea creatures, sealed. Effect 7. Sea god's bloodline, sealed. Effect 8. Sea god's record, sealed. Sure enough, another effect has been unlocked. Roland's face lit up with ecstasy. Water-based energy effects are increased tenfold. In other words, if I use battle aura or magic now, I will receive a tenfold boost. Thinking of this, Roland couldn't contain himself any longer, so he went to the training ground alone. He held the scepter of the sea god, muttered something to himself, and then waved his right hand forward. Suddenly, a huge water arrow appeared and hurtled towards the dummy in front of it. With a loud bang, the dummy was blasted into pieces by the enormous water arrow. Roland stared at the scene in disbelief. At this point, his water magic was probably much stronger than Selena's. Then, Roland used his staff as a sword, his fighting spirit surging, and he directly unleashed a move called Water Dragon's Roar. It was as if a dragon's roar was heard. Roland was actually a little unable to control this powerful force. Even though he was not using his full strength, the power he was exerting was more than 10 times his usual strength. With this kind of self, I should be able to stand up to the Golden Knight, right? Roland felt incredibly satisfied. Afterwards, he secretly practiced alone there for a long time before returning to his room and putting the sea god statue back on the central square. The power of faith within has been completely depleted, and it is necessary to collect people's power of faith in the sea god here. In the following period, Roland continued to focus his work on collecting faith power, but since Cancer Island still needed to function normally, Roland could not allow people to come and worship every day. Even so, Roland would still prepare some bread to take with him every day and would give a large piece of bread to anyone who came to devoutly worship the sea god statue. Believe it or not, this trick actually works. Those elderly people who had nothing to do suddenly became devout followers of the sea god and would come to the sea god statue to take photos every day. These past few days, every night, Roland would retrieve the Poseidon statue and try to unseal the Poseidon scepter, but unfortunately, he had not succeeded. Roland understood that this was because the power of faith was insufficient. A week later, when a citywide festival came again, Roland prepared generous gifts once more, including a large loaf of bread and 10 pounds of grain for each person. People took the food and bread, beaming with joy, and then thanked the Lord and the sea god. This grand sea god festival lasted for almost an hour, but just when everyone thought the festival was about to end, suddenly, at Roland's command, a middle-aged man with a limp was brought to his side from the crowd. Those below were immediately puzzled upon seeing this. Some people who knew the man also started arguing about it. Isn't that Cape the cripple? Why was he called over by the adults? Kate must have done something bad and got caught. And now they're preparing to announce it. Oh, poor Kate. She already has a limp. I hope the adults can be lenient with her other leg. The man named Kate was startled and trembled as he spoke to Roland. Master. Oh, I didn't do anything. Roland looked at him and smiled slightly, then said, No, you did it. Kate panicked for a moment, then hurriedly tried to explain. Sir, I really didn't do anything wrong. I really didn't. Roland smiled and said, Who said you did anything wrong? I didn't say that. Kate paused for a moment, then said, Then, why did the master bring me here? Roland then glanced at the crowd and raised his voice slightly before speaking. Have you been coming here to worship the sea god these past few days? Kate was taken aback when she heard this. He did indeed come to devoutly worship the sea god every day. Kate nodded in confusion and said, Yes, sir. I've been coming back every day these past few days. Roland continued, I've noticed that you come here every day to devoutly worship the sea god. Are you a believer in the sea god? Kate hesitated for a moment after hearing his words, then slowly nodded and said, I used to be a sailor, often adrift at sea. To avoid storms, we used to pray to the sea god every day. I guess I'm a believer in the sea god. Upon hearing this, Roland smiled, then took out a gold coin from his pocket, turned around and loudly addressed the crowd. Kate's faith in the sea god is incredibly devout, and he comes here every day to worship and pray to the sea god. Therefore, I, the Lord, am giving Kate a gold coin today as a reward for his unwavering faith in the sea god. After saying that, he handed the glittering gold coin in his hand to Kate. Kate looked at the gold coin with excitement. He had no wife or children, and this gold coin was enough for him to live on for a year. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Kate said excitedly. This scene instantly drove people crazy. 1 gold coin. That's a gold coin. Why is it that the lame Kate, who only came here a few times, is able to get a gold coin? If that's the case, then I can come here 10 times a day for 2 hours each time. People were filled with envy. Roland watched this scene, a slight smile unconsciously appearing on his face, before turning and leaving the square. This time, after he left, people dispersed, but some were unwilling to leave, prostrating themselves on the ground in the most devout prayers. I beg the great sea god to grant me a gold coin from the Lord tomorrow. It wasn't until it was completely dark that the people in the square finally dispersed. That evening, Roland returned to the place, retrieved the real Neptune statue, went back to his room, and placed the Neptune statue and the Neptune scepter together. Instantly, a faint azure light emanated from both of them once again. Roland knew that the statue of the sea god was transmitting divine power to the scepter of the sea god, and he didn't know how long this would take, so Roland went back to his bed and sat down to meditate. This time, it took nearly 2 hours for the Neptune statue and Neptune scepter to finally return to normal. Although Roland was meditating, he would occasionally keep an eye on the situation over there. When he saw that the transmission between them had finally ended, Roland also ended his meditation and then excitedly picked up the sea god statue. At this moment, the once dilapidated sea god statue seemed to be faintly shimmering with a stream of light, finally looking somewhat extraordinary. Roland felt that this time it seemed like there was a chance. So he quickly checked the details of the scepter of Neptune. Poseidon's scepter, the weapon of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Function 1. Can sense the location of other Poseidon components. Effect 2. Can summon a phantom of a sea god to aid in battle. Effect 3. Increases the effect of water-based energy tenfold. Effect 4. Increases the speed of cultivating water-based energy tenfold. Effect 5. No water-based energy can harm the scepter holder, seal. Effect 6. Holding the scepter allows one to command the sea creatures, sealed. Effect 7. Sea god's bloodline, sealed. Effect 8. Sea god's record, sealed. Sure enough, the fourth effect was finally unlocked, and Roland's heart began to pound wildly. This means that my cultivation speed will be 10 times faster than it is now. In just 1 year, I can achieve the same results as others who have cultivated for 10 years. Even if you have very poor talent, you can still become a cultivation genius. Afterwards, Roland quickly suppressed his excitement, gripped the Poseidon's scepter tightly, and sat quietly on the bed, trying to cultivate magic. The moment Roland started cultivating, he sensed something different. The originally gentle water elements suddenly surged into his body like a madman, and were then absorbed and refined by him, transforming into water-based magic power within his body. If cultivation had a progress bar, Roland would be able to clearly see his progress bar steadily increasing bit by bit. Afterwards, Roland stopped cultivating, but he couldn't suppress the joy on his face. But there are still things to do. So Roland quickly got up, picked up the Neptune statue, went back to the square, and put it inside the more than 3-meter-tall Neptune statue. Then he returned to his room, gripped the sea god's scepter tightly in his hand, and began his cultivation. The next day at daybreak, many residents spontaneously came to the square to worship the statue of the sea god. Moreover, they were incredibly devout. They didn't just offer a prayer and leave. Some even knelt there for an entire morning before reluctantly departing. They may not have been devout believers in the sea god, but unfortunately, Roland gave them far too much. Who wouldn't want the same good fortune as yesterday to befall them? Roland was unaware of all this until lunchtime when his servant woke him up, jolting him out of his meditation. At this moment, Roland felt that his magic power had made great progress compared to yesterday. He had a premonition that he might become a senior novice magician in the next 2 days, and this was only after 1 night of training. Fortunately, he had the scepter of the sea god. Otherwise, if he tried to cultivate both magic and martial arts at the same time, he would have ended up achieving nothing. Roland seguait dans l'ardeur. He then shook his head and followed the servant to the dining room to begin his meal. In the afternoon, Roland did not cultivate, but came to the square. As Roland expected, there were quite a few people scattered around the square, worshipping the sea god. When they saw Roland arrive, they became even more determined. Those who were standing immediately knelt down. Those who were kneeling immediately began to kowtow, and those who were kowtowing immediately kowtowed even more forcefully. Roland couldn't help but smile. If things continue like this, I might be able to complete the mission before heading to Triumph City. Once I have the Poseidon statue, I'll be able to protect myself. Meanwhile, news of Roland's arrival at the square spread, and more residents flocked to the square, then pretended to worship the sea god. Seeing this, Roland smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 60 Breakthrough. Golden Night. Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Roland held another sea god grand ceremony, but unfortunately, it seems that his divine power is still lacking, and he was unable to activate the 5th function of the sea god scepter. However, Roland felt that it should be close enough. During this time, Oliver and Selena approached Roland several times, asking him to focus his energy on developing the territory rather than pursuing a vague and ethereal faith. Because of everything Roland did during this period, the normal operation of Crab Island was severely affected. Many residents had no heart for work and instead devoted a lot of energy to worshiping the sea god. Roland was naturally aware of the conflict between completing his mission and developing his territory, but the mission was the most important thing at the moment. Roland planned to relax his collection of sea god faith once the mission was completed, so that life on Crab Island could return to normal. Roland speculated that after today's grand sea god ceremony, the mission should be complete. Oliver and Selena only temporarily stopped harassing Roland after hearing that Roland had decided to cancel the temporary sea god festival after today. During this period, Roland also distributed dozens of rewards, all for the most diligent and devout believers, which greatly inspired people's enthusiasm. All Roland paid was a few dozen gold coins. At this moment, Roland arrived at the central square again, which was already packed with people. Almost all the residents of the city had gathered there. Because at each of the sea gods' great festivals, Roland would give everyone a small gift, perhaps bread, perhaps eggs, or perhaps silver coins. Some lucky individuals who demonstrated sufficient piety during the sea gods' grand sacrifice were rewarded with precious gold coins by Roland, much to the envy of others. As before, Roland presided over the sea god festival. Because he was worried that his divine power was insufficient, Roland extended the festival by another half hour before it ended. Then came the most exciting moment. Is it eggs or bread? People looked at Roland with expectant expressions. Looking at the throng of residents below, Roland smiled slightly and then ordered his men to bring up several large boxes. When they were all opened, they were filled with piles of silver coins. Then Roland shouted loudly, "This is the sea god's sincere reward to everyone. 2 silver coins for each person." 2 silver coins? Upon hearing this, everyone burst into ecstasy. This is almost 10 days' wages for them. "Thank you, Lord Sea God. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord Sea God. Thank you, Lord." Everyone knelt down and shouted to Roland and the statue of the sea god. Seeing the fanatical expressions on everyone's faces, Roland felt a mix of emotions. He didn't want the people on the island to become fanatics, and he felt somewhat helpless. In any case, it seems the mission should be completed. Roland then dismissed the meeting, but many people remained kneeling and refused to leave. It wasn't until late at night that Roland went to the central square alone, retrieved the real Neptune statue, and then returned to his room. When the statue of Poseidon and the scepter of Poseidon shone brightly together once again, Roland couldn't help but feel his heart beat faster. He could clearly feel that the light tonight was more intense than ever before. This indicates that the divine power accumulated inside the sea god statue is much greater than before. Then, Roland took a deep breath and sat quietly to meditate. Time passed second by second. Roland woke up several times during the process, but the light on the Poseidon statue and the Poseidon scepter did not disappear, which meant that the transmission between them had not ended. It wasn't until dawn was approaching that Roland woke up again to check, and by then, the light emanating from the Poseidon statue and the Poseidon scepter had finally disappeared. Roland calculated that this time, their transmission took a full 4 hours, far exceeding the previous time. Suppressing his excitement, Roland slowly walked over and reached out to grasp the scepter of Poseidon. Then Roland silently examined the scepter of Poseidon. Poseidon's scepter, the weapon of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Function 1. Can sense the location of other Poseidon components. Effect 2. Can summon a phantom of a sea god to aid in battle. Effect 3. Increases the effect of water-based energy tenfold. Effect 4. Increases the speed of cultivating water-based energy tenfold. Effect 5. No water-based energy can harm the scepter holder. Effect 6. Holding the scepter allows one to command the sea creatures sealed. Effect 7. Sea god's bloodline sealed. Effect 8. Sea god's record sealed. Really? Roland's face lit up with excitement. Effect 5 has finally been unlocked. No water-based energy can harm the scepter holder. Does this mean that even legendary water knights and mages are unable to harm me? This is undeniably an incredibly abnormal ability. Water, along with earth, fire, and wind, are among the most basic elements and occupy an important position among cultivators. Even when other rare elemental types are included, such as lightning, light, darkness, death, and life, water-type cultivators still make up 1/6 to 1/5 of all cultivators. He had now surpassed 1/5 of all cultivators in the world. Roland was filled with excitement. After a long while, his mood gradually calmed down. Now that the 5th effect of the Poseidon scepter had been unlocked, his mission should be complete. Then, Roland opened the mission panel on a whim. Quest. Well done, Lord. You successfully thwarted the merfolk's theft plan and even unexpectedly obtained the scepter of the sea god. Congratulations. However, the evil merfolk won't give up easily. They will continue to come looking for the sea god's statue and scepter. Fortunately, that evil being seems to be facing some trouble lately and doesn't have the energy to deal with you, so you can finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, you must prepare in advance. If the scepter of the sea god is unsealed, it will greatly enhance your strength. giving you the confidence to face that evil being. So, my esteemed lord, please strive to unseal the first 5 effects of the scepter of the sea god. Completed. Task reward, a leap in strength. As expected, the mission was completed. Next, it's time to receive the mission rewards. A leap in strength. Based on previous experience, this reward should arrive naturally during my cultivation. It was already dawn, but Roland abandoned the idea of going out and instead sat back down on the bed, closing his eyes to meditate. Of course, he held the scepter of the sea god tightly in his hand. On this day, Cancer Island also officially issued a notice that the weekly Sea God Festival would be canceled. People were immediately disappointed when they heard the news. You should know that they gained a lot of benefits from these 4 sea god festivals. People also realized that the Lord's enthusiasm for the sea god might have passed. Later that day, the number of residents who came to the central square to spontaneously worship the sea god was much less than before, but even so, many people still knelt down and worshipped the sea god statue devoutly. It must be said that Roland's actions lately have indeed garnered some followers for the sea god. When the fervor for the sea god's worship subsided, Cancer Island finally returned to its normal state. Seeing this, Oliver and Selena finally breathed a sigh of relief. Time passed, and for an entire day, Roland did not leave his room, nor did he eat any meals. And the sky darkened again. Cultivation knows no time. This was the first time Roland had felt this phrase so deeply. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed, and Roland, still cultivating, found himself back in the dead of night. To his disappointment, despite his diligent cultivation and significant progress in his magical power, he still did not receive the mission's reward. Isn't this how task rewards are supposed to be displayed? Roland thought with some doubt. But just as he was getting annoyed and was about to stop cultivating, suddenly, 2 mysterious energies suddenly burst forth from his body. These 2 energies are the water-based magic and battle aura within his body. Roland's body trembled instantly. It's here. A familiar feeling is coming. Roland dared not be distracted, and once again calmed down and devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. At this moment, the magic and battle aura surging from his body were increasing, far exceeding what his strength should be. And at that moment, his strength also increased rapidly. Just a moment. Roland's magical power broke through from that of an ordinary novice mage to the level of a top-tier novice mage. Then, with Roland as his witness, Roland broke through the bottleneck in an instant and easily reached the strength of an intermediate mage. Furthermore, the improvement in magical power is far from over. At this moment, Roland's fighting spirit also broke through to the level of a senior silver knight. Roland's strength is still increasing rapidly. Senior intermediate mage, top-tier intermediate mage, top-tier silver knight. At this moment, Roland's magical power and battle aura both broke through to the same level, and both launched an attack on the golden knight and the high mage. Time passed second by second, and Roland's strength continued to improve. At this moment, his face was covered with beads of sweat the size of soybeans. His teeth were clenched tightly, and a painful expression appeared on his face. Every breakthrough is a challenge to one's physical limits. To break through a bottleneck, one must endure the accompanying pain. Roland is still gritting his teeth and persevering. He could clearly feel that the battle chi and magic within his body were still expanding continuously, already filling his entire body to the point where it could hardly contain itself. But it was still growing and accumulating. He knew that this was his best chance to break through to the Golden Knight level, and he would never let it slip away. Finally, at a certain moment, Roland seemed to hear a crisp sound coming from inside his body, as if something had been broken. Then, the battle chi and magic that had been filling his body suddenly contracted and gathered rapidly, before scattering out again with a bang. Instantly, battle chi and magic filled his body again, but unlike the previous feeling of expansion, these 2 energies became incredibly peaceful. However, Roland could clearly sense that these 2 energies were several times purer than before. At that moment, Roland slowly opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to have become even more profound than before. Roland breathed a sigh of relief, and just as he was about to continue to comprehend his own power, a strong feeling of hunger suddenly surged in his stomach. Only then did he realize that he had not eaten for a day and night. So he quickly got up and went out, summoning his servants to prepare food. It was already late at night, and the cook, who had been woken up, started making a midnight snack while cursing angrily. The entire table of food was devoured by Roland himself. In the past, Roland did not have this much appetite, and under normal circumstances, even as a golden knight, his appetite should not be this large. It's just that the breakthrough consumed too much energy, and I hadn't eaten all day, which is why I could eat so much at once. Then, to the astonishment of his servants, Roland returned to his room, satisfied. Despite not having slept all day, Roland still couldn't sleep, because he knew the mission should have been updated by now. Then, a thought struck him, and the task panel appeared before his eyes. The old tasks slowly disappeared from the panel, and then new tasks slowly appeared on the task panel. A new mission has finally appeared. Roland quickly calmed down and examined the situation carefully. Mission: your performance has been unexpected. You've unlocked the Poseidon Scepter to the 5th level in just 1 month. Perhaps you've already felt its power. Now that you possess it, you should be focusing on cultivation. Unfortunately, you seem to be embarking on a long journey, a journey fraught with danger. One wrong step and you could lose your life. However, danger and opportunity always go hand in hand. In Triumph City, there seems to be trace of another Poseidon set piece. So your mission is to obtain this Poseidon set piece while ensuring your survival. Quest reward: 1 teleportation array. Upon seeing the mission, Roland was somewhat surprised, but not unexpected. The mission was quite reasonable. Even without the mission, he would have tried to obtain the Poseidon set piece. As for the reward, it filled Roland with ecstatic joy. 1 teleportation array. Keep in mind that even the simplest teleportation array is worth tens of millions of gold coins. The system actually gave me a teleportation array. The value of the teleportation array goes without saying. There are only 2 teleportation arrays in the entire province of Portland. If there is one on my island in the future, that will be 3. And without a doubt, this teleportation array will bring huge benefits to Cancer Island. Chapter 61, Sibling Rivalry. This time, Roland is determined to win Triumph City. After resting at home for 2 more days and getting used to the power he had just mastered, he prepared to set off for Triumph City. The Grand Duke's birthday is in 7 days. If I set off now, I should be able to arrive a day early if all goes well. Even the system warned that this trip would be fraught with danger, so Roland was naturally even less likely to take it lightly, and he estimated that it would take quite a while before he could return. Therefore, Roland summoned all the middle and senior officials on Crab Island, which was unusual for him, and told them that he needed to go to Triumph City to attend the birthday of the Grand Duke of Triumph. People were not worried about his absence, because Cancer Island was already on track and would continue to operate normally even without Roland. They mostly expressed envy towards Roland. This is the Grand Duke's birthday banquet. Logically speaking, a minor baron should not be qualified to participate, but what can he do when his father is the famous Earl of Rowena? Everyone believed that Roland was able to attend the Grand Duke's birthday party because of his father, Rowena. However, when Rowena handed the letter from the Marquis of Devon of the Kingdom of Landon to the Grand Duke of Triumph, the Grand Duke remembered Rowan's name and personally invited Rowan to his birthday party. However, outsiders are unaware of these things. After Roland had settled all the affairs on Crab Island, he took Andre and Catherine and boarded the Crab Lord's sailing ship to Cape Brun. This time, he was not going alone, but to War Banner City to meet up with the others from Cape Brun who were attending the Grand Duke's birthday party, and then they would set off together. Among them were his beloved brother Rhodes and his lovely sister Loria. Viscount Monar Bolton, the Lord of Victoria City, will also be attending, but it is unknown whether his son, his good friend Fletcher, will participate. The remaining lords of the other 2 major cities on Cape Brun were, like Monar, powerful golden knights and noble viscounts. As for the Baron Lords, they were not qualified to attend the Grand Duke's birthday celebration. The journey from Crab Island to Cape Brun was long, and the ship was a bit bumpy, but Roland did not relax and continued to train as much as he could. With the tenfold increase in cultivation speed granted by the scepter of the sea god, Roland was reluctant to waste even a minute of cultivation time. Andre and Catherine both showed a hint of surprise when they saw Roland's earnest and hard-working appearance. In their minds, Roland was not an overly diligent cultivator. However, this is ultimately a good thing. Seeing that Roland had started cultivating, the 2 also returned to their respective rooms and began cultivating diligently. When Roland and his party arrived in Victoria, it was already evening. Roland had originally planned to go to the Lord's mansion to meet up with Viscount Monar. Unfortunately, Monar had already gone to War Banner City ahead of time. His good brother, Fletcher, was not in Victoria either, so Roland had no choice but to spend the night at Viscount Monare's manor. The next day at daybreak, Roland and his two companions set off again, heading towards War Banner City. War Banner City wasn't far from Victoria City, but even so, it took the three of them nearly 4 or 5 hours to finally see the outline of War Banner City. Looking at the familiar place in his mind, Roland felt much more at ease, and then rode his warhorse towards his home. At this time, all the other people from Cape Brun who were attending the Grand Duke's birthday party had also arrived here, but Rowena was not there. He had been staying there ever since he went to Triumph City to report the news last time. Roland, you're still as unpunctual as ever. We're just missing you here. As soon as I got home, before I even ate, a strange, sarcastic voice came from beside me. Roland looked up and saw that it was his lovely younger sister, Loria. However, Roland simply smiled and said, Loria, I remember Father told me to arrive tonight, and I don't think I'm late. Loria knew this, but she still snorted and said, Rhodes, my other uncles, and I all arrived yesterday. If it weren't for waiting for you, we would have left yesterday. Upon hearing his words, Rhodes' smile vanished, and he spoke slowly. My journey is more than twice as long as yours. You've only been here for a few hours, but it took me a whole day and night, yet I'm not late. In addition, at this point, Roland looked at Loria with a cold expression and said, I am your elder brother. According to etiquette, you should speak to me with respect, not with that sarcastic tone you just used. Loria looked surprised when she heard his words and said, Roland, what are you saying? How dare you talk to me like that? Roland frowned and said coldly, I am your older brother. You should show me some respect from now on. It's the most basic courtesy. Loria seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, and then she couldn't help but burst into laughter, saying, Roland, don't you know your own place? How dare you ask me for respect? You should know that a knight's respect isn't something you beg for. Ha ha ha. The image of Roland as a good-for-nothing young master is already deeply ingrained in people's minds. Although he is the second young master of War Banner City, there are many people who look down on him, including his own sister, Loria. Roland looked at Loria and couldn't help but shake his head. He remembered that this girl was very sensible when she was little and had a fairly good relationship with him, but he didn't know when she had become like this. So, he shook his head helplessly and said, Lolia, it seems I'll have to teach you a lesson today, so you'll know how to respect your older brother. Loria felt as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. In her memory, Roland was still a playboy who only knew how to have fun. She was quite surprised when Roland broke through to Silver Knight some time ago. However, even so, Roland was just an ordinary Silver Knight who had just started. He himself had already been promoted to Silver Knight for over a year. What was his mindset when he said that? Meanwhile, others arrived and watched the scene with great interest. Monar saw that the brother and sister were about to fight, so he rushed over to try to stop them. He had a good relationship with Roland and Loria, and, as their elder, he believed that they would listen to him. However, after taking only one step, he was suddenly stopped by someone. Monar turned around and saw that it was Rhodes, Roland and Loria's older brother. Uncle Monar, Roland and Loria are just playing around like siblings. You don't need to take it too seriously, Rhodes said with a smile. Monar hesitated upon hearing his words. As the eldest son of the War Banner family, Rhodes was the future heir to both the War Banner family and the Earl Brun. Even he needed to give Rhodes sufficient respect. After all, Rhodes is the future Earl of Brunhorn. After his death, his son Fletcher could only inherit his title of Baron Victoria, a rank lower, because his own Viscount title was not hereditary. His family's power would inevitably weaken by then, and he would need to rely on the War Banner family. So he had no choice but to listen carefully to Rhodes's advice. However, he still left room for maneuver in his statement. As long as young Master Roland and Miss Loria don't go too far in their fight, I can refrain from intervening. Rhodes smiled and said, Of course. Even if you don't take action, Uncle, I, as the older brother, will. Monar nodded without saying anything. Compared to the spoiled Roland and the arrogant Loria, he disliked the treacherous Rhodes even more. But there was nothing he could do. After all, he was the future Earl of Brun. The others, however, looked at Roland and Loria with obvious amusement. The old butler, Albert, also came over at this moment. Seeing the tense situation between Roland and Loria, he became anxious and hurriedly came up to stop them. But Rhodes stopped him. "Grandpa Albert, don't worry. With Uncle Monar and me here, they'll be fine." Hearing this, Albert had no choice but to say with concern, "Young Master Rhodes and Viscount Monar should be careful. That girl Loria doesn't know her own strength when she fights, and I'm afraid she might hurt young Master Roland." Indeed, in everyone's eyes, Roland had no chance of winning against Loria. However, this is also a normal way of thinking. On the other side, Loria looked at Roland with disdain and then said with a grin, "My dear brother, I'm waiting for you to teach me a lesson, but don't hesitate to hit me when the time comes." Roland chuckled and said, No, don't worry, Loria." Upon hearing this, Loria grinned and said, showing her teeth, "My dear brother, come and teach me a lesson. You asked for this." Roland slowly shook his head, then walked towards Loria as if taking a leisurely stroll. Upon seeing this, Loria frowned and looked puzzled and said, "Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you going to make a move? But let me tell you, I won't hold back later." Roland continued walking closer, saying, "Me too. I hope you won't cry later, Loria." Loria found it amusing and then said, "You're really good at bragging." Subsequently, Loria decided to take the initiative and teach her own brother a lesson. Her provocation of Roland this time was not impulsive, but rather a result of her previous attempt to purchase watermelons from Cancer Island, which was rejected and caused her plan to entertain important guests to fail. Therefore, she couldn't help but mock Roland to vent her anger. What surprised her even more was that Roland was no longer afraid of her as before, but instead took the initiative to fight back, which surprised her even more. That way, she can rightfully teach Roland a lesson. Then, she flashed forward and rushed in front of Roland, turning her hand into a sword and slashing down from above. Loria cultivates a rare lightning-type battle aura, making her slightly stronger than other cultivators of the same strength. Now, facing Roland, the outcome is even more certain. Everyone had this thought. Roland, however, was extremely hesitant at this moment. He is now a gold knight, and his strength is far beyond what Loria can compare to. Moreover, he also possesses the scepter of the sea god, which is a tenfold boost to his battle aura. He is really afraid that he might accidentally kill Loria, or at least seriously injure her. At that moment, Loria's lightning-streaked palm sword arrived. Roland could even feel a slight numbness spreading through his skin. It must be said that the inherent paralysis effect of lightning-type attacks does indeed provide a natural advantage in combat. At the same time, Monarimai stepped forward, and if it weren't for Rhodes's intervention, he would have already stepped forward and separated the two. No one doubted that Roland would fall to Loria's palm strike. At this moment, Loria looked at Roland, who remained unfazed, and a smug expression appeared on her face. But at that moment, she suddenly felt a tremendous force, like a pair of pincers, gripping her arm tightly, making her unable to move an inch, and freezing her palm in midair. Loria's expression changed, because the one who grabbed her arm was none other than Roland. How could that be? How could he possibly withstand his own attack? Loria couldn't believe it. Then her whole body erupted with purple battle aura, and the strength in her hands suddenly increased. But to her horror, her right hand was still unable to escape Roland's grasp. She channeled her battle aura into her arm once more, and instantly a powerful bolt of lightning traveled along her arm into Roland's body. However, at this moment, a layer of water-based battle aura also appeared on Roland's body, blocking all the lightning from entering. "Just what is your strength?" Loria blurted out in shock. Roland grinned and then said, "No matter what my strength is, I'm going to teach you a lesson today, my dear Loria." Then, Roland slapped Loria hard to the ground with a backhand, slamming her halfway into the mud and kicking up a cloud of dust. Only then did Roland clap his hands, then squat down, touch the exposed back of Loria's head, and grin as he spoke. "Little sister, now you know how to respect your older brother, right?" However, Loria did not respond. Roland knew she was all right, just a little disheveled. Perhaps she was shy and unwilling to lift her head. Then, ignoring Loria and the others, he turned and left the courtyard whistling. Everyone else, until Roland left, stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, speechless. This is impossible. Chapter 62, Gathering in Triumph City. Monar stared in disbelief at the scene. In his mind, Roland was just a good-for-nothing playboy. Even if he had been promoted to Silver Knight by chance, he did not think Roland had any future. Today, however, he personally taught his own younger sister, Loria, a lesson in front of everyone. You must know that Loria is a silver knight who has been promoted for a year. Loria is exceptionally talented, and with her rare lightning-type battle aura, even seasoned silver knights like Rhodes wouldn't dare to be completely confident of victory against her. What happened today has completely shocked everyone. Young Master Roland, didn't he just become a silver knight? I feel like even if I faced him, I wouldn't have a complete chance of winning. Monarch swallowed hard and stammered. Meanwhile, Rhodes, standing beside him, was also in a state of utter confusion. He felt as if everything was an illusion and could no longer comprehend what had just happened. I don't know either. Rhodes snapped out of his daze and said with a somewhat grim expression. He had always despised and looked down on Roland, but Roland's performance today had completely shocked him. He felt that even if he had faced Roland just now, he would not have had any chance of winning. Thinking of this, his face grew even more grim. Although he is the eldest son of the War Banner family, if Roland is too outstanding, he cannot guarantee that his father, Rowena, will still make him his successor. His expression shifted rapidly. Then he snorted coldly and turned to leave. In the courtyard, Loria, who had been smashed into the ground by Roland, was helped up by the servants. Her face was covered in mud, and her eyes were red, as if she had been crying. Then, with the help of the servants, she left the courtyard and returned to her room to wash up. Others also discussed the matter with great interest, and it was quite some time before they all left. The next morning, everyone arrived as promised, in the courtyard of the house, which was the place where Roland and Loria had fought the day before. Today they are officially setting off for Triumph City. This time, there are more than 20 people in their group, which is quite a large team. Among them were 7 gold knights, and the rest were silver knights. This strength was such that, even in the entire province of Portland, few dared to provoke them. Triumph City is far from War Banner City. If one wants to travel there on horseback, the journey will take at least a week. By then, the Grand Duke's birthday celebration will probably be over. Therefore, from the beginning, they never intended to travel to Triumph City on horseback. Their plan was to go to Champagne City, which was closer to the Marquis Indy family, and then use the teleportation array in Champagne City to teleport directly to Triumph City. As mentioned before, there are only 2 teleportation arrays in the entire province of Portland. One is in Triumph City, the city of the Duke of Triumph, and the other is Champagne City, the city of the Marquis Indy family. Rowena had considered building a teleportation array in War Banner City, but unfortunately, Brunshorn's financial resources were insufficient to support such an operation, even with the support of the triumphant Duke. On the contrary, the Marquis of Burland, not far from Cape Brun, has heard that he has already begun to build a small teleportation array in Berlin City. Although the Grand Duke of Triumph does not support him, he is able to build it on his own. The Grand Duke of Triumph was helpless in this regard. If Berlin City were to establish a teleportation array, there would be no doubt that, given the Marquis of Berlin's formidable strength, Berlin City would become the second largest city in Portland Province, second only to Triumph City. However, the Marquis of Berlin was ambitious, and the Grand Duke of Triumph had always tried to suppress him, but with little effect, and the Berlin family's territory continued to grow very rapidly. The last time Roland discovered the letter from the Marquis of Deben of the Kingdom of Langdon, who was tasked with assassinating the Grand Duke of Triumph, the recipient was the Marquis of Burland. This shows that the Marquis of Burland had long harbored the idea of replacing the Grand Duke of Triumph, and this birthday party for the Grand Duke of Triumph was the moment for him to carry out his plan. Unfortunately, he was unaware that his plan had been discovered by Roland and reported to the Grand Duke of Triumph, so this operation was destined to end in failure. Champagne City is quite a distance from Triumph City, and Roland and his group planned to spend 3 days to reach it. Even so, it will still save them a lot of time compared to the week it would take on horseback. Soon, everyone was ready, and then they rode their war horses away from the Lord's Manor. I heard that many nobles and powerful figures will be attending the Grand Duke's birthday party this year. I can't even imagine how lively it will be, Andre said with a look of longing. Roland walked alongside him, smiled, and said, "Of course, the Grand Duke of Triumph is a great noble of the Empire. It would be normal for even a prince from Holy Dragon City to come and congratulate him. The Grand Dukes of other provinces will also send special envoys to congratulate him. It will definitely be a lively occasion," Andre said with great anticipation. I really want to see those powerful beings, the Amethyst Knights and the King Knights. Andre is a martial arts fanatic, but unfortunately his talent is limited. Now, in his 30s, he has only just reached the Gold Knight level, and the possibility of him becoming a Crystal Knight is extremely slim. That's why he was so envious of those even more powerful beings. Roland smiled and said, "Why are you envious of them? Maybe you can become a Purple Crystal Knight or even a King Knight someday." Upon hearing his words, Andre's face darkened slightly, and he said, "It's impossible. Reaching the Gold Knight level is my limit. I know my own capabilities." Roland shook his head and remained silent. He couldn't guarantee that he could help Andre break through, but if he had the ability, he wouldn't hesitate to help Andre. At this moment, Andre suddenly looked at Roland and said, "My lord, have you already broken through to the Gold Knight level?" As soon as he finished speaking, Catherine on the other side also turned to look at Yang Luo. Yesterday, they witnessed Roland's suppression of Loria, and this suspicion arose in their minds. However, Roland seemed unwilling to talk about it, and although they were extremely curious, they dared not ask. Finally, Andre could no longer contain his curiosity and asked the question. Since Roland dared to show it yesterday, he wasn't afraid of his strength being discovered, so he smiled and said, "I managed to break through by sheer luck." Upon hearing his confirmation, Andre and Catherine, though they had their own suspicions, were still deeply shocked. When Roland arrived at Crab Island 6 months ago, he was just a Bronze Knight, and a weak, ordinary Bronze Knight at that. Now only half a year has passed, and he has actually been promoted to Gold Knight. This speed would be astonishing even anywhere on the mainland. A storm raged within them, but they remained silent. Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. They were hit hard today, especially Catherine, who used to be known as a genius magician, but Roland surpassed her, making her title of genius magician seem somewhat undeserved. If she knew that Roland had not only broken through to the level of a high-level mage in terms of fighting spirit, but also in magic, she would probably be even more upset. Just then, Roland suddenly sensed that someone was watching him with ill intent, so he turned around to look. Just then, little Loria hurriedly turned her head. Roland couldn't help but smile slightly. This girl seems to hold a grudge. Unfortunately, she will never have the chance to get revenge. At that moment, Rhodes, who was walking alongside Loria, turned his head and met Roland's gaze. Rhodes gave a perfectly gentlemanly smile, nodded to Roland, and then looked away. Roland nodded and then turned around. But in an instant his brows furrowed slightly. He didn't like the way Rhodes looked at him just now. Rhodes then outwardly acted like a gentleman and aristocrat, but Roland could sense that he didn't really mean it that way. Roland quickly understood. It seems that his performance yesterday has aroused his brother Rhodes' suspicion. However, Roland didn't care. He and Rhodes are no longer on the same level. Snap! Roland raised his whip, and the steed beneath him neighed loudly before accelerating away. Seeing this, the others also sped up their pace. They were originally scheduled to arrive in Champagne in 3 days, but perhaps because Roland always took the lead in speeding up, they arrived in Champagne in just 2.5 days. Although Champagne City is only the territory of a marquis, its prosperity far surpasses that of War Banner City. Whether in terms of scale, population, or level of prosperity, it is far beyond what War Banner City can match. This is why Marquis Indy had the power to build a teleportation array in Champagne City. The group didn't linger in Champagne City, but headed directly towards the teleportation array in the city center. Champagne City is the closest city to Triumph City to have a teleportation array. But even so, the teleportation fee for one person is as high as 100 gold coins. No one cared about the 100 gold coins. After paying the money readily, everyone stepped into the teleportation array room one by one. Then, their figures flashed and disappeared from the spot. When Roland opened his eyes again, he had arrived in a magnificent city. Champagne City was already incredibly prosperous for Roland, but compared to Triumph City, it was insignificant. For centuries, Triumph City has been the central city of Portland Province, and its development and accumulated wealth over the years are unmatched by any other city. Phew. So this is what it feels like to make a teleportation array. As Andre stepped out of the teleportation array, a rare look of excitement appeared on his face. He said that this was just like Roland's first time taking an airplane in his previous life. In contrast to the somewhat agitated Andre, Catherine remained much calmer, her expression unchanged. Roland was already used to this. Then the other figures also flashed and appeared in the teleportation array. Soon, the team of more than 20 people was reunited, and then everyone headed towards the address left by Rowena. Ratina has been in Triumph City for over a month. He was originally conscripted to fight in Jubii City and shouldn't have been able to return. However, he was seriously injured in the last battle, so he stayed in Triumph City under the pretext of recuperating. However, Roland knew that Rowena's stay in Warbanner City was not just for healing. Soon, the group arrived at a luxurious mansion in the city. This mansion was not far from the Duke of Triumph's Lord's mansion. Rowena was also surprised by the arrival of Roland and his party. According to his prediction, Roland and his group would not arrive here until tomorrow. Ha, old buddies, you finally arrived. The last time we got together was 3 years ago, wasn't it? Rowena completely ignored his 3 children, then laughed and reached out to hug the 3 Viscounts. The 3 of them were once brothers who fought alongside Rottweiler. Although they no longer fight side by side, Rottweiler still cherishes their bond. Rottweiler, I heard you were seriously injured in Jubii City, but looking at you this way, you don't seem to be missing any limbs. Monar and Rottweiler gave each other a deep hug, then laughed and said, their relationship is strong enough to allow them to joke like this. Then Viscount Bidek and Viscount Walter also embraced Rowena tightly. Finally, it was the turn of his 3 children. Children, you've all worked hard while I was away from Warbanner City, Rowena said with some emotion, and then hugged Rhodes, Roland, and Loria. Rhodes said with a smile, Father, with me in Warbanner City, you don't need to worry about anything. During the time Rowena was away, Rhodes also left Black Gold City and returned to Warbanner City to temporarily manage Warbanner City in Rowena's place, so there was nothing wrong with what he said. At the same time, his words also implied that he wanted to show off. Look, Father, while you were away, your eldest son Rhodes managed Warbanner City very well. Loria hurriedly ran over, grabbed Rottweiler's arm, and kept acting cute, which made Rottweiler laugh heartily. As for Roland, he stood quietly to the side without saying a word. Afterwards, Rowena ordered his men to arrange for everyone to move into the mansion. The mansion was quite large and could easily accommodate the 20-odd people there. By the time everything was arranged, it was already evening. Rottweiler prepared a simple welcome dinner for everyone. The group enjoyed delicious food and fine wine, chatted freely, and had a great time. Finally, the banquet ended, and the weary travelers prepared to return to their rooms for a good rest. But then, Rottweiler suddenly spoke. Roland, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you. After saying that, he got up and walked towards his room. Roland nodded and said, Yes, Father. He then followed slowly behind. Then, the 2 figures disappeared from everyone's sight. People didn't care and returned to their rooms. However, one figure remained in place and did not leave. Rhodes looked in the direction his father, Rowena, and his brother, Roland, had left, but his expression turned rather grim. After a while, he took a deep breath, his complexion returned to normal, and he returned to his room. Chapter 60, 3 Crab Island and Viscount Roland of Isakland. Roland probably knew what his father, Rowena, wanted to say to him in private. It was nothing more than the Grand Duke's birthday celebration. Upon entering the room, Rowena scrutinized Roland for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Roland, your news is very important. The Grand Duke of Triumph told me last time that he would take you to meet him so that he could thank you in person. Roland smiled and said, It is my duty to help the Duke of Triumph. After all, our family has been under his protection all these years. Rowena looked at him and nodded in satisfaction. He had witnessed the changes in Roland over the past 6 months, from a spoiled and dissolute rich kid to a wise and responsible lord. Rowena was also happy for his deceased mother. Then, Rowena took out a bottle of expensive wine, handed a glass to Roland, clinked glasses lightly, and the 2 took a small sip. Only then did Rowena speak with a smile. The Grand Duke of Triumph has already told me that after his birthday celebration, he will propose to Holy Dragon City that my title be raised to Marquis. Of course, this ultimately requires the Emperor's approval. Since the Grand Duke of Triumph has spoken, he must be confident. As long as the Emperor of the Empire does not go too far, he will generally not refuse the Grand Duke's request to be granted titles. In any case, if the Grand Dukes propose to bestow titles upon a noble, then the Grand Dukes themselves are responsible for that noble's territory, population, and all privileges and benefits. The emperor of the empire will not cut off a piece of his own flesh to bestow upon a new noble. Since the Grand Duke of Triumph was willing to sacrifice his own flesh, the emperor of the empire naturally had no objection. Ultimately, the Holy Dragon Empire is not a highly centralized state, but rather more like the feudal system of pre-Qin China, where the various dukes within the empire possess great autonomy. Congratulations, father, Roland said with a smile as well. However, Rottweiler smiled and shook his head, saying, "You don't need to congratulate me first. You should congratulate yourself first." Upon hearing this, Roland looked puzzled. Rottweiler then continued, "The Grand Duke of Triumph has also decided to promote your title from Baron to Viscount. Our promotion documents will be sent to Holy Dragon City together." Viscount. Roland wasn't particularly excited. It was just a Viscount, which didn't affect him much. It was just a change in title from Baron of Cancer Island to Viscount of Cancer Island. The territory remains the same. Nothing has changed. Rowena seemed to understand Roland's thoughts, so he shook his head helplessly and said in a low voice, "This time, the Marquis of Berlan will surely be destroyed, and their territories, the Berlan Highlands and the Sacramento Plain, will become no man's land." Upon hearing this, Roland's eyes lit up, and he said in a low voice, "Could it be that the Triumph Guild is being handed over to father?" Rottweiler shook his head and said, "Impossible. Marquis Berlan's territory is more than twice the size of our Cape Brun. The Grand Duke of Triumph would never hand it over to our family. Otherwise our family would become the second Berlan family." Roland understood, and then frowned and said, "Then what would our family gain?" Rottweiler smiled and said, "We have done him a great favor, so naturally he will not treat us unfairly. He plans to divide the Berlan family's territory into 3 parts. The Berlan Highlands will be personally granted to a newly promoted earl by him, while the Sacramento Plain will be divided into 2 parts. The eastern part will be incorporated into our Cape Brun, while the western part will be divided among several other nobles, so as not to make them jealous." Upon hearing this, Roland couldn't help but ponder. The Sacramento Plain is quite large. Even if only half of it were there, it would still be almost half the size of Cape Brun. With this one move, the Zhanchi family's territory expanded by nearly half, which is truly exciting. So, Roland smiled and said to Rottweiler again, "Then congratulations, father. The Sacramento Plain is a fertile and prosperous land. After 50 years, our family has finally gained a new territory." Rottweiler nodded in satisfaction, then changed the subject, looking at her intently as he spoke. "Roland, I didn't call you in to hear your congratulations. What does father mean?" Rottweiler then sighed and said, "Before, because of your unruly and reckless behavior, I infect your territory to the remote Cancer Island. Later, you turned over a new leaf, and I originally wanted to make it up to you, but I didn't have much of an opportunity. But this time, I finally have the chance." At this point, Rowena looked at Roland seriously and said, "So, I want to move your territory from Crab Island to the Sacramento Plain. You can choose any city and surrounding land there as your territory." Upon hearing this, Roland was taken aback. Under the rule of Marquis Berlan, the Sacramento Plain was incredibly prosperous, far surpassing Cape Brun. Several of its cities were comparable to War Banner City. Choosing one of the cities as your territory would indeed be the best option, as it would increase the population of that territory more than tenfold. It's like taking a piece of cake that someone else has worked so hard to make and putting it directly on your own table. But he wouldn't agree to exchange Crab Island for it. Thanks to his painstaking efforts, Cancer Island has finally taken on its current form. Although it is remote, it is far from the barren place that Lavina imagined. Moreover, a teleportation array will soon be built on the island, which will solve the transportation problem. Another point is that my system tasks have always revolved around Cancer Island. Therefore, Roland rejected Rowena's suggestion without hesitation. "I disagree, father." Upon hearing his words, Rowena was taken aback. He hadn't expected Roland to reject his proposal and blurted out, "What? You disagree?" Roland nodded and said, "Yes, father, I have devoted so much time, energy, and emotion to Cancer Island. This territory is very important to me." Upon hearing his words, Rottweiler frowned slightly and said, "Is that so? You're right." After a moment's thought, he continued, "Then my opinion remains unchanged. You can still choose any city in the Sacramento Plain as your territory, and you will continue to govern Crab Island. What do you think?" Hearing this, Roland couldn't help but smile, and then said, If that's the case, then I'm fine with it. Rottweiler also showed a satisfied smile. But then Roland suddenly spoke. But what if Rhodes has any objections? Rhodes is currently just a minor baron in Black Gold City. If he accepts this proposal, he will become a viscount of a city on Crab Island in Sacrament Plain. As the heir of the War Banner family, Rhodes would probably find it difficult to accept this proposal. However, Rottweiler waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about him. When we go back this time, he will officially take over the management of War Banner City and all the family's territories from my place. His title will also be raised to Viscount. What objections could he possibly have? I will make these things clear to him then. This new territory was obtained entirely because of you. If he doesn't even have this much magnanimity, he doesn't deserve to be the future Marquis of Brunshorn." Upon hearing this, Roland keenly noticed the problem and frowned as he spoke. "Father, are you going to the battlefield again?" Rottweiler nodded helplessly and said, "The Holy Dragon Empire is now beset by crises. The three great empires are all eyeing it covetously. After the celebration of the Grand Duke of Triumph's birthday, not only me, but even your Uncle Monar will be heading to the border." Roland remained silent, knowing the dangers of the battlefield, so he could only speak at the end, wishing my father a speedy return. However, they both knew that if the Imperial War really broke out, the chances of Rowena returning in triumph were extremely slim. Roland could only sigh. In this wave, he and the Janchi family were just a small boat, and a wave could come at any time and capsize them completely. The next day, Roland got up early. He hadn't forgotten his mission. There was still a Poseidon component in Triumph City waiting for him to find. 2 days later, the celebrations for the triumphal Duke's birthday were already underway, and one could sense the festive atmosphere from the decorated streets and the bustling crowds of out-of-towners constantly looking around. Of course, Roland and his group were also outsiders. He and Andre couldn't help but keep turning their heads and looking around curiously, while Catherine just kept walking forward with a calm expression. Triumph City is incredibly vast. Even a day wouldn't be enough to explore it all, let alone find even a tiny piece of Poseidon's artifacts. Fortunately, Roland had the Poseidon's scepter to guide him. In some mysterious way, Roland could sense the location of that Poseidon component. In the south of Triumph City, as Roland and his companions explored, they headed south. Roland could clearly sense that he was getting closer and closer to the Poseidon component. Finally, Roland arrived in front of a tall building, where he could clearly sense that the Poseidon component was inside. Lord Auction House. Roland looked at the sign outside the gate with a strange expression. Auction houses are an experience that every time traveler has to go through, and I never thought that I would also be unable to escape this fate. However, Roland quickly frowned. That Poseidon component is actually in the auction house. Is it an auction item? Roland did not believe that he, a mere baron, had the ability to compete with the earls or even marquises here. He only had tens of thousands of gold coins on him, and with some other treasures and magical items, he could have quite a lot more. But even so, he wouldn't be considered respectable in Triumph City. After thinking for a while, Roland decided to go inside and take a look first. However, as soon as they stepped into the gate, they were stopped by 2 people. "Excuse me, sir, what can I do for you?" One of the men asked politely. Roland immediately recognized the strength of the 2 gatekeepers as top-tier silver knights. It has to be said that the Lord Auction House has a lot of resources, actually sending 2 top-tier silver knights to guard the gate. Although Roland didn't care about their strength, there was no doubt that the Lord Auction House was quite powerful to stand here. Then Roland said, "I'd like to go inside and take a look. Is that all right?" The gatekeeper shook his head and said, "Excuse me, sir. If you wish to attend tomorrow night's auction, you can purchase an admission ticket. Otherwise, you will not be allowed to enter." An auction? Roland keenly sensed that what he wanted might appear at that auction. So he asked again, "What items will be auctioned tonight?" Upon hearing this, the man reached for a picture book from the side, handed it to Roland, and said with a smile, "I hope there's something you like inside." Roland took a look and saw that it contained information about the items to be auctioned that night. Only by making this information public could they attract those who needed it to come and compete. It must be said that this auction was so grand that even Roland was tempted by the items on display. High-grade monster pet egg, a rare, ferocious level monster corpse, a beautiful fox girl, a cool and aloof elf archer, the powerful sword left behind by the king knight, Potential potion to break through to the amethyst night level. A powerful scroll of heavenly fire spreads. Legend has it that this is the water of life that can bring the dead back to life, etc. Each and every one of them was someone Roland could never hope to reach, making him constantly swallow hard. Andre, needless to say, stared at the picture book with utter astonishment. As for Catherine, she rarely showed a hint of excitement, her expression somewhat complicated. Roland also noticed Catherine's appearance and asked her with concern, "What's wrong, Catherine? Is there anything you need here?" Catherine quickly regained her composure, shook her head, and said nothing more. Seeing this, Roland did not press the matter further. He believed that if Catherine needed help, she would come to him. Roland continued his investigation and finally found something that resembled a part of Poseidon in an inconspicuous corner. A mysterious ring. The brochure contains only such a simple introduction, nothing more. However, if it really is this ring, it's actually not so bad, because judging from its position in the catalog, it doesn't seem to attract much attention, so maybe I can get it. Having roughly identified his goal, Roland asked the question, "How do I buy admission tickets?" The man at the door said directly, "Each ticket costs 500 gold coins and allows one follower to enter. Once sold, tickets are non-refundable. 500 gold coins per piece, and that's just the qualification to participate in the auction." Even Roland was slightly shocked by the high price. However, Roland was not stingy with the money he had to spend. Soon, under their guidance, Roland spent 500 gold coins to buy an admission ticket. Then, just as Roland was about to leave the auction house, a surprised voice suddenly came from the side. "Roland, is that you?" Roland turned his head and saw a beautiful and graceful figure standing not far away, looking at him excitedly. Roland couldn't help but feel a slight surge of excitement. "Isn't this Vivian, the woman I had a one-night stand with? How'd she end up here?" Chapter 64, The Ancient Oak Tree on the Verge of Withering. Roland missed Vivian terribly. He had been in this world for more than half a year, and Vivian was still his first and only woman. Roland often reminisced about the wonderful night they spent together in War Banner City, when he loved Vivian completely. Roland looked at Vivian not far away, ran over with a look of surprise, then hugged her tightly and kissed her deeply. Vivian was startled by Roland's intense reaction and couldn't help but push him away. However, she soon became engrossed in Roland's embrace and passionate kisses, wrapping her arms around his neck and responding fervently. People passing by all stared at the two of them in astonishment. In this still somewhat conservative era, such a scene was quite rare. Just as Roland and Vivian were engrossed in their moment, a sudden, violent coughing sound came from beside them. Cough, cough, cough. A middle-aged man stared at the two of them with a look of shock and anger, then coughed incessantly. Roland didn't pay any attention, but Vivian suddenly woke up, pushed Roland away, turned around with a blush on her face, and said, "Roland, how could you do this?" Roland licked the lingering taste from the corner of his mouth, then grinned and said, "I just miss you so much, my Vivian." After saying that, he wanted to hug Vivian again, but then a sound of gritting teeth came from beside them. "Kid, I've been here the whole time. Didn't you see me?" Upon hearing this voice, Roland turned around and saw a middle-aged man standing beside him, glaring and berating him with ill intent. Roland frowned immediately and said, "Sir, this road is so wide. We're not blocking your way, are we?" Upon hearing Roland's words, the middle-aged man became even angrier, his eyes wide and his breathing labored. At this moment, Vivian finally came to her senses and hurriedly, blushing, grabbed Roland's hand and said angrily, "Roland, how dare you speak to my father like that?" "Father? Is this man Viscount Wilt Chris of Oakwood?" Forehead. Roland looked at the middle-aged man, an embarrassed expression on his face. He had actually flirted with someone's daughter in front of her father and even argued with her. If it were the old Roland, he wouldn't have cared, but now he was so embarrassed that he wanted to disappear. So he forced a smile and said awkwardly, "So you are Viscount Wilt. It's such a good thing to meet you here." Wilt finally caught his breath, looked at Roland, sized him up and down, snorted, and said, "You're Roland? The man who's made my Vivian lose her appetite and sleep?" Upon hearing her father's words, Vivian blushed again, lowered her head, and dared not look at Roland. Roland's mind finally calmed down, and he smiled slightly, speaking with utmost politeness. "Yes, I am Roland, and I have been missing Vivian terribly these past few days." Upon hearing his words, Vivian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. When Wilt saw his daughter like this, he knew she had been led astray by the man in front of him, and he was somewhat angry at her for being so disobedient. In fact, Wilt didn't mind Vivian pursuing her own happiness. After all, Vivian was of marriageable age. However, it was a pity that Roland's reputation made him very worried. Rather than marry Vivian to a ridiculous and unreliable baron, Wilt would rather she marry a commoner. His face darkened, and he said, "Roland, although your father is the Earl of Rowena, I will not allow you to pursue Vivian. I don't care if you play around with other women, but please stay away from my daughter." After saying that, he reached out and took Vivian's hand, heading towards the auction house. Upon hearing her father's words, Vivian burst into tears, looking at Roland with a sorrowful and reluctant expression, before being pulled away by her father. Upon hearing Wilt's words, Roland's face showed a hint of helplessness. How many sins has this body committed in the past? It's just making things more difficult for itself. However, Roland did not stop there. Seeing the father and daughter, he thought for a moment and followed them. They actually stepped into the auction house. Andre and Catherine couldn't help but chuckle when they saw Roland's embarrassed expression. Roland glared at the two of them, then went back into the auction house. Soon, Roland caught up with the two figures, and Roland stood aside, smiling respectfully as he spoke. "Uncle Wilt, I just came from here. If you're here on business, maybe I can help you." Wilt ignored Roland, but Vivian couldn't help but smile when she saw Roland chasing after her. She then secretly glanced at her father before whispering something. "There's an auction going on here tomorrow, and we're here to buy tickets." Oh, Roland wasn't surprised. What else could he be here for besides attending the auction? Then, he asked out of curiosity, "Do you and Uncle Wilt have something you need that you're auctioning here?" Vivian nodded and said, "Yes. Tomorrow night, a leaf from the Tree of Life will be auctioned off, and our family desperately needs it." Upon hearing this, Roland immediately took out the auction catalog and checked it. Sure enough, he found a leaf of the Tree of Life in it, and it was in a prominent position in the catalog, indicating that this leaf of the Tree of Life must be quite precious. Upon seeing this, Roland couldn't help but frown and say something. The competition among the leaves of this Tree of Life is likely to be fierce. Roland did not believe that a viscount from a small town like Worth could compete with the great nobles. Vivian sighed helplessly and said, "Of course we know. My father and I have brought all our savings this time, and we have also borrowed a lot of gold coins from Earl Connie. If we still can't get it, then there's nothing we can do." Upon hearing this, Roland immediately showed a curious expression. He didn't understand why Oak City would go bankrupt to obtain this thing. Are the leaves of this Tree of Life that important? Roland asked curiously. Vivian nodded, about to explain, when she heard Wilt's angry voice from the side. "Hey kid, Vivian, don't talk to this kid. If I don't stop her, Vivian will reveal all her family's secrets." Vivian pouted unhappily, but still leaned closer and whispered, "My family's 1,000-year-old oak tree has a problem and needs the leaves of the Tree of Life to heal it." Roland raised an eyebrow. As is well known, Oak City is famous for its abundant oak trees. The entire Viscount Wilt family was also founded on oak trees. Oak City provides nearly 1/3 of the oak timber for the entire province of Portland, and has made a fortune over the years. All of Viscount Wilt's oak trees were built on a huge 1,000-year-old oak tree. It is said that all oak trees around this 1,000-year-old oak tree grow several times faster, and the closer they are, the faster they grow. Legend has it that next to this 1,000-year-old oak tree, an oak seed can grow to maturity in just 1 month. Moreover, not only does it grow faster, but the quality of the oak is also much better than that of other wild oaks. Therefore, oak produced in Oak City is a bestseller throughout Portland Province. If it weren't for the limited production, it would certainly be a bestseller in other places as well. No wonder they went bankrupt trying to seize this leaf from the Tree of Life. That 1,000-year-old oak tree is the foundation of Oak City. If it were gone, their families would surely decline. Then Roland couldn't help but ask further questions. What happened to that 1,000-year-old oak tree? Vivian looked at her father in the distance, who was buying tickets for the auction, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke in a low voice. "This is a family secret. You must not tell anyone." Roland immediately nodded and promised not to tell anyone. Then, Vivian said with a helpless expression, "That 1,000-year-old oak tree is nearing the end of its life. If it doesn't receive a strong life force to replenish it, it will probably wither and die within 3 years. I see. It seems their family is determined to get their hands on this leaf from the Tree of Life. However, Roland did not have a high opinion of them. Tomorrow's auction is destined to be filled with counts and marquises. Wilt, a mere viscount, will likely have no chance. Roland said with a hint of helplessness. Then I wish you good luck. But no matter the outcome, I'll always be there for you, Vivian. Vivian understood that their chances were slim, and her face fell. However, upon hearing Roland's words, she couldn't help but smile. She leaned over, gently pecked Roland, and said, "Thank you, Roland." Roland was about to respond when a familiar dry cough came from not far away again. Cough, cough, cough. Roland was a little annoyed. This old man should go to the doctor if he has a sore throat. Instead, he keeps coughing all day long, which is annoying. However, almost simultaneously, a gentlemanly smile appeared on his face as he spoke. "Uncle Wilt, have you finished your business? I know a very famous restaurant around here. How about I invite you and Vivian to have lunch together?" Wilt refused without hesitation. "No need. We have urgent business to attend to, so it's best if we don't see each other again." After saying that, he frowned and pulled Vivian outside. Looking at Vivian's tearful expression, Roland slowly mouthed something to her. "I'll come see you tonight." Vivian seemed to understand Roland's words. Her cheeks flushed, and she gave Roland one last shy and reluctant look before turning to leave with Wilt. Then, Roland said to Andre, who was standing nearby, "Andre, go and follow them. See where they live." Andre's face immediately showed an embarrassed expression. He knew that his lord probably had ill intentions, but what could he do? He was the lord. So Andre could only nod helplessly. "Yes, sir." He then followed them out of the auction house. Roland and Catherine then slowly walked out together. However, Catherine seemed preoccupied, glancing at Roland from time to time as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Roland had already noticed Catherine's odd behavior, so he turned around and said seriously, "Catherine, although you're nominally my follower, I have always regarded you as my closest friend. If you have any problems or difficulties, you can tell me. As long as it is within my power, I will definitely help you." Catherine seemed moved by Roland's words, and after a moment of silence, she spoke. "Sir, I really need your help." Roland nodded and said, "What is it, Catherine? Just tell me directly." But Catherine looked around, then shook her head, still hesitant as she spoke. "My lord, let me think about it some more. I'll talk to you again tonight." Roland was about to nod, but then he suddenly realized that tonight was destined to be a sleepless night filled with gunfire, and he wouldn't have time to chat with her. So he said it directly. "Why don't you go back and tell me now? If you haven't made up your mind yet, tomorrow is fine too. I have something important to do tonight." Catherine was preoccupied and didn't think about what Roland meant by important. She simply frowned and nodded. "Yes, sir. I've made up my mind, and I will come to see you." The two then continued their journey back to the mansion. Night fell quickly. Normally, Roland would have already sat on the bed and started meditating, but tonight he couldn't calm down. Images of him with Vivian kept flashing through his mind. Roland didn't know if he had truly fallen in love with Vivian. Perhaps it was a sense of responsibility, or perhaps it was desire. But whatever the reason, Vivian was indeed a good girl, and Roland didn't intend to let her down. As midnight approached, the restless Roland finally got up, pushed open the door, and left the courtyard shortly afterward. Roland has already found out where Vivian lives. It is another mansion not far from Roland's place, which is also a resting place arranged by the Grand Duke for the other counts and viscounts in the territory. Oak City is part of the territory of the Earl of Connie, so the most noble person in this mansion is Earl Connie himself. Count Connie is a powerful wind elemental gold knight, and it won't be easy for Roland to sneak into Vivian's room right under his nose. If you get caught, it's not really dangerous, but it's still quite embarrassing. Before long, Roland arrived at the mansion in Earl Connie's territory. It was similar to Roland's mansion, with several buildings and dozens or even hundreds of rooms. Infiltrating this courtyard was not difficult for Roland, even though there were guards on duty. Roland was strong enough to not alert them. However, he was a little troubled about finding Vivian's room. If he went to the wrong room and woke up the others, that would be bad. Roland frowned and walked around inside. Just as he was struggling with this, he suddenly noticed a blue silk scarf hanging in a window on the third floor. Isn't this exactly what Vivian is wearing today? Roland's face lit up with joy. He then looked around and, finding no one paying attention, leaped up onto the second floor windowsill. Chapter 65, The Three Great Elf Kingdoms. Even though it was late at night, Vivian still couldn't fall asleep. Meeting Roland again today had stirred up her already budding romantic feelings once more. Why isn't that damn guy here yet? Vivian stared angrily out the window. From dusk till late at night, she had gotten out of bed countless times and run to the window to look out. However, he never saw the figure of his beloved. By midnight, Vivian was already disappointed. She felt that Roland had probably lied to her and wouldn't be coming to see her that night. Just as she was angrily preparing to go to sleep, suddenly, a dark figure darted in through the window and grabbed her from behind. Vivian felt someone attack her and was startled. She instinctively tried to scream for help, but suddenly, a gentle and familiar voice came from beside her. "Dear Vivian, I'm so sorry I'm late." Vivian then came to her senses. Who else could be sneaking into her room so late at night besides that scoundrel Roland? So she quickly stopped shouting, then turned around shyly, looking at the man she had been longing for, and felt a surge of heat rising within her. "I thought you weren't coming." Vivian bit her lip, her cheeks flushed red as if they could bleed, and said. Roland chuckled and said, "Even if it's a huge deal, I'm coming today." Vivian gave him a shy glare and said, "What are you doing here so late?" Roland chuckled as he spoke. "What do you think?" After saying that, Roland pushed Vivian onto the bed with a slight effort. Vivian spoke with a seductive, alluring tone, feigning reluctance. "Don't want." Then, she could no longer speak. The entire room was engulfed in a fierce and protracted battle. Before dawn, Roland, clutching his aching back, reluctantly fled Vivian's room. Vivian was still fast asleep, a blissful smile on her face, unaware that Roland had secretly left. The journey was uneventful, and Roland returned to his room without disturbing anyone. Even as a golden knight, he was exhausted from the intense work and fell asleep immediately. "Sir, may I come in?" Roland, still half asleep, vaguely heard someone calling his name. That voice was incredibly familiar. Then, Roland slowly regained consciousness and realized that it was Catherine calling his name. Since Catherine accompanied him to the auction house yesterday, she has been absent-minded. Roland guesses that there must be something she cares about very much among those auction items. Although Roland wanted to help her, she didn't seem willing to say much, and Roland couldn't do anything about it. Now, she seems to have made up her mind to come to him, probably because she wants to be honest with him. Roland quickly got up, tidied his clothes, opened the door, and led Catherine, who was still hesitant outside, in with a smile. "Catherine, you've finally decided to tell me about your predicament? I hope I can help you." Catherine finally made up her mind, took a deep breath, and looked at Roland. "My lord, there is indeed something I need your help with." Roland nodded and said with a smile, "I can see that this matter is very important to you. Thank you for your trust in me. I feel that I can help in some way, but I don't know what it is." Catherine was silent for a few seconds before looking at Roland and speaking. "My lord, I hope you can help me win an item at tonight's auction." "Oh." Roland raised an eyebrow. Catherine's words were not unexpected. So, Roland quickly picked up the auction catalog. He had already looked through all the items in it, and there were indeed many things that would tempt Catherine. Could it be the training notes of the Archmage Grint? Roland said curiously. Catherine shook her head. Roland frowned slightly, then continued. "So that's the core of this ferocious wind-type magical beast? If you were to embed it into your magic wand, it would indeed be a good choice." This time, however, Catherine shook her head again, then flipped through a few pages of the encyclopedia, pointed to one of the items, and said with a rare pleading look in her eyes, "My lord, Catherine begs you to help me bid for her. If you are willing to help me, I swear that I will follow you forever and never betray you." Roland looked at Catherine in shock and blurted out, "What do you need her for?" It wasn't that Roland lacked imagination. It was simply that he never imagined Catherine would beg him to bid on that thing. That aloof and beautiful elf. The picture book contained images of this elven beauty, which were indeed tempting. The noble and aloof elven beauty even stirred a desire to conquer in Roland himself. However, Roland did not think that Catherine would share the same thoughts as these men. What do you want her to do?" Roland asked, looking completely bewildered. Catherine looked at Roland, her face showing an extremely complicated expression. After hesitating for a long time, she finally spoke. "I'm sorry, sir. I lied to you. In fact, I am not human." "Is Catherine not human?" "She's not human? Then what is she?" Shocking Roland for 100 years. Just as Roland was about to ask a question, Catherine slowly reached behind her head, took off a pendant necklace shaped like a green leaf, and placed it on the table beside her. The instant the necklace left Catherine's hand, suddenly, her appearance changed slightly. Her originally human ears became slender, her skin instantly became even whiter, and her entire figure appeared even more slender than before. Roland stared at Catherine in shock. Although her facial features and figure remained the same as Catherine's before, her temperament instantly became noble and aloof. Her already stunning beauty became even more captivating than before. Her delicate, adorable ears, in particular, added to her exotic charm. You're an elf? Roland was dumbfounded and even stammered as he spoke. Catherine looked apologetic and said, I am so sorry, sir. I kept it from you for so long, but I was just trying to survive. It was a last resort. It took Roland quite a while before he finally accepted the reality that Catherine was an elf. It is indeed very difficult for an elf to survive in human society. Humans and elves have fought several wars in the past, and their relationship is not friendly even today. Moreover, those filthy human nobles have always taken pride in collecting beauties from other races, especially the noble elves, who are the objects of their pursuit. If someone truly possesses an elven beauty, then he can hold his head high in front of all the nobles. However, capturing elven women is extremely difficult, as they are all excellent fighters. Even if you do manage to capture an elven woman, subduing her is even more challenging. In the end, the vast majority of cases end with the elven woman committing suicide. Thinking of this, Roland naturally understood Catherine's current predicament. A female elf must hide her elf identity in order to survive in human society. This is also why Catherine has been hiding it from him. If it weren't for her desire to ask me to rescue her people today, this secret would probably have remained hidden in her heart forever. However, Roland didn't care. It's as if no one has any secrets. And is there anyone with more outrageous secrets than yourself? But then, Roland quickly discovered another blind spot. That is, why would Catherine, an elf, choose to live in human society? Although the ancient elven empire collapsed 100 years ago, 3 elven kingdoms still exist on the continent today. These are the Ice and Snow Elf Kingdom, located in the north and bordering the Winter Empire, the Forest Elf Kingdom, located in the south and bordering the Violet Empire, and the Wasteland Elf Kingdom, located in the west and bordering the Gera Empire. In addition to these 3 major elven kingdoms, there are also many elven tribes scattered across the continent, including in some remote mountain ranges of the Holy Dragon Empire. Catherine could have easily lived in the 3 great elven kingdoms or those elven tribes. Why did she have to keep walking a tightrope in the human world? Roland was puzzled, and then asked the question that had been bothering him. Catherine, since you are an elf, why don't you live in the elven kingdom or elven tribe? Why have you come to the human world? Upon hearing his words, Catherine wore a bitter expression and said, compared to those elves, the human world is actually safer for us. Roland frowned immediately, a puzzled look on his face, and said, Why? Shouldn't you elves help each other? A rare look of pain and hatred flashed across Catherine's face as she spoke. My lord, this is an internal struggle within our elven race. Our tribe lost the struggle and was then hunted down by other elves. In the end, we had nowhere else to go but to flee the elven kingdom and hide in the human world, which is how we have managed to survive until today. So that's how it is. As expected, wherever there are people, there is conflict, and I didn't expect the elves to be no exception. Meanwhile, Catherine continued speaking sorrowfully from the side. So our leader asked a legendary blacksmith of the dwarves to forge these concealment items for us. As long as we wear this necklace, we can hide our elven features, and even king-level powerhouses will not be able to tell us apart. However, during the decades of exile that followed, we continued to be hunted down by the 3 great elven kingdoms, and our numbers dwindled until 17 years ago when we were discovered by them again. A fierce battle ensued, and many of our tribes perished. Only a little over 100 survived, but they were completely scattered and ended up scattered all over the world. Roland hadn't expected that Catherine's tribe had such a tragic past, but at the same time, Roland was incredibly curious. What heinous things did Catherine's tribe do to provoke the relentless pursuit of 3 great empires for decades? However, Roland would never ask that question aloud. He gave a look of deep sympathy, then sighed and said, You are being hunted down by the 3 great elven kingdoms. Why don't you seek help from other elven tribes? There must be some elven tribes that will take you in. But upon hearing Roland's words, Catherine revealed a bitter expression and said, "We did consider asking other tribes for help, but those tribes verbally agreed, but then turned around and sold us out to the 3 great elven empires. We really have nowhere to go." Upon hearing her words, Roland frowned and said, "Since those elves are persecuting you like this, why did you save the elf that was auctioned off tonight?" Roland felt that Catherine seemed to be overly sentimental. However, Catherine shook her head and said with a helpless bitterness, "No, that elf is named Coranda. She's my childhood friend and not one of the elves that were chasing us. In fact, she is the first person of her kind I have encountered in all these years." At this point, Catherine became unusually excited. Meeting old friends in a foreign land, being able to reunite with former friends here, is indeed an exciting thing, not to mention the tragic experiences that Catherine and the others had gone through. At this moment, Roland finally understood Catherine's hesitation and dilemma. If she hadn't completely trusted him and had no other choice, Catherine wouldn't have revealed this secret. Then, Roland asked his last question. "Then, didn't your friend Coranda have this camouflage equipment? How did she get caught by humans?" Catherine shook her head and said with a helpless bitterness, "I don't know either, but there are many reasons. For example, the concealment equipment may have been damaged or lost, or you may have been really unlucky and encountered a legendary expert who discovered you. These are all possibilities." Upon hearing this, Roland had no more questions to ask. Catherine has already told him her biggest secret, although there may be some important information hidden, but that's no longer important. Catherine treated me with sincerity, and Roland naturally wouldn't let her down. So, Roland looked at Catherine and said solemnly, "In that case, Catherine, I promise you, I will definitely take a picture of that elf named Coranda tonight, even if it costs me all my wealth." Catherine looked touched and bowed deeply. "Thank you for your help, sir. Catherine will never forget it." Roland didn't like the atmosphere, so he chuckled and teased. "Since things have come to this, Catherine, shouldn't you tell me your real name?" Catherine felt, "Isn't your real name, is it?" Upon hearing his words, Catherine hesitated again, but ultimately made up her mind and spoke. "I did conceal something before, and I hope you can forgive me, sir. I just hope you can keep my secret from now on, including my real name. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll attract the pursuit of the 3 kingdoms again." Roland also said solemnly, "Catherine, I promise, I will never tell anyone else what you told me today." Catherine nodded, then looked at Roland, took a deep breath, and said, "My name is indeed not Catherine Filth. My real name is actually—" At this point, Catherine paused for a few seconds before continuing, "Catherine Milan." Roland raised an eyebrow. This name and surname sound quite nice. So he was just about to offer a few casual compliments and praises. But suddenly, a flash of lightning struck his mind. Catherine Milan? Roland narrowed his eyes slightly. This surname, I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. I seem to remember that my mother, whom I've never met, was named Freya Milan. Chapter 66, The Auction Begins. Roland was not familiar with his mother. In fact, he was a complete stranger to her. He had only learned her full name from Rottweiler on the anniversary of her death. Moreover, after telling him, she repeatedly emphasized that he must not reveal his mother's name. Rowena seemed to have a deep-seated taboo about her mother's name. Even the old servants in the house only called her Lady Freya, and Rowena never mentioned her full name to anyone. Even on her tombstone, only the words Lady Freya, beloved wife of Rowena Banner, are engraved. Previously, Roland had not paid much attention to this unfamiliar mother he had never met, but now, after hearing Catherine's story and her name, he couldn't help but have deep doubts. A bold hypothesis has formed in my mind. Could my mother also be an elf? If that's the case, then wouldn't I be a half-elf? This seems to explain why he is so handsome. Unfortunately, Roland found no elven characteristics in himself, which made him doubt his own judgment. And Catherine's story also seems to share many coincidences with her mother's. As Catherine said, their tribe was completely shattered by the 3 great elven kingdoms 17 years ago, with only 100 or so escaping and then scattered to all parts of the world. According to the family's old servant, his father, Rowena, rescued and took in his mother during a campaign 17 years ago, and the two fell in love. The following year I was born. His mother, Freya, also passed away a month after his birth due to severe injuries. The timing was incredibly coincidental, and Roland did not consider it an accident. He couldn't help but glance at Catherine, and then began to ponder. Should I tell Catherine about my mother's identity? After thinking for a while, Roland shook his head slightly. He decided to ask his father about his mother tomorrow before telling Catherine the truth. He probably won't hide it from me now. Afterwards, Roland and Catherine chatted for a few more minutes in a room before leaving. Soon the sky darkened. Roland and Catherine arrived at Lord Auction House early, where it was already packed with people. It seemed that many others, like themselves, were looking forward to the auction. Now Roland could only hope that these people's target wasn't the mysterious ring or the female elf. Although Roland had gotten some support from his father today, he only had 100,000 gold coins available. Roland wasn't confident he could win the bid for either of those items, especially the popular elf beauty, Coranda. If all else fails, then he'll have no choice but to reveal all his hidden resources. The two walked together into the auction house. Soon, they arrived at an auction venue, which was already packed with people, numbering over 100. Every seat in the spacious hall was occupied. Lord's Auction House really capitalized on the Grand Duke's birthday celebration to grab a huge amount of attention. However, Roland knew that the people in the lobby, including himself, were just moderately wealthy. The real nobles and the truly wealthy were in the VIP rooms on the second floor. Even an earl might not be able to book a private room, let alone a nobody like myself. And Roland, in the crowd, quickly spotted a familiar figure. Vivian and her father, Viscount Wilt. The two were not close to Roland's position, which disappointed Roland somewhat. Vivian seemed to sense something and turned her head at that moment, and then their eyes met. Vivian's face lit up with surprise. She quickly turned to look at her father beside her, and seeing that he wasn't paying attention to her, she quietly slipped out. Soon, Vivian arrived at Roland's side, her smile vanishing instantly. She then pouted, feigning anger, and said, "Why are you so late? We've been here for ages." This is her blaming herself for not going to see him. Roland took her hand and said with a smile, "Isn't it your father who doesn't like me? If I go there, he'll kick me out and treat me like a wolf. Then it will be even harder for me to see you." Vivian heard his words and then said angrily, "My father would never do such a thing. You're talking nonsense." However, she soon chuckled to herself, realizing that what Roland said actually made some sense. The two then sat together and chatted flirtatiously. Catherine, watching the two of them from the side, showed a hint of envy on her face. She's grown up and has never experienced the taste of love. At this moment, there was still some time before the auction. On the stage above, a group of graceful dancers were swaying their bodies to warm up the atmosphere and create a lively ambience. Nearly 10 minutes later, the dancers returned to the stage at a command, and everyone understood that the show was about to begin. Vivian also left Roland's position with a reluctant expression, and then returned to her father Wilt's side, turning back every 3 steps. From afar, Roland saw that Vivian seemed to have been scolded by Wilt, but Vivian didn't care. Instead, she turned her head and secretly winked at Roland. Roland smiled slightly, relieved. Meanwhile, on the stage, the boisterous dancing had subsided. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, a woman with an incredibly graceful figure and stunning beauty slowly walked up from below the stage. She was wearing a tight-fitting dress that perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure. The 2 slits at the bottom of the dress revealed her long, shapely legs, instantly attracting the attention of all the men. Roland was no exception. It has to be said that this woman is one of the most outstanding women Roland has ever encountered. Then, the woman, with a warm and welcoming smile, bowed deeply to the crowd. In an instant, 2 enormous, snow-white objects came into view. Even Roland couldn't help but shrink his pupils. I must say, this woman is truly stunning. Tonight, those nobles will probably bid more times during the auction just to win this woman's favor. And then, the woman finally spoke. "Hello everyone. Welcome to the grand auction of Lord Auction House tonight. I am your auctioneer, Yafei." The woman always wore a smile, exuding confidence and elegance. Yet her attire was incredibly revealing and alluring. The stark contrast between the two caused even the most self-controlled aristocratic men to gasp for breath. So this woman's name is Yafei. Roland silently memorized her name. We might have a chance to get to know each other in the future. Yafi then gave a welcoming speech, and seeing that the time was right, she smiled and said, "I'm sure everyone is eager to get started, So let's officially begin tonight's grand auction. After he finished speaking, amidst the cheers of the crowd below, two beautiful women with equally slender figures and revealing clothes slowly carried an object to the center of the stage and placed it on a table in the middle. Yafi slowly lifted the silk cloth covering it, revealing a cold, sharp long sword inside. At that moment, Yafei's soft and charming voice also came. This sword is the masterpiece of Master Blacksmith Johnson, bearing his exclusive mark. It is absolutely genuine. According to our calculations, this sword can amplify fire-type battle aura by 30%, making it an invaluable weapon for any fire-type knight. After saying that, she glanced around the room, then covered her mouth and smiled, and said, "May a truly powerful knight obtain this sword." The starting bid is 10,000 gold coins, with each bid increasing by at least 1,000 gold coins. The bidding begins now. Bidding starts. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd below the stage went wild. "I'll offer 10,000 gold coins. I'll offer 11,000 gold coins." Roland wasn't interested in the fire-type sword. To be honest, while the sword was good, it was still slightly lacking for a true powerhouse. Based on Roland's experience, the market price of this sword should be around 30,000 gold coins. The fact that Lord Auction House set the starting price at 10,000 gold coins shows that they are very confident in themselves. To Roland's surprise, the sword, thanks to Yafi's persuasive words, sparked a bidding frenzy, quickly surpassing its normal price of 30,000 gold coins and continuing to climb. The bidding gradually thinned out after reaching 45,000 gold coins, and finally, at 52,000 gold coins, no one followed suit anymore. Yafei then revealed a beautiful smile, counted down to 3, gently brought down the small hammer in her hand, and then said softly, "Congratulations to the handsome Viscount Ulrich on acquiring this precious sword. I'm sure Viscount Ulrich will be able to become an even more powerful knight with this sword in the future." Upon hearing Yafi's praise, the Viscount named Ulrich immediately felt that the 50,000 gold coins he had spent were absolutely worthwhile. Roland was also surprised by Yafi's abilities. Through her words and the atmosphere she created, she managed to sell the sword, which was originally worth 30,000 gold coins, for 50,000 gold coins. If she had participated in live-streaming e-commerce in her past life, she would definitely have been a top-tier live streamer. Roland couldn't help but think to himself. The auction then continued, with each item being brought out, and, through Yafei's persuasive rhetoric or suggestive remarks, fetching prices more than double what they were initially advertised. However, Roland was not interested in these things, such as potions with powerful healing effects, rare magical potions, powerful martial arts, etc. Although he liked them, they were not his target tonight. Even some flashy but impractical jewels and antiques were put up for auction, fetching tens of thousands of gold coins. Roland couldn't understand what those people were thinking when they bought these useless items, until nearly 10 items were auctioned off. Finally, another item was brought out for auction. As soon as Yafi lifted the silk cloth that was still on it, Roland instantly perked up. Indeed, on the auction stage, there lay an ancient and mysterious ring. Is this the ring of Poseidon? Roland quietly sensed the location of the Poseidon component from the Poseidon scepter. However, the sensory effects of the scepter of Poseidon were not very precise. It could only sense that the Poseidon component was there, but its exact location was unknown. Therefore, Roland couldn't be sure if this mysterious ring was a part of Poseidon, but in any case, he was determined to get his hands on it. Better to kill the innocent than to miss the opportunity. At that moment, Yafei's soft and charming voice slowly drifted over. "This ring was acquired by our auction house from an explorer for a hefty sum. Neither intense flames nor lightning strikes could damage it in the slightest. So, it is definitely a treasure left behind by some powerful figure. However, despite our research, we have been unable to decipher its secret. Therefore, we hope that a destined person will obtain it and perhaps unlock its secrets." Upon hearing Yafei's words, the crowd below the stage immediately began to chatter. "So, according to you, this ring is completely useless? And it's even up for auction?" A haughty noblewoman suddenly spoke up with a sarcastic remark. She had long been annoyed by Yafei's seductive poses on the stage, which had just captivated her husband. Now that she had the chance, she immediately launched a mocking attack. However, Yafi avoided getting angry or annoyed, maintaining a calm smile, and then said, "Mrs. Lorick, This ring is no ordinary item. Its indestructible nature alone proves its value. It's just that our Lord Auction House has limited capabilities and cannot decipher its true function. Perhaps it is a spatial ring of some legendary powerhouse? If so, whoever wins the bid will make a fortune. The legendary powerhouse's spatial ring. When everyone heard Yafei's words, they merely smiled wryly and didn't take them to heart. Which legendary powerhouse on the continent isn't famous and powerful? Who would lose their spatial ring? The noblewoman, once again adding insult to injury, said with a smile. Ha ha, since it's a space ring from a legendary powerhouse, it must be worth tens of millions of gold coins. I'd like to see which wise nobleman is so lucky as to get it. Yafei maintained her smile and didn't answer her, but instead spoke as usual. The starting bid for this mysterious ring is 10,000 gold coins, and each bid must be at least 1,000 gold coins higher. The competition begins. As Yafei finished speaking, the previously bustling auction hall fell unusually quiet, with not a single person bidding. Yafei's gaze immediately darkened. However, she still maintained an elegant smile on her face. Logically speaking, even if people aren't interested in the ring, it's normal to bid on it just to make Boyafei smile. However, because of Mrs. Lorik's sarcastic remarks earlier, those who wanted to bid were too embarrassed to do so. After all, no one wanted to be the wise noblewoman she described. Yafei's smile immediately froze. If this item goes unsold and receives no bids, it will be a significant blow to her reputation. After all, she has presided over hundreds of auctions and has never had a failed sale. As the display time dwindled, Yafei grew increasingly anxious. Then, without thinking, she lowered herself slightly again, revealing her two snow-white, full breasts to the crowd, causing the lustful men to widen their eyes and swallow hard. Yafei then casually stretched out her long, slender, snow-white legs and said with a smile, "The exhibition time is almost here. I wonder which handsome and kind nobleman will win this ring." Yafei is really looking forward to seeing this nobleman. Maybe we can even have dinner together then. Yafei's words already carried a hint of provocation. It seemed she was ready to go all out. Unfortunately, those nobles only took advantage of the situation without actually doing anything. Yafei's eyes grew increasingly anxious. If this item fails to sell at auction today, her net worth will also shrink significantly. Time's almost up. Is no one going to bid? Yafei asked again, her tone even carrying a hint of pleading. Unfortunately, no one made a bid. Just as time was running out and Yafei had completely given up in despair, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. "I'll offer 10,000 gold coins." Roland raised his hand and said with a smile. Yafei was jolted awake from her despondency by Roland's words. Then her expression brightened with surprise. Looking at Roland with a hint of gratitude in her eyes, she said, "Thank you to the handsome Baron Roland for bidding." Roland raised an eyebrow. This woman actually knew her own name. It seemed she didn't just know the nobles who had bid earlier, but had memorized the names of everyone who participated in the auction. The others looked at Roland in surprise upon hearing his words. Surprisingly, a wise nobleman, just as Mrs. Lorik had described, actually appeared. However, Roland didn't care about the ridicule from the crowd. As Yafei's hammer fell for the last time, the mysterious ring was finally captured in a photograph. A satisfied smile appeared on Roland's face. To his surprise, he managed to snag the ring at the reserve price. At that moment, he seemed to feel an unfriendly gaze upon him. Turning his head, he saw Vivian staring at him angrily from a distance. Roland was taken aback. Could this girl suspect that he had only bid because he was seduced by Yafei's beauty? Roland gave Vivian a friendly smile. However, Vivian abruptly turned her head away and refused to look at him anymore. Roland shrugged, a helpless expression on his face. Roland was not good at charming women. And I have more important things to do right now. Chapter 67 Golden Elf Archer Karanda. Soon, Yafei moved on to the next auction, but Roland paid no attention to it, as his mind was entirely focused on the ring. The rules of the auction house are that after a successful bid, the bid coins must be paid in full immediately. You can then choose to collect the bid item after the auction ends, or you can choose to collect it immediately. Roland, of course, chose to extract it immediately. After paying 10,000 gold coins, two auction house staff members quickly approached him carrying something and said respectfully, "Lord Roland, this is what you just photographed." So the staff opened the lid and found a dull, old ring lying quietly inside. It looked ordinary and didn't seem to be a treasure. However, Roland was not one to judge a book by its cover. His scepter was also worn and old, but who would have thought that it was a divine artifact in the hands of Poseidon, the god of the sea? Then Roland reached out, picked up the ring, and slowly put it on his finger. A portly nobleman standing nearby couldn't help but laugh when he saw Roland wearing the ring. He, spending 10,000 gold coins on a useless ring. How could you be so stupid? Even if you buy it, Yafei won't even glance at you. She's notoriously tight-lipped. Your wishful thinking is probably wrong. Am I stupid? Roland ignored him. What did it matter to him whether Yafei's legs were tight or not? At this moment, he had calmed down and focused his senses on the mysterious ring on his finger. Roland had a sudden thought. Then, a semi-transparent phantom appeared before his eyes. Roland couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, all the parts of the Poseidon could be viewed with detailed information, just like the Poseidon scepter. At this moment, information about the ring of the sea god also came into his view. Ring of Poseidon, the ring of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Function 1, storage space sealed. Effect 2, energy storage ceiling. Effect 3, summon giant whale sealed. Effect 4, sky covering water curtain ceiling. Effect 5, sea god temple teleportation sealed. Effect 6, sea god's bloodline sealed. Effect 7, sea god's record sealing. The 7 effects brought a smile to Roland's face, but what made his smile disappear was that all 7 effects were sealed and could not be used at all. Based on experience, the ring needs to be replenished with the power of the sea god to be unsealed, but the sea god statue is still on Cancer Island, so I'm afraid I'll have to wait until I get back to unseal it. Now he holds 2 sea cucumber parts that need to be unsealed, but he only has that one sea god statue, and the divine power absorbed by it is far from enough to meet the needs of the 2 sea god parts. I wonder if there are any other statues of Poseidon in other places. Roland couldn't help but think to himself. However, this is something that can only be obtained by chance, and Roland is helpless to change it. So he turned his attention back to the ring of the sea god. Without a doubt, what surprised Roland the most was the first functional storage space. It turned out that Yafei was right. This ring really was a space ring. Moreover, this is the sea god's spatial ring. Roland couldn't even imagine how many treasures were contained within the sea god's spatial ring, or how precious and powerful they would be. Roland had already made up his mind that the first thing he would do after returning to Cancer Island was to break the first seal on the ring of the sea god. Then, Roland turned his attention to the second effect. Energy storage? What's this? Roland was a little confused, but fortunately the system had an explanation. Energy storage. You can store your excess water-based magic and battle aura inside, which you can use at any time later. Nice one. Upon seeing this, Roland's eyes lit up. Does this mean that as long as you store enough magic power and battle chi inside, you can achieve unlimited power? Then Roland looked at the third effect, summoning the giant whale. You can summon a giant whale to help you in battle. A giant whale sounds impressive, but unfortunately, this skill seems to only be usable in the ocean, since whales can't survive on land. As for the fourth effect, the heavenly water curtain, Roland understood it as well. It can form a huge water curtain to protect people inside from harm. A defensive skill. In theory, this water curtain could spread across the entire continent. However, unfortunately, the wider the water curtain, the weaker its protective capabilities. Perhaps if this water curtain really spread across the entire continent, even a 3-year-old child could break through the sky-covering water curtain. If we do it this way, this sky-covering water curtain will be completely meaningless. However, if the water curtain is only spread to the area of Cancer Island, or even Pearl, then its protective ability should be quite good, making it very practical. Unfortunately, it's still a long way from lifting the lockdown. Efficacy. Teleportation to the 5 Seas Temple. Without a doubt, this function can teleport Roland directly to the mysterious Temple of Poseidon. As for the purpose of the Temple of Poseidon, what it looks like inside, and what's inside, Roland knew nothing. However, he didn't care, since the lifting of the lockdown was still a long way off. As for the last 2 sea god bloodlines and the sea god record, just like the sea god scepter, you need to collect all the sea god components to obtain these 2 items completely. Yang Luo was even less in a hurry for these 2 things. Meanwhile, the auction on stage continued, and a bottle of Amethyst Night Breakthrough Potion was being fiercely bid on by the crowd below. I'll offer 150,000 gold coins. I'll offer 155,000 gold coins. The price of this amethyst night breakthrough potion continues to climb to even higher levels. Upon witnessing this scene, Roland couldn't help but gasp in shock. The price of the amethyst night breakthrough potion was only less than 100,000 gold coins in the market, but now it's heading straight for 200,000 gold coins. Although it can help top-tier gold knights break through to amethyst knights, the probability is not 100%, and there is a considerable possibility of failure. Furthermore, after using this potion, one's potential is essentially completely exhausted, and one will be unable to break through to the next level in the future. Moreover, those who break through to the Amethyst Knight level using this potion are the weakest among all Amethyst Knights, and may not even be able to defeat some of the most powerful gold level knights. Therefore, anyone who uses this Amethyst Knight breakthrough potion will think it over carefully and try to avoid using it if possible. However, there are still quite a few people stuck at the peak of the Golden Knight realm. Some of them are too old and feel that they have no chance of breaking through, so they choose to use this potion. Therefore, the auction was extremely intense at this time. The auction continued until the final price soared to 200,000 gold coins, at which point no one bid anymore. Snap! With Yafi's decisive action, the bottle of Amethyst Knight breakthrough potion finally found its owner, a high-ranking nobleman in the VIP room upstairs. Yafi unusually did not reveal his name, so Roland didn't know who the buyer was. The auction then continued. Various rare treasures were continuously placed on the table, and even Roland couldn't help but be tempted when he saw them. Unfortunately, he already had a target for tonight, otherwise he would have raised his hand twice earlier. Just as another item was finished being auctioned, Yafei suddenly revealed a mysterious smile and said, "I think everyone will be interested in the next treasure." Then, several people escorted a beautiful young girl up to the stage. The girl looked terrified and pitiful as she gazed at the crowd below. However, this girl was not an ordinary human. From her two furry ears, Roland could tell that she was a fox girl. It must be said that although this girl is young, her movements and eyes are incredibly alluring, a testament to the Fox clan's seductive talent. Although this alluring ability may not have been intentionally released by her, even if it was unconsciously revealed, it was enough to bewitch those lustful nobles. Soon, at Yafi's command, everyone was once again engulfed in a frenzied struggle. To be honest, this fox girl is pretty useless except for being useful. Even so, it still sparked a frenzy on the field, especially those filthy nobles who wanted to try foreign flavors. As for Roland, he remained oblivious to the shouts of the crowd. It was poverty that made Roland so calm and collected. To be honest, Roland also desperately wanted to play with this cute and alluring little fox girl, but unfortunately, Roland's budget was limited, so he simply decided to avoid it altogether. This auction was particularly fierce. The starting bid was also 10,000 gold coins, but the price only gradually slowed down after it reached 80,000 gold coins. In the end, the price stopped at 99,000 gold coins. Congratulations to Marquis Octoberland on acquiring this exquisite beauty. Congratulations, Yafei said in a soft, charming voice. The little fox girl was won over by Marquis Otave in one fell swoop, drawing envious glances from everyone. However, at this moment, Roland, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes upon hearing Yafi's words. Marquis Octoberland? Then, Roland turned his head and looked up at the private room where the bids had been placed, located in the very center of the second floor. Otave actually had the mind to attend an auction here? Roland frowned slightly. Tomorrow is the Grand Duke's birthday celebration, and Marquis Otave and Marquis Deben are plotting to kill him tomorrow. Logically, shouldn't he be making plans for tomorrow right now? But he still had the time to attend the auction, and he even went so far as to bid on a fox girl. It seems that this Otave isn't a decent person either. Roland thought to himself. Soon after, the fox girl was led away, and then a tall, slender woman with a graceful figure, a cold demeanor, and an exquisitely beautiful face was brought onto the stage. Her delicate ears were particularly eye-catching, serving as proof of her elven identity. At this moment, Roland was pondering Otto Brenlin's matter and was not paying attention to what was happening on stage. But then, he suddenly heard Catherine's excited voice. "Coranda. Yes, it's Calanda. My lord, you must take a picture of her." Roland suddenly snapped out of his daze and looked up. A stunningly beautiful woman was standing on the stage. Even young Luo was momentarily mesmerized by her beauty. The real appearance of this Coranda is even more beautiful than the one in the book. At that very moment, Roland's heart sank, because he knew that the gold coins he had prepared for tonight were probably not enough. At this moment, gasps of surprise came from the audience. Colanda's cold and noble appearance, compared to the alluring fox girl, was more likely to arouse the noble's desire to conquer. At that moment, Yafi's voice came again. As you can see, this is a rare elven beauty. Our auction house lost 2 gold knights in the process of capturing her, a heavy loss indeed. No one knew whether Yafi was telling the truth or not. But regardless, they still wanted to possess this beautiful elven woman. But Yafi continued speaking. Moreover, this elven beauty is no ordinary person. She is a powerful golden archer. 2 of our golden knights fell to her arrows. But don't worry, her power has been sealed and she is no longer dangerous. If that lord buys her back and trains her properly, she will be an invaluable asset. Golden sharpshooter. Roland's eyes lit up. He currently only has 1 golden knight, Andre, under his command, which is far from enough. If the golden archer Coranda were to join him, his strength would be greatly enhanced. Unfortunately, this is a plus for her, as other nobles will also invest more gold coins to participate. At this moment, Catherine's face also showed anxiety, and she hurriedly moved closer to Roland. She said, "My lord, you absolutely must take a picture of Colanda. She is the first member of my tribe I have met in all these years. I will do anything you ask if you could take a picture of her. Are you willing to do anything?" Roland couldn't help but feel a wicked thought. However, this evil soon came to an abrupt end. This Catherine might be related to my mother Freya by blood. I can't afford to make a big mistake. However, he still comforted Catherine. "Don't worry, I will definitely reunite you sisters today." Catherine nodded with a grateful expression on her face. At the same time, with Yafi's command, the auction officially began. The starting price remains 10,000 gold coins, and each bid must be at least 1,000 gold coins higher. Lord's auction house remains confident. Meanwhile, the many nobles below the stage hurriedly raised their hands, wanting to announce their prices. But before they could speak, a cold and resolute voice suddenly came from the mouth of the elven beauty, Coranda. "Whoever gets me today, I will immediately commit suicide. If you don't want to waste your gold coins, hurry up and come." Everyone was about to bid, but upon hearing her words, their bidding stopped abruptly. Chapter 68, First Showdown. Upon hearing Coranda's words, the previously noisy scene immediately quieted down, and the fanatical nobles seemed to have been doused with cold water, instantly sobering up. Yes, elves are naturally proud, and conquering a beautiful elven woman is already incredibly difficult. But this female elf is a powerful golden archer, making it even more challenging. The nobles, who had been eager to try, immediately withdrew their hands. After all, nobody's gold coins come from thin air. What if they actually spend tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gold coins to bid for this female elf, only to find out she committed suicide? Who can they complain to then? On the other hand, only Roland and Catherine showed expressions of surprise. There is no doubt that Coranda's words helped him defeat most of his competitors. At this moment, the most anxious person was none other than Yafei. Hearing Colanda's words, her heart skipped a beat. Oh no! Sure enough, the once bustling auction hall suddenly became quiet, and the nobles who had raised their hands to bid withdrew them. "Quickly gag her!" Yafi hurriedly spoke to the people beside her, and soon 2 people came up and covered Colanda's mouth. Colanda could only glare angrily at everyone. At this moment, her power had been sealed, and she was no different from an ordinary woman, with no ability to resist. Then, seeing that Colanda was unable to speak, Yafi managed to smile and said, "Don't worry about what this female elf says. She has lost her power now. Once you get her through the auction, she'll be at your mercy. When you attend a noble banquet, if you bring a powerful female elf with you, you'll definitely become the focus of the entire event and make all the noble gentlemen jealous." It must be said that Yafi's words were very persuasive, and those nobles who had calmed down couldn't help but be eager to try again. After all, these nobles are the most vain. Seeing that her words had some effect, Yafei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their auction house had high expectations for this female elf, and they originally estimated that she could fetch a high price of more than 150,000 gold coins. If they made a mistake, they would suffer heavy losses. Unfortunately, before she could completely relax, a familiar mocking voice suddenly rang out from the crowd again. Can you guarantee that this female elf won't commit suicide? If one of us bids for her and then commits suicide the next day, will your Lord Auction House refund our gold coins? The speaker was Mrs. Lorick, who had caused trouble earlier. She seemed to have a great deal of prejudice against Yafi and would never miss an opportunity to kick someone when they were down. I heard that Earl Lorick has been pursuing Yafi recently. No wonder this woman is so angry. Yafi is really unlucky to have run into this fierce woman today. There were whispers around him, and Roland understood what they were saying. So that's how it is. Mrs. Lorick has come to defend her dignity. When Yafei heard her words, a rare look of annoyance appeared on her face, but she quickly recovered and forced a smile as she spoke. Unless we are auctioning counterfeit goods, the gold coins are non-refundable. This is the rule of the auction, and everyone knows it. Hearing Yafi's words, Mrs. Lorick sneered again and said, Yes, so you don't care whether this female elf lives or dies, since you've already gotten the money, right? I won't say anything more. The female elf herself said that as long as someone buys her, she will immediately commit suicide. I'd like to see which wise nobleman will bid for this female elf this time. After speaking, she gave Roland a somewhat unfriendly look. Roland understood that the other party was angry that he had just helped Yafi, but Roland could only shrug helplessly because he was determined to get the ring of the sea god. And this time, he had to apologize again to Mrs. Lorick, who had been so helpful to him. Sorry, but I'm definitely getting this female elf too. The nobles who had just been lively fell silent again because of Lady Lorick's words. After all, no one wants to be the wise nobleman she's talking about. Yafei's face turned ugly again. Looking at the deserted crowd below the stage, she forced a smile and said, Now, let's begin the auction for this female elf. The starting bid is 10,000 gold coins, and each bid must be at least 1,000 gold coins higher. Lord Auction House originally set the starting price at 10,000 gold coins because they were confident, but now it seems they might suffer a huge loss. Sure enough, after Yafi finished speaking, an eerie silence fell over the field once again. Yafei's face darkened, and then she hurriedly said, Everyone has seen what this female elf looks like. She's one of the top elves in the entire Triumph City, and even the most ordinary elves have a lifespan of up to 200 years. This female elf's appearance can last at least 80 years. Even if she doesn't like her anymore in the future, she'll definitely get a good deal if she resells her. Yafi kept introducing Karanda, but the nobles in the audience weren't fools. What use was this female elf for 80 years? What if she died tomorrow? Seeing that the audience still didn't react, Yafei's face grew increasingly gloomy. No matter how hard she tried, no one made a bid. If anyone manages to bid on this female elf, then Yafi will agree to have dinner with him. Yafei once again revealed her graceful figure and snow-white thighs, and then said seductively, Unfortunately, people still didn't buy it. Yafi suddenly became anxious and couldn't help but look again at the young nobleman who had just helped her. Roland felt the other person's gaze, then shook his head somewhat helplessly. It seems I'm going to be that wise nobleman in everyone's eyes again. Then, Roland slowly raised his hand, preparing to make an offer. Seeing this, Yafei also showed an expression of anticipation and surprise. However, before Roland could speak, a voice suddenly came from above. I'll offer 10,000 gold coins. Roland turned his head to look, then frowned slightly. As expected, the bidder was still Marquis Otov. He had just won the bid for the fox girl, and now he was trying to snatch this elven beauty. You old lecher. The others weren't too surprised to see Otov enter the bidding, as it seemed they were all aware of Otov's womanizing nature. The biggest surprise was for Yafei. She was hoping that Roland would help her this time, but unexpectedly another bidder appeared. Maybe this time the bid will be sold without the reserve price. Thank you for the offer, Marquis Otov. You have excellent judgment. Is there anyone else who would like to make a bid? Yafei said with some surprise. Unfortunately, after Otov announced his price, the room fell silent again. Otov's bid failed to ignite any enthusiasm from the crowd. Yafi called out several more times with a disappointed look. It seemed that good luck was not on her side. The female elf was going to sell at the reserve price again. Just as she was about to put down the hammer, suddenly, a voice came from the previously silent crowd again. I'll offer 11,000 gold coins. Everyone turned around abruptly and realized that it was the little baron from before. He actually dared to steal a beautiful woman from Marquis Otov. He must be quite the lecherous devil. This thought couldn't help but cross everyone's mind. Yafei was pleasantly surprised again. This auction was so exciting that even she, a veteran, was a little overwhelmed. She hurriedly and excitedly said, "Thank you for the bid, Baron Roland. Is there anyone else who would like to make a bid?" Competition drives prices up. Meanwhile, in a VIP room on the second floor, Otav heard Roland's voice. His face turned slightly cold, and then he spoke. "Find out who that kid who just made the bid is. How dare he try to steal my woman from Otav?" "Yes, sir." Then, an attendant left the VIP room, and Otav waved his hand lightly, at which point someone next to him shouted, "We're offering 15,000 gold coins." Yafi immediately became excited. "They're back. They're all back. The auction atmosphere is back." Roland, not to be outdone, spoke again. "I bid 16,000 gold coins." If Otav is truly determined to win, then Roland knows he is unlikely to compete, but his bottom line hasn't been reached yet, so perhaps there's still chance. So the two of them went back and forth bidding, and soon the price soared to 50,000 gold coins. At this moment, Yafei's eyes were already squinting with a smile, and she kept using her skillful words to stir up competition between the two of them. Meanwhile, in a VIP room upstairs, the attendant who had been conducting the investigation quickly returned. "Your Excellency, the person who made the bid is the second son of Earl Rowena of Cape Brun and Baron Roland of Crab Island." Upon hearing his words, Otav showed a surprised expression and then quickly sneered. "He has long coveted Cape Brun. If it weren't for the Grand Duke's restraint, he would have annexed Cape Brun long ago. However, once the Grand Duke of Triumph is dead tomorrow, no one will be able to stop him. Rowena will follow the Grand Duke of Triumph. And as for this little Rowena's second son, the Baron of Cancer Island, let's kill them all as well. Anyway, this kid is going to die tomorrow, and I can easily snatch his stuff then. Why waste my gold coins here? Besides, there are more important things to bid on later, and it's unwise to waste too many gold coins here." Thinking of this, he suddenly intervened to stop his subordinates from making an offer. Meanwhile, Yafi, who was eagerly awaiting Marquis Otav's next bid, never heard from the VIP room. Yafi was a little disappointed. She didn't understand why Otav had suddenly given up the bidding. However, the result was much better than before, so she gave a professional smile and said, "If no one else makes a bid, then this elf will belong to Baron Roland. Is there anyone else?" However, the arena remained silent, so Yafi could only helplessly lower the hammer and then smile as she spoke. "Congratulations, Baron Roland. You've acquired this beautiful elven woman." "We did it. We did it. Sir, we really got it," Catherine said to Roland with an excited expression. Roland remained calm and smiled as he spoke. "I promise to take the picture for you, and I will definitely do it." Although Roland's face remained calm, he was secretly relieved that Otav had stopped following him. Otherwise, his chances of winning would have been slim. The other nobles nearby looked puzzled when they saw the two of them. Her man bought another woman, and she doesn't know what this woman is so happy about. At this moment, Coranda looked at Roland below the stage with a face full of grief and resentment. Although Roland is very handsome, she will not succumb to him because of that. She planned to kill the other person after they released her, and then commit suicide. At this moment, several people were escorting her away and keeping a close watch on her to ensure that nothing happened to her before she was handed over. Otherwise, the auction would be void. However, at this moment, Roland and Catherine followed, and then hurriedly said, "Wait, can we be alone with her for a bit?" The person in charge of guarding Calanda hesitated for a moment before speaking. "My lord, this female elf is too fierce. It would be bad if something happened to her." Roland has not yet paid the gold coins, so he must now ensure Coranda's safety. If the female elf commits suicide in his hands, he will be finished. However, Roland seemed to understand his thoughts, so he directly took out a stack of gold notes worth 50,000 gold coins from his pocket, handed them over, and said, "Is it okay now?" He hurriedly took the gold note, then smiled broadly, and said, "Of course. But sir, please don't untie her, otherwise you might get hurt. We'll be waiting here. Just call us if you need anything." After saying that, they took a few steps back, but still dared not let Calanda out of their sight. Coranda looked at Roland and Catherine approaching with an angry expression. Roland stopped 3 steps away from her, while Catherine came directly to her side and said in an excited but weak voice, "Coranda, it's me, Catherine. Do you remember me?" The previously furious Coranda suddenly showed a shocked expression then looked at the woman in front of her with disbelief. Catherine. Distant memories flooded her mind instantly, and scene after scene appeared before her eyes. She was a girl 2 years older than her. The two were incredibly close playmates who had followed their tribe through countless displacements until they were finally separated completely 17 years ago. At this moment, the girl's figure gradually overlapped with the woman in front of her. It really is Catherine. Kalanda cried out excitedly, but her mouth was sealed shut and tears of excitement welled up in her eyes. The guards around seemed about to come over and ask if they needed help, but Roland stopped them. Seeing this, Catherine quickly held back her tears and whispered, "Don't get agitated, Kalanda. We can't attract other people's attention. Just keep pretending as you were before, and I'll come back to take you away after the auction." Upon hearing her words, Kalanda realized that she had been too intense just now, and then, holding back her tears, nodded. Only after Catherine nodded to Roland did Roland call the guards over again. "Please keep an eye on her for me. I'll come and take her away after the auction." In fact, Roland could have left right now, but the auction for the Tree of Life leaf that Vivian's family needed hadn't started yet, so he wanted to wait and see. Maybe he could be of some help. The guards then came over and took Kalanda away. Apart from the female elf seeming to be crying from fright, they didn't notice anything unusual. Meanwhile, Roland returned to the auction hall with Catherine. Chapter 69, The Legendary Fruit of Wisdom. Upon returning to the hall, Roland heard a tremendous commotion, a stark contrast to the desolate atmosphere he had left behind. "I'll offer 300,000 gold coins. I'll offer 310,000 gold coins. I'll offer 350,000 gold coins." Bidding was incessant, with everyone vying for the offer. The competition seemed fierce. To Roland's surprise, the price had reached over 300,000 gold coins, whereas the highest price he had ever paid at auction was only a few 100,000 gold coins. What exactly is it, and why is it worth so much money? Roland returned to the hall and soon saw a shimmering green leaf lying quietly on the platform. Roland raised an eyebrow, not expecting the Tree of Life's leaf to appear so quickly. He couldn't help but turn to look at Wilt and Vivian in the distance. Although they hadn't made a bid yet, Roland could tell they were extremely nervous. Meanwhile, prices continued to soar. "I'll offer 400,000 gold coins. I'll offer 420,000 gold coins. I'll offer 500,000 gold coins." Before long, the price of the Tree of Life leaf soared to a staggering 500,000 gold coins, and only then did the bidding gradually slow down. Seeing that the competition was less intense, Wilt quickly called out, "I'll offer 520,000 gold coins." However, his price was quickly surpassed by others. "I'll offer 530,000 gold coins. I'll offer 550,000 gold coins." Wilt and Vivian looked slightly disappointed as their bids were easily surpassed, but they quickly resubmitted their bids. Soon enough, the price of Tree of Life leaves climbed to 600,000 gold coins, and the number of bidders decreased again, with several more withdrawing from the auction. After all, the price was beyond the reach of most people. At this moment, the happiest person was none other than Yafei. After suffering 2 consecutive setbacks, this leaf from the Tree of Life finally brought the auction into her rhythm, allowing her to regain the dignity of the auction goddess. Everyone knows that the leaves of the Tree of Life are rare treasures, only found on the Tree of Life in the Forest Elf Kingdom. However, the relationship between the Forest Elf Kingdom and us humans has always been hostile, making it extremely difficult for us to obtain a single leaf from the Tree of Life. If we miss this opportunity, it won't be so easy to encounter a leaf from the Tree of Life again. Do you really want to miss out on it? It must be said that Yafei's words were indeed quite persuasive, and the number of bids on the field increased significantly after she finished speaking. Soon, the price of elf tree leaves exceeded 800,000 gold coins, and it continued to climb. At this moment, Viscount Wilt had already taken out a handkerchief and was wiping his sweat incessantly. This price was not far from their limit, and if it continued to rise, they would have no choice but to give up. This also means that the ancient oak tree in the family will inevitably perish, and their family will begin to decline as a result. 850,000 gold coins. Wilt raised his hand and shouted, his voice trembling slightly. This time, the crowd seemed to calm down, and after a while, still no one made another bid. Worth couldn't help but get excited when he saw this. But then, a voice shattered his illusion. 860,000 gold coins. Wilt's face turned pale instantly, and he shouted with difficulty, 8,700,000 gold coins. 900,000 gold coins. At this point, only 2 people remained on the field, still vying for the leaf of the Tree of Life, and the price finally broke through an astonishing 900,000 gold coins. This time, Wilt remained silent for a long time, sitting in his chair with a deathly pale face. This time, they only managed to scrape together 900,000 gold coins in total. They couldn't come up with another 10,000 gold coins. Father, what do we do? We're out of gold coins. Quick, make an offer, Vivian said with a look of panic. Wilt forced a smile, his face deathly pale, and said, That's it. This is all we have left. We didn't expect the competition to be so fierce. We have no chance left. Vivian's eyes immediately welled up with tears, and she sobbed as she spoke. What should we do about Grandpa Oak? Wilt sighed and said, Let's leave it to fate. Maybe it can pull through on its own. However, they knew perfectly well that without the energy replenishment from the leaves of the Tree of Life, the ancient oak tree would inevitably perish. At this moment, Yafei felt a little disappointed when she saw that no one had made a bid for a long time. However, she was already very satisfied with the price, so she smiled elegantly and said, Is there anyone else who wants a bid? If not, then this leaf of the Tree of Life will soon belong to that nobleman. Yafei waited for a while, and Wilt indeed had no intention of bidding. He understood that the price had exceeded their limit. The outcome of the auction was decided, and there was no need to continue. So she smiled slightly, slowly raised the small hammer, and said, All right, this precious leaf from the Tree of Life will belong to... However, just as she was about to finish speaking, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. I'll offer 1 million gold coins. 1 million gold coins. That's a whopping 100,000 gold coins more than the previous 900,000. Yafei quickly stopped the small hammer she was about to bring down in midair, then turned her head with a look of surprise. It was him. Yafei was extremely surprised. She hadn't expected that the one who made the bid was Baron Roland again. He was truly a man of great hidden talent. Wilt and Vivian stared in shock at Roland in the distance. Vivian's shock quickly turned to ecstasy, and she hurriedly grabbed Wilt's arm, saying, Father, it's Roland. It's him. He's helping us. Roland turned and smiled at them. Wilt knew that Roland was helping them, but he didn't want to lose face, so he could only silently turn his head away. Another nobleman participating in the auction seemed to be taken aback by Roland's move of adding 100,000 gold coins at once, and did not submit a new bid for a long time. Yafei called out several more times, but no one bid again. So she smiled and gently lowered the gavel, calling out loudly, Congratulations, Baron Roland, on acquiring this leaf from the Tree of Life. Roland rose gracefully, smiled, and bowed slightly to those around him with one hand on his chest. Then, Roland looked at Wilt and Vivian in the distance and pointed towards the backstage area. The two of them understood and got up to walk toward the backstage area. Soon, the 3 of them met up backstage. Thank you, Roland. Vivian was so excited that she could no longer contain herself and rushed into Roland's arms, kissing him passionately. Roland, seeing that Wilt's face had darkened, quickly pushed Vivian aside and then said with a light laugh, So many people are watching, Vivian. Vivian then realized that her father was still beside her, and her face immediately turned red. She then left Roland's embrace. Roland smiled and looked at Wilt, saying, Lord Wilt, you must have 900,000 gold coins. Give me the gold coins, and I will take the leaves of the Tree of Life and give them to you. Wilt looked at Roland and, without hesitation, took out 900,000 gold notes and handed them to Roland. Roland then took these gold notes, added another 100,000, and went to the staff to pay all the gold coins. Then, a leaf with a faint green glow was placed on an exquisitely shaped wooden box and handed to Roland. Roland took the leaf from the Tree of Life and, without hesitation, handed it to Wilt, saying, Viscount Wilt, these are the leaves of the Tree of Life you need. I hope your ancient oak tree can recover soon. Hearing this, Wilt realized that his daughter had already told the boy about their family secrets, but now was not the time to pursue it. After all, Roland had helped him so much. However, the proud Wilt was unwilling to lose face, so he said to Roland, Roland, don't worry, I will repay you double the 100,000 gold coins I owe you within a year. Roland smiled and said, If Viscount Wilt wants to repay the money, 100,000 gold coins will suffice. There's no need for this. Wilt snorted coldly and said, When have I wilt ever owed anyone a favor. Since you helped me, I will naturally repay you twofold. Seeing this, Roland knew he couldn't persuade him, so he laughed heartily and said, Great, I didn't expect to earn gold coins tonight. It was definitely worth the trip. He only spent 60,000 gold coins to bid for the ring of Poseidon and Coranda before, but now he has earned back 100,000 gold coins in one go. He really made a profit, ha. Afterwards, the three of them returned to the auction house. They had all gotten what they wanted, and the rest of the time was for them to fully enjoy the auction feast. Sure enough, the auction truly entered its climax only after the sale of the Tree of Life leaves began. The previous bidding was merely a warm-up. As can be seen from a starting price, previous auction items all had a starting price of 10,000 gold coins, with each bid increment not less than 1,000 gold coins. However, starting with the Tree of Life leaves, the starting price became 100,000 gold coins, with each bid increment not less than 10,000 gold coins. The auction continued, and the entire auction house was in a frenzy, with precious treasures being snapped up by people for astonishing prices of hundreds of thousands or even millions. One of the monster pet eggs, equivalent to a purple crystal knight, was auctioned off for an astonishing price of 1.08 million gold coins. However, if the winner can actually raise the pet to the purple crystal knight level, then it will definitely not be a loss. Another gem that could increase the speed of fire-type cultivation with a noble title was also auctioned off for a hefty price of 800,000 gold coins. A top-tier water-based magic scroll, ninefold giant wave, was auctioned off for 500,000 gold coins, and the winner was none other than Marquis Otov from the VIP room. This made Roland somewhat wary. Perhaps he would see him use the scroll tomorrow. He hoped that the triumphant Duke would have a way to deal with it. Many other items also fetched astonishingly high prices. The most fiercely contested item tonight is a mysterious fruit. According to Yafi, this fruit is called the Fruit of Wisdom. Roland had never heard of this before, but Catherine looked shocked when she did. Legend has it that after consuming the Fruit of Wisdom, there is a chance to comprehend the power of an element again. Catherine explained, utterly shocked. Upon hearing this, Roland was equally shocked. To enable someone to comprehend an elemental power once again was something even a god couldn't do. Logically speaking, such a precious treasure should not exist in Triumph City, but should be auctioned in Holy Dragon City. After all, it is something that even legendary powerhouses would covet, and it would definitely fetch a higher price in Holy Dragon City. However, Roland quickly understood the reason. It turns out that this was just a fruit from a side tree of the Tree of Wisdom. Although it theoretically also had the ability to make people comprehend the second element, the probability was much weaker than that of the original Fruit of Wisdom, and was negligible. Even with such low odds, it couldn't stop these big shots from becoming stronger. People always think they are the protagonists of the world, and that Lady Luck will favor them. Moreover, these fake fruits of wisdom actually appear quite frequently compared to the real ones. Every year, a few fake fruits of wisdom are circulated on the market, causing a frenzy among many people. Unfortunately, over the years, there have been at least several hundred fake fruits of wisdom, but only one wind knight over 30 years ago managed to comprehend the water element after consuming it, becoming a powerful dual elemental knight. Since then, no one has succeeded. It is precisely because of this person's existence that people believe that this fruit of wisdom can truly enable people to comprehend a second magical element. Even if the probability is low, it is still possible, isn't it? Then, this fruit of wisdom brought the entire auction to its climax. 1.8 million gold coins. This fruit of wisdom was auctioned off for a staggering 1.8 million gold coins, setting a new record for the highest price ever paid. To Roland's surprise, Otov also managed to acquire this fruit of wisdom. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, Otov, looking at the fruit of wisdom in his hand, couldn't help but burst into laughter. With this fruit of wisdom, he has gathered all the ingredients for his ancient alchemy formula. Once he succeeds in refining it, his chances of comprehending the second element will be fully realized. At that time, even if he faces the Duke of Triumph, he may not be without a chance of victory, and taking over the Duke of Triumph's position will be a natural progression. Ha. Thinking of this, Otov couldn't help but let out a wild laugh. And with that, the entire auction came to a complete end. Some are triumphant, some are dejected. Fortunately, Roland had already obtained what he wanted. Although he envied the other things, he did not have enough money and could only sigh in vain. Catherine, already impatient, rushed towards the backstage of the auction house. Kalanda, she's still being held here. Chapter 70, My Mother is a Princess? Soon, they saw Karanda, who was still imprisoned. She was calmly waiting for Catherine's arrival, and only when she saw Catherine did she smile. Catherine suppressed her excitement and slowly walked towards Karanda, then directly untied all the ropes binding her. Stop right now. This woman is incredibly violent. The guards nearby saw this and quickly spoke up to stop them, then prepared to step forward to intervene. However, Roland stopped them directly and said, "No need. We'll take responsibility if anything happens." The group immediately stopped and looked at Karanda, who was now freed from her restraints. Although her power was still sealed, they were afraid they wouldn't be able to stop her if she really wanted to commit suicide. To their surprise, Karanda, now freed from her restraints, did not make any dangerous moves. Instead, she stood quietly at a distance, motionless. The group frowned immediately. Turns out, what this woman said earlier was just bragging. It made us all so nervous. Seeing that Karanda had no suicidal tendencies, the group breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the leader revealed a lewd smile and said to Roland, "My lord, you must be getting impatient. This female elf looks incredibly voluptuous." He. My lord, you're in for a treat." Roland merely glanced at him and said, "Hurry up and get the paperwork done for me. Stop talking nonsense." He thought Roland was impatient, so he hurriedly agreed. Then, he quickly completed the formalities and gave Roland a pill, saying, "My lord, this is a pill to restore the female elf strength, but I advise you to use it with caution. Otherwise, if she recovers her strength and hurts you, it will be difficult to catch her again. Even if she doesn't hurt anyone, it will be difficult to catch her if she escapes." Roland didn't waste any words with them, and turned to beckon Catherine and Karanda to leave. The three then left the auction house under the watchful eyes of numerous guards. Even long after the three of them had left, the guards continued to indulge in vulgar jokes about the female elf. As soon as he stepped out of the auction house, Roland handed the pill directly to Karanda and said, "Kalanda, this is a pill to unlock your power. I think you'll need it." Kalanda was extremely suspicious of Roland's goodwill. She accepted the pill, but did not put it in her mouth. Catherine quickly grabbed her hand and said, "Kalanda, don't worry. Lord Roland is one of us. He won't harm us." Upon hearing her words, Kalanda's face turned slightly angry, and she said, "Catherine, have you also succumbed to humanity? Have you forgotten the glory of our Milan family?" Upon hearing the name Milan again, Roland couldn't help but prick up his ears in curiosity. Catherine looked a little upset and tried to explain. "Of course I will never forget. However, Lord Roland is my savior, and my following him now does not mean that I have forgotten the glory of my family." Seeing that the two women started arguing as soon as they met, Roland quickly spoke up. "You should say a few more words. There are too many people and too many eyes here. Why don't we go back and talk about it later?" Upon hearing this, Catherine's tone softened, and she took Karanda's hand and spoke. "Kalanda, let's go back first. My situation is complicated, and I can't explain it to you clearly here in a short time." When Kalanda heard her words, after all, she was her only remaining companion, so her expression softened, and she said, "Catherine, we need to have a serious talk." But suddenly, her expression furrowed, and she said, "However, I will not submit to this human." Roland said helplessly, "Don't worry. I don't want you to submit to me. If you don't want to stay by my side, you can leave freely tomorrow after you recover your strength." Kalanda merely glanced at Roland and said nothing more. Hypocritical humans. Afterwards, the three returned directly to Roland's residence. It was almost late at night, and everyone had gone back to their rooms to rest. The sudden appearance of the elf did not cause much of a commotion. Roland also gave Catherine and Karanda enough space. The two hadn't seen each other for over a decade, and they must have had a lot to talk about. Although Roland also wanted to win over Karanda, he couldn't do anything if she was unwilling to follow him. Nothing more was said that night, and Roland went straight to his room to rest. Hopefully, Catherine will bring him good news tomorrow. Roland thought to himself. It wasn't until early the next morning that Catherine knocked on Roland's door to wake him up. When Roland opened the door, he saw Catherine standing there, her eyes bloodshot and looking exhausted. It seemed she hadn't slept all night. "My lord, I talked with Coranda for a long time last night, but she still doesn't want to stay here. I'm sorry, my lord. I've disappointed you. Catherine said with some shame that she had begged Roland to save Coranda, but in the end Coranda was unable to stay and help Roland, which made her feel very guilty. This result did not surprise Roland. After all, subduing an elf is not easy. So, he chuckled and shook his head, saying, "There's nothing to be disappointed about. I didn't take the picture of her yesterday because I wanted to subdue her, but simply because she is one of your people. Now that she's been rescued, my goal has been achieved, so there's nothing to be disappointed about." Catherine looked at Roland with a deeply moved expression, unable to express her feelings in words, and finally could only say with utmost seriousness, "No matter what, I will always follow you, master." Look, a mere 50,000 gold coins were enough to significantly boost Catherine's favorability. This was definitely a profitable move. Roland smiled and nodded, then said, "Is Coranda still there? Can you take me to see her?" Catherine nodded, then led Roland back to her room. There was a stunningly beautiful woman named Coranda who was sitting on the bed resting with her eyes closed. Hearing the noise, she suddenly opened her eyes and her aura burst forth instantly. However, after seeing that the people who came were Roland and Catherine, she quickly withdrew her aura. It seems that Coranda has taken the pill and regained her strength as a golden archer. Coranda frowned as she looked at the two people who entered. Roland broke the silence first, speaking with a smile. "Coranda, have you decided to leave?" Coranda nodded, then her brow relaxed a little, and she said, "Yes, I once swore that I would never submit to humans, but since you saved me, I will not forget your kindness. If you need my help in the future, you can always come to me. I will visit Catherine in your territory from time to time." Roland smiled and said, "Don't worry, if that day ever comes, I will definitely not be embarrassed." Coranda's expression softened, and it was clear that she didn't want to owe Roland a favor. In fact, she would have preferred if Roland had made some requests of her. Then, she looked at Roland and said seriously, "I'll be leaving in a little while. Catherine doesn't want to come with me and wants to stay by your side, so there's nothing I can do. But if you ever dare to treat Catherine badly in the future, I will definitely come back to take revenge on you and let you know how terrifying an elven archer is." Upon hearing this, Catherine immediately became anxious and said, "Coranda, what nonsense are you talking about? Lord Roland is a benevolent, noble lord, not the kind of person you're describing." Roland didn't seem to care, and instead said with a smile, "Don't worry, I've always considered Catherine my best friend." Coranda's expression softened a bit, and then she spoke. "I hope so." Afterwards, Coranda and Catherine said their final goodbyes. The two had not seen each other for more than 10 years, and now, having just met, they had to part ways again because of their differing beliefs. Although they both cared deeply for each other, they were still unable to change their inner obsessions. As the two were about to say their final goodbye, Roland finally couldn't hold back the question that had been troubling him so much. "Ahem, Coranda, since you're leaving soon, I have one last question. Can you and Catherine answer it for me?" Roland coughed twice and said. The two looked at Roland with confusion, wondering what he might be asking, but Coranda nodded and said, "If I knew, I would tell you." Catherine nodded and said, "Sir, what's the problem?" So Roland asked the question he had been pondering all night. "You mentioned the glory of the Milan family earlier. May I ask what kind of family the Milan family actually is?" Upon hearing his words, Coranda's expression, which had been relaxed, immediately changed. She then stared intently at Roland and said, "Why are you asking this? What's your purpose?" Catherine also looked extremely troubled, and then said, "Sir, I'm sorry, I cannot tell you this." Seeing the two react so strongly, Roland was also a little surprised, so he spoke directly. "I also know someone with the surname Milan, so I'm a little curious and would like to ask about it." Upon hearing Roland's words, the two immediately showed expressions of excitement. Coranda's dream is to restore the glory of the Milan family. Now she has finally met a member of her clan, Catherine, but Catherine is unwilling to follow her. Therefore, she urgently needs to find more members of her clan, especially like-minded ones. Catherine looked at Roland with equal excitement. If what Roland said is true, then they have information about another member of their tribe. "Really? What's her name? Where is she now?" Coranda asked, somewhat excitedly. Catherine's gaze was also fixed on Roland. Looking at their excited expressions, Roland hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Her name is Freya Milan. Do you know her?" The expressions on their faces froze instantly. their eyes filled with disbelief. It wasn't until Coranda recovered first that she rushed to Roland, grabbed his arm, and said excitedly, "It's Her Highness. Where's Her Highness? Tell me quickly where Her Highness is." "Princess? My mother is their princess?" Roland was taken aback, equally surprised. Seeing that Roland remained silent, Catherine asked anxiously, "My lord, quickly tell us where the princess is." Roland then came to his senses, his expression turning somewhat somber, and said, "She is dead." The two were stunned for a moment. Then their faces turned pale, especially Calanda, who even became unsteady on her feet. "No, impossible. Her Highness couldn't have died." Calanda steadied herself against the table beside her and said through gritted teeth. Then she suddenly thought of something and abruptly raised her head to look at Roland and asked, "How do you know our princess's name? What is your relationship with her?" Katrina, her eyes also filled with tears, looked at Roland with a pale face. Roland was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, "Although you may not believe it, I still have to say that Freya Milan is my biological mother. It was because she gave birth to me that she had health problems and unfortunately passed away a month later." Upon hearing Roland's words, the two turned their heads sharply and stared at Roland in disbelief. Before Roland said anything, they hadn't noticed anything, but now that Roland had confessed, they could indeed see a trace of the princess on Roland's face. Could it be? Is what he said true? Even now, the two still find it hard to accept the reality that the princess has passed away. However, at this moment, Coranda suddenly thought of something, and her expression changed drastically. She stared intently at Roland and said, "Impossible. You're lying." Roland was stunned. What he said was the absolute truth. So he frowned and said, "Everything I said is true. There is absolutely not a single lie." Calanda responded with a cold laugh. If you really are our princess's child, then you should be a half-elf, not a complete human." Hearing his words, Roland smiled wryly and said, "Although I was also surprised by this, I really couldn't explain it." Calanda seemed to have caught Roland in a compromising situation and immediately pressed closer, sneering as she spoke. "Speak. Why did you impersonate our princess's child? Did you think it would make me follow you?" "I really didn't think that. It's just that Freya Milan is really my mother's name. I'm not lying to you." Catherine, however, did not believe that Roland would lie to her, so she hurriedly asked, "My lord, is there something the princess gave you that you've never left your person?" Upon hearing her words, Coranda suddenly realized the possibility and hurriedly looked at Roland again. "Mother's things? Something that has never left the body?" Roland thought for a moment, then said, "It seems there really is something." Then he pulled a necklace from his chest and said, "I've worn this necklace as long as I can remember, and it's made of a very special material that even a silver knight can't break. That's why I've never been able to take it off before." Hearing Roland's words, the two finally realized the only possibility. Can you take it off now?" Calanda said, her voice trembling slightly. Roland hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. He then unleashed the power of his golden knight form, pulling with both hands. In an instant, the necklace appeared in his hand. Put the necklace aside," Calanda said, her voice trembling with excitement. Roland seemed to understand their thoughts at this moment, so he nodded and put the necklace that had been with him for 17 years aside. And at that moment, a subtle change occurred to Roland's expression. Two slender ears slowly perked up. Chapter 71 in Elf Quest. Catherine and Coranda stared in shock at what they saw. Although Roland's ears were not as sharp as theirs, there was no doubt that he did indeed have elven blood. And they have royal blood. You are really the princess's child?" Calanda said, her voice trembling slightly. Although Roland had long anticipated his origins, he still found it difficult to accept when he personally witnessed it all. "What exactly did my father do?" "They actually brought back an elf princess to have children." Afterwards, Roland quickly regained his composure and said, "If my mother Freya is the princess you speak of, then you are indeed right." Upon hearing Roland's words, Coranda and Catherine exchanged a glance, and then suddenly knelt down on one knee. "Your subordinate, Catherine." "Your subordinate, Calanda. Greetings, Your Highness." Roland was stunned. He had inexplicably become some kind of prince. So he quickly helped the two of them up and said, "You don't need to do this. I am just a minor baron, not your prince." However, Calanda shook her head and said firmly, "No, You are Princess Freya's only child, so you are our prince. Roland was somewhat helpless. He didn't want to be some kind of prince in name only, as he not only had no power, but would also easily bring disaster upon himself. However, the two seemed to have already decided on him, so Roland could only ask helplessly, "Can you tell me my mother's story? Since she was a princess, what country was she from?" Coranda and Catherine exchanged a glance, and then Catherine explained to Roland, "Your Highness, are you familiar with the 3 great elven kingdoms?" Roland naturally knew this, so he nodded and said, "Of course. The 3 great elven kingdoms are the Forest Elf Kingdom in the south, the Snow Elf Kingdom in the north, and the Wilderness Elf Kingdom in the west." Catherine nodded and said, "Do you know how those 3 great elven kingdoms came to be?" Fortunately, Roland had read a lot of history books after arriving in this world, so he continued speaking without interruption. More than 100 years ago, the elven race did not originally have 3 major elven kingdoms, but only one incredibly powerful elven empire. Unfortunately, the elven empire later engaged in a massive war with the 3 major human empires, and in the end, the elven empire suffered a crushing defeat and was split into the 3 major elven kingdoms we know today. After Roland finished speaking, he looked at the two of them and then asked, "Am I right?" Upon hearing his words, Catherine and Coranda couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow on their faces, but Catherine still nodded and said, "That's roughly how it went." However, the Elven Empire's defeat wasn't due to humans. At the time, the Elven Empire was incredibly powerful, and in the initial wars against the 3 major human empires, it even held the upper hand for a period of time. Upon hearing her words, Roland also showed a curious expression and said something. If that's the case, then why did the Elf Empire ultimately lose? At this point, Catherine and Coranda couldn't help but reveal intense hatred in their eyes, and Catherine gritted her teeth and said, "It was because of betrayal. The 3 great elven kingdoms were 3 enormous elven tribes within the empire. Unexpectedly, they colluded with humans and turned against us in the most crucial battle. Together with the 3 great human empires, they massacred our empire's elite troops and many powerful warriors. After that, our elven empire fell into internal strife and suffered repeated defeats until finally, the capital was breached. Our queen and the vast majority of the royal bloodline perished in that battle. Only less than 1,000 people managed to escape with a small number of royal bloodlines, and that's when our life as fugitives began." Upon hearing Catherine's words, Roland suddenly couldn't help but gasp. He had initially thought that his mother, Freya, might be a princess from some elven tribe, but now it seemed that she was quite frightening. His own mother was actually a princess from the incredibly powerful elven empire of over 100 years ago. Although the elf empire has long since fallen apart, its fame still resonates with countless people to this day. But Catherine continued speaking. "For the next 100 years, we were constantly on the run and in exile, but the human empire and the 3 great elven kingdoms never gave up their pursuit. Over these 100 years, our people were constantly killed, and the bloodline of the elven kings fell one after another, until finally, only Princess Freya remained of royal blood. But even so, in the battle 17 years ago, we were completely scattered. Only about 100 people escaped, and their whereabouts are unknown. Princess Freya also completely lost contact with us." At this point, the two couldn't help but show expressions of deep sorrow. Upon hearing this, Roland felt immense sympathy for them and for his mother, Freya. Roland probably guessed what would happen next. His mother, who had been separated from him and was in exile, was rescued by his father, Rowena. The two then developed feelings for each other, got together, and had him. Roland believed that his father, Rowena, must have known his mother's true identity, otherwise he wouldn't have kept her real name a secret from him. However, since Roland had already figured out everything about his background, there was no need for him to confront Rowena anymore. As for Catherine and Coranda, Roland slowly put his necklace back on, his face returning to human form, and then spoke to them. "I am now just a minor baron. If you want me to help you take revenge, it is difficult for me to do so at this time. However, if you are just looking for a safe haven, then I would be very happy to have you follow me." Catherine, of course, didn't need to say anything more and immediately spoke up. "Catherine swears to follow His Highness to the death." Coranda echoed this. "Coranda swears to follow His Highness to the death." Roland smiled slightly and said, "From now on, You could just call me sir. Saying your highness might arouse suspicion. The two immediately nodded in agreement. After dealing with the two women, Roland remembered that he had already completed the mission when he obtained the ring of the sea god yesterday, and the teleportation array, his mission reward, was already on its way. Perhaps when he returned this time, he would hear the good news of the discovery of the teleportation array. The mission should have been updated by now, so Roland hurriedly opened the system panel to check it. Instantly, a panel appeared before his eyes. The old tasks slowly disappeared, while new tasks gradually emerged. Mission, as expected. Your wisdom and courage allowed you to easily obtain another Poseidon component. At the same time, you unexpectedly learned your true origins. As a member of the elven royal family, you gained the support of the remaining elves of the Elven Empire. Unfortunately, they have long since lost their way throughout the world. Therefore, your current mission is to find 10 elves as quickly as possible and gain their allegiance. Quest reward, 1 Poseidon statue. Roland was a little confused as to why the quest involving the elves would reward him with something about the sea god, but that wasn't important because the reward itself surprised and delighted him. He was worried that his faith in the sea god was not strong enough to break the seal on the sea god's parts, but unexpectedly, the system delivered a helpful tool to him. However, Roland doesn't have much of a clue about the task of finding the 10 elves yet, and he plans to start working on it after leaving Triumph City. Everyone was incredibly surprised that Roland had spent a fortune to buy a female elf in the auction house, especially Rhodes and Loria, who ridiculed him relentlessly. Roland, it seems you're still as lewd and debauched as ever. I thought you'd changed your ways, Loria said sarcastically in front of her father, Rowena. Rhodes was also standing nearby, lecturing him in an older brother's tone. Roland, you should be focusing on developing your territory now, instead of using your precious gold coins for your own enjoyment. The two couldn't help but glance at Rowena, hoping their father would give the absurd Roland a good scolding. However, at this moment, Rottweiler's eyes were lost in memories as he looked at Coranda's figure with an extremely complicated expression. Roland knew that this was because Rowena saw Coranda and was reminded of her mother Freya. Rottweiler sighed and said with a somewhat forlorn look in his eyes, Roland, I hope you will treat this female elf kindly from now on. Roland nodded, feigning some surprise. I don't know why. When I saw her at the auction, I felt a strange sense of familiarity, so I made the purchase. Rottweiler moved his lips as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. He just shook his head and said, All right, everyone, let's not waste any more time. Let's hurry up and attend the Grand Duke's birthday celebration. After saying that, he led the way out of the house. Rhodes and Loria looked at Rowena with surprise. They didn't understand why Rowena would have been furious if Roland had done something so absurd in the past. However, since Rottweiler had no objections, they didn't say anything, so they straightened their luxurious clothes and followed him out. The celebration of the Grand Duke's birthday lasts for 3 days, and today is only the first day. A grand performance is being held in the center of Triumph City, which the Grand Duke will also attend. Everyone dressed in their finest attire, presented precious gifts, and congratulated the victorious Duke on his 60th birthday. Even the royal family of Holy Dragon City sent a special envoy to offer their congratulations. Roland and his party walked towards the center of Triumph City. By this time, both sides of the road were already decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations. From time to time, they would encounter performing groups on the street. These groups were invited by the local merchants and wealthy people to celebrate the birthday of the Grand Duke of Triumph. Roland looked at the bustling street with an extremely solemn expression because he knew that behind this prosperity lay a huge crisis. Although the triumphant Duke and his father, Rowena, had made preparations in advance, Roland was still somewhat worried that something unexpected might happen. Soon, they arrived at the city center where there was a huge square, more than 10 times larger than Janchi City. It was already packed with people, with countless citizens flocking to enjoy the once-in-a-century performance. Water and fire mages, rarely seen on ordinary days, were here, waving a giant water ball and a fireball into the sky. The fireball and the water ball collided, causing a huge explosion in the sky, kicking up plumes of water mist. It looked incredibly spectacular, eliciting gasps of amazement from the people below. There were also cultivators leading rare and unusual magical beasts through the crowd, including the mid-level magical beast Crimson Flame Fox and the powerful high-level magical beast Earth Bear, whose 5-meter-tall stature shocked everyone. Compared to ordinary people, Roland and his family had a specific viewing spot, high above, where they could take in the entire performance below. Rhodes and Loria watched the wonderful performances with amazement, exclaiming repeatedly. Even Roland sometimes couldn't help but applaud the performers. As for Rowena, he was nowhere to be seen. Roland guessed that he must have gone to see the Grand Duke triumph, and that they were discussing important matters. Today's activities are a day of universal celebration, with grand performances to share the joy of the birthday celebration with people all over the city. At that moment, Loria suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Look, look, the victorious Duke is out." Everyone hurriedly turned their heads to look and saw a middle-aged man dressed in extremely luxurious clothes slowly walking out from the high platform in the distance. Even though they were far apart, Roland could feel a great sense of majesty from this man. He is the Grand Duke Triumph. Throughout Portland, everyone revered the Grand Duke of Triumph. Of course, Roland was an exception, but that did not diminish his respect for the Grand Duke. This is a sign of respect for strength. As a powerful amethyst knight, the triumphant Duke deserves Roland's respect. The Grand Duke of Triumph smiled and waved to the crowd before returning to his seat and quietly watching the performance below the stage. Roland was also beside him and saw his father, Rottweiler, who was cautiously looking around, but nothing unexpected happened. Until the very end, when the entire venue had dispersed, Otaf and Marquis Dibin had not made a move, which left Roland somewhat disappointed. Are they planning to make their move tomorrow? Roland began to ponder. Chapter 72, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The second day is the most important part of the entire celebration. Other nobles from Portland Province or the Holy Dragon Empire, and even delegations from other countries, will offer their sincerest blessings and most precious gifts to the Grand Duke of Triumph. The place is a mixed bag, and the Grand Duke will be spending the whole day in the central square receiving everyone's blessings. It's very likely that Marquis Debin and Marquis Otaf will make their move at that time. As for the third day, the celebrations were already wrapping up, and some of the delegations returned directly on this day. The Grand Duke of Triumph would also basically not show up again, giving them few opportunities to assassinate him. That evening, Rottweiler called the 3 siblings to his room and told them that they didn't need to attend the Grand Duke's birthday celebration the next day. Roland understood that he was worried that they might be in danger tomorrow. However, Rhodes and Loria didn't understand. "Oh, father, you can't do this. This is the 60th birthday celebration of the triumphant Duke. Our province of Portland hasn't experienced such a grand occasion for many years. How can you bear to let us stay here doing nothing?" Rhodes' son then complained vehemently. Loria did the same, immediately jumping up and angrily saying, "Father, I absolutely will not agree. Unless you tie me up here, I will go tomorrow, unless you tell me a reason why I can't go." Rowena frowned immediately. He naturally couldn't reveal the secret about tomorrow, so he looked at Roland beside him and said, "Rolank, I don't think you'll be going tomorrow." He wanted Rolank to take the lead in staying, so that he could take the opportunity to suppress Rhodes and Loria. To his surprise, Roland, despite knowing the danger, refused his request. This celebration is unprecedented in scale. It would be such a pity not to attend. I think the Grand Duke of Triumph has made all the necessary preparations, and there shouldn't be any unexpected incidents," Roland said with a smile. Rottweiler frowned, but still nodded slowly and said, "Since you've both made up your minds, I won't force you. But you must not wander around tomorrow, and be careful." Rhodes and Loria looked at Rowena in astonishment. They hadn't expected their father to care so much about Roland's opinion. Rhodes's face was particularly somber. He felt his position had been challenged. However, since Rowena didn't seem to notice his reaction, and after emphasizing safety to the 3 of them several more times, he left the mansion directly and headed to the Duke's mansion. Presumably, they would also have a sleepless night tonight. Roland also left the mansion. After the birthday celebration, he would leave, wanting to cherish the short time he spent with Vivian. This time, Roland didn't climb through the window. Instead, he went directly to the door to visit. When Roland visited, Wilt's expression was still grim, but he didn't send him away. He simply said something to Vivian with a sullen face. "Come back soon." So he turned and left, wanting to avoid seeing or being bothered. As for whether Vivian can come back, he had given up hope. So Roland took Vivian on a stroll through Triumph City. At night, Triumph City was ablaze with lights. even more beautiful and colorful than during the day. Amidst Vivian's heartfelt laughter, the two arrived at a noble mansion, a place reserved exclusively for the imperial nobility, and quite expensive. Vivian stood at the entrance of the mansion. Her face flushed, stole a glance at Roland, then bit her lip and whispered, "Bad guy." Then, with a chuckle, Roland pulled him into the mansion. The following day, Triumph City finally ushered in the climax of the Triumph Duke's birthday celebration. Countless people traveled from afar to present the Duke with precious gifts, which undoubtedly greatly demonstrated the authority of the Triumph Duke. Meanwhile, the three Roland siblings were still in the stands they had been assigned, watching the exciting performances. However, Rhodes and Loria were not satisfied because, for some reason, their seats were more secluded than yesterday's. But Roland knew that this must have been a deliberate arrangement by Rowena. "We can't even see the Grand Duke's face clearly here. Are we being targeted?" Rhodes said with an indignant expression. Loria was also extremely annoyed. Then suddenly her eyes darted around, and she said, "Rhodes, hold on. Why don't we sneak over and take a closer look?" Upon hearing this, Rhodes hesitated. Undoubtedly, he desperately wanted to leave, but Rottweiler's authority prevented him from making any rash moves. Upon hearing their conversation, Roland glanced at the two men and said, "I advise you to stay here. There must be a reason why Father arranged for us to be here." Loria glanced at Roland with disdain and said, "You just don't dare to go, and you even mentioned your father's name. If you don't want to go, then don't go. I'll go with Rhodes." After saying that, he pulled Rhodes away. Rhodes hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't resist the allure of the grand event and left the stands. The guards beside him saw this and hurriedly followed. Roland frowned, shook his head, and said nothing. Then they watched the upcoming performance from a distance. Boom, 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 with several loud bangs coming from the sky. The fireworks created by the magicians completely illuminated the entire sky, making it incredibly dazzling and colorful even in daylight. In an instant, the square reached its climax. The onlookers widened their eyes and showed expressions of amazement. After all, most of them had never seen such a scene in their lives. After that, 10 flying magical beasts soared into the sky and performed a series of incredibly dangerous aerial displays in the air, eliciting screams from the crowd. Even Roland himself couldn't help but applaud their brilliant performance. If Roland were on Crab Island right now, he would definitely slap his little dragon mount hard. "Look at how others fly. And look at how you fly. How dare you say you have dragon blood?" After the air show had been going on for a while, an even larger flying monster slowly appeared in the sky above the square from a distance, and on the monster stood a majestic figure. Roland knew that the triumphal Duke had arrived. The flying magical beast beneath him was a top-tier high-level magical beast, the azure-winged Mad Eagle. Anyone who had stayed in Triumph City for a long time knew that the Grand Duke of Triumph usually traveled by this flying magical beast. As the azure-winged eagle continued its descent, when it was still tens of meters above the ground, suddenly a figure leaped down from above. Everyone was immediately startled. Then, with a loud thud, the triumphant Grand Duke landed steadily on the ground. Everyone immediately patted their chests and breathed a sigh of relief. Roland's heart also raced the moment the Grand Duke jumped. It must be said that the Grand Duke's entrance was indeed quite dazzling and spectacular. Honestly, when it's your birthday, you should just sit quietly and wait for people to sing you a birthday song and blow out the candles. Why make it so fancy? However, the Archduke of Triumph was known for his penchant for showing off, so it's not surprising that he did this. Haha! Welcome everyone to my birthday celebration today. Triumph City has never been as lively as it is today. I never thought that at my age, I, Lore, would still be remembered by so many people. Thank you all so much. Ha ha ha. Grand Duke Loretta, whose full name is Loretta Triumph, was standing on the highest platform at the moment, speaking in a hearty voice. Although the distance was far, Roland could still hear his incredibly deep voice clearly. Then, after another round of pleasantries from the Grand Duke, the celebrations finally began. Beside the Grand Duke of Triumph sat many people, all of whom were the most elite nobles of the Holy Dragon Empire. Among them, sitting to the right of the Grand Duke of Triumph, was a prince sent by Holy Dragon City to offer his birthday wishes, which greatly demonstrated the importance the royal family placed on the Grand Duke of Triumph. Then, congratulatory teams from all over the country lined up to present the most precious gifts and the most sincere blessings to the victorious Grand Duke. Those below the rank of Earl are not qualified to come and offer birthday wishes. For example, Viscount Monarch of Victoria City can only come to offer birthday wishes as part of Earl Rowena's delegation. The earls and marquises are very happy about this, because in this way they can legitimately ask them to share the cost of the birthday celebration. The first to wish the Duke a happy birthday were naturally the earls of Portland Province, including Roland's father. Soon, Roland saw his father, Rowena, in the distance. Rowena came to the Duke, bowed respectfully, said something Roland couldn't understand, and finally presented him with a carefully selected gift. Roland knew about this gift. It was a renowned sword worth over 300,000 gold coins, said to be engraved with a magic circle that accelerated the recovery of battle aura, making it a divine weapon for protracted battles. The gift Rottweiler gave was neither outstanding nor inferior to anyone else's. Rottweiler had truly grasped the essence of moderation. However, by this time, Rowena was already a confidant of the triumphal Duke, so these gifts were no longer important. Count Connie then presented his gift. Due to the distance, Roland couldn't hear him clearly, but soon word of his gift spread, a bottle of century-old vintage wine. Besides being delicious, it was said to have a slight effect on accelerating magic and martial arts cultivation, and its value was no less than that of the Rottweiler sword. Soon, the earls of Portland Province had finished presenting their gifts, and the marquises of higher rank also stepped forward to offer their precious gifts. Marquis Indy of Champagne City presented a ferocious-level magical beast cub worth 1,000,000 gold coins, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment. The gifts from the other marquises were all worth more than 500,000 gold coins, and were all rare treasures. At the same time, they were also eagerly anticipating what precious gifts the now even wealthier Marquis Otov would present. Soon, it was Otov's group that came to congratulate him. "Ha ha! Grand Duke of Triumph, today is your 60th birthday, and I have prepared a special gift for you." Ha ha ha! Otov didn't even bow before saying this. Upon hearing his words, the Grand Duke of Triumph narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh, a gift from Marquis Otov? I'm really looking forward to it." Otov's lips curled slightly, and he clapped his hands. Then, two of his men brought over a box that was as tall as a person. "My gift is inside." After saying that, he opened the box, and then a graceful figure sat up from inside the box with a blank expression. How did I get here?" the woman said with a blank expression. Roland recognized her from afar. This woman was the fox girl that Otov had auctioned off at the Lord Auction House a few days ago, and he had actually given her to the triumphant Duke. "The vixen is still in excellent health, so this slut will be yours to enjoy." I've heard that all the fox women are incredibly seductive, so I'm sure the Duke will like her," Otov said with a wicked grin. Everyone else on the field was stunned, staring at Marquis Otov in disbelief. Of course, any man would like a fox woman, but this is something that can't be presented in public. Why didn't you just send it over secretly? How could you give it to the victorious Duke in public as a birthday gift? Moreover, this fox girl seems to be worth only 100,000 gold coins. Marquis Indy gave 1,000,000 gold coins. How come you, Otov, gave less? Everyone was filled with questions, but no one dared to speak up. They all knew that Marquis Otov and the Grand Duke Triumph were at odds, but they never expected that Marquis Otov would dare to cause trouble at the Grand Duke Triumph's birthday banquet. Everyone couldn't help but look at the triumphant Grand Duke. At this moment, the Grand Duke's face darkened, and he squinted at Otov, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Just when everyone thought the Grand Duke was about to explode in anger, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Otov, you really know me. I really like the gift you gave me, so I'll accept it." After saying that, he ordered his men to take the fox girl back, and then looked at Otov with a smile and said, "Otov, please take a seat. There's going to be a very exciting performance later. I don't think you should miss it." Otov frowned slightly as he looked at the smiling Grand Duke Triumph. The Grand Duke's reaction was unexpected and made him feel uneasy. However, he returned to his seat and, looking at the triumphant Grand Duke receiving gifts from the crowd not far away, a cold smile appeared on his face. "Let's see how long you can stay so glamorous." Meanwhile, Rowena turned his head slightly to look at Otov, who was staring at the triumphant Grand Duke with a cold smile in the distance. Then, the corners of Rottweiler's mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 73, The Battle of Triumph City erupts. The birthday celebrations for the Grand Duke of Triumph continue, with each subsequent celebration involving increasingly distinguished individuals and, consequently, increasingly precious gifts. Even in the entire Holy Dragon Empire, the triumphant Duke was one of the most elite nobles. On his 60th birthday, dukes from other provinces would also send gifts. After the nobles in Portland had finished presenting their gifts, the delegations sent by the other dukes began to present their own gifts one by one. Your Excellency, the Triumphal Duke, on behalf of the Duke of Fulton of Akron Province, I come to congratulate you, and the Duke of Fulton has asked me to bring you a gift that he has personally selected. A middle-aged man bowed, slightly, and smiled at the victorious Grand Duke. When facing the envoys of other Grand Dukes, the victorious Grand Duke naturally had to show sufficient respect. So, he stood up, walked down himself, and said with a smile, "Fulton really puts his mind to this. I'll go find him for a drink when I have time." The envoy smiled and spoke respectfully. "Then on behalf of the Duke of Fulton, I welcome you at any time." Then, the messenger personally presented the congratulatory gift, which turned out to be a pair of deep-sea pearls the size of goose eggs, snow white and delicate, which immediately made the eyes of the surrounding noble ladies light up. These are a pair of deep-sea pearls, dug out from a ferocious magical beast, the giant armored rainbow clam. When worn by women, they have the effects of beautifying the skin, nourishing the complexion, and delaying aging. However, Duke Fulton spent a great deal of effort to obtain them. The envoy said with a smile and respect. Upon hearing his words, several noble women could no longer contain themselves and stared intently at the object. If there hadn't been so many people around, they would have already pounced on it. After all, no woman is immune to the fear of the passage of time and the aging of her face. The Archduke of Triumph ordered his men to accept the gift and expressed his gratitude to the Archduke of Fulton. The presentation of gifts then continued. From a distance, Roland could only see a general outline and couldn't hear what gifts they were giving, but he didn't need to ask. The news would come naturally soon. Deep sea pearl? Based on Roland's experience, these two pearls together would definitely be worth more than 1,000,000 gold coins. After all, women's money is the easiest to earn, and the same principle applies in this world. About 10 dukes came to offer their congratulations this time. Although the number of dukes in the Holy Dragon Empire is far greater than that, not all of them have a close relationship with the triumphant duke. Some of them have always disagreed with the triumphant duke on political matters and naturally did not come to offer their congratulations. Afterwards, the other dukes also presented their congratulatory gifts to the victorious duke, which were also quite valuable, but generally within 1,000,000 gold coins, which was naturally within the reach of these dukes. The prince who had been sitting to the right of the Grand Duke of Triumph also stood up and said with a smile, "Grand Duke of Triumph, looking at the gifts others have given you, I'm almost hesitant to give one. What if my gift isn't as good as theirs? Won't they say the royal family is stingy?" Upon hearing his words, the Grand Duke of Triumph quickly waved his hand and then said with a smile, "Your Highness Razor is too kind. Your presence in person to wish me a happy birthday is already the greatest gift you could give me. It shows that His Majesty still thinks highly of this old man." Ha ha ha. Razor smiled slightly and said, "You flatter me, Your Excellency. In my father's eyes, Your Excellency is the backbone of our Holy Dragon Empire. The current prosperity of our Holy Dragon Empire is largely due to your contributions." Upon hearing this, the victorious Grand Duke beamed with joy and then said, "Ha ha, thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. To gain Your Majesty's approval makes my life worthwhile." Then Razor smiled slightly and said, "Then, Your Majesty, I will also present you with my father's congratulatory gift." After saying that, he reached into his robes. Everyone was stunned. They were incredibly curious about the gift from the royal family, but Prince Razor arrived empty-handed and didn't order anyone to present him with a gift. He simply reached into his robes. Could it be that His Highness Razor's gift is in the spatial ring? However, when presenting a congratulatory gift, it is usually arranged neatly and presented in person as a sign of respect. It is not taken out of spatial ring. Prince Razor should not make such a basic mistake. Then, Razor pulled out a strange animal hide scroll from his pocket, which looked incredibly exquisite. What kind of gift is this? Everyone looked on with curiosity. Razor slowly unfurled the animal hide scroll, then glanced around at everyone and said with a smile, "This was specially sent by my father. The Grand Duke of Triumph has dedicated his life to the military, serving with utmost loyalty and making indelible contributions to the Holy Dragon Empire. Therefore, my father has decided to bestow upon the Grand Duke of Triumph the title of second-class Duke. This is the document of conferment. Please keep it safe, Grand Duke." After saying this, he presented the document to the victorious Duke. The Grand Duke of Triumph was stunned for a moment. Then his face lit up with excitement. He never expected that His Majesty the Emperor would elevate him to a higher rank. Originally, although he was a third-class Duke, one of the top nobles in the Holy Dragon Empire, he was still the lowest ranking among the other Grand Dukes. All nobles value their titles above all else. Their dream for generations is to continuously improve their titles. However, the higher the rank, the harder it is to rise. The Grand Duke of Triumph originally thought he would only ever be a third-class Duke, but unexpectedly his title was promoted again today. Wow! Upon hearing Razor's words, everyone was immediately in an uproar. They never expected that His Majesty would present such a generous gift to the victorious Duke at the very end. Meanwhile, Marquis Otof's face had turned a deep, sour look, a mixture of jealousy and anger. However, he quickly regained his calm demeanor. What about a second-class Duke, or even a first-class Duke? What use are these titles to you once you're dead? Thinking of this, a smile returned to his face. On the other side, the triumphant Grand Duke, extremely excited, swore on the spot to be loyal to His Majesty the Emperor to the death, demonstrating his loyalty and praising His Majesty the Emperor's wisdom and might. "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. I will dedicate myself to serving you and follow you to the death," the triumphant Grand Duke said with utmost solemnity. Razor chuckled softly and said, "The Grand Duke's loyalty. Of course my father knows. Otherwise he wouldn't have sent me with this gift." The victorious Grand Duke once again expressed his deepest gratitude. Then, Razor waved his hand and said with a smile, "All right, let's stop here. Your birthday celebration, Your Excellency, can continue. Now that all the gifts have been given, let's move on to the next step. Don't keep everyone waiting too long." The Grand Duke nodded. According to the procedure, after His Majesty the Emperor's gifts are presented as the grand finale, a magnificent performance will follow, bringing the atmosphere of the entire venue to a climax. Then the victorious Grand Duke laughed and said, "Very well. In that case, let's listen to Prince Razor and begin the next performance." Then, at the command of the on-site commander, hundreds of women with graceful figures and beautiful faces suddenly appeared on the field, swaying their lithe bodies and displaying their most beautiful figures. Suddenly, the music for the carnival started playing, and with its lively rhythm, everyone couldn't help but sway and dance along, instantly creating a vibrant atmosphere. Even Roland couldn't help but tap his feet along. He felt as if the music had some kind of magic, and his body was jumping with joy. Only Marquis Otov wore a sinister smile, and then, taking advantage of everyone's inattention, secretly retreated and slipped out of the stands. Seeing this, Rottweiler, who had been secretly observing him, frowned and then followed. Before they knew it, the two of them had left the stands. Just as everyone was caught up in the revelry, suddenly, a blazing flame, carrying a power that seemed capable of destroying everything, suddenly flew from the jubilant crowd not far away toward the triumphant Grand Duke and his entourage. Instantly, the guards who were keeping watch around the square noticed the abnormality and hurriedly shouted loudly, "Watch out! There's an assassin!" At this moment, on the highest stand, not only the triumphant Duke, but also His Highness Razel, and even the great nobles of the entire Portland province were enjoying this grand performance. If something went wrong, it would be a huge disaster. Without them needing to say anything more, the victorious Grand Duke and his entourage also noticed the beam of light shooting towards them. "Your Highness, be careful!" Grand Duke Triumph immediately went to protect Razel, but suddenly, his expression changed drastically. He discovered that his fighting spirit was being controlled by something, unable to circulate as smoothly as before, and his powerful strength was reduced by half. If even a dignified amethyst knight like him performed so poorly, the others were even worse, some of whom couldn't even match a tenth of their full strength. Even so, the strength of the Grand Duke's elite amethyst knights remains, still incredibly powerful. Razor's expression also changed at this moment. But he did not panic. Instead, he turned his head and exchanged a glance with the Grand Duke of Triumph, as if he had already anticipated the sudden situation. Meanwhile, the nobles in the stands never expected that someone would dare to assassinate him at the Grand Duke's birthday celebration. When they realized that their strength had been restricted, they all showed panicked expressions. The noble women were so frightened that they screamed and fled in a frenzy. Just as the beam of light was about to engulf the stands, suddenly, a pale blue light screen rose up in front of the stands, and the firelight, carrying boundless power, crashed violently into the light screen. A tremendous roar resounded, and the light screen on the stands distorted dramatically, but ultimately it did not break, blocking the destructive flames outside. Roland, who was in the distance, also saw this scene and immediately stood up. The people around him were frightened and ran away frantically, but Roland observed the scene in the distance with an extremely calm expression. He knew the attacks would not stop there. There were definitely more assassins lurking in the crowd. Just as he was preparing to find a more suitable place to hide, his expression suddenly changed. He realized that his fighting spirit and magic seemed to be restricted by something, unable to circulate freely. What happened? Roland was utterly shocked. He couldn't understand what kind of magic circle, or poison had caused him to be affected so inexplicably. Moreover, when he looked at the others, he found that they were in the same situation. Despite their strength as silver knights, they had to crawl and tumble away, indicating that they had also fallen victim to the same trick. Meanwhile, as expected, after the failure of that single spark of fire, two more figures emerged from the crowd. A person draped in a cloak slowly raised a magic staff in his hand. Then, an enormous rock giant slowly emerged from the ground and charged towards the stands. It turned out to be an earth elemental mage, a being as powerful as the Amethyst Knight. Those who witnessed this scene couldn't help but show expressions of horror, and then continued to flee frantically. On the other side, a flash of cold light appeared, and a knight wielding a greatsword, exuding boundless icy power, shot towards the stands like a cannonball. This is actually an ice-type Amethyst Knight. It shares the same origin as water, but is much rarer, and its combat power is also significantly stronger than that of ordinary water-based elements. 3 already. Not enough. There are still people who haven't come out. Despite facing numerous crises and seemingly on the verge of collapse, the victorious Grand Duke remained remarkably calm and instead spoke coldly. At this moment, in addition to the 2 powerful ice and earth elementals and the fire mage who started at the beginning, there are now 3 powerful individuals at the amethyst level. However, the triumphant Duke knew that these few people alone were absolutely not enough to kill him, so there must be some hidden powerhouses who had not yet appeared. Razor did the same, looking at the Grand Duke of Triumph and speaking coldly. Then let's wait a little longer. But their method of restricting battle chi is very strange, and it's causing us a lot of trouble. We need to find a source and solve this problem as soon as possible. Should I call my people? The victorious Grand Duke shook his head and said, Your Highness, your men cannot act rashly yet. Rest assured, my men have already gone to find a way to solve this problem, and I believe we will be able to restore our normal strength soon. At that moment, the rock giant arrived and slammed his hammer down, shattering the already faint light barrier into fragments with a loud bang. Facing this giant of rock and earth, the victorious Grand Duke gave a cold smile and said, Haven't made a move in over a decade. Now any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to come and bite me. Do they all think I, Loretta Triumph, am too old to wield a sword? Then a flash of cold light appeared, and a golden greatsword suddenly appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and slashed fiercely at the rock giant. Instantly, with a deafening roar, the rock giant was sent crashing backward by the Grand Duke's sword, half of its fist shattering into pieces of rock. At this moment, the other ice-type expert rushed over, looked at the triumphant Duke fighting the rock giant, revealed a cold smile, and without hesitation, launched a sneak attack. Just when he thought he was about to succeed, suddenly, a scorching heat suddenly emanated from his left. Danger! The ice elemental expert was immediately startled, and then, abandoning his pursuit of the triumphant Duke, his figure plummeted downwards. In an instant, a blazing white beam of light shot past his back, leaving it burning hot. Just then, a cold laugh came from his left. Your opponent is me. Can't you see someone this big here? The ice elemental expert turned his head and saw a richly dressed man standing to the side. Based on the information they had gathered, he quickly recognized the man as the 8th prince of the Holy Dragon Empire, a powerful and rare light elemental mage who had come specifically to celebrate the birthday of the triumphant duke. Seeing this, the ice-type expert revealed a cruel smile and said, "The 8th prince? Hee hee, I've never actually killed a prince before. What an interesting day." Having said that, he turned around without hesitation and rushed towards Razor's direction. Chapter 74, The Legendary Demon Sound Mage. Roland closely observed the battle in the distance. Just from the dazzling lights and the tremendous roar, she could feel how intense the battle was. "Catherine, Coranda, Andre, how are you? Are your fighting spirit and magic also bound?" Catherine's expression changed, and she said, "Yes, sir. What happened? Have we been poisoned?" The same applies to Coranda and Andre. Roland was not surprised by their situation, and then asked, "So how much of your strength can you still unleash now?" "About 30%. The three of them said it in unison. Roland nodded, and then said, "We shouldn't be poisoned. There must be other ways to put us in this state." Then, he looked at the crowd scattering in the distance, and couldn't help but think of Rhodes and Loria. The two of them ran to the center of the square without permission, and are probably running away in a panic right now. However, Roland had no intention of saving them. Everyone had to pay the price for their choices. However, just as he was preparing to retreat to the outer perimeter, a familiar figure suddenly caught his eye among the frantically fleeing crowd in the square. "Damn it! What's she doing here?" Roland was immediately startled because he saw Vivian in the crowd, who shouldn't have been there. According to what she said yesterday, she and her father, Wilt, should have returned to Oak City with the leaves of the Tree of Life first thing this morning to save their family's ancient oak tree. So why did she suddenly appear here again? Just then, Vivian, who was running away in a panic with her hands holding her skirt, was suddenly knocked to the ground by the crowd behind her. Roland's heart tightened immediately, and he hurriedly said, "Come with me." After saying that, he suddenly leaped down and ran towards Vivian in the center of the square. Seeing this, Catherine and the other two hurriedly followed. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle between the triumphant Duke and Razel and their opponents was becoming increasingly intense. Their strength was suppressed, and they could only exert about 50% of their power. However, even so, they were fighting the three opponents to a standstill. Seeing that they outnumbered the two, yet still couldn't overcome them despite their suppressed strength, the three men's expressions changed drastically. The ice elemental mage said, "The intelligence is wrong. Both of them are top-tier amethyst level, not the senior amethyst level as the intelligence stated. We need to finish this quickly. We can't let this drag on." Then, the first fire mage to attack suddenly unleashed a massive burst of flames into the sky. At that very moment, a woman who had been sitting on a distant high ground, gently wiping her bow and arrows, suddenly stood up. Her aura changed abruptly, and without hesitation, she drew her exquisite longbow toward the triumphant Grand Duke on the stands. An arrow was knocked on the bowstring, her eyes narrowed slightly, and then she released her right hand without hesitation. In an instant, the arrow shot towards the triumphant Grand Duke at an incredible speed, like a beam of light. The moment the arrow locked onto him, the victorious Grand Duke felt a terrifying danger. Turning his head, he saw an arrow, seemingly carrying the power to destroy the world, hurtling towards him. "Grand Duke of Triumph, be careful. A top-tier wind element amethyst-level archer has appeared." Razor's expression changed, and he hurriedly reminded him. Then, without hesitation, he waved his staff, and a shield made of white light appeared in front of the Grand Duke of Triumph. But at that very moment, the devastating arrow had already reached the vicinity of the triumphant Grand Duke. In just 2 seconds, the light shield that Razor had erected shattered and then dissipated into the world. Then, the fire-type battle aura surrounding the Grand Duke of Triumph was also pierced by the arrow, and it seemed that the arrow would pierce into the Grand Duke of Triumph's body in the next second. Upon seeing this, the guards in the distance immediately paled. If something were to happen to the Archduke of Triumph, the entire province of Portland would be thrown into chaos. At that moment, suddenly, another strange azure light appeared around his body, and the arrow that was originally unstoppable finally stopped slowly under the obstruction of this light. Then there was a loud bang. A blue gemstone necklace around the Archduke's neck suddenly shattered, and the unstoppable arrow ultimately failed to break through the blue shield before falling to the ground with a thud. The Grand Duke of Triumph saw that the life-saving necklace on his chest was shattered, and his face immediately darkened. Then he said to Razor, "Your Highness, I think the enemy has revealed all their trump cards. Let's make our move." With a wave of his hand, Razor blocked a rain of fire from the sky and then spoke without hesitation. "Good." After saying that, a beam of light shot into the sky, like a flashbang, and exploded instantly, the white light flashing across the entire square. At that very moment, 8 figures suddenly appeared from all corners of the plaza, each carrying the imposing aura of a purple crystal knight. 4 of them rushed madly toward the female archer. The goddess frowned slightly, but she was not alarmed. She did not believe that those amethyst-level experts could still threaten her when their strength was suppressed. So she fired 4 arrows in quick succession, each aimed at one of the 4 figures rushing towards her. The 4 men's expressions changed drastically, and they flashed away, narrowly dodging the 4 arrows. Even at their peak, they might not be a match for this female archer, let alone now that their strength is suppressed and greatly diminished. Fortunately, they outnumbered her, and soon they regained their footing and continued rushing towards the female archer. At this moment on the stands, the triumphant Duke and Prince Razor received support from 4 other amethyst powerhouses, and the pressure on them immediately eased. However, 2 more powerful opponents suddenly appeared. Because their strength was suppressed, they were unable to completely defeat these people. We need to find a way to resolve our current condition quickly, otherwise they might wear us down to death. The victorious Grand Duke said with a hint of annoyance. Razor, his face still grim, said, "Don't worry, my people are already investigating. If it really doesn't work, then I'll have to ask Senior Tyrone for help." The victorious Grand Duke, thinking of that thin, aged, yet unapproachable figure, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we still have 1 major trump card up our sleeve. We'll see how the other side responds. At this very moment, Vivian fled in panic. She had been separated from her father, Wilt. She was only a bronze knight and could be crushed at any moment by the residual force of the battle. Bang! Just then, Vivian's body was hit again by the people running behind her, and she fell heavily to the ground. She lost count of how many times she'd been hit. And just then, a loud bang suddenly came from the high platform not far away. Suddenly, the high platform exploded, and huge rocks scattered and fell towards her. 2 screams rang out as 2 people who hadn't had time to escape were instantly struck by the falling boulders. They struggled a couple of times, their flesh mangled and bloody, before falling lifeless. Vivian's face immediately paled, and she hurriedly looked up, only to find an even larger boulder flying towards her. Instantly, her face turned deathly pale. She tried to run, but discovered that her leg had been injured sometime during the night, making it impossible to put any weight on it. As she watched the stone draw ever closer, a figure involuntarily surfaced in her mind. "Hold on, I'm sorry, I can't continue walking with you." 2 tears streamed down her face, then her panicked expression calmed, and she prepared to accept her impending death. In the blink of an eye, the boulder had flown right in front of her. But in that instant, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of her, followed by a roar. The figure swung his scepter, unleashing a torrent of azure battle energy, and then slashed fiercely down at the boulder. Boom! A loud bang was heard. Pieces of gravel scattered and flew everywhere, and the boulder completely disappeared. Vivian looked at that familiar figure and immediately showed an expression of extreme excitement, unable to help but cry out. "Roland, I knew you would come to save me." "You know nothing." Roland turned his head, forced a smile, helped Vivian up, and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here, you'll be all right." Vivian smiled through her tears and nodded repeatedly. However, just as Roland was preparing to lead them to retreat, Vivian suddenly showed a look of fear on her face and said, "Father, my father doesn't seem to have come out yet. No, I have to go inside and find him." After saying that, he turned around and tried to run inside again. Roland was startled and quickly grabbed her, shouting, "Are you out of your mind? You barely managed to escape." Vivian said through tears, "But my father hasn't come out yet. I must go and find him." Upon hearing this, Roland's face showed an angry expression, and he said, "This time you have to listen to me and get out of here right now." Then he turned to Catherine and Coranda and said, "You two take her to a safe place. Andre and I will stay here and observe the battle situation." The two nodded, then led the crying Vivian away from the square. Seeing this, Roland breathed a sigh of relief. He was willing to risk his life to save Vivian, but he was unwilling to save Wilt, who disliked him. Afterwards, he and Andre found another secluded spot to observe. At this time, the battle in the square was becoming more and more intense, with battles taking place in nearly 10 different locations. Judging from the aftershocks of the battles, the opponents were at least at the level of Amethyst Knights. The powerful Gold Knights didn't even have a chance to make an appearance here. Andre watched in awe from afar. He had thought that he would be a strong man after becoming a Golden Knight, but now it seemed that he was still an insignificant existence in the eyes of those truly strong people. At this moment, Andre, watching the incredibly fierce battle, suddenly couldn't help but smile and said, "These musicians are ridiculous. The celebration is in such a mess, and they're still playing music." Upon hearing his words, Roland couldn't help but smile slightly, but his smile quickly vanished, and a flash of lightning seemed to appear in his eyes, as if he had realized something. "Yeah, what time is it now? Why are these people still playing music?" Then he suddenly realized what was happening and quickly covered his ears with both hands. After a while, he slowly released his hands, a mysterious smile on his face, and said, "I see. So that's how it is." Andre looked at Roland with a puzzled expression, not understanding what the Lord had figured out. But Roland smiled and said to him, "Andre, try covering your ears." Andre, puzzled, covered his ears with his hands. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face, but the smile quickly faded. "Did you notice, Andre?" Roland pressed for an answer. Andre nodded, his brow furrowed as he spoke. "Yes, sir. I've discovered it. When I cover my ears, the strength that was suppressed to 30% within me recovered to 40%, but it couldn't recover any further." Roland smiled slightly and said, "Now you know what's suppressing our strength, right? Is it these kinds of music?" Andre said in surprise. Roland nodded and said, "This music is probably not ordinary music, but a special kind of magic that can slow down the flow of magic and fighting spirit in people's bodies. However, it is clear that simply covering one's ears cannot block this magical power." Andre understood and then said, "Understand. So what should we do?" "Destroy the musicians' music." Roland glanced at him and said, "There must be powerful people protecting those performers. If we go over there, wouldn't we be courting death? We're not the ones who are most anxious right now. If we don't make a move, someone else will." Andre showed a slightly embarrassed expression and didn't say anything more. Roland immediately jumped out, looked at the figure of the triumphant Grand Duke in the distance, gathered his fighting spirit, and then roared loudly. "Grand Duke of Triumph, the energy that suppresses magic and battle aura is the music being played in the square right now. As long as we destroy this music, our strength will be restored." Roland's roar instantly echoed throughout the entire square. Grand Duke Triumph and Prince Razel also heard his voice at that moment, and both of them were immediately stunned. Music! It wasn't until then that the two of them realized what was happening. "Yeah, we've already fought this hard, so why is there background music?" The two exchanged a glance, then suddenly shot forward, sprinting towards the direction from which the music was coming. The other Amethyst Knights also abandoned their current battle and followed. Upon hearing this, the attackers' expressions changed drastically. "Quickly, protect the demon sound mage." Then, all of them chased after the direction from which the music was coming. Instantly, the fighting crowd, which had been scattered in various places, all converged rapidly on one spot at the edge of the plaza. Meanwhile, there a dozen or so people were playing their instruments with great effort. The one in the lead, dressed in black robes, was playing the guqin in front of him, calmly watching the powerful auras approach. It seems that it is not afraid. Chapter 75, the ultimate showdown between the King Knight and the Archmage. Soon, the triumphant Grand Duke and Prince Razel, who had rushed over first, saw the group of people who were still playing musical instruments even at this time. The leader of the men in black was sitting cross-legged on the ground, strumming the strings of his zither, his face utterly calm as he watched the powerful figures rapidly approaching. Then his long, slender, and perfectly shaped fingers suddenly seemed to transform into indistinct afterimages, rapidly plucking the strings. At this moment, The music in the square suddenly accelerated and became even louder. Grand Duke Triumph and Prince Razel's expressions changed immediately, because their strength, which was originally only 50%, was compressed to 40% in an instant. If even their two top-tier Amethyst Knights and Archmages were in such a state, the others were in even worse shape, their running speed suddenly slowing down by a fraction. Kill that man in black directly. The triumphant Duke's face darkened with anger, and he shouted. Needless to say, Razor had already raised his staff, and a huge beam of light was brewing above the group of performers, with a massive surge of white energy about to erupt. But just then, suddenly, swish! Two sharp arrows suddenly shot from afar, their tips aimed directly at Rezel. The triumphant Grand Duke shouted directly, Your Highness Razor, I'll take this arrow for you. Then, flames erupted from his body, and with a sudden swing of his great sword, a massive fire dragon instantly engulfed the two arrows. In an instant, the two arrows pierced through the fire dragon and continued flying towards Razor. He then swung his sword again, finally cutting down both arrows on the spot. The victorious Grand Duke was enraged. If his strength hadn't been suppressed a second time, he wouldn't have been so easily defeated by those two sharp arrows. Just then, the voice that had warned them earlier came again from afar. Blocking your hearing can help you resist some of this magic. Upon hearing this, the triumphant Duke hurriedly used his battle aura to seal his hearing. Sure enough, his strength was restored to 60%. Meanwhile, Roland, who was some distance away, suddenly felt a chill run through his body, as if some great danger was about to befall him. He turned his head and saw that the black-clad man playing the zither was looking at him with utter indifference. Startled, Roland quickly turned and hid behind a rock. Only then did the feeling slowly dissipate. Roland then touched his forehead, his face showing lingering fear. That mysterious man in black must also be a mage, otherwise Roland wouldn't have felt so terrified. Meanwhile, the cloud of light that Razor was gathering above the group of performers had already taken shape. Then a massive pillar of light, carrying boundless power, suddenly shot down from the sky. Razor's face lit up with joy, and he said, Without this restraint, they're doomed. However, before he could finish speaking, a bright blue light shield suddenly appeared above the group of performers. An unstoppable, thick beam of light poured down on the shield, causing it to fluctuate violently, but it could not be broken. The beam of light lasted for a full 10 seconds, and even when all the light completely dissipated, it did not break through the azure light shield. Razor's face immediately darkened, and he gritted his teeth as he spoke. I refuse to believe I can't break through your defenses. Then, 3 scrolls appeared in his hand with a whoosh, and without hesitation, he scattered them directly into the sky. Instantly, 3 fierce growls echoed across the plaza. 3 giants composed of pure light appeared beside the azure light barrier and began to slam their fists down. The azure light shield twisted and trembled under the fierce attack of the 3 giants of light, almost collapsing. Meanwhile, the other amethyst experts also arrived and engaged in a chaotic battle. Another giant wolf, its body engulfed in raging flames, also arrived, spewing scorching flames from its mouth onto the azure light barrier, creating billowing plumes of water vapor. This giant fire wolf is the magical pet of the triumphant Duke, and it also possesses the powerful strength of a ferocious level magical beast. Finally, with everyone working together, a loud boom was heard, and the azure light shield shattered into pieces. At this moment, the group of performers were completely exposed to everyone's view. The Grand Duke of Triumph lost control first, letting out a wild laugh, and then unleashed a sword strike that shot into the sky with fiery light, mercilessly slashing down. In this strike, the Grand Duke of Triumph unleashed all his power, without holding back in the slightest. The performers finally showed a hint of panic, but the mysterious man in black remained calm as he watched the sword strike that shot into the sky. Just when the victorious Grand Duke thought he could finish them off with a single sword strike, suddenly, wow, a violent burst of water shot into the sky, completely engulfing the triumphant Duke's fiery sword strike. Then, the shimmering light disappeared. The flame had long since vanished, leaving only the disheveled figure of the triumphant Grand Duke, soaked to the bone. Who was it? Who made the move just now? The triumphant Duke roared in shock. At that moment, when he was surrounded by that beam of water, he felt as if he had lost all ability to resist and had no power to fight back. Water type, Grand Magus. A sense of fear instantly flashed through the mind of the triumphant Grand Duke. Only a Grand Magus could have utterly crushed him so completely, leaving him utterly powerless to fight back. Meanwhile, Razel put away his staff and looked at the Grand Duke of Triumph with a look of fear on his face. It wasn't until the Grand Duke of Triumph nodded slightly to him that Razor couldn't help but gasp. He hadn't expected that these assassins would send out a Grand Magus, a powerful being on par with a King Knight. Then, suddenly, a figure dressed in a blue robe slowly appeared in the air before everyone's eyes. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the Grand Duke and his entourage with great interest, and said, "I didn't expect that you could break through my water shield under these circumstances. I must say, you have really exceeded my expectations." Without a doubt, the man before them was the mysterious and powerful water elemental archmage who had just made his move. Grand Duke Triumph and Razel felt immense pressure emanating from this man, and their expressions finally turned extremely grim. "Grand Archmage, who are you, and why have you come here to oppose us?" The Grand Duke of Triumph said with an unfriendly expression. He did not believe that Otov and Dibin, two minor marquises, could persuade this powerful figure. Even the Amethyst Knights and Magisters were beyond their capabilities. There must be an even bigger mastermind behind them. Upon hearing that the person before them was actually a Grand Magister, everyone else immediately showed expressions of fear, then stopped what they were doing and came to stand behind the triumphant Duke and his entourage, their faces pale. After all, the person in front of us is a Grand Magus. Even if they all attack together, they might not be a match for the other side. Meanwhile, the group of assassins gathered behind the Archmage, grinning maliciously at the triumphant Duke and his entourage. The outcome was already decided, and there was no need for them to intervene. Under the Archmage's command, even with superior numbers, the enemy was destined to lose. The Archmage, upon hearing the words of the triumphant Duke, smiled slightly and said, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that you must die today." Upon hearing his words, Razor's face showed a hint of anger, and he said, "Do you really think you've already won?" The Archmage gave a cold laugh and said, "Otherwise what? Do you think you have any room to resist?" But at that moment suddenly, a strange burp sound came from behind. Everyone was suddenly stunned. In a life-or-death struggle like this, who would want to eat until they're stuffed and start burping? However, Razor's face lit up with ecstasy. He suddenly turned his head to look into the distance and said, "Senior Tai Long, is that you?" "Senior Tai Long?" Everyone else looked in the direction Razor was pointing, their faces filled with confusion. A fat pig slowly came into their view, and on top of it, an old man with gray hair and a disheveled face lay supine, drinking his wine jug in one gulp. Then, he let out another burp, leaving everyone looking on in surprise. Where did this old geezer come from? He's ruining the atmosphere on the battlefield. On the other hand, the mysterious Archmage's expression became inexplicably serious as he slowly looked at the aged figure, a magic staff appearing in his hand. In contrast, Razor hurriedly and respectfully went to greet him. "Senior Tai Long, what brings you here?" That old geezer took a sip of the fine wine and then said somewhat drunkenly, "If I hadn't come, wouldn't you all have been wiped out?" Razor looked embarrassed. Indeed, if that mysterious Archmage had made a move, they would likely have been wiped out. The victorious Grand Duke also arrived at this moment, and spoke respectfully to the old man. "Senior Tyrone, I'm sorry, I didn't expect that I would still need your help in the end." The old man, named Tyrone, glanced at him with bleary, drunken eyes, and said, "If you feel bad, then give me some of the finest wine, ha ha ha. I don't care for ordinary wine." The victorious Grand Duke immediately nodded excitedly. "Of course, no problem. Once the battle here is over, I'll definitely send you a cartload of fine wine." Upon hearing this, Tyrone smiled with satisfaction, then let out a burp and said, You said it. You can't go back on your word." Then, without waiting for the Grand Duke's reply, he pointed directly at the mysterious water elemental Archmage and chuckled as he spoke. "Is that him? He's flying so high, I'll shoot him down." After he finished speaking, a thin sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and without hesitation, he flicked the long sword in his hand towards his opponent. In an instant, the rapier flew towards the Archmage at incredible speed, like a bullet fired from a gun. The Archmage's face immediately darkened, and he said, Where did this old geezer come from? Do you really think I'm made of paper? Then, with a flick of his staff, more than a dozen water-based protective shields appeared before him instantly. The slender sword struck the layers of water shield in an instant. With a series of loud bangs, the dozen or so layers of shields were shattered and vanished without a trace. Unfortunately, by the time it reached the last layer of water shield, the rapier had completely exhausted its power and fell to the ground with a thud. Tyrone sat up abruptly, looking surprised. Wait, that shouldn't be happening. Logically, the last shield should have been shattered too. However, he quickly realized what was happening and then smiled, pointing to the black-robed performer in the distance, and said, "It was you who was behind this. No wonder I only had 80% of my strength left." Then, he grinned and said, "You deserve to be hit. You made me lose face in front of so many people." After saying that, the rapier that had fallen to the ground suddenly stood upright again, and with a whoosh, it shot towards a man in black. The Archmage's expression immediately changed, and he said, "Your opponent is me." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant wave suddenly appeared, protecting the group of performers behind him. At the same time, the slender sword did not hesitate and plunged directly into the giant wave, disappearing without a trace. The victorious Grand Duke and Razor immediately showed expressions of disappointment. But the mysterious Archmage burst into laughter and said, "That's all. I thought you were so powerful, but you still can't break through my defenses." Hearing the other party's sarcasm, Tyrone was not angry at all. Instead, he said with interest, "Really? Then try this one." After he finished speaking, a rapier appeared in his hand again. The Archmage said with a cold laugh, "It's just a thin sword. What tricks can you possibly pull off?" Tyrone let out another burp and chuckled as he spoke. "Hee hee, what about this one?" As he finished speaking, a rapier appeared in his left hand. Then, a mysterious smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Or a dozen or so more." Suddenly, more than a dozen identical rapiers appeared in his hand. He laughed loudly and gently tossed the rapiers to the ground. However, the rapiers did not fall. Instead, they remained floating on the ground, tips pointing upwards, just as before. Upon seeing this, the Archmage's face immediately showed fear, and he blurted out, "How is that possible?" Then, whoosh whoosh whoosh, a dozen or so voices rang out, and the dozen or so rapiers suddenly flew into the air, then charged madly towards the Grand Magister. Standing at a distance, Roland stared in astonishment at the old man's incredible feat. Isn't that the drunken sword immortal? Chapter 76, Getting Shot While Lying Down. A dozen flying swords shot towards the Archmage with incredible speed. He dared not underestimate them, and his entire body surged with azure magic power, creating a massive vortex that appeared out of thin air in front of him. The dozen or so flying swords were instantly drawn into the vortex, their flight paths distorted. Tyrone frowned, trying his best to control the swords to prevent them from going out of control. But in the end, the dozen or so swords were still drawn into the vortex, and he suddenly felt that his connection with the swords had been severed. Tyrone's face immediately turned terribly grim. He realized that his flying swords had been destroyed. "Who exactly are you? With this kind of strength, you are definitely not an unknown person." Tyrone questioned him with a grim expression. However, the mysterious Archmage chuckled and said, "The Sword Saint of Wind is indeed powerful. His sword control technique almost overwhelmed me. If I didn't have a trump card, I really wouldn't be a match for you today." Hearing that the other party knew his background, Tyrone was not surprised. His name was well known throughout the Holy Dragon Empire, so it was not surprising that others knew about him. However, the other party was hiding their face and dared not show themselves, which aroused Tyrone's suspicion, and a series of suspicious candidates kept appearing in his mind. Water-type Grand Magus. Tyrone knew or had contact with most of the water-type archmages within the Holy Dragon Empire, but it seemed that there was no such person. Therefore, the other party is definitely not from the Holy Dragon Empire. Tyrone continued to ponder. This attack appears to have been orchestrated by a Marquis here and a Marquis from the Kingdom of Landon. It's highly unlikely that two minor Marquises could possess such power. Could this person be the Archmage of the Kingdom of Landon? Tyrone quickly dismissed the idea. The Kingdom of Landon had 5 pillars of a nation, 4 royal knights, and a rare dark Archmage. This water Archmage was not among them. However, The Kingdom of Landon has always been close to the Winter Empire, and recently, the friction between the Winter Empire and the Holy Dragon Empire has become increasingly intense. Thinking of this, Tyrone's expression changed again. Could it be that the Winter Empire was actually behind this assassination attempt? It's no wonder that the assassins' strength far exceeded their expectations, causing them enormous trouble. It turns out that an empire was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Thinking about it this way, everything makes perfect sense. He seemed to have been thinking for a long time, but it was only for a moment. Then, Tyrone narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at the mysterious figure in front of him, and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you must be Hynaz, the water archmage of the Winter Empire." There's more than one water-type archmage in the Winter Empire, but only Hynaz fits the age and gender of this mysterious person. The mysterious man was taken aback when he heard Tyrone's words. He didn't understand how Tyrone had figured out his identity, but that didn't matter now. Now that we've been discovered, there's no need to hide it anymore. So he flipped his hand, ripped off his black robe, and then smiled, clapping his hands as he spoke. The Sword Saint of Wind truly lives up to his reputation. Not only is his strength astonishing, but he also possesses great wisdom. His words implied that he was agreeing with Tyrone's statement. Upon hearing his words, the triumphant Duke and Prince Razel were immediately enraged. "Hynaz, as a Grand Magister of the Winter Empire, you actually came to assassinate the Grand Duke of my Holy Dragon Empire. Does your Winter Empire want to start a war with our Holy Dragon Empire?" Razor roared in fury. However, Hynaz didn't seem to care, and just chuckled and said, "Now that things have come to this, does it still matter? Don't you know the current predicament of your Holy Dragon Empire? Do you think my Winter Empire wouldn't dare to go to war with you?" Upon hearing his words, Razor's face turned horribly ugly. As a prince of the Holy Dragon Empire, he was well aware of the Empire's current state. Although it appeared prosperous, it was actually on the verge of collapse. The three great empires of Frost, Violet, and Gera have launched a joint attack on the Holy Dragon Empire, and border war is imminent, putting the Holy Dragon Empire at risk of collapse at any moment. Thinking of this, Razor couldn't help but turn red in the eyes and say, "If we can't do anything to your Winter Empire today, then you can stay here. You dared to come to our Holy Dragon Empire to assassinate the Grand Duke, and you must be buried here today." Hynaz sneered and said, "Such arrogance. It's not certain who will win today. Just Talon. He may be strong, but he's getting old. It's hard to say who will outlast him." Tyrone suddenly burst into laughter and said, "I'm indeed an old man, but killing you, you villain, is still no problem." Hynaz chuckled softly and said, "Then let's give it a try. Win Sword Saint." Then Tyrone's expression turned serious, and he spoke to the people behind him without turning his head. "Leave Hynaz to me. You guys quickly figure out a way to kill the demon Sound Mage below." As soon as he finished speaking, Talon's figure disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in midair. Then, without any leverage, his speed suddenly exploded in midair, rushing towards Hynaz, who was still in the air, at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Faced with Talon's attack, Hynaz dared not be careless. His eyes narrowed, and two huge water arrows shot towards Talon. However, wind-type characters excel in speed, and Talon easily dodged Hynaz's attack, then continued to rapidly approach him. However, Hynaz remained calm, and gently shook his staff once more. In an instant, water elements rapidly condensed around his body, transforming it into an ocean of water. Talon, who was originally incredibly fast, suddenly felt his body encountering tremendous resistance, as if it were deep in water, and his speed suddenly decreased. If a wind-type knight's speed is restricted, his strength will be reduced by half. However, Tyrone remained calm. He simply snorted coldly and then slashed forward with his longsword. In an instant, the surrounding water elements were cleaved in two by his sword, revealing a clear passage in the middle, and Talon's body accelerated once again. At this moment, Hynaz's ultimate move was fully charged. Looking at Talon, who was getting closer and closer, he laughed and said, "Wind Sword Saint, let me see just how strong you really are." Then, a gigantic dragon formed from water element appeared before him, followed by a roar that swept towards Talon with overwhelming force. Roland, watching from afar, was dumbfounded. This is a true water mage. Compared to them, I'm just a pushover. Andre's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. For a martial arts fanatic like him, Witnessing such a scene was more exciting than winning the lottery. Meanwhile, Talon's fighting spirit surged, and he began to spin wildly, as if he had transformed into an indestructible drill. In an instant, his body plunged into the water elemental dragon. The giant dragon let out a violent roar. Its entire body twisted and disintegrated from the blow of Talon. Then, with a loud bang, Talon's body burst out from the other side of the water dragon. At that very moment, the giant dragon instantly transformed into wisps of water mist, completely dissipating into the sky. Meanwhile, Tyrone's speed did not decrease at all. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Highness. Everyone's faces lit up with joy upon seeing this. As everyone knows, a mage without a shield is simply unable to withstand a full force attack from a knight of the same level. Is this battle going to end so soon? However, at this moment, Tyrone's brows were furrowed, because he felt that he had been tricked. Sure enough, his attack struck Hynaz without reservation in an instant. However, the scene of the corpse exploding did not occur. Instead, Hynaz's body turned into a mist and then disappeared without a trace. Water illusion, a sophisticated form of magic that uses the refraction and reflection of water to create the image of the caster, greatly deceiving opponents. At that moment, Hynaz's triumphant laughter echoed from afar. Talon, how about that? Disappointed, aren't you? How could I, the mighty Haines, be defeated so easily? Talon didn't speak, but simply turned and attacked again. The two were once again locked in a fierce battle, and for a time they were locked in a stalemate. Meanwhile, under the leadership of the triumphant Duke and Razel, they launched a fierce attack on the magic sound mage. Unfortunately, due to their weakened strength and the equally powerful enemy, they still failed to succeed after suffering considerable losses on both sides. Seeing that he couldn't break through, Razor threw out another magic scroll. A bright light instantly covered the entire square, blinding everyone. Holy crap! A flashbang. Roland quickly closed his eyes, but even so, his eyes still felt a stinging sensation. So he quickly turned around and hid behind the wall, and his eyes finally felt a little more comfortable. This is a spell scroll that causes mutual destruction. Not only can the enemy not see it, but even one's own teammates cannot see it. Fortunately, the caster, Razor, is unaffected, and the spell only lasts for about 10 seconds, so Razor must act quickly. Looking at the blinded Sonic mages not far away, Razor grinned maliciously, and then a massive barrage of arrows of light shot towards them at lightning speed. The black-clad sorcerer kept his eyes tightly shut, seemingly sensing something. He began to pluck the strings of his zither rapidly, and then an almost transparent shield appeared in front of them. This is a shield made of sound waves. In an instant, a hail of arrows rained down. Seeing that everything had been blocked, Razor's face darkened with anger. Let's see how you stop me this time. Suddenly, another magic scroll appeared in his hand. It must be said that Razor truly lives up to his title as an imperial prince, possessing an endless array of treasures. Instantly, the magic scroll was activated by Razor. Suddenly, an enormous angel with 2 wings, formed from countless rays of light, appeared in the sky. However, only Razor could see this scene. Then, the angel of light expressionlessly raised the sword in its hand and, without hesitation, slashed down at the demonic sorcerers below. The black-clad sorcerer also sensed a tremendous threat. He knew he was facing a life-or-death crisis. He gritted his teeth, and the melody in his hand shifted. In an instant, the sonic shield that had originally covered more than a dozen of them suddenly shrank dramatically, covering only him. Then, he twisted the ring on his fingertip in an instant, and a ground-based shield appeared around him, tightly surrounding him. At that moment, the angel's sword had already fallen. Silently, those dozen or so demonic sorcerers didn't even have time to scream before their bodies were completely turned into dust. The thick earth-based shield trembled violently at that moment, and then shattered in just 2 seconds, completely exposing the figure of the black-clad demonic mage. However, there's also a sonic shield around him. At this moment, the shield began to tremble violently. The powerful sword strike almost shattered it, but fortunately, it had already been weakened considerably beforehand. Finally, with a clang, the string in his hand suddenly snapped. At that moment, all the light in the sky suddenly vanished, and the sky and the square returned to their original state. Upon seeing this, the demon sound mage quickly pulled, and the broken string on the zither was instantly replaced with a new string. At this moment, everyone finally saw what was happening before their eyes, and couldn't help but gasp in shock. The original group of more than 10 magic mage members was reduced to a single person sitting on the ground. The others had all vanished, and without a doubt, they had left this world forever. At that moment, the music in the sky finally stopped. Grand Duke Triumph and Razel also felt that their strength had returned to its peak. But before they could even rejoice, suddenly, the lingering music suddenly rang out again, and the last sorcerer began plucking the strings once more. Their strength also dropped sharply again, but this time, they only lost 30% of their strength. Strike while the iron is hot, and kill him. Razor cursed and struck first. The victorious Grand Duke followed closely behind, flames raging from his sword. Protect Lord Demon Sound. The fire mage who initiated the attack roared, and then all of them instantly protected the magic mage. Meanwhile, in the distance, the powerful amethyst archer fired 5 arrows in quick succession, aiming directly at Grand Duke Triumph and Razor. The strength of the amethyst archer posed a great threat to the two of them. The two sides clashed fiercely once again. The target is the sonic mage who is being protected in the middle. A series of huge explosions rang out, and the once magnificent and beautiful square was blown to pieces. Compared to their battle, the fight between Talon and Hyenas is far more thrilling, because their victory or defeat will be the key to determining the outcome of today's battle. The teleportation array in Triumph City has been destroyed, and it's impossible for Razor to seek help from outside in the short term. Now, they can only rely on themselves. Roland, watching this scene from a distance, felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed that things were turning against them. Although the battle between the Grand Duke of Triumph and Razor was going well, more importantly, Tyrone was not having the upper hand against Haynes. If Tyrone loses, the consequences are unimaginable. Just then, suddenly, Andre's angry roar came from the side. "My lord, run!" Roland was suddenly awakened. Looking up, he saw a huge water arrow that seemed capable of piercing through the entire square, carrying an aura of destruction, flying rapidly towards him. When a city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. Even lying down, I got shot. Roland's expression changed drastically. He wanted to run, but it was too late. Chapter 7017 mode. Although escape was impossible, Roland still wanted to struggle. His figure suddenly darted to the side. Unfortunately, they still couldn't escape the attack range of that water arrow. At this moment, Roland gave up resistance. Perhaps that Scepter of Neptune wasn't just bragging. Although Roland knew that the Scepter of the Sea God could dissipate all water-based energy attacks, he dared not risk his life. But now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to believe it. Roland turned around, his face utterly calm as he faced the enormous water arrow that was now almost within reach. But just then, suddenly, a fiery red figure blocked his way. "My lord, Andre will protect you with his life." Andre gripped his long sword tightly with both hands, his fiery red battle aura erupting from his body. Facing the unstoppable, enormous water arrow, he roared without turning his head. Roland stared at his back, which was incredibly small compared to the water arrow, and his expression froze for a moment before a look of relief appeared on his face. "Who said we're going to die?" Before Roland could finish speaking, the water arrow had already arrived. The immense power was so overwhelming that Andre and Roland could barely open their eyes, and their bodies were almost unsteady. Under this water arrow, even a purple crystal expert would not have any chance of survival, let alone the two golden knights. "Roar!" Andre let out a roar of resentment. He was only 40 years old. He had just become a golden knight. He had not yet become a nobleman, and he had not yet left his mark on this world. He didn't want to die, but now he had no choice. His character and spirit prevented him from abandoning Roland and escaping alone. If he did, he would rather die. Just then, the water arrow arrived, and in just 1 second he and Roland would be completely reduced to minced meat. However, at this moment, Roland suddenly appeared in front of him, and then Roland raised the staff in his hand and coldly said to the front, "Retreat." "What do you mean, disperse? You want me to disperse?" "It's too late." Andre stared blankly at Roland beside him. However, he soon understood what Roland had said. The enormous water arrow was only 2 meters away from them, and just when Andre thought he was about to die, suddenly, the once incredibly sharp arrowhead began to dissipate, turning into droplets of water that fell to the ground. The arrow shaft that followed was the same. As if there were an impenetrable shield in front of them, the huge water arrow could not penetrate any further once it touched this shield, and could only turn into water droplets and dissipate into the world. Then, wow, a large splash of water hit the ground, soaking them both completely. Andre stared at the scene in disbelief, his mouth agape, and turned to look at Roland. "My lord, how did you do that?" Roland saw the doubt in his eyes, but simply smiled and said, "I told you I wouldn't die." Then, with a slight shift of magic within Roland's body, the wet areas on his body were instantly dried, becoming dry again. Andre's fire-type battle aura evaporated the moisture from his body. However, he was still incredibly curious about how Roland had done it, but he knew it might be Roland's secret, so he refrained from asking. "We'll stay here and keep watch. Don't worry, we'll be fine with me here," Roland said, and then, instead of hiding, he sat down on the stone slab next to him. He has now officially confirmed that the scepter of the sea god can indeed neutralize all water-based energy that attacks him. At the very least, water-based mages of the archmage level will be unable to harm him. Andre looked completely bewildered, as if the adult was dancing with death, but in the end he still stood firmly behind Roland. Meanwhile, Hynaz, who was locked in a fierce battle with Talon not far away, looked at the two figures with astonishment. The water arrow just now wasn't an accidental mishap for Roland, but rather because Roland had reminded the Grand Duke of Triumph twice, causing them some trouble. So, his water arrow was deliberately deflected and aimed at Roland. To his surprise, the two ants actually escaped his attack. Do they possess powerful protective artifacts? However, Hynaz didn't care and instead gave a cold laugh. "Let's see how many treasures you still have." Then, with a flash, he narrowly dodged Talon's fatal sword strike. With a wave of his staff, 5 giant wolves formed from water elementals suddenly appeared and charged toward Talon. Talon didn't want to waste time on these fake things, and with a flash, he dodged the 5 giant wolves. However, after losing their target, the 5 giant wolves did not disappear. Instead, they continued forward, running wildly at high speed. Meanwhile, Roland also spotted the 5 giant water elemental wolves charging towards him. It was only at this moment that he suddenly understood. It turns out that he wasn't just an innocent bystander. The water arrow that Hynaz deliberately shot at him was actually aimed at him. Roland's face immediately darkened. "You dare to mess with me when I haven't done anything to you? Don't think I'm afraid of you, just because you're a grand magus." Andre, at this moment, showed a panicked expression again and hurriedly shouted, "Sir, it's too dangerous here. We have to run." However, Roland said without turning his head, "Run? When have I, Roland, ever been afraid of such danger?" "Andre, you hide yourself. This little threat can't harm me, sir." After saying that, he suddenly leaped up and, instead of retreating, strode towards the 5 ferocious giant wolves that were charging at him. Andre was terrified. At this moment, the thought of abandoning his master and fleeing arose in his mind. After all, this adult seemed to be a little off his mind and was not a wise ruler. However, his character and chivalry made him grit his teeth and follow. While fighting Tyrone, Hynaz was also observing the situation on Roland's side. When he saw that the two of them were advancing instead of retreating, he immediately showed a surprised expression. Are they courting death? Just then, a sword light slashed down. Hynaz was startled and hurriedly erected a water shield. He then used the slowing effect of water to buy himself a little time before he could quickly dodge the sword light. However, he was still shaken by the aftershocks of the sword light, causing his blood to surge. "Fight me. How dare you lose focus? Haynes, you're too arrogant," Tyrone said with a cold laugh. Hynaz took a deep breath and said, "I was careless just now. You won't have another chance after this. I decided to stop playing with you." Tyrone's expression tightened, because he knew that Hynaz was about to unleash a powerful attack. The figure of Hynaz became illusory again, and then more than a dozen Hynaz appeared around Talon, each slowly raising their staffs toward him. Tyrone dared not be negligent and directly killed Hynaz on the left with a sword. However, unfortunately, Hynaz turned into a mist and disappeared without a trace. "Ha ha! You won't find me. Just prepare to die, Lord Sword Saint of the Wind. Then, suddenly, a hyenas behind Talon unleashed a massive water blade that shot towards him. Talon quickly dodged and turned to strike back, but the figure of Hynaz once again turned into mist and vanished without a trace. Hynaz's true form has gone into hiding again. Tyrone's face was extremely gloomy. If this continued, he would eventually be worn down and killed by Haines. Meanwhile, the 5 giant water elemental wolves had already arrived in front of Roland. Andre was so nervous that he could hardly breathe, but soon, a scene that shocked him appeared. Just then, the giant wolf that had charged forward opened its enormous jaws, filled with incredibly sharp teeth, ready to swallow Roland whole. Suddenly, its head vanished instantly, turning into a pool of clear water droplets that fell to the ground. Then, its body, which continued to charge forward, also turned into water droplets and fell to the ground. Then, the other 4 giant wolves, when they were nearly 2 meters away from Roland's body, completely turned into a puddle of water. Andre stared at this scene in disbelief. He couldn't understand how Roland had managed to do all that. It seemed that Roland hadn't done anything at all, but had simply raised his magic wand slowly. Meanwhile, Hynaz, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Talon in the distance, also witnessed this incredible scene. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hynaz blurted it out almost immediately. He couldn't understand why these 2 ants had managed to evade his attacks time and time again. Meanwhile, Roland was still approaching them from a distance, which was a huge provocation to Hynaz. Andre finally believed in Roland's strength and listened to him, choosing to leave and letting Roland go to the battlefield alone. Hynaz gritted his teeth just as he was about to launch another attack on Roland, when suddenly, Roland's voice came. Senior Tyren, I have a way to deal with Hynaz. It was that familiar voice again, but this time, it seems he was exaggerating a bit. You think you can handle the mighty water elemental archmage, Hynaz? Tyrone also turned to look at the unfamiliar but handsome young man. He had naturally seen Hynaz attack the young man earlier, but he had only assumed that the young man had some top-notch protective artifact. At this moment, Roland's claim that he could deal with Hynaz made Talon suspicious. Roland continued, Senior Tyran, if you don't trust me, you can take me with you to fight against Hynaz. I'm sure I won't risk my life. Upon hearing his words, Tyrone realized that he couldn't do anything to Hynaz if things continued this way, so he decided to try anything as a last resort. I'll trust you this once, but if you get killed by Hynaz, don't blame me. Roland said confidently, Of course, I value my life more than anyone else. So, Tyrone immediately left Hynaz's fighting range, went to Roland's side, grabbed him, and returned to the battlefield. Seeing this comical scene before him, Hynaz couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! You were already no match for me, and now you've brought a burden along. You're probably just asking for trouble. Ha ha ha! Rolank then spoke in a low voice directly next to Tyrone. Senior Tyrone, you just focus on attacking. Leave all the defense to me. Tyrone glanced at him and said, Young man, don't be arrogant. Even the most powerful treasure will eventually run out of energy, so don't talk big. Roland said with absolute confidence. Don't worry, Senior. I would never risk my life. Without him saying a word, Hynaz had already launched an attack on them. A dense barrage of water arrows was hurtling towards them, covering a wide area, and they had virtually no way to completely dodge them except by taking the hits head on. The time has come to see if you're really telling the truth, Tyrone said, then immediately covered himself with a layer of aura shield. His strength was enough to deal with these wide but weak water arrows. However, Roland is a different story. Talon had no intention of protecting Roland. After all, it was Roland himself who wanted to brag about it. However, Roland showed no sign of panic. With a smile on his face, he took another step forward, and the dense water jets finally arrived. Just when Tyrone thought Roland might be riddled with holes, an unbelievable scene suddenly appeared before his eyes. The hundreds of water arrows, when they were about 2 meters away from Roland's body, suddenly turned into a puddle of water and fell to the ground. Tyrone was startled, then immediately stepped forward and said, Kid, you really didn't lie to me? Roland nodded and smiled. Didn't you see it? Then, a smile appeared on Tyrone's face as he spoke. All right, then let's join forces today and kill this villain. Having said that, he grabbed Roland and charged towards Haines. When Haynes saw that his attack had failed again, he gritted his teeth in anger. However, facing the approaching Talon, he still waved his staff and activated the water slow spell to slow Talon's extremely fast speed. Just when Ted thought his speed was about to drop drastically, the magic suddenly dissipated as it approached them. That feeling of being trapped in water, with your hands and feet tied, finally didn't appear. A look of wild joy flashed across Talon's face. Then, to Heinez's horrified surprise, Talon appeared before him with incredible speed and brought his sword down. Unfortunately, this one is still just a phantom. But Tyrone wasn't disappointed. Instead, he sneered. With me back to full speed, let's see if your phantom is faster or my sword is faster. Then, his body seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning. In just 3 breaths, he shattered Heinez's 5 phantoms, and with his momentum undiminished, he charged toward another phantom. Heinez stared at this scene in disbelief. He hurriedly waved his staff, and water arrows, water blades, and even more powerful water elemental dragons appeared, charging towards Talon. But what terrified him was that no matter how he attacked, as long as his attacks reached within 2 meters of Tyrone and Roland, they would completely vanish into thin air, turning into a puddle of water. This is impossible. How did you do that? Haynes screamed in terror. At this moment, Talon killed 7 of his phantoms. Or rather, it wasn't so much killing as they were. The phantoms simply vanished as soon as they got close. The scene before him challenged his understanding time and time again. At this moment, all the phantoms on the field vanished into thin air, leaving only Heinez, who stared at the 2 of them in utter shock. Chapter 78, Dying with Unresolved Feelings. When warriors and mages of similar strength clash head-on, if the mage cannot maintain a safe distance from the warrior, it will be a one-sided massacre. Although Talon's wind element is known for its speed, Heinez had previously used Water Slow to severely limit his speed, and then used Water's illusion to conceal his figure, which is why he had been able to toy with Talon all this time. Now that his 2 signature moves have been countered by Talon and Roland, he has almost no chance of winning against a powerful wind-type King Knight. Heinez, surrender now. I might spare your life. Tyrone looked at the other person coldly and said. Heinez's face was extremely ugly, but he still gritted his teeth and said, You think you've already won? You're seriously underestimating me. After saying that, he shook his staff violently, and his face immediately turned several shades paler. Tornado Sea Storm. Heinez's eyes were bloodshot as he roared in fury. Suddenly, a swirling black cloud appeared in the once clear sky, as if something was brewing within it, and the sky instantly darkened. Tyrone's expression changed, and he said, He's using super-level magic. I have to stop him. Otherwise, everyone on the field will die. Having said that, he flashed forward and charged towards Heinez without hesitation. However, what stunned Roland was, this old man seems to have forgotten to bring himself. Senior Tylong, I'm still here. Roland stood still and shouted loudly. However, the wind was howling, and Roland's words quickly dissipated into the air. In a moment of impulse, Tyrone forgot about Roland beside him, and he didn't believe Roland was capable of blocking this world-destroying super-level magic. Fortunately, Heinez seemed to have already concluded that his water slow spell had failed and did not intervene to stop Talon. In the blink of an eye, Tyrone was already in front of Heinez. Heinez! Tyrone roared in fury, then raised his long sword high and, without a trace of mercy or hesitation, brought it down. Suddenly, a crystal shield appeared around Heinez, as if some protective artifact had been triggered. However, this didn't seem to be able to stop Talon's full-force sword strike. In just 3 seconds, cracks appeared on the shield, which then shattered inch by inch, and finally, with a bang, it turned into pieces and completely dissipated into the air. And Talon's sword finally struck Heinez without any obstruction. A loud bang was heard. Heinez's body was struck hard, and then he flew backward like a cannonball until he crashed into a stone wall not far away with a bang, before slowly sliding down, leaving a bright red bloodstain on the stone wall behind him. And Tyrone's figure had already arrived. A cold glint flashed as the sword's edge touched his skin, and Heinez felt death beckoning him. However, he showed no fear. Instead, he laughed heartily, spitting out blood. Ha ha, cough, cough, ha. Tyrone said sternly, You're about to die, what are you laughing at? Heinaz merely glanced at him, then chuckled and said, I'm going to die anyway, but having those people keep me company isn't a bad thing. At this moment, a tornado had already formed in the square. A huge waterspout raged wildly across the square, and several people who were nearby were instantly sucked into the waterspout. All that could be heard was their screams, and then they were nowhere to be seen. Tyrone's face was extremely ugly as he gritted his teeth and said, Your companions are here too. Aren't you afraid they'll be buried with you? Heinaz, however, said mercilessly, We dared to come here because we were risking our lives, and dying was something we expected. He was right. Daring to venture alone deep into the heart of the Holy Dragon Empire to assassinate the Grand Duke of the Empire meant that they had indeed disregarded their lives. Tyrone gritted his teeth and stared intently at him, but he was helpless. Looking at the increasingly huge waterspout not far away, he felt powerless. Although he could guarantee his own safety, what about the others? Even if Grand Duke Triumph and Prince Razel escaped, what about the people of Triumph City? What would become of them? Meanwhile, the battle between the Grand Duke of Triumph and Razel also ceased. Faced with this devastating waterspout, their struggle had become meaningless. People fled in panic, but the waterspout had a powerful attraction, and some who couldn't escape in time were sucked up and disappeared without a trace. Grand Duke of Triumph, we must retreat quickly. There's still time. As the massive waterspout drew ever closer, Razor roared in horror at the Grand Duke of Triumph not far away. However, the victorious Grand Duke did not move. Instead, he slowly raised his sword, pointed it at the waterspout, and then softly said, Your Highness, you must leave. You can't go. Rezar was immediately startled and hurriedly asked, Why? We can still escape now. The victorious Grand Duke's face was completely calm at this moment, and instead, he showed a relieved smile as he spoke. My Triumph family has lived here for generations. It is through the efforts of our Triumph family for hundreds of years that Triumph City has grown from a small town into the magnificent metropolis it is today. The hundreds of thousands of people in the city chose to settle here because they trusted our Triumph family. Our Triumph family is both the creator and the protector of this city. Now that this city is in trouble, as the City Lord of Triumph City, I just want to walk away like this. Razor understood the Grand Duke's intentions, but he couldn't let him do that. Portland couldn't do without him. Your Highness, the matter may not be so serious. This waterspout may dissipate on its own in a while. You don't need to do this. The victorious Grand Duke shook his head and said, This is a super-level magical water tornado. It won't stop for at least an hour, and it will continue to absorb water energy along the way, so its power will only increase. If no external force stops it, Triumph City will be destroyed by it. As the waterspout drew closer and grew stronger, Razor became increasingly anxious and hurriedly shouted, But what good is it for you, Your Excellency, to be here? You've only sacrificed your life in vain. It won't serve any purpose. The victorious Grand Duke, however, remained resolute and said, My strength is insufficient to fight it. However, my fire-type battle aura is exactly the opposite of it. Even if I cannot destroy it, I can weaken its power to a certain extent. Perhaps then Triumph City will be less damaged, and the people in the city will suffer fewer casualties. At this moment, the power of the waterspout continued to rise, and those who could escape had already fled to a distance, leaving only a few people frantically running for their lives near the waterspout. Razor wanted to say something more, but the Grand Duke of Triumph spoke first. Your Highness Razor, run. It will be too late. I swear to live and die with Triumph City. Having said that, to everyone's astonishment, the Grand Duke's fiery red battle aura suddenly surged into the sky, and he raised his long sword high in the face of the tornado-like sea storm. Razor's face was filled with immense pain. His mission here was to protect the Grand Duke of Triumph, but he never expected it to end like this. Moreover, the Grand Duke of Triumph was someone he respected immensely, someone whose strength and character were impeccable. Without the triumphant Duke, this will be a loss for the entire Holy Dragon Empire. Seeing that the triumphant Duke was determined to leave, and feeling the approaching tornado, with its chaotic water droplets violently pelting his face and stinging him, Rezel gritted his teeth and turned to flee. But just then, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. Hey, look, why is someone running towards the waterspout? Upon hearing the sound, Razor immediately turned around and saw Sure enough, a small figure running towards the giant waterspout. However, he quickly realized that this person seemed to be the one who had reminded them to deal with the demon sound mage earlier, but later, for some reason, he was taken by Senior Tyrone to fight against Heinous. The Grand Duke, who had just been triumphant, also noticed this and immediately looked puzzled. Could there be someone here who loves Triumph City as deeply and earnestly as I do? Tyrone stared at Roland in shock and anger and roared. Come back now, kid. This high-level magic is beyond your capabilities. You're just going to your death. Talon still held a favorable impression of Roland, but seeing Roland going against the tide to his death, he was instantly enraged. Meanwhile, Heinaz burst into laughter. Ha ha, this kid deserves to die. He's the one who deserves to die the most here. We thought he could escape, but he actually went and threw his life away. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, Roland, who was running wildly, was also a little nervous. Although he had the protection of the sea god's scepter, who wouldn't be afraid in the face of this terrifying tornado storm. Does wearing a bulletproof vest really mean you're not afraid of bullets? Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Compared to the enormous and terrifying waterspout, Roland's figure was far too weak, like an ant. Just a little water would be enough to completely submerge him. Meanwhile, Roland's figure continued to approach the tornado. People didn't know why Roland hadn't been sucked away by the waterspout at such close range, but that wasn't their focus. Then, finally, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Roland's frail body, without hesitation, leaped into the water and disappeared into the giant waterspout. Why did he do that? No one could understand Roland's behavior. Meanwhile, Heinaz's laughter grew even more manic. Ah, kulf kulf. Ah, kulf ah. Good riddance. Good riddance. I won't rest in peace if this kid isn't dead. Ha ha ha. Tyrone looked at him with an extremely ugly expression and said, Don't worry, I'll make you go to your grave with him in no time. Heinaz didn't say anything and continued to laugh wildly. But just then, suddenly the raging, spinning tornado began to slow down. Look, that waterspout seems to be slowing down. A sharp-eyed person seemed to have noticed a change, and everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the enormous tornado-like sea storm in the distance. The enormous waterspout that had been spinning wildly suddenly stopped in place, and its rotation speed gradually slowed down. Then, to everyone's astonishment and disbelief, the enormous, terrifying waterspout slowly dissipated from below, transforming into a massive waterfall, with a huge torrent of water cascading down in a frenzied rush. Splash, 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 splash. The powerful roar of the rushing water echoed throughout the square. As the water hit the ground, it instantly submerged the ruins and even reached above the knees of the triumphant Duke not far away. He stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Not just him, everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them. And Heinaz's smile came to an abrupt end. At this moment, the enormous waterspout continued to pour down as rain, breaking apart inch by inch from bottom to top, constantly disappearing and shortening. Only at the very end, when the very top of the waterspout disappeared and turned back into water, did everyone witness in shock. A figure slowly emerged from the cascading water. Isn't this the kid who was courting death just now? Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. Could it be that this enormous and terrifying tornado was neutralized by this person, by this frail body? When Heinaz saw this, his face turned red, his breathing became rapid, and he shouted frantically, Impossible! This is impossible! Then, with a soft, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his head lolled to the side, and he was completely lifeless. But his eyes were still wide open. As he had said before, he would die with regrets if Roland didn't rise. I didn't expect it to come true so quickly. Tyrone paid no attention to the life or death of Haynes beside him, but stared in shock at the figure below the waterfall. Surprisingly, this kid wasn't bragging. Roland stood in the middle of the square, looking disheveled. The tornado that had been dissipated had turned into water that poured over him, soaking him completely. His once magnificent noble attire was now tattered and torn. Even so, he became the center of attention for everyone present. Who is he? What is his skill level? How was he able to defuse the tornado-like storm? Countless questions lingered in everyone's mind, unanswerable. Only when the surviving assassins realized their predicament did they suddenly scatter and flee in a frenzy. Everyone suddenly woke up with a start. Quickly capture those enemies. Don't let a single one escape. The triumphant Grand Duke roared suddenly, and then took the lead in chasing after them. Razor and the others were also suddenly awakened and gave chase. Tyrone also turned his head sharply, looking at a figure in the distance that was almost out of sight. It was that same amethyst archer who had just posed such a huge threat and caused them so much damage. He had actually sensed something was wrong early on and fled beforehand. However, Tyrone sneered and said, "Trying to run? Do you really think our Holy Dragon Empire is helpless?" In an instant, his figure vanished, as if transformed into a gust of wind, chasing after it at breakneck speed. Please give me tips. Please advertise. Please urge me to update. Please give me good reviews. Little fish thanks you all. Chapter 79 Grand Duke's Reward. Triumph City was once again engulfed in a frenzied chase. The failed assassins scattered and fled, but unfortunately, they had no chance of turning the tide against the more powerful figures of the Holy Dragon Empire. Soon, the mysterious black-clad sorcerer was brought back by the victorious Grand Duke himself, and the black robe covering her was torn off. Surprisingly, this sorcerer was actually a beautiful woman. Her face was pale and her steps were unsteady. She must have just been reprimanded by the triumphant Duke. Meanwhile, Razor led his men in pursuit of the other fleeing amethyst powerhouses. Without the negative influence of the demon sound mage, their current strength was enough to eliminate the enemy. Those who refused to surrender were killed without hesitation by Razor, while those who surrendered were bound with special beast sinew ropes and escorted back. However, when they saw the captured enemies or corpses, they were immediately filled with anger. "Where is that amethyst archer? Did he get away? He killed the most of our men just now," Razor said with a hateful look on his face. "That top amethyst archer has been watching them from afar and shooting arrows from the shadows. In just that short time, 3 amethyst experts from the Holy Dragon Empire have already died at his hands." The Grand Duke of Triumph shook his head helplessly and said, "That's a top-tier wind element amethyst archer. If he wants to run, none of us can stop him." Razor naturally understood this, and his face immediately showed an extremely angry expression. But just then, a soft laugh suddenly rang out. Don't worry, he can't escape." Everyone turned around and saw Tyrone slowly walking over, carrying the amethyst archer in his hand. "Senior Tyrone, I can't believe you caught him. I'm so happy. Ha ha ha." Razor's face lit up with surprise as he spoke. Tyrone threw the amethyst marksman to the ground and then said, "I've sealed his power. You can all take him away later and let them receive the punishment they deserve." At this moment, the amethyst archer remained calm. There was no fear on his face, but rather a sense of relief, as if death was a kind of liberation for him. At this moment, the victorious Grand Duke suddenly awoke and blurted out, "All right, and Otov, where did he go?" Then everyone remembered that one of the planners of this assassination, Marquis Otov, a traitor to the Holy Dragon Empire, seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Everyone frowned upon hearing this. Although they didn't care about Otov's strength, if he managed to escape like this, it would undoubtedly be a huge loss to the prestige of the triumphal Grand Duke. But just then, a figure staggered over from a distance, carrying in his hand a body that looked like a dead dog. Only when they got closer did they realize that the person approaching was none other than the long-lost Ratina, and what he was carrying in his hand was Otov's body. "Your Highness Razor, Senior Tyran, Grand Duke Triumph, I brought Otov back." Rottweiler was pale and covered in wounds, his clothes almost entirely stained red with bright red blood. Otov, whom he dragged back, was in an even worse state, with almost no intact flesh left on his body. Undoubtedly, an extremely difficult and bloody battle must have broken out between the two of them. "Rovina, are you all right?" the victorious Grand Duke said with a mixture of surprise and worry. Rottweiler shook his head slightly and said, "I'm fine. It's just some superficial injuries, nothing dangerous." Roland, who was not far away, saw this scene and showed a surprised expression. "Father, are you all right?" Roland rushed over, his face filled with worry, and said, Rowena had been tracking and chasing Otov and hadn't seen what was happening in the square. When he saw Roland, he looked puzzled and said, "Huh, what are you doing here?" At this moment, everyone remembered that there was still that mysterious boy who had defused the tornado storm here. However, When they heard Roland call Rottweiler father, everyone's faces showed astonishment. The Grand Duke of Triumph suddenly realized something and blurted out, "You're Rowena's son, Roland?" Roland was surprised that the Grand Duke knew his name and hurriedly said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Excellency. I am Roland." Upon hearing his words, the Grand Duke of Triumph took a deep breath, patted Rowena on the shoulder, and said, "Rowena, the best thing you ever did in your life was to have such a wonderful son." Rowena was completely bewildered by his words. He didn't understand why the Grand Duke of Triumph suddenly appreciated Roland. Even if Roland had provided the intelligence today, it didn't warrant such praise. Rowena wanted to find out the reason, but the Grand Duke of Triumph laughed and said, "Ha, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go back and talk about it." Afterwards, they all left the square and returned to the Duke's mansion. The prisoners were taken to prison by his men. Inside a room in the Duke's mansion, Rowena finally understood everything that had happened to Roland in the square after he left. He reminded everyone twice to deal with the demonic sound mage, help Senior Tyrone defeat Highness. Most importantly, he single-handedly resolved the tornado and storm, relieving the crisis in Triumph City. Hearing these miraculous scenes, Rowena couldn't help but look at his son, Roland, who seemed familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar, with a strange expression on his face. Compared to before, Roland has become more composed, and his eyes have become much more resolute. He is no longer the spoiled and dissolute rich kid he once was. Rottweiler's mouth moved a few times, as if he wanted to say something but didn't want to. In the end, however, he couldn't suppress his doubts and asked, "Roland, just how many secrets are you hiding?" Roland laughed and said, "It's nothing. I just happened to get a treasure that can counter water magic, so I just stumbled upon it by sheer luck." Rottweiler still had doubts. What kind of treasure is it that can restrain a grand magus and easily neutralize super-level magic? However, Rowena knew to stop there. A secret is a secret, and he had no intention of delving any further. At this moment, Roland also showed a hint of dissatisfaction and said, "Father, don't you also have things you're hiding from us?" Rottweiler was taken aback and blurted out, "What am I hiding?" Rottweiler chuckled and said, "Father, you've clearly become the Amethyst Knight, but you've been hiding it from us all this time, haven't you?" Upon hearing this, Rottweiler chuckled, shook his head, and said, "I did break through to the Amethyst Knight level some time ago, but because I needed to deal with Otov, I hid my strength and planned to give him a surprise. This method did work. Otov underestimated me and became complacent, which gave me a significant advantage when the battle began." Roland nodded and said with a smile, "Father is still the first Amethyst Knight in our family, right? It seems our family is about to take off again." Rottweiler smiled and shook his head without saying a word. However, after a short while, the smile on his face stopped, and he said mysteriously to Roland, "Your performance this time has been truly outstanding. I think the Grand Duke of Triumph will have to reconsider your reward. If you have any requests, feel free to make them. I don't think the Grand Duke of Triumph will refuse." Upon hearing his words, Roland's eyes lit up. "You can name any conditions you want? Then can I really just bring it up casually? May I request that the Triumphal Duke grant me all of Otov's territory?" Roland said somewhat excitedly. Rottweiler glanced at him and said, "You think you can just say whatever you want? With Otov's territory plus our Cape Brun region, our family would become the largest noble family in Portland Province besides the Grand Duke. Although I have the Grand Duke's deep trust, he won't let our family become a second Otov family." Roland's expression froze. "You said you just mentioned it casually." So he said, somewhat annoyed, "Then what should I bring up?" Rowena smiled slightly, looked at Roland, and said, "You'll have to figure that out for yourself. This is what you deserve. You don't need to think about me. Just think about yourself and try to get the best possible benefit for yourself." Roland undead tout fully. At that moment, he began to understand what his father, Rowena, meant. "Seem, it's time for me to start my own business." Roland began to ponder deeply. For the next few days, Triumph City was placed under martial law. This crisis caused considerable damage to Triumph City. In addition to the destruction of many buildings, there were over 100 casualties, including 3 powerful Amethyst Knights who caused great losses to Triumph City. Moreover, no one knows whether there are other enemies hiding in Triumph City. The plaza and surrounding stands, which had almost become ruins, were also undergoing intensive restoration and reconstruction. Roland, however, has been incredibly leisurely these past few days. Everyone else is busy, while he has nothing to do but wander around Triumph City every day. Vivian had already left Triumph City, taking the leaves of the Tree of Life back to save her family's ancient oak tree. If she succeeded, the Viscount Wilt family would continue to prosper for decades, or even centuries. Rhodes and Loria, however, were still in Triumph City. The two had been terrified by the sudden attack in the square that day and fled frantically. Fortunately, they were not destined to die and only suffered minor injuries before finally escaping. They were now recuperating in their mansion. Roland had long wanted to leave Triumph City and return to Crab Island, but the Grand Duke of Triumph kept trying to persuade him to stay. Roland also remembered his father Rowena's words and was waiting for the Grand Duke of Triumph's reward, so he did not leave. Fortunately, early that morning, before Roland even left the house, he received an invitation from the Duke's mansion. Roland was overjoyed, for he knew that the long-awaited reward was about to arrive. Soon, Roland brought Catherine, Corlanda, and Andre to the Duke's mansion. To his surprise, there were already quite a few people there. Besides the triumphant Grand Duke, there was also Prince Razel, Senior Tyrone, his father Rowena, and a group of other powerful warriors who had participated in the battle. Roland, you've finally arrived. Grand Duke Triumph saw Roland's figure, and a smile appeared on his face as he spoke. The others also smiled kindly at Roland. Greetings, Your Highness Razor, Senior Tyrant, Grand Duke Triumph, and all other lords. Roland bowed to Prince Razor, Senior Tyrant, and Grand Duke Triumph. Here, without a doubt, he was the least powerful and held the lowest rank, so he had to be careful. However, they didn't care. The triumphant Duke smiled and said to Roland, Roland, your contribution to our victory this time is undeniable, so I've been racking my brains these past few days trying to figure out how to reward you. Upon hearing this, Roland immediately adopted a righteous and awe-inspiring expression and said, As an imperial baron and a member of the province of Portland, it is only right that I make some contributions to the empire. Upon hearing his words, both the Grand Duke of Triumph and Prince Razel showed expressions of immense satisfaction. It must be said that Roland's words had thoroughly delighted them. Then, the Grand Duke of Triumph smiled again and said, Ha, we always reward and punish fairly. Since you have made such a great contribution, I must reward you. Razor smiled slightly as he stood to the side. The Grand Duke of Triumph represents Triumph City, and his reward is irrelevant to me. I will give you a reward on behalf of the Holy Dragon Empire. Upon hearing this, Roland's heart nearly leaped out his chest. At that moment, Tyrone also smiled and said something. On behalf of myself, I will also give you a reward to thank you for helping me kill Hynas. Upon hearing this, Roland almost stopped breathing. The rewards for a Grand Duke, a Prince, and a King-level expert would be enough to make anyone envious and insane, yet he received all three. At this point, Roland no longer dared to show off, so he bowed deeply and said, Thank you so much, Your Highness Razor, Senior Tyrant, and Grand Duke Triumph. Then, the triumphant Grand Duke looked at Roland and smiled. Let's begin. Then with a wave of his hand, two people brought a figure in from the side. Chapter 80, Arranging a Way Out. I've heard you have a fondness for beauties from other races, so I'll give you this fox girl that Otov sent. The triumphant Grand Duke stroked his beard, seemingly very pleased with the gift he had given. Roland's expression suddenly froze. When did I start liking women from other races? However, at that moment, he saw Coranda standing not far away and couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. Roland immediately touched his nose, realizing that he had indeed gone head-to-head with Marquis Otov at the auction and won the bid for the elven beauty, Coranda. No wonder there are rumors circulating that he likes women of different races. However, that's not the truth. But Roland couldn't say it out loud, so he could only smile wryly and say, These are victorious dukes. This gift, I really like it. At this moment, the fox girl was looking at her new master, Roland, with curiosity. In just a few days, she had changed hands twice and had 3 different masters. Seeing Roland's handsome and dashing appearance, the fox girl breathed a sigh of relief. At least, standing with this master wasn't so hard to accept. Roland also glanced at the fox girl without realizing it. I must say it's quite pretty and cute, and it even has a soft tail. But Roland couldn't help but worry again. Surely the triumphant Grand Duke isn't just going to brush me off like this. Fortunately, The victorious Grand Duke did not disappoint him and continued speaking. Also, Otav has now been arrested and is awaiting trial by the Warrior Empire. However, his territory cannot be without a master for even a day. Therefore, I have decided to divide Otav's territory, the Sax Plain and the Berlan Heights, into 4 parts. One of these parts will be your new territory, Roland. You can choose a suitable piece of land first. Upon hearing his words, Roland's eyes lit up. According to the previous plan, he would only receive the territory of 1 city, but now he directly occupied a quarter of Otav's territory. It has to be said that Roland had made a huge profit. The other 3 portions were divided among Roland's father, Rowena. 1 portion was given to a newly appointed earl by the Grand Duke of Triumph, and the last portion was directly divided among 3 nearby noble lords. If Roland could acquire this new territory, its territory would more than double in size, and the area would be densely populated. Even a quarter of this territory would have hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, increasing Roland's population by several dozen times. Thank you for the generous gift, Grand Duke Triumph. Roland bowed with utmost respect and said. Grand Duke Triumph smiled and said, Hee, you're a great lord now, one of the most powerful in the entire province of Portland. Roland immediately replied modestly, I'm just a minor baron. How can I be compared to those earls and marquises? Upon hearing his words, the triumphant duke burst into laughter and said, You little rascal, you're implying your rank is too low. But whether or not you get promoted isn't up to me. You'd better ask Prince Razor. Razor smiled and said, Don't worry, Roland. I will submit your title promotion document when I get back this time, and you should receive the document confirming your promotion to Viscount in a few days. A talented Viscount. Roland muttered. Everyone was speechless. This kid is a bit greedy. However, Razor shook his head helplessly and said with a wry smile, Nobility must be promoted step by step. There has never been a nobleman who was promoted 2 ranks at once. This is the rule, and it cannot be done arbitrarily. Roland was naturally aware of these unspoken rules, so he smiled and said, Thank you for the reward, Your Highness Razor. Razor shook his head and said, This is not a reward for you, but simply what you deserve. Roland immediately showed a surprised expression. Razor slowly took out a medal from his pocket, handed it to Roland, and said, This is the bronze cross medal of the Holy Dragon Empire. This is my true reward for you. Bronze cross medal? It is a medal used by the Holy Dragon Empire to reward those who have made great contributions to the empire. Even someone as noble as the Grand Duke of Triumph only received a golden cross. His father, Rowena, only had a bronze cross, but even so, Rowena had been boasting about it for years. The cross medal symbolizes your contributions to the Holy Dragon Empire. Wearing the cross medal grants you special privileges and benefits in many parts of the empire. Thank you so much, Your Highness Razor. Thank you for your recognition. Roland said with utmost solemnity. Razor simply smiled, a satisfied expression on his face. Just then, a rude voice rang out. Roland, kid, I don't have as many good things as them, so I'll give you this. Roland turned around and saw Talon throw something at him. He caught it and looked at it, only to find that it was actually a deep blue ring. This is Hainaz's spatial ring. Considering that you are all water-based cultivators, perhaps his things can be of some help to you. I only took a few small items from inside. Most of the things are still inside. I've already broken the restrictions inside, so you can use them as you please. Upon hearing his words, Roland gasped. This is actually the spatial ring of the Archmage Hainaz. Roland couldn't imagine how many good things were inside. The spatial ring itself was worth millions or even tens of millions of gold coins. At this point, Roland now possesses 3 spatial rings. The spatial ring of the top-tier King Knight St. Louis, the ring of the Sea God, and the spatial ring of Hainaz that is right before his eyes. Roland suppressed the urge to examine the treasures inside the spatial ring, and then spoke. Thank you, Senior Tyrone. Tyrone simply smiled and stroked his beard without saying a word. Then Roland left, but the people inside didn't leave. Instead, they started chattering, seemingly arguing about something more important. That night, Rowena called Roland and his 2 siblings into his room, his face very somber. Father, what do you want with us? The 3 of them asked questions one after another. Rottweiler frowned, then shook his head, sighed, and said, I called you here today because I have something very important to tell you, something that concerns the survival of our family. Upon hearing this, the three of them were immediately startled. In particular, Roland was even more aware that Rowena had become a confidant of the Grand Duke of Triumph, and his strength had also risen to the level of Amethyst Knight. Even Prince Razor had a good impression of Rowena. This was the time for the War Banner family to rise to prominence. So why was it facing a life-or-death situation again? Unless... Roland narrowed his eyes. He had already roughly guessed what Rowena meant. "What's wrong, father? Is there some problem with our family?" Rhodes asked with a look of fear on his face. Rottweiler shook his head and said, "It's not that our War Banner family has a problem, but that the Holy Dragon Empire has a major problem." "Is the Holy Dragon Empire in big trouble?" Rhodes and Loria seemed to have realized something at this moment. Roland asked directly, "Father, are you going to the battlefield again?" Rottweiler frowned, then slowly nodded. "The border between the Holy Dragon Empire and the three great empires is about to break out. This 3-against-1 war is almost inevitable, so I have no choice but to enlist and go to the battlefield. In fact, not only me, but more than half of the dozen or so earls and marquises in Portland Province will go to the battlefield." Upon hearing this, Roland couldn't help but gasp. The Holy Dragon Empire is facing simultaneous attacks from the Winter Empire, the Violet Empire, and the Gera Empire. Roland does not believe that the Holy Dragon Empire has the strength to fight against all three at once. Moreover, the current emperor does not seem to be a wise and enlightened ruler. Rottweiler sighed and continued, "War should have been a good opportunity for us to make our mark. Our War Banner family was also established on horseback. Logically, I shouldn't be so pessimistic. However, I can't see any chance of the Empire winning this war. Most of us who go to the battlefield will not come back alive. I, Rowena, am not afraid of death, but I don't want to die in a war with no chance of winning." The three of them fell silent upon hearing his words. Loria forced back her tears and then said, "Father, can't you not go?" Rottweiler shook his head and said, "The military dispatches are in 12 volumes, and my name is on every single one. I cannot refuse, unless my family no longer wants to exist in the Holy Dragon Empire." The three of them were speechless. Then, Rowena's expression turned serious, and he said, "Next, you must remember what I'm about to say, because it concerns the life and death of our family." The three nodded immediately, looking extremely serious. Rottweiler continued, "From this moment forward, Rhodes will inherit my position as head of the War Banner family. If I die in battle in the future, my title of Earl of Brunhorn, or perhaps Marquis, will also be inherited by Rhodes. Do you have any objections?" Rottweiler looked at the three of them. Rhodes's expression was incredibly complicated. He had once thought that his father would hand the family over to Roland, but he never expected that it would ultimately be handed over to him. So Rhodes said with a complicated expression, "I will temporarily assume the position of head of the family until my father returns in triumph, at which point I will hand it back to him." Rottweiler smiled, then shook his head and said, "No need. Even if I really come back, there's no need to hand over the position of family head to me. I've spent too much of my life on the family, which is why my strength is so weak. If I do manage to come back, I should stay out of worldly affairs and focus on cultivation to try and break through to the next level." Rhodes didn't speak again, but his moist eyes revealed the complexity of his inner feelings. Then, Rowena turned to look at Loria and said, "Loria, when you go back this time, resign from your position as Lord of Tulip Town. We will soon acquire a large area of land in the Sacramento Plain. You will choose a large city there as your territory, and then cooperate with Rhodes to properly integrate this new land." Loria nodded repeatedly, sobbing, and said, "Wah, I'll listen to you, father." Finally, Rowena turned his gaze to Roland, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Roland, do you know how I've arranged things for you?" Roland frowned and nodded, then said, "I think I already know." Rowena smiled slightly, remained silent, and continued to look at Roland, gesturing for him to continue. Roland took a deep breath, glanced at everyone, and said, "From this day forward, I, Lord Roland, Baron of Cancer Island and East Sacramento Plain, officially sever ties with the War Banner family and establish my own independent entity." Upon hearing his words, Rhodes and Loria's expressions changed immediately, and then they revealed angry looks. "Roland, how could you do this? Isn't leaving the family now just kicking someone when they're down?" Loria said with immense anger. Rhodes had the same expression. He couldn't tolerate his family falling apart under his watch. However, at this moment, Rottweiler suddenly spoke up. Don't be angry. It was my request to let Roland break away from the family and start his own business. Rhodes and Loria stared at Rowena in astonishment. Why do this, father? Rhodes asked with an incredibly complicated expression. Rottweiler shook his head and said helplessly, This is leaving our family with a last resort. I don't see any chance of the Holy Dragon Empire winning this imperial war. If the 3 countries invade, our family will probably be wiped out. He paused for a moment before continuing. Rolang's territory is isolated overseas. If the 3 great empires really come, this will be our last way out. When they come here, they will inevitably purge us local nobles and then give the land to their soldiers. So at that time, we will have no way out and may become their slaves. Upon hearing his words, Rhodes and Loria turned deathly pale. They understood what slavery meant, a life of utter misery. That's why I want Roland to leave the family and focus on developing Crab Island. Crab Island is desolate, remote, and far away, and they may not care about it. Only by leaving the Warbanner family can Roland gain the favor and important position of the Triumphant Duke. That's why I want him to do this. After saying this, Rowena looked at Roland and continued. So, Roland, your future development focus should be on Crab Island, not the East Sacram Plain. Do you understand? If possible, I hope you will continue to explore the Eastern Ocean. Perhaps in the depths of the ocean, there will be a place for us to live. And if things really come to that, I hope you can protect Rhodes and Loria. After all, you're siblings. Of course, although I don't want that day to come, if it really comes to that, I will unconditionally protect Rhodes and Loria, as well as the rest of our people. Upon hearing his words, Rhodes and Loria remained silent. They hadn't expected Rottweiler to be so pessimistic about the future. At that moment, Roland suddenly asked a question. Father, do you know why the 3 great empires suddenly launched an attack on the Holy Dragon Empire? Rottweiler hesitated for a moment before speaking. I only heard about this from His Highness Razor and the Grand Duke of Triumph today. I can tell you, but you must keep it a secret. The 3 of them immediately showed expressions of great curiosity and then hurriedly nodded in agreement. Rottweiler looked at the 3 of them and asked, Do you know what the foundation of the 4 great empires was? The 3 frowned and pondered for a moment. Then Rhodes spoke. Are they countless powerful individuals? Rottweiler shook his head. Was that a wise and insightful emperor? Loria also asked in confusion. However, Rowena shook his head again and then looked at Roland. Roland shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Rottweiler then took a deep breath and spoke slowly. It's a dragon. All 4 great empires were established with the help of powerful dragons. But unfortunately, the dragon of our Holy Dragon Empire seems to be on the verge of falling. Chapter 81 Aunt Phyllis? Everyone believed that the establishment of an empire required a group of powerful and capable warriors and a wise and mighty emperor, but a country established in this way could not be called an empire at all. The biggest difference between the empire and other kingdoms and grand duchies is its dragons, and high-ranking dragons at that. The Holy Dragon Empire was originally just a small kingdom. However, 800 years ago, the Holy Dragon Empire's ancestral emperor unexpectedly gained the sway of a radiant holy dragon. From then on, the Holy Dragon Empire began its rise. In less than 100 years, its territory expanded nearly tenfold, transforming from an ordinary kingdom into a powerful empire. In fact, the empire later changed its name to Holy Dragon, which is enough to demonstrate the importance of the radiant Holy Dragon to the Holy Dragon Empire. In contrast to the Holy Dragon Empire, the other 3 empires also enjoy the protection of high-ranking dragons, which is the fundamental reason why the 4 empires have stood firm all these years. The Ice and Snow Dragon of the Winter Empire's royal family wields ultimate ice magic. Legend has it that anyone who gets close to it will be frozen into an ice sculpture without the dragon even lifting a finger. The 5-color gem dragon of the Violet Empire is a giant dragon composed of 5 kinds of gems. It is rare to simultaneously control the 5 elements of magic: earth, wind, water, fire, and lightning. Its combat power is simply unimaginable. The lava dragon of the Gallo Empire is said to live in the lava of a giant volcano within the Gallo Empire. It possesses both ultimate fire magic and an extremely powerful physical body, making it a top-tier existence in both ranged and melee combat. The Holy Dragon Empire, on the other hand, is a radiant holy dragon of equal power, wielding rare and powerful light magic. Legend has it that it even possesses the ability to resurrect others. Besides these 4 high-level dragons, there are also some low-level and mid-level dragons, but these are not enough to support the establishment of a powerful empire. For example, the Kingdom of Landon possesses a low-level giant dragon, the Earth Rock Dragon. However, because this dragon is only a low-level dragon, the Kingdom of Landon can never be promoted to an empire. In fact, besides the 4 high-level dragons of the 4 great empires, there are other high-level dragons on the continent. For example, the Elf Empire 100 years ago had a high-level elf holy dragon. Unfortunately, the elf holy dragon disappeared unexpectedly when a war broke out in the Elf Empire 100 years ago. Otherwise, the Elf Empire would never have fallen to its current state. These 4 giant dragons are the foundation of the 4 great empires. As long as these 4 giant dragons remain within the empire, it can be guaranteed that the empire will never decline. Rowena slowly explained the relationship between the dragons and the 4 great empires, which made Roland and his 2 siblings suddenly understand. Then, Rowena continued. Unfortunately, the lifespan of our Holy Dragon Empire's high-ranking Radiant Holy Dragon has reached its end, and it may perish at any time. This is why, although the 3 great empires are eyeing the Holy Dragon Empire with covetous intent, they have not yet made a full-scale attack. They are waiting for the day when the Radiant Holy Dragon completely perishes, which will be the day they officially launch their war. That day may be 10 years from now, or it may be tomorrow. As Rotvina recounted the story, the 3 of them became serious. They now understood how the empire was established and completely grasped Rotvina's concerns. Without a doubt, if the Radiant Holy Dragon were to fall, the Holy Dragon Empire would have no chance of winning against the combined attack of the 3 great empires. As members of the Holy Dragon Empire, their Zhanshi family would naturally be subject to purges by the 3 great empires, and their territories would be re-granted to their new nobles by the 3 great empires. At this moment, the Holy Dragon Empire was like a piece of fragrant, juicy meat, attracting tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves from all directions who couldn't resist taking a bite. It's not hard to understand why a small kingdom like Landon dared to provoke the Holy Dragon Empire. At this point, Rhodes and Loria finally understood Rowena's feelings. Father, we will definitely protect the Zhanshi family, and we will wait for your return. Rhodes said, his eyes slightly moist. Loria's eyes were already blurred with tears. She wiped them away without saying a word. Only Roland's expression remained calm. Compared to his siblings, Roland didn't have a deep connection with Rowena and the Warbanner family, so he felt no burden or pressure. However, he still said it very appropriately. Father, rest assured, I will do as you plan. Seeing that the 3 siblings understood him, Rottweiler finally smiled with relief and said, Good. As long as you siblings work together, I believe you will be able to overcome this difficulty. Afterwards, the 4 of them sat down in a room for a long talk. They didn't talk about the war, the territory, or the important matters of the country. They only talked about ordinary family matters. A rare and heartwarming scene unfolded between the 4 of them. The next morning, Rhodes and Loria hurriedly returned to the banner city of Brun. After hearing Rowena's words, they felt a great sense of responsibility and rushed back. Roland, however, remained calm. Today, His Highness Razor and Senior Tyran were returning to Holy Dragon City, and Roland had come specifically to see them off. The teleportation array, which was destroyed by those assassins a while ago, has only just been repaired. Otherwise, Prince Razor and Senior Tyran would have left long ago. Rolank arrived at the Duke's mansion early in the morning. The guards of the Duke's mansion did not stop or question Rolank, who was just a minor baron. Instead, they greeted Rolank with fawning smiles. They all knew that this minor baron was a favorite of the Grand Duke of Triumph, and even His Highness Prince Razor. They dared not offend him. Catherine, Coranda, and Andre were arranged to wait at the main gate of the Duke's mansion, as it was not appropriate for too many people to go inside on such an occasion. Soon, Roland arrived at the Duke's mansion hall, where a large number of people had already gathered. In addition to His Highness Razor and Senior Tyran and their subordinates, the Grand Duke of Triumph and a group of marquises and earls from Portland Province were also present. Roland's father, Rowena, was naturally among them. They were laughing and enjoying themselves when they saw Roland enter. Senior Tyrone raised an eyebrow and then said something that seemed a little angry. Kid, I thought you'd taken the stuff and wouldn't pay any attention to this old man. Turns out you still remembered to come. Roland immediately gave a wry smile, stepped forward, and said, I'm sorry, Senior Tyrone, Your Highness Razor. I had some things to attend to, so I'm a little late. He was fine, of course. He just hadn't expected the others to arrive so early, which made him seem a bit disrespectful to Senior Tyrone and Prince Razor. Prince Razor, however, spoke with a smile. Ha! Roland, don't worry about it. Senior Tyrone has been grumbling about why you haven't arrived yet. This is the first time I've seen him care so much about a junior. Tyrone's face immediately showed an embarrassed expression. Then he snorted and stopped talking. When Roland heard Razor's words, he felt a little touched. Although he and Senior Tyrone had only known each other for a few days, they had already fought side by side. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Tyrone. Roland will certainly live up to your expectations in the future. Roland said with utmost respect and seriousness, and his words truly came from the bottom of his heart. Upon hearing his words, Tyrone's expression softened slightly, and he coughed twice before speaking. If you ever come to Holy Dragon City in the future, you can come to me if you need anything. I still have some standing in Holy Dragon City. Before Roland could say anything, Rezel said with a wry smile, Senior Tylong, even my father, the Emperor, has to carefully consider what you say. This goes far beyond just having a little bit of status. Talon glanced at him, a slight smile playing on his lips, a satisfied look on his face, seemingly quite pleased with Razor's flattery. And Roland immediately replied respectfully, Senior Tylong, rest assured, if I ever come to Holy Dragon City in the future, I will definitely pay you a visit. Tyro nodded slightly and said nothing more. Afterwards, the group chatted for a few more minutes in the hall. Seeing that it was almost time, they finally set off and headed out of the Duke's mansion. The Duke's mansion was not far from the teleportation array, so walking there was much more convenient. However, as they walked out of the hall, they saw a group of guards escorting prisoners through a side door. These were the participants in the assassination attempt, and they needed to be escorted to Holy Dragon City to be tried under Imperial law. However, everyone knew that this was just a formality, and without a doubt, these people would all be executed. Of course, the ringleader, Hainaz, has been executed, but his body still needs to be escorted to Holy Dragon City. Among the others, the most important were the Sonic Mage, who caused them great trouble, and the powerful Amethyst Archer. Of course, Otav, as a traitor to the Empire, was of average strength, but as the mastermind behind this incident, he was also a crucial criminal. Moreover, compared to the other prisoners' calm and indifferent attitude towards life and death, Otav's terrified and trembling appearance, constantly begging for mercy, was rather despicable. Roland looked at them, but felt a little regretful. These were all powerful experts at the purple crystal level. My territory has never had such powerful beings before. It's such a pity that they were executed. Afterwards, Razor and Tyrone personally inspected the prisoners before giving the order to walk towards the main gate of the Duke's mansion. Roland followed behind them, his eyes constantly scanning the beautiful Sonic Mage and the Amethyst Archer. These two were rare talents, but it seemed they were not meant for him. Soon, the group arrived at the gate of the Duke's mansion. Catherine and the other two had been waiting there for a long time. As soon as Roland came out, they followed. When Roland saw Coranda, he thought of the Amethyst Archer and couldn't help but ask curiously, Kalanda, are all of you elves wind, elementals, and archers? Kalanda shook her head and said, That's not the case. While our Milan clan is indeed the most likely to awaken wind-type talents, there are quite a few other elemental cultivators as well. As for professions, it's not that different. There are quite a few elven archers, elven mages, elven knights, and elven priests. Upon hearing this, Roland nodded and pointed at the prisoner, jokingly saying, So that's how it is. Look at that prisoner. He's a wind-type archer at the amethyst level. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought he was an elf. Upon hearing Roland's words, Catherine and Coranda both turned their heads and looked curiously at the figure in the distance. He was bound hand and foot, his face lonely, and he moved slowly forward step by step. However, upon seeing this, Catherine and Coranda immediately frowned. They felt this person seemed somewhat familiar. The two looked at each other and spoke almost simultaneously. Did you feel it too? The two then took a deep breath at the same time, turned to look at Roland, and said solemnly, Sir, I have a feeling that this person might be one of our compatriots, but I'm not sure yet. Roland was stunned for a moment. He had just said it casually. How could it have actually come true? But soon, he was overjoyed. If Catherine and Coranda were right, then he was about to have a powerful amethyst archer. Then how will you confirm that? Roland asked with a hint of excitement. Coranda immediately said, Sir, could you please let us go over and speak with that person for a few minutes? That's it. Of course, no problem. So Roland led Coranda directly toward the amethyst archer prisoner. Along the way, some people questioned them, but no one stopped them. They would still give Roland face. At this moment, the amethyst archer was facing away from them. Just by looking at his back, his slender and lean figure was indeed exactly like that of Coranda and the others. Hello, may I ask your name? Coranda approached him and asked politely. The amethyst archer, however, kept his head down and his eyes slightly closed, seemingly unwilling to acknowledge anyone. Seeing this, Coranda gritted her teeth and said directly, Are you an elf? Upon hearing Coranda's words, the figure in front of him suddenly trembled, then abruptly raised his head and stared at the person in front of him. Coranda was still in her elf form at this time, unlike other elves who disguised themselves as humans. Upon seeing Coranda's appearance, the amethyst archer suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. You are Shauko Coranda? His voice trembled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Coranda and Catherine were immediately excited. Without a doubt, the person in front of them was indeed one of their own people, and only their own people knew their names. Who are you? Coranda's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. The amethyst archer spoke with an almost tearful tone. Little Coranda, it's your Aunt Phyllis. You don't recognize me? Before Coranda and Catherine could react to his words, Roland was the first to be shocked, staring at his expression. Auntie? Are you sure it's not Uncle Phyllis? Roland's mind was in complete chaos. Little Fish is once again begging for more updates, good reviews, gifts, ads, etc. Chapter 82, The Prince of Jinan. Aunt Phyllis, is it really you? Coranda and Catherine said excitedly. Phyllis's face was streaked with tears, but she looked at Catherine with a puzzled expression. After all, Catherine was still human. Catherine quickly explained. Aunt Phyllis, it's me, Catherine. You used to hold me and sing to me all the time when I was little. Phyllis's eyes lit up, and she became excited again, saying, Oh my God, it's little Catherine. I didn't expect to see you here, and you've both grown up so much. It's incredible. But then, her expression suddenly darkened, and she said, But little Catherine and little Coranda, I'm so glad to see you two together, but I'm afraid I won't be able to be with you this time. Catherine said hastily, Aunt Phyllis, don't be afraid. We will definitely rescue you. After saying that, they rushed to Roland's side, their eyes filled with tears. Sir, you must find a way to save Aunt Phyllis. Roland was filled with questions, wondering why this was an aunt instead of an uncle, but this was not the time to dwell on that. He simply nodded seriously and said, Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to get her out. Phyllis, however, looked at the three of them with a furrowed brow. Then, she suddenly remembered something and looked at Coranda. When Catherine and Coranda came over again, she said with a serious expression, Coranda, why can you survive here without becoming human? Coranda was taken aback and blurted out, it was an adult who bought me from the auction house. So it's okay, right? Coranda was purchased by Roland at the auction with all the necessary paperwork. She was not an independent individual, but Roland's slave, and thus had a master, which is why she was not coveted by others. If it were an unclaimed elf, it would probably be kidnapped and sold by those evil forces very quickly. After all, every elf is a shining gold coin. Upon hearing Coranda's words, Phyllis's expression immediately darkened, and she said, Coranda, have you forgotten the hatred and glory of our Milan clan? You actually submitted to a human and became a human slave. Coranda was taken aback, then quickly explained, No, that's not it. Aunt Phyllis, you've misunderstood. Catherine quickly added, Aunt Phyllis, we will never forget the family's hatred and glory. Things are not as you think. Roland stood by, watching silently without saying a word. After all, he didn't have enough say before his identity was revealed. Phyllis gave a cold laugh and said, Are you still trying to deceive me? I can understand that you temporarily follow humans for survival, but you have actually become slaves to humans. This is unforgivable and a disgrace to our Milan clan. Upon hearing this, Coranda and Catherine became anxious and hurriedly spoke up. Aunt Phyllis. No, that's not it. The adult isn't human. Fortunately, there was no one around at the time, and Calanda's voice was suppressed. Upon hearing this, Phyllis frowned slightly, looked at Roland beside her, scanned him up and down, and then said, "He's not human? Then what is he?" Roland knew his time to shine had come, so he stepped forward and said with a smile, "Aunt Phyllis. Actually, I'm an elf too." Elf. Phyllis looked at Roland with a blank expression. In her memory, there did not seem to be such a person in the family. Could they be elves from other tribes? Thinking of this, Phyllis felt a little better. Compared to submitting to humans, submitting to other elves was always easier to accept. So she looked at Roland with a puzzled expression and asked, "Really? Which tribe are you from? I don't recall ever seeing you in my clan before." Roland said with a smile, "Aunt Phyllis has indeed never met me, but you must know my mother." Phyllis looked surprised. Since their Milan family began wandering 100 years ago, they have hardly had any contact with other elven tribes. To be honest, she doesn't know many other elven tribes. But how can this kid be so sure that he knows his mother? She then turned to look at Catherine and Coranda, who were both nodding in agreement. Could it be that I really know his mother? Phyllis began to doubt herself, then looked at Roland, her brows furrowed, and asked in confusion, "What is your mother's name?" Roland smiled slightly and said, "My mother's name is Freya Milan." Boom! Upon hearing his words, Phyllis's mind seemed to explode, and she looked at Roland with disbelief. Then, she abruptly turned to look at Catherine and Coranda beside her. The two nodded to her again. Phyllis's face instantly lit up with excitement, and then she asked, "Are you telling the truth? Then where is your mother, Princess Freya? Where is she?" A trace of sadness appeared on Roland's face as he spoke. "My mother passed away 16 years ago." Phyllis's face turned deathly pale as she spoke. "Impossible. This is impossible. You must be lying to me. How could Princess Freya have died?" Catherine and Coranda, their eyes also filled with tears, said, "The princess has indeed passed away." The two then told Phyllis about Roland's background and everything that happened to Freya afterward. Phyllis's face was filled with sorrow, and she found it hard to accept this outcome. Roland interrupted her sorrowful thoughts and said, "Aunt Phyllis, if you'd like, I can take you to my mother's grave sometime, but now is not the time for sadness. The most important thing now is to get you out of here." Phyllis looked at Roland in front of her, her heart filled with complex emotions. Although Princess Freya had passed away, she had at least left behind a descendant. Even though he was only a half-elf, he still preserved the bloodline of the Elf Empire's royal family. So, she forced back the tears in her eyes and said bitterly, "Thank you, Your Highness. My strength has been sealed, and they are guarding me closely. I'm afraid I have no chance of escaping." Roland comforted Phyllis, saying, "Aunt Phyllis, don't worry. I will definitely rescue you." He then gestured for Catherine and Corlanda to leave, and the two of them quickly offered Phyllis a word of comfort before following him. Meanwhile, after being delayed by Roland, they finally started working again. Although everyone was puzzled by Roland's conversation with the amethyst archer, they didn't seem to care. However, it seemed that the amethyst archer became quite emotional after speaking with Roland, and even shed tears. Did Lord Roland scare him to tears? Everyone couldn't help but find Roland's perverse sense of humor amusing. Roland went directly to Prince Razor's side, knowing that to save Phyllis, she had to get past him. However, he wasn't entirely confident. After all, Phyllis had killed 3 of their amethyst experts that day, and Roland didn't think he had that much influence. However, we should still give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll think of other solutions. Razor also saw Roland walking over and said with a curious look, "What's wrong? Roland, what did you say to that amethyst archer just now? You made him cry. We've been interrogating him for days, and he hasn't said a word." Roland, however, looked troubled and hesitated for a long time before speaking. "It is so, Your Highness Razor. My request may be a bit presumptuous, but I still want to make it up." Razor immediately looked surprised and said, "Oh, do you have any other requests? As long as they're not too unreasonable, I can agree to anything you ask for." Roland, on the other hand, had a very conflicted expression on his face, then gritted his teeth and said, "Your Highness Razor, do you have any way to help me rescue that amethyst archer?" Upon hearing his words, Razor raised an eyebrow, revealing a surprised expression. He then looked at Roland, then at Phyllis in the distance, pondered for a moment, and said, "I can't answer that question right now, but could you tell me first why you save her?" Hearing Razor's words, Roland breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that he wasn't directly rejected meant there was still some room for maneuver. So Roland said it directly. That amethyst archer and my subordinate Catherine are long-lost relatives. 17 years ago, their family was attacked by enemies, and they were completely separated. I never expected that they would meet here in the end. Roland concealed some of their experiences and did not fabricate anything. Oh, is that so? A look of surprise crossed Razor's face, but judging from his tone, Roland didn't seem to believe him very much. However, he didn't believe it, and there was nothing Roland could do about it, since Roland wouldn't reveal his secrets. Razor frowned slightly and pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, Roland, actually, it's not impossible to save this amethyst archer, but that depends on your skills. My abilities? Roland looked at Razor with a puzzled expression and said. Razor nodded and said, Yes, let's see what you can do. If you can make that amethyst archer submit to us and open his mind to cooperate with us in imprinting a contract on his soul, then we can let him go. Upon hearing his words, Roland immediately understood. This was an attempt to make Phyllis their subordinate, and the kind of subordinate who would never resist. However, Roland knew that Phyllis would never agree to his conditions. Then, Roland said with a troubled expression, Your Highness Razor, I don't think he will submit to you, and I cannot make him do that. Razor shook his head, saying without surprise, Of course I know that. If he could, he would have submitted to me long ago. Upon hearing his words, Roland asked in confusion, So, Your Highness, what did you mean just now? Razor smiled slightly and said, He doesn't need to submit to me. All he needs to do is submit to our Holy Dragon Empire, or to put it more bluntly, be controlled by someone trustworthy in our empire. Roland seemed to understand his words, and then said thoughtfully, Your Highness means that if he submits to me and leaves a mark on my soul, then that will be enough? Rezel nodded and said, That's right. So it all comes down to your skills. Upon hearing this, Roland breathed a sigh of relief and said, I think it should be fine. I can give it a try. But suddenly, Roland said with some doubt, But, after all, he killed quite a few of our people. If we just let him go, won't there be some bad consequences? Razor chuckled, shook his head, pointed at the group of prisoners, and said, What do you think will be the final outcome for these 8 people? Roland asked, puzzled. Wasn't he to be executed? Razor shook his head, then pointed to 3 of them and said, Those 3 will be executed. The others will be released, provided you can persuade that amethyst archer to submit to you. Otherwise, he will suffer the same fate as those 3. Roland understood somewhat, and then frowned slightly as he spoke. Does your Highness mean that the other 5 have already submitted to you? Rezel nodded and said, That's right. Even on the entire continent, the purple crystal experts are among the top combat forces. Each one is a rare talent. If we can recruit them to our side, why kill them? After saying that, he pointed to the beautiful sorcerer and said, Like this demonic sound mage, her abilities are enough to completely turn the tide of a battle at a crucial moment, and her value is immeasurable. If she is unwilling to submit, then it is only a matter of killing her. But if she is willing to submit, then everything else can be ignored because she can create even greater value for me in the future. Upon hearing his words, Roland completely understood the mindset of these superiors. However, the thought that he might have to fight alongside the enemy who killed his compatriots made it hard for him to accept. Razor seemed to have noticed this, so he smiled and said, Roland, do you know the Prince of Jinan? Roland didn't understand why Rezel suddenly asked this, but he still answered, Of course, Your Highness. The Prince of Jinan is the backbone of our empire, guarding the southern border for generations. In particular, the first Prince of Jinan led our army to a great victory in the war against the Violet Empire. He is a revered hero of our empire. Razor listened and nodded, then said, Do you know the origins of the first Prince of Jinan? What is the origin of the Prince of Jinan? Honed. He didn't know that the books didn't seem to have a very detailed record of this period of history, so he shook his head. Razor smiled slightly and said, Before coming to our Holy Dragon Empire, the Prince of Jinan was the Grand Marshal of the Northern Army of the Violet Empire. Roland was startled and looked at Razor in disbelief. And Razel's voice continued. The first Jinan king was a powerful royal knight, and also an outstanding war god on the battlefield. 150 years ago, he led the Violet Empire's army to defeat our empire's army time and time again, losing a large amount of territory. Our empire lost at least 800,000 soldiers and civilians at his hands. Tell me, don't we have a blood feud with him? Undead. This hatred was irreconcilable. Seeing Roland nod, Razor smiled slightly and continued. However, unexpectedly, because the Prince of Jinnan's achievements overshadowed the Emperor, he aroused the suspicion of the Violet Empire's Emperor and was publicly framed and slandered by a group of treacherous officials. Knowing that he had no way out in the Violet Empire, he secretly led his family and confidants to defect to our empire. You know what happened next? Under his leadership, our empire began to shift from defense to offense against the Violet Empire. Like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, we reclaimed all the occupied lands and seized a large area of territory from the Violet Empire. Because of his outstanding military achievements, he was bestowed the title of Prince of Jinnan by the late Emperor. So that's how it is. Roland never imagined that the great historical hero, the Prince of Jinnan, was actually an executioner who slaughtered the soldiers and civilians of the Holy Dragon Empire. At that moment, Razor's words continued. Therefore, as long as a person's value is great enough, no hatred is insurmountable. Perhaps yesterday's enemy will become tomorrow's ally. So, do you understand now, Roland? Razor smiled as he looked at Roland. Chapter 83, The Miserable Job. Razor's words greatly inspired Roland. In the end, there are no insurmountable red lines in this world. As long as you have the ability, value, and power, you could trample on these red lines at any time. Afterwards, Roland thanked Razor and returned to Phyllis and the other two, repeating Razor's words. Upon hearing Roland's words, Coranda and Catherine immediately showed expressions of surprise and delight. Aunt Phyllis, you're saved. I knew the adults would be able to save you. However, when Phyllis heard this good news, she showed a hesitant expression and did not express her opinion. Roland knew that the other party was still concerned about his identity. After all, it was only him, Coranda, and Catherine who were talking from beginning to end, and she had not seen anything with her own eyes. So, Roland spoke directly to Catherine, who was standing to the side. Catherine, quickly go and get a robe. Catherine was puzzled, but she still hurriedly ran over and found a large blouse. Then, Roland covered his face with his cloak, making it visible only to Phyllis, and said with a smile, Aunt Phyllis, I know you still have doubts about me, but that's okay. I will prove my identity. So he took out the necklace from his chest, slowly took it off, and handed it to Catherine, who was standing next to him. The moment Roland pulled out the necklace, Phyllis was already pretty much convinced of his existence, because that necklace was the very one Princess Freya had worn years ago. Sure enough, Roland's appearance changed slightly. His originally rounded ears became even more slender. At this point, Phyllis completely believed Roland, and with a hint of excitement on her face, she said, Phyllis greets, Your Highness. Fortunately, she didn't lose her mind and spoke very softly, so only a few of them could hear her. Otherwise, it would have aroused suspicion from others. Roland nodded, then put the necklace back on and gave a serious explanation. Aunt Phyllis, just cooperate with me in a bit. I will plant a soul mark on you according to Razor's guidance. But don't worry, I will treat you like an elder from now on. Phyllis shook her head, smiled, and said, Your Highness need not worry. We have always been Your Highness's subordinates. Even without the soul imprint, I will always follow in your footsteps. Princess Freya has always been kind and benevolent. I believe that Your Highness has inherited the princess's bloodline and will also be a kind and benevolent prince. Roland was quite pleased with her words, so he nodded to her and went to call Razor over. Are you sure this amethyst archer has agreed? You know, this magic scroll of mine is very precious. Razor looked at Roland in surprise. He hadn't expected Roland to have done the job of the aloof amethyst archer so quickly. Roland nodded and said, Your Highness, rest assured, she has already pledged her allegiance to me. Now it's up to you. Although Razor was still somewhat skeptical, he still took out a scroll from his spatial ring. Soul Imprint Magic Scroll. It has a similar effect to Roland's Soul Imprint Potion, but Roland's potion only works on Silver Knights, while Razor's can be used on Amethyst experts, which shows how precious it is. Then, Razor faced Phyllis and spoke seriously. Now open your soul, and I will immediately place a mark on it. You cannot resist. You must accept it, or this scroll will fail, and you know what the consequences will be. Razor subtly threatened Phyllis. Phyllis didn't speak, but simply nodded, then silently closed her eyes, completely exposing her soul without any protection. Seeing this, Razor silently chanted a few incantations, then without hesitation activated the magic scroll in his hand. A purple light instantly emerged from the magic scroll and then disappeared into Phyllis's body. At that moment, Razor hurriedly turned around and said to Roland, "Roland, quickly channel your battle aura into his body, following those purple lights, and imprint your mark on his soul." Upon hearing this, Roland quickly placed his hand on Phyllis's head and channeled his battle aura into her body. Soon, he followed the purple energy and arrived in front of a white and transparent ball of light. Is this the soul? Roland felt the purple energy gathering on Phyllis's soul, inscribing a complex magic circle. Then Roland understood what was happening and directly used his battle aura through the magic circle to leave his mark on Phyllis's soul. Then, Phyllis shuddered and suddenly opened her eyes. Roland also suddenly lost contact with the fighting spirit within Phyllis's body. But at this moment, he felt as if there was a strange connection between him and Phyllis. Razor, standing to the side, breathed a sigh of relief and then said with delight, "You succeeded, Roland. Congratulations. You now have a powerful subordinate." Roland then came to his senses and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your help, Your Highness Razor. This not only gives me a powerful subordinate, but also gives the Holy Dragon Empire a powerful amethyst archer." Razor nodded in satisfaction upon hearing his words and said, "You're right. Otherwise, I wouldn't have helped you like this." Roland thanked him again and then asked, "Your Highness, when can I take him away?" Razor smiled and shook his head, then pointed to the other prisoners and said, "They have already submitted to me, but I haven't let them leave. Roland, don't worry. Although they're now on my side, the proper procedures still need to be followed. I must escort them to Holy Dragon City for trial. Only in this way can I deter those villains. But don't worry, this is just a formality. After the trial, I will secretly release them." Upon hearing his words, Roland nodded and said, "I understand, Your Highness. I'll leave the rest to you." Razor nodded and said, "Don't worry, you'll be able to see him in 2 weeks at most." So Roland told Phyllis the location of his territory, and that she could come back on her own when the time came. Roland continued to follow them, and finally watched as they stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared before his eyes. Roland then turned to look at Catherine and Coranda beside him and said, "It's time for us to go back." Roland has been away from Cancer for more than half a month now, the first time he's been away from the territory for so long. As a result, the system task has been stuck and has not been completed, so he must go back as soon as possible. Without hesitation, they returned to the mansion, packed their belongings, bid farewell to the triumphant Duke and Rowena, and then disappeared into the teleportation array. According to the system reward, a teleportation array should have been discovered on Cancer Island by now, but since I haven't gone back, the reward hasn't arrived yet. Moreover, even if Roland discovers the teleportation array, he cannot teleport back directly because he does not have the spatial coordinates of that teleportation array. To teleport between teleportation arrays, one must obtain the spatial coordinates of the other teleportation array. Upon returning this time, Roland made a point of recording the spatial coordinates of all the teleportation arrays at the Triumph City Teleportation Array Management Office. Once these coordinates are inscribed into the teleportation array on Crab Island, they can be used normally. Whoosh! 4 figures appeared on the teleportation array in Champagne City: Roland, Catherine, Coranda, and Andre. Colanda's appearance caused a stir among the city's residents, who were quite surprised, as elves were a rare sight in their area. However, Coranda is a properly registered elf and Roland's private property. Even if others covet the beautiful Coranda, they should consider their own strength and think about the laws of the Empire. Nothing unexpected happened along the way. Apart from attracting some attention, the 4 of them traveled smoothly. After purchasing 4 excellent mounts, they galloped straight towards Victoria City. This time, the 4 of them traveled light and were all powerful cultivators, so they were much faster than when they came together before. However, even so, it still took them a full day and a half to finally arrive in Victoria City. With no time to chat with his best friend Fred, Roland took the 3 of them directly onto a sailboat bound for Crab Island. Now that Crab Island was becoming increasingly prosperous, more and more ships were heading there. Roland didn't have time to wait for his own ship to pick him up, so he boarded a cargo ship and left the port. After Colanda boarded the ship, she once again became the focus of everyone's attention, especially the sailors and crew. They had never seen such a noble and beautiful female elf before, and they were so unaware that the ship had veered off course. Seeing this, Roland looked at Coranda with a helpless expression. Coranda originally had a disguise ring, but unfortunately it was damaged in a battle, which exposed her elven identity. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been captured by the slave team and sent to the auction house. After sailing for more than 10 hours at sea, the familiar island finally came into view for Roland and his companions. It was only a short time before dawn, but Pearl Harbor was already bustling with activity. Dozens of ships of all sizes were docked or drifting in the waters near the harbor. Some were there to trade with Crab Island, while others were there to resupply or for leisure. Unbeknownst to many, Cancer Island has become an important shipping transit point in this sea area. As more and more ships docked, the port became increasingly prosperous. All sorts of stalls were set up early in the morning, and taverns, restaurants, hotels, department stores, and even circuses and other shops opened up here. Roland even saw 2 or 3 scantily clad women beckoning to the sailors and merchants coming and going, striking seductive poses. Without a doubt, these women must have had a pretty tough job. Roland was a little surprised. He remembered that when he left more than 20 days ago, these women were not here yet. However, Roland did not refuse their arrival. After all, it was a necessity. He had no way of solving the happy life of those sailors and crew members who had been at sea for many years. The arrival of numerous ships brought commercial prosperity, which in turn attracted even more ships to the island. This mutually reinforcing process undoubtedly led to a virtuous cycle for Cancer Island. As soon as Roland and his group disembarked from the ship, they were spotted by the guards on duty there. The guards immediately showed excited expressions and said, "Greetings, Lord. You've finally returned." The sailors and merchants who were on the same ship as Roland were shocked to hear this. They never expected that the young man in front of them was actually the owner of this beautiful island. Roland smiled at the group of guards and said, "You've done a great job. I'm very satisfied with the port. Just keep a good watch over it, and I'll give you extra pay later." The group of people looked pleasantly surprised upon hearing this and said, "Thank you, sir." Afterwards, Roland took the 3 of them directly back to Pearl Town. As Pearl Harbor prospered, expansion began between Pearl Town and Pearl Harbor, connecting the 2 places. Along the way, Roland saw many construction sites underway, much more bustling than when he left. Soon, Roland returned to the Lord's Manor. Feeling the familiar environment and atmosphere, Roland's body and mind immediately relaxed, and the tension he had been holding for some time eased. However, instead of taking a break, he immediately summoned nearby managers for a meeting, as he had more important things to do. Oliver arrived there very quickly. "Oh, my dear sir, I've missed you terribly these past few days." Oliver saw Roland's figure and exclaimed dramatically. Roland ignored him and continued to wait. Subsequently, Clayton, who was in charge of the magic crystal mine, also arrived. The magic crystal mine was now on the right track, and he no longer needed to guard all day long. Next, Selena, the vice captain of the guard, and the village chiefs from various villages all arrived at the Lord's mansion. There were nearly 20 people in total, truly a gathering of talented individuals. People greeted Roland respectfully, and Roland responded with a smile to each one. When almost everyone had arrived, Roland asked the question that concerned him most. "Have you found anything on the island during this time? Like teleportation arrays or something?" Roland thought for a moment and then asked directly. 20 days had passed since he completed the mission, and according to usual practice, the reward should have been discovered long ago, so there was no need to hide it. Upon hearing Roland's words, Clayton, as expected, showed a look of surprise on his face and said, "My lord, how did you know we discovered a teleportation array on the island?" Upon hearing this, Roland's face immediately broke into a smile. Sure enough, the reward had already been sent over, but he just hadn't come to receive it. Chapitre 84 Relance économiques. "Oh, I just heard people talking about this when I came back, so I wanted to ask if it was true. Now it seems that a teleportation array has really been discovered on our island." Roland feigned a surprised expression and said. Clayton nodded with a wry smile and said, "We don't know who leaked the news, but we wanted to give you a surprise, sir." Clayton then recounted how he discovered the teleportation array. It turns out that about 20 days ago, Clayton organized laborers to dig irrigation ditches for a small area of newly developed farmland west of Pearl Town. They accidentally unearthed a mysterious altar. After careful excavation and cleaning, they discovered that it was actually a legendary magic circle. Clayton had never used a teleportation array before, but he knew how valuable they were. So he immediately sent people to protect it and waited for Roland to return before making any further plans. But sir, this teleportation array looks ancient, and its appearance is worn out. We don't know if it's still usable, Clayton said with some concern. However, Roland said with a smile, this teleportation array is definitely working. Upon hearing this, Clayton asked in surprise, my lord, how did you know? How would I know? Because this is a system reward, and anything produced by the system is guaranteed to be of high quality. However, Roland naturally couldn't say this aloud, so he only spoke mysteriously. This is what my intuition tells me. Upon hearing this, Clayton smiled and replied, then I hope your intuition will bring you good luck. Originally, Roland was thinking of going to check out the teleportation array as soon as possible, but since he had managed to get so many people away from here, he decided to finish the meeting first. Although I was only gone for a little over 20 days, I received a lot of good news from everyone. The population of Crab Island continued to grow. Although Roland did not continue to purchase people from outside after that, the increasingly prosperous Crab Island still attracted many people to settle there. According to Oliver's statistics, the permanent population of Cancer Island had reached 13,000 at this time. If the transient population, such as merchants or crew members who stayed or rested, were added, the population of the island could even reach 14,000. Of course, this population is only a fraction of that of War Banner City, but Roland is confident that he can develop Crab Island into a prosperous city like War Banner City. As the population and economy of Crab Island increased, tax revenue on the island also began to rise sharply. Before Roland arrived, Crab Island's annual tax revenue was only about 100 gold coins, but now, the monthly tax revenue alone has reached nearly 2,000 gold coins, and this number is still rising rapidly. Perhaps by the end of the year, it will be 3,000 to 5,000 gold coins a month. Moreover, taxes are only part of Cancer Island's income. The real source of income on the island comes from the iron mine, gold mine, and magic crystal mine. These three mines now generate more than 10,000 gold coins a month, which is practically like picking up money. In addition to these, the export of other goods also brought a lot of profits to the island. The blacksmith village established by Gulet was extremely popular because of the approaching threat of war around Holy Dragon City and the outstanding quality of the weapons and armor they made. These weapons were almost always pre-ordered as soon as they were made, and the monthly profit was over 1,000 gold coins. In addition, other specialties on Crab Island have gradually formed a new industrial chain. Port wine is now slowly spreading in Cape Brun, where noble ladies and young women are particularly fond of this sweet and slightly intoxicating wine. The dozen or so barrels of port wine produced so far are almost sold out, and new orders are already backed up for 2 months. Therefore, the port wine distillery has to expand its scale and increase production again. Because of the popularity of port wine, port fruit, which was previously ignored, has become valuable. The port fruit trees around Pearl Town have been almost completely harvested, and people have to go to more distant places to pick them. Some people even risk going to Dolan Forest to pick them. Even so, if port wine continues to sell well, the port berries on Crab Island may not be able to meet such a large demand. However, the good thing is that these are also wild fruits that no one cares about on the mainland, so it shouldn't be too difficult to buy them from the mainland at a low price. Besides port wine, iron crab has also begun to appear on the tables of the aristocracy, and almost everyone who has tried it once will buy it again. Unfortunately, in order not to disrupt the normal growth and reproduction of the iron shell crabs, the daily capture of iron shell crabs is limited, so sales are not high. However, it is precisely because of its scarcity that the price is extremely high, almost reaching the price of 1 gold coin per iron shell crab. Therefore, the profit earned is not less than that of port wine. However, as winter approaches, watermelon production is decreasing, resulting in a drop in income on Crab Island. But this year, many watermelon fields have been cultivated, and next summer, watermelon production will be several times higher than this year, so the future looks promising. In terms of construction, with the increase in population, more projects have begun to be built. The expansion of Pearl Town is now taking shape, and the nearly 10,000 new residents have moved from temporary accommodations into newly built homes. As a result, the new town does not feel empty at all. On the contrary, is quite lively. These houses weren't provided to them for free by Roland. Based on Roland's innovative idea, Pearl Town offered them a repayment contract ranging from 3 to 30 years, which they could choose according to their own financial situation. Of course, the longer the repayment period, the higher the interest they would have to pay. Normally, with the expansion of a city, the new urban area would develop in the direction of Pearl Harbor, eventually connecting the two. However, with the discovery of the teleportation array, the urban area must now develop in the direction of the teleportation array. Pearl Town, Pearl Harbor, and the teleportation array form a triangle. With the discovery of the teleportation array, if a new urban area is built there, the urban area will be nearly half the size of the original plan. But I can accept Roland. He's just a person. If that's not enough, you could just buy more from the Albatross Merchant Guild. In addition to urban development, the surrounding villages have also made great strides, with a large number of new farmlands being reclaimed. By next year, new crops will be planted, and the grain production on Crab Island will definitely more than double that of this year. Even so, with the rapid increase in the island's population, the food produced on Cancer Island is still not enough to meet the island's needs, and a large amount of food is purchased from the mainland every month. Originally, Roland wasn't too concerned about this, but after this experience, he also felt the oppressive atmosphere of war. Store up grain and delay declaring yourself king. Roland is determined to solve the problem of food self-sufficiency on the island. Otherwise, if war really breaks out, more than half of the island's residents will starve to death. The meeting lasted the entire morning before it ended. Everyone had many achievements to report to Roland, and equally, many issues needed Roland's decision. Fortunately, these are all problems that money can solve. Cancer Island is not short of money these days, and Roland solved most of their problems with a wave of his hand. Gold coins are meant to be spent. Roland doesn't have a habit of saving money and not spending it. Besides, this money is earned by the island's residents. As these gold coins circulate on the island, Roland will naturally collect them back slowly through taxes. The gold coin simply circulated once, and some people found meat to eat, some acquired new furniture, some got married, and some are finally cured of their illnesses. With a modern perspective, Roland knew that the gold coins stored in the warehouse would be worthless. Only by spending the gold coins and exchanging them for various kinds of supplies could their true value be realized. At that moment, Roland suddenly thought of, it seems I still have a large amount of gold notes. These gold notes are paper currencies issued by the Holy Dragon Empire with its own credit as collateral. Theoretically, they are just worthless pieces of paper. However, the Holy Dragon Empire endowed these gold notes with the function of redeeming an equivalent amount of gold coins at major royal banks, which is why these gold notes have value. Normally, with the Holy Dragon Empire as a guarantor, these gold notes should never have any problems. Unfortunately, Roland already knew that the Holy Dragon Empire was on the verge of collapse. The war had not yet fully broken out. If it did break out, and the Holy Dragon Empire suffered repeated defeats, would these gold notes really be redeemed for an equivalent amount of gold coins? It's likely that the Empire will directly seize those gold coins for military expenses, while these gold notes, unable to be exchanged for an equivalent amount of gold coins, will become nothing more than worthless paper. Upon realizing this, Roland was immediately startled. So he hurriedly ordered Clayton and everyone else to ban the circulation of gold notes on the island starting today. As for the gold notes they still had, Roland was also preparing to send people to the mainland to exchange them. You have to understand, he has gold notes worth 100,000 gold coins. If they really become worthless, he'll wake up in the middle of the night and want to slap himself twice. As for Kane's fleet, once they return, Roland should remind them not to accept gold tickets anymore. Only after everything was settled did Roland, with a touch of excitement, follow Clayton to the ancient teleportation array that had been discovered. The teleportation array was found about 2 kilometers northwest of Pearl Town. The original plan was to cultivate a field there to grow crops, but now it is clear that crops cannot be grown. Within minutes, Roland followed Clayton to the teleportation array. However, upon seeing its appearance, Roland showed a surprised expression because the teleportation array was far too rudimentary, only half the size of Champagne City. You should know that the teleportation array in Champagne City was only a small one, while this teleportation array was much smaller than that one, probably only a miniature teleportation array. However, Roland didn't care, as long as it could be used. At this moment, the teleportation array was located in a deep pit. One can imagine that this teleportation array had been covered by soil for who knows how many years. Logically speaking, it should be unusable. However, when it came to Roland, it was not a matter of logic. Roland jumped down and arrived next to the teleportation array. He examined it carefully. Although it looked somewhat old and worn, it was fortunate that it was not damaged. So, Roland took out a top-grade magic crystal from his spatial ring and then embedded it into a groove on the teleportation array. During his stay in Triumph City, Roland specifically asked the Grand Duke of Triumph to send someone to teach him how to use the teleportation array. The Grand Duke of Triumph thought that he also wanted to build a teleportation array in his territory and laughed at him for overestimating his abilities. Roland simply smiled and didn't offer any further explanation. Sure enough, after Roland's top-grade magic crystal was embedded, a white light suddenly appeared on the originally dim teleportation array, flowing slowly along the incredibly complex patterns on the array. Finally, when all the patterns were circulated by this light, the teleportation array emitted a bright light. Clayton and the others watching were completely dumbfounded. It works. It really works. This teleportation array is actually working. It's truly astonishing, Clayton said excitedly. Oliver was also incredibly excited and laughed heartily as he spoke. Ha! We have a teleportation array on Cancer Island now. This place is truly blessed by Lady Luck. As a princess of a nation, Selena couldn't help but purse her lips when she saw the tiny teleportation array. After all, it was the smallest teleportation array she had ever seen. However, she also knew the value of a teleportation array to a place, so she did not laugh at it. Everyone else also showed excited expressions, and then thanked heaven, earth, and God, but no one thanked Roland. Roland couldn't help but curl his lip. You don't know anything. You don't know anything at all. I'm the one who got this teleportation array. Then, Roland took out a parchment from his spatial ring, which contained the spatial coordinates of several city teleportation arrays. Roland directly input the spatial coordinates of Triumph City into the teleportation array. Then, Roland took a deep breath and, using the method he had learned in Triumph City, slowly activated the teleportation array. Immediately, the teleportation array shone brightly. To Roland's surprise, however, his body, though bathed in the light of the teleportation array, was never teleported away. What happened? Roland looked puzzled. Just as we were about to check if something was wrong, suddenly, wow, Roland's figure disappeared from the teleportation array. Immediately, the onlookers gasped in disbelief. Chapter 85, Unsealing the Ring of the Sea God. Triumph City, Teleportation Array. A figure suddenly appeared on the teleportation array. Who goes there? The guard responsible for protecting the teleportation array asked sternly, but upon seeing Roland's figure, he immediately revealed a flattering smile and said, "It's Lord Roland. What a pleasant surprise." He then hurriedly ordered the guards beside him to put away their weapons. Seeing this display of force, Roland looked puzzled and said, "What's going on? Why all this fuss?" The guard hurriedly explained, "Lord Roland, you may not know this, but you were teleported here from an unfamiliar coordinate. Therefore, we must be fully prepared to prevent the enemy from launching a sneak attack from the teleportation array." Is that so? That makes some sense. So he continued to ask, "Why don't you just refuse teleportation to unfamiliar coordinates?" The guard immediately explained with a smile. The coordinates outside the Empire have all been blacked out, and even the coordinates in the border areas are temporarily off limits. This is to prevent the enemy from occupying the border and then suddenly entering the Empire's interior through the teleportation array. If it weren't for the fact that your coordinates are very close to us, we generally wouldn't allow you to pass through. Yang Luo nodded, and then said, "I was teleported from my territory, Cancer Island. Remember these coordinates from now on, so there's no need to be so nervous." Upon hearing Yang Luo's words, the guard immediately showed a surprised expression and said, "My goodness, my lord, your territory even has a teleportation array? That's incredible. There are only 3 teleportation arrays in the entire province of Portland, so yours is the 4th. My lord, you are truly remarkable for your age." Roland enjoyed the flattery quite a bit and said, Haha, that's right. Everyone is welcome to visit my territory sometime. Although my place is remote, the scenery and food are excellent." The guard was immediately flattered and said, "I'll definitely go there sometime to broaden my horizons." Afterwards, Roland nodded in satisfaction before returning to the teleportation array and saying, "I was just trying out the teleportation array. Now send me back." But suddenly, he thought of something and quickly asked, "Oh, by the way, how many gold coins does it cost to teleport from here to my territory?" The guard thought for a moment, then spoke. "Based on the distance from your territory to here, it will take approximately 200 gold coins." 200 gold coins? Roland calculated in his mind that the teleportation fee from Triumph City to Champagne City was 100 gold coins, while the distance from Crab Island to Triumph City was about twice that of Champagne City. All things considered, this price is reasonable. So, Roland took out 2 gold notes worth 100 gold coins each and handed them over, saying, "Then please teleport me back." The guard immediately waved his hand in refusal. "How could we possibly accept your money? The Grand Duke of Triumph would surely kill us if he knew." Roland smiled and said, "Let's keep it official. I have urgent business to attend to. Please teleport me back now." After saying that, he threw the gold note directly into the other person's arms. The guard accepted the gold note without further refusal and respectfully smiled as he spoke. "All right, Lord Roland, you can go ahead and get busy. I'll take care of you whenever you come over." Then Roland nodded, and the other party activated the teleportation array, and Roland's figure disappeared from the teleportation array. Only after Roland left did the group of guard around him immediately surround the guard with surprised expressions, asking curiously, "Who is that person? He looks like just an ordinary nobleman. So why are you so respectful to him?" The guard chuckled coldly and said, "Keep your eyes peeled and watch closely. That Lord Roland is no ordinary man. He's a favorite of the Grand Duke, and even has a close relationship with Prince Razor. If you ever run into him, be sure to treat him with respect." Everyone was surprised to learn that Roland had such a powerful background, and they immediately nodded obsequiously. Meanwhile, Roland appeared on the teleportation array on Crab Island at almost the same time. With Roland's arrival, Clayton and the others, who were still standing there, immediately stopped arguing, then ran over with excited expressions. "My lord, were you really teleported away just now? That's unbelievable," Clayton said excitedly. Roland nodded and said with a smile, "Ha ha, that's right. I just teleported to Triumph City and then came back. This teleportation array is working fine and can be used normally." Upon hearing this, everyone cheered. This means that Cancer Island will no longer be a remote island. To get rich, build roads first. The ancients were right. Afterwards, Roland ordered his men to clear the area around the teleportation array, and then ordered them to prepare to build a camp there and assign someone to guard the teleportation array. Then, Roland examined the top-grade magic crystal in the teleportation array. Based on the energy within it, he estimated that the top-grade magic crystal could still be used for 150 teleportations from Crab Island to Triumph City. Therefore, this top-grade magic crystal can earn Roland about 30,000 gold coins, while the actual price of this top-grade magic crystal is only about 10,000 gold coins. In other words, of the 30,000 gold coins earned, 20,000 gold coins will be pure profit, while the cost is only 10,000 gold coins. The teleportation fee from Triumph City to Crab Island is 200 gold coins, of which only about 60 gold coins are cost, and the remaining 130 gold coins are pure profit. That's outrageous. After calculating the cost in his mind, Roland stared wide-eyed and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. No wonder Triumph City is so wealthy. The daily teleportation fee alone brings in nearly 10,000 gold coins, which translates to millions of gold coins a year. Roland didn't dare to hope that Crab Island could have such a high income, but even if it was only 5% of Triumph City's income, it would still be a considerable sum. Roland became increasingly confident about the development of Crab Island. Afterwards, Roland returned to the Lord's Manor alone. Now that the teleportation array had been discovered and he had even tried it himself, the mission reward was now in his account. So, Roland opened the system panel and began to check. Sure enough, the quest has been updated. Mission, as expected. Your wisdom and courage allowed you to easily obtain another sea god component. At the same time, you unexpectedly learned your true origins. As a member of the Elven royal family, you gained the support of the remaining elves of the Elven Empire. Unfortunately, they have long since lost their way throughout the world. Therefore, your current mission is to find 10 elves as quickly as possible and gain their allegiance. Completed March 10th. Quest reward, 1 Poseidon statue. The first thing Roland saw was the sea god statue as a reward. Now he continues his faith in the sea god to break the seal on the sea god component. If he gets the sea god statue, it will be of great help to him. However, what made Roland frown was that this task did not seem to be easy to complete. Finding 10 former elves of the elf empire is not so simple. The quest panel now shows that he has already gained the allegiance of 3 elf empire elves. These were naturally Catherine, Coranda, and Phyllis. As for the remaining 7, Roland was completely clueless. If they were to rely on luck like this, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack, and completing the mission would seem like an eternity. There's little chance for Catherine and Coranda now. We can ask Phyllis when she returns. Perhaps she's discovered some of her kind during her travels across the continent over the years. With that in mind, Roland put the mission aside. Some things can't be accomplished by being anxious, so he simply calmed down and focused on doing the next thing well. This time when I returned, there were too many things to deal with, and soon, after the Marquis of Otof's territory was divided up, I would also have to start taking over the new territory. However, the talent problem is causing Rolando a major headache. The East Sacrament Plain is a much more complex area with a large population and dense towns than Crab Island. Roland is already struggling to manage Crab Island, let alone send someone to take over such a large area. Moreover, the local powerful clans in that area would likely not welcome a mere baron who would reap the benefits, and it would probably take some twists and turns to completely take control of his territory. However, thinking that Phyllis would be back soon, Roland felt much more confident. With his strength as a peak amethyst expert backing him up, he wasn't afraid of those people causing any trouble. It wasn't until the sun had completely set that Roland finally finished his day's work and could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, Roland still couldn't rest, because he had something even more important to do. It was late at night. The residents of Pearl Town had long since finished their day's work and were resting in bed. However, a figure suddenly appeared in the deserted square. Without a doubt, this person is our respected Lord Roland, who has come here naturally to retrieve the sea god statue. Now he has obtained a sea god's ring, which requires the sea god's faith to break the seal on it. Moreover, the first function of the sea god's ring is storage space, and Roland is eagerly anticipating the treasures inside. Soon, Roland retrieved the real Poseidon statue from the 3-meter-tall Poseidon statue. Not far from it, another 10-meter-tall Poseidon statue was nearing completion. Once it was finished, he would need to place the real Poseidon statue in his hand inside it. As for the second sea god statue, Roland's idea was to place it in a city on the East Sacramento Plain, where there was a large population and it should be able to gather more sea god worshippers. However, it is still unknown when the second Poseidon statue will be obtained, and the East Sacramento Plain has not yet been taken over, so it is not known when this plan can begin. Soon, Roland returned to his residence with the Poseidon statue in his arms. Like the Poseidon scepter, the Poseidon statue could not be put into his spatial ring, which troubled Roland quite a bit. After all, carrying the scepter of the sea god on your body all the time is a bit uncomfortable. Then, Roland gently placed the sea god's statue on the table and took out the sea god's ring, which looked extremely old, and slowly leaned against it. The instant the two made contact, a faint, azure light suddenly emanated from their bodies. Roland understood that this was because the statue of Poseidon was transferring divine power to the ring of Poseidon. This process might take some time, so Roland went back to his bed and sat down to meditate. Time passed slowly, and an hour later, Roland slowly opened his eyes. He then looked around and found that the azure light on the sea god statue and the ring had disappeared, returning them to their original state. Roland knew that this was the reason why the transmission of divine power between them had ended, so he immediately got off the ship, took a deep breath, and began to examine the situation with great excitement. Ring of Poseidon, the ring of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Function 1, storage space. Effect 2, energy storage, ceiling. Effect 3, summon giant whale, sealed. Effect 4, sky covering water curtain, ceiling. Effect 5, sea god temple teleportation, sealed. Effect 6, sea god's bloodline, sealed. Effect 7, sea god's record, sealing. As expected, to Roland's relief, the first function of the sea god's ring, storage space, had been unlocked. Although he hadn't cracked the second day's effect, Roland was already satisfied. Without hesitation, Roland put on the ring of the sea god and poured his magic into it. In an instant, a strange space appeared in his mind. How is that possible? Roland stared in shock at the scene before him. Roland was not shocked by the treasures inside, but by the vast space within. It should be noted that Haina's spatial ring is only 4 cubic meters in size, while King Knight St. Louis's spatial ring has not been fully unsealed and is currently only 2 or 3 cubic meters in size. But at this moment, in the space in Roland's mind, Roland couldn't even imagine it, nor could he figure out exactly how many cubic meters it contained, but he estimated that it was at least the size of 2 football fields. Roland was so shocked he couldn't speak. With such a large space, if I used it to move bricks, I'd probably become the richest person in the world. Then, Roland quickly shook his head. Finally coming to his senses, he had more important things to do. So he used his mind to scan the inside of the spatial ring. Soon, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Chapter 86, The Winter Queen. Compared to the vast space inside the spatial ring, the pile of items in the corner was not conspicuous. But after Roland saw it clearly, he immediately showed an excited expression. Because there was an amazing pile of treasures here. The top-grade magic crystals were scattered on the ground as casually as ordinary stones. The entire magic crystal mine on Crab Island only provided Roland with a mere 100 kilograms of top-grade magic crystals. But here alone, Roland estimated that there were no less than 10 tons of top-grade magic crystals. This pile of top-grade magic crystals alone is enough to provide energy for the Crab Island teleportation array for hundreds of years. Moreover, these top-grade magic crystals are just the cheapest treasures inside. There were more than a dozen sea pearls, each the size of a basketball, each containing incredibly pure water elements. Any one of these would be a treasure that even an empire would fight over. Yet here, I had more than a dozen lying quietly. These sea pearls are top-tier materials, whether used for alchemy or to set up magic arrays. A powerful array master could even use them to create a formidable city-protecting array. Thinking of this, Roland suddenly had the same idea. If a protective magic circle could be set up on Crab Island, it would be of great help to the safety of the territory. Unfortunately, even though Roland had no shortage of gold coins and materials, he lacked talented people. Anyone capable of setting up such a formation must be a figure akin to an imperial advisor. Besides these, there were also scale-like things piled up to the side. At first, Roland didn't understand what these things were, but then he suddenly realized, holy crap, these can't be dragon scales, can they? Roland stared in disbelief at the pile of nearly dozens of dragon scales. In particular, one of the light blue scales, although it's unknown how long it has been stored here, still exudes a powerful and cold aura. TSK, TSK, TSK. Roland couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even a single scale from a low-level dragon can cause a frenzy of buying at the auction, but here, I have dozens of them, and most of them are not scales from low-level dragons. Roland suppressed his overwhelming joy and continued examining the area. Following that, there was a pile of monster cores. Roland didn't know what level these cores were, but he figured they must all be from ferocious level monsters or higher, or at least king level monsters. Besides the things Roland recognized, there were many treasures that Roland had never seen before. He didn't know the purpose of these treasures, but anything that could be placed here must be of high quality. Then, Roland retreated from the spatial ring. However, after his excitement subsided and his mind cleared up, he frowned again. That shouldn't be happening. Although those treasures were priceless treasures to Roland, which made him a little blinded, they were just ordinary things compared to Poseidon, the god of the sea. To the gods, top-grade magic crystals are no different from stones, as are things like sea pearls and magic cores. Roland had originally hoped that the ring would contain some kind of divine artifact or pet, but the result was far from satisfactory. Could it be that Poseidon's true treasure isn't here, but somewhere else entirely? Then, Roland suddenly remembered one of the effects of the ring of Poseidon. Effect 5. Teleport to the Temple of Poseidon. Perhaps the real treasure is in the Temple of Poseidon. Suddenly, Roland understood something. The next day, Roland got up very early and enjoyed a delicious breakfast. A glass of rich, creamy milk, 2 golden brown fried eggs, 3 slices of soft, white bread, a piece of fragrant roasted meat, and a bowl of fresh fruit. Breakfast is simple, but very nutritious. In fact, given Roland's current strength, this breakfast could hardly provide him with any energy, but he still enjoyed the pleasures of life. Master, master, is there anything else you need? A timid voice came from his side. Roland wiped his mouth and hands with a towel, and then said, No. Then, Roland turned his head and looked at the innocent yet alluring figure, and said curiously, Hulina, how did you get here in the Holy Dragon Empire? Can you tell me? That's right. The maid in front of us is the beautiful fox girl that Otav won in the auction, and then he gave her to the Grand Duke of Triumph. Finally, due to a misunderstanding, the Grand Duke of Triumph gave the fox girl to himself. Hulina was the name of his fox girl. When she heard Roland's question, she lowered her head with a hint of grievance and whispered, I was tricked into coming to our tribe by a merchant. My grandmother was sick, and the tribe's priest couldn't cure her. He said he had medicine to cure my grandmother's illness and asked me to go with him to get it. But after leaving the tribe for only a few days, he sold me to a human merchant group. Later, I was resold several times until I was finally sent to an auction. Master, you'll know what happens next. Roland looked at Hulina with a completely bewildered expression. Is this little fox really that innocent? So you were tricked into revealing yourself? However, Roland felt sympathy for Juliana's plight and offered her words of comfort. It's all right. If there's a chance in the future, I can send you back. Roland was just saying a few words casually, but Hulina immediately burst into tears. Master, you're not lying to me, are you? They've been lying to me the whole way, saying they'd take me home, but we've just kept going further and further away. Forehead. Upon hearing this, Roland's face immediately showed a hint of embarrassment. I was just saying it casually. However, in order not to become one of those swindlers, Roland could only say helplessly, I promise, I will definitely take you home from now on. Hulina quickly wiped away her tears, then looked pitifully at Roland and said, Then you mustn't lie to me, master. It must be said that Hulina, with tears streaming down her face, was indeed incredibly alluring. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, with curves in all the right places, especially her waist, which was so slender that it seemed one could wrap your hand around it. Moreover, it comes with fox ears and a tail, and has item bonuses. Roland quickly shook his head to clear his mind of distractions, and then said with conviction, Don't worry, I, Roland, never lie. Upon hearing this, Hulina immediately stopped crying and started laughing. For a moment, Roland was stunned. In the end, all I could do was keep repeating it to myself. I will not become King Zhou. I will not become King Zhou. In fact, if Roland wanted to, Hulina would have no chance to resist. Perhaps Roland would take her, but not now. Moreover, Roland was more interested in Hulina's tribe than her body. Do you even know where your tribe is located? Roland continued to ask. Hulina shook her head and said, I don't know either. I only know that we have to cross a huge desert. Desert? That must be in the west. The entire Holy Dragon Empire is human territory, with no other races, so Hulina's tribe must be even further west. Thinking about this, Roland felt a headache coming on. He had only made a casual, polite remark, but he had unexpectedly taken on such a difficult task. Fortunately, he hadn't agreed to a specific time. Roland couldn't help but admire his own cleverness. Hulina watched as Roland suddenly laughed for no apparent reason, and she had a feeling that it couldn't be anything good. Then, Roland coughed twice and continued to ask, Hulina, is your tribe all Fox Clan? Hulina nodded. So, Roland continued to ask curiously, So how strong is your tribe? Hulina thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, I don't know either, but they're far inferior to your human empire. I feel that our clan leader is about the same as that old man and that water mage who fought in Triumph City that day. Tyron and Highness? That would mean someone at the level of a king knight or a grand magus. It must be said that having such a powerful figure is indeed enough to support and protect the tribe. So what's your profession? Don't you have awakened magic or battle aura? Roland asked curiously, but this Hulina is a bit silly, and it's possible that she's not very bright. Hulina blushed upon hearing his words and said, I am a priest. Sacrifice? What do priests do? Roland continued to ask curiously. Hulina then responded in a low voice. The rituals are for treating the illnesses of the tribe members, or sometimes we have to participate in the tribe's worship ceremonies. Wet nurse. Roland's eyes lit up, and then he asked, So what level are you at now? Hulina looked ashamed and stammered. I'm still an apprentice priest. An internship. It sounds like someone who's really bad at it. However, Roland still smiled curiously and said, "So you can cure diseases too?" Hulina lowered her head further and further, and then stammered, I know a little." Roland, however, did not notice her strange appearance and instead spoke with great interest. "Why don't you give it a try? I've heard that priests heal injuries and illnesses directly with magic. Can't you do that too?" Hulina shook her head, then nodded, and said, "Not necessarily. It's okay for minor injuries, but for more serious ones, it needs to be used in conjunction with herbal medicine." "I see." Roland nodded in agreement. Every civilization has its own unique features. Although the Fox clan seems to have fallen far behind humans today, their civilization still has many merits. From now on, you'll be the doctor of our Lord's manor. Ha ha ha, Roland said jokingly. Hulina looked embarrassed and said, "I'll try my best." The fact that Roland brought back an elven beauty and a fox beauty on this trip caused quite a stir in Pearl Town, with the town's residents spreading all sorts of rumors. However, these are ultimately just romantic tales about nobles. In this era, it was not uncommon for nobles to keep exotic female concubines, but it was still quite unusual on this remote island. Roland ignored the rumors and continued doing his own thing. On this day, Roland rode the little dragon and inspected all the important locations on the entire Crab Island, including several mines and newly cultivated fields. Everything was in perfect order, which pleased Roland quite a bit. However, it is clear that these alone are not enough to build Cancer Island into a prosperous and powerful territory. Roland needs new growth points. So he turned his attention to the ocean. Crab Island is isolated hundreds of kilometers offshore. Despite its considerable size, it remains a desolate and barren place. So, in the depths of this ocean, there must exist many islands like Crab Island. Just as my father Rowena said in Triumph City, Crab Island is still too close to the mainland. If the three great empires were to conquer it, they probably wouldn't give up Crab Island. Therefore, Roland needed another strong rear base to leave himself a way out. So Roland directly recruited and formed an expedition team whose mission was to continue venturing into the depths of the ocean and find more territory. If possible, Roland wouldn't mind building a powerful maritime empire. Of the islands within 100 kilometers of Crab Island, the valuable ones have already been occupied by Roland, and even though they are not large, they can serve as resting places for fishermen. Unfortunately, most of them were of little value. Roland needed an island as large as Crab Island to complete his plan. With war looming, Roland has no choice but to begin preparations. What? The guard is going to be expanded to 1,000 people? That's equivalent to 1/10 of the population of our island. Clayton stared at Roland in shock and blurted out. Roland nodded and said, "Yes, the century-long peace of the Empire is about to be broken. We are doing this simply to protect ourselves. Most ordinary people do not believe that a war will break out in the Holy Dragon Empire, because the Holy Dragon Empire has been powerful for hundreds of years, and they do not think anyone would dare to oppose it. Including the three great empires, their strength is not as great as that of the Holy Dragon Empire. Unfortunately, these are just the perceptions of ordinary people. In reality, the empire had already begun its decline when the emperor became obsessed with immortality 30 years ago. Although the Holy Dragon Empire is still powerful, it has long since declined and been surpassed by the Northern Winter Empire. The current Winter Empress is a great ruler, and under her leadership, the Winter Empire's strength continues to grow. As for the Violet Empire and the Gera Empire, they have also made considerable progress in recent years. Thinking of this, Roland couldn't help but shake his head. This emperor really squandered a winning hand. Then, he said very solemnly, "All right, Clayton, get to Andre and Statham right now and start recruiting bodyguards. I want to see results as soon as possible." Clayton could only say helplessly upon hearing his words, "As you wish, my lord." Andre responded without hesitation. "Yes, sir." Chapter 87, Phyllis Returns. The conscription notice on Crab Island shocked everyone. We need to recruit a guard team of 1,000. Keep in mind that there are only a little over 100 guards on the entire Cancer Island right now. This is going to be 10 times that. The ordinary residents naturally didn't understand why Roland would do this, but they didn't care about the reason because it was a great thing for them. "Oh, Shares, did you see that? They're recruiting a guard on the island, a whole 1,000 people. I think we could be selected too." A boy rushed into the room excitedly, holding a notice in his hand. Upon hearing this, Shares continued yawning and said nonchalantly, "Kirik, you're kidding me again. I would have believed you if you said you were recruiting 100 guards on the island, but you're saying 1,000? Do you think I'm an idiot?" Kirik couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, "Huh, I really didn't lie to you this time. See for yourself." Upon hearing his words, Shares looked at the notice he was handed over with a puzzled expression, and then his face showed a look of shock. "Ha ha, I wasn't lying to you, was I? You didn't actually think this announcement was fake, did you?" "Ha ha ha." Seeing Shares' shocked expression, Kirik laughed and said. Shares knew, of course, that the announcement was genuine. He didn't believe that Kirik would dare to forge official documents. So he jumped up quickly, put on his best clothes, and said, "Let's go. Let's sign up for the guard team." After saying that, he rushed out. Seeing this, Kulik shouted, "Wait for me," and ran out. The same scene was happening all over the island. "You brat, all you do all day is eat and sleep at home. Today I'm going to send you to the guard unit, so those adults can teach you a lesson." A father, grabbing his son's ear, walked angrily toward the guard post. Farmers from the village and workers from the mines eagerly came to the guard team's post to sign up, and the once empty post suddenly became lively. Such a large-scale recruitment of guards will inevitably have adverse effects on other aspects of the island. For example, in villages and mines, the large number of teenagers signing up will naturally lead to a shortage of labor in those areas. Roland was naturally aware of this, so he once again issued a demand to the Albatross Merchant Guild to purchase slaves. If nothing unexpected happened, the Albatross Merchant Guild would send a new batch of slaves within a month. Roland initially ordered 10,000 people, which made Edward, the head of the Albatross Merchant Guild, beam with joy. He then said that he would send Roland an additional 500 people. With war looming everywhere, many people in the border areas have felt the chill of war and have begun to move their families inland. However, the Albatross Merchant Guild dared not lay a finger on these citizens of the Holy Dragon Empire. If they were discovered to be plundering citizens from within the empire to sell as slaves, it would be a capital offense. Most of their channels are still abroad, or even directly from foreign chambers of commerce to buy slaves at low prices, and then resell them to nobles of the Holy Dragon Empire to make a profit. And Roland is undoubtedly their major client. It's rare for others to buy hundreds at a time, but they've never seen a big spender like Roland who buys tens of thousands at a time. Furthermore, Roland is not picky about food. He will eat anything, whether it's men, women, the elderly, or children. Of course, the price will be relatively low. Time flew by day, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The recruitment of guards on the island is in full swing, but the situation has calmed down considerably compared to the initial frenzy. Although many people still apply every day, it's as crowded as it was in the first few days. To Roland's disappointment, despite his efforts to relax the requirements, he only managed to recruit a little over 400 people, failing to reach even half of his target. There were quite a few people applying to join, but Roland wasn't going to accept just anyone. At the very least, applicants had to be healthy, have all 4 limbs intact, and be of the right age. In retrospect, it seems that recruiting 500 people this time would be the best they can hope for. Roland was somewhat disappointed. However, once a new batch of slaves arrives, that should be enough. The task of greeting and guarding the team members was left to Andre and Statham. Roland didn't spend too much time on it. On that very day, as Roland was pondering something in his room, a sudden, urgent knocking came from the door. Master, a group of people have arrived outside. They say they're from Holy Dragon City and have something important to discuss with you." Helena called out anxiously. "People from Holy Dragon City?" Roland raised an eyebrow. If they really were from Holy Dragon City, then Roland understood their purpose. So Roland immediately changed into his most luxurious clothes, then went out and came to the hall, where several people were already leisurely drinking tea. Roland strode in, then smiled and spoke politely. "May I ask who you are? What business do you have with me here?" Upon hearing the sound, the group immediately put down their teacups, looked at Roland, and asked with a frown, "Are you Lord Roland Warbill of Cancer Island?" Roland nodded and said, "That's right. It is I." Then the other person smiled and said, "Lord Roland is truly a young man of great talent. We've come here because of some good news." Roland had already guessed it, and his expression remained completely calm. The man continued, smiling. "I am Lawrence, a palace guard officer of the Holy Dragon Empire. These are my colleagues. We have come to deliver a letter of investiture to you. Roland smiled and nodded, saying, Then I'll have to trouble you gentlemen. Lawrence was somewhat disappointed to see that Roland did not show the excitement he had expected, but he still took out a document from his pocket and said with a smile, Our original task was simply to deliver this document to the Grand Duke of Triumph, who would then pass it on to Lord Roland. However, we later heard that you also have a teleportation array here, so we decided to deliver it ourselves. After saying that, he handed the document to Roland. Now, you are the Viscount of Cancer Island and East Sackland. There aren't many nobles like you who can rise to the rank of Viscount at such a young age. Lawrence complimented Roland again. Normally, as an official in the Holy Dragon City Court, even without a title, he shouldn't be so respectful to a nobleman from such a remote place as Roland. Roland guessed that it might be because of Prince Razor. After all, Razor had helped him get promoted and allocated his new territory. However, Roland also understood another reason why the other party was flattering him so much. So, a gold note instantly appeared in his hand, and he stuffed it into Lawrence's hand, saying, My lords, you've had a long and tiring journey. Consider this small token of our appreciation for your hard work. Roland took the document, then smiled and handed over the gold notes. Lawrence's eyes lit up instantly, but he still pretended to be angry and said, This won't do. We're here on official business. This is a one-time exception. Lawrence then accepted the gold note with a smile. He had already seen that it was worth a full 200 gold coins. Even if they split it equally, each of them would get dozens of gold coins. This trip was definitely worthwhile. The goal has been achieved, Lawrence said with a hearty laugh. Lord Roland, we have other business to attend to and need to go to another place, so we won't stay here any longer. We'll head back now. Those gentlemen, please come to my place when you have time in the future. I will definitely treat you well. Roland said politely, and then ordered someone to see them off. Roland quickly opened the document to take a look. It clearly stated that Baron Roland Warbill of Cancer Island had been promoted to Viscount of Cancer Island and East Sackland, and there was also a gilded seal of the Imperial Emperor on it, making it look very imposing. Following, that was a map of the East Sacramento region. Otav's territory was divided into 4 parts, and Roland preferred the East Sacramento Plain. It was flat, close to the sea, densely populated, and economically prosperous, making it an excellent territory. If Roland hadn't had priority in choosing, this good place wouldn't have been his. Roland examined the map carefully. Rolang's territory is the East Sacramento Plain, while the West Sacramento Plain is naturally to the west. The two are separated by the Sacramento River in the middle, and they are about the same size. Except for not being close to the sea, the West Sacramento Plain is no worse than Rolang's territory in other aspects. West Saxon became the territory of the Banner family, which was controlled by Rhodes, and happened to be neighbors with Roland. As for the Northberland Heights, they were occupied by a newly appointed earl, who was also a confidant of the Grand Duke of Triumph. As for the South Berlin Highlands, they were directly divided up by the surrounding noble families, meaning everyone who saw them got a share. That's all. The once powerful Marquis Ottoberland family has been completely destroyed, and perhaps in a few decades, no one will remember their names anymore. That evening, another grand bonfire party was held on Cancer Island. The news of Roland's promotion to Viscount spread across the entire island with lightning speed, and all the prominent figures on the island came to offer their congratulations. Roland was too lazy to deal with them all, so he simply held a grand carnival party for everyone to celebrate. People were incredibly proud that Roland had become a glorious Viscount. Look, this is our lord, a dignified imperial Viscount. The revelry didn't end until late at night. As usual, Roland once again distributed bread and eggs to every household on the island, which brought his prestige to its peak. Now that the new territory has been granted, as its owner, I should naturally go and take it over. However, Otav's remaining forces are unlikely to relinquish their territory so easily, but Roland doesn't care because Phyllis is back. That's right, Phyllis really did return, unharmed. It seems that Razor really didn't lie to him. With Phyllis, a top-tier amethyst marksman, around, even if Otav himself were still alive, Roland was confident he could get rid of him. Aunt Phyllis, you must be tired from your journey, Roland said in a very gentlemanly manner. Roland had also found out Phyllis's gender from Catherine and the others. Without a doubt, Phyllis was a genuine female elven, and her current male appearance was due to the disguise bracelet on her wrist. Your Highness, it's nothing. Compared to the suffering our Milan clan has endured, it's insignificant. Fortunately, the goddess of fortune has blessed us, and the bloodline of our elven empire's royal family has not been severed. Phyllis looked at Roland and sighed. According to Catherine and Coranda, Phyllis is now in her 60s or 70s, but she still looks young. After all, compared to the average age of 200 for elves, Phyllis is only about 30 years old in human form, which is the most beautiful time for an elf. Roland was incredibly curious about Phyllis's true appearance, so he asked her directly, Aunt Phyllis, can you let me see what you really look like? Coranda and Catherine were also standing nearby, saying in a coquettish tone, Yes, Aunt Phyllis. It's been so many years, I don't even remember what you look like anymore. Phyllis gently patted their heads and said with a smile, What changes could I have? I'm still the same as before. It's you two who I can't recognize at all. Then, she slowly grasped the bracelet and said with a hint of anticipation, Why don't we all drop our disguises? It's been a long time since I've revealed my elven form, and a long time since I've seen so many of our people. Upon hearing her words, Roland and Catherine also dropped their disguises, while Coranda, who was originally in elf form, and Phyllis also put down her bracelet. In an instant, a look of amazement appeared in Roland's eyes. Since ancient times, there have been no ugly elves, and without a doubt, these three are all top-tier beings. Phyllis, in particular, exuded an incredibly mature aura, and her figure was much fuller than Catherine's and Coranda's, making Roland a little aroused. Phyllis looked at the three of them, and her eyes couldn't help but well up with tears. The last time she was with her people was the last time. It's so good to have you all here. No matter what happens in the future, we'll never be apart again, okay? Felicia said with a touch of emotion, Aunt Phyllis, we'll always be together. Catherine and Coranda also spoke with tears in their eyes, and then the three of them looked at Roland. Roland said with utmost seriousness, Yes, I will always be by your side. Then, the four of them hugged each other tightly. A look of enjoyment appeared on Roland's face. Chapter 88, Heading to Newland. Even at this moment, Roland did not forget his mission. Aunt Phyllis, do you know of any other places where our people live? Roland asked suddenly. Phyllis slowly raised her head, looked at him, and said, Your Highness, are you planning to gather our people back together? Roland nodded and said seriously, Yes, Aunt Phyllis. Now I also have a territory, and I think we can let our people live here together instead of being displaced. Phyllis was deeply moved, but a bitter expression appeared on her face as she shook her head and said, For the past 17 years, I've been searching for our people. Although I have encountered a few, it is a pity that they seem to have given up their belief in restoring the glory of the empire, so we were separated again. Upon hearing this, Roland looked regretful and then continued, Then can you still find them, Aunt Phyllis? Phyllis hesitated for a moment before speaking. Perhaps I can find a few, but I'm not confident I can bring them back. The elf empire has been gone for over 100 years, and they have their own lives now. Moreover, Princess Freya has passed away, and I'm afraid they won't want to follow your highness. Roland frowned slightly as he listened to her words before continuing. Aunt Phyllis, you should give a try. You don't need to tell them about restoring the elf empire yet. Just invite them to come here as guests. In truth, Roland had no interest whatsoever in rebuilding the elf empire. After all, such a heaven-defying task was beyond the capabilities of a novice like himself. However, he couldn't say for sure that he didn't have this idea. After all, there were many elves like Phyllis who had a deep obsession with resurrection, and he needed to use this name to win them over. Phyllis hesitated for a moment, but then nodded and said, Then I can give it a try. Roland smiled slightly, but the mission required him to gain the allegiance of 10 elves, which was still too slow. So he asked again, Aunt Phyllis, do you have any other ways to find our people? To Roland's surprise, Phyllis nodded without hesitation and said, There is a way, but it depends on luck. Roland was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, Is there any other way? Phyllis then frowned slightly and said, Our family has a unique emblem. As long as you see this emblem, you know that there are members of our family. I found a few of these emblems by chance when I was traveling, which led me to those members of our family. Unfortunately, we separated later because of differences in our beliefs. She paused for a moment before continuing. Your Highness can make this emblem visible to others in some way. and some of the clansmen who see the emblem will eventually come looking for it. Roland nodded, understanding as well. This is like waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump, but it can be useful as long as you can get more people to see the emblem. Then Roland asked what the emblem looked like. Phyllis pulled a handkerchief from her bosom and handed it to Roland. Instantly, a delicate fragrance wafted into Roland's nostrils. Roland quickly cleared his mind of all distractions and began to read. On the handkerchief, there was an exquisite emblem embroidered. Roland looked at the emblem and said with some concern, "If this emblem gets out, will it attract our enemies?" Phyllis shook her head and said, "No, this emblem is known only to our people. No one else knows it because it was redesigned 17 years ago, the day before we were separated. So outsiders don't know about it." Roland nodded, then tucked the handkerchief into his pocket. Seeing this, Phyllis reached out her hand, but hesitated to speak. Roland said directly, "I've already come up with a plan. I'll have the tailor make a few more flags with this emblem, and then we'll hang them on all the merchant ships of our Cancer Island. They sail all over the world, leaving their footprints in every ocean, and surely some of our people will see them." Upon hearing Roland's plan, Phyllis could say nothing more, so she withdrew her right hand and said, "Then I hope your highness will succeed soon." Roland was even considering using this emblem as his family crest, since he was about to leave the War Banner family and develop on his own, and would no longer be able to use the War Banner family's emblem. Roland thought this was a good idea. Now that Phyllis has returned, Roland can finally take over the East Saccharin Plain. With Phyllis as his strong backing, Roland has no more worries. The East Sacramento Plain is almost the same size as Crab Island, but its population is 100 times that of Crab Island, with nearly 1 million people living there, and its economy is equally prosperous. There are dozens of towns and cities of all sizes, but the largest city is a port city called Newland, which has a population of about 200,000 and is the largest and most prosperous city on the East Sacramento Plain. In Roland's takeover of Marquis Otof's territory, this city is of utmost importance. If Newland can be successfully taken over, other places will naturally fall without warning. The Lord of Newland City is a top-tier gold knight named Maurice Layton, a formidable figure. He was originally a valiant general under Otov, but unfortunately, Otov's assassination plot failed, and his position as lord is about to be in jeopardy. As Otov's confidant, he should have been thoroughly purged by the Grand Duke of Triumph. However, the Grand Duke of Triumph seems to have no energy to pay attention to this trivial matter at the moment. The Holy Dragon Empire is on the verge of collapse, and he is probably making some plans as well. Newland City and Crab Island are also separated by the sea, but Newland City is much farther away than Victoria Harbor. If you take a boat, it will take almost half a day. However, this is the most convenient and quickest way. If you were to go to Champaign City via the teleportation array and then travel overland, it would take at least 2 days. So that very day, Roland's Cancer Lord slowly sailed away from Pearl Harbor, and a brand new flag was hoisted on the mast of the ship, the family crest that Phyllis had given him. Roland brought quite a few people with him on this trip. Besides the 3 beautiful elves, Phyllis, Catherine, and Coranda, Andre also came with 5 or 6 silver knights and more than 100 guards, almost filling the ship to capacity. This time we're going to take over a new territory, so naturally we need to bring as many of our own people as possible. The ship then sailed at sea for more than 10 hours before finally arriving at Newland Harbor. "Reporting, sir. The ship of the Baron of Cancer Island has entered our port." In the Lord's mansion of Newland City, a subordinate ran in with a panicked expression and spoke to a burly and strong man. This man is none other than Maurice Layton, the current Lord of Newland City. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Maurice frowned slightly, a cold smile appearing on his face, and said, "Oh, I thought Roland would be a little late, but I didn't expect him to be in such a hurry." Then, he turned to his subordinates and said calmly, "Who did Roland bring with him?" The subordinate hurriedly replied, "He brought over 100 people in total. However, after our comparison, the important figures with Roland this time are only the Golden Knight Andre and the Intermediate Wind Mage Catherine. But there are 2 more strangers. One of them is a female elf, who should be the female elf that Roland bought at the Triumph City auction house some time ago. We don't know anything about the other person. In addition, there are 5 or 6 silver knights, and the others are bronze knights or even ordinary people." Hearing his subordinate's words, Maurice showed no concern whatsoever, and instead laughed heartily. "Ha ha! This Roland really underestimates me. He dares to come and take over my entire operation with such a small group of people. Ha ha! Does he really think I, Morris, have been here all these years for nothing? Upon hearing this, his subordinate immediately offered a flattering reply. Yes, that Roland is just a greenhorn. Even his father, Rowena, might not be a match for you, let alone himself. Morris seemed to hate Rowena very much, and upon hearing this, he snorted coldly and said, Lavina was just a bit luckier than me. In terms of strength, I am no less than him. It's just that he gained the favor of the Grand Duke of Triumph. Otherwise, I would have become an earl long ago. While the subordinate heard Morris's words of jealousy, he did not agree. Rowena's reputation had been established for a long time, and although both of them were top-tier gold knights, the subordinate did not believe that Maurice would be a match for Rowena. However, he couldn't say what he was thinking, so he immediately complimented her again. Sir, you've just been unlucky. Otherwise, your future would be far more promising. Upon hearing this, Morris showed a satisfied expression, then thought for a moment and said, All right, remember to keep a close eye on that Roland. That kid dared to come, so I'll give him a taste of his own medicine. Understood. The subordinate immediately replied. Meanwhile, Lavina, who had already disembarked, along with more than 100 people, became the focus of everyone's attention, especially Kalanda, who attracted everyone's gaze. After all, elves are not a common race. After disembarking, Roland and his men had no time for leisure. Instead, they headed straight for the city lord's mansion. Roland's goal was to win the battle quickly and take over the entire East Saccharine Plain as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Maurice was patiently waiting for Roland's arrival at the city lord's mansion. According to his intelligence, the strongest among Roland and his subordinates was only the ordinary Golden Knight Andre, who was not worth fearing at all. If Roland really wanted to expel him from here, then he wouldn't mind turning against Roland completely. Otov dared to assassinate the triumphant Duke, so he wasn't afraid to kill a mere baron from Crab Island. At worst, he could just escape to the Violet Empire later, since he couldn't survive in the Holy Dragon Empire anyway. Just as his mind was racing, suddenly his subordinate rushed in again. No good. Roland and the others are coming. I've had them stopped outside, the subordinate said with a look of terror. Morris, however, was not nervous and instead said, He. Well done. Let them wait outside. I'll leave them out for a bit. But before he could finish speaking, a loud bang, accompanied by several screams, came from outside. Morris suddenly stood up, strode out of the hall, and then looked. In the distance, the gate of the city lord's mansion was kicked open, and his guards were also kicked into the courtyard, wailing in pain. At the same time, an arrogant voice came from the front door. Bullshit. This is my territory now, and you dare to stop me? Then, an incredibly handsome man walked in with an arrogant expression, followed by a large group of people. Morris looked at Roland, his expression extremely ugly. He had imagined many scenarios of meeting Roland, but he never expected it to be like this. This Roland is far too arrogant. Morris looked extremely unpleasant. At this moment, Roland strode in, and seeing Maurice in the distance, Roland stared directly at Maurice without any politeness and asked, You must be Maurice, the former lord of Newland City? Morris was so angry that his breathing became rapid. He looked at Roland and said coldly, I am the city lord of Newland City, not the previous city lord. Roland chuckled and said, You must know what Otov did, right? He actually dared to assassinate the Grand Duke of the Empire, which is of course unforgivable. But fortunately, he failed, so the Grand Duke and the Emperor decided to take back his territory. Don't you know that? I don't know. What Otov did has nothing to do with me. I am an imperial viscount, and this city of Newland is my territory. You have no right to kick me out. Morris said expressionlessly. Upon hearing his words, Roland chuckled, then picked up a book in his hand and said, This is a document issued by Holy Dragon City, which clearly states that the entire East Sacrament Plain is now my territory, including your territory of Newland City. Morris didn't even look at it, and continued to speak with unusual firmness. Maybe yours is fake, but anyway, I'm not leaving Newland City. Chapter 89 Stop Fighting. Roland looked at him with a playful expression and said, Maurice, if the Grand Duke hadn't been too busy, you have been thrown into jail by now. Now I'm giving you a chance to submit to the Grand Duke, and you don't even know how to cherish it. Morris, however, spoke with righteous indignation. I, Maurice, am forever loyal to the Emperor of the Holy Dragon Empire and also to the Grand Duke of Triumph. I knew nothing about the traitor Otav. If I had known, I would have killed him immediately. I have always been the Grand Duke of Triumph's subordinate, so how could I have submitted? Maurice was heartbroken. He was right. Otav's actions had nothing to do with him, and Otav hadn't told him about it. When he heard that Otav had dared to assassinate the Grand Duke, he was completely dumbfounded. At the same time, he knew that his good days were probably coming to an end. In this society, right and wrong don't matter. People just take sides. Maurice became an imperial viscount only after Otav recommended him several times. In name, he was Otav's man. Now that Otav has fallen, he will definitely not escape his fate. However, if it were the Grand Duke of Triumph, he would immediately surrender his territory and city without saying a word. But unexpectedly, the Grand Duke of Triumph gave the city of Newland, which he had worked so hard to build, to a small baron from Crab Island, who was also the son of Rowena. Morris and Rowena were the same age and had similar strength. The only difference was that Rowena was of noble birth, while Morris was of commoner birth. As a result, Rowena had become a great earl, while Morris was still a minor viscount. He always believed that fate was unfair and never thought that he was inferior to Rottweiler, so he always disliked Rottweiler. Fortunately, the news of Rowena's promotion to Marquis has not yet arrived. If he knew, he would probably find it even harder to accept. Seeing that Morris didn't seem to be cooperating, Roland had no choice but to say something helplessly. Maurice, if that's your attitude, then I won't say any more. I'll have to use force to suppress you. Upon hearing his words, Maurice couldn't help but burst into laughter. Aha! What did you say? Did I hear that right? You said you're going to use force to suppress me? The mighty, peak-level Gold Knight, Morris. Morris seemed to have heard an incredibly funny joke. If it were your father, Rowena, coming here, I might think twice. But you were just his son. As far as I know, you are just an ordinary Silver Knight. Your strongest subordinate is only an ordinary Gold Knight, Anderson. What were you thinking when you said that? Morrison laughed and shook his head as he spoke. Then, with a wave of his hand, hundreds of soldiers rushed in and surrounded the 100 or so of them. Instantly, the more than 100 guards that Roland brought raised their weapons and looked at the surrounding soldiers with tense expressions. However, Roland didn't seem to care at all. Instead, he shook his head and said, Morrison, the worst decision you ever made was underestimating me. Did I underestimate you? Morrison said with a cold laugh. You're about to die, and you're still so arrogant. I know that if I kill you today, I won't be able to stay in Holy Dragon Empire anymore, but I could just take a ship and go out to sea. The world is vast, and there are plenty of places I can go. Upon hearing this, Roland didn't want to say anything more and then spoke directly. Since that's the case, let's cut to the chase and get started. After saying that, Roland took out the scepter of Poseidon and shook it. A huge water arrow rushed towards Morris at high speed. Morris was immediately startled. The information says Roland isn't a knight. So how did he become a mage? Which lousy guy compiled this information? Morris felt a surge of anger. However, facing this enormous water arrow, Maurice sensed its power and dared not underestimate it. He hurriedly gathered his inner fighting spirit and concentrated it on his sword, then slashed with all his might, instantly sending flames soaring into the sky. Only then was the water arrow extinguished. Morris was immediately shocked and blurted out, You're a top-tier archmage? How is that possible? Roland smiled slightly and said, There are many things you don't know. Then, Roland snorted and said, Let's do it. Instantly, Andre, Catherine, and Coranda all sprang into action. Meanwhile, Morris's men instantly drew their long swords and roared as they charged towards Roland and his group. Although Roland and his men are all elite soldiers, Morris's side has a large number of troops and several golden knights. This battle is bound to be extremely fierce. However, just as the two sides were about to clash, suddenly a furious roar rang out. Stop it, everyone! Everyone turned around sharply, only to be astonished to find that the speaker was none other than Maurice, who had been shouting so loudly just moments before. At this moment, his face was covered in cold sweat. His whole body was tense and extremely nervous, as if he didn't dare to breathe, as if he had encountered something terrifying. At this moment, everyone stopped what they were doing, staring blankly at him, waiting for his words. You can stop just like that. What's the reason? Morris swallowed hard, forced a smile, and said, Let's talk things over. Fighting and killing are no good. Everyone, especially the soldiers on Morris's side, stared at their master with astonished expressions. Didn't you just say you wanted to fight? Why did you suddenly change your attitude? Morris was also in a difficult position. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight, but he really didn't dare to move at all. Just as the two sides were about to tear off their mask and start fighting, he suddenly felt an incredibly powerful aura lock onto him. The chilling feeling of being close to death made him feel like a fish on a chopping board, completely powerless to resist or struggle. Morris looked over in shock and discovered that the mysterious figure behind Roland was holding a bow, an arrow, and staring coldly at him. Amethyst Archer, without a doubt, and not just any ordinary amethyst archer. Morris was startled. He might have known that Roland had some trump cards, but he never expected that Roland would actually be able to invite a powerful expert from the Purple Crystal Realm. With the archer's arrow already locked on, Morris felt almost no room for resistance. He knew that if he made the slightest move, he would be instantly blasted to pieces by the arrow. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at Maurice in astonishment. It's like the foreplay is finally over, and you're about to get to the point where you suddenly say you're not coming. Morris had no words to express his suffering and could only speak again. Let's discuss this properly. We're all citizens of the Holy Dragon Empire. There's nothing we can't discuss. Roland understood the reason for Morrison's drastic change in temperament. So he stepped forward slowly, smiled, and said, "Viscount Maurice." "So what do you mean now?" Morris said hastily. "Of course, I, Morrison, have always strictly abided by the laws of the Empire. Since the Empire has already issued a document that this territory belongs to Lord Roland, then of course I should give it up." Roland gave a half-smile and said, "But didn't you just say my documents were fake?" Morris chuckled twice and said, "I'm getting old. I misjudged you just now." Roland smiled and then said, "Viscount Maurice, this is much better. You've changed so much. Your image is completely ruined." Morris had no idea what a character setting was, but at this point he could only force a laugh and agree. Yes. Lord Roland is right." Roland shook his head, then immediately ordered his men to tie Maurice up. Morris did not resist, allowing Roland's men to bind him without even a thought of struggling. Seeing that their own adults had surrendered, the others looked at each other, wide-eyed, and then laid down their weapons. Seeing this, Roland smiled helplessly and then said, "Tie up all those above the Silver Knight level, and gather everyone else together." Soon, more than 20 people were tied up in the city lord's mansion, while nearly 300 people were squatting in the courtyard. Although there were more of them, they no longer had any thought of resistance. Then, Roland directly ordered a notice to be posted outside the city lord's mansion. Morris will step down as Lord of Newland, and Viscount Roland will become the new lord. The fighting at the city lord's mansion had long attracted the curiosity of the residents outside, and when they saw the notice posted, they all rushed over to check it out. Then, they all showed expressions of shock. What? Morris is no longer the city lord? And who is this Viscount Roland? They couldn't understand why Morris, who had been the city lord here for over a decade and was doing so well, would suddenly quit. They were incredibly curious. However, when they peeked through the crack in the city lord's mansion gate and saw Morris and his men bound hand and foot, they were so frightened that they dared not say another word and hurriedly fled. Taking over a city is not as simple as just replacing a group of people. To ensure complete control over the city while minimizing its impact requires considerable effort and time. Now that Maurice has surrendered, I'm giving you a chance. If you show your loyalty to me, I can forgive your rudeness earlier, and you can continue to live here as before. Upon hearing Roland's words, the ordinary soldiers looked at each other, then raised their hands, vying to speak. "Ah, my lord, I'm willing to follow you." "Me too." For them, being a soldier is just a job. Their wives, daughters, and elderly parents live here and need their care. It doesn't matter who they are with. It makes no difference to them. Even the bound Silver Knight and Gold Knight couldn't help but shout, "My lord, I, Trike, am willing to serve you." "I, Deedus, am willing to follow you, sir." Morris looked at the scene before him with a desolate expression. He had always treated these men like brothers, but he never expected them to betray him so quickly. What a world. Human nature is truly astounding. Then he suddenly stood up and shouted, "I, Maurice, am willing to follow you, sir." Wow. Everyone turned around abruptly, staring at Maurice with stunned and bewildered expressions. Roland was also taken aback, turning to look at Maurice. Seeing that Roland remained silent, Morris quickly spoke again. Lord Roland, I, Maurice, am willing to follow you. Roland was in a bit of a dilemma. He hadn't expected Morris to be so shameless. One moment he was willing to die with him, and the next he was willing to pledge allegiance to him. However, Roland had just said that he would forgive and forget those who followed him, but he did not expect Morris to pull this stunt, which put Roland in a difficult position. To be honest, Roland didn't want to let Maurice go. After all, with Morris's peak Golden Knight strength, if he were to suddenly betray him one day, the consequences would be too severe. So, Roland thought for a moment, and then said, "Take Maurice and all those with silver or higher strength away and imprison them. Release everyone else and reorganize them into our guard." As soon as Roland finished speaking, the people sprang into action, and soon only their men and the 300 soldiers remained on the field. Roland selected several veterans from among them to assist his guards and officially take over the group of soldiers. As long as they can maintain order in the city and prevent major chaos, Newland City will be fine. Meanwhile, Roland quickly summoned all the officials of Newland City in the name of the new city lord. At first, they all looked at Roland with confusion until they heard that Morris had been arrested, and then they realized that Newland City was about to undergo a complete upheaval. Then, just like the soldiers, they all pledged their loyalty to Roland. Roland didn't know what they were really thinking, but he didn't care as long as they could do things for him. Soon, Roland appointed new officials one by one. The important positions were naturally filled by people he had brought with him, and they all became his deputies, assisting Roland's subordinates in handling official business. It's still the same group of people. However, everything has changed. After staying in Newland for 3 full days, Roland finally got a good grasp of the situation there, and the city was finally firmly in his grasp. During this period, some riots broke out in several places in the city. A group of local thugs took advantage of the chaos of the change of dynasties to rob and plunder, causing quite a bit of trouble. Roland did not hesitate to suppress such matters directly. Those thugs who committed evil deeds were executed on the spot by Roland, which frightened those with evil intentions so that they dared not have any more thoughts of causing trouble. After the situation in Newland City stabilized, Roland left Andre behind to guard the city, while the others continued their journey towards other towns on the East Sacramento Plain. Chapter 90, The Mystery of the Fall of the Radiant Holy Dragon. The events in Newland City spread with lightning speed to the ears of the lords and nobles of the various cities in the East Sacramento Plain. People were first shocked, then filled with fear and worry. Even the powerful and peak-level Golden Knight Morris was captured alive and dethroned from his position as the city lord of Newland. How could these minor city lords possibly resist? Are we to let Roland do as he pleases and end up like Maurice, a prisoner? They wanted to resist, but unfortunately, the difference in strength prevented them from even having the slightest thought of resistance. Just as they were filled with fear and confusion, a sudden gust of wind blew by. As long as they pledge their loyalty to Roland and accept his leadership, Roland can continue to allow them to maintain their current status and wealth. Upon hearing this, the city lords were overjoyed. They then sent messengers to express their loyalty to Viscount Roland and their willingness to follow him. After leaving Newland, Roland arrived at Osley, the second largest city on the East Sacramento Plain. Unlike the cold reception and even violence he received in Newland, Osley's lord, Goodman, led a group of officials to greet Roland and his party when they were still 10 kilometers away from the city. "Welcome, Viscount Roland, to take over the city of Osley. I am Lord Goodman Hanson, and I am willing to lead all the officials and people of Osley to follow Viscount Roland." As soon as Roland dismounted, before he could even say 2 words, the portly Goodman came licking him, causing Roland to swallow back his harsh words. One doesn't hit a smiling face, and Roland didn't expect the other party to be so pragmatic. However, Roland asked in a very democratic and harmonious manner, "Really, Goodman, are you speaking from the heart? If you don't want to just say so, I won't blame you." Goodman was so frightened that his large body trembled, and he hurriedly said, "I truly believe it. My lord, if I, Goodman, were to tell a single lie, may I be struck dead by lightning." Wow, that's an incredible survival instinct. It's practically bursting at the seams. Roland nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, Yes, it's good that you're sincere. But don't worry, I'm just here to take a look. From now on, you'll still be in charge of Osley City, but you must obey my orders, understand?" Goodman nodded hurriedly. You are right, sir. I will certainly follow your lead. Roland was satisfied with Goodman's performance, and then the group headed towards Osley City. In fact, Roland didn't want to lose control of these towns, but he simply had no one else available. So, he decided to keep things as they were for the time being and wait until he had enough men to gradually take control of these towns. Roland stayed in Osley for another 3 days. In recent days, other nobles from the entire East Sacramento Plain have come to Osley City to request an audience with Roland, most of them bringing substantial gifts. Roland welcomed all who came, and these people were naturally there to pledge their loyalty to him, saving Roland the trouble of visiting them one by one. Seeing that Roland was willing to accept them, they all breathed a sigh of relief, which meant that the new lord did not intend to wipe them all out. However, while Roland was willing to maintain their status and power, he would not let them go unchecked. According to Roland's plan, he would send an inspectorate to oversee all affairs of each town based on its size. This includes managing the city's finances, taxes, and various policies, as well as monitoring the city lord and the nobles within the city, observing their abilities and character. Roland will also take further action against the nobles of these towns based on the feedback from the inspection team. If these nobles are indeed capable and of good character, Roland wouldn't mind if they continued to control these towns. However, if these nobles are incompetent, of bad character, and oppress and harm the people in the city, then Roland will take back all their rights. Upon hearing Roland's words, all the nobles couldn't help but swallow hard, as if a sharp sword was hanging over each of their heads, ready to strike at any moment. However, although they were unwilling, they didn't dare to refuse. So, he had no choice but to accept Roland's opinion, and even had to reluctantly call him wise. In 3 days, 90% of the nobles in the entire East Sacramento Plain had arrived, but there were still some who were nowhere to be seen. Roland was unwilling to wait any longer, so he directly sent Phyllis and Coranda with dozens of people to those cities to wipe out the city lords and nobles. Since they were unwilling to submit to him, Roland had no intention of keeping them alive any longer. Roland, along with Catherine and several of his men, returned directly to Cancer Island. 2 more days have passed since I returned to Cancer Island. Although the East Sacramento Plain is separated from Crab Island by the sea, each voyage takes more than 10 hours, which Roland finds too troublesome. Perhaps a teleportation array will be installed here in the future. Roland couldn't help but think to himself. Meanwhile, in the western part of the Holy Dragon Empire, in Flame City, Marquis Rowena is leading 500 men to garrison a stronghold 10 kilometers outside the city. They have been stationed there for nearly 5 days. During this time, the Gallo Empire has been making frequent moves, and Gallo Empire soldiers can be seen from time to time scouting this area from afar, which has put great pressure on Rowena. General Rowena, more spies from the Garo Empire have appeared. A soldier rushed in and said. Rowena suddenly stood up, grabbed the long sword beside him, and said, "Come on, let's go have a go at them." Soon after, Rowena led a team of nearly 100 men and caught up with the spies from the Gallo Empire. Seeing that Rottweiler was leading 100 men in pursuit, they hurriedly fled. By the time Rottweiler arrived, they had already vanished. Upon seeing this, Rottweiler couldn't help but frown slightly. Recently, these spies from the Garo Empire have been appearing more and more frequently. Rowena has not been too forceful in dealing with this, mainly focusing on expelling them. They only take action to eliminate a few if the other party is truly unreasonable in attacks on their own initiative. It wasn't that he was afraid to take action, but rather that they had been given orders not to launch any offensives and to minimize conflict with the other side. Rowena understood that the appearance of this order was enough to prove that the Imperial High Command had also lost confidence in the war. 100 years ago, or even 50 years ago, whenever an enemy dared to invade the territory of the Holy Dragon Empire, the Empire's soldiers would take the initiative to attack and eliminate these enemies without hesitation. There were even astonishing feats, such as chasing the enemy to within 500 miles of their territory and then annihilating them completely. Unlike today, where everyone is timid, hesitant, and terrified of war, Rottweiler understood even more now. The Holy Dragon Empire's fate is sealed. "General, what should we do? Should we pursue them?" They just ransacked a village not far away and killed several villagers. The soldier, standing to the side, said through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Rowena's face turned extremely ugly, He felt like he had been slapped across the face. Then his eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go. Today we'll make them pay for their crimes in blood." Upon hearing that Rottweiler had actually agreed to their suggestion, the indignant warriors instantly became excited. These days, they've been getting harassed by the soldiers of the Gallo Empire, yet they've been ordered not to retaliate and to minimize conflict. They're so frustrated they're about to explode. Now that they finally had a chance for revenge, they could no longer hold back. "Brothers, let's charge. Let's avenge the people of our holy dragon empire." A soldier roared. Then, Rottweiler waved his hand with a stern face. The group quickly pursued the spies from the Gallo Empire. Meanwhile, the spies from the Gallo Empire were grinning as they tallied their spoils. The 50-odd gold coins were all looted from nearby villages. Although it wasn't much, with each person only receiving 2 gold coins, it was still a windfall. Ha ha ha! This mission was awesome. Not only will I get military merits when I get back, I can also make money here. One of the leading Gara soldiers said with a loud laugh. Seeing this, the others also burst into laughter. However, at this moment, a young soldier suddenly said with a worried expression, "Captain, do you think those Holy Dragon Empire soldiers won't come after us? I just saw nearly 100 of them come out of the camp." But the captain, upon hearing his words, laughed even louder and said, "You're worrying unnecessarily. Those Holy Dragon soldiers wouldn't dare to fight us. They're just pretending to chase us, like before. They'll be back soon." The young soldier seemed relieved, but still spoke with some concern. Are they really not coming back? I'm still a little worried." The captain, however, sneered twice and said, They don't have the guts. Right now, they just want to keep the peace. If they dare to pursue us, they'll face the risk of starting a full-scale war with our Gallo Empire. Who would dare to do that? Ha ha, you're overthinking it." Upon hearing this, the young soldier finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, suddenly, a series of hurried and chaotic footsteps came from afar. They all jumped up, then turned around and looked. A group of about 100 people was rushing towards them at breakneck speed. "They're soldiers of the Holy Dragon," they exclaimed in surprise. The captain was also shocked. Seeing the enemy getting closer and closer, he immediately mounted his horse and roared, "Let's get out of here." Then, he led the way and fled in a frenzy. The other soldiers also realized what was happening and quickly fled. However, now that Rottweiler has decided to take action, how could he let them escape so easily? Beneath his feet was a high-level magical beast, the demon flame giant wolf, whose stamina and speed far surpassed his opponents. With a soft shout, the demon wolf beneath him darted off. Not long after, Rowena went alone to the front of the group of Gara soldiers and blocked their way. The group of Gara soldiers also sensed the astonishing strength of the person before them, and they all stopped in their tracks, looking at Rowena with tense expressions. Soon after, the Holy Dragon soldiers arrived and surrounded the 20-odd Gara soldiers. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. "None of you will escape today," Lavina said coldly. The captain of the Nagara soldiers stepped forward, staring at Rowena with an extremely ugly expression, and said, "What do you want? Do you intend to kill us? Aren't you afraid of starting a war between the 2 great empires, Gara and Holy Dragon?" Rottweiler's eyes turned cold, and he snorted as he spoke. "This is the territory of my Holy Dragon Empire. You are running rampant here, slaughtering our people and robbing our property. Isn't this what you're trying to do, to start a war?" The captain of the Garo soldiers looked at Rowena, speechless with disbelief, but still gritted his teeth and said, "If you dare to lay a hand on us, then be prepared to face the wrath of the Gallo Empire. The consequences will be far beyond what you can bear. Don't you know that?" Upon hearing this, Rowena shook his head slightly and said coldly, "Of course I know what war between the 2 countries means, but that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want here." The captain of the Gallo Empire gritted his teeth and said, "You dare to lay a hand on us? Even without our Gallo Empire, you'll deal with yourself from within. Aren't you afraid?" Upon hearing this, Rottweiler smiled slightly. Then his eyes gradually turned cold as he spoke. "Whether I dare or not, you'll find out once you try." Then he spoke in a cold tone. "Kill!" In an instant, the 100 Holy Dragon soldiers roared and charged towards the group of Gara soldiers, filled with boundless rage and hatred. Holy Dragon Empire, Holy Dragon City, Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, how are you feeling? He, a figure dressed in a black robe, completely concealed in darkness, looked at the Emperor of the Holy Dragon Empire beside him and said with a sinister smile. The Emperor slowly opened his eyes, a comfortable expression on his face, and said, "Great, I feel like I've gotten younger again." The man in black chuckled again and said, "Of course, Your Majesty. According to the original trajectory, your lifespan should have come to an end 10 years ago, but now you have not only survived, but you are also getting younger and younger." The Emperor nodded in satisfaction, but suddenly a look of worry appeared on his face. But that's the case. The radiant holy dragon might not be able to hold out past this year, and then the Empire might. Seeing this, the man in black smiled even more sinisterly. "Your Majesty, you are the true master of the Holy Dragon Empire. That radiant holy dragon is nothing but your pet. As long as you are still alive, what does it matter if that radiant holy dragon offers up a little of its lifespan for you?" Upon hearing his words, the Emperor's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and he nodded, his face turning sinister as he said, "That's right. I am the true master of the Empire. As long as I live, all sacrifices are worthwhile." Seeing the Emperor's hearty laughter, the man in black robes also revealed a mysterious smile. Chapter 91: The Ring of Poseidon unsealed for the second time. 2 days after Roland returned to Cancer Island, Phyllis and Coranda also returned. However, Phyllis did not rest for long before Roland arranged for her to go out again. Her mission this time was to visit several elves she knew. Roland's mission required 10 elves to follow him, and he had only completed 3 so far, so there was still a long way to go. As the atmosphere of war drew closer, Roland became increasingly anxious about the system's missions. He urgently needed to improve his strength. That evening, Roland returned to the square, took the sea god statue home, and then infused its divine power into the sea god's ring. After more than 10 days of worship by believers, the divine power within the Poseidon statue has become abundant once again. After more than an hour of infusion, the Poseidon ring has surprisingly broken through another layer of seal. Ring of Poseidon, the ring of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Function 1, storage space. Benefit 2, energy storage. Effect 3, summon giant whale, sealed. Effect 4, sky covering water curtain, sealing. Effect 5, sea god temple teleportation, sealed. Effect 6, sea god's bloodline, sealed. Effect 7, sea god's record, sealing. Energy storage. It can store excess water-based magic and battle aura in the body for later use. This effect is undoubtedly very powerful. As long as you store enough energy inside, it means that you will never have to worry about insufficient magic power and battle aura in future battles. Theoretically, you can even achieve unlimited endurance. Afterwards, Roland tried it out. He was now in peak condition, and the magic and battle aura he usually cultivated had to dissipate on their own because his body could not contain them. Now that we have this ring of the sea god, we don't have to worry about wasting these spells and battle auras. So Roland put the ring of the sea god on his right hand and then calmed down to cultivate diligently. Meanwhile, in the central square of Newland City, the construction of a magnificent statue has begun. Roland desperately needs more faith in the sea god. He needs to complete the sculpture before the new sea god statue arrives after the 10 elves mission is finished, so as not to waste the believer's divine power. Regarding the completion of the 10 elf quest, Roland did not place all his hopes on Phyllis. He needed more and faster methods. First, there's the Milan family's unique emblem, a mark that only members of the Milan family can understand. As soon as they see it, they know that one of their family members is present. Therefore, Roland's solution was to promote this emblem to all regions as soon as possible, not just Portland Province, but the entire Holy Dragon Empire. In addition to having all merchant ships on Crab Island fly this emblem, Roland thought of an even more radical solution. 17 years ago, the Milan family was completely defeated and scattered by pursuers from the 3 great elven kingdoms at the southwestern border of the Holy Dragon Empire and the Violet Empire. Logically speaking, since the Violet Empire and the 3 great elven kingdoms were in cahoots, they should not have dared to flee to the Violet Empire. Most of them would have fled to the Holy Dragon Empire to hide. Therefore, Roland can deduce that most of the Milan family members are probably hiding in the Holy Dragon Empire. However, it's hard to say where they have scattered to after 17 years. Perhaps their traces can be found all over the continent. However, Roland was unable to search elsewhere, so he could only search within the Holy Dragon Empire for the time being. Soon after, Roland sent out a team, each carrying several banners bearing the Milan family crest, and they left Crab Island via a teleportation array, arriving at Triumph City. However, their goal is not just Triumph City. Soon, these dozens of people were teleported through the teleportation array of Triumph City to major cities of the Holy Dragon Empire, mainly the capitals of various provinces, as well as the capital city of the Holy Dragon Empire, Holy Dragon City. What they need to do is to showcase the Milan family crest in these cities through their own means, so that more people can see it. As long as enough people see the crest, some true Milanese spirits will be attracted. Roland's goal is ambitious. Although the mission only requires him to gain the followers of 10 elves, he would certainly not refuse if more came. Without a doubt, the Milanese elf race has more than just Phyllis as a top expert. Roland also covets the other top experts. With the support of the Milan family members, he will have a great deal of confidence in future wars. A week later, a dozen large sailing ships slowly approached Pearl Harbor. Roland had already received the news and came to wait in advance. The port had already been cleared in advance, and the berth had been cleared out, enough for these dozen or so large sailing ships to dock. As the first large sailing ship docked, a dozen or so figures quickly disembarked, including an old acquaintance of Roland. Edward Coles, Albatross Chamber of Commerce, Portland Province Director. This time, he personally escorted Roland's order. A full 10,000 slaves. Ha ha, Brother Roland, it's been months since I last saw you, and you're still as handsome as ever. Edward laughed and walked toward Roland with his arms outstretched. Edwards always responds with the utmost enthusiasm to major clients like Roland. Roland smiled slightly, opened his arms, and gently hugged Edward. Although Edward was a wicked slave trader, Roland didn't mind dealing with him. Both sides had their needs, and cooperation was fine. Mr. Edward is still as dashing as ever, Roland said with a smile and politely. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Edward's face fell, and he said, Brother Roland, you're talking nonsense. Do you know how much effort I've put into getting these 10,000 slaves for you? I haven't been able to sleep at night, just trying to figure out where else to get slaves. These 10,000 slaves are amazing. They've even driven up the price of slaves by several times. Roland didn't believe a word he said. Everything he said before was nonsense. Only the last sentence contained his true meaning. What does that mean? They want to raise prices? Huh? Roland saw through it, but didn't say anything, and said with a smile, Mr. Edward, you've had a long day. Why don't we go over there and take a rest? Seeing that Roland didn't respond, Edward coughed twice and said, Ahem, Brother Roland. To be honest, this batch of slaves is much better than the previous ones. Roland looked at him and said, Really? How is it different from before? Edward chuckled and said, Brother, of this batch of 10,000 people, the majority are young adults. There are far fewer elderly people and children. Undead. Judging from the group of slaves disembarking beside him, Roland could indeed tell that this group of slaves was mostly young and middle-aged men and women, followed by children, with very few elderly people. Where did you find so many good things here? Roland asked, somewhat surprised. Edward chuckled and said, This is also heaven's help, sir. Just a month ago, a major earthquake struck the province of Freinen in the northwest of the empire. We don't know how many people died or how many were left homeless. We took advantage of this opportunity to collect nearly 6,000 slaves. Upon hearing this, Roland frowned immediately. A massive earthquake has struck the northwest of the empire. When it rains, it pours. It seems even the heavens don't have much faith in the Holy Dragon Empire. However, he still asked out of curiosity, Aren't you afraid of being punished by the empire for capturing its citizens and selling them as slaves? Edward shook his head and said with a smile, Of course not. We didn't forcibly seize them, but bought them with money. With money, they can buy food for their children and parents, allowing their families to survive. The empire should be grateful to us for this, because if I hadn't bought them, the empire would have had to spend gold coins to provide them with food and shelter. In the eyes of those noble lords, these refugees are not as important as gold coins. Now that I've bought them all, they have saved a lot of gold coins and are overjoyed. Upon hearing his words, Roland fell silent. These words were cruel, yet realistic. Roland understood that everything Edward said was true. This was the truth of this cannibalistic society. So Roland slowly shook his head. He had no intention of saving the world. He was content as long as he could manage his own little corner of the world. Subsequently, slaves continued to slowly disembark from more than a dozen large sailing ships. Roland sent men to count the number of people on each ship. Even though more than a dozen ships were disembarking at the same time, it still took a full 3 hours to get all the slaves off the ships. A total of 10,220 people. Of course, this excludes those who died on board, as well as those who were seriously ill, disabled, or elderly and children who were unable to work. If we add these, then we'll need another 500 or 600 people. It must be said that the survival rate and pass rate of this trip were much higher than the previous one. After the head count was completed, neither party had any objections to the number, so the next step was to discuss the price. Brother Roland, as you know, the quality of this batch of slaves is much better than before, and the price of slaves has also been rising recently. We spent a lot of money to collect these slaves, so this price, hee. Edward chuckled as he spoke. Roland smiled and said, "Just say you want to raise prices. But of course, I might not agree." Edward's face fell upon hearing this, but he still continued speaking. "Last time we paid Brother Roland 15 gold coins per person. If we pay that price again this time, we'll definitely lose money. So this batch will ask for 22 gold coins." At this point, Edward couldn't help but glance at Roland, and seeing Roland's brows furrow sharply, he quickly changed his words. "However, considering our good relationship and that you are a big client, we will only charge you 20 gold coins per person this time." Roland frowned and said directly, 16 gold coins each. Payment on the spot." Edward was immediately startled, then said with a crying face, "Brother, you must be joking. 16 gold coins aren't even enough to cover the cost." Roland didn't speak. He just looked at him quietly. Seeing that Roland seemed unconcerned about his performance, Edward hesitated for a moment before speaking. 18 gold coins. That can't be any lower. Otherwise, I'd rather bring them all back." Roland smiled slightly, then nodded and said, "Then let's go with this price." Edward wore a troubled and helpless expression, as if he had lost money on the deal. However, from the corners of his mouth that he couldn't help but smile, Roland knew that he had definitely not lost money, and might even have made a fortune. This price is within Roland's acceptable range, and Roland doesn't lack gold coins now, so it's not a big deal for Edward to earn a few more gold coins. "Hey, Brother Roland, doing business with you is really tough. I only made a small profit. If it weren't for our good relationship, I would never have sold it at this price." Roland glanced at him and said, "Then swear an oath. If you earn less than 5 gold coins from each slave, then you will never be able to get an erection again." Edward's expression froze instantly. He then gave a wry smile and said, "Brother, that oath you swore was too harsh." Roland knew that what he said was about the same as what he had said, but he avoided talking about how much money he had made. Then, Roland directly gave him 130,000 gold coins in gold notes. He had already paid him a deposit of 50,000 gold coins. As for the extra 200 people, he would consider it a gift to him, and he figured Roland wouldn't ask for it back. Edward took it with a grin, moistened his fingers with saliva, and counted them. After confirming that there were no errors, he laughed heartily. Brother Roland is truly generous. Ha ha ha. Then, Roland ordered his men to settle the slaves. The sky was getting a little cool, and their clothes were tattered and thin, so they couldn't be left outside overnight. If they got sick and died, it would be a loss for them. Fortunately, Roland set up a number of temporary, simple shelters. Although the conditions were basic, they were sheltered from the wind and rain and had a sufficient supply of food, making them much better than before. Edward, meanwhile, accompanied Roland with a grin. Now that he had the money, he felt much more relaxed. It wasn't until much later that Roland finally had a moment of peace. Then he turned to look at Edward beside him, and suddenly, as if remembering something, he said, "Edward, I think we could do business again." Edward's eyes lit up. Business is booming again so quickly. Chapter 92, Dig Deeper Tunnels, Store More Grain. "Brother Roland, what good business do you have this time?" Edward said excitedly. Roland thought for a moment and then said, "I need quite a lot this time, but I don't know if you can get it." Edward, upon hearing his words, replied with unwavering confidence, "Our Albatross Merchant Guild is spread throughout the Holy Dragon Empire, and even has influence and partners in other countries. As long as what you want is not a dragon egg or a divine artifact, We are confident that we can get it for you. Roland didn't know if he was bragging, but the Albatross Merchant Guild was indeed quite powerful. After thinking for a moment, Roland said, "First of all, I need warships, especially large warships and magical warships. I urgently need them. If you could give me a fleet directly, that would be even better. I don't know if you have the capability to do that." Hearing his words, Edward was startled, then looked at Roland and asked, "Brother Roland, what do you need so many warships for? Is there some secret you can't tell us?" Roland glanced at him and said, "Is your Albatross Chamber of Commerce always this interested in your clients' secrets?" Edward quickly smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Not at all. I was just asking casually. Keeping our clients' secrets is part of our professional ethics, so you can rest assured, Brother Roland." Then, he frowned slightly and said, "But, Brother Roland, to be honest, your requirements are a bit high. Large warships are strategic weapons controlled by various countries, not to mention magical warships, each of which is extremely valuable." Roland said impatiently, "Just tell me directly whether you can get it or not." Edward then grinned and said, "Hee, Brother Roland, I have to say you're lucky. If you had asked for this warship a while ago, I really wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. But now, haha, what a coincidence." Roland looked at him in surprise and said, "So you mean you found a way?" Edward chuckled and said, "Brother Roland, do you know about the Grand Duchy of Delan?" Roland raised an eyebrow. Of course he knew about the Grand Duchy of Delan. Selena is the wild princess of the Grand Duchy of Delan. However, it has already been destroyed by the St. Laurent Empire. So he raised an eyebrow and said, "Wasn't the Grand Duchy of Delan already destroyed? Are all your warships from the Grand Duchy of Delan?" Edward chuckled and nodded, then said, "My brother guessed right. The Violet Empire launched a surprise attack on the Grand Duchy of Delan a while ago, and within just half a month, it had destroyed the entire country. And the Grand Duchy of Delan's second fleet, upon learning of the Violet Empire's invasion, didn't even put up a fight. They simply sailed away, leaving the Violet Empire, who had come to investigate, empty-handed." Upon hearing this, Roland understood something and then asked curiously, "You mean the second fleet of the Grand Duchy of Delan is now preparing to be sold off? Can't they survive on their own?" Edward shook his head and said, "They have more than a dozen warships and hundreds of people. The daily supply costs alone are an astonishing figure. Originally, the fleet captain wanted to lead this fleet to surrender to the Holy Dragon Empire. However, the Violet Empire issued a proclamation that anyone who dared to accept this fleet would be declaring war on the Violet Empire. Who knew that the Holy Dragon Empire would be so spineless as to not dare to accept them? So this fleet can only drift at sea." Roland looked puzzled and said, "Even so, their strength at sea should not be underestimated. They shouldn't have to be reduced to selling themselves into servitude." Edward burst into laughter and said, "Brother, you probably don't know the power of the Empire. The Violet Empire has spoken, so no port will dare to let this fleet dock. So even if they want to make a sea voyage, it's blocked. So many ships, so many people. In the end, they can only become pirates. However, they seem to have a strong prejudice against pirates. They would rather sell their ships and disband than become pirates." Upon hearing this, Roland nodded, then suddenly looked at Edward and said, "You just said that anyone who dares to take them in is making an enemy of the Violet Empire. So why should I dare to take them in?" Edward looked at Roland and chuckled, then said, "So, it all depends on Brother Roland's courage. I can tell that your ambitions are definitely not limited to this small crab island." After hearing his words, Roland remained silent and pondered for a while. He was not afraid of the Violet Empire's threat. Even if the Violet Empire wanted to take action against him, it would have to overcome the Holy Dragon Empire first. However, since he was still a Viscount Lord of the Holy Dragon Empire, it was not appropriate for him to openly take over the fleet. But Roland quickly came up with a solution. Then, Roland raised an eyebrow and said, "Edward, I have to say this fleet is a hot potato. I don't think anyone would dare to take it on." Edward gave a wry smile and said, "Yes, after all, no one dares to be an enemy of the Violet Empire." Upon hearing this, Roland smiled slightly and said, "What if I said I'd be willing to take them in? But the price?" Edward looked surprised for a moment, then burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha, I knew you weren't an ordinary person, Brother Roland. Only you would have guts. As for the price you mentioned, well, I can't offer that." Roland frowned slightly. Did this mean the price was non-negotiable? Edward saw Roland's expression and laughed twice, then explained. My friend, you've misunderstood me. When I said I was powerless, I didn't mean the price was non-negotiable. I meant this isn't something I can negotiate with. Roland asked curiously. What do you mean? Who decides on this price? Edward chuckled and said, Of course, it's the leader of that fleet. I'm just an intermediary. You two will have to negotiate the exact amount yourselves. We'll just take a small referral fee. I see. Roland understood, and then spoke directly. Then arrange for the fleet commander to meet with me as soon as possible. I'd like to see what kind of person he really is. Edward smiled upon hearing Roland's words and then replied. It just so happens that their fleet is in the nearby waters. I'll arrange for their leader to come to Cancer Island this week to meet with you, brother. Whether it works out or not is up to you. Roland nodded and said, Of course. Even if it doesn't work out, President Edward, you'll still get your due compensation. Edward immediately smiled with satisfaction and then said, It's so much more pleasant doing business with Brother Roland. He's easygoing, loyal, and righteous. If you ever encounter any difficulties, I'll definitely help you without hesitation. Roland simply smiled at this empty talk, saying that if you take it seriously, you've already lost. Then Edward continued, Now that everything's settled, I'll head back quickly and arrange for you two to meet as soon as possible. After saying that, he waved to Roland and prepared to take his leave. However, Roland suddenly spoke again. President Edward, the business deal isn't even finished yet. Why are you already thinking of leaving? Edward stopped in his tracks, then turned around and said excitedly, What? Brother Roland, is there something else you want? Roland smiled and nodded, saying, Of course. As I just said, I need quite a lot this time. Edward said excitedly, Tell me, brother, what else do you need? I can get it for you. Roland frowned slightly, then spoke. I need food. Lots of food. Food. Edward looked at Roland with a surprised expression. First the fleet, then the food. It seems this guy Roland has some big plans. However, this has nothing to do with him. So he said with a smile, Then how much do you need, brother? Roland pointed to the large albatross merchant guild ship docked in the harbor and said, Give me 100 merchant ships like these. 100 ships. Edward's expression immediately changed to one of shock as he stared at Roland in astonishment. Roland glanced at him and said, What's wrong? Can't you get it? Edward said hastily, Of course. The influence of our Albatross Chamber of Commerce is not just talk. However, after saying that, a troubled expression suddenly appeared on his face, and then he said, However, my friend, the grain for 100 large ships is no small amount. Each ship of grain costs at least 30,000 gold coins, so this money, shouldn't we pay some deposit or something? If one ship costs 30,000 gold coins, then 100 ships would cost 3 million gold coins. Roland didn't have that many gold coins, but he had other things. So he smiled slightly and said, A cash payment is of course, but I don't have many gold coins on me right now. I wonder if I can use something else to offset the price. Upon hearing this, Edward looked troubled and said with a wry smile, Brother, you've put me in a difficult position. Although we buy all kinds of things, it's not so easy to determine the price of other items. If I misjudge and lose money, I'll have to resign from my position as the head of the Portland branch of the Albatross Chamber of Commerce. Although Edward's words were tactful, Roland understood that Edward was rejecting him. Roland frowned slightly and said, Really? It's really not possible? That's such a shame, but I really don't have that many gold coins. Edward felt quite regretful upon hearing this. After all, this was no small business deal. So he sighed and said, Yes, it's such a pity, brother. It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that our Chamber of Commerce has rules. Don't blame me, brother. Roland shook his head helplessly and said, Of course not. I don't want to put you in a difficult position. If it's not possible, then forget it. I can save up enough gold coins to buy it later. Edward looked regretful and said, Yes, that's all we could do now. After saying that, he casually asked another question. What were you trying to use to pay off the price, bro? Upon hearing this, Roland shook his head and said, Oh, this. It's nothing, just a dragon scale. Since you don't want it, it's useless to you. Oh, dragon scales. These things are quite. Edward was still heartbroken over the lost deal, so he gave a casual, perfunctory reply. However, he suddenly paused, his expression froze, and then he stared intently at Roland, saying excitedly, Brother, what? What did you just say? I think I heard the word dragon. Roland looked at his reaction strangely and said, "Yes, dragon scales. Doesn't it have the word dragon in it?" "Dragon scales!" Edward screamed, then rushed over and grabbed Roland's arm, saying, Brother, you have dragon scales on your hands." Seeing his excited expression, Roland hesitated for a moment before nodding and speaking. "Yes, I do have a dragon scale," Edward said, his voice trembling. "Are you sure it's dragon scales, and not scales from some kind of wyvern?" Roland nodded and said, "Of course, genuine dragon scales." Edward gasped instantly, then said in a trembling voice, Brother, could you perhaps let me take a look at this dragon scale?" Looking at his appearance, Roland understood the preciousness of the dragon scales. Roland knew that dragon scales were rare, but he did not expect them to be this precious. So he nodded and said, "Sure." Afterwards, the two arrived at a deserted place, where Roland directly picked out a low gray dragon scale from the ring of the sea god. In an instant, a red scale almost half the size of Roland appeared in his hand. Powerful fire energy emanated from the scale, giving them a scorching sensation. Edward, looking at the dragon scale, was already trembling with excitement. Dragon scales. It really is dragon scales. Edward screamed inwardly. However, the scorching aura dissipated in an instant because Roland had retracted the dragon scales. Edward then came to his senses and hurriedly said, Brother, sure, I'll use this dragon scale as payment. No problem." Upon hearing this, Roland gave a mocking look and said, "Oh, didn't you just say that we couldn't use goods to offset the price?" Edward's expression froze for a moment. Then he chuckled awkwardly and said, "No, brother, you didn't say the item being traded for was dragon scales." "You didn't ask," Roland said out loud. Edward's face immediately fell, and he said, Tharget, if I had known you had dragon scales, I would have agreed long ago. It's not too late now. As long as you use the dragon scales as payment, I will immediately send someone to bring over grain." However, at this moment, Roland had the upper hand in the situation. He smiled slightly and said, "Well, of course." Edward's face lit up with joy. However, Roland's words came again. But Edward's expression immediately tightened. Chapter 93, New Spirits Join. "But this price..." Roland pretended to hesitate. Edward understood and quickly said, 3 months ago, an auction house in Holy Dragon City sold a low-level dragon scale for a high price of 2 million gold coins, and those 100 ships of grain were worth 3 million gold coins. I don't need you to make up the difference, brother. I'll just use this scale to exchange for it. What do you think, brother?" After saying that, Edward looked at Roland with anticipation. Roland pondered for a moment. Edward was right. 1 scale for 100 ships of grain. He had indeed gotten a good deal. Edward hadn't cheated him. So Roland nodded and said, "Then let's do as Chairman Edward says." Edward's face instantly lit up with excitement as he spoke. Then let's do it the way we just did. "Brother, give me the dragon scale first." Roland glanced at him and said, I was going to give you the dragon scales first, but you refused, so I've changed my mind now." Edward wanted to slap himself for not asking more questions earlier. So he could only say with a long face, "What does Brother Roland mean? Deliver the goods with one hand, and receive the dragon scales with the other." Roland said it bluntly. Edward looked extremely troubled, but he finally nodded and said with a bitter expression, "It's only because you have a good reputation, brother, that I would never agree to this with anyone else." Roland knew Edward was faking it, so he smiled and said, "Then thank you for your kindness, President Edward." Edward smiled wryly, speechless. Roland, however, took the opportunity to ask his own question. "President Edward, is this dragon scale so precious that it makes you look like this?" Roland knew that dragon scales were precious, but Edward's performance still surprised him. Edward gave a wry smile upon hearing his words and said, "If it were before, it would never have been like this, but things are different now. Is there a secret hidden within?" Roland looked at Edward with curiosity. Edward glanced around a few times, and when he found no one nearby, he leaned closer and whispered, "Brother, I have some bad news for you. War is about to break out in the Holy Dragon Empire." Roland feigned a shocked expression and said, "How is this possible? Who else would dare to provoke our Holy Dragon Empire?" Edward said again in a low voice, "The other 3 great empires have already stationed heavy troops on the border of the Holy Dragon Empire. and they could invade at any time. Roland's face showed a second look of shock. Edward continued speaking. That's why some people in the Empire are now collecting these high-level items. Dragon scales are invaluable treasures, whether used for crafting equipment or for alchemy and medicine, which is why they're fetching such a high price now. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been worth so much money before. Edward kept rambling on, and before you knew it, he had revealed all the secrets. Roland looked at him with feigned disbelief and said, "Is that so?" Edward sighed and said, "So, my friend, the days ahead are going to be tough. You'd better prepare in advance. I bet you know all this, buying boats and grain, so there's no need to pretend with me. We're like brothers." After saying that, Edward looked at Roland with great interest. Upon hearing his words, Roland also showed a rare hint of embarrassment. He hadn't expected that his clumsy performance would be exposed by the other party, so he chuckled twice and said, "I do know some things. Isn't this just to match what you said?" The two couldn't help but laugh at the same time. Then, Edward's expression gradually darkened. He sighed, looked at Roland, and said, "Hey, brother Roland, I've always known you're no ordinary person. Now that the world is in chaos, I might have to rely on you in the future. If I ever find myself in dire straits and come to you for help, don't abandon me." Roland looked at him and immediately said seriously, "Things may not be so bad, but if that day ever comes, I would welcome President Edward over." Edward smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind words." The two then talked for a long time. In addition to warships and food supplies, Roland also ordered a batch of magic scrolls from Edward. However, high-level magic scrolls are rare and in high demand, so Edward could only guarantee to provide a small number of low-level magic scrolls. Roland was helpless in the face of this. Finally, Roland gave the Milan family crest to Edward, instructing him to spread the word throughout the Holy Dragon Empire. If he could find a member of the family, Roland would reward him with 10,000 gold coins. Edward didn't bother to ask what relationship these people had with Roland. All he cared about was the gold coins. So he happily accepted the job. Since he didn't have any capital to spare, he simply hung the emblem at the Albatross Merchant Guild's caravan and ship encampment and waited for them to come looking for it. Edward then declined Roland's invitation to dinner and left directly by boat. He has several urgent matters to attend to, one of which is to quickly gather 100 ships of grain to exchange for that dragon scale. The second task was to find the second fleet of the Grand Duchy of Nadrin, tell him the good news, and invite him to Cancer Island for discussions. As Edward's fleet sailed further and further away, Roland felt a little relieved. If these things can be done well, Cancer Island will be better able to cope with future crises. The situation in the Holy Dragon Empire is becoming increasingly dire. Near Flame City in the western part of the empire, the Holy Dragon Empire and the Gallo Empire have engaged in several major conflicts, resulting in heavy losses for the Holy Dragon Empire, with hundreds of warriors killed. The Gallo Empire also suffered significant losses, and war between the two sides was almost imminent. Large swathes of land west of Flame City have been completely lost, leaving only Flame City as a lone city desperately defending the western gateway of the Holy Dragon Empire. If Flame City also falls, then the Gallo Empire will be able to advance unimpeded and invade the heartland of the Holy Dragon Empire. However, if the Gallo Empire did not actually attack Flame City, it would mean that a war between the two empires had officially broken out. Although everyone here knows that this war is inevitable, it seems that the time is not yet ripe, and both sides are trying their best to be patient. The person who started this situation, Rottweiler, is currently imprisoned in jail. It was because he led the Imperial cavalry to kill the Gallo army that plundered the Imperial people that day that he aroused the Gallo Empire's anger, which led to the Gallo Empire sending out a large number of troops and a fierce conflict breaking out between them and the Holy Dragon Empire. Lavina, do you know? It's because of your impulsiveness that our two countries have reached this point. Rowena's superior, Duke Brun, spoke to Rowena with an angry expression. Upon hearing his words, Rottweiler slowly shook his head and said, "My lord, our repeated concessions are merely a desperate measure. In truth, you know in your heart that this war is inevitable. Since the outcome is the same anyway, rather than swallowing our anger, we might as well fight them fiercely. That way, even if we die, I will have no regrets." Duke Brun paused for a moment upon hearing Rowena's words. How could he not understand what Rowena meant? However, Everything is done in the interest of the greater good. So he gave Rottweiler a cold look and said, "The Gallo Empire demands that you be handed over." I refused. However, tomorrow you must come with me to apologize to them. Only then will they withdraw their troops 20 miles away and resolve the crisis in Flame City. Upon hearing his words, Rottweiler's expression instantly changed, and without hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, "My lord, you want me to apologize to them? How can I face the brothers they killed? That's impossible. I absolutely cannot apologize to them." Duke Brun's eyes turned slightly cold as he spoke. "This is not up to you. If you don't go tomorrow, then you can stay here." Rottweiler's eyes were resolute as he spoke. "Even if I die, I will never apologize." Duke Brun snorted angrily and said, "Then don't blame me for being heartless." He then left in a fit of rage. Rottweiler, meanwhile, looked at himself with a bewildered expression. Time passed by, and about 3 days later, a piece of news that delighted Roland arrived. My lord, there's a gentleman here who insists on seeing you, so I brought him back." Inside the lord's manor, Roland, who was in his study, suddenly heard this voice. He pushed open the door and went out, only to find that the speaker was one of the people he had sent to various parts of the Holy Dragon Empire, whose name seemed to be Plut. When Roland saw him, his face lit up with surprise, and he said, "Oh, really? Where did you meet him? Where is he now?" Plut quickly recounted the whole story. It turned out that some time ago, Roland had sent him to the capital of Acheron province in the southeastern part of the empire. He spent his days wandering around wearing a shirt with the Milan family crest. Although he didn't understand the meaning of Roland's request for him to do this, as long as there was money involved and the job was easy, he did his best to complete it. This morning, while he was engrossed in watching the circus on the street, he was suddenly pulled out. He was about to curse, but, "Where did you get this badge?" The handsome swordsman asked him excitedly. Plut then came to his senses and remembered Roland's mission. Roland had said that if anyone came to inquire about the emblem, they should be brought to Crab Island to see him. So Plut told the swordsman about the emblem. "This emblem was made by our lord. He said that if anyone inquires about this emblem, that person should come to him in the territory." Plut had initially thought it would be very difficult to bring the swordsman back, but to his surprise, things went incredibly smoothly. The swordsman, without hesitation, directly stated that he wanted to come to Crab Island to meet Roland. After hearing his words, Roland couldn't help but smile, then took out a few gold coins and handed them to him, saying, "You did a great job this time. This is a reward for you. Now, go back and continue doing this." Plut looked at the 5 gleaming gold coins, and his face immediately lit up with excitement. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I'll go right now. I'll go right now." After saying that, he hurriedly ran outside. "This is money. 5 gold coins for finding one person, and if I find a few more, wouldn't I be rich?" Roland immediately called Coranda and Catherine over and told them about the swordsman. Upon hearing this, the two immediately showed expressions of excitement. "It must be one of our people. No doubt about it. No one else could recognize this emblem." "I'm so excited," Coranda said. Looking at the two of them, Roland smiled slightly and said, "All right, we should go take a look. They've been waiting for a long time." So the 3 of them went to a reception room, where they saw a tall, handsome man with long, flowing golden hair and a long sword at his waist, waiting inside. Hearing footsteps, he turned around and looked. In an instant, he saw Roland, and his brow furrowed slightly. Only when Coranda appeared behind Roland did his expression change, and he walked over excitedly. He was somewhat at a loss. The elf before him felt a sense of familiarity, yet he couldn't recall what it looked like. When Coranda and Catherine saw him, they exclaimed excitedly in almost unison, Are you Sullivan's brother?" Upon hearing this, the swordsman was instantly terrified. The other party had actually recognized him, so he hurriedly and excitedly asked, It's me. Who are you?" Coranda wiped her eyes, laughing and crying at the same time. "Brother Sullivan, have you forgotten? I am Coranda." In that instant, Catherine dropped her disguise and sobbed as she spoke. "Brother Sullivan, it's me, Catherine." Little Coranda, little Catherine. Instantly, the images of the 2 adorable girls who only reached his waist gradually appeared in his mind. Then, the images of the 2 little girls slowly changed, eventually transforming into the images of the 2 girls in front of him. It really was those 2. "You've all grown so much. I didn't recognize you." How have you all been all these years? Sullivan's eyes welled up with tears, and his voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Catherine and Coranda didn't say a word, but threw themselves into his arms and burst into tears, pouring out the grievances they had held in their hearts for so many years. Sullivan couldn't help but sob softly. Over the years, he had endured countless hardships in his search for his lost clansmen. Now that he had finally reunited with Coranda and Catherine, he was understandably overwhelmed with emotion. Roland stood to the side watching the three of them, and suddenly felt like an outsider. Cough, cough. It was only Roland's dry cough that startled the three people who were in a state of emotional turmoil. Coranda and Catherine then remembered that there was a prince, so Catherine hurriedly explained. Brother Sullivan, this is our Prince Roland. Your Highness? Sullivan looked at Roland in confusion. He didn't remember having such a prince in his clan. Knowing his doubts, Catherine quickly explained Roland's background in detail, including the fact that Aunt Phyllis had already followed him. Roland also took off his disguise at the right time, revealing his half-elf appearance. At this point, Sullivan completely believed Roland and knelt on one knee with utmost respect, saying, Your subordinate, Sullivan, is willing to follow your highness to the death. It must be said that the Milanese elf clan has a very strong sense of unity. Even though it has been so long, this empty elf prince still has the support of many people. A slight smile appeared on Roland's face. Chapter 94, The World Beyond the Map. Sullivan is now nearly 40 years old, but he still looks like he's in his 20s. It has to be said that the lifespan of the elven race is enviable. To Roland's delight, Sullivan was a fire elemental swordsman of the amethyst level, and with his addition, the strength of Crab Island was greatly enhanced. After settling Sullivan in, Roland opened the mission panel, and, sure enough, the completion rate had increased from 3 out of 10 to April 10th, bringing him one step closer to completing the mission. Now, Roland only hopes that Aunt Phyllis can also bring him good news. 2 days later, Phyllis still hadn't returned, but Edward visited again, keeping his promise and bringing the commander of the Second Fleet of the Grand Duchy of Deland. From afar, Roland spotted the familiar Edward, along with a robust, resolute-looking middle-aged man beside him, and several of his men following behind. This middle-aged man must be the commander of the Second Fleet of the Grand Duchy of Deland. Roland quickly went to meet him. Ha! Brother Roland, I didn't break my promise. I brought the person over for you today. Edward laughed as he walked and said this. Roland thanked him and then looked at the middle-aged man beside him, who was also curiously sizing him up. At this moment, Edward began to introduce the situation, speaking to Roland. Brother Roland, this is Lord Cassius Manhattan, the commander of the Second Fleet of the Grand Duchy of Deland that I mentioned to you before. He is a proper marquis and a senior amethyst knight with extremely strong abilities. Upon hearing this, Roland looked at the other party with some surprise. He had not expected that the other party would be so powerful. Then, Edward said to Cassius with a smile, Lord Cassius, this is the young and promising lord I mentioned to you. He is very interested in your fleet. Cassius looked at Roland, his brows furrowing slightly. Roland's handsome and youthful appearance always made him feel that he was somewhat unreliable. However, he still nodded slightly. Afterwards, Roland led them to his reception room, where a sumptuous feast and fine wine had been prepared. Roland was skilled in negotiation. Only by eating and drinking well could he win over his opponent. It's a pity there's no foot massage place here, otherwise Roland would be even more confident about this deal. President Edward, Lord Cassius, let's put aside business and have a drink first. It's all thanks to the goddess of fate that we've gathered here, and we deserve to share a drink together. Roland raised his glass first, smiling as he spoke. Edward seized the opportunity to liven things up, excitedly adding his own words. Lord Cassius, this wine is port wine, a specialty of Crab Island. It's famous throughout Portland Province. You probably never had it before in the Duchy of Deland. Come, let's have a drink together. Cassius looked at the two of them, hesitated for a moment, then picked up his glass, and the three of them drank it all in one gulp. Instantly, Cassius's eyes lit up, and he blurted out, Good wine. Roland, standing to the side, smiled and explained. This wine is made from Porto fruit using a special method. Only our Crab Island can produce it. If Lord Cassius likes it, you could take a few barrels back with you later. Upon hearing Roland's words, Cassius felt a sudden stirring of interest. Since fleeing the Grand Duchy of Tranquility, They had been adrift at sea, with no one and no port willing to take them in. Life had become increasingly difficult, and their ship's valuables were dwindling. Now, even their drinks were limited to the cheapest rum, just like the other sailors. They hadn't tasted such fine liquor in ages. Even so, he shook his head and said, "Lord Roland, perhaps we should discuss business first." Roland smiled slightly, nodded, and then said, "Very well. Lord Cassius, how many ships does your fleet have in total?" Upon hearing his words, Cassius spoke without hesitation. "Our fleet currently consists of 18 ships. Among them are 3 large capital magic warships, 5 medium magic frigates, 4 medium ordinary frigates, 3 light magic patrol ships, 2 medium supply ships, 1 light landing ship, and a dozen or so small boats, which will not be priced. What does Lord Roland think?" Upon hearing his words, Roland's eyes lit up instantly. 18 warships, fully equipped and well-structured, with most being magical warships. Such a fleet would undoubtedly dominate the oceans. However, Roland did not answer, but instead asked a question. "Lord Cassius, your fleet is so powerful that you could easily dominate the world with it. Why sell it?" Upon hearing this, Cassius gave a helpless, bitter laugh and said, "You must have heard. We had no choice but to do this. We were wanted by the Violet Empire, so we couldn't go to any ports or cities on the continent, and we couldn't get food and supplies. We could only rely on the valuables on the ship and trade with passing ships. If we just sat there and did nothing, we wouldn't be able to hold on for long. So we had no choice but to sell the ship to survive, at least to keep our brothers alive." However, Roland still had doubts in his mind, and after hesitating for a moment, he still asked, "With your strength, if you didn't care about morality, you would definitely be a tyrant in the sea. You shouldn't have come to this." Cassius chuckled upon hearing his words and replied, "You mean I should become a pirate?" Roland hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Cassius shook his head and said firmly, "We are the second fleet of the Grand Duchy of Deland. Over the years, we have wiped out at least 8,000, if not 10,000 pirates. My brothers and I would never become pirates. We would rather starve to death than do that." Looking at Cassius, Roland couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration in his eyes. Edward, meanwhile, took out a pen, wrote something on a piece of paper, and then secretly handed it to Roland. Upon seeing this, Roland instantly understood why Cassius was acting this way. It turns out that when Cassius was a child, his parents and relatives were killed by pirates, which is why he hates pirates so much. He later joined the navy of the Grand Duchy of Deland because he wanted to personally wipe out the pirates and avenge his family. "I see." After talking with Cassius, Roland had a general understanding of his character and personality, so he asked directly, "Lord Nicasius, how much do you think would be a suitable price for this fleet?" Cassius heard his words, looked at him, frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then spoke. 8 million gold coins in total. That's the lowest I can go." After he finished speaking, he stared intently at Roland. He was actually somewhat disappointed as soon as he arrived on the island. He didn't believe that a Viscount Lord on a deserted island could afford such a high price. 8 million gold coins. It has to be said that this price is extremely favorable. According to the actual price of this fleet, it would cost at least 15 million gold coins. However, this is still a huge sum of money. Edward took a sip of his wine and then said with a chuckle, "Brother Roland, this price is already low enough. If it weren't for the fact that Lord Cassius's fleet is hard to sell and there's no competition, it wouldn't be impossible for the price to double." Roland knew he was telling the truth, and he could accept that price. However, looking at Cassius in front of him, he had an even bolder idea in his mind. So, he didn't answer Cassius this time either, but instead asked him a question in return. "Lord Cassius, if you sell these ships, what will happen to you and your brothers?" Upon hearing his words, Cassius showed a hint of disappointment on his face, and then said, "If any brothers are willing to follow me, we will change our names, buy a few merchant ships, and start a maritime trade route. If they are not willing to follow me, I will give them a sum of gold coins, enough for them to live a carefree life." Roland sighed and said, "What a pity. You are all the best Navy personnel, and as far as I know, this fleet was developed and grown by Lord Cassius since childhood and has such a glorious record. It is such a pity to disband it like this." Upon hearing his words, Cassius clenched his fists tightly. How could he possibly bear to disband the fleet that he had personally built and poured half his life's blood into? But what can I do now that things have come to this? So he clenched his fist and said through gritted teeth, Lord Roland, please be frank. Do you accept this price or not? If not, then there's no need for me to waste my time here. Roland slowly shook his head. Edward was startled and wanted to speak up to dissuade him. Cassius snorted angrily and stood up in a huff. But then Roland's voice came again. Lord Cassius, what if I wanted to hire you and your soldiers as well? Cassius abruptly stopped, then turned to look at Roland, squinting as he spoke. What do you mean? Edward looked at Roland in astonishment and quickly gave him a meaningful look. The ship is acceptable. We can easily modify it, but we absolutely cannot accept the people. Doing so would mean completely offending the Violet Empire. Roland understood Edward's meaning, but chose to ignore it. Instead, he got up and slowly walked to Cassius's side and said, You have more than a dozen ships and a large number of magical warships. I don't have the personnel to operate these ships. Even if I buy them, they can only be left in the port to be exposed to the wind and sun and eventually turn into rotten wood. So I think it would be better to hire Lord Cassius and your brothers as well, so as not to waste or disgrace these ships. Cassius stared intently at Roland and said, Are you telling the truth? Roland replied with a smile. Of course it's the truth. Aren't you afraid? Cassius asked again. Roland chuckled and said, You mean the Violet Empire? They're far from the capital. Do you think they'd chase me all the way here? Besides, I'm a Viscount Lord of the Holy Dragon Empire. If they want revenge, they'll have to wait until the Holy Dragon Empire collapses. Edward listened from the side, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. However, Roland suddenly said something. President Edward, I'd like to speak with Lord Cassius alone for a few minutes. Is that all right? Upon hearing this, Edward could only sigh helplessly, then got up and left. At this moment, only the two of them remained in the room. Roland's expression became serious as he spoke. Lord Cassius, what do you think? Cassius looked at Roland, his brows furrowed, as if he were struggling with something, but he still shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Lord Roland. I cannot agree. Roland raised an eyebrow and said, Oh, can you tell me why? Cassius shook his head and said, Lord Roland, let's be frank. The Holy Dragon Empire is on the verge of collapse and will sooner or later follow in the footsteps of the Grand Duchy of Deland. At that time, you will also face the encirclement and annihilation of the Violet Empire. I have already led our brothers to desert once, and I do not want to lead them to desert a second time. Roland understood what he meant, but he didn't give up. Instead, he said, Did you think you would be safe just by disbanding? According to my later investigation, you did not escape easily after fleeing without a fight that day. Instead, you were pursued all the way by the warships of the Violet Empire. However, Lord Cassius, you commanded so well that you actually won against the odds and defeated the strong with the weak. In a naval battle, you destroyed 5 warships of the Violet Empire without any damage, and that's how you finally escaped and went to heaven. Cassius remained silent, which was taken as tacit agreement with Roland's words. Roland smiled slightly and said, Moreover, as far as I know, the leader who pursued your fleet that time was the 13th prince of the Violet Empire, and his fate is unknown among the 5 destroyed warships. Is their fate unknown? Being at sea and not knowing whether one's fate is uncertain is tantamount to death. Roland made thorough preparations for this negotiation. Roland's words made Cassius even more silent. How could he not know these things? Then Roland's words came again. You killed the prince of the Violet Empire. Given their vengeful nature, I think you, Lord Cassius, understand that if the Holy Dragon Empire really falls, you'll have nowhere to hide and will not end up well either. Your fleet has hundreds or thousands of brothers. How many of you do you think will be able to escape this calamity? Cassius's expression grew increasingly grim. How could he not know these things? He was just clinging to wishful thinking. So he stared intently at Roland and said in a hoarse voice, Then why should I trust you? Are you so arrogant that you think you can stand against the Violet Empire? So arrogant that you think you can protect us? Roland chuckled softly, then spoke directly to him. Lord Cassius, come with me. After saying that, he turned and walked to a table to the side, then pushed it open, revealing a huge map spread out on the table. Cassius walked over and saw that it was a map of the sea, depicting the entire continent and the surrounding seas. What does Lord Roland mean? Cassius said with a furrowed brow. Roland pointed to the map and asked, Lord Cassius, where do you think we could possibly fit up there? Cassius shook his head and said with a cold laugh, This place is entirely within the territories and seas of the 4 great empires, or rather, the three great empires in the future. There is no place for us here. However, Roland shook his head, smiled, and said, "No, you're wrong." Cassius stared at Roland, snorted, and said, "Oomph, there is? Then tell me, where can we hide?" Roland pointed to an island in the eastern part of the Holy Dragon Empire. Cassius immediately recognized it as the Crab Island where they were. Could he be referring to this place? Cassius couldn't help but let out a mocking smile. However, Roland's fingers suddenly and slowly moved eastward. The sea area east of Crab Island? Cassius looked puzzled. Meanwhile, Roland's finger continued to slowly move eastward. Finally, to Cassius's astonishment, Roland's finger traced eastward, slowly drawing the map before finally landing on the table outside the map. "This is it, Lord Cassius." Roland looked up, smiled at Cassius, and said. Cassius abruptly raised his head, looking at Roland in utter shock. Chapter 95, The Mature Grandma Mattia. "The Endless Sea," Cassius said in utter shock. The Endless Sea is what people call the deep ocean. In this world, land power still reigns supreme, and people's understanding of the ocean is limited to the sea area near the continent. Beyond the nearshore areas, it is all referred to as the Endless Sea. Legend has it that in the Endless Sea, there is a boundless ocean where directions are indistinguishable and land is nowhere to be seen. There are storms that can create towering waves, whirlpools that can swallow everything, sea monsters as large as warships, and a mysterious and powerful mermaid race, among other things. Each of these factors has bound people's curiosity about the ocean to their fear of it. Roland nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's right. Our future lies in the Endless Sea." Cassius looked at him as if he were a madman, then quickly shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, Lord Roland. I'm afraid I can't agree to your conditions. The terror of the Endless Sea is not just in legends. Countless ancestors have proven to us that the majesty of the Endless Sea cannot be challenged." Roland smiled slightly and said, "Lord Cassius, there's no need to refuse so decisively. I haven't finished speaking yet." Cassius frowned as he looked at Roland, wanted to hear what other conditions Roland might have that could convince him. Then Roland continued, "Actually, the Endless Sea isn't as dangerous as we imagine. At least outside the nearshore waters, it's not that terrifying. We don't need to venture deep into the Endless Sea all at once. We can simply take a step outwards. There are countless islands and resources there for us to live on. There are countless islands larger than Crab Island, and even islands the size of Portland Province are not uncommon. Perhaps there's even another continent deep within the Endless Sea. As long as we have land as a base, the Endless Sea isn't so terrifying after all. Don't you think so?" Hearing his words, Cassius frowned. He had to admit that Roland was right. As long as they had land on their feet and islands to serve as relay stations for exploration, the Endless Sea was not as dangerous as they had imagined. Seeing Cassius's expression, Roland knew the other was somewhat tempted, so he pressed on, producing another map in his hand, which he then opened and said, "Lord Cassius, please look." Cassius looked curiously at the incredibly rudimentary map, which looked like a child's scribbles, utterly ridiculous and of poor quality. "What kind of map is this?" Cassius asked curiously. Roland smiled and said, "This is the map of the Endless Sea east of Crab Island." Cassius looked at the crude map, then at Roland with suspicion, and said, "But this doesn't seem very reliable." Upon hearing this, Roland laughed heartily and said, "Does Lord Cassius know who drew this map?" Cassius shook his head in confusion. Roland smiled slightly and said, "This map was drawn by St. Louis, a peerless knight, decades ago." "St. Louis?" Cassius exclaimed in surprise. Although he was not a citizen of the Holy Dragon Empire, he knew the legend of St. Louis, a peerless expert who eventually disappeared without a trace. That's right, this map was discovered in the spatial ring left behind by St. Louis. As Roland's strength increased, a layer of seal was broken in the spatial ring, which contained nearly 100 cubic meters in size and some treasures, including this map. Roland continued to explain. Decades ago, St. Louis, in search of the mermaid race, ventured alone into the Endless Sea. He explored thousands of kilometers deep into the Endless Sea, and this is a simplified map he drew. I've already sent people to investigate in this direction. The westernmost islands near Crab Island on the map have also been confirmed to exist, so this map is highly authentic, therefore. Roland pointed to the map and said, Our goal is right here. Cassius glanced at the map and saw Roland pointing to a not-so-small island, so he asked curiously, "Where is this?" Roland continued to explain. "This is an island about 1,000 kilometers away from Crab Island. It is about twice the size of Crab Island and can support hundreds of thousands of people. Moreover, it is not particularly deep into the endless sea, and the level of danger is not too high. We are fully capable of taking over this place." Cassius couldn't refute him, but he couldn't help but question him. "But this is 1,000 kilometers. No supplies, no support. What if we encounter a storm?" Roland seemed to have anticipated his words, so he continued to circle 5 islands on the map with his finger and said, "These 5 islands are located between Cancer Island and this large island. I have already sent people to survey the first 2, and they have enough fresh water and excellent harbors. If the latter 3 islands are also like this, we could divide this 1,000-kilometer stretch into 6 sections. If we encounter danger, we can take refuge on the nearest island at any time." Cassius was speechless. Roland's plan was so perfect that he couldn't question it. However, many doubts still lingered in his mind. For example, is this young lord worthy of my following? Does he have enough strength to fulfill the promise he just made? This is a serious matter, and I think I should think about it and discuss it with my brothers. Cassius said cautiously for the time being. Roland nodded and said, "Of course, this is just a cooperation between us. It doesn't mean you're submitting to me. If you don't agree, you can sell those ships to me as originally planned. But if that's the case, I would like you to help me train a group of skilled marines and sailors. Don't worry, I will pay the corresponding compensation." Cassius nodded and said, "This request is not excessive, Lord Roland." Then the 2 got up and left the reception room. Roland did not try to stop Cassius. He needed to go back and discuss things with his brothers as soon as possible. However, just as he was about to leave the Lord's manor, suddenly, an excited female voice rang out. "Is that General Cassius?" Cassius looked puzzled. He didn't think anyone here would recognize him. He turned around and looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a beautiful young woman looking at him excitedly. Instantly, Cassius also showed an excited expression and blurted out, Is it Princess Selena?" Indeed, this girl is none other than Princess Selena, a refugee from the Grand Duchy of Delan. Roland sent someone to summon her to discuss something, but unexpectedly, she discovered a familiar figure here. Although Selena lived outside the capital for a long time, she was the most beloved daughter of Grand Duke Delan. She was often taken by Grand Duke Delan on inspection tours. She once accompanied Grand Duke Delan on a warship of the Second Fleet of the Navy for half a month to patrol the ocean, and she became somewhat familiar with Cassius. Selena rushed over, breathing heavily, and said with great excitement, "It's me, General Cassius. I never expected to see you here." Cassius nodded excitedly and said, "Me too. Princess Selena, what are you doing here?" So Selena briefly described her escape experience. When he heard that Selena had been captured by the evil slave-hunting team, he couldn't help but show an angry expression. However, when he heard that it was Roland who bought her and gave her a safe and comfortable life, Cassius's face showed a complicated expression. Then, Selena asked curiously, "General Cassius, and you? What are you doing here? I heard that your fleet disappeared after escaping the Violet Empire's pursuit. I never expected to see you here." Upon hearing this, Cassius's face instantly contorted with shame. He immediately knelt down on one knee and said with profound remorse, I'm sorry, Your Highness Selena. I shouldn't have fled without a fight. I failed in my duty as a subject, and I failed to set a good example in protecting the Grand Duchy and His Majesty." Hearing his words, Selena sighed, shook her head, then helped Cassius up and said bitterly, "General Cassius, I don't blame you for this. Our country has no ability to resist the Violet Empire. Staying here will only lead to your death." At this point, she suddenly smiled and said, "General Cassius, you have no idea how happy I was when I heard that you had successfully escaped, destroyed 5 warships of the Violet Empire, and killed their prince. You have avenged us a little, so you don't need to feel guilty about it." Hearing her words, Cassius finally felt a little better. Meanwhile, Roland watched quietly from the side. Selena had been specially summoned by him, and it seemed to be having some effect. Selena then asked again, full of curiosity, "Cassius, it's your turn to tell us. How did you end up here?" Cassius's expression froze. Then he turned to look at Roland beside him, unsure whether he should bring this up. However, Roland stepped forward with a light laugh and said, Selina is someone I trust. There's nothing I can't tell her. So Cassius nodded and explained the purpose of his visit and everything he had discussed with Roland. Selina stared at the two of them in astonishment, especially at Roland, whom she hadn't expected to have such a wildly imaginative idea. Moreover, this idea is highly feasible. So she looked at Cassius and said, "General Cassius, may I offer my opinion?" Cassius immediately raised his fist and said, "Of course, Princess Selina." Selina pondered for a moment, then spoke. "I won't go into the feasibility of this plan. I think you can see it for yourself. What I want to say is..." She paused for a moment, looked at Roland beside her, and said, "Roland is a trustworthy lord. I have personally witnessed his transformation of this deserted island into the prosperous and thriving place it is today, both in terms of character and ability. His vision is far-sighted, and he sees further ahead than we do. Moreover, I do not want to see the second fleet of the Grand Duchy of Delan, which General Cassius personally built, perish." Upon hearing this, Cassius understood her meaning and then spoke. "I understand Princess Selina's meaning. I will consider it carefully." Selina smiled slightly and said, "General Cassius, I hope there will be another opportunity to visit your ship in the future." Cassius also recalled the good old days, chuckled softly, and said, "I think there will be opportunities in the future, Princess Selina." Then he turned to Roland and said, "Lord Roland, I will give you an answer within 7 days. Whether it succeeds or not, I am willing to be your good friend." Roland nodded and said with a smile, "Me too." After that, Cassius bid farewell to Roland and Selina and turned to leave. Selina watched Cassius's figure gradually disappear and said with a smile, "I think you will agree, my Lord Roland." Roland responded with a smile, "I hope so." Cassius did not reply, but to Roland's even greater surprise, Phyllis had finally returned, and to his even greater surprise, Phyllis had brought back 5 people with her. "I apologize, Your Highness Roland. My original purpose was only to meet 3 people, but they know the whereabouts of 2 others, so we have been delayed," Phyllis said with a slight apology. Roland quickly took her hands and said with delight, "No, Aunt Phyllis, you've done a perfect job. You must be tired from your journey, so please rest here." However, Phyllis did not rest. Instead, she smiled and said, "Your Highness, I haven't introduced them to you yet. How can you rest now?" Roland laughed heartily and then said, "Aunt Phyllis, thank you for your hard work." Just then, 3 more figures rushed in from outside, Catherine, Coranda, and Sullivan, who had just followed them. "Aunt Phyllis, I heard you're back, and you brought 5 members of your tribe with you? Who are they?" Catherine said excitedly. Coranda was equally excited. The 5 men frowned as they looked at the 3 who had barged in and began to ponder. "You're Sullivan, right?" A middle-aged man spoke tentatively. Upon hearing this, Sullivan immediately removed his disguise, revealing his true identity as an elf, and then excitedly said, "It's me. It's Sullivan. Are you Uncle Luank?" The middle-aged man immediately said excitedly, Yes, I am Luank. And you are?" "I am Coranda. Uncle Runk. I'm little Catherine. Uncle Runk, do you remember us?" Coranda and Catherine said with tears in their voices that they couldn't help but cry every time they met a new member of their tribe. Upon hearing this, Luank became even more agitated and sobbed as he spoke. I remember. My God, you 2 have grown up so much. I'm so happy to see you're still alive." Then the 4 people behind him also hurriedly and excitedly spoke up. "Coranda, Catherine, Sullivan, I'm Diane." It was said by a girl who was about the same age as Catherine Coranda. Instantly, an image of a little girl who used to play with them flashed into their minds. "And me, your Uncle Mokul," a man of about 30 years old said excitedly. I am your sister Darlena. Do you remember me?" A beautiful female elf covered her mouth and sobbed as she spoke. "I'm your Aunt Eunice. I never expected to see you again." The speaker was an incredibly mature and beautiful elven woman. Her eyes also filled with tears. Catherine, Coranda, and Sullivan were all incredibly excited and hugged them one by one. Until the very end, only one person remained to be introduced. A beautiful and noble female elf who looked even more mature than the already incredibly mature Phyllis, yet showed no signs of aging. "Children, do you still recognize me?" She spoke with a hint of tears in her eyes. "Grandma Mattia," the 3 of them said it almost in unison. Then, Without hesitation, they rushed into her large bosom. Grandmother? Looking at this voluptuous and mature elven beauty, Roland couldn't believe that she was actually a grandmother. Moreover, he soon discovered something even more important. Even Aunt Phyllis is a top-tier amethyst expert. And this Grandma Mattia, what kind of existence is it? Roland couldn't imagine. Chapter 96, The Bloodline of the Milan Clan. Your Princess Freya's son? You look just like your mother. Mattia looked at Roland with deep sorrow and said. The others also turned their attention to Roland, looking at him with a mixture of nostalgia and curiosity. At this moment, Roland also revealed his true form as a half-elf. Roland hurriedly bowed, speaking with a mixture of respect and sorrow. Yes, Grandma Mattia, Freya is my mother, but unfortunately, she passed away less than a month after I was born, so I don't remember what she looked like. My poor Freya. Upon hearing Roland's words, Mattia said with a sorrowful expression. Then, she slowly walked to Roland's side, embraced him, and gently comforted him. Roland, you must have suffered all these years. We failed to protect you. Feeling Mattia's broad embrace, Roland couldn't help but feel a sense of kinship, then shook his head and said, I'm Fine. I haven't suffered too much over the years. Mattia then nodded and said softly, Yes, I heard that your father is a human count. Although his rank is not high, it is enough for him to take care of you. Roland nodded, without explaining anything. Afterwards, the 10 of them reminisced about the past in the room, taking turns to reminisce. When they talked about happy things, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. And when they talked about sad experiences, they were all in tears. Of course, they experienced far more suffering than joy, so the cries far outnumbered the laughter. It took a long time for everyone's emotions to gradually calm down. Then, Mattia turned her gaze back to Roland. Feeling Mattia's gaze, Roland quickly bowed and said, Grandma Mattia, why are you looking at me like that? Mattia didn't speak but slowly walked over, gently took Roland's hand, and said, Roland, you are His Highness of our Elven Empire. Phyllis said that you have been searching for our people. Can you tell me why you're doing this? The others also turned to look at Roland. To complete the mission, my dear Grandma Mattia. However, this is definitely something that can't be said aloud. Grandma Mattia, and all the uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. I just can't bear to see you all wandering around aimlessly anymore, so I want to bring you all together again, so you can live a good life. Roland sighed and said. However, upon hearing his words, everyone frowned slightly. Mattia also showed a hint of disappointment and said, That's it. If that's the case, then I don't think I need to stay, Roland. After saying that, Mattia reached out and gently stroked Roland's cheek, speaking softly. If you can live a peaceful and safe life here, that would be a good choice. I think your mother Freya would agree. Upon hearing her words, Roland was taken aback and asked, Why? Why can't we all live together? Mattia slowly shook her head and said, We have been separated for 17 years, and we have all had our own lives. I am honing my magic in a mage tower. Merkel has also formed a family with a human woman in the Kalina province of the Holy Dragon Empire, and has children. Others also have their own ideals and lives. If it is only for this, it is not worth us giving up our own lives to come to your side, my little Roland. Upon hearing her words, Roland seemed to understand something. They're not worth staying. That means there must be some reason why they should stay. So, Roland asked without hesitation, Grandma Mattia, and everyone, I'm willing to do anything as long as you can stay. Upon hearing his words, Mattia cupped Roland's cheeks in her hands, looked tenderly into his eyes, and said, Roland, I can see that you have inherited your mother's wisdom and meticulousness. I think you can also guess what we want. The others also looked at him expectantly. Roland gasped in shock. This was not the outcome he wanted. Of course, Roland knew what they were thinking, but Roland did not want to do it this way. But if I don't do this, the mission cannot be completed, these powerful helpers will leave me, and perhaps my achievements in this life will stop here. Roland felt utterly helpless, so he could only speak with utmost seriousness. Grandma Mattia, I am willing to lead our people to fight for the restoration of the Elven Empire's former glory. Mattia smiled gently, lowered her head and lightly kissed Roland's forehead, then said, Your Highness Roland, I, Mattia Milan, am willing to follow in your footsteps and fight to restore the former glory of the Elven Empire. At this moment, the others also clasped their hands together at their chests and said, Morquel Milan, Luank Milan. Dalna milon. Benis milon. We are willing to follow in your footsteps and fight to restore the former glory of the elf empire. In an instant, Roland gained everyone's recognition and following, including Catherine and Coranda, who had been with him for a long time. To restore the former glory of the elf empire? Roland didn't believe he had the ability or skill to do so. Neither the three great elven kingdoms nor the three great human empires would allow the elven empire to rise again. This path was extremely dangerous and uncertain. However, in order to complete the mission, he had no choice but to agree for now. He could always slack off later if necessary. Stabilizing them was the most important thing right now. Roland had already made up his mind, so he silently opened the system panel to check. Mission, as expected. Your wisdom and courage allowed you to easily obtain another Poseidon component. At the same time, you unexpectedly learned your true origins. As a member of the elven royal family, you gained the support of the remaining elves of the elven empire. Unfortunately, they have long since lost their way throughout the world. Therefore, your current mission is to find 10 elves as quickly as possible and gain their allegiance. Completed September 10th. Quest reward, 1 Poseidon statue. Sure enough, the mission completion rate has reached September 10th. Only the last elf's follower is needed to complete the mission. By then, I will have 2 sea god statues, which will allow me to acquire more sea god faith, unlock the sea god artifacts faster, and greatly enhance my strength. Roland suddenly felt that his future was bright. Then, he prepared to close the task panel. But just then, he suddenly noticed that something seemed to have changed on the task panel. Upon closer inspection, Roland was immediately startled, because there's suddenly another task assigned to us. Main quest, the rebirth of the elf empire. Mission reward, unknown, limited time offer, 20 years. Roland's face instantly turned ugly. This isn't Roland's first main quest. He already had one before, so Roland shouldn't have to do this. Main quest, save the corrupted mermaid race. However, the time limit for this mission was 50 years, so Roland wasn't in a hurry. But now the Elven Empire's mission only had a 20-year time limit, which didn't give him any chance to slack off. Who in the world today has the confidence to rebuild the Elven Empire, which has been extinct for over 100 years? No one dared to say that, let alone little Roland. Roland didn't know what the consequences of failing the mission would be, so he had to complete both missions. The pressure was instantly placed on him. In my past life, I finally managed to move away the 3 mountains that weighed me down, but now 2 more mountains have appeared. What's wrong, Roland? Why do you look so pale? A concerned and gentle voice came from outside, finally bringing Roland back to his senses. So he quickly explained, "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a little sad because I think our strength is too weak." Upon hearing this, Mattia smiled and said, "Roland, there's no need to rush. Restoring the Elven Empire is not something that can be done overnight. We can slowly accumulate strength and then unleash it when we have the resources. Even if it takes 100 years, it will be worth it. A century?" Upon hearing this, Roland couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn system. The employer only requested 100 years, but you pocketed the difference for 80 years. That's incredibly greedy. Then, Roland nodded slowly and said seriously, "I understand. Grandma Mattia, I will keep trying." A satisfied smile appeared on Mattia's face. However, at this moment, a hesitant expression appeared on Roland's face. Mattia noticed something and asked with concern, "Roland, do you have any other questions?" Roland hesitated for a moment, then asked the question that had been bothering him. But Grandma Mattia, I'm just a half-elf, my bloodline is not pure. Will the other members of my people really accept me and follow me like you do?" Upon hearing his words, Mattia smiled wryly and said, "Silly child, you possess half the blood of our elven race, so you are one of our people. In the future, when you and an elven race have children, after only 3 generations, your descendants will once again become the purest elven race. There is nothing special about this. In the past, there were many half-elves in our elven empire, and the elven empire treated them the same as ordinary elves." Upon hearing this, Roland showed an expression of understanding. Mattia then smiled and said, "You can choose any female elf in your tribe who is unmarried. They won't refuse your request. Catherine or Coranda would be perfect for you." Catherine and Coranda instantly blushed. Looking at the two beautiful women, Roland couldn't help but swallow hard. He then chuckled awkwardly and quickly spoke up as he had another question. But, Grandma Mattia, I have another question. We are all of the Milan clan, and we share the same bloodline. So why do you all follow me? Shouldn't a stronger member of our clan lead us to restore the glory of the elf empire? Roland had been curious about this for a long time. They were all from the same family, so why did they all only recognize themselves? Just like in ancient China, if the emperor had no sons, he would find someone from a collateral branch to inherit the throne, since they were all of royal blood. Upon hearing Roland's words, Mattia turned to look at everyone, then turned back to Roland and said earnestly, Roland, you are different from us. Roland looked at Mattia with a puzzled expression. Mattia smiled slightly and continued, Roland, in fact, you're the only one in the world who truly possesses the bloodline of the Milan family. Roland stared at them, then said, But aren't you also? Mattia shook her head and continued, We are not. Actually, we didn't start out with the surname Milan. We all had our own surnames. For example, my original name was Mattia Ching. But later, as we fled, fewer and fewer of us were left. Finally, your grandmother suggested that we change everyone's surname to Milan. This way, we could unite everyone and also provide some protection for the real Milan bloodline, thus confusing the enemy. I see. Roland soudainly réalise. But Mattia continued speaking. Roland, you must always remember, the noble bloodline of the Milan clan in your veins holds an unparalleled position among all elves in this world, which is why the three great elven kingdoms are relentlessly pursuing us. Given their supreme status, how could the Milan family still be overthrown by them? Roland was deeply skeptical of Mattia's words. Mattia seemed to sense Roland's suspicion, so she smiled slightly and said, Roland, do you know why the bloodline of the Milan family is so important among the entire elven race? Roland slowly shook his head. Mattia looked into Roland's eyes and said seriously, Because the holy dragon elf will only recognize the bloodline of the Milan clan. Upon hearing this, Roland was instantly shocked, his eyes widening in disbelief. Holy dragon elf? How could I have gained the approval of a dragon? Does that mean I can now roam the world freely? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get excited. But soon Mattia's cold water arrived. However, to gain the following of the holy elf dragon, the bloodline of the Milan family is only a prerequisite, not a guarantee of its approval. More importantly, the holy elf dragon has been missing for over 100 years. Upon hearing this, Roland felt a chill run down his spine. It turned out this was just empty promises. Even the holy dragon elf had disappeared. What was the point of talking about following him? However, Roland finally understood that his background and bloodline were truly extraordinary. Roland had no more questions. Afterwards, the group chatted in the room for a long time before reverting to their human forms and leaving the room. Roland had originally planned to prepare a banquet for everyone to have a good get-together, but unfortunately, they had no such intention. Instead, they simply greeted Roland, boarded the teleportation array, and left Crab Island. Having decided to follow Roland, they returned to their former homes, bringing their relatives and possessions with them. Roland was naturally overjoyed by this. Chapter 97 New Mission Released. Good things come in pairs. The day after the five of them left Crab Island, just as Roland was worrying about the last elf, good news came from the distant Lothran province of the Holy Dragon Empire. Another person saw the Milan family crest and was brought back. This was a boy who looked even younger than Catherine and Coranda and had a hint of arrogance on his face. However, his arrogance was soon trampled on by Catherine and Coranda. Gru, is it you? You've grown so much. Catherine recognized the boy at a glance and then excitedly rushed over, rubbing his cheeks repeatedly. Coranda did the same, excitedly ruffling his hair. In just a few breaths, a once handsome young man was reduced to a scruffy little dog. Sister Catherine, Sister Coranda, I'm going to get angry if you keep doing this. Gru's voice was distorted as he spoke. Catherine and Coranda didn't stop. Instead, they burst into hearty laughter. They remembered that when they parted years ago, Gru was a skinny, short boy of only 7 years old, but now he was taller than them. It wasn't until much later that their torment finally stopped. They then told him about Roland's identity. Gru didn't seem to have any urge to follow Roland at first, but when he heard that even Grandma Mattia would be coming, he immediately agreed. It must be said that Mattia has a very high prestige in the Milan family. With her around, she can play a huge role in uniting the Milan family. Your Highness Roland, I, Gru Milan, am willing to follow in your footsteps and fight to rebuild the Elven Empire. As Gru swore his allegiance, Roland finally showed a hint of excitement on his face, not because the weak Gru was following him, but because his mission could finally be completed. So, he quietly opened the system panel and took a look. Sure enough, the task completion rate had changed to October 10th. Now, all he has to do is wait for the Poseidon statue reward from the mission to arrive. The towering Poseidon statue in Newland City, which is over 10 meters tall, is almost finished, and some citizens are already going to worship it occasionally, which is a waste of their faith in the Poseidon. But where exactly is this sea god statue? Roland was getting anxious, but he didn't know what to do. 2 days later, apart from Mattia, the other 4 had returned to Cancer Island. In contrast to the others' relaxed appearance, Merkel returned with her family, bringing a total of 10 people with her. 7 of them were his children, and the other 3 were his wives. Roland was quite surprised to see Mokel surrounded by his wives. His 3 wives were all human, and naturally, their children, like Roland, were half-elves. Roland had already arranged a large courtyard for their family, enough for them to live in, for which Moker was extremely grateful. Mattia still hadn't returned by the next day, but Cassius didn't disappoint Roland and went back to Crab Island. Roland took him directly to his study, where the two talked for a long time, a full 3 hours, before Cassius finally came out. Then, without stopping, he took another boat and left Cancer Island. Roland, of course, smiled with satisfaction again. It must be said that this negotiation did not surprise Roland. In fact, Cassius had already been impressed by Roland's plan during their last meeting. This time, it's just a matter of letting things take their course. The two discussed the plan in more detail. Cassius's fleet was currently in dire need of supplies and needed Roland's help. However, given the Violet Empire's warrant for their arrest, Roland couldn't bring them to Crab Island for supplies. But it didn't really matter, as Roland also had his own base on Skull Island, which was occupied by pirates. So the fleet headed towards Skull Island, while a fleet was dispatched to deliver a large amount of supplies. Once the supplies were replenished and the fleet had rested, Cassius would lead his fleet on a long voyage eastward. Everything was progressing according to Roland's plan. It took Mattia 2 more days before she returned to Crab Island. This time, however, she didn't come back alone. She brought 2 more people with her. I was cultivating in the Mage Tower. I originally planned to leave directly, but these 2 of my disciples were willing to follow in my footsteps and also left the Mage Tower, which is why it took some time. Mattie smiled gently and said softly. Roland looked at the 2 middle-aged people, a man and a woman, behind Mattia and sensed a powerful magical force emanating from them. Without a doubt, these 2 are also mages of the Archmage level. Mattia really knows how to surprise me. Grandma Mattia, I'm so glad you're back, Roland said happily. Mattia gently patted Roland's head, then turned to him and said, These 2 are my disciples, Jimmy and Melendin. They are also top-tier archmages. They made a great sacrifice by leaving the Mage Tower to follow me. Roland understood what he meant and quickly spoke to the 2 of them. Master Jimmler, Master Melendin, if you encounter any problems or have any requests while living here, you can come to me, and I will do my best to meet them. Upon hearing his words, the 2 of them nodded slightly without saying anything. Neither of them had any goodwill towards Roland. Their purpose in coming here was simply to follow their mentor, Mattia. Although they didn't understand why their mentor, Mattia, would come to this remote island, even at the cost of leaving the Mage Tower, they firmly believed that their mentor must have a reason for doing so. Seeing the 2 of them ignoring him, Roland couldn't help but touch his nose. However, Roland was neither embarrassed nor angry. After all, they were 2 top-tier archmages, so it was normal for them to have a bit of temper. Then, Roland personally served Mattia, holding her right hand and leading her to a beautiful courtyard, even more luxurious than his lord's mansion. Bang! At this moment, Jimmy placed something wrapped in black cloth on the table beside him. Teacher, then I'll leave this here, Jimmy said respectfully. Mattia nodded and said with a smile, Jim Miller, you've worked hard. Roland had already noticed the thing behind Jim Miller, but he always assumed it belonged to Jim Miller, so he didn't ask about it. Upon hearing that this belonged to Mattia, he became curious and asked, Grandma Mattia, what is this? Is it precious? Mattia smiled and shook her head, saying, "Nothing much. The little gadget is all gone." Roland nodded, but still had some doubts and asked, "Then why don't you put in your spatial ring?" Upon hearing this, Mattia shook her head slightly and said, "I wanted to, but for some reason, it wouldn't fit into my spatial ring. That's why I found it peculiar and brought it here. After all, something that can be resisted by a spatial ring must be something extraordinary." Upon hearing this, Roland was startled and blurted out, "Grandma Mattia, is this a statue?" Upon hearing this, Mattia showed a surprised expression and then said, "Roland, how did you know?" Roland took a deep breath, then suppressed his excitement and said, "Grandma Mattia, can I take a look at this?" Mattia nodded and asked curiously, "Of course, but I'm still curious how you knew that." Roland gave a wry smile and said, "Grandma Mattia, I'll explain to you." Then he walked up to Dongzi, who was wrapped in black cloth, and slowly lifted the black cloth covering him. Before him appeared a wooden statue, almost identical to his own sea god statue. Roland was finally relieved, and then turned to Mattia and said, "Grandma Mattia, the reason I guessed this was a statue is because I have one too, and it's very useful to me. I wonder if Grandma Mattia could give it to me." Mattia seemed to have sensed that Roland had some secrets, so she didn't press him for details, but simply smiled and said, "Of course. Hold on. You can take it now if you want." Roland thanked him again, then reached out his hand, and instantly, the sea god statue disappeared from the table. Although the Poseidon statue cannot be placed in a spatial ring, Roland's Poseidon ring is not included in this category. When Mattia saw the statue disappear in an instant, she was startled, and then her gaze toward Roland became even more profound. The moment he obtained the Poseidon statue, Roland immediately went to Pearl Harbor and boarded a ship to Newland. Roland understood that if he arrived even a day later, countless faiths would be wasted by him. It was while on the ship that Roland opened the quest panel. "The reward has been credited to your account. Then the task should be updated too." Then, the task panel appeared before his eyes. The old tasks were slowly disappearing, and a new task was gradually being generated. "I am surprised. You've managed to gain 10 elf followers in such a short time. With their addition, your strength has greatly increased, giving your territory a stronger ability to defend itself. However, as war approaches, your strength is still too weak. Therefore, please acquire another piece of the sea god's equipment to enhance your power. Quest reward, the blessing of the holy dragon." Upon seeing this, Roland raised an eyebrow. This task didn't seem particularly difficult for him. Of the 7 pieces of the Poseidon set, he had already obtained 2, the Poseidon scepter and the Poseidon ring. The remaining 5 pieces were scattered around the world. Roland gripped the Poseidon's scepter tightly once more, sensing the positions of the remaining 5 Poseidon components. 2 of the Poseidon components were in the depths of the ocean. Roland guessed that they were controlled by the mermaid race, so he simply abandoned these 2 Poseidon components. Of the remaining 3 Poseidon components, 1 is located within the Garo Empire, 1 within the Winter Empire, and only 1 remains within the Holy Dragon Empire. Therefore, Roland's mission objective was undoubtedly to focus on the last Poseidon component. Then, he carefully sensed it again and quickly realized the approximate location of the Poseidon component. Holy Dragon City? Roland muttered to himself. Indeed, the last Poseidon component is currently located in Holy Dragon City, the capital of the Holy Dragon Empire. Roland suddenly felt that this mission was not so simple. After all, the waters of Holy Dragon City were far too deep. However, for the sake of the mission and the Poseidon parts, Roland had no choice but to go. What interested Roland even more was, of course, the reward for this mission. The blessing of the Holy Dragon? Roland had previously received the blessing of the sea god, which was extremely powerful. Now that the Holy Dragon's blessing had appeared, Roland was filled with curiosity. Holy Dragon? It must be that radiant holy dragon that is about to perish. How can someone in such a miserable state still bestow blessings upon others? Roland didn't know how to describe it. It was already late at night when Roland arrived in Newland City. He went straight to the city center, looked at the huge sea god statue, and then opened the mechanism without hesitation, placing the genuine sea god statue in his hand inside. At this point, Roland finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next, we just have to wait until tomorrow to officially begin harvesting the faith power of the residents of Newland City. Early in the morning, As the first rays of sunlight illuminated Newland, the once quiet city gradually became lively, and the number of pedestrians on the streets increased. However, at this moment, countless elderly men and women were running rapidly towards the city center. Originally frail and old, they suddenly displayed amazing athletic talent, racing each other, afraid of falling behind. What's wrong with them? Why are they all running that way? Pedestrians on the street looked at the group of elderly men and women with curiosity and asked them questions. The person standing nearby chuckled and said, "I heard that someone is giving away eggs in the city center. Apparently, as long as everyone bows and prays to that sea god statue, they can take away 3 eggs. That's why they're so crazy. Otherwise, what if they're too late and the eggs are all gone?" The pedestrian looked incredulous and said, "It's just a few eggs. Why are they making such a fuss?" Chapter 98, heading to Holy Dragon City. These people have no idea what free eggs mean to these old ladies. Under Roland's onslaught of free eggs, almost half the city's elderly women came to the statue of Neptune in the square to worship, and some poor families did the same. They knelt deeply in the square, murmuring prayers, and after a long while, they hurriedly got up and ran to the side to collect their eggs with delighted expressions. Although their faith was not devout, or even false, their sheer numbers made up for it. The sea god statue could collect a large amount of faith every day, which was then converted into the sea god's divine power. During this time, Roland did not leave Newland City. Every night, he would absorb the divine power of faith he had collected during the day into the ring of the sea god. However, in the first 2 days, the sea god power was still far from sufficient to break the seal on the sea god's ring. On the 3rd night, when Roland absorbed the divine power of faith from that day into the ring of the sea god again, a 5-colored stream of light suddenly flashed across the ring and then quickly disappeared. Roland instantly understood that the ring of Poseidon had been unsealed. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Then he opened the system panel and took a look. Ring of Poseidon. The ring of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Function 1, storage space. Benefit 2, energy storage. Effect 3, summoning the giant whale. Effect 4, sky covering water curtain, sealing. Effect 5, sea god temple teleportation sealed. Effect 6, sea god's bloodline sealed. Effect 7, sea god's record sealing. Sure enough, the 3rd effect of the ring of the sea god had been unsealed. Summon giant whale. You can summon a giant whale to help you in battle. The introduction is very simple. However, Roland had no doubt about the giant whale's strength. According to Roland's understanding, even the lowest-ranking giant whales are king-level magical beasts after reaching adulthood, equivalent to human king knights or grand mage-level experts. They can definitely be used as a trump card. Unfortunately, this whale's summoning ability seems to only be usable in the ocean or other bodies of water. Summoning it on land would probably only be useful for crushing enemies. Afterwards, Roland put on the ring of the sea god again, and then returned the statue of the sea god. Now that the ring of Poseidon has been unsealed, the divine power on the Poseidon statue will not be enough to support another unsealing in the short term, so there is no need for Roland to stay here. He has more important things to accomplish. That's a system task. Therefore, he needs to get to Holy Dragon City as soon as possible to obtain the 3rd piece of the sea god component. Early the next morning, Roland left Newland and then returned to Crab Island by ship. After another 10+ hours of drifting, Roland felt that all his precious time had been wasted on the voyage. I need to find a way to build a traditional array in Newland City. Otherwise, it will be a waste of my time to travel back and forth from Crab Island to Newland City to absorb the power of the sea god. However, building a teleportation array is not something that can be done simply by having money. After all, array masters or extremely rare space magicians would not lack a few gold coins. Roland shook his head, feeling a bit of a headache. He might have to ask the Duke of Triumph for help with this matter, since he had commissioned the construction of the 3 teleportation arrays in Portland Province. Roland planned to find the Grand Duke of Triumph and ask him about it after completing this mission. After nearly a day's voyage, it was almost evening when they arrived at Crab Island. Roland ate something quickly and then called Mattia over to tell her about his upcoming trip to Holy Dragon City. Upon hearing Roland's words, Mattia shook her head and said, "Roland, now that the radiant Holy Dragon is about to fall, Holy Dragon City is a mixed bag with powerful figures and conspirators from all sides gathered here. I don't think you need to go to this dangerous place. Even his father, Rowena, knew about the impending fall of the radiant holy dragon, and Roland was not surprised that Mattia knew as well. So, Roland could only shake his head with a wry smile and say, I absolutely must visit Holy Dragon City on this trip. Although in theory he could wait until the radiant holy dragon fell before going, no one could guarantee exactly when the radiant holy dragon would fall, even though its demise was imminent. What if it doesn't fall until 10 years later? Roland can't wait that long to complete the mission. Moreover, if the radiant holy dragon were to truly perish, Holy Dragon City would likely descend into even greater chaos, making it even more dangerous. Upon hearing his words, Mattia frowned and said, Is it really absolutely necessary to go? Can you tell me why? Upon hearing this, Roland said apologetically, I am sorry, Grandma Mattia. The reason is complicated, and I can't tell you right now, but I can only say that it is very important to me. Mattia looked at Roland, then smiled and said, It seems that my Roland has quite a secret. Roland chuckled dryly and said, Grandma Mattia, please forgive me. I will tell you the reason when the time is right. Upon hearing this, Mattia did not press Roland's secret further, but instead said, Since we have no choice but to go to Holy Dragon City, we must make thorough preparations. Roland nodded and said, That's why I called you here to discuss this. Mattia pondered for a moment and then spoke. This time, I will personally accompany you. I will also bring your Aunt Phyllis and Aunt Eunice, as well as my disciples Jimmy and Mylenton. They are all top-tier amethyst knights and top-tier archmages. With them, our trip will be much safer. This was the reason why Roland had asked Mattia to come. Hearing that she would personally accompany him on this trip, Roland felt much more at ease. It's important to know that Mattia is a powerful and rare lightning archmage. With her strength, even in Holy Dragon City, there aren't many people who dare to provoke her. Her two disciples are also top-tier lightning magic masters. In addition, there's Phyllis, the top-tier wind-type amethyst archer, and Eunice, the top-tier fire-type amethyst swordswoman. Their combined strength is already enough to shake some weaker countries. Roland finally got a good night's sleep. The next day, after Roland settled things on Crab Island, he led the 5 of them directly to the teleportation array. With a whoosh, the 6 figures disappeared from the teleportation array, and at the same time, they appeared at the Triumph City teleportation array. Oh, isn't this the esteemed Lord Roland? You are a rare guest indeed. The person in charge of managing the teleportation array today actually knew Roland and even greeted him in an exaggerated manner. Seeing this, Roland smiled slightly, handed him a large handful of gold notes, and said, Take us to Holy Dragon City. The man glanced at his hand and found that after deducting the teleportation fee, he still had 100 gold coins left. His face lit up with excitement, and he said, All right, sir, please take care. In an instant, the 6 of them disappeared once again from the teleportation array of Triumph City. Whoosh! At this very moment, within the teleportation array of the distant Holy Dragon City, 6 figures suddenly appeared. Who are you? Please register your identities. As soon as he stepped out of the teleportation array, he was immediately stopped by several soldiers who questioned him. Roland was taken aback. Although he had never been to Holy Dragon City, he had never heard of having to register to enter. So he asked in confusion, Does everyone need to register their identity to come to Holy Dragon City now? The soldier looked impatient and said, It's been like this for a while. Hurry up and get your identification documents. Don't waste time here. Mattia, standing behind Roland, spoke with a hostile expression. I've been to Holy Dragon City dozens of times, and I've never heard of having to register my identity. The soldier was about to get angry, but seeing Mattia's noble and powerful appearance, he immediately suppressed his anger, then smiled and said respectfully, Madam, identity registration only started this month, so it's normal that you didn't know. We're required to do this by our superiors, and we have no choice but to cooperate. Please do our best to assist us. Since things had come to this point, Roland was willing to cooperate and took out his title certificate. Viscount of Crab Island and East Sacramento Plain. The soldiers registered the document without even looking up and returned it to Roland, without any reaction. After all, it was said that in Holy Dragon City, you could throw a brick and hit a nobleman. Then, Eunice also produced her identity certificate. She had lived in the Holy Dragon Empire for a long time and already had an identity from the Holy Dragon Empire. After her failed assassination attempt on the triumphant Duke, Phyllis was sent to Holy Dragon City for trial and then released, where she also acquired a new identity. As for Madia and her two companions, they were originally cultivators of the Mage Tower, not people of the Holy Dragon Empire. However, when they produced the Mage Tower's token, the soldiers were immediately startled, then stood up and said respectfully, "So you are the distinguished guests of the Mage Tower. I'm sorry to have taken up your time. You can go in now." After saying that, he quickly handed back the Mage Tower tokens to the three of them. Roland looked at this scene in surprise. He did not expect that Madia and the other two would have such great influence. After receiving the token, Madia waved to Roland and said with a light laugh, "What's wrong? Roland, aren't you leaving?" Roland then realized what was happening and hurriedly followed. After they left, the soldier hurriedly gave instructions to his subordinates. "Quickly report to your superiors that people from the Mage Tower have arrived. It's the Deputy Temple Master of the Thunder God Temple and her two disciples." The subordinate hadn't seen the three of them's Mage Tower tokens earlier, and was immediately startled when he heard his captain say that. The Tower Masters of the Mage Towers are all Archmages, the strongest humans. So he hurriedly ran back to report. As the captain watched Roland and his companions walk further and further away until they disappeared from sight, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Another Grand Magister has arrived." Holy Dragon City has been quite lively lately. In the past month, he has witnessed 5 powerful figures, either Grand Magisters or King Knights, arrive in Holy Dragon City. Moreover, he only learned about this while on duty. He was unaware of the others who were on duty. Add to that the powerful individuals who sneaked into Holy Dragon City, and who knows how many King Knights and Archmages have already gathered there. However, none of this concerned him, a mere gatekeeper. At that moment, a light suddenly flashed on the teleportation array, and the captain immediately came to his senses and shouted, "Quickly register your identities." After leaving the teleportation array, Roland looked at Madia with curiosity and then couldn't help but ask, "Grandma Madia, is your Mage Tower so prestigious? Even the guards treat you with utmost respect." Upon hearing his words, Matia smiled wryly and said, "Of course, the Mage Tower is the holy land of mages on this continent. It does not belong to any country and exists independently. Those who can enter the Mage Tower are at least Archmages. And now there are nearly 500 people in the Mage Tower. Which country, even an empire, would dare to underestimate this powerful force?" Hiss! Roland couldn't help but gasp. More than 500 mages and even Archmages. This level of power is something even the Holy Dragon Empire wouldn't dare to provoke easily. No wonder people are so respectful to the Mage Tower. They truly dare not be disrespectful. However, Roland soon had another question and asked curiously, "But Grandma Madia, didn't you already leave the Mage Tower?" Madia nodded slightly, then shook her head and said, "Yes, we have already left the Mage Tower, but the elders do not want me to leave, so they have not taken back our Mage Tower tokens. They said that I can return to the Mage Tower at any time if I wish." Roland understood and nodded. It seems that Grandma Madia holds a high position in the Mage Tower. Roland didn't know how long he would have to stay in Holy Dragon City to complete the mission. He had a feeling that this time it wouldn't be easy, and even after completing the mission, he would still need to collect the mission rewards in Holy Dragon City. So he was afraid that this time it would take even longer. So this time, instead of staying at an inn with them, he went directly to an agency and rented a house in one of the most bustling areas of Holy Dragon City, making it convenient for him to go out and about. Speaking of this, Roland couldn't help but sigh at the prices in Holy Dragon City. This small house costs 1,000 gold coins a month to rent. Fortunately, Roland doesn't need to live here for long, otherwise he would have wasted a lot of money. After settling everyone in the courtyard, Roland did not forget his mission. He took out the scepter of the sea god and carefully began to sense the location of the sea god component. In the north, Roland then stood up and spoke to Madia. "Grandma Matia, I have to go out for a bit." Madia nodded and said, "Holy Dragon City is a mixed bag. Let Phyllis and Eunice follow you." Roland nodded and led the two of them away from the mansion. Following the guidance of the scepter of the sea god, Roland headed north, passing through buildings and streets. It must be said that Holy Dragon City is incredibly large. Roland walked north for nearly 20 minutes before he finally felt that the Poseidon component was getting closer and closer to him. A look of surprise appeared on his face. The Poseidon parts are just ahead. And just then, after he passed through the row of houses in front of him, a magnificent and luxurious palace appeared before him. And that Poseidon component is inside. Roland's expression instantly darkened upon seeing the palace. Because this is actually the imperial palace of the Holy Dragon Empire. Are the Poseidon components inside? Roland suddenly felt a headache coming on. This time the task is much more difficult. Chapter 99 Fire Archmage Frinken. Back home, Roland's expression remained somewhat somber. The palace was teeming with experts, and he had no ability to force his way in. If he had any other options, he could only ask Prince Razor or Senior Tyran for help, but it was not an easy thing to ask. Mattia seemed to sense that Roland was not in a good mood, so she smiled and asked, "What's wrong, Roland? You were in a good mood when you left. Why do you look so unhappy now that you're back?" Roland thought about it and realized that he couldn't handle this alone, so he could only say with a wry smile, "Grandma Mattia, I'm really in a difficult situation right now." Mattia smiled slightly and said, "Really? Tell me. Maybe I can help you." Roland nodded, then could only say helplessly, "It's like this. Grandma Mattia, I came to Holy Dragon City this time to look for something, but I just discovered that this thing is actually in the Holy Dragon City Palace, so I'm very troubled." Mattia paused for a moment after hearing his words, and then asked again, "Is the item you're looking for very valuable?" Roland thought for a moment, frowned, nodded, then shook his head and said, "This item may be just an ornament to others, but it is very important to me. If I can find it, I'm willing to exchange it for other treasures." Roland is right. Without the seal on the Poseidon component, it's just a decoration and has no function. And for now, only Roland can unlock the seal on the Poseidon component. Hearing Roland's words, Mattia nodded thoughtfully and then said, "If this item is not very valuable as you say, then I think it shouldn't be too difficult." Then she smiled and said, "It just so happens that I have an old friend who is the Grand Master of the palace. I haven't seen him in a long time, so I'll take this opportunity to visit him." Upon hearing her words, Roland's eyes lit up. As long as he can get into the palace, he can figure out the exact location of the Poseidon components, and then he can figure out a way to get his hands on them. Indeed, having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. Although this old lady looks so charming, Roland quickly said with a grin, "Thank you, Grandma Mattia." The next morning, Roland and Mattia arrived outside the palace. Before they even got close, they were stopped by the guards, who said sternly, "The Imperial Palace is a forbidden area. No unauthorized personnel are allowed to approach." Roland wanted to speak, but Mattia stepped out first, took out her Mage Tower token, and said, "I'm a good friend of the court's Grand Master Flinton, and I have come here specifically to pay him a visit." The guard's originally arrogant face became serious when he saw the Mage Tower's token. He was startled when he saw the name of the Deputy Temple Master of the Thunder God Temple on it, and then hurriedly said, "So, it's the Lord from the Mage Tower. Please wait a moment while we go and report to Lord Flinton. You two can rest here." After saying that, he hurriedly ordered 2 people to bring over a chair. Mattia didn't say anything, just nodded, and then sat down without ceremony, while Roland stood by and watched. Roland thought he would have to wait a long time, but to his surprise, in less than a quarter of an hour, a person rushed out of the palace and respectfully addressed Mattia. "Senior Mattia, Filington is my master, and he specially sent me to invite you in for a gathering." Mattia looked at the person in front of her, a smile on her face, and said, "You must be Cariza. The last time I saw you, you were just a mid-level mage. I didn't expect you to have become a Grand Magister now. It seems that old man Fellington is quite capable." Cariza was startled by her words, but couldn't recall ever having any connection with Mattia, so he could only smile and say, "Thank you for the compliment, Senior. My master will be very happy to hear your words. Let's go in quickly. He keeps asking us to come in soon." Mattia nodded, and then followed Cariza into the palace, with Roland closely following behind her. As for the others, they did not follow. Mattia and Roland followed Cariza as they traveled through the palaces, encountering many people who greeted Cariza respectfully. It seems that Cariza's mentor, Firington, hold a rather high position in the palace. Filington, the Grand Mage of the Holy Dragon Palace, the Fire Archmage, and the Duke of the Holy Dragon Empire. Any one of these identities commands respect. Meanwhile, Roland kept his mind focused on sensing the location of the Poseidon component throughout the journey. Unfortunately, The Poseidon component seemed to be south of the palace, while the place they were going was west of the palace. Roland really wanted to go south alone to see the world, but he lacked the courage and ability. Soon, led by Cariza, the two arrived at a courtyard in the palace. From afar, Roland saw a fiery red figure standing at the entrance. "Ha ha, Mattia, what a rare guest. I'm truly flattered that you've come to see me today. Ha ha ha." An elderly man in a red robe came over, laughing excitedly. Faced with the other party's enthusiasm, Mattia remained calm and composed, smiling slightly as she spoke. "Filington, you're still as impatient as ever. You're not getting any younger. It's time to be more mature." Frington, however, paid no attention to Mattia's words and instead laughed again. "Ha ha, that's just how I am. I'll never change. You know, Mattia, I'm not a very cunning person." Mattia nodded and chuckled softly. "That's why out of so many people back then, only a few of us were able to become friends." Frington chuckled and said, "Mattia, yes, you don't know how jealous those old guys were when they heard that I was still in contact with you." Ha ha ha. Roland listened intently, his ears perked up. This was definitely true. When Mattia heard his words, she gave a light snort and said, "I wanted to be friends with them, but their behavior made me feel sad and angry." Upon hearing this, Flinton's smiling face immediately fell silent, and then he sighed and said, "Mattia, things were complicated back then. Everyone had their own difficulties." Upon hearing his words, Mattia's expression immediately turned cold, and she said, "If you want to plead for them, then I'll leave now." Upon hearing this, Flinton quickly explained, No, they were wrong back then, we all know that. You come all this way, don't just leave like that." Mattia reluctantly nodded. Then, Flinton led them into the courtyard. "Cariza, quickly brew a pot of good tea. Just take the one from the bottom box in the cabinet in my room." Before he even sat down, Frington hurriedly gave the order. Cariza was startled when he heard his words. Those tea leaves were his master's treasure. Even when His Majesty came to visit last time, he was reluctant to take them out. He never expected him to be so generous today. He didn't dare delay and hurriedly ran to make tea. Then, Farrington looked at Roland, who was standing next to Mattia, and asked curiously, "Mattia, and who is this young friend?" Mattia said with a smile, "This is a junior member of my clan. I brought him along specifically to broaden his horizons." Roland also bowed respectfully and said, "I am Roland. Greetings, Senior Filington." Flinton stroked his beard and laughed, saying, "Please sit down. There's no need to be so polite. You are Mattia's junior, so you're my junior too. Just make yourself at home and don't be so reserved." Roland smiled and nodded. Then, Flinton looked Roland up and down a few more times, then smiled with satisfaction and said, Not bad, not bad. At such a young age, you've already become a gold knight. Mattia, your family is full of talented people." "Thank you for your kind words, Senior," Roland said hurriedly. Mattia, meanwhile, smiled slightly and said, "He's indeed very good. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought him here. But you old man, you're not bad either. I heard in the Mage Tower that your eldest disciple is about to break through to the level of Grand Magister. When that happens, with 2 Grand Magisters in your lineage, you will be an existence that no one in the entire continent dares to provoke." Upon hearing this, Flinton smiled nonchalantly and said, "Max has been saying for a long time that he's about to break through to become a Grand Magus. But it's been 3 years, and he still hasn't broken through. I think he's just bragging. Don't take it seriously." However, the slight smug smile on his face told everyone that he was being hypocritical. At this moment, Cariza also came out with a brewed tea, poured a cup for each of the 3 of them, and was about to pour one for himself when Farrington coughed twice and said, "Ahem, Cariza, if you have something to do, you should go out first. I have some very important matters to discuss with your senior, Mattia." Cariza's movements and expression froze instantly. However, he still poured himself a cup of tea, drank it all in one gulp, and then put down the cup and said respectfully, "Yes, master. Please let me know if you need anything else." When Filington saw that Cariza had actually drunk a cup of tea, he was so angry that he glared at his disciple. If it weren't for Mattia and the others, he would have given his disciple a good beating. Mattia, watching from the side, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, saying, "Filington, you're as stingy as ever." Upon hearing her words, Flinton snapped out of his daze and said with heartache, "Mattia, This is ice spirit tea from the far north of the Winter Empire. This 1 cup of tea is worth tens of thousands of gold coins. It's not that I'm stingy with money. It's just that you can't buy this stuff with money. Iced spirit tea. Mattia showed an expression of interest and said, I've heard of this tea. It's said that drinking it can purify magic and fighting spirit, suppress demonic thoughts, and keep the mind clear and calm at all times. It's also said to have miraculous effects during breakthroughs. Flinton, you've been quite generous today. Upon hearing this, Roland's eyes lit up as he looked at the tea in his cup. A refreshing aroma had already filled his nose and mouth. If the two of them hadn't already drunk it, Roland would have already gulped it down. Upon hearing Mattia's words, Firington couldn't help but reveal a smug expression and said, That's right. I've never even let the Emperor drink this tea. Only you, Mattia, have that kind of face. Mattia seemed to be in a very good mood and smiled again as she spoke. Then I shall accept your offer. Then he slowly drank the tea from the cup. Seeing this, Roland could no longer resist and drank it all in one gulp. It was hot water, but instantly a cool sensation spread from his mouth to his limbs and bones. His brain was jolted, and he felt as if all his fatigue had vanished, leaving him incredibly clear-headed. Excelente! Roland couldn't help but blurt out. Mattia finally finished her tea, then closed her eyes to savor the experience. After a moment, she slightly opened her eyes and said, Filington, this is indeed good tea, but it's no longer of any use to us. It's a bit of a waste. Frankton laughed heartily and said, If you say it tastes good, then it's not a waste. Mattia smiled and shook her head without saying a word. Afterwards, the two of them chatted and reminisced, with Roland listening attentively to Mattia's past stories. After a long while, when the two had finished their conversation, Firington smiled, then slowly let the smile fade before speaking. Mattia, I know you couldn't have come here specifically to see me. You must have other things to do. Did you come representing the Mage Tower? Does the Mage Tower also want to get involved in this mess? Mattia shook her head and said, I do not represent the Mage Tower, nor do I want to get involved in the mess in Holy Dragon City. To be honest, I have already withdrawn from the Mage Tower. However, I did come here this time for a small matter. Upon hearing her words, Flinton looked surprised and blurted out, What? You left the Mage Tower? What? Mattia didn't hide anything, but sighed and said, As you know, our family has experienced a great upheaval. Now our family plans to reunite. So I must stay in the family and rebuild our family. Hearing his words, Flinton understood somewhat and then asked again, So what brings you here today? If I can help, I certainly won't refuse. So Mattia thought for a moment and said, This time we are rebuilding our family, but something very important to our family has been lost. After searching, we found that this thing is in the palace, so we came here specifically to ask you for help. Upon hearing his words, Flinton hesitated for a moment before speaking. The palace is so big. Even if you know that things left here, how could you possibly find it? At this moment, Roland suddenly stood up and said respectfully, Senior Filington, I can sense the location of this item, but since we are in the palace, we cannot move around freely. So I would like to ask you to lead the way. If we find the item, we can exchange it for other precious treasures. Upon hearing Roland's words, Flinton hesitated. Chapter 100 The Empress's Feast. Seeing Filington's troubled expression, Mattia sighed, shook her head, and said, If this has put you in a difficult position, then forget it. We'll head back now, and who knows when we'll see each other again. After saying that, he put down his teacup and got up to leave. When Flinton saw that she was about to leave, he immediately became anxious and said, Mattia, wait a minute. I didn't say I wouldn't help you with this. Mattia looked at him, shook her head, and spoke again. But you are my best friend, and I don't want to see you in a difficult position. Upon hearing Mattia's words, Flinton was immediately visibly shaken and exclaimed excitedly, Really, Mattia? You really think I'm your best friend? Mattia smiled slightly and said, Of course. Over the years, I've always considered you my best friend. Upon hearing this, Farrington felt a surge of genuine satisfaction welling up inside him, and then, blushing, he said, Then Mattia, I've always considered you my best friend too. Roland watched the two of them from the side, but couldn't help but smile to himself. It seems that Flinton has feelings for Grandma Mattia, but Roland can see that Mattia does not have such feelings for him. Moreover, It seems that Grandma Mattia even has the qualifications to make green tea. This is ultimately a tragedy. Of course, this only applies to Farrington. Upon hearing this, Mattia smiled slightly again and said, Farrington, in that case, could you please help me with this? Flinton was already somewhat overwhelmed and hurriedly said, Help me. Of course I should help with this small favor. Then he spoke to Mattia and Roland. I can go to most places in the palace, except for some forbidden areas. As long as what you're looking for is not in a forbidden area, I can most likely find the location of that item. Roland said hurriedly, This item seems to be located south of the palace. I'll have to trouble Senior Flinton to find the right place. Filington stroked his beard and laughed. You are Mattia's junior. This is nothing to worry about. But I'm telling you beforehand, you're not allowed to wander around in the palace or ask any questions. Stay close behind me, and I can guarantee that you will not be in any danger. Roland nodded and said, We will always remember the teachings of our predecessors. Mattia chuckled softly and said something. Don't worry, we know the rules too. Afterward, Flinton gave some more details and then led Roland and Mattia out of the courtyard. Guided by Roland, they traveled south, passing through palaces and long corridors. Aren't we there yet? I asked, my brow furrowed slightly. At this moment, Roland felt that he was getting closer and closer to the location of the Poseidon component, so he hurriedly said, Senior, I can sense him. He's not far ahead. Upon hearing this, Farrington looked somewhat troubled and said, But ahead. Just then, Roland sensed that the Poseidon component had begun to move slowly, and to his surprise, it was slowly approaching him. Roland was startled and instantly realized that someone must have been carrying the Poseidon component, and that person was now walking towards him. So Roland asked immediately, Senior, what is that palace ahead? Farrington frowned slightly, shook his head, and said, Ahead lies the Phoenix Palace, the residence of the Empress of the Empire. It's not convenient for me to take you inside. The Queen's residence. Upon hearing this, Roland was a little alarmed. If the Queen had obtained the Poseidon component, he feared it would be very difficult to get it back. Just then, a group of people slowly approached them. In the center, on a luxurious palanquin, sat a woman of unparalleled beauty and imperial grace, a faint smile on her face, gently stroking a cat in her arms. This must be the current Empress, right? Roland thought to himself. Soon, the group of men approached Flint and his two companions. Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress. Frinton bowed slightly and said, The same goes for Mattia. As for Roland, he bowed deeply, showing great understanding. The Empress saw them at that moment, stopped her carriage, stepped down, bowed slightly, and said with a smile, So, it's Master Flinton. What brings you here today? I usually try so hard to see you, but I'm really lucky today. It's clear that even the Queen holds Frinton in high esteem. After all, the Archmage is a pillar of strength even within the Empire. Frinton smiled and said, Some old friends came to visit today, so I brought them here for a walk. Oh, your old friend? Upon hearing Frinton's words, the Queen slowly turned her gaze to Mattia and Roland. But in an instant, she dismissed Roland and fixed her gaze on Mattia, for Mattia gave her a sense of unfathomable depth, just as she did when facing Frinton. So she bowed slightly again and said respectfully, May I ask your honorable name, sir? Mattia responded with a respectful smile. I am Mattia Milan. Greetings, Your Majesty the Queen. Mattia Milano? The Empress frowned slightly, a look of doubt on her face, because she had never heard of this name before. However, at this moment, Flinton hurriedly explained. Mattia is the Deputy Temple Master of the Thunder God Temple in the Mage Tower. She and I have been friends for many years. Upon hearing Frinton's words, the Queen's eyes lit up, and she looked at Mattia and said, So you are an esteemed senior from the Mage Tower. It is an honor to meet you here. After saying this, she disregarded her noble status as Queen and bowed deeply to Mattia once again. Mattia was surprised by the Queen's politeness and quickly helped her up, saying, Your Majesty, there's no need for that. We've only come to visit an old friend. Your Majesty needn't take up your time. The Empress smiled warmly and said, Since we've met Senior Mattia, it must be fate. Why don't I show you all around and let you see the scenery of this palace? Mattia smiled and shook her head, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty. However, we have some other matters to attend to, so we won't trouble you further. At this moment, Roland's gaze was fixed on the incomparably beautiful Queen in front of him. He could sense that the Poseidon component was on the Queen. However, The empress was adorned with numerous jewels and ornaments, including rings, necklaces, crowns, earrings, and bracelets, each piece of which was incredibly luxurious and otherworldly. However, after careful observation and contemplation, Roland's gaze finally settled on the enormous sapphire necklace on the queen's chest. He had a feeling that this necklace was the piece of the sea god he had been searching for. Just as the queen was about to get closer to Madia, she suddenly felt a burning gaze fixed on her, right on her proud, full, and firm breasts. Suddenly, her expression turned cold, and she turned to look at Roland not far away. He's quite handsome, but this is no reason for you to disrespect me. However, remembering that this man had come with Farrington and Madia, she suppressed her anger and said, "May I ask who this young friend is?" Upon hearing the queen's question, Roland snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied, "Greetings, your majesty. I am Roland, Viscount of Crab Island and East Sacramento Plain in Portland Province." The queen searched her memory for a moment, but had never heard of this minor viscount. "He is a junior member of my clan. If he has offended you, please forgive me, your majesty." Madia naturally noticed Roland's gaze and sensed the queen's anger, so she suddenly spoke up from the side. Upon hearing this, the empress's anger vanished instantly, and she smiled and said, "So you're a junior of Senior Madia. You're quite the handsome young man." After saying that, she invited him again. "Senior Madia, why don't we come to my palace for a chat?" Mattia was about to refuse, but then she remembered that their destination was still in the queen's palace, so she nodded and said, "Then I'll take my leave." The empress smiled slightly, then turned and led the three of them back to her palace. Roland followed behind with his head down, but his gaze remained fixed on the queen. Although the queen was the mother of the nation, her own strength was not to be underestimated. Feeling Roland's gaze, she became increasingly angry, but she could not vent her anger. Soon, they followed the queen to her palace, where bowls of delicious food, wine, and fruit were brought out and placed in front of them. It must be said that the queen truly lived up to her title as the mother of the nation. With a gentle smile and unhurried demeanor, she showed respect for Mattia and Farrington while chatting with them, displaying both her nobility and majesty. Her words were like a spring breeze, making people feel incredibly comfortable. Of course, the queen ignored Roland, who was suspected of being a lecher. After the group had been chatting and laughing for a long time, the empress changed the subject, smiled, and suddenly said something. "Master Feelington, Senior Madia, it seems you two aren't just strolling around today. After all, this palace isn't anything special to you two seniors. If you have any questions, perhaps I can help you. After all, I do have some influence in this palace. Look at this. What do you mean by saying a few words? This entire palace is clearly yours." Roland thought to himself. Madia was also preparing to raise her own difficult question, but since the queen had already asked, she might as well go along with it. So she smiled at the empress and said, "Indeed, we have an important matter to attend to this time, and we need your majesty's help with it." Upon hearing Madia's words, the queen was immediately surprised, but then her heart leaped with joy. She had been pondering how to get closer to Mattia, but she hadn't expected that her polite words would actually come true. So, she couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Really? How can I help you?" Then, Madia revealed the purpose of their trip, and that the family treasure they were searching for was currently inside the queen's palace. After hearing her words, the empress's face showed surprise again, and she said, "Senior Madia, are you saying that one of your family's treasures is now with me?" Madia nodded and said, "Yes, your majesty. If you're willing to part with it, we are willing to exchange it for other treasures." The empress did not immediately agree upon hearing her words, but pondered for a moment before speaking. "But what is this thing? Do you know?" Then Madia turned her gaze to Roland and said, "Roland, can you sense where that treasure is?" Upon hearing this, the queen immediately turned to look at the lecherous man she loathed. What angered her even more was that Roland's gaze remained fixed on her proud and upright figure. "Beast!" The empress couldn't help but curse inwardly. At this moment, Roland finally spoke. "I think I've got it. The family treasure we're looking for is the sapphire necklace that the empress wears around her neck." The empress was taken aback upon hearing this, then looked down at the sapphire necklace on her chest, which was set with a large, dazzling sapphire. "You mean this necklace?" the empress said with some surprise. Upon hearing this, Madia looked at the necklace on the queen's chest with a puzzled expression. She could not sense any magical fluctuations on the necklace, and, in her opinion, it was just a useless ornament. Roland nodded and said, "My intuition tells me it should be it, but I need to see it in person to be sure. I wonder if Your Majesty the Empress could." Upon hearing his words, the queen suddenly understood why Roland had dared to stare so brazenly at her impressive figure. It turned out he wasn't looking at her, but at the necklace. Instantly, most of her dislike for Roland vanished. So she simply took off the necklace and ordered someone to deliver it. Soon, the necklace was in Roland's hands. Feeling its cool touch, he immediately began to examine its information. If it's an ordinary item, then the information cannot be viewed. Currently, he can only view item information for the Poseidon parts. Then, in an instant, a semi-transparent panel appeared before his eyes. Roland breathed a sigh of relief.